You have obtained the highest quality golden item, but you aren't happy at all. Instead, you immediately sold it at a bargain. Moreover, you even bought 100,000 worthless white items that not even dogs would look at. Everyone is laughing at you, calling you crazy. Little do they know, you've awakened the divine system. Not only can you infinitely stack white items, but you can also infinitely fuse them to awaken unprecedented god-level items. You initially planned to share this news with your girlfriend, Zhang Jiao. However, you were slapped in the face by her. Zhuo Chen, you useless waste. Don't play dumb. What happened to the golden item you promised to give me? My idol is about to graduate, and I've already promised him something. The golden item was a birthday gift for him. How could you go back on your word? Zhang Jiao, are you mistaken? A golden item costs 500 million. You want me to give you 5 billion just to flatter your idol? Are you kidding me? Zhuo Chen's eyes are filled with drama. The original owner was willing, but he isn't. Zhuo Chen, you useless waste. Hurry up and give me the golden item, or I won't talk to you again. Zhuo Chen, however, raised his hand without hesitation to take it. Stop bothering me, he said, leaving with a loud bang. Turning the corner, Zhuo Chen waved his hand and began to shout out his sales pitch. Freshly minted golden items for sale. 500 million each, first come, first served. Zhuo Chen's shouting immediately caught the attention of many people. Is this guy an idiot? Golden items have a price but no market. This kid must be broke to sell them for just 500 million. You don't know this, but Zhuo Chen was originally considered a rich second generation. His parents passed away 6 months ago, and instead of living as a wealthy heir, he insists on being a sycophant. I heard he sold items to celebrate his idol's boyfriend's birthday. Moreover, it seems that these golden items were retrieved from outside the Great Wall at the cost of his parents' lives. What a waste! If you're really selling that golden item, a middle-aged man in training clothes looked at Zhuo Chen with intense desire. This is a golden item. The starting price of 500 million might not even be enough to buy it. Jubai couldn't help but feel curious. As the commander of the demon suppression army stationed at the Great Wall for many years, he had never owned a golden item. Cash on delivery. I need the money urgently. His awakened talent can only embed white items. Golden items are as useless to him as scrap metal. Alright, Jubai replied, then said no more and quickly transferred the funds via communicator. The transfer of 500 million arrived, and Zhuo Chen checked his account balance. He handed the glowing golden item over to the other person. Watching Jubai turn and leave, Zhuo Chen let out a sigh. That 500 million could buy thousands of white items. After returning home, he dove into the training room and immediately used the 500 million earned to buy white items. Next, he just needed to wait for the items to arrive and then fuse them directly. Tomorrow is the last test before the martial arts exam. Zhuo Chen needs to achieve better results to gain more resources. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao was sulking when her phone rang. It was her idol, Mang. Zhang Jiao hurriedly composed herself and chose to answer. Zhang Jiao, what are you doing? I'm about to embed my third item. Is it your golden item? Meng Xiao, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that Zhuo Chen suddenly turned on me and sold the golden item right there. What? Is that Zhuo Chen, that useless waste? Yes, Zhuo Chen not only refused to give me the golden item, but he also hit me. What does it matter to me if he hit you? However, you must get back the money from selling the golden item. That's mine, Meng Yuntao sneered. I'm already at the peak of the second tier. Dealing with trash like Zhuo Chen would take just a finger. Remember, that kid is just playing hard to get. Tomorrow, I'll allow you to come with me, and we'll get the golden item back. Meanwhile, Zhuo Chen sat in the training room, finishing the batch fusion process. This fusion consumed a total of 300,000 white items, yielding 150,000 white items. The system continued with batch fusion. After 10 fusions, the items finally glowed with a vibrant green light. After fusing again 6 times, he was left with only 4 green items. Giant Bloodline increases strength by 9,830%, vitality by 9,830%, Golden Bell Shield increases defense by 10,000%, Speed Boost increases attack speed by 10,000%, and the Unparalleled Genius increases training speed by 10,000%. Just one glance, and Zhuo Chen's eyes widened. Isn't this increase a bit too outrageous? He immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhuo Chen, Level 1, Item, White Unlimited, Age, 21, Vitality, 15,800, Strength, 15,700, Defense, 10,000, Speed, 10, Attack Speed, 10,000. Isn't this directly invincible at the same level? Not to mention being invincible at the same level, even if he encounters a second-tier opponent, wouldn't he just swat them away with a slap? After fusing all the items, Zhuo Chen had a simple breakfast and headed straight to the school's martial arts arena, as today was the day of the test. At his alma mater's martial arts arena, Zhuo Chen headed straight for the testing platform. Zhuo Chen, Who gave you the courage to sell the golden item? Don't you know that item belongs to me? Little did he know, just as he entered the martial arts arena and hadn't taken a step, he was met with cold jeers, but Zhuo Chen raised an eyebrow. What are you standing there for, Zhuo Chen? Hurry up and bring out the golden item Mang Xiao needs, or you'll be in for it, Zhang Jiao said, slightly raising her chin. Don't try any tricks, you little brat. I don't care about your business with this woman, but if you dare sell my item, I won't let you off the hook. Meanwhile, Mang Yuntao, dressed in a white suit, narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a hand appeared before him, seemingly carrying endless power to destroy everything. A crisp slap echoed, and Mang Yuntao was sent flying by this immense force, crashing to the ground several meters away. Isn't this just asking for a beating, interfering with my test in such an open manner? How is this possible? You actually dared to lay a hand on Mang Xiao. Hearing the exclamations, the crowd in the martial arts arena was immediately drawn to the sound, with many looking in that direction. That's Zhuo Chen. I heard he sold the golden item. Does he still have the courage to fight? If I'm not mistaken, the one who got hit is Mang Yuntao from the Mang family. Mang Yuntao is a second-tier powerhouse, yet he was knocked away by Zhuo Chen. What's going on? Could it be that Zhuo Chen had been hiding his strength all alone? So you're Mang Yuntao, huh? Mang Yuntao lay on the ground, his face filled with shock. That slap was so casual, yet it broke multiple bones. How did you do that? How could I possibly lose to a waste like you? But what awaited Mang Yuntao was another slap. Who's the waste now? Hand over all your pocket money, or I might just start tearing items apart. Mang Yuntao gritted his teeth but still offered his communicator. When their communicators touched, a crisp sound was heard, and Zhuo Chen nodded in satisfaction as 1 million was transferred. What the hell is this guy doing? Not only is he hitting people, but he's also robbing in public. The students looked at Zhuo Chen in astonishment. What's going on? The martial arts arena is the focus of the test today. We can't have any disruptions, a deep voice said. It's over, the enforcement team is here. This kid is done for. This waste laid hands on me in public. You all better take him away quickly. Lying on the ground, Mang Yuntao struggled to sit up, looking at Zhuo Chen with resentment. Take him away, said a leading enforcement officer, glancing at Zhuo Chen and then at the lying Mang Yuntao. Zhuo Chen clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. He attacked me first, I was just retaliating. You haven't investigated properly, yet you want to take me away? Attacking in public? You need to come with us first, the leader snorted. Are you kidding? In front of everyone, you dare to strike directly? No matter the reason, you must be taken away first. What if I refuse? Zhuo Chen said defiantly. The leader coldly laughed, leveling his spear at Zhuo Chen. The sound of slicing air rang out, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Members of the school enforcement team are very powerful and usually operate on a hired basis. They have experience fighting with demon beasts and practical combat experience. Even the weakest among them is not something an ordinary student can withstand. As his gaze swept over the sharp tip of the spear, it drew closer, and his fist collided with the spearhead. The sound of dreams echoed. Faint flashes of fire danced in the distance. Zhuo Chen stood firm as a mountain, while the enforcement officer quickly retreated. How is this possible? The man exclaimed, unable to suppress the shock in his eyes despite trying to calm himself. He was the captain of the enforcement team, already at the peak of the 3rd tier, yet he couldn't handle an ungraduated student. How is this possible? That's the peak of the 3rd tier. For someone like him to be forced back is unbelievable, gasps arose from the crowd. This person is the demon suppression lord, he is Zhuo Chen. Don't go too far. You sold the golden item before the test, and now you're disturbing the testing order. A cold voice came from the direction of the podium. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this was the vice principal, Mang Jubai, a sycophant. You're resorting to violence because you can't compete? Do you think my demon suppression lord's people are easy to bully? A voice like thunder rolled in, enveloped in the power of vitality, causing many in the vicinity to change their expressions. Could it be a master-level powerhouse? Lu Hong, the vice-captain of the enforcement team, turned pale and green, looking at Zhuo Chen with uncertainty. He had inadvertently offended someone important today. After the revival of power, everything is based on strength, and with countless strong individuals in the demon suppression army, he was surely not someone a minor figure like him could offend. Zhuo Chen was also taken aback. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and soon a smile crept across his face. Zhuo Chen realized that selling the items was indeed the right choice. Everyone fell silent as the 6th simulation test was about to begin. Please, all students, prepare yourselves. As the test commenced, the venue quickly fell silent. Zhuo Chen rented a temporary training room at the martial arts arena. Since the test hadn't started yet, he hadn't checked his training speed after fusing the items. Time flowed swiftly, and half an hour later, Zhuo Chen emerged from his meditative state, unable to contain his surprise. What the hell? He instinctively looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhuo Chen, level, 2, item, white unlimited, age, 21, vitality, 31,600, strength, 31,400, defense, 20,000, speed, 20, attack speed, 20,000. Is this really that outrageous? He only practiced for half an hour, yet his level increased by 1, and all his attributes doubled. As long as his vitality exceeds 10,000, he has reached the level of the top talents. Now that Zhuo Chen's vitality is 30,000, doesn't that mean he is the best among the best? As soon as he stepped out of his training, someone remarked, "Isn't that the waste who sold the golden item? He sold it and still came here? You don't know?" He single-handedly fought Mang Yungtao and forced back the guard team. It seems he's quite impressive. I'm coming right away, Zhuo Chen said. Lu Qinghe smiled gently at Zhuo Chen, his homeroom teacher, who had been paying attention to him since his family troubles. Teacher, there's no rush. This test is just a formality for him. Look at that coward who doesn't dare to test. What is he doing here? For a genius, the test is a sure thing, but for a waste, it's just a setback. Chen Jiang sneered, his eyes filled with amusement. He was Zhuo Chen's classmate and had witnessed Zhuo Chen sell the golden item, leading him to believe Zhuo Chen had no future. He placed one hand on the testing device, and the value froze at 3,000. Chen Jiang raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness on his face. A waste like him is going up? He's really embarrassing our class. Shut your mouth. With trash like you, I could take on 10 with one hand. Stop bragging. If your vitality is higher than mine, I'll live stream myself eating shit. I'm waiting for you to eat shit. Zhuo Chen squinted as he walked toward the testing platform. The moment Zhuo Chen's hands touched the testing device, the values began to fluctuate wildly, and the vitality tester emitted a piercing alarm. Stop, student. Stop immediately. The safety officer at the testing platform was stunned, his eyes filled with shock. What's going on here? The next second, a loud bang echoed, and the testing device began to emit white smoke, as if it might explode at any moment. What happened? From the direction of the observation platform, Principal Chen Jianghe and a group of university officials looked toward Zhuo Chen's testing platform, their faces filled with shock. This must be the vitality overwhelming the device. One by one, important figures took to the sky, rushing toward Zhuo Chen's location with urgency. This Zhuo Chen really has some nerve. Not only did he show off before the competition, but he even dared to damage the testing equipment. Even the demon suppression army can't protect him now. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. That was Meng Qiubai's voice. It seemed this old guy was still up to no good. Meng Qiubai was the first to arrive at the testing platform. Zhuo Chen, you have some guts. Not only did you attack someone before the test, but you also intentionally damaged the equipment. Before he could continue, an old man with white hair arrived at the testing platform. Standing with his palm turned down, he glanced at the smoking testing platform, his gaze settling on Zhuo Chen. The testing device rarely malfunctions. Could it be that your soul power is too strong for it to handle? Zhuo Chen nodded slightly, while the principal smiled without speaking, looking toward another observer. Principal, this student's vitality skyrocketed during the test. If I'm not mistaken, his vitality has already exceeded 20,000, which is the limit of the testing device, the observer said, astonished. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. How is this possible? The top talents in the martial arts school have never exceeded 15,000 in vitality. Even the principal, who had anticipated this, was momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha, it seems my demon suppression lord has found a promising seed. This person is indeed exceptional. He was the one who sold his own golden item. Xing Jubai, who had previously wondered why he sold the golden item, now realized that the other party must have had a fortuitous encounter. How else could he have more than 20,000 in vitality? Your name is Zhuo Chen, Principal Cheng Huaishan said with a smile. He had worked at the top martial arts school for many years and had never encountered such a talented student. If our top martial arts school had more talents like you, the rise of our great nation would just be a matter of time. Cheng Huaishan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhuo Chen, you are excellent. Given your rapid progress, the school will provide you with 300 million to inspire other students. Regarding Zhuo Chen selling the golden item, he had heard some rumors and had his own suspicions. This kid must be short on money, otherwise, who would sell a golden item? Thank you, Principal. His first goal had been achieved. You're welcome. You've brought glory to our top martial arts school. This is all you deserve. I don't think we can conclude anything about his vitality yet. Meng Qiubai gritted his teeth. Everything is already in disarray, and this is a waste who even sold the golden item. How could he possibly have such high vitality? Zhuo Chen, if you admit your mistakes now, the final punishment could be lighter. What have I done wrong? Principal, our top martial arts school cannot have students who refuse to admit their mistakes. Expelling him is the only way to ensure our school's integrity. A fleeting smile crossed Mang Jubai's face. Shut your mouth. The principal's expression grew darker. After so many years, our top martial arts school finally has a genius. Has Mang Jubai lost his mind? Chang Huashan scanned the crowd, his voice growing somber. Since many are curious about Zhuo Chen's vitality, why don't we test again? Whatever the principal says. But if someone slanders me, this matter cannot just be let go. Mang Jubai had been targeting Zhuo Chen because of the incident with Mang Yuntao. Now that he had the opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let it slip. Well said. My demon suppression lords people are not to be bullied easily. Other university officials nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Zhuo Chen's talent, they all had new plans. Chang Huaishan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. If Zhuo Chen's vitality exceeds 20,000, you might as well resign in disgrace. I agree, Mang Jubai gritted his teeth. He was convinced that Zhuo Chen was faking it and believed he could never leave the school. Principal, I'll handle the next steps. Our demon suppression lord's instruments should be more accurate. Xing Jubai stepped forward, and before anyone could react, a palm-sized testing device appeared in his hand. This device measures at 30,000, Xing Jubai said, looking at Zhuo Chen. Little guy, we meet again. General, should we switch devices? According to the system, his vitality has already surpassed 30,000. If this device explodes, that would be embarrassing. Xing Jubai was taken aback, then suddenly turned to Zhuo Chen, his eyes flashing with urgency. This young man was indeed remarkable. Come with me, Xing Jubai said, his eyes gleaming as he grabbed Zhuo Chen's shoulder and strode toward the testing platform. General Xing, what are you doing? Zhuo Chen hasn't completed his vitality test yet, Mang Jubai stammered. Xing Jubai is indeed one of the demon suppression lord's people, but isn't this a bit too protective? Mang Jubai stepped forward, blocking their way. Xing Jubai's expression turned slightly cold as he raised his hand to slap Mang Jubai. A massive force swept in, sending Mang Jubai flying backward with a soft thud as he crashed to the ground not far away. Many around were stunned. What is happening? This is serious. You can head to the Qingzhou Martial Alliance headquarters. I'll be waiting for you there, Xing Jubai said without further explanation. Although Chang Huaishan was prepared, he couldn't help but be startled by this statement. The test will continue. I need to follow General Xing for a bit. A group of important figures exchanged glances and, without a word, took to the air. A student with vitality exceeding 20,000 couldn't be snatched away by another school. Meanwhile, as Xing Jubai walked toward the Martial Alliance testing hall, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. This important figure was so excited, it felt like an eagle catching a chick. Soon, the two arrived at the testing hall. Wow, I really didn't expect you to bring such a big surprise. If your vitality exceeds 30,000, you'll definitely be the top among the younger generation, and the entire China will pave the way for you. As a strongman guarding the Great Wall, Xing Jubai understands what genius truly means. Zhuo Chen rubbed his nose, realizing he didn't mind the feeling of being in the spotlight. Zhuo Chen extended his right hand to touch the testing device. With a loud thud, his vitality surged and eventually stabilized. Although Xing Jubai was prepared, when his gaze fell on the string of numbers, he still widened his eyes in shock. 31,600. Even this decisive figure couldn't help but gasp. I'll report this to headquarters. If my calculations are correct, your future training resources are secured, including items. Suddenly, a deep and melodious bell rang throughout the entire Great Xia. What is happening? This is the sound of celebration, which only occurs when a new hero is born, and it usually rings 7 times. Before he could finish, another series of celebratory bells rang out. Xing Jubai looked on in confusion. What the hell is going on? I've never seen anything like this. 10 whole chimes. Even the old masters had never received such treatment. Outside the testing hall, those who were flying in the air stopped in their tracks. It's the sound of celebration. Has another strong figure been born in the Great Xia? Previously, there were only 7 chimes. Could it be that someone has ascended to godhood? Many people ask me where to find the 2 cow items. First, click the lower left corner to download a novel. Search for 2 cow items, and the first result will be the full text, a high-energy literary piece. Everyone, charge. Meanwhile, in the testing hall, Xing Jubai wore a strange expression. This bell signifies great news, but it will also draw everyone's attention to Qingzhou. The pressure is mounting, Zhuo Chen. I estimate your strength will improve before the martial arts exam, but my abilities are limited. However, I am willing to contribute to the rise of humanity's geniuses. Here, take this. Xing Jubai tossed a blood-red token over, embossed with a golden dragon character. This token allows you to summon a pair of golden dragon guards at will, and it also contains my authority. You can use it in times of danger. This is too valuable. The Golden Dragon Guards are the strongest among the border troops, second only to the royal family, typically organized in teams of 10 with extensive combat experience. There are even rumors that when these 10 Golden Dragon Guards unite, their combined power can slay masters. This is a top-tier life-saving asset. Don't be shy, kid. That golden item is more beneficial to me than you can imagine. Consider this your reward. Thank you, General. That's all I have to say. With school on break next, you'd better focus on your training. The Golden Dragon Guards will arrive as quickly as possible to ensure your safety. Thank you, General Xing. I am grateful beyond words. There's no need to thank me. In times of crisis for humanity, I am merely doing what I should. Zhuo Chen inherited the original memories and naturally understood the situation in this world. The Great Xia is the most powerful among the existing nations, but even so, it pays a heavy price each year to combat evil and demon beasts. It is precisely because of people like Xing Jubai watching over humanity that others in the Great Xia can live in peace. We hope to see you grow rapidly, Xing Jubai said as he dropped a remark and turned to leave. But the moment the bronze door opened, Xing Jubai was taken aback. There were already many people outside. The looks from these people were filled with eagerness. General Xing, we heard the celebratory bells ringing earlier. Could you please tell us what happened? The crowd outside surged like a tide. Xing Jubai scanned the crowd. It was Zhuo Chen's talent that triggered the celebratory bell. Zhuo Chen, on behalf of the Martial Alliance, I invite you to join the Special Operations Group. As long as you're willing, the Martial Alliance will cover all training resources, including items, a burly middle-aged man said with a smile. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel tempted by the generous offer. Zhuo Chen was currently all on his own. If he wanted to rapidly increase his strength, this was indeed a good path, but he couldn't keep relying on the academy to prepare a pile of white items for him. Thank you, I'll consider it. Zhuo Chen, entering the academy is quite important. The 5 major schools in Qingzhou have absolute achievements. Here are 10 vitality pills, I hope you accept them. Seeing this, others began to offer whatever they could to Zhuo Chen, stuffing his hands with items. Zhuo Chen was stunned, unsure of how to respond, and could only look at Xing Jubai beside him. Xing Jubai seemed to have anticipated Zhuo Chen's situation, smiling and nodding at him. Zhuo Chen sighed in relief as he stored the items one by one into his spatial belt. Zhuo Chen, please don't make any hasty decisions. I represent the Kyoto Martial Alliance headquarters and formally invite you. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them. Meanwhile, a figure rushed in from Kyoto's Martial Alliance. This was just a simulation test, yet it managed to attract the Kyoto Martial Alliance's attention. In that moment, everyone present realized they had no chance of competing anymore. The Martial Alliance headquarters? Thank you all, I will consider it. Zhuo Chen, our Martial Alliance headquarters oversees 3 major academies, you can choose any to attend. Additionally, the female war goddess has arrived in Qingzhou and will personally extend an invitation to you. If you're willing, you can become a disciple of the war god right now. The one who had been rejected took a deep breath as if making a firm decision. At this statement, everyone present was taken aback. Martial artists are divided into 9 ranks, and above the 9th rank are master-level powerhouses, with the war god being even higher. Since the founding of the nation, there have only been 3 war gods, with the female war god ranking second among them. One is stationed in Kyoto, another guards the Great Wall, and the last serves as a reserve force. The 3 war gods each have their duties, and the busy 5 tigers personally came to invite Zhuo Chen. This was indeed the highest level of treatment. Even though Zhuo Chen was prepared, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback upon hearing this. That's the war god. The war god personally wants to recruit me, which means my displayed talent is already significant enough to attract the upper echelon's attention. Zhuo Chen originally planned to wait a week to enhance his strength before choosing from numerous academies, but since the war god personally came, it saved him the trouble. The war god Chen had already arrived, and a figure rushed over from not far away, clad in dark armor, emanating a chilling aura. Welcome, war god Chen. Everyone present stepped forward to greet him loudly. Zhuo Chen followed their gaze and was taken aback. The mighty war god looked surprisingly young. The war god Chen usually either supervised or sought out talent at the Great Wall, and even the heads of these universities had never seen him in person. The female war god, Chen Xingxuan, scanned the crowd and nodded lightly, acknowledging the celebratory 10 chimes. I'm Zhuo Chen. You triggered the 10 celebratory chimes. If the demons and evil beings receive this news, it will surely be detrimental to you. That is why I came here. A talent like you hasn't appeared in years. Your current strength can't be your limit, can it? Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. There was no need to hide anything in front of someone like him. Kyoto is safe. You can choose freely among several major academies. Once you enter an academy, you will be a special level student, arranged to live in a high-resource area, with a monthly allowance of 10,000. Additionally, I'm here to inform you that I can accept you as my disciple. What does being a disciple mean? Does that mean Zhuo Chen can directly step into the master realm even if he just relaxes while training? Zhuo Chen was also stunned. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Without further ado, he bowed respectfully, greeting his master. I came here not in a rush. We can meet again in Kyoto after March. Here, take this. Chen Xingxuan casually tossed an item. Zhuo Chen caught it. It was actually a purple item, which would be worth at least 3 if sold individually. Thank you, master. Which of the 3 major academies in Kyoto do you think would be suitable for me? The 3 major academies in Kyoto are comprehensive institutions. For a talent like you, the path of martial arts is most suitable. What do you think? I'll follow my master's arrangements. Alright then, let's go with the War God Academy. I have a fixed position there, making it convenient to teach you. After school starts, I can find you in Kyoto. My sister has her own matters to attend to, so take care. Chen Xingxuan then leaped into the air. As they watched Chen Xingxuan leave, the crowd's gaze toward Zhuo Chen held a hint of respect. What are your plans after the retest? I don't have any plans yet. Do you have any good suggestions? If so, why not go to the Great Wall for training? Talent is talent, and strength is strength. They are essentially 2 different things. Since you have a plan, I can temporarily stay in Qingzhou. After a brief conversation, Zhuo Chen hurried home. His master gifted him a purple item worth around 300 million, but Zhuo Chen remained unhurried. Buying 4 items for the Great Wall is not just talk. He needs to prepare weapons, equipment, and even consumables for the battlefield. He asked Qin Jubai to help him forge 2 weapons, and after assessing his gains, he realized that the head of the university had indeed given him many valuable items worth around tens of millions. After selling the magnetic strips his master had given him, Zhuo Chen began meditating to cultivate. The next morning, he took a look at the results of his training. Name, Zhuo Chen, rank, 2nd level, white infinite magnetic strip, age, 21, vitality, 41,600, strength, 41,400, defense, 26,000, speed, 20, attack speed, 22,000. His cultivation speed increase is terrifying. 1 night of cultivation equals 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. If his calculations are correct, the money from selling the purple strips will soon rise. As long as he converts them all into white strips, his strength can further improve. He used all his funds to buy white magnetic strips, stacking a total of 600,000 strips together. The effect was truly astonishing. He scanned the mountain of strips and began to fuse them in bulk. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. The remaining energy has been stored in the system. You can fuse it next time. Staring at the 5 magnetic strips in his hand, Zhuo Chen smiled knowingly, re-embedding the giant bloodline, golden bell shield, and peerless demon. He needed to quickly enhance his cultivation to reach the 3rd level. After reaching the 3rd level, he would be able to unlock new magnetic strip cards. Zhuo Chen then looked at the 4 magnetic strips. Giant bloodline, strength increase of 39,320%, vitality increase of 39,320%, golden bell shield, defense increase of 40,000%, speed boost, attack speed increase of 40,000%, peerless demon, cultivation speed increase of 40,000%. This is simply outrageous. A typical 4th level warrior might have these attributes. He looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhuo Chen, rank, 2nd level, white infinite magnetic strip, age, 21, vitality, 71,300, strength, 71,300, defense, 36,000, speed, 20, attack speed, 32,000. What the hell is this? Is this system a scam? His magnetic strips have nearly a 40,000-fold increase, so why does the system panel seem off? Is there an error in your calculations? My magnetic strips have an increase of over 40,000 times. If I go by your comparison, have I been working in vain? Magnetic strips can only enhance the host's base attributes and cannot increase all attributes of the host. Additionally, the host's body is weak and cannot fully activate the power of the magnetic strips. According to human understanding, there will be some energy consumption. The cold, mechanical voice spread. Can it really be like this? Could it be that his attributes can still greatly improve after training? Fortunately, this time the fusion of the strips was successfully completed. After organizing his thoughts briefly, Zhuo Chen stepped out in his training outfit. In the next moment, even though Zhuo Chen was prepared, he was stunned. His home was almost turning into a zoo. Zhuo Chen looked outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. There was a crowd outside, and even the farther streets were filled. Zhuo Chen was feeling a headache when his communicator rang. It was the head of the Martial Alliance from yesterday. Hello, Zhuo Qingchuan. My name is Tu Hong. and I am the vice president of the Martial God Academy. We have controlled the flow of people around the villa, but there are just too many. It would be better if you came out personally. This title is quite novel. Zhuo Chen understood that these people outside were all here for him. This martial god, Xingchuan, I'll come out right away. What does it mean that people fear fame and pigs fear growth? Zhuo Chen hung up the phone and opened the door. Zhuo Qingchuan is coming out. Hello everyone, I am Zhuo Chen. I feel your enthusiasm, but I hope you all leave quickly. The Great Xia has been corrupted by demon clans and evil spirits. Let's practice more, improve our strength quickly. I hope one day we can all fight together at the Great Wall against the demon invaders. We listened, and soon the crowd began to disperse. Just as Zhuo Chen was about to turn back home, he thought, wait a minute, what's up with Chen Jiang? As soon as he appeared, the others around him surprisingly dispersed, and Chen Jiang had a constipated expression on his face. This guy seems to be the one from the Zhuo Qingchuan testing platform, the one who bet that whoever lost would eat feces. I was wrong about the previous matter, and I have prepared the items. Just let me know what you want, I will do anything, Chen Jiang said, lowering his head with a quivering voice. A bet is a bet. If you can't do it, don't use it to disgust others. He had never taken this matter to heart, yet he never expected that he would actually come armed. Zhuo Chen was currently in a precarious position. Any small incident could be blown out of proportion. Since this guy wanted to stir up trouble, why should he indulge him? This Zhuo Qingchuan has produced an undutiful son in the Mang family. We, the Mang family, were completely unaware of what Mang Yuntao had done before. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his eyes filled with helplessness. From now on, Mang Yuntao is no longer a member of the Mang family. Additionally, Mang Jubai has been expelled from the Mang family and has no relation to us anymore. The middle-aged man nodded towards Zhuo Chen. He waved his hand at a few people around him, and 7 stepped forward, each holding a gift. This is a present from the Mang family, as an apology. Among them were 2 purple magnetic strips, as well as 3 blood tears pills. Finally, in the last 2 brocade boxes were a VIP card to Yunlu and a Supreme membership card to King Yanfang, both from the Mang family. This time, the Mang family really made a huge sacrifice. The 2 purple magnetic strips were worth a total of 600 million, the 3 blood tears pills were worth over 100 million. And the last 2 cards cannot be valued by ordinary standards, because after holding these cards, Zhuo Chen will permanently enjoy discounts when consuming in related industries. For example, for equipment testing in training rooms or weapon forging, etc. The Mang family's sincerity is quite good. I am indeed short on training resources lately, and I also need a set of equipment and weapons, which I will purchase at Yunlu and King Yanfang. The middle-aged man stepped forward and handed the brocade box to Zhuo Chen, who stored everything in his spatial belt. This is Zhuo Qingchuan. My name is Meng Yuanshan. Yunlu and Qingyun Pavilion are both nearby. Here is my business card. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. That's all for today. Everyone should disperse early. Zhuo Chen scanned the crowd and gently nodded to everyone before returning to his room. Zhuo Chen sorted through the gifts sent by the Mang family. The purple magnetic strips are extremely precious and will sell well. However, selling the strips through the trading platform is too slow. Since Yunlu was a business place, they should also be able to buy the strips. After noticing that no one was outside, Zhuo Chen headed straight to Yunlu. Esteemed guest, what services do you require? Without hesitation, Zhuo Chen took out the Supreme card. I need weapon forging services, and I require your top master craftsman to assist me. Mr. Shua, the master craftsman is not here today, he just stepped out. If you need him today, I can have him return immediately. Zhuo Chen nodded slightly. Okay, please wait a moment, the master craftsman will return shortly. Please proceed to the VIP area to rest. Soon, at the main entrance outside, a white-haired elderly man in his 50s stepped out of the car. Old Yuan, you scoundrel, didn't you promise me? The old man got out of the car, and a string of curses followed behind him. You disrespectful junior, how can you speak to me like that? Yunlu has summoned me, this is something I can decide. You'll have to wait for your needs. Meanwhile, Zhuo Chen also reached the doorway and encountered 2 people, asking, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a surprised voice echoed, outside. People were stunned, while inside, Zhuo Chen had a smile on his face. Yes, I'm here to forge weapons. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly and looked at the person beside Jubai, who should be the elder. Elder, could you please help me forge a long knife? Zhuo Chen cupped his hands in respect. That's fine, leave the rest to me. Why are you so eager to enter the Great Wall? How can a real man hide at the back? If you haven't prepared any equipment, you can exchange merits with the Demon Suppression Army. You earn 10,000 merits as a martial god Qingchuan every month. Merit is considered a hard currency at the Great Wall. Let me put it this way, the best set of armor in the Demon Suppression Army's treasury, below the 3rd level, only requires 3,000 merits. Qin Jiwei noticed that Zhuo Chen still hadn't realized the core issue, so he spoke up to elevate himself. This world is far more generous than I imagined. Prepare yourself first. After the martial examination, we will set off together. You can choose weapons like sword techniques to quickly improve your combat abilities. They chatted casually for a bit longer. Zhuo Chen used the training room at Yunlu to cultivate. Time flew by, and 2 hours later, he exited his training. Xin Jubai and Yuan Huan were already waiting outside. Shuo Qingchuan, we have completed your items. Upon arriving at the forging hall, Zhuo Chen's attention was immediately drawn to the long knife on the rack, which was as black as ink. It was nearly 2 meters long, exuding a chilling gleam. This is the remaining material, Zhuo Qingchuan. I forged you a short blade. This blade is slightly longer than a typical dagger but is very delicate, with edges on both sides. Master Yuan, I am very satisfied with the price you quoted for this weapon. Zhuo Chen's eyes were filled with sincerity. Yuan Huan said nothing but looked at Qin Jun and asked, what price? Our demon suppression army has many collaborations with Yunlu. This weapon is considered a gift from the demon suppression army. You are also regarded as a special member of our army, so no need to be polite. Alright, then I won't be polite. Upon returning to the villa, Zhuo Chen took out the 5th fused magnetic strip, which was a green painted strip with an armor-piercing bonus of 1000% and a bleeding bonus of 2000%. It was practically tailor-made for his dagger. Soon, the time arrived. The day before the martial examination, Qin Jubai called early in the morning. Zhuo Qingchuan, where are you? I'm still at home. Qin Jubai rarely asked so formally. Just a moment, my people will arrive shortly. We've decided to station at the Great Wall today. We have almost enough personnel. Tomorrow is the martial examination. Why are we stationing at the Great Wall today? It's a long story. Although these specially recruited individuals aren't as good as you, they are all first-rate talents among the human race. You are all the future of our great Xia. Do you really think we will only set out after the martial examination ends? Zhuo Chen fell silent. He had always known that the struggle between humans and demons was extremely brutal. You have never experienced real combat. While battle may seem passionate, it is backed by living lives. We cannot make a joke out of the lives of talented individuals. As for the Golden Dragon position, it will naturally belong to you once you reach the Great Wall. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Jubai hung up. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but smile. Even though I can't participate in the martial examination, I can finally station at the Great Wall. This is truly the beginning. However, with his current 70,000 vitality, even if he participated in the martial examination, wouldn't that be bullying? Soon, 2 fully armed members of the Demon Suppression Army arrived outside Zhuo Chen's villa. After confirming their identities, Zhuo Chen got into the army green vehicle. The vehicle quickly reached the attack point on the city's edge. Shortly after, Qin Jubai led Zhuo Chen to the new recruits compartment. Look over there. Doesn't that guy look like a high school student? Did they get it wrong? Upon hearing the comments from those around him, Zhuo Chen remained calm. He initially thought that so-called geniuses were chosen from high school, but he never expected that they were actually college students. Don't you get it? That individual is no ordinary person. With over 30,000 vitality, he was directly recruited by the Martial Alliance headquarters to enter the Martial God Academy without taking the examination. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire compartment erupted in excitement. Alright, everyone, shut up. You all look like you've never seen the world, came an impatient voice from the other end of the compartment. A bunch of inexperienced fools. What's so great about blood tears? What's so special about geniuses? On the battlefield, it doesn't matter who is a genius. The speaker was someone who had been specially recruited into the Demon Suppression Army 3 years ago, also recruited during high school. He had fought all the way at the Great Wall and, although he had never attended college, he exuded a fierce aura. Everyone, be quiet and conserve your energy. Although we've changed our departure time, this journey may not be peaceful. As time passed, the vehicle jolted more violently. When Zhuo Chen opened his eyes and looked out the window, he found that the scenery outside had changed dramatically. The land had turned black, and the sky had become blood red. After taking a deep breath, Zhuo Chen keenly sensed the raging heat in the air. Is this the abyss? A loud explosion echoed, and many people around changed their expressions. This was likely an attack from the demon clan. Get out and be on high alert. Suddenly, angry shouts rang out in the compartment. Aren't we still inside the Great Wall? Without hesitation, Zhuo Chen leaped out of the vehicle. While observing the situation around him, he also paid attention to the movements of the demon clan. It wasn't their vehicle that was under attack, but the lead vehicle ahead. Standing next to the lead vehicle was Qin Ju and Qin Jubai, surrounded by the bodies of a dozen demon beasts. Zhuo Chen quickly drew out the short blade, holding it tightly, pouring his vitality into it. The ink-black short blade erupted with a blood-red light, and Zhuo Chen's body also shimmered with a blood-colored glow. Fortunately, the moment he activated the blood tear's power, Zhuo Chen became the target of the demon beast's attack. 2 wolf demons roared and charged at him. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes, quickly stepping back 2 paces, pressing his back against the vehicle for safety. He fixed his gaze on the 2 wolf demons. In a flash, he appeared in front of one, swiftly slicing its neck with precision. Blood gushed out, and the wolf demon's life force rapidly faded. In the next instant, a strong sense of crisis surged within him. Zhuo Chen stepped back while urgently channeling the blood-sucking power. As the sound of metal clashing echoed, he turned to see a blurred shadow merging back into the darkness behind him. "It's a shadow demon! Everyone be careful!" Suddenly, gasps of shock spread through the crowd. The shadow demon moves extremely fast. Ordinary dancers would find themselves in a dead end when facing it. In the blink of an eye, 2 men and 1 woman nearby were ensnared by the shadow demon. Zhuo Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, appearing dazed, but in the next second, he wielded his dagger at a strange angle, and startled screams erupted as a greenish figure slowly emerged. With the screams, the figure became clear. This was a 4th-level shadow demon. "You killed him on your own?" The veteran who had previously mocked Zhuo Chen approached, his eyes filled with shock. "This guy attempted a sneak attack, but I caught him." "You noticed him?" The man stood there completely stunned. With the magnetic strips, he dashed towards the shadow demon, grabbing the strips that burst forth from it and handing them to Zhuo Chen. "This is yours," the man said with a somewhat ingratiating smile. "My name is Yang Qinghai, and I am also the leader of your new recruits." He smiled as he introduced himself. Zhuo Chen's dagger suddenly stabbed outward, piercing the throat of another shadow demon. Yang Qinghai immediately ran forward, handing Zhuo Chen the magnetic strips that burst from the shadow demon. He widened his eyes in amazement. "This isn't right." Normally, when a demon beast appears, there is only one shadow demon in a pair. Could there be another one? Yang Qinghai's expression changed. Zhuo Chen took out his sharpened blade and charged forward. The nearly 2-meter-long knife moved like a dragon in his hands. With the enhancement of the magnetic strips, each swing brought down demon beasts. 10 minutes later, not a single demon beast stood around, everyone was dumbfounded. This second squad of over 100 demon beasts was all taken down by him alone. With the last thud, another demon beast fell to the ground not far away. Zhuo Chen stood tall, holding the enchanted blade, his gaze still filled with lingering killing intent. On the other side, Jubai looked towards Zhuo Chen's direction, knowing that such a genius was no ordinary person. As the battle concluded, everyone gradually gathered together. Jubai stepped over to Zhuo Chen's side. "This is the abyss. You shone so brightly in your first battle, you will surely excel in the future. Once you reach the demon suppression army, that set of armor will be given to you for free." Before long, the magnetic strips obtained from killing the demon beasts were in Zhuo Chen's hands, over 200 white magnetic strips and more than 10 green strips. With the battlefield cleared, everyone continued on their way. Before dark, they saw a massive city lying across the land. After the security check, Zhuo Chen stepped into the city known as Jubai City. "Since you have such strength, Zhuo Chen, you don't need to compete among the new recruits. The city lord is my longtime friend, I will take you to meet him." The two arrived at the city lord's mansion, where a plump middle-aged man stepped forward to greet them. "This was Zhang Tianqi, the lord of Jubei City. This must be Zhuo Qingchuan, right? I've already received the battle report." One person took down an entire squad. "Impressive." The plump man laughed heartily. "You must have been on the road all day. Let's go eat first." The 3 of them headed to the banquet hall and sat down. "You're truly remarkable, young man. Not only did you kill over 100 demon beasts, but you also managed to take down both a shadow demon and a dark shadow demon." Even Qin Ju, who was prepared, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This guy is only at the 2nd level. Even with 30,000 vitality, he shouldn't be able to accomplish such a task so easily. Most likely, this kid's strength has recently increased again. Brother Fan, for this achievement, you have earned a 2nd-class merit. Together with the merits promised by the martial god, you now have about 50,000 merits. After the meal, Qin Jubai and Zhuo Chen returned to the general's mansion. Zhuo Chen entered his room, took out his communicator, and went to the Jubei City shopping mall. He found the armor that Qin Jubai mentioned and bought it without hesitation. Zhuo Chen also saw magnetic strips in the mall, white strips for 1 merit, green strips for 100 merits, blue strips for 10,000 merits, purple strips for 1 million merits, and gold strips for 200 million merits, with no stock available. He planned to upgrade all his magnetic strips to blue before school started, but to do that, he would need at least 600,000 strips. Counting from today, There are 2 months until school starts. These 2 months are enough for him to accumulate a wave of merit points and further enhance his strength. The next morning, Zhuo got up early and, along with Qin Jubai, headed towards the southeastern stronghold of the Demon Suppression Army. They discovered a pair of demon beasts that needed a squad to clear them out. Who will go? Zhuo was surprised. There are demon beasts to hunt. We can't refuse that. I'll go. Originally, a group of newcomers were a bit hesitant, but with Zhuo taking the lead, their eyes lit up. We'll go too. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's have 3 squads go together. Soon, a team of 300 was ready to set out, and before long, they arrived at the mission location. After a brief moment of panic, the newcomers swiftly exterminated the surrounding demon beasts under the guidance of the veterans. Zhuo swung his black blade and charged towards the nearest demon beast. This demon beast was towering, with a massive tiger head and eyes glowing with a blood-red light. It wielded a blood-stained large sword in its claws. As expected, this demon beast was at least 4th level or higher. Zhuo swung his enchanted blade in a wide arc. With a muffled thud, the opponent's large sword was cut in half, and the tiger demon collapsed to the ground. Yang Qinghai ran up to help Zhuo collect the magnetic strips that he had obtained. Zhuo, holding the enchanted blade, charged in. In just a few breaths, he had already taken down a large number of demon beasts. A massive snake over 10 meters long suddenly lunged at Zhuo. Brother Fan, what should we do? This demon beast is likely over level 5. This is beyond what we can handle. Yang Qinghai's face turned slightly pale. As an old soldier, he understood better than anyone the situation they were facing. It's fine, you all fall back and organize a defense. Zhuo squinted his eyes. If he were an ordinary second-tier warrior, he would likely have no power to resist in such a situation, but he was confident in his attributes. He was even more confident in his weapon. As long as this great demon gave him a chance to strike, there would be only one outcome. Roar! Another roar echoed. A snake over 10 meters long suddenly lunged out, heading straight for Zhuo. Zhuo's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of killing intent fleeting across his gaze. He could naturally tell that this snake demon was indeed at the 6th tier. Moreover, it was not just any newly ascended 6th tier being. This snake demon had a particularly strong physique. If he guessed correctly, it should be the king of snakes. Hiss! Before anyone could react, someone in the crowd behind them gasped. So many snakes, what do we do? Yeah, with so many snakes, they could easily take down hundreds of us. Whoa, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. If I had known, I wouldn't have come on this mission. Cries began to emerge from the crowd behind, but Zhuo narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression somewhat grim. Even if he could handle the Snake King, if the main force behind him were to collapse, the consequences would be extremely serious. You all defend first, deal with the other snakes. Zhuo shouted angrily, then quickly charged towards the Snake King. The Snake King's eyes flickered, a blood-red light filled with oppression, twisting its body as it lunged forward. The Snake King's body appeared heavy, but in reality, it was incredibly fast, appearing before Zhuo in the blink of an eye. A foul, brackish odor swept over, causing Zhuo's heart to tremble. This snake demon was different from other demons, perhaps this odor contained poison. Zhuo snorted lightly, his blood and energy surging to disperse the foul air. Then, he instinctively swung his unfamiliar blade. Hiss! With a soft sound, the blade struck the snake's body. The snake's defense was decent, but before the unfamiliar blade, it was still like tofu. With the effects of armor breaking and bleeding, the Snake King was momentarily stunned. Roar! Another furious roar echoed. The Snake King's anger transformed completely into power. Its speed was even faster than before, opening its mouth to bite down at Zhuo. The surrounding crowd was completely stunned at this scene. This Snake King was at the 6th tier, yet it was easily breached. Dodge! Panic spread through the crowd behind. Zhuo, however, keenly noticed that the other lower-tier snake demons around had changed formation. Suddenly, he sneered. It seemed the Snake King had some intelligence. This guy couldn't possibly have mistaken himself for the commander of the troops behind, could he? That was Wyatt. Charged at him. But it didn't expect that its first attack not only failed but also resulted in its own injury. Thus, it quickly changed its strategy. If that was the case, then this situation became interesting. Zhuo believed that if given enough time, he could easily wear down this oblivious creature to death. After all, with the bleeding effect in play, as long as he could breach its defenses, these demon beasts would only meet their end before him. But right now, this Snake King was not only fighting him but also starting to command the surrounding snake horde. Since that was the case, Zhuo had to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the people behind him could get hurt. That outcome was Not what Zhuo Chen wanted. Looking at the approaching snake head, Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. Faced with the imminent danger, he did not flinch or evade. After all, even though this creature was powerful, his blood and energy were robust. And his defense was terrifying. Even if it was blood for blood, this Snake King was not his match. Zhuo Chen. You. But this scene left many in the surrounding crowd shocked. What was happening to Zhuo Chen? Was he stunned by the Snake King's aura? Zhuo Chen was the soul of this team. If anything happened to him, everyone would collapse, and the final outcome was self-evident. Roar! The Snake King noticed Zhuo Chen standing still, and a flash of brilliance flickered in its blood-red eyes. Then it accelerated, biting towards Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, dodge! Quick, get away! The people behind him grew increasingly anxious, their eyes filled with helplessness. It seemed that Zhuo Chen was only famous for his reputation. After yesterday's battle, he had gained notoriety, but who would have thought that by the next day, his true self would be revealed? Many shook their heads, their faces filled with disappointment. It appeared that a genius was indeed a genius. Growing up was not easy. Zhuo Chen seemed like a genius, but if he were to be killed by the Snake King today, all the myths surrounding him would be completely shattered. Yang Qinghai was also stunned. In his eyes, Zhuo Chen had always been invincible. How could he possibly make such a low-level mistake? Yet, under everyone's gaze, Zhuo Chen remained frozen in place, directly swallowed by the giant snake. It's over. Zhuo Chen, Zhuo Qinchuan. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. It's over. Zhuo Chen was truly finished this time. Everyone understood one principle: the body of a sixth-tier monster was extremely powerful, and once it got close, it was a dead end. Moreover, Zhuo Chen had already been swallowed by the giant snake. Everyone hold on, we will immediately request support from headquarters, don't panic. Once our formation breaks, the monster will take advantage of the chaos. Such a result is something no one can bear. The anxious voice of an old soldier spread through the team. Everyone's spirits lifted. Zhuo Chen had already sacrificed himself, but those present had to choose to survive. Yang Qinghai's face had turned extremely ugly, alternating between green and white, and even his gaze held a hint of daze. How could this be possible? Someone as strong as Zhuo Chen had no power to resist. What were they supposed to do? Despair. Infinite despair. On the other side, countless snake demons were closing in on the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. Clang! The next second, a familiar sound rang out. The previously despairing Yang Qinghai suddenly squinted his eyes. Could it be? Clang! 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 In just a few breaths, the sound of metal clashing continued, growing louder. Roar! The next second, accompanied by a thunderous roar of anger, the massive snakehead exploded as if bombarded. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The crowd gasped at this scene, their eyes filled with more terror. This is... Everyone was stunned. Then, a blood-soaked figure stood tall. In his hand, a long knife, blood splattering everywhere. Clang! Another slash was made. The massive body of the snake demon swayed, on the verge of collapsing. The reappeared Zhuo Chen squinted his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Humph. A mere beast, yet it had so many thoughts. How could it be allowed to live? Zhuo Qinchuan, awesome. Incredible. Wow, a sixth-tier beast, just like that, no hesitation in killing. How can it be this impressive? Various exclamations spread through the crowd behind him. Zhuo Chen, however, remained indifferent. He had long known that this beast had extremely strong defenses and thick blood. If he used a slow grinding method, while relatively safe, it might allow the beast to react and escape. Moreover, Zhuo Chen was very clear about his shortcomings. That was his lack of speed. Once this beast chose to flee, he would have no way to stop it. It was better to take a gamble. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the massive body of the snake demon fell to the ground. Ha! Zhuo Chen also let out a gentle breath. Then, his sharp gaze turned to the body of the snake demon lying on the ground. Beneath that body, a purple light flashed by. Upon seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen's eyelids twitched. Wow! What incredible luck! In the next moment, Zhuo Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, directly rushing towards the figure lying on the ground. This is a purple item. Generally speaking, it is indeed possible for beasts above the 5th rank to drop purple items, but the probability is still very low. Moreover, this Snake King, while powerful, is only at the 6th rank. In this case, to drop a purple item can only be attributed to good luck. This is no longer just a matter of good luck, this is extraordinary luck. However, upon further thought, Zhuo Chen realized that it was most likely due to the Snake King's formidable strength and its identity as a Snake King, ultimately being killed by him. All these coincidences led Zhuo Chen to obtain a purple item. With this purple item, the time for his next fusion of items is now infinitely closer. In any case, this is a tremendous piece of good news. It's simply amazing. Zhuo Chen has already begun to look forward to when he might encounter such a powerful beast again. Although this beast is strong, the rewards for him are equally significant. If he could kill 2 more, wouldn't that mean he could achieve a new breakthrough immediately? Zhuo Chen grinned, but the crowd behind him had already erupted into cheers. The sounds of celebration echoed. However, Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. Now is not the time to be happy. After all, although the Snake King was dead, there were still many other beasts around. Once they had eliminated all these beasts, then it would be time to celebrate. The Snake King is dead, let's counterattack with all our might. The veteran in the crowd behind him immediately sensed the change. With a roar, the others reacted as well. Yes. Now is the best opportunity. They can directly kill the beasts. Moreover, these snake groups were originally ferocious, but now, without their leader's command, their combat power has weakened by more than 20%. In this situation, it is the perfect time to strike. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. Annihilate these beasts. The battle cries shook the heavens, and Zhuo Chen joined the fight. However, the main force behind him had already entered the battlefield, so even if Zhuo Chen wanted to kill beasts, he couldn't take down many. He could only put away his long knife and use the short blade in his hand to reap. Even so, Zhuo Chen's efficiency in battle was extremely high. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen low-rank beasts fell. Soon, the battle was nearing its end. Over 300 beasts were completely slain by this unit of the Demon Suppression Army. Fangu, this is a 6th-rank beast. If we count the merits, it's at least over 100,000. With your growth rate, you. On the other side, Yang Qinghai took a deep breath, looking at Zhuo Chen as if he had seen a ghost. This guy in front of him was simply too strong. He didn't even know how to describe this person. This is simply a monster. I didn't expect this beast to be 6th rank. If I had known earlier, I might not have had the courage to act. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression full of peculiarity. In fact, he had known from the beginning. However, in order not to affect the morale of others, hiding one's strength is also an art. Soon, the team had finished cleaning the battlefield and returned joyfully to their base. Upon entering the city of Jubai, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. In the abyss, danger lurked everywhere. Only in this city could humans recuperate. Back at the base, Zhuo Chen received news that the armor he had exchanged for had arrived. He went to the reception area to collect the armor. After that, he returned to the general's residence. This armor was indeed worth 6,000 merits, wearing it felt perfectly fitting. It didn't feel heavy at all. What impressed Zhuo Chen the most was that this armor was quite stylish. Paired with his long knife, it was simply extraordinary. If I had to find a word to describe it, it would be incredibly handsome. The armor not only includes the chest plate and leg guards but also the heart shield. Basically, all the critical vulnerable areas are well protected. With such close protection, as long as one doesn't encounter high-level demon beasts above the 8th rank, even if one stands still, those beasts probably wouldn't know how to deal with them. Soon, the Demon Suppression Army once again proposed to commend Zhuo Chen directly, awarding him a merit of 130,000. Among them, 100,000 belonged to that Snake King. The remaining 30,000 were for Zhuo Chen's kills of those scattered demon beasts. Time flows like water, fleeting in the blink of an eye. In a flash, dozens of days had passed. Zhuo Chen had already developed a certain level of competence. His skin had darkened compared to 2 months ago, and if he didn't mention it himself, even if others saw him like this, they would mostly not associate him with the top student of the Martial God Academy. During these 2 months, aside from returning to the general's mansion to sleep, Zhuo Chen spent the rest of his time mingling with the members of the Demon Suppression Army, going on missions together during the day, and eating in the cafeteria. Yang Qinghai had completely turned into Zhuo Chen's little fanboy. One day, while Zhuo Chen was eating, Jubai walked over. Zhuo Chen, we need to plan a counterattack against the Demon Clan. The reason, of course, is the sudden attack by the Demon Clan 2 months ago. Are you going to participate? Over these 2 months, Jubai had become completely numb. As long as Zhuo Chen was on a mission, there was no task that couldn't be completed. So, no matter what kind of performance Zhuo Chen showed or how much merit he earned, Jubai could understand. Moreover, Zhuo Chen's combat power had begun to influence the deployment of the Demon Suppression Army's combat strength. Although this influence was still not very significant, one had to admit that this kid Zhuo Chen was indeed strong. A great battle? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, his face revealing a hint of anticipation. A great battle? That sounds great. Not only could he kill a lot of demons, but he could also encounter high-level demon beasts. Besides, as long as it's a great battle, high-level combat power would be nearby, which means absolute safety. Since that's the case, what is there to worry about? I'll participate. I must participate. Zhuo Chen laughed heartily, his laughter revealing a sense of cheerfulness and ease. After spending 2 months with the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army, Zhuo Chen felt more and more like a soldier himself. General Qin, I wonder if we can participate? On the other side, Yang Qinghai was stunned. Qin Jubai had come to invite Zhuo Chen, and although he had been following Zhuo Chen for the past 2 months, such matters still had to follow the arrangements from above. Of course you can, Qin Jubai was taken aback, glancing at Yang Qinghai. This Yang Qinghai had previously been a low-key presence, but ever since Zhuo Chen arrived, this guy had been extremely attentive. In these 2 months, even just by accumulating merit, he had gathered nearly 20,000. He could be promoted to the captain level at any time. However, Zhuo Chen, after this battle, you should leave quickly. Qin Jubai stared at Zhuo Chen, shaking his head slightly. What? Zhuo Chen was stunned. Previously, the Demon Suppression Army had been trying every means to win him over. What was going on today? They actually wanted him to leave? If you don't leave soon, my position should be yours. What else do you want? Qin Jubai was taken aback. What? Are you pretending to be clueless? In these 2 months, how many demons have you killed? How much merit have you earned? Don't you know? This. Zhuo Chen was stunned. Is it really that exaggerated? What's wrong? Aren't you still unconvinced? In 2 months, you've earned millions of merit points. If you don't leave now, our Demon Suppression Army's treasury will be emptied by you. Do you know that? Qin Jubai chuckled, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man, though not very old, truly had extraordinary abilities. Millions? Isn't it just 2 million merit points? Zhuo Chen rubbed his chin. In fact, he had already made up his mind. There was nothing much to say about this. Since there was a merit system, earning some merit points didn't seem like a big deal. Besides, having 2 million merit points didn't mean he could immediately exchange them for items. Do you hear yourself? Is this even human talk? Isn't it just 2 million merit points? You know that after so many years in the abyss, I've only earned a few million merit points. This amount can at most get me a golden item. And you, in just 2 months, managed to get a golden item? Qin Jubai shook his head helplessly. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. If that was the case, he really couldn't argue. In these 2 months, he had accomplished what Qin Jubai had done over 10 years. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Well, after participating in tomorrow's battle, I'll leave immediately. Zhuo Chen nodded seriously. You? Upon hearing this, Qin Jubai couldn't help but roll his eyes, his gaze filled with more helplessness. If possible, he hoped this guy would leave right away, without waiting to finish the battle. In fact, in such large-scale battles, only high-level combatants could take the lead. Although Zhuo Chen could slay 6th-tier beasts, his impact on the battle situation was quite limited. Zhuo Chen, however, smiled and shook his head. Overall, he was very satisfied with his gains over the past 2 months on the Great Wall. A full 2 million merit points. He had already thought about how to use those 2 million merit points. If he exchanged them all for white items, it would greatly help improve his strength. By the way, Zhuo Kid. Qin Jubai's expression became serious. You're already at the peak of the 2nd tier, right? How long do you plan to suppress your realm? Qin Jubai stared at Zhuo Chen, his gaze revealing a hint of suspicion. Ha! Zhuo Chen was stunned. Qin Jubai, as a master-level expert, truly had a sharp eye. He could tell at a glance that Zhuo Chen was at the peak of the 2nd tier. In fact, Zhuo Chen had reached the peak of the 2nd tier a month ago. It wouldn't take much effort to break through, but he was currently living in the general's residence, and sending a large number of white items into the abyss was somewhat unrealistic. Even if he could send them in, Zhuo Chen still had to worry about the safety of those items. There was no need for that kind of safety concern. Although he could buy enough white items in Jubai City, and even here there were the most, the attributes of these items were not uniform and were quite mixed. Moreover, buying a large number of white items would easily attract the attention of others. Zhuo Chen only had this thought temporarily and then directly gave it up. It would be better to wait until he returned to Qingzhou to plan. Once in Qingzhou, everything would be much more convenient. I just feel that my vitality is a bit unstable and needs to settle down. After I leave the abyss, I will naturally break through. Zhuo casually found a reason to brush it off, and Jubai didn't delve deeper. After all, Zhuo master was the current martial god. Perhaps the martial god had other considerations. Alright, the operation is set for tonight. After the operation begins, you will act with me. Jubai didn't say much more. He nodded and turned to leave. A glint of determination flashed in Zhuo eyes. Acting with Jubai? That was quite good. At least if he participated together, he would basically not encounter any danger. With a set of battle armor for protection and a strange knife by his side, as long as he didn't run into high-tier beasts, he would be absolutely fine. That night. The night was dark and windy. Zhuo donned his battle armor, the bright silver plating appearing somewhat otherworldly under the blood-red moonlight. A strange knife materialized in his hand. The 2-meter-long blade emitted glimmers of cold light beneath the blood moon. Zhuo squinted his eyes. Although he had been in the abyss for 2 months, he still had not fully adapted to the environment there. Not to mention the silver moonlight. Turning blood-red felt somewhat off. Under the leadership of Jubai, thousands of troops surged toward the gathering place of the Demon Clan. To ensure the success of the operation this time, almost all participants were high-level combatants, and Zhuo was among them. Originally, Zhuo did not want to stand out too much in ordinary battles, as it would easily attract the attention of the Demon Clan. But this time, with Jubai acting alongside him, Zhuo simply let go of his inhibitions. Let's kill! This time, he would kill until the world turned dark. After all, there would not be many more opportunities like this to earn merit. Once he entered the Martial God Academy, it would be much harder to gain merit than it was now. That night, the Demon Clan's gathering place was thrown into chaos. A team of thousands destroyed several gathering points. The 10 masters of the human race joined forces to slay 5 demon kings. Demon kings. They were beings of the same level as human masters, but their combat power was even stronger. They could easily face the siege of several masters. Even against a martial god, they had the strength to fight. However, this time, Jubai City united with surrounding cities to give the Demon Clan a significant blow. The killing was earth-shattering. In this battle, Zhuo killed several 7th-tier demon beasts, and according to the merit value calculation, the merit he gained was already close to 200,000. Thus, the merit in Zhuo hands had exceeded 220,000. In other words, this merit could be exchanged for 220,000 white entries. As dawn broke, Zhuo packed his belongings and prepared to leave. After all, with the Demon Clan in turmoil last night, even if they received news this morning, they would not be able to act immediately. Leaving at this time was actually the safest. After embarking on the return journey, it was another day of bumps. That night, Zhuo saw that the sky around him had gradually returned to its normal color, and the moon in the sky had also become its usual silver glow. Upon noticing this scene, Zhuo took a deep breath. It was indeed more comfortable outside the abyss. Not only was the air fresh, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of peace after leaving the abyss. Soon, the escort vehicle arrived in front of the villa. Zhuo jumped down from the car. After being away for 2 months, everything around the villa seemed unchanged. After passing the facial recognition verification, Zhuo stepped into the villa. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The crisp notification sound rang out, but a strange expression crossed Zhuo's face. To be honest, he hadn't heard the clear sound from WeChat in a long time. After all, once he entered the abyss, the communicator had no signal at all. Not to mention WeChat, even normal calls could only be made at fixed locations. Fortunately, this time could be said to be a fruitful one. With a full 220,000 merits, Zhuo needed to think carefully about how to utilize these merit points to maximize his benefits. Zhuo opened his WeChat. Upon seeing it, he was instantly stunned. 2 months without replying to messages. His WeChat notifications had turned into 999 plus. Seeing so many messages, Zhuo felt his scalp tingle. With so many messages, he truly did not know when he would be able to reply. However, Zhuo still browsed through them roughly to avoid missing anything. Zhuo opened WeChat. He quickly noticed that many of the messages were daily greetings from classmates. He chose not to reply to these messages. After that, Zhuo saw a message from Chen Xingxuan. Chen Xingxuan didn't say much, just shared a business card with Zhuo. The profile picture showed a very pretty girl. Immediately, Zhuo looked at the message left by Chen Xingxuan. This is your senior sister's WeChat from the Martial God Academy. Once you arrive at the Martial God Academy, you can contact her for everything. She can help you arrange everything. Seeing these two sentences, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his martial god master was quite attentive to him, probably knowing that he would be coming out of the abyss in the past few days, which was why she left a message at this time. Zhuo Chen replied briefly and didn't say much more. Then, he replied to other messages from classmates he had a good relationship with. Zhuo Chen also saw some friend requests in WeChat. He glanced at them, they were mostly from people he wasn't very familiar with, so he decided to ignore those messages. However, after seeing another message, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. The profile picture belonged to Chang Huaishan, the principal of the first martial school. Zhuo Chen had a good impression of this principal, as his attitude towards students was better than that of many teachers. Moreover, he always had a smile on his face. Not only was he amiable, but he also truly lived up to his name. Additionally, Zhuo Chen naturally remembered that Chang Huaishan had promised him a reward of 300 million. Although Zhuo Chen's gains from this trip into the abyss were quite good, he didn't really need that 300 million, but having it was better than not having it. Since he was about to go to Kyoto for school, it would indeed be nice to have a bit more money afterward. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen chose to accept the friend request. Zhuo Qinchuan, you really are a busy person. But I've been keeping an eye on you these days. Please provide your card number, and we will transfer the 300 million funds directly to your account. Just as Zhuo Chen accepted the friend request, Chang Huaishan immediately replied. Seemingly realizing something, a strange expression appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. This was the principal of the first martial school, who had previously been a significant figure in his eyes. Even if he wasn't particularly busy, why was he holding his phone every day? Even though it had been a holiday for a while, the principal should have been relatively free. But wasn't school about to start soon? Thank you, Principal Chang. I spent the last 2 months in the abyss, where there was no signal. The first thing I saw when I came out was your request. Zhuo Chen briefly explained the situation. After all, he had a good impression of this principal. Ha, I knew Zhuo Qinchuan was a good one. You are a genius who came from our first martial school. Once you're in Kyoto, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me. I have quite a few colleagues in Kyoto, Chang Huaishan immediately said. Zhuo Chen smiled again. Okay, if I need anything, I will definitely reach out. Zhuo Chen replied with a light laugh. Zhuo Qinchuan, I have one more request. I don't know when you'll be heading to Kyoto, but if you have time, could you come back and give a lesson to the students? Chang Huaishan asked politely. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Give a lesson to the students? Speaking of which, he was still a student himself. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. I'm not sure about the exact time, but if I have the chance, I will come back to take a look. Zhuo Chen replied to the message. Chang Huaishan replied again. Zhuo Chen didn't check what Chang Huaishan said but instead prepared to purchase new entries immediately for fusion. Although the Martial God Academy has not officially started, he must prepare in advance. Ding dong! Just as Zhuo Chen was about to close WeChat, it unexpectedly rang again. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. He looked at the new message. Are you my little junior brother? The master has already said you are very impressive, but thinking about it, you are the master's direct disciple, so you must be exceptional. Little junior brother, I don't know when you'll arrive in Kyoto, but once you do, be sure to contact me. All your senior sisters will take care of everything for you. The other party quickly sent the message and Zhuo Chen glanced at it, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Speaking of senior sisters, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel that this little girl couldn't be very old, could she? Or perhaps she had been well protected since childhood and had never suffered. Regardless of which, Zhuo Chen liked it. After that, Zhuo Chen directly placed an order online, exchanging over 2 million merit points for white entries. White entries are the cheapest, and with these over 2 million white entries, he should be able to convert all his green entries into blue entries this time, right? Zhuo Chen smiled. He then began to place orders frantically. After finishing all this, Zhuo Chen contentedly walked out of the training room. That night, Zhuo Chen did not train but lay on his spacious bed and had a good sleep. Not to mention anything else, at least during these 2 months in the abyss, Zhuo Chen had been quite tired. Although he could rest every night, that environment was nowhere near as comfortable as home. When he woke up from this sleep, Zhuo Chen felt the warm sunlight spilling onto his face. Knock knock. As Zhuo Chen opened his eyes, he heard a crisp knocking sound. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. Was this the delivery of the entries? I have to say, the efficiency of the Demon Suppression Army's delivery is really high. With a sigh in his heart, Zhuo Chen quickly got up, wearing his pajamas, and opened the door. Just taking a glance, Zhuo Chen was stunned. What was going on? Have deliveries changed to beautiful women now? Hello? The beauty standing opposite noticed Zhuo Chen's days and greeted him first. Hello, are you? Zhuo Chen instinctively opened his mouth, but the beauty standing opposite swept her gaze over Zhuo Chen and instinctively blushed. This. Zhuo Chen was stunned, following her gaze. Ha? Ah. So that's how it is. He had just woken up and was still in his pajamas. As for his physique, let's not mention it, he had a solid 8-pack abs. The key was that at this moment, Xiao Fan was still standing there, which was a bit too much. The next second, Xiao Fan went down. Zhuo Chen's expression remained unchanged. Hello, may I ask, are you Zhuo Chen? The beauty, seeing this scene, instinctively whitened her eyes. Fortunately, Zhuo Chen was still standing in front of her, and even though she was shocked, she didn't show it too obviously. What the heck? Zhuo Chen was dumbfounded. She knows my name? Then. This is even more outrageous. However, seeming to see the curiosity in her gaze, Zhuo Chen could only nod gently. It's me. Zhuo Chen, we are from the Martial God Academy. We are here because the school is about to start, and we are here to escort you into the campus. The beauty smiled lightly, and her gaze towards Zhuo Chen changed slightly. This one is the legendary direct disciple of Zhua. It seems he is truly not simple. Many people in the school have been discussing it, and now seeing Zhuo Chen's appearance, she basically had a judgment in her heart. This strength is naturally unquestionable. The key is, he is quite handsome. No wonder he could become a direct disciple. Is that so? Zhuo Chen blinked. He had originally thought it was a burly man delivering box after box of entries for him. He never expected to encounter someone from the Martial God Academy. Please wait a moment. I'll be right out. Bang! Before the people outside could react, with a light sound, Zhuo Chen closed the door. Phew! He let out a gentle breath. The beautiful woman outside, dressed in professional attire with gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, clearly looked like a career woman, perhaps even a teacher from the Martial God Academy. She wouldn't become my teacher, would she? Zhuo Chen shook his head. Forget it. This wasn't his fault. Who would have thought a beauty would appear here so early in the morning? Soon, Zhuo Chen washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. When he opened the door again, he saw that quite a few people were standing outside. Hello, Zhuo Chen. Since school is starting soon, we had contacted you earlier, but we couldn't get through. So we came here proactively, sorry about that. The beautiful woman pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Ahem, it's alright. I just returned from the abyss yesterday, there's no signal there, so it's normal that I couldn't be reached. Zhuo Chen waved his hand, a bit embarrassed. Then, Zhuo Chen looked behind the beautiful woman and had to admit that the number of people escorting him this time was quite considerable. Along with some people in the distance, there were at least dozens standing outside the villa. Why don't you all come in for a glass of water? Some things I ordered haven't arrived yet, we can set off after receiving them. Zhuo Chen said helplessly. We won't drink water, we can just wait outside. By the way, my name is Bai Ling, and I am the team leader for this escort mission. I am a 9th-tier martial artist. The few behind me are all 8th-tier martial artists, and those in the distance are at least 7th tier. We have a total of 52 people, specifically responsible for your safety, Zhuo Qinchuan. Bai Ling smiled lightly and then began to explain to Zhuo Chen. So many? Zhuo Chen was taken aback. It seemed that the Martial God Academy recognized his identity as Zhuo Qinchuan. Not too many. After all, you are a genius among geniuses, so it is only right for us to do this. Bai Ling's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but nod secretly. Zhuo Chen truly deserves to be a direct disciple of the martial god, remaining composed in front of them. Additionally, the Martial Alliance has also dispatched more personnel. My position and those behind me represent the Martial God Academy. Bai Ling continued to introduce. Shua. Chen nodded lightly. He was well aware that within the Great Xia territory, it was absolutely safe inside the cities. In other places, monsters could appear at any time, so it was no wonder the Martial God Academy took this seriously. Those who could join the Martial God Academy were basically geniuses among geniuses, and if anything happened to any one of them, it would be a huge loss for humanity. Therefore, strengthening the escort force was something that should be done. Such a team could retreat unscathed even when encountering master-level monsters. Glancing at the people behind him, Zhuo Chen felt completely at ease. The distance to the capital wasn't far, at most, it would take 3 or 4 days for everyone to arrive. After another 10 minutes, several military green armored vehicles stopped at the villa entrance. Then, they began to unload boxes one by one. These people came from the Demon Suppression Army and were naturally delivering entries for him, but upon Noticing that many present were strong, the delivery personnel became increasingly respectful towards Zhuo Chen. After checking the quantity, Zhuo Chen signed his name. He then waved his hand, storing all the entries into his spatial belt. Since the escort team had arrived, Zhuo Chen had no reason to keep them waiting. Only after settling down in Kyoto can we find a suitable place to merge the entries. Everyone boarded the low-altitude flying vehicle and headed to the next city. After all, the low-altitude flying vehicle consumes a lot of energy, so we can only go to the next city first, and after replenishing energy, we can continue to Kyoto. Originally a 4-day journey, it actually only took 3 days on the road. On the morning of the third day, Zhuo Chen was already standing outside the gate of the Kyoto Martial God Academy. It was summer. Even in the morning, the sun was blazing. Zhuo Chen glanced at the seemingly endless line ahead, his expression somewhat strange. The great Xia already had a large population base. So encountering a day like this, queuing was basically inevitable. However, at ordinary times, those in line were all martial artists, geniuses with martial arts talent. But in front of the martial arts academy, they were just new students lining up to register. Zhuo Chen also felt that in such a place, his reputation as a direct disciple might not be so effective. After all, everyone around was a genius. What's going on? We joined the Martial God Academy, and we still have to queue? This great Xia Martial God Academy really doesn't take us martial artists seriously. I have at least over 10,000 in vitality, which is higher than some college students. What do these people want? Making me queue here is just wasting my time. Complaints occasionally arose from the crowd. Come on, just over 10,000 in vitality, what's so impressive about that? My vitality is already 20,000. What did I say? Do you think this is your little hometown? Many people had a poor attitude towards such individuals, and after hearing a few words, they couldn't help but retort. Zhuo Chen, come with me, a gentle voice came from behind. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He instinctively looked back and was surprised to see Bai Ling, who had been in the escort team, smiling and making a gesture for him to follow. Ha! Zhuo Chen was stunned, his face full of confusion. What was going on? Earlier, he saw Bai Ling in the escort team handing over duties, and when he saw people queuing here, he came over voluntarily. From this meaning, did she think he didn't need to queue? Zhuo Chen, ordinary students do need to queue here, but your vitality is already very high, and you are a direct disciple of the martial god, so of course, you have special channels to enter the academy. Bai Ling seemed to see through Zhuo Chen's confusion. Before Zhuo Chen could speak, she took the initiative to explain. Helpless, Zhuo Chen nodded. There was no way. He originally planned to keep a low profile, but after this, he had already revealed himself among all the newcomers, and it would be hard to keep a low profile in the future. Under Bai Ling's guidance, everything went very smoothly afterward. Amidst the envious gazes of a crowd, Zhuo Chen walked directly to the front of the line. Then, he received the registration information from the teacher welcoming the new students, simply verified it, and signed off before leaving. What's going on with this person? How did he cut in line? Noticing how easily Zhuo Chen entered the academy, many people behind frowned, and a few voiced their dissatisfaction. Cut in line? Look at that, is that cutting in line? Bai Ling, don't you recognize him? That's a 9th-tier martial artist, rumored to be not far from becoming a master. Bai Ling is so polite to him, do you think he's simple? Yeah, that's Zhuo Chen, who didn't even take the martial exam and got exempted directly. In the last test before the martial exam, his vitality was already 30,000. How can you compare with him? Various voices came from the crowd, but Zhuo Chen had a strange expression. Were these people so well informed? The commotion at the school gate quickly subsided. The queue didn't take much time. Zhuo Chen soon entered the academy. Immediately, he looked at his communicator. His master had already told him that after arriving at the academy, he could find his senior sister, and Zhuo Chen had contacted her the night before. Zhuo Chen quickly sent a message to the world. Soon, a tall and graceful figure appeared in his line of sight. You must be Zhuo Chen, junior brother Zhua? The beautiful woman dressed in a white training outfit accentuated her enchanting figure, and although she was a senior sister, Zhuo Chen could clearly sense that she was not very old. You are senior sister Zhang? It's a pleasure to meet you, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Zhuo Chen smiled and extended his hand. Their hands clasped briefly before quickly separating. Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback, her eyes filled with astonishment. She knew very well that although she was also a disciple of Chen Xingxuan, she was merely a nominal disciple. While being a nominal disciple of Chen Xingxuan was a great honor, it was nothing compared to Zhuo Chen, who was a direct disciple. In fact, if one were to discuss it, Zhuo Chen was her senior brother. Junior brother, you are truly humble. I like this personality. Since you call me senior sister, you can come to me for anything in this martial arts academy. I'll look out for you, Zhang Miaoxue said, momentarily stunned, her cheeks slightly flushed. As she spoke, she patted her chest, making a thumping sound. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze. I originally planned to pick you up at the school gate. But I didn't expect you to have already entered the academy. How about this, where are you assigned? I'll take you to the dormitory first, and after you settle in, I'll treat you to a welcome dinner tonight. How does that sound? Zhang Miaoxue laughed heartily, her eyes filled with more delight. This little junior brother of hers not only had great talent but also seemed quite easy to get along with. Since that was the case as a senior sister, she naturally had to act like one. Zhuo Chen was at a loss. He truly didn't know where he was assigned to live. The teacher responsible for his reception hadn't told him anything. Zhuo Chen took out a pile of items given to him by the teacher earlier and quickly found a key among them. Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback. It's fine, I'm very familiar with the entire academy. No matter where you live, I'll definitely deliver it to you, Zhang Miaoxue said as she took the key from Zhuo Chen's hand, her expression becoming more composed. What the heck? But the next second, Zhang Miaoxue exclaimed. Junior brother, you. Zhang Miaoxue blinked hard, fearing she had misread the situation. It couldn't be. This junior brother had just arrived at the school and was still a freshman. How could he be living in Area A? Zhuo Chen was completely confused, not understanding why Zhang Miaoxue had such a strong reaction. It was simply absurd. Junior brother, you actually live in Area A? Although it's just the last villa, a complex expression flashed in Zhang Miaoxue's eyes. No wonder he was the direct disciple of the master. This treatment was something she couldn't compare to. Zhuo Chen was also stunned. In fact, ever since the simulation test ended, he had been quite busy for the past 2 months. Although he had joined the Martial God Academy, he wasn't very clear about the rules of the academy. After hearing Zhang Miaoxue's words, he looked bewildered. Senior sister, I'm not very clear about these things. I just received the key from the teacher in charge when I entered the academy. Zhuo Chen looked helpless. He didn't know what living in Area A truly meant. Let's go. Since the master has arranged it this way, there must be her own reasons. To put it simply, the Martial God Academy is fundamentally based on strength, and the competition is quite fierce. In this context, those who can reside in Area A are all top-tier geniuses. You can understand that the 36 people in Area A are the strongest 36 in the academy. You are only a freshman, yet you have already entered Area A. I can only say that the master holds you in very high regard, Zhang Miaoxue said. Zhuo Chen understood. Our academy's accommodation areas are divided very strictly, with a total of 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Area A is the highest. This is the villa area, with only 36 villas. Area B has 72 villas, while Area C has 108. These are all standalone villas, and the environment in the villa area is quite good, with a very high concentration of spiritual energy. Even if you do nothing while living here, your strength will still improve. As for the last area, it is no different from an ordinary academy, that is a collective dormitory. After hearing Zhang Miaoxue's words, Zhuo Chen finally understood why she had such a big reaction when she learned he was living in Area A. Moreover, these areas all require rent. For the Area A you are in, the rent is 5,000 merit points per month. Rent cannot be overdue, Zhang Miaoxue continued to explain. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that the master had promised him 10,000 merit points each month. This meant that, essentially, it was a long-term meal ticket. Even if his strength was insufficient. In the short term, he could still reside in Area A. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Let me tell you, everyone who enters the Martial God Academy has a dream, which is to work hard for 4 years and move into Area A. That would greatly help with cultivation and strength improvement. And you came in and directly entered Area A. That's a direct step towards the peak of life. As Zhang Miaoxue spoke, her eyes were filled with bright colors, not hiding her envy at all. Zhuo Chen understood now. Entering Area A not only required strong strength but also a very strong practical ability. Otherwise, even if one managed to get in based on strength, if they couldn't earn merit points, they would soon have to move out. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, the surroundings became increasingly remote. At first, they could still see some people, but later, there was not a single soul. Zhuo Chen was not surprised by this. After all, this was Area A, and the population here was inherently small. After nearly 10 minutes, the area in front of them became more open. Just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, Zhang Miaoxue stopped and pointed at the distant standalone villas. Junior brother, that is Area A. You should be able to feel that even before we enter Area A, the air around us is getting better, Zhang Miaoxue continued to explain, and Zhuo Chen just nodded lightly. He had naturally noticed this change. Finally, they stood in front of a villa. Zhuo Chen could even see shadows moving in a few nearby villas, but no one came out. Only in the closest villa did a graceful figure peek out. I didn't expect new people could come to Area A. Zhang Miaoxue, how can you be so rude? I was the one who asked the question first, wasn't I? On the other side, a girl with long black hair leaned out of the window. There was a hint of anger in her eyes. Hello, little junior brother, welcome to be my neighbor. The girl noticed that Zhang Miaoxue was ignoring her, so she simply changed her target and waved her fair, jade-like hand at Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He didn't speak, just politely nodded. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He keenly sensed that his senior sister was likely not on good terms with this woman. Since that was the case, it was better for him to say less. Her? She's notoriously promiscuous, has no real strength, and is already in her 4th year but only ranked 35 in Area A. Just ignore her. Zhang Miaoxue snorted lightly, a hint of indifference flashing in her eyes. You. The girl was also stunned, not expecting Zhang Miaoxue to be so disrespectful. However, after glancing at Zhuo Chen, she held back her anger. I really don't have much ability, but some people are probably in Area B now, right? The girl raised her eyebrows, a faint smile in her eyes. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head with a mocking expression. Some people really dare to speak. Aren't you in your 4th year? I'm only in my 2nd year this year, how can you compare with me? Do you still have the face to? Zhang Miaoxue changed her demeanor, immediately retorting as soon as she heard the woman speak. What was the big deal? Zhuo Chen understood now. In this martial god academy, strength basically represented everything. Since that was the case, he would definitely train hard here. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I should be challenging you soon. I hope you won't cry when the time comes. You've been here for 4 years and are only ranked 35 in Area A, you really have some ability. Zhang Miaoxue dropped this line and didn't look back. She directly used Zhuo Chen's key to open the door. After the two entered the villa, Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhuo Chen. This is how I treat those who have no strength but still want to put on airs. I never show them a good face. You'll get used to it. As Zhang Miaoxue spoke, a sweet smile returned to her face. Zhuo Chen just nodded lightly. Initially, he thought Zhang Miaoxue was a well-behaved girl with decent strength, but he didn't expect his senior sister to have another side. However, on the other hand, this was indeed quite good. At least she wouldn't tolerate fools and wouldn't be bullied. With such protection in this world, Zhuo Chen's days in the Martial God Academy should still be quite good. I knew it. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly. However, you haven't interacted much with the master yet. This is actually a requirement from the master for us. The master has said before that the path of martial arts is actually very difficult, resources are limited, and anything useful is finite. If you don't fight for it, how can you progress? Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly. Just like that woman, if I let her off today, she'll dare to bully me tomorrow, that's obvious. Zhang Miaoxue looked seriously at Zhuo Chen. Junior brother, your talent is quite good, and you could very well grow into a top-tier existence among humans. However, you must remember that your identity has changed significantly compared to before. You are no longer a high school student. Back then, you had to be restrained many times. A serious expression also appeared on Zhang Miaoxue's pretty face. Moreover, you are now a martial artist, a direct disciple of the martial god. These halos are all to help you strive for better. You can only move forward to have a better future. Only in this way can you truly grow. A deep flash passed through Zhang Miaoxue's gaze. Zhuo Chen nodded in agreement. He had been fighting in the abyss for 2 months. Zhang Miaoxue was also very much in agreement with what she said. Junior brother, after you have experienced it, you will understand. Zhang Miaoxue turned around, and there was an added seriousness in her gaze towards Zhuo Chen. As a martial artist, you must be low-key when facing strong opponents, and when facing those weaker than you, they are just useless, so you don't need to take it to heart. Zhang Miaoxue put on a pretentious air, and Zhuo Chen blinked. Senior sister, you are right. But that girl from before seems to be stronger than you. Shouldn't we respect her? Zhuo Chen was a bit confused. Her? She doesn't count. Besides, this is a school. Even if she is dissatisfied with me, she wouldn't just rush up and attack me. Moreover, even if her strength is greater than mine now, I can surpass her in 2 months, so none of this matters. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly. And we are both disciples of our master. Who is our master? The top martial god. If we back down, it would damage our master's reputation, and that cannot happen. Besides, you and I are not the same. You are our master's direct disciple, so you should be better than me at doing things. After saying this, Zhang Miaoxue felt that it was about time. She turned around and walked outside. After taking 2 steps, she stopped. Junior brother, I almost forgot to ask, what is your current strength? Zhang Miaoxue asked curiously. I am at the peak of the 2nd stage. Zhuo Chen did not hide this. After all, he had already reached the 2nd stage 2 months ago. Now, with an additional 2 months, reaching the peak of the 2nd stage was quite normal. Then how about this, we can have an agreement between us. If someone of the same level attacks you, you can only handle it yourself. If someone at the 3rd stage attacks you, you can also only handle it yourself, but if anyone above the 3rd stage dares to bully you, as your senior sister, I absolutely cannot just stand by. I will help you out then. Once that happens, those people will definitely behave and won't dare to bully you again. Zhang Miaoxue squinted her eyes and spoke seriously. Also, before the 3rd stage, the essence is actually the same. As long as your blood energy is sufficient, you can basically break through smoothly. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been suppressing your own realm, right? Zhang Miaoxue's eyes suddenly lit up. Logically speaking, with junior brother's talent, his entry level must not be low. The speed of his cultivation was bound to be fast. Yes, I actually want my blood energy to be more refined. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. That line of thought is correct. As long as you take steady steps, there will definitely be no problems. Wait until you reach the 4th stage. The stage from the 4th to the 7th is mainly about cultivating the soul. At that time, our master will also tell you some specific methods. It's still a bit too early to discuss this with you now. Zhang Miaoxue nodded gently. It's already getting late. I need to go back to Area B to prepare after having dinner with you tonight. Zhang Miaoxue stood up, and there was a bit more reluctance in her gaze. In fact, if it weren't for Zhuo Chen living here, she wouldn't usually have the chance to go to Area A. By the way, junior brother, you are the direct disciple of the martial god. Everything you enjoy now is a privilege. And you can refuse any challenges from others. Don't forget this. However, some people are bound to use other means to deal with you, so you need to be careful about that. Zhang Miaoxue reminded him again, a smile appearing on her face as she planned to turn and leave. Zhuo Chen's mind stirred. Others couldn't challenge him? That would take away quite a bit of fun. Senior sister, can I challenge others? Zhuo Chen blurted out, a hint of expectation subtly shining in his eyes. Do you still want to challenge others? Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback. It should be known that this is the Kyoto Martial God Academy, and those who can enter this school are generally the best of the best. Moreover, new students usually can only live in the C and D districts. So, Zhuo Chen's intention was already very clear. He wanted to challenge the A district? The 35 people in front of the A district, at the very least, are at the 7th level of martial arts. At this level, they can basically be said to easily defeat Zhuo Chen, as at this stage, they can already use soul power, which significantly enhances their reaction speed and overall qualities. It is simply not something a 2nd level martial artist can face. Yes. Zhuo Chen, however, felt it was nothing. His attributes had already been greatly enhanced, and even 7th level monsters had died at his hands more than once. Otherwise, how could he have accumulated 2 million merit points? Therefore, even if these people were strong, they were still somewhat inferior compared to monsters. This was the source of Zhuo Chen's confidence. Junior brother, in the path of martial arts, while it's important to compete, your goals should also be appropriate. The gap between you and these people is still quite large. At the very least, you need to reach the 3rd level before you can use soul power to have the qualification to compete with them. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath. Okay. Zhuo Chen had no intention of revealing his true strength yet. He just nodded lightly. However, it is indeed very important for you to improve your strength now. After all, the A district is not free for you forever, it's only free for the first 2 months, during which others cannot challenge you. But after 2 months, others can challenge you. Zhang Miaoxue stared at Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen wasn't too concerned about this. Even if he made no progress in strength within 2 months, he wasn't afraid. After all, he had engaged in quite a bit of fighting during those 2 months in the abyss. His strength was continuously improving. Moreover, he still had a bunch of attributes that hadn't been fused yet. Once these attributes were fused, his strength would surely see a significant boost. By that time, if these people challenged him, even if they did, it would be like kicking against an iron plate. Alright, enough of this. I still need to earn rent, otherwise I won't even be able to pay for the rent in the B district. Zhang Miaoxue stood up and walked out. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Logically speaking, the training resources in the A district were top-notch. In this situation, the soul power in the A district was very abundant. If he couldn't use it for the time being, wouldn't that be a waste? Senior sister, it might take me a long time to reach the 4th level of martial arts. I can't use the soul power here. This place is big enough, why don't you just move in? We can live together? Zhuo Chen's eyes flickered. Logically, Zhang Miaoxue's family should be well off, and there was no need for her to worry about rent. In this situation, she was still busy trying to earn merit points. This was enough to show the importance of merit points. If the senior sister could live here, it would save some money. Can I? Zhang Miaoxue's eyes widened in surprise. She had indeed thought about entering the A district within 2 months. But she never expected it to be in this way. However, the A district not only had abundant spiritual energy but also ample soul power, which was not comparable to the B district at all. In this situation, moving in would indeed have many benefits. In fact, the speed of improvement could be significantly accelerated to some extent. No, I can't. I'm your senior sister, how can I take advantage of you? Zhang Miaoxue's expression changed slightly. I'll pay you rent. Your rent here is 5,000 a month, I'll cover half, how about that? Zhang Miaoxue's face was filled with anxiety. After all, this is Area A. This is the best location in the entire academy. Spending 2,005 merit points to live in this place is simply a dream come true. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Originally, he lived here without any cost, as it was a special privilege granted by the martial god. Now, with his senior sister moving in and taking on half of the rent, it was a win-win for Zhuo Chen. No problem. A smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. Mainly because the senior sister is beautiful and can give him merit points, thinking about it makes him feel good. Alright, my little junior brother is great, thinking of me so quickly. You may not need soul power, but blood energy is crucial for you. I have blood energy pills as rewards every week, which are of no use to me anymore. How about this, I'll give you a blood energy pill every week. This is already a reward for living in Area B. Zhang Miaoxue's eyes sparkled, her expression filled with anticipation. Okay, thank you, senior sister. Zhuo Chen didn't want to quibble over such trivial matters. Blood energy pills are definitely good things. They can enhance basic attributes, but blood energy pills are a transformation of blood energy acquired after birth, making the blood energy value more vigorous. They are absolutely valuable. Calculating this way, his senior sister could provide him with at least 4,000 merit points every month. Such a good deal is hard to come by. Then, the two of them tapped their communicators and the 2,005 merit points were directly credited. Also, this is a high-quality blood energy pill, which is exactly what you need right now. Don't dawdle with your senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue said as she tossed a blood energy pill over. Zhuo Chen reached out and caught it, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Let's leave it at that. I originally planned to earn merit points, but now I have to go back once. I not only need to move my luggage but also sublet my place in Area B. Zhang Miaoxue felt great at that moment. The accommodation issue was resolved, and it was still the resource-rich Area A. No matter how you look at it, this was worth celebrating. By the way, since you live in Area A, you can enjoy the benefits of Area A. You can also claim your welfare. Blood energy pills and soul condensing pills are both good things. These are benefits provided by the academy, so don't hesitate to take them, Zhang Miaoxue instructed Zhuo Chen before leaving. However, Zhuo Chen thought for a moment and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although he couldn't use the soul condensing pills, he understood one thing. The more robust the blood energy, the greater the soul power needed. Later. These soul condensing pills might not be useful to him now, but they could be very useful soon. If he saved them, they would definitely come in handy later. After Zhang Miaoxue left, Zhuo Chen opened the academy's forum and briefly checked the situation. After looking through it, Zhuo Chen found that his senior sister was indeed right. The academy had various rankings, and from the situation of these rankings, it was clear that the academy encouraged competition among students. Only in this way could students' strength improve rapidly. However, Zhuo Chen was stunned. If resources in competition were so fierce, and he occupied a position in Area A, then naturally someone had to be pushed down by him. This clearly meant that someone would resent him. But since his master arranged it this way, there must be a reason for it. He had already entered the Martial God Academy, so he could only face the challenges head-on. A man. What is there that he cannot do? Thinking of this, Zhuochen smiled knowingly. In fact, he was very clear that this beautiful master was just providing him with a sharpening stone. However, none of this mattered as long as his strength was strong enough. What sharpening stone or not was unimportant. As long as his strength could improve rapidly, everything else was not a big deal. Moreover, as a new student, being placed in this position by his master would indeed offend many people at once. But Zhuochen understood even more that everything was based on strength, and since that was the case, he should focus on improving his strength. As long as his strength improved, the rest would basically not be a major issue. Thinking of this, Zhuochen opened his phone and entered the internal network. Upon seeing it, he felt much more at ease. It seemed that no matter where he was, merit was indeed hard currency. He still had 400,000 merit points lying in his account. If it were ordinary times, these hundreds of thousands of merit points would be enough for him to relax, but right now, it was different. In this martial god academy, merit points were needed everywhere. Even with 100,000 merit points in his account, Zhuochen still felt a bit uneasy. In fact, having these hundreds of thousands of merit points could allow him to do many things, but for Zhuochen, it was still not enough. Although the next fusion entry was already sufficient, after reaching the 4th level of martial arts, what was needed was not just the entry, but also a synchronous increase in soul power. However, at any stage, the role of the entry was immense, akin to the engine of a car. With strong power, everything became much easier. Zhuochen then thought that if he didn't enter the abyss, some of the secrets on him would indeed be hard to explain. However, precisely because of his experience in the abyss, Zhuochen could completely say that his strong strength was forged through real combat training. Thus, he naturally wouldn't encounter any trouble. Immediately, Zhuochen called up the system panel. Name: Zhuochen. Rank: 2nd level entry, white, infinite, age, 21 vitality. 91,300 strength, 91,300 defense, 46,000 speed, 43 attack speed, 42,000. Taking a glance at his system panel, Zhuochen felt immensely satisfied. In fact, during these 2 months in the abyss, Zhuochen had been fighting against the demon race every day, and the results of the battles were quite evident. He clearly remembered that before entering the abyss, his vitality and strength were already just over 70,000. In 2 months, his vitality had only increased to over 90,000. Based on his previous growth rate, it seemed that his growth during these 2 months was slow, but in reality, Zhuochen knew that many people might not even break 10,000 in vitality even after exhausting their lives. His attributes were already enough to be considered against the heavens. Moreover, from obtaining the system until now, it had only been 3 months. 90,000 vitality in 3 months? This was absolutely against the heavens. On average, the increase in vitality had exceeded 30,000 each month. If it weren't for the solid data, Zhuochen wouldn't have imagined that in just 3 months he had grown to this extent. This was also the confidence that allowed Zhuochen to slay 7th level demon beasts. If he was not mistaken, based on his current attributes, even challenging those so-called geniuses on the heavenly ranking, he still had the qualification to kill them in seconds. Because this attribute was simply too powerful. Then, Zhuochen did not immediately fuse the new entry. He was very clear that his body's current quality was not at its peak. To fuse the entry, he still needed to adjust his state to the best for it to be perfect. Subsequently, Zhuochen took out the vitality pill given to him by his senior sister. This was at least a high-grade vitality pill. With his talent, with a single chi blood pill, his vitality and blood power could increase significantly. Moreover, Zhuochen had already made up his mind. With this chi blood pill, he could easily advance to the 3rd stage of martial arts. Once he entered the 3rd stage, he would gain an additional slot for his attribute cards. At that time, merging the attribute cards would be exactly what Zhuochen needed. Holding the chi blood pill, Zhuochen began to circulate his cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, the moon was already high in the sky. Zhuochen instinctively opened his eyes, only to find that the chi blood pill in his hand had turned into wisps of powder. Immediately, Zhuochen stood up, unconsciously tightening his fists, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. It seemed that this chi blood pill was indeed a good thing. After several hours of cultivation, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within his body. As he circulated his cultivation method, the vitality and blood power flowed throughout his body, refining every part and making him even stronger. It seems it's time to enter the 3rd stage of martial arts. Zhuochen squinted his eyes, his physical condition was at its peak. At this moment, breaking through would likely encounter no unexpected issues. Boom! In the next second, Zhuochen activated his cultivation method, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The path of martial arts had always been like this, one could only advance with courage and Determination. Break. Break for me. Zhuo Chen roared inwardly, and a powerful vitality surged throughout his body. Soon, this force rapidly spread to his limbs and bones. Crack. Following a light sound, Zhuo Chen's gaze suddenly brightened. Was it really that simple? Even though Zhuo Chen was prepared, there was still a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He had seen some materials on others' breakthroughs, and every breakthrough in martial arts was not only difficult but also somewhat dangerous. Danger? What danger? He felt as if this time he had broken through in less than a second. Even breathing couldn't be completed. In just a second. After successfully advancing to the third stage, Zhuo Chen felt an inexplicable power within him. Feeling this power, Zhuo Chen was stunned. Could this be soul power? However, upon further thought, Zhuo Chen understood that soul power was a force that could only be fully mastered after reaching the fourth stage. Now that he had entered the third stage, he was actually very close to the fourth stage, so it was normal to sense the power of soul power in advance. Soon after, Zhuo Chen took out all the attribute cards. After all, this was a villa in Area A. This villa had many areas, and compared to his villa in Xingzhou, it was more comprehensive in function, naturally having a dedicated training area. Zhuo Chen stepped in and took out all the white attribute cards. Fortunately, this was a villa. The training space was large enough, otherwise, with over 1 million attribute cards, even stacking them would be impossible. As soon as these attribute cards appeared, Zhuo Chen could clearly feel the spiritual energy around him gradually gathering. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that a vortex of spiritual energy had formed above the villa's roof. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen's eyes widened. This was not his first time merging attribute cards. He knew very well that in previous attempts, such a situation had never occurred. Was it because of the rich spiritual energy in Area A? Or was it because he hadn't merged enough attribute cards before? In previous merges, Zhuo Chen had used at most 600,000 cards, but this time, he had doubled that amount, so it was normal to see changes in the spiritual energy. Ding, a large number of mergeable attribute cards detected. Host, would you like to proceed with batch merging? The crisp system prompt rang out. Zhuo Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Merge. These 1.2 million entries did not come easily. He worked hard for 2 whole months in the abyss to obtain them. And after this fusion, his strength will surely see significant improvement. Ding, a large number of mergeable entries detected. Host, would you like to proceed with batch merging? The crisp system prompt echoed. Zhuo Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Merge. These 1.2 million entries were not easy to come by. He had worked hard for 2 months in the abyss to obtain them. And after this merge, his strength would surely see significant improvement. With a command from Zhuo Chen, his gaze flickered continuously. The 1.2 million entries before him quickly merged. Their volume instantly halved. After one merge, the 1.2 million white entries transformed into 600,000. Ding, a large number of mergeable entries detected. Host, would you like to proceed with merging? The system prompt sounded again. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. Continue merging. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entries before him began to merge rapidly. Ding. Merge successful. Ding. Merge successful. The crisp system prompts continued to come, but Zhuo Chen remained quietly waiting. Finally, after 9 merges along with the previous one, he had merged a total of 10 times. After 10 merges, the entries before him finally changed from white to green. The green light flashed and the spiritual energy rippled throughout the training room. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. This time, the entries he used were double compared to the last time. After 10 merges, Zhuo Chen obtained 1,171 green entries. Continue merging. Zhuo Chen took a quick glance at the situation and issued the command. A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. After the last merge, his original entries had already become green plus 7 entries, resulting in significant growth in attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host, merge successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, merge successful. The crisp prompt spread, and Zhuo Chen continued to wait. Ha! Not long after, Zhuo Chen gently exhaled, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the few entries in his hand. At this moment, after a total of 17 merges, Zhuo Chen had 9 green plus 7 entries left in his hand. Including the 4 he had embedded earlier, he was left with 11 green entries. However, suddenly, Zhuo Chen's eyes brightened. He remembered that he had also embedded one in his unknown blade, so when exchanging entries, he specifically considered armor breaking and bleeding effects. Therefore, all in all, he had 12 green plus 7 entries in hand. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, took out all the entries merged into himself, and used these entries as the basis for merging. Continue merging. Ding. Congratulations, host, merge successful. The crisp system prompt came and Zhuochen stared at the entries in his hand. After merging 12 entries, only 6 remained, emitting a shimmering green light, but Zhuochen keenly noticed that this light was deeper than before. However, Zhuochen did not expect that a full 1.2 million white entries would only increase the merging level of these entries by one-fold. Giant Bloodline plus 8, Strength increase 78,640%, Health value increase 78,640%. Golden Bell Shield plus 8, Defense increase 80,000%. Speed plus 8, Attack speed increase 80,000%. Peerless Monster plus 8, Cultivation speed increase 80,000%. Cutter plus 8, Armor breaking plus 2,000%, Bleeding plus 4,000%, Leap plus 8, Movement speed plus 80,000%, Certain chance to enter stealth. Looking at the 6 green plus 8 entries in his hand, Zhuochen exclaimed, "Wow! This was simply outrageous." Although it was just an increase of 1 level from the last enhancement, in reality, the effect of this attribute had doubled, which was simply unbelievable. The faint doubling effect of this attribute was already equivalent to the 2 months of hard training he had endured. In other words, if he had such strength during that moment when he killed the Serpent King in the Abyss, wouldn't a mere touch be enough to take down the Serpent King? Thinking of this, Zhuochen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It was truly too incredible. It seemed that continuing to merge attributes was the path he should take. Moreover, Zhuochen simply counted and realized that he was not far from his next attribute merge. Although the individual value of these white attributes was not high, he would need at least 2 million to continue merging next time. In other words, that was over 2 billion. Thinking of this, Zhuochen suddenly felt that merging attributes was no longer appealing. And this was just the green attributes. If in the future he could only merge white attributes, wouldn't he go bankrupt? After that, Zhuochen shook his head, temporarily pushing these thoughts out of his mind. Future matters could be discussed later, but for now, he should first use these merged attributes. These green plus 8 attributes were already so incredible. It was as if his strength had directly doubled after utilizing these attributes, and this was no joke. Subsequently, Zhuochen directly merged all these attributes into his body. After all, these attributes were ones he had been using from the beginning, belonging to the same source, making the merging process very convenient. Soon, Zhuochen had re-merged these attributes. Then, he lowered his head to look at his attribute panel. He hadn't looked before, but now he gasped in surprise. Name, Zhuochen level, Tier 3 attributes, White, Infinite, Age, 21 Health, 142600 Strength, 142600 Defense, 72,000 Speed, 80,000, Probability Stealth, Attack Speed, 72,000. Just a glance at the attribute panel left Zhuochen feeling very satisfied. It seemed that his 2 months in the Abyss had not been in vain. Although these 2 months were tough, the improvement in strength was real. With such attributes, he could easily handle even Tier 8 or Tier 9 powerhouses. Even if those so-called strong ones had already merged their soul power, having better control over their bodies and greater potential development than him, in Zhuochen's view, none of that mattered. In the face of absolute attribute monsters, nothing was too significant. No matter how tricky their moves were, as long as he seized the opportunity, it would basically be a one-hit deal. After reassembling the attributes, Zhuochen felt a surge of vitality within his body. However, the only thing that left him dissatisfied was that he always felt the system had shortchanged him on the power of his attributes. Before merging the attributes, his strength had already improved quite a bit. He felt that after merging, he wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. Shaking his head helplessly, Zhuochen didn't ask the system this time. He had basically figured out this troublesome system. Fortunately, he didn't ask, as that would naturally relate to his level of body development. Initially, Zhuochen didn't believe much in these things, but after listening to his senior sister's introduction to the later realms, he was more willing to believe that the key points of the later realms indeed revolved around the control of soul power. He hoped that after entering Tier 4, this situation would improve. After a brief moment of relief, Zhuochen let his body adapt to the power of the attributes before getting up and walking into the bathroom. Although the fusion entry didn't take much effort, I did sweat quite a bit during my training and really need a good wash. Before long, Zhuochen was wiping his strong body with a bath towel. As he passed through the living room, he suddenly caught sight of a graceful figure. TSK, it's still the junior brother. That figure is truly eye-catching. Zhang Miaoxue was standing outside the door, looking at a pile of luggage, and her eyes lit up when she noticed Zhuochen coming out. Zhuochen was taken aback. He then looked at Zhang Miaoxue, and with just one glance, he gathered a lot of information he needed. Zhang Miaoxue didn't have much luggage, and even the things she left at the door were neatly organized. This indicated that she was definitely a very orderly person in her daily life. Moreover, her usual carefree demeanor must be a facade. It seemed that in martial arts, one truly had to compete. Without discussing martial arts, she was just an ordinary sophomore girl. But in terms of martial arts, she was indeed a top talent. After all, according to Zhang Miaoxue, she was at least the first in Area B before he arrived. And at this moment, Zhang Miaoxue was only a sophomore, yet she already possessed such strength. In another year or two, becoming a pillar in Area A would be a certainty. Senior sister, you're quite quick, Zhuchen said with a light chuckle, shaking his head. After all, he was just without a shirt, there was nothing inappropriate about it. Alright, stop looking and hurry up to help me move my things, Zhang Miaoxue said, hands on her hips, standing at the door. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He finally understood why some girls couldn't open bottle caps. To put it simply, it wasn't that they couldn't open them, but it was sometimes necessary. I'll change my clothes and be right back, Zhuo Chen said, stepping into his room. When he came out again, there wasn't much luggage left at the door, and he casually took the remaining items into Zhang Miaoxue's room. Zhang Miaoxue was in high spirits. She had been cheerful all day. After all, this was Area A. Area A was the best residence in the Martial God Academy. Although the environment was relatively secondary, living here, even without doing anything, was greatly beneficial for cultivation. This alone was something that all martial artists couldn't resist. Let's go, tidy up a bit. I'll treat you to dinner. Zhang Miaoxue clapped her hands. Her luggage wasn't too much, so it was quick to pack. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. He had experienced quite a lot today. Not only had he arrived at the Martial God Academy, but he had also successfully advanced to the third level and reintegrated his attributes. With Zhang Miaoxue saying this, Zhuo Chen suddenly felt a bit hungry. After all, he had just broken through and needed a massive amount of energy to replenish himself to achieve greater progress. Wait! The next moment, Zhang Miaoxue's voice came, and her gaze towards Zhuo Chen revealed a hint of strangeness. Something was off. Something was definitely off. The aura on the junior brother was absolutely not right. Zhang Miaoxue was startled, and for a moment, Zhuo Chen didn't know what to do, so he could only stand still, quietly waiting, his eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. You. No wonder you are a Durat. Disciple, I'm just a named disciple, and that makes a difference. I was just moving houses. How did you break through? Wait, you just broke through? Why do I feel your aura is so rich? This vitality value. As she spoke, Zhang Miaoxue furrowed her brows. She even had a strange illusion that this kid's vitality value seemed stronger than her own. Ha! It's indeed a breakthrough, but unfortunately, the vitality pill is used up. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. What? This time, it was Zhang Miaoxue's turn to be surprised. The vitality pill was used up? That was a vitality pill. An ordinary martial artist could use it for at least a month of cultivation. This guy was simply a monster. How could he use up the vitality pill just by breaking through to the third level? TSK, truly impressive. No wonder the master thinks so highly of you. Your attributes, you don't have any cultivation enhancement, do you? Zhang Miaoxue squinted her eyes, a hint of suspicion flickering in her gaze, looking just like a private detective. Zhuo Chen merely smiled. Indeed, there was an enhancement from cultivation. Moreover, his enhancement was somewhat extraordinary. Forget it, your breakthrough is a great thing, and today you let me stay in Area A. To put it bluntly, I've taken advantage of you. Since that's the case, let's eat first, my treat. Soon, Zhang Miaoxue withdrew her gaze. A hint of smile returned to her eyes. After all, Zhuo Chen was the direct disciple of their master, and having some exceptional qualities was quite normal. The rapid progress of her junior brother was a good thing from any perspective, and there was no need to dwell on it. Afterward, Zhang Miaoxue returned to her room. After quickly changing her clothes, she came back out. Then, the two of them headed out together. Under Zhang Miaoxue's lead, they arrived at the school cafeteria. However, they did not choose to eat in the large cafeteria but instead took a series of turns to enter a small cafeteria. Zhuo Chen, who was following behind, was stunned. He was curious as to how this cafeteria, located in such a hard-to-find spot, could still survive. Was there something special about it? Before Zhuo Chen could ask, Zhang Miaoxue, standing on the other side, led him to a nearby seat. A smile appeared more prominently on her face. My senior sister said she wouldn't treat you poorly. Let me tell you, this meal costs a full 500 merit points, Zhang Miaoxue said, shaking the list in her hand. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen felt a slight chill. It was known that even in the Cultivation Paradise of Area A month was only 5,000 merit points, yet he didn't expect that a meal in this small cafeteria would cost 500 merit points. 500 merit points was no small amount and was certainly not something an average person could afford. All the ingredients here come from demon beasts, but these demon beasts have been screened. They are not only edible but also of top-notch quality, so 500 merit points isn't too much. Zhang Miaoxue continued to explain. Moreover, consuming these will enhance your vitality, which is indeed the most suitable for you right now. Zhuo Chen listened earnestly. Then thank you, senior sister. When he was in Jubicheng, Zhuo Chen was well aware of what merit points truly meant. They were definitely more appealing than cash. Zhang Miaoxue's willingness to spend 500 merit points to treat him to a meal was indeed thoughtful. Ha! Zhang Miaoxue. What a coincidence to run into you here. Just as the two settled down, a familiar voice came from not far away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue's expression immediately darkened. Who did she think it was? It turned out to be that woman from earlier. Zhang Miaoxue's face fell, and she did not speak. Hey! There's someone else. The woman squinted her eyes. Look, the newcomer in Area A, it's him who took your spot in Area A. The woman snorted lightly, glancing at the people around her. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Took the spot in Area A? Zhuo Chen remained calm. However, to be fair, there was nothing wrong with what she said. After all, the positions in every cultivation area had long been predetermined. After Zhuo Chen arrived, naturally, someone had to go to Area B. However, this was not something Zhuo Chen could decide himself. And the rather unfortunate last place in Area A was now standing with that woman from earlier. Yang Bing, are you looking for a beating? Although I'm in a good mood today, I wouldn't mind slapping you a couple of times. Before Zhuo Chen could speak, Zhang Miaoxue, sitting opposite him, had already stood up. Zhang Miaoxue's expression was gloomy. She stared fiercely at Yang Bing, who was also taken aback. She never expected that just a single sentence could easily ignite Zhang Miaoxue's anger. Zhang Miaoxue, you crazy woman, what are you going mad about? I was just joking, right? Everyone knows you protect your little junior brother, but you don't have to go to this extent, do you? Yang Bing snorted lightly, her eyes filled with oddness, the words she had spoken. The others around them hadn't heard it. But now it was different. With Zhang Miaoxue's shout, many gazes in the vicinity were immediately drawn over. Humph. If you really have some tricks, show them to me. If I find out you have some inhumane means, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Miaoxue narrowed her eyes, her gaze towards Yang Bing still carrying a hint of murderous intent. You. At this moment, Yang Bing could no longer sit still. In terms of pure strength, she indeed wasn't afraid of Zhang Miaoxue. But once Zhang Miaoxue got serious, none of the people behind her were ones she could afford to offend. But soon, a smile appeared on Yang Bing's face. No matter what, she had already said what she needed to say. If nothing unexpected happened, she could look forward to a good show next. The person beside Yang Bing snorted lightly, their expression also turning ugly. Qin Yang, what are you looking at me for? It's not like I pushed you out of your position. If you're uncomfortable, go find him. There's a reason for everything. You're a grown person, can't you understand this little bit of logic? Yang Bing snorted lightly, then pointed in Zhuo Chen's direction. Zhuo Chen had been sitting in his seat the whole time. Hearing the words coming from beside him, he didn't even lift his eyelids. On the other hand, Zhang Miaoxue's gaze was icy, always looking like she wanted to kill someone. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. He then put down the chopsticks in his hand, took a tissue from the table, and symbolically wiped his mouth, his eyes filled with more amusement. He walked step by step towards Zhuo Chen. On the other side, Yang Bing, seeing this scene, tightened her fists secretly. It seemed that what she had said earlier had already taken effect. Humph. This is the price. That woman Zhang Miaoxue was so arrogant in front of her at noon, wasn't she? It didn't matter that she didn't give her face back then, now she was going to reclaim everything. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared on Yang Bing's face. Moreover, she knew that Qin Yang had a decent background, and he was always heavy-handed. If he really made a move, it would be enough to teach that little brat Zhang Miaoxue a lesson, right? But the next second, Yang Bing was stunned. Even Yang Bing, who was sitting opposite Zhuo Chen with a wary expression, couldn't help but be taken aback. Hello, my name is Qin Yang, I'm a senior, and I know some people at school. If you need anything in the future, you can find me, Qin Yang said with a smile, lowering his posture. Zhuo Chen was also taken aback. He then reached out his hand. Zhuo Chen, a freshman. If you need anything, I can help. Zhuo Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, his face carrying a faint smile. It looked quite appropriate. The two simply shook hands and quickly parted. Little brother, you're not simple. During the simulation test, you were already incredibly strong. I heard you achieved quite a bit in the abyss. Although I'm a senior now, I have to say, I can't compare to you. Xin Yang shook his head slightly. His gaze towards Zhuo Chen held more admiration. The two chatted casually. Alright, little brother, I won't delay your meal any longer. Let's get together again when we have time. Soon, Xin Yang waved his hand. During their casual conversation, they didn't mention anything about Area A or Area B at all. Xin Yang waved his hand and returned to his seat. He then smiled in the direction of Zhuo Chen. Little brother, knowing each other is fate, no need to be polite with me, this meal is on me today. Xin Yang laughed heartily, looking very generous. However, Zhang Miaoxue, sitting opposite Zhuo Chen, was stunned. It took her a while to react. What is going on? This isn't following the script. This is illogical. No need to trouble yourself, let's save it for next time. Today is my treat, I was planning to invite my little junior brother for a meal anyway. Zhang Miaoxue said blandly, and Xin Yang could only nod, saying nothing more. On the other side, Yang Bing's expression turned ugly. What is going on? How can this guy act like this? He was the one who caused trouble, and after all this, it ended up like this? During lunch, he had already lost face, and now this just makes it worse. Xin Yang, what's wrong with you? You're making me look down on you. Do you know that because that person came, you lost your position in Area A? Are you even a man? You still want to invite her to dinner? Yang Bing completely lost her composure. Yang Bing, if you wanna die, go ahead, but please don't drag me into it. Xin Yang snorted lightly. You don't understand? Who is he? That person is a direct disciple of the martial god and came with Zhang Miaoxue. What status does Zhang Miaoxue have in the Zhang family? You want me to cause trouble for him? You can't possibly not know, right? This guy's combat power in the abyss is terrifying. You want me to cause trouble for him? Are you short on brains, or do you think I am? Xin Yang shook his head slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of indifference. You might not know, but do you know Qin Jubai? Someone like him has countless connections with this guy. I'm telling you, anyone around him is not someone at your level that you can offend. Now do you understand what I'm saying? Xin Yang shook his head, his gaze showing more helplessness. Am I smarter than others? If I cause trouble for him, I'll first trouble you, use your brain. Xin Yang dropped that line, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. I'll tell you, I've actually already figured out how to regain my spot in Area A. It's much easier than offending him. Xin Yang smiled, his expression becoming more peculiar. Ha? You? Yang Bing was stunned. Xin Yang's actions had left her unable to react from the start, and now she was even more at a loss. Ha ha ha. It's no big deal to tell you, anyway, I'm already prepared. Xin Yang laughed heartily, his eyes filled with satisfaction. I can't afford to offend the 36th in Area A, but becoming the 35th in Area A seems to be no difficulty for me, right? Xin Yang said as he stood up and left, leaving Yang Bing stunned in place. Her originally beautiful face turned pale and flushed. After a long while, she couldn't say a word. On the other side, Zhuo Chen and Zhang Miaoxue left one after the other after finishing their meal. It's worth mentioning that Xin Yang really knows how to handle things. Before he left, he specifically settled the bill and even added 3 pounds of monster meat for Zhuo Chen. They had already ordered quite a bit, and with the extra 3 pounds, they suddenly felt a bit stuffed. However, for the two of them, these were all good things. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to be polite. They could only finish eating before leaving. Zhuo Chen felt a bit emotional. It seemed that anyone who could enter the Martial God Academy was not simple. That Xin Yang was just an example, wasn't he? So, did that shot from Yang Bing completely miss the mark? Zhang Miaoxue was on her way back. So much so that Xin Yang was still brooding over it. Junior brother, Xin Yang is indeed very clever, but I always feel like something is missing in what he did. Master arranged this to let these people help you train, and now look, you've gained an ally? Zhang Miaoxue had a strange expression, looking at Zhuo Chen as if he were a monster. This unresponsive direct disciple was the direct disciple of the martial god. Why was his treatment so different from hers? However, there was a hint of helplessness on Zhuo Chen's face as he rolled his eyes at Zhang Miaoxue. Was this really a matter of different treatment? If it weren't for the fact that his senior sister had previously slammed the table and made a fuss, that kid Xin Yang might have done something. Forget it, let's not think about this. Maybe you were just different from the start. Your senior sister is already at the 6th stage of martial arts now. Just wait, when your senior sister reaches the 7th stage, she'll be about the same as those guys. By then, I'll take you along, and we can bully others. Zhang Miaoxue said with a calm expression, her eyes revealing a hint of hope. Shua. Chen was taken aback, his eyes filled with helplessness. In his 2 lifetimes, such childish thoughts rarely appeared in his mind. After all, he was now just a green text entry, already powerful to a terrifying degree. In this situation, if he continued to merge entries and level up, who knows how strong he would become. Moreover, the academy was just a relatively high-quality training ground for Zhuo Chen. To him, the usual conflicts seemed like children playing house, not worth mentioning. Because of this, Zhuo Chen felt that this current state was the most suitable for him. Forget it, senior sister has noticed that you don't seem to be very interested in these matters. Zhang Miaoxue waved her hand. Suddenly, she looked mysterious. But, senior sister will tell you, there is one thing you will definitely be interested in. What? Zhuo Chen was stunned, a smile reappearing on his face. What is it? You really don't know? Zhang Miaoxue blinked. Her face full of helplessness, but then she realized it was normal for her junior brother not to know. After all, it was only his first day at the academy, and she had helped him find his dormitory. I don't know. Zhuo Chen shook his head. His gaze wandered over Zhang Miaoxue's graceful figure, but there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. His senior sister seemed a bit quirky. But why hadn't Zhuo Chen noticed it before? The 3 districts A, B, and C actually correspond to 3 rankings, and the rewards that students can obtain are also related to the rankings. That's why the 3 districts are so popular. If you can't do it, you can try to challenge the rankings. Senior sister can only tell you that the things on the rankings are quite valuable. Zhang Miaoxue smiled, her eyes showing a shrewd expression. Zhuo Chen nodded slightly. Yes. Challenging the rankings was indeed a path. Although he was currently living in District A and enjoying the academy's top treatment, he was still just a new student. The school couldn't possibly prevent him from challenging the rankings, right? If they really did, that would be a problem. Rewards? Zhuo Chen's eyes brightened. Originally, he had no interest in these things, but when it came to rewards, he was wide awake. But the next second, Zhuo Chen stroked his chin. Logically speaking, he was already in District A, which was the academy's top tier. He couldn't possibly continue to challenge upwards, could he? Although after this entry fusion, Zhuo Chen was confident that his strength was sufficient. But, as a new student just starting school, isn't it a bit unreasonable to challenge seniors in their 4th year? Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Many things, he realized, were actually for the rewards. As for whether he could stand out, it was no longer that important to Zhuo Chen. Senior sister, the A zone you mentioned, only has 36 people, and I am the last one. I can't possibly challenge the 35 people ahead of me, can I? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Although this was somewhat outrageous, Zhuo Chen still planned to gather more information before making a decision. Zhang Miaoxue was also taken aback, her face full of astonishment. That's true. She had never encountered such a situation before. But it's okay, your senior sister has been in school for 2 years, I'll find someone to help you ask. Zhang Miaoxue's eyes flashed, and she had already taken out her communicator while speaking. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. It seemed that his master had considered things quite comprehensively. With such a senior sister in front of him, almost everything was resolved. Wasn't she a know-it-all? Soon, Zhang Miaoxue spoke with excitement on her face. I specifically asked the responsible teacher about this, and the teacher directly agreed. Because you are a new student, everything will be handled according to the new student standards. By the way, I forgot to tell you, actually, the A, B, and C zones correspond to the 3 rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Man. Zhang Miaoxue smiled broadly. What about the last zone? Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. The last zone, to put it simply, is basically all newcomers. For newcomers, the significance of challenging the rankings should be minimal, it's purely asking for trouble. Zhang Miaoxue did not hide her thoughts at all, a strange expression on her face. She even bit her teeth while speaking. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was stunned. He suddenly thought that his senior sister probably didn't have a good time during her freshman year. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't look like this. Zhuo Chen just shook his head and smiled, not exposing her. Zhuo Chen was quite clear about his own strength. Although he was only at the 3rd stage of martial arts and had not yet reached the stage of merging soul power, his foundational attributes were incredibly outstanding, and he had been fighting in the abyss for 2 months. In this situation, even if he challenged the rankings, the effect should still be good. In fact, he knew very well that as long as he wanted to advance quickly, it wouldn't be difficult at all, because his vitality was already very rich. To advance to the 4th stage of martial arts, he might only need a few days of hard training. After all, his training speed was also extremely impressive. But Zhuo Chen didn't want to rush. One reason was that after advancing, he would have to merge new attributes. With an additional card slot, the pressure would increase instantly, which was not what Zhuo Chen wanted to see. The other reason was that Zhuo Chen still had some doubts about the 4th stage. Although his senior sister had explained it quite well, Zhuo Chen still wanted to understand it himself before proceeding. The two chatted casually along the way. Soon, they arrived outside Villa number 36 in Zone A. Zhuo Chen waved to Zhang Miaoxue and returned to his room. Although today was the first day at the Martial God Academy, Zhuo Chen had still gained quite a bit. He needed some time to settle down a bit. The next morning, Zhuo Chen slowly opened his eyes on the balcony of the 2nd floor. Last night, Zhuo Chen did not rest but directly began to cultivate, as he had just reached the 3rd stage of martial arts, and his realm needed to be consolidated. The Martial Arts Academy had countless geniuses, and since he wanted to challenge the rankings, he naturally needed to improve his own strength. After a night of cultivation, Zhuo Chen naturally felt good. As he turned to go downstairs, he was taken aback. Before he reached the bottom, he ran into Zhang Miaoxue, who had spent the entire night in the training room. Zhang Miaoxue seemed to be in a good mood. Upon seeing Zhuo Chen, she gently waved at him, her eyes filled with laughter. After all, she had also cultivated all night. Without any makeup, her long hair, which was usually neatly styled, was casually draped behind her, giving her a unique charm. She wore a white training outfit, which, although loose, still couldn't hide her graceful figure. "Good morning, little junior brother, you." Zhang Miaoxue waved her hand, about to turn away, but her gaze was fixed on Zhuo Chen. You guy, it's only been one night, and your vitality has changed so much?" Zhang Miaoxue was stunned. When they went out for dinner yesterday, she had seen Zhuo Chen just entering the 3rd stage of martial arts. How could it be that after just one night, his vitality seemed to have improved by several times compared to yesterday? This was simply terrifying. Ha! Zhuo Chen was also taken aback, his face full of helplessness. He had only just started to touch the world a few days ago, so some reactions were normal. He just hoped that over time, his senior sister would get used to his speed of progress. After all, the increase in cultivation speed was also quite frightening. Well, no wonder it's Area A. I made good progress last night too. If I can stay here, I can at least improve my previous progress by a month. With this extra month, many people will be left behind by my senior sister. Zhang Miaoxue came back to her senses. After all, this little junior brother was famously abnormal, otherwise, he wouldn't have been accepted as a direct disciple by their master. Zhang Miaoxue quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of distraction. Hearing Zhang Miaoxue say this, Zhuo Chen let out a sigh of relief. At least it proved that Zhang Miaoxue's acceptance was quite good, so he wouldn't have to keep explaining himself. Wait a moment, senior sister will change her clothes and then we'll head out for breakfast. Zhang Miaoxue waved her hand and bounced back to her room. Zhuo Chen could only nod. Zhang Miaoxue was very quick and didn't give him a chance to speak. As they went out together, Zhang Miaoxue informed Zhuo Chen that in the 3rd stage of martial arts, there was a special aspect. Although he needed to continue increasing his vitality, he also needed to use that powerful vitality to impact all the body's acupoints. There were a total of 50 acupoints. Once these acupoints were opened, the vitality could flow throughout the body, thus increasing the speed of its circulation and enhancing one's strength. Each opened acupoint would greatly enhance one's power. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen let out a soft breath. Although the increase in his basic attributes was terrifying, breakthroughs were equally important. After all, the enhancement of one's own strength should not be underestimated. Little junior brother, you mustn't be anxious. The 3rd stage of martial arts is a very important threshold for martial artists. It basically connects the previous and the next stages. Logically, these should be told to you by our master, but the master is very busy. As someone who has been through it, I will tell you first. After reaching the 3rd stage, you must not act impulsively, you must be steady and methodical. Wait until all 52 acupoints are fully opened before proceeding to the next step. Zhang Miaoxue's expression turned serious as she introduced this. Thank you, senior sister. I will remember all of this. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. His vitality was many times stronger than that of ordinary people. Impacting the acupoints should not be difficult for him. However, since the senior sister spoke so seriously, Zhuo Chen still needed to take it seriously. With his current cultivation speed, while others might take a long time to break through their acupoints, for Zhuo Chen, 3 to 5 days would be enough. He just didn't know how much his strength would grow by then. The two finished their breakfast together. Zhuo Chen then followed the notice to the classroom where the class was to be held. He strode into the classroom but was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter acquaintances here. However, there were already quite a few people in the classroom, and when Zhuochen glanced at the podium, he saw Bai Ling wearing a fitted suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking in his direction. "Teacher Bai, I'm sorry I'm late," Zhuochen said with an apologetic expression. "It's fine, just take a seat." Bai Ling, standing at the podium, was also momentarily stunned, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. She naturally remembered this person in front of her. Wasn't he the direct disciple of the martial god, Zhuochen? But in the next second, the surprise in Bai Ling's gaze quickly faded. Just the day before, she had seen Zhuochen and they had a few days to interact. At that time, Zhuochen was only at the peak of the second stage of martial arts, and now, after just one day, he had reached the third stage? Was this the strength of the martial god's direct disciple? Alright. Since everyone is here, let's get down to business. Classes have officially started yesterday, and everyone has begun their training in life at the Martial God Academy. Being able to enter the Martial God Academy is enough to show that all of you here, whether in strength or talent, are top-notch. However, I still hope that everyone will take the next 4 years of training in life seriously. Next, there will be a month-long outdoor training. You should all be very clear that the power we possess is ultimately meant to deal with the demon race, so having strength alone is useless. You must unleash your strength, engage in battles with demon beasts, and kill them. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet classroom erupted in an uproar. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Bai Ling's gaze flickered as she scanned the students. She knew very well that all the students in this class were top-tier geniuses. In fact, they were the cream of the crop among the elite students of this martial arts academy. However, no matter how outstanding the students were, they ultimately had to pass the test of real combat. However, although this is a month-long outdoor survival training, I can assure you that as long as you follow my commands, I can guarantee your safety. Bai Ling spoke again, but the students were immediately taken aback. Follow commands? Just do your best? Was this real combat? Everyone's expressions changed again upon hearing this. Only Zhuochen's face showed a hint of calm. Fortunately, he had already experienced the abyss during the 2 months of summer vacation, and this so-called outdoor survival training seemed like child's play to him. Additionally, all new students will participate in this outdoor survival training. After it concludes, there will be a new student hunting leaderboard. The new student who kills the most demon beasts and monsters will receive a reward from the academy, and I can tell you in advance that the reward is a purple entry. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled, and as soon as she finished speaking, many faces lit up with excitement. Even Zhuochen was stunned. Wow, a purple entry. That was worth at least 300 million. If he wanted to continue merging entries, he would need a massive amount of white entries and had to find a way to make money quickly. Since the reward was so generous, what else was there to say? Wow, it really is the Martial God Academy. Yeah, this reward is simply outrageous. I heard that someone fought in the abyss for years, and the merits they earned might not even be enough to exchange for a purple attribute. Forget it, for this reward, let's give it our all. Sure enough. When the conditions for the reward were announced, many people present became excited. Bai Ling, seeing the scene, nodded slightly. She was quite satisfied with the students' performance. After all, in this class, every single one of them was a genius among geniuses. Whether in talent or strength, they were top-notch. As long as they had enough fighting spirit, this upcoming outdoor survival training would surely be spectacular. Zhuochen also nodded gently. The Martial God Academy truly deserved its reputation as the top academy. Unbeknownst to them, the academy had thoroughly instilled a spirit of competition. In other words, as long as one was in the Martial God Academy, they would unconsciously participate in these competitions. It was that simple. As Bai Ling finished speaking, her gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Zhuochen. Zhuochen, during your 2 months in the abyss over the summer, the school has already filed a record. So, you don't have to participate in this freshman trial, you can directly use the merits from those 2 months to compete for the freshman ranking. Bai Ling looked at Zhuochen, her eyes filled with more approval. She knew that as a direct disciple of the martial god, this student's strength was definitely extraordinary. Boom! What? This? As soon as Bai Ling said this, many people were stunned, and the previously quiet classroom suddenly erupted in noise. Almost instantly, all eyes were focused on Zhuochen. This was the person who had been rumored to be extraordinary, yet everyone had not received any news from him for nearly 2 months. They never expected that he had actually entered the abyss. The abyss? That was the most dangerous place in the world, bar none. They conducted outdoor survival training only near the abyss and would never venture deep inside. But everyone understood Bai Ling's implication, and many faces showed a hint of awe. Okay, thank you, teacher. But if needed, I can still participate, Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. Bai Ling was slightly taken aback, completely not expecting Zhuo Chen to say that. This was solid merit. Bai Ling nodded gently, then looked at the documents in her hand. Zhuo Chen, in Beicheng, during those 2 months, you earned several second and third class merits. And, on the day before returning to the city, you also earned 400,000 merits and a first class merit. In the past 2 months, the number of monsters killed by Zhuo Chen I can only describe as massive. Bai Ling took a deep breath, her gaze towards Zhuo Chen changing slightly. Not to mention anything else, Zhuo Chen was quite low-key. If it weren't for the school year starting in various departments synchronizing some data, they probably still wouldn't know Zhuo Chen's situation. However, now that they knew, a series of measures were naturally required. Zhuo Chen, over a month ago, you could already single-handedly kill 6th tier monsters. And, the strongest monsters in our outdoor survival this time are only 4th tier, so Zhuo Chen, you really don't need to participate in this freshman trial. Bai Ling took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the students present, and finally spoke very seriously. What? Wow. Many students present gasped in surprise again. After all, the students present are all gifted individuals, and they are well aware of what a 6th tier demon beast truly is. Logically speaking, demon beasts are inherently stronger than humans. The combat power of a 6th tier demon beast is at least equal to, if not superior to, that of a 6th tier warrior. The key point is that this Zhuo Chen is not a recently slain 6th tier demon beast, rather, it was over a month ago. What does this indicate? Even Bai Ling was somewhat surprised. After seeing this information, it shows that Zhuo Chen already possessed formidable strength over a month ago. Bai Ling is well aware of the authenticity of this data. After all, this information comes from the internal records of the Demon Suppression Army. Moreover, it bears the official seal of the General of Jubai City and the City Lord. This is the authority among authorities. Both of these individuals are the backbone of the human race. They would not falsify such matters. From another perspective, both of them hold Zhuo Chen in high regard. Since that is the case, what more is there to say? Since everyone is already clear, let's prepare. This time, for the outdoor survival exercise, there will be a dedicated instructor leading the team, so students' safety is not a concern. Bai Ling noticed that the students were gradually digesting the previous information, and a smile appeared on her face. She nodded at the students present and finally gave Zhuo Chen a smile before stepping out of the classroom. However, after taking 2 steps, Bai Ling seemed to suddenly remember something and stopped, her gaze returning to Zhuo Chen. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Zhuo Chen. Our Martial God Academy is affiliated with the Martial Alliance, which you should know. So as long as you perform well in the Abyss, you can receive substantial rewards. This is also the Martial Alliance's acknowledgement of such actions. I will call the resource department directly after class, and you can go collect your rewards after your class. Bai Ling nodded at Zhuo Chen, her gaze holding more appreciation. Thank you, teacher, Zhuo Chen replied, nodding politely. Although he didn't say it, Zhuo Chen was very clear that he wanted to quickly proceed to the next fusion of entries and various resources needed to keep up. He truly didn't expect that during those 2 months in Jubai City, he would gain such benefits. This is simply delightful. This way, he is one step closer to the next fusion of entries, right? Originally, Bai Ling had a good impression of Zhuo Chen, but that was more out of respect for the martial god. After all, he is the direct disciple of the martial god, at least someone recognized by Qin Xingxuan, so she didn't dare to be negligent. But now, Bai Ling felt that her attitude towards Zhuo Chen had changed. The reason this student could become a direct disciple of the martial god is that his innate talent is already extraordinary. However, with such extraordinary talent, he works even harder than ordinary people. In this case, Zhuo Chen's success seems to have become inevitable, and for such a student, his future achievements can be said to be limitless. It is precisely because she recognized this that Bai Ling planned to help Zhuo Chen in her own way. Although this help might not seem significant to Zhuo Chen, Bai Ling was still willing to do so, whether as a teacher or as an elder. She hoped Zhuo Chen could have a better future. Bai Ling nodded at Zhuo Chen again, as a response to his gratitude, and then stepped out of the classroom. As Bai Ling left, the originally quiet classroom suddenly became lively. Many bold girls openly looked at Zhuo Chen. Some were even more direct. Although it was still class time, they walked straight up to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, you're amazing. You're a direct disciple of the martial god and you work so hard. You've been in the Great Wall for 2 months now. Zhuo Chen, can we exchange WeChat? I want to have dinner with you tonight. Zhuo Chen, it seems you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? What do you think of me? If it fits, we can give it a try. Don't worry, I'm not the clingy type, I can be sweet or salty. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. His gaze trembled slightly. These were clearly blossoming young girls. But in Zhuo Chen's eyes, these girls were even more intimidating than a tigress. Zhuo Chen hadn't expected that just coming to class for the first time would lead to such a situation. Faced with the enthusiasm around him, Zhuo Chen couldn't just ignore them. If you want to add me, you can do so directly in the class group. I'll agree once I see it, Zhuo Chen said with a gentle nod to the girls surrounding him, his expression humble and polite. Just a simple response immediately elicited gasps from the girls around him. Although Zhuo Chen was prepared, he was still startled by the commotion. His gaze revealed a hint of helplessness. This treatment was akin to that of some young heartthrobs from his past life. Phew! Zhuo Chen let out a soft breath, thankful that he wasn't a young heartthrob. After hearing Zhuo Chen's response, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. They barely had time to talk to Zhuo Chen before they all lowered their heads, quickly manipulating their communication devices. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! In an instant, Zhuo Chen's communication device rang out with a series of crisp sounds. Bang! Boom! But soon after, the light sound spread. Many people's expressions changed drastically as they looked towards the door from where the sound came. Unbeknownst to them, the classroom door had been blown off its hinges by a powerful impact. Outside stood a tall young man in camouflage. The man had dark skin and a fierce gaze, and just standing there without saying a word created an intense sense of pressure. Humph! Look at what you all look like. Is this the best class in the Martial God Academy? I feel embarrassed just saying it. I was standing in the hallway, and I could hear the noise from your class from far away. 5 seconds, I only give you 5 seconds. If it's still this chaotic after 5 seconds, everyone's lunch is cancelled today. The tall figure continued to move forward. Shua! Chen merely glanced at him and his expression turned strange. He hadn't expected that the world would be so small that he would run into someone familiar here. It was indeed quite rare. The newcomer was Yang Qinghai. Yang Qinghai, who should have been in college, had entered the abyss at that age and had trained through blood and fire for many years. He naturally exuded a fierce aura. Over the past 2 months, the previously unknown Yang Qinghai had followed Zhuo Chen and, unknowingly, had gained quite a bit of merit, which naturally elevated his status. This year, as a new student, he even got the opportunity to lead military training. For Yang Qinghai, this was a tremendous blessing. Just leading military training was akin to a vacation. In Yang Qinghai's eyes, these students were even less than rookies, so they could be easily managed. In an instant, the surrounding students had quieted down. Previously, the aura that erupted from Yang Qinghai was indeed something that an ordinary student could not bear. Everyone naturally appeared very honest and obedient. Yang Qinghai observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding his head. Not bad. It seems that his intimidation had worked well. In the coming month, these students would be much more obedient in front of him, making it easier for him to carry out his work. Meanwhile, a girl who had been sitting not far from Zhuo Chen stuck out her tongue at him, her face showing a hint of helplessness. Why is this instructor so fierce? If it continues like this, our lives for the next month will be miserable. The girl frowned slightly, looking at Zhuo Chen, her eyes filled with a plea, as if she wanted to gain some methods from him. What are you looking at, girl? Did you not hear what I just said? Why are you still talking? Yang Qinghai narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in his gaze. What was wrong with this girl? Originally, he thought his warning had been effective. That no one would dare to provoke him at this time, but unexpectedly, someone came out to stir trouble? Let me tell you, how can you become strong like this? This is the Martial God Academy, which cultivates strong individuals, pillars that contribute to humanity, not a place for you to fall in love. Yang Qinghai narrowed his eyes, his gaze flashing with coldness. However, as soon as he spoke, the girl could only lower her head. Her eyes filled with more helplessness. Forget it. Since she had already been caught, she would bear it alone. She didn't want these matters to affect Zhuo Chen. If it impacted Zhuo Chen, she was worried he might ignore her later. Wouldn't that be a loss? For a moment, the girl lowered her head, her thoughts swirling, while Zhuo Chen remained calm, looking at Yang Qinghai. He hadn't realized that this guy was so methodical in his actions. How had he not noticed before that this guy had so many strengths? Just now, which boy was talking to this girl? Stand up. Yang Qinghai narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd. There was a hint of coldness in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he had only heard the girl speaking, he hadn't said a word. Besides, even if he had spoken, Yang Qinghai wouldn't have had the courage to make him stand up. But then, Yang Qinghai's gaze froze as he stepped towards Zhuo Chen. At this moment, many boys around looked at Zhuo Chen with a change in their expressions. Zhuo Chen had indeed been quite low-key today. But for most of the day, the girls in the class had focused their attention on him, which had already drawn a lot of attention to him. Moreover, Zhuo Chen not only had high talent and strong abilities but also an astonishing background. Among those present, not a single one would dare to offend him, even if they all banded together. But now, this was the instructor. Zhuo Chen was in big trouble, even if he had a decent background and strong abilities. This guy was from the Demon Suppression Army, and he certainly wouldn't give Zhuo Chen any face. Yang Qinghai stepped forward, and all eyes in the class were on Zhuo Chen. However, Zhuo Chen's expression remained unchanged. Only the girl who stood up looked at Zhuo Chen with a hint of worry. Would Zhuo Chen hold this against her? If that were the case, there would be no fate left between her and Zhuo Chen. In an instant, Yang Qinghai was already standing beside Zhuo Chen. That cold, piercing gaze was fixed on Zhuo Chen. Fan Gu. Long time no see, I've missed you so much these past few days. Yang Qinghai had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of flattery in his gaze towards Zhuo Chen. You brat, still so loud and boisterous when you work, can't you be a bit more composed? Zhuo Chen raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with indifference. Yes, Fan Gu is right, I was just messing around with you before. Yang Qinghai smiled, slightly lowering his head. The entire classroom was silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide open, looking at Zhuo Chen. A few people's gazes wandered between the two, their expressions constantly changing, but in the end, they couldn't say anything. Wow, amazing. Fan Gu, this. What's going on? You have connections with the Demon Suppression Army's instructor? In just a moment, the entire classroom erupted, many faces showing a hint of fervor. But the next second, Yang Qinghai turned around, his face dark, looking at everyone. The dozens of students in the class immediately quieted down. But the shock in their hearts did not diminish at all. This is the strength of the martial god's direct disciple? This is simply exaggerated. Zhuo's direct disciple is simply invincible. If I had known he was this powerful, I wouldn't have asked him if he had a girlfriend. Whether he has a girlfriend or not is not important. Isn't that right? Following a man like this, even if it's just as a small one, that would still be very happy, right? The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Previously, I heard that Zhuo Chen has connections with our instructor, that the instructor has been following Zhuo Chen to earn merits. I thought that was a bit far-fetched, but now it seems completely true. If it weren't for this, how could the instructor have this attitude towards our fan? Go! Since you already received the intel, why didn't you share it with us? But speaking of which, if Fan Gu knows the instructor, can we have a more comfortable month? Even with Yang Qinghai present, the surrounding students deliberately lowered their voices. However, it did not affect their enthusiasm at all. Everyone discussed and chuckled, the atmosphere growing more and more lively. They even began to ignore the main character still. In the classroom, Yang Qinghai smiled. Fan Gu, please don't take the previous matter to heart, you are my brother. I completely forgot that you are still a college student. I didn't notice when I first came in, so please don't mind it. Yang Qinghai noticed that Zhuo Chen was silent and could only keep saying good things. Yang Qinghai took a deep breath, feeling a bit anxious. The two of them had spent 2 months together in the abyss, and because of Zhuo Chen, Yang Qinghai's speed in accumulating merits had also increased significantly. It was precisely because of these merits that he had now become a master at the 5th level of martial arts. Reaching the 5th level of martial arts was already considered a backbone strength. Even in the Demon Suppression Army, he was not at the bottom. With Zhuo Chen's connection, he had gained this opportunity to teach students from the Martial God Academy and become an instructor for this outdoor survival training. Yang Qinghai became excited. He had always believed that Zhuo Chen could bring good luck. Unexpectedly, in this outdoor survival training, he could meet Zhuo Chen again. Didn't that mean his luck had suddenly improved? Fan Gu, I didn't expect to meet you here, so how about this? For the next month, you lead the team, and I'll assist you? Yang Qinghai's smile grew wider. In fact, this was also Yang Qinghai's first time being responsible for such matters. Now, with Zhuo Chen around, everything would be stable. Me? I don't need to participate in this wilderness survival. Zhuo Chen shook his head. In fact, it wasn't that he looked down on it, but the strongest demon beast this time was only at the 4th rank, and any stronger demon beasts would be dealt with by high-level warriors in advance. Since that's the case, there was no point in participating in the trial. That's too bad. Yang Qinghai couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness. Originally, taking students to participate in Wilderness survival was quite uninteresting. It was hard to come across Zhuo Chen, and now that he wasn't participating in this task, what could be done? Brother Fan, I understand. Don't worry, since you're not here, I'll take good care of sister-in-law. Yang Qinghai was a smart person. With a quick thought, he immediately came up with a new strategy. Sister-in-law? We're just ordinary classmates, we've known each other for less than half an hour. Zhuo Chen rolled his eyes. Alright then, Brother Fan, if you need anything, just let me know. Yang Qinghai also put away his joking demeanor and solemnly assured Zhuo Chen. Okay, since this has nothing to do with me, I'll take my leave. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly and then stepped out. Ding dong. Just after leaving the classroom, a light sound came from Zhuo Chen's communicator. He looked down and found that he had received more than 20 friend requests on his WeChat. Seeing this, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. It seemed these were all from the female classmates in the class. They had all added him on WeChat. Zhuo Chen looked at the latest friend request, which had only one note. Bai Ling. Zhuo Chen had a good impression of Bai Ling, and noticing that she had added him as a friend, he immediately accepted the request. Classmate Zhuo Chen, I've already spoken to the resource department, you can go collect your rewards now. Bai Ling didn't say much but formally notified Zhuo Chen, who replied with a couple of sentences before heading towards the resource department. At this moment, all the new students in the academy were preparing for the wilderness survival. On the contrary, Zhuo Chen was free, and he quickly found the location of the resource department. Upon arriving at the entrance of the resource department, Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that before he even arrived, two teachers were already waiting outside. Upon seeing Zhuo Chen, the two exchanged glances and walked forward with more smiles in their eyes. Classmate Zhuo Chen, hello. These are all your rewards, one of the teachers said with a smile. Yes, one is the merit reward from the Demon Suppression Army, and the other is the reward for being ranked 36th on the heavenly ranking. We prepared them a long time ago. If you hadn't come today, we might have had to deliver them to you in person. As they spoke, they first handed over a list. Zhuo Chen glanced at it, and a smile spread across his face. First class merit, 1 golden item, 3 second class merits, 3 purple items. 5 chi blood pills and 5 soul condensing pills. Cash reward, 300 million. Just one glance, and Zhuo Chen felt completely satisfied. It seemed that the Martial God Academy was quite generous with their rewards. This was a real reward. However, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, the principal of the first martial school in Ningzhou, Chang Huaishan, had already given him 300 million a few days ago. Moreover, he still had a few purple items in hand. The Mang family had given him 2 purple items as compensation. These 2 purple items were worth 600 million. When he was in Jubicheng, he had also killed a demon and obtained a purple item worth 300 million. During the last operation in Jubicheng, he had received 2 more purple items, also worth 600 million. Adding this time's academy reward, Zhuo Chen's funds had already exceeded 2 billion. That being said, I'm not far from the next fusion of entries. A full 2 billion, doesn't that mean another 2 million white entries? Zhuo Chen did not expect that the school's secondary rewards would be so generous. Since that was the case, he still needed to find a way to quickly integrate the entries. The improvements brought by integrating the entries were obvious. This way, the speed of enhancement would accelerate once again. Zhuo Chen began to look forward to it. Since the green entries could manifest such obvious improvements, how powerful would the effects be once the entries upgraded to blue? Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered repeatedly. After thanking the teachers, he turned to leave. Since the funds were almost gathered, he naturally needed to seize the time to quickly integrate the new entries. After returning to Villa No. 36, Zhuo Chen immediately started placing orders. However, after placing the order, he was surprisingly delighted to find that he could enjoy a discount. The 2.4 million white entries that originally required 2.4 billion could actually be obtained for less than 2 billion. After a quick calculation, he realized he was enjoying a direct 20% discount. Thinking about it, he was now a direct disciple of the Martial God and was studying at the Martial God Academy affiliated with the Martial Alliance, so he was considered one of their own. Enjoying a 20% discount was naturally very reasonable. Zhuo Chen then left his address at Villa number 36 and waited quietly. 2 hours later, several cars stopped outside the villa, delivering a large quantity of white entries. If an ordinary person frequently purchased such a large batch of white entries, various problems might arise. But Zhuo Chen was different. With his identity as a direct disciple of the Martial God, no one would dare to investigate him. Even if they did, it wouldn't have any impact. At most, his cultivation method was somewhat different from that of ordinary people. A full 2.4 million white entries, this was double the amount from last time. If he was not mistaken, these entries in his hands were already enough to upgrade to blue. This enhancement would be terrifying. After storing all the entries in his spatial belt, Zhuo Chen headed straight to the school's training room. Although the spiritual energy in this area was abundant and the soul power was sufficient, it still felt inferior compared to the training room, especially since the villas in this area required 5,000 merit points each month. However, the training room not only had abundant spiritual energy but also various protective measures. Moreover, the training room charged fees. According to the hourly rate, it required 5,000 merit points for 1 hour. Based on this pricing standard, the training room was definitely not simple. Zhuo Chen resolutely went to the training room precisely because he recognized this. He was well aware that the integration of entries this time would create quite a stir. Since that was the case, it was better to make some preparations in advance, so that even if unexpected events occurred, he could respond immediately. Zhuo Chen stepped into the training room provided by the school. He presented his identity card. Just one glance, and the teacher, who had been somewhat indifferent, instantly stood up, her gaze towards Zhuo Chen filled with smiles. This was no joke. This person was a direct disciple of the martial god. Moreover, it was said that he had recently achieved considerable merit. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would shine brightly throughout the Great Xia in the future. How could a small teacher like her dare to offend him? Zhuo Chen, Teacher Chen Wu has instructed that you do not need merit points to use the training room for the next 2 months, the female teacher said, looking at Zhuo Chen. However, our school's training resources are still quite tight, so we can only provide you with 3 hours for free each day. Any time beyond that will require a fee. She quickly introduced this to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed that this beautiful teacher was indeed quite good to him. Did you even think of this kind of thing for yourself? Although Zhuo Chen has quite a few achievements at hand and doesn't really need this little bit, free is always better than paid. Alright. Then help me prepare a training room. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Okay, there's actually one available right now. Zhuo Chen, I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you leave your contact information? If you need to use the training room, you can let me know in advance. This way, it won't waste your time. The female teacher smiled. Zhuo Chen was taken aback but nodded lightly. This was indeed a good thing. Moreover, in the past month, while other students needed to participate in outdoor survival training, Zhuo Chen did not. Originally, he was still planning his time. But with the right to use the training room, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming month. On the path of martial arts, talent is talent, and diligence is diligence. As long as one is diligent enough, they can go further on this path. After exchanging contact information with the female teacher, Zhuo Chen stepped into the training room. Immediately, he began to operate his techniques, adjusting his state to the best. Then, he took out all the entries that needed to be fused. Buzz. 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 As soon as these entries appeared, they gently rippled in the rich spiritual energy. Silver-white light instantly filled the entire training room. Zhuo Chen squinted his eyes. Ever since he learned that many entries gathered together would undergo some special changes, he had thought that the next time he fused entries, he must find a safe place. Now it seemed that this was indeed correct. The entries were numerous enough. The energy was powerful enough. If the energy reached a certain level, and he still hadn't mastered soul power, it was very likely that he would encounter problems in suppressing the energy. After Zhuo Chen entered the training room, the teacher outside responsible for guarding showed subtle changes in her expression. Although she didn't know what Zhuo Chen was doing in the training room, there were intense energy fluctuations coming from the entire room. After carefully sensing and finding no danger, the female teacher let out a gentle breath, her gaze filled with a bit more envy. If she was not mistaken, Zhuo Chen was only at the 3rd level of martial arts. At the 3rd level of martial arts, he could unleash such powerful strength. If he grew, his future would be limitless. Zhuo Chen, however, was unaware of what the teacher outside was thinking. Instead, he squinted his eyes, quickly adjusting his state, and then his gaze fell back on those entries. All things considered, Zhuo Chen had already fused entries many times. From the initial novelty, he had become quite accustomed to it. Ding! A large number of fusible entries detected. Host, would you like to proceed with the fusion? Yes. Without hesitation, Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. Immediately, the entries in front of him rapidly decreased. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. Would you like to continue fusion? The system's prompt sounded, and Zhuo Chen issued the fusion command again. The originally piled up white entries around him quickly diminished. Finally, after 10 fusions, only a pile of green entries remained in front of Zhuo Chen. Although the number of these green entries was small, the spiritual energy fluctuations they produced were extremely rich. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. The system's prompt sound kept ringing. Zhuo Chen's eyes held a faint smile. Finally, after 8 fusions, these attributes had become green. Plus 8 attributes. Zhuo Chen had removed the few attributes he originally had. This time, Zhuo Chen did not purchase any related attributes that could fuse weapon attributes, so he only disassembled the 5 attributes he originally possessed. After a total of 18 fusions, 9 attributes remained. These 9 attributes, combined with the 5 that were originally left, made a total of 14 attributes. Continue to fuse. Zhuo Chen squinted his eyes, a faint smile in his gaze. He had done so much for the fusion of attributes, and this time he finally made progress again. After fusing the 14 attributes, only 7 remained. The 7 attributes were originally green plus 9, just one step away from blue attributes. For these, Zhuo Chen was not in a hurry. After the final fusion, these attributes in his hands would surely succeed in upgrading to blue, and at that time, his strength would undoubtedly multiply. Then, Zhuo Chen looked at the few attributes in his hands. Giant Bloodline plus 9, Strength increase 157,280%, Health value increase 157,280%. Golden Bell Shield plus 9, Defense increase 160,000%. Speedster plus 9, Attack speed increase 160,000%. Peerless Monster plus 9. Cultivation speed increase 160,000%. Cutter plus 8, Armor penetration plus 2000%, Bleeding plus 4000%, Leap plus 8, Movement speed plus 160,000%, Certain chance to enter stealth. Fortune plus 8, Luck plus 20%, after equipping, fusion of attributes has a chance to increase the fusion by plus 1. After reading the attributes of each attribute, Zhuo Chen's eyes widened. His gaze was filled with astonishment. This thing is simply too outrageous, right? With the increase in the level of attribute fusion. Although Zhuo Chen could obtain many white attributes, the difficulty of each fusion increased exponentially. Not to mention the increase in other attribute properties. With the attribute fortune, Zhuo Chen suddenly felt that happiness came too. Suddenly. It should be known that although this fortune might not activate every time, as long as it activates once, the rewards would definitely be outrageous. As long as it successfully activates once, it would save him at least several billion. After all, this time, Zhuo Chen spent nearly 2 billion just to increase the fusion level of all attributes once. Although the attributes doubled, the cost was enormous. Zhuo Chen was also curious why such an outrageous attribute like fortune would be sold. But then he thought, if this attribute is not fused, it would just be a white attribute. Even if it has the effect of fortune, that effect is too weak and basically useless. Realizing this, Zhuo Chen gently shook his head. A smile appeared in his eyes. Then, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath. His gaze held more relief. Having an attribute like fortune would save him a lot of money. Then, Zhuo Chen temporarily replaced the cultivation speed attribute. He directly swapped in the fortune attribute. However, after carefully sensing it, he found that although this attribute was extremely rich in spiritual energy, it seemed to have no other special qualities. Then, Zhuo Chen began to refuse one attribute after another. Soon, he looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction. Name, Zhuo Chen rank, 3rd rank entry, white, infinite, age, 21 vitality, 182600 strength, 182600 defense, 112000 speed, 130,000, probability stealth. Attack speed, 111000. What the heck? Just a glance at his attributes. Zhuo Chen's eyes widened instantly. So powerful? Zhuo Chen couldn't help but exclaim. It must be the fusion entries. Every time he fused an entry, his attributes would easily skyrocket. It was simply against the heavens. Zhuo Chen tightened his fists, easily feeling that his vitality and strength seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. Zhuo Chen now had absolute confidence. Even if an 8th or 9th rank martial artist stood before him, with his current attributes, he had the strength to fight back. As the entries were reintegrated into his body, Zhuo Chen felt that both the fullness of his vitality and the flow rate of his vitality were faster than before. This was something Zhuo Chen had never felt after fusing entries in the past. After all, upon a sudden realization, Zhuo Chen understood. One reason was that his vitality had already surpassed 100,000, and after reaching that threshold, some changes were quite normal. Moreover, the change in vitality made it feel as if there was a flame racing through his body. Zhuo Chen first frowned, a hint of helplessness appearing in his eyes. It seemed that the rapid improvement in strength within a short time was not necessarily a good thing. He needed to take some time to adapt. Helpless, Zhuochen could only operate his techniques, guiding them little by little. However, even so, the speed of the vitality surging within him was still extremely fast. But the teacher guarding the door suddenly changed her expression. In fact, she had been observing Zhuochen's situation all along, but suddenly, the speed of Zhuochen's vitality flow was incredibly fast. Such a change was even more terrifying than that of high-ranking martial artists who could already control soul power. This situation was something she had never encountered before. She wanted to check on Zhuochen's current condition, but she also knew very well that Zhuochen was likely at a critical moment. If she forcibly interrupted him, although she could ensure his safety, it would completely cut off Zhuochen's opportunity this time. Gritting her teeth, the female teacher could only take a deep breath. This student was a direct disciple of the martial god, he might have some secrets. Since Zhuochen dared to do this, he probably wouldn't have any major issues. The female teacher took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly walked toward the control room of the training chamber. The various changes in Zhuochen's body could only indicate one thing. That is, this kid should be planning to use the spiritual energy of the training chamber to break through to the 4th rank. In that case, the accelerated flow of vitality was naturally a normal occurrence. However, generally speaking, the spiritual energy required to advance from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank was not much, and it could still be completed in the villa of Area A. Why did he come here? In the next moment, the female teacher's pupils slightly constricted, and her eyes showed more astonishment. No way. Classmate Zhuochen is a direct disciple of the martial god, he definitely wouldn't act recklessly. Then, since he came here, he must have his own considerations. Could it be that his vitality had become so robust that the spiritual energy in Area A couldn't support his advancement? Thinking of this, the female teacher's pupils slightly constricted. If that were the case, then this matter would be significant. Meanwhile, Zhuochen in the training chamber had a strange expression on his face. Although he had already operated his techniques, the situation of his vitality surging had not improved at all. Instead, under the guidance of the techniques, it was continuously impacting the acupoints in his body, spreading a faint tingling sensation. Zhuochen narrowed his eyes. Is this about to break through? Thinking of this, Zhuochen's expression also changed. He naturally understood that breaking through to the 4th level was like a walk in the park for him now. For other martial artists, at the very least, they needed to accumulate their vital energy and continuously use it to impact their acupoints. Only then could they infuse their soul power into it. This way, they could open the acupoints, control their vital energy with the soul power within, and accelerate the circulation of their vital energy, thereby achieving the goal of enhancing their strength. However, he never expected that his breakthrough would come so quickly. Zhuochen took a deep breath, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, and quickly stabilized his mind. Seeing that he was about to break through, it was basically impossible to simply suppress it any longer. Since that was the case, he would charge forward with courage. Zhuochen closed his eyes and focused, carefully sensing the surging vital energy within his body. Thump! 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 The surging vital energy began to impact the acupoints within his body, producing crisp and muffled sounds. Zhuochen squinted his eyes. Break! With a command, the surging vital energy suddenly surged into the acupoints. Boom! With a muffled sound, the first acupoint was easily broken open. Zhuochen couldn't help but feel invigorated. This was the benefit of having abundant vital energy. Breaking through was basically a natural process, with hardly any obstacles. Immediately after, one acupoint after another was broken open by the thick vital energy. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in the training room was being rapidly consumed. Originally, due to the rich spiritual energy, the surrounding air was tinged with a faint golden glow, but at this moment, the golden light in the air was quickly diminishing with Zhuochen's consumption. Outside the door, the female teacher's eyes revealed more surprise. It seemed her previous guess was not wrong. This Zhuochen was a direct disciple of the martial god and must have remarkable abilities. During the breakthrough, the consumption of spiritual energy could be several times that of an ordinary person, if the supply was normal. It would definitely hinder his smooth breakthrough. No! It must be opened immediately, the spiritual energy must be supplied at full capacity. The female teacher decisively declared, her eyes filled with determination. Although the school had strict controls over the supply of spiritual energy, seeing the concentration in the training room rapidly depleting, she no longer had the time to report. She could only ensure Zhuochen's normal breakthrough, otherwise, who knew what problems might arise. The female teacher quickly returned to her office. After entering a series of control codes on the holographic projection screen, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been responsible for these matters in the training room for many years and had seen many things, so she was no stranger to it. The school indeed had many geniuses, and many would consume spiritual energy at a rate similar to Zhuo Chen's during their breakthroughs. In such cases, as the responsible teacher, she would report and record the situation, then allow the students to proceed with their breakthroughs normally. Moreover, the school welcomed such situations. At the very least, it proved that another genius had emerged, and these geniuses grew much faster than ordinary students. It wouldn't be long before they became the backbone of humanity, which was a good thing for the entire Great Xia. However, the female teacher was also surprised. Many geniuses indeed had similar traits to Zhuo Chen, but he was the first to consume spiritual energy at such a rapid pace. Nevertheless, she had now fully opened the supply of spiritual energy. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be enough. Teacher Lin, what we are doing seems to go against the school's regulations, right? If this is traced back, we will all be in trouble. A staff member in front of the massive holographic projection screen frowned slightly, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Lin Zhao indeed had considerable authority in the training room. She was responsible for the scheduling of the entire training room. If it were a usual matter, she would naturally have the decision-making power. However, the reserve of spiritual energy was essentially considered a strategic resource, something that could not be easily utilized. Lin Zhao indeed had considerable authority in her hands, but what she was doing now had already exceeded her permissions. It was precisely because she had some authority that she was more familiar with Zhuo Chen's situation. Previously, upon learning that the visitor was Zhuo Chen, she chose to personally welcome him. There won't be any problems. If there really are any issues, I will take full responsibility, Lin Zhao said, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of determination in her eyes. On the other side, Zhuo Chen's face showed a hint of a smile. He hadn't expected that this time his breakthrough would go so smoothly. It was his first time using the training room, and he effortlessly opened all 36 acupoints in his body. According to the information he had gathered before, such a thing seemed to have never happened before. Yet today, it happened to him. If all the acupoints were opened, then next, he could be considered a genuine fourth-tier martial artist. However, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. He felt it was still not enough, although he had used the surging vitality to open all the acupoints. The power of his vitality was still surging. What could he do? He could only continue. Zhuo Chen shook his head again and quickly stabilized his mind. He knew very well that he was at a critical moment and could not afford any mistakes. This was not due to his eagerness for achievement. After all, with the existence of the system, the attributes he possessed were already far stronger than those of ordinary martial artists. Even if he advanced continuously now, it could be considered a result of accumulated effort. For ordinary martial artists, even those at the 8th or 9th tier, their attributes compared to Zhuo Chen's would likely seem inadequate. Of course, those rare prodigies with golden attributes could not be counted among them. However, Zhuo Chen also understood that golden attributes were extremely rare. Even master-level experts like Jubai might not have several golden attributes. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and gradually reined in his vitality. Entering the 4th tier of martial arts was a brand new beginning. However, he also knew that the tasks ahead would likely be numerous. Entering the 4th tier was just the start. He still needed to continuously use his vitality every day to impact the already open acupoints, making the space within them sufficiently large. His previous approach had only opened the acupoints, allowing soul power to enter. However, how much soul power could be accommodated within these acupoints was not determined simply by opening them. Instead, it required continuous consumption of vitality and constant cleansing until the space within the acupoints was sufficient, allowing a large amount of soul power to be stored and to flow through without obstruction. This was also something that needed to be done continuously after reaching the 3rd tier of martial arts. Even at the 7th tier, such training would become a daily routine. Only those martial artists with less robust vitality would choose to do it only once in a while. However, Zhuo Chen was different. With nearly 200,000 vitality points, he had more than enough to spare. Next, Zhuo Chen diligently practiced. After simply cleansing the acupoints, he got up and left. Upon exiting the training room, Zhuo Chen chatted with Lin Zhao for a moment. Zhuo Chen, there's something I need to explain to you. The spiritual energy you consumed before was too large, and you need to make up for the difference, Lin Zhao said. Though a bit shy, she naturally had to mention it due to her responsibilities. Ah? Zhuo Chen was taken aback. At first, his beautiful master had only told him that as long as he joined the Martial God Academy, he could use the training room for free every day. But where did this difference come from? Zhuo Chen glanced at the time on his communicator. He was sure that his usage time had not exceeded 2 hours. Zhuo Chen, it's like this. When you broke through earlier, the consumption of spiritual energy in the training room was too great, so I took the liberty of opening full supply. In other words, the free portion has already been used up by you, so the excess will incur a charge. Lin Jiao shook her head slightly, realizing that Zhuo Chen was unaware of this matter. Alright, no problem. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. But he quickly composed himself. Was it possible not to exceed the limit? For ordinary martial artists at this stage, a blood energy of 20,000 was already considered extraordinary. However, his current blood energy was approaching 200,000. That was 10 times that of an ordinary martial artist of the same rank. Well, opening the supply isn't a big deal. The school has already made it clear that as long as you use the training room in the future, you can have full supply. It should be your beautiful master who made the request. Having such a master is truly fortunate. Lin Jiao nodded, noticing that Zhuo Chen had paid the merit difference without hesitation. Her attitude towards him improved quite a bit. It seemed that this direct disciple of the martial god indeed had some grace. If it were an ordinary student encountering such a situation, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause. Well, Teacher Lin, I'm leaving now. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be coming over frequently in the near future. As he spoke, Zhuo Chen looked at Lin Jiao, who was already a strong practitioner at the 8th stage of martial arts. Although she was over 30, she had been practicing for many years. Not only was her figure exquisite, but her skin was also exceptionally good. At this age, her temperament was naturally not lacking. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. Alright, little brother, take care. Lin Jiao chuckled lightly. After sensing Zhuo Chen's gaze, for some reason, she felt a hint of joy in her heart. Was Zhuo Chen, with such status, starting to be curious about her? Could it be that this little brother was interested in her? Watching Zhuo Chen leave, her eyes fixed on his strong back, her heart was in a tangle. Soon, Lin Jiao took a deep breath, her gaze revealing a hint of helplessness. Forget it. What was she thinking? Zhuo Chen was a direct disciple of the martial god, and although he had only been at the school for a few days, she had heard quite a bit of gossip privately. Zhuo Chen also had a young and beautiful senior sister by his side. So, although Zhuo Chen was excellent, to put it bluntly, there was basically no possibility between them. Since that was the case, what was there to think about? Zhuo Chen was unaware that his mere glance had sparked so many thoughts in the heart of this beautiful teacher. He stepped out, checked the time, and realized it was still noon. He decided to head back to the villa area first. After all, he had just entered the 4th stage of martial arts, and he needed to spend a lot of time slowly refining his acupoints. The other students had basically all participated in the outdoor survival trials. Zhuo Chen himself had quite a bit of merit, and didn't need to participate, so he could naturally focus on his training during the break. After returning to the villa, Zhuo Chen simply took a shower and then fell asleep for a nap. Although advancing to the 4th stage of martial arts was relatively smooth, it still took quite a toll on Zhuo Chen's energy. He hadn't expected that this nap would last all the way until evening. When Zhuo Chen woke up and went downstairs, he ran into his senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue. Zhang Miaoxue had probably just finished her training, dressed rather lightly, and was about to head to the shower. However, she only glanced at Zhuo Chen and froze on the spot. The strange light in her eyes kept flickering. Junior brother, you seem a bit off. Let me take a good look. You broke through again? Zhang Miaoxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was already at the peak of the 6th level, which was significantly higher than Zhuo Chen's rank. With just one glance, she noticed something was amiss. Ha! Zhuo Chen was taken aback, his eyes filled with helplessness. Forget it. It seemed this matter couldn't be hidden any longer. There was an agreement between them that once Zhuo Chen reached the 4th level and could use soul power, Zhang Miaoxue might have to move out. At that time, Zhuo Chen hadn't realized that he had become a 4th level practitioner in just 2 days. After reaching the 4th level, it indeed required soul power. You don't have to be like this, do you? Even if you want to hurry and kick your sister out, you can't do it this quickly, right? I just moved in 2 days ago. Zhang Miaoxue huffed lightly, a hint of grievance showing on her pretty face. Zhuo Chen could only shrug, his expression full of helplessness. He hadn't expected to reach the 4th level of martial arts so quickly. Besides, he hadn't planned to break through today, it was just that his blood energy was too strong to suppress. Sister, this isn't my fault. Maybe the spiritual energy in Area A is too abundant, I really couldn't suppress my realm, Zhuochen said, his expression showing more helplessness. Ha? Are you saying you broke through passively? Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoshua's eyes widened in shock. Everyone else was constantly looking for opportunities to break through quickly, and this guy was truly infuriating. Others couldn't find opportunities even when they actively tried to break through. Unexpectedly, he wanted to suppress his realm but couldn't manage it. Was there any justice in this? Was this even something a person would say? Wait, that's still not right. Even if you've entered the 4th level, your blood energy shouldn't be this strong. In the next moment, Zhang Miaoshua's expression changed again. She even couldn't help but narrow her pupils. Ha? Sister, are you a monster? How do you know everything? Zhuochen was also speechless. Why did he have no secrets in front of this woman? You're still a bit inexperienced in front of your sister. Zhang Miaoshua slightly raised her chin. A touch of confidence appeared on her pretty face. Zhuochen could only nod gently. Right. Otherwise, how could you be my sister? If I'm not mistaken, you suppressed your own realm again? If you hadn't suppressed it, you might have been able to break through. Am I wrong? Zhang Miaoshua's gaze was fixed on Zhuochen. That's right. How did you know again? Zhuochen had no intention of hiding it. After all, he also had a background. Moreover, the stronger he became, the more rewards he would generally receive. He needed even more if he wanted to continue merging entries in the future. Besides, Zhang Miaoshua wasn't an outsider, he had no need to conceal anything. Let me tell you, this kind of situation has occurred with every master before. Haven't you learned about our master's situation? Zhang Miaoshua's eyes flashed as she looked at Zhuochen as if he were a monster. This time, Zhuochen could only keep quiet and nod gently. Moreover, you can apply for rewards from the school in this situation. You know? Don't worry, I'll call the school right now. Zhang Miaoshua smiled and already dialed a number with her communicator. Ha? Rewards? This time, Zhuochen's eyes lit up. Although his strength had increased relatively quickly, the resources he needed compared to others had also multiplied. Without rewards, he didn't know when he would be able to merge entries next. What if I break through 3 levels in a row? What did you say? This time, Zhang Miaoshua was completely unsettled. Clack. The next moment, Zhang Miaoshua actively hung up the phone. What did you say? She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with disbelief. This kid must be defying the heavens, right? To know that, as one of the 3 great martial gods, even when her master suppressed her realm to an unmanageable level, she only advanced 2 stages. But how on earth did this kid manage to do it? He can actually reach the 3rd stage? Moreover, Zhang Miaoshua had a feeling that the 3rd stage this guy was talking about shouldn't be at a normal level. Yeah, I should be fine. Zhuochen nodded lightly, his expression becoming a bit more serious. No joke, there was definitely no problem. Be honest, his current vitality and strength were already close to 200,000. Such foundational attributes were not something ordinary 8th or 9th stage martial artists possessed. If it weren't for his desire to take steady steps, he would have already advanced to the 5th or 6th stage of martial arts in one go. Senior sister, what's wrong? Seeing Zhang Miaoshua in silence, Zhuochen's expression showed a hint of peculiarity. You're a monster. Just wait, we must inform the master about this. Zhang Miaoshua took a deep breath, her expression also becoming more serious. Hearing this, Zhuochen nodded lightly. Actually, it was no big deal to let a master know. To be honest, he had been a direct disciple for almost 3 months, and in that time, he had only seen the master once. It was better that his senior sister didn't mention it, but now that it was brought up, Zhuochen felt a bit nostalgic. After all, the master was not only generous but also powerful. The most crucial part was that she was beautiful, even just a glance was pleasing to the eye. What was wrong with that? With this thought, Zhuochen's heart was already faintly filled with anticipation. Zhang Miaoshua shook her head gently. This little junior brother was truly a prodigy. To be honest, she had been stuck at the peak of the 6th stage for a long time, hoping to move into the A district, but this guy had only been in the A district for a few days? He could actually break through consecutively. In comparison, her own talent seemed rather ordinary. She also knew that compared to ordinary students, her talent was already quite extraordinary, but in front of Zhuochen, that talent didn't seem sufficient. Zhang Miaoshua took a deep breath. She took out her communicator again and dialed a number, while Zhuochen quietly watched. What is it? The communicator connected quickly. Although it was a holographic projection call, the master's side was completely dark. Seeing this scene, both of them were taken aback, but Zhang Miaoxue seemed very familiar with such situations. Without any hesitation, she glanced at Zhuo Chen. Master, little junior brother is now at the 4th stage of martial arts. With surging soul power in his body, he should be able to break through a few more realms. A few? The voice on the phone was calm. 3. Zhang Miaoxue's eyes lit up. Master? Master? Did you hear that? Little junior brother can break through 3 more realms in succession. That's even stronger than me. The next moment, Zhang Miaoxue lost her composure, her eyes sparkling, and the smile on her face was completely unhidden. Alright, got it. You two wait for me at my villa, I will return as soon as possible. The soft yet cool voice on the phone echoed. Zhang Miaoxue was stunned. She wanted to say more, but realized the call had been hung up at some point. Little junior brother, hurry up, let's go. Ha? Zhuo Chen was stunned. What was going on? Where to go? Zhuo Chen didn't understand why his senior sister was so excited about his ability to break through consecutively. Just from her reaction, he clearly knew that this was probably not simple and might even be related to a martial artist's potential. You really hit it well. If I had known you were this amazing, I would feel embarrassed to stay here. Are you plotting something specifically to target your senior sister? Zhang Miaoxue couldn't care about anything else, her eyes shining with excitement as she spoke and stepped outside, her gaze revealing a hint of thrill. Let me tell you, those who can be like you basically bear the future of the human race. You really should have told us earlier. If you had, could we have prepared sooner? Zhang Miaoxue seemed to be complaining, but the excitement on her pretty face was unmistakable. The two of them held hands as they walked out. Zhuo Chen's expression was strange, but Zhang Miaoxue was in high spirits, completely unaware of anything amiss. Just as they stepped out of Building 36, Yang Bing, who lived in the adjacent Building 35, had somehow appeared at the window, looking at Zhang Miaoxue with a hint of mockery in her eyes. I was wondering why some people are so protective, turns out it's an old cow with tender grass. Zhang Miaoxue, you really live up to your reputation. Only someone like you could pull off something like this. I admire you. Yang Bing sneered, but deep in her eyes, a trace of resentment flickered, unfathomable. To be honest, she quite liked Zhuo Chen. But she never expected that this senior sister, who was always so protective, would get ahead of her. You two really are something. Since you've come this far, remember to keep it down at night, so you don't disturb others' rest. Yang Bing was slightly taken aback, a look of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Something's not right. Has Zhang Miaoxue taken the wrong medicine? Normally, she would have spoken up by now. What's going on today? It's as if she's pretending not to hear what I said. Zhuo Chen was also a bit puzzled, but since Zhang Miaoxue wasn't speaking, he naturally didn't have any good feelings towards Yang Bing. He hadn't forgotten how this woman had gossiped during a meal last time. If it weren't for Qin Yang being clever, who knows what would have happened. Watching the two walk away, Yang Bing let out a soft sigh. Even Zhang Miaoxue was with her junior brother now. She was not lacking in anything, so why was no one wanting her at this time? Zhang Miaoxue gradually walked further away, soon disappearing from sight, and only then did she come to her senses, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Yang Bing, I'm in a good mood today. So I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just wait for me to come back, I won't let you off easily. Zhang Miaoxue snorted, and while speaking, she gave Yang Bing a middle finger from a distance. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to carry my junior brother's shoes, you better pray for yourself. Zhang Miaoxue threw down a sentence, ignoring whatever Yang Bing had to say, and pulled Zhuo Chen away. Humph. Yang Bing, who was not one to suffer losses, felt her anger boiling after being scolded by Zhang Miaoxue. She looked down at her graceful figure, her eyes darting around. Zhang Miaoxue, you're forcing me. He is your junior brother, not your man. If one day he becomes my man, I'll see if you cry or not. Yang Bing narrowed her eyes, a trace of resentment flashing in her gaze. Humph. When it comes to dealing with men, she naturally had her own methods. She didn't believe that Zhuo Chen wasn't a man. Abyss. Great Wall. Chen Qingxuan was dressed in dark armor. In her hand, she tightly gripped a blood-red spear, her eyes shimmering with unusual brilliance. After a moment's thought, she finally dialed a number. I still have some unfinished business here, but my disciple's safety must be guaranteed. 100 Jinglong guards, you need to get to my residence as quickly as possible to protect my disciple. Although Chen Qingxuan's words were brief, each one was striking. Mission level. Heavenly. After saying this, Chen Xingxuang put down her self-made communicator, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she tightened her grip on the spear and charged forward again. Chen Xingxuang was one of the 3 great martial gods of the Great Xia. Although she was not ranked first, her strength was formidable. Moreover, due to her special status, she was also the vice president of the Martial God Academy, wielding significant power, especially within the Demon Suppression Army, where she was a top-tier figure. With Chen Xingxuan's word, everything became remarkably smooth. It was precisely because of her high status that her residence was quite extraordinary. On the surface, it appeared to be a tranquil lake, but in reality, it was heavily guarded. To avoid revealing its location, most of the guards were hidden, and anyone approaching within a kilometer of the villa would be monitored. Any unusual movements would be dealt with immediately. In other words, although this was within the Martial God Academy, not just anyone could enter. Even Zhang Miaoxue, without her master's permission, would have no right to approach the villa, let alone enter it. When Zhuo Chen and Zhang Miaoxue arrived, they were immediately stopped by the guards outside. Zhuo Chen had little experience. He casually took out his identity badge. It was common knowledge that he had become a direct disciple of the martial god. Naturally, the guards had no grounds to stop him, merely checking his badge before letting him through. This scene caused a fleeting glimmer in Zhang Miaoxue's eyes. She had been her master's named disciple for 2 years, yet the treatment she received during those 2 years was worlds apart from that of her junior brother. Not to mention Zhang Miaoxue, even Zhuo Chen's current status was enviable to anyone. This was no joke. What kind of status did Chen Xingxuang have? She was one of the 3 great martial gods, not only powerful but also one of the few with such a high status in the Great Xia. To become Chen Xingxuang's direct disciple and be treated with such importance was naturally something to be envied, but Zhuo Chen obtained all this too easily. He didn't feel that these achievements were out of reach. Junior brother, let's switch roles. I'll be the junior sister, and you can be the senior brother. I've realized that if I want to be your senior sister, I might just wear myself out. Zhang Miaoxue gently shook her head, a hint of disappointment already showing on her pretty face. This was simply disheartening. This guy had only been at the academy for 3 days, right? In just 3 days, he could be treated with such importance. Yet she, Zhang Miaoxue, had been a named disciple for 2 years, and during that time she had remained lukewarm. Senior sister, don't say that. You've helped me so much these past few days. Besides, you're working so hard, and your strength is improving rapidly. Who knows, when the master returns this time, she might see your efforts. Zhuo Chen chuckled lightly, knowing Zhang Miaoxue's thoughts, and spoke softly to comfort her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue's eyes brightened. She nodded gently, a smile appearing in her gaze. Yes. How could she give up hope? She had originally planned to break through before the end of the year, but now it seemed she needed to speed up, otherwise it wouldn't be long before she was caught up by her junior brother. How embarrassing would that be? Thinking further, as long as she could reach the 7th tier, what would Yang Bing be? Where would she have the chance to be arrogant then? As long as I enter the 7th level, I can immediately challenge Yang Bing. By then, even if that woman wants to be arrogant, she basically won't have the capital to do so. Under the guidance of the guard at the entrance, they walked a long way. After all, it wasn't just one person, so Zhuo Chen didn't feel bored. However, the closer they got to the villa, the more surprised Zhuo Chen felt, and Zhang Miaoxue's eyes widened even more. This place truly deserves to be Master's Villa. The spiritual energy and soul power here are several times denser than in Area A Azhua. This is where Chen Wuxian resides. You may make yourselves at home, the guard said, lightly nodding to Zhuo Chen, his expression showing more respect. In fact, he had some doubts in his heart before this. It had been so many years. He had some understanding of Chen Xingxuang's living habits. No one could enter Chen Xingxuang's residence, so it seemed that Chen Xingxuang truly valued Zhuo Chen. For a direct disciple of the female martial god, and one that is valued so highly, he naturally did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Zhuo Chen nodded and watched the guard leave. His gaze turned forward, and upon seeing it, even though Zhuo Chen was already prepared, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chen Xingxuang's residence had an excellent environment. Not only were there lush trees around, but also pavilions, towers, rockeries, and flowing water. Everything was complete. Moreover, the spiritual energy and soul power here were extremely abundant. Zhuo Chen even sensed it and found that the spiritual energy here was much denser than in the training room he had entered. Although he had just entered the 4th level and was still using his blood and chi to cleanse his acupoints, he had already opened all his acupoints. This led to Zhuo Chen's perception of soul power being much sharper than that of others. It was only natural for him to feel the difference in Master's Villa. However, on the other side, Zhang Miaoxue, upon hearing Zhuo Chen's words, merely nodded lightly. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Just a glance revealed that Zhang Miaoxue seemed a bit off today. Even her enthusiasm was not very high. Senior sister, what's wrong? Forget it. Even if I enter the 7th level, master probably won't take me as a direct disciple. After all, we are not from the same world. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. In fact, talent is still very important in cultivation. After I reached the 6th level, I clearly noticed that my talent is not as useful anymore, and my cultivation speed has slowed down quite a bit. I can't cultivate like you. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head again. Zhuo Chen was stunned. In his perception, Zhang Miaoxue had always been carefree, but it seemed she had been quite affected today. Why was she suddenly feeling melancholic? Senior sister, it's not like that. Have you ever heard the saying, learning is like rowing upstream, not to advance is to drop back? Ha! Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback, and upon hearing this, she blinked hard. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Although she didn't know what this meant, she understood the general idea. Zhang Miaoxue's reaction also left Zhuo Chen stunned. How could it be? Such a common saying, and Zhang Miaoxue had never heard it? How could this be possible? But in the next second, Zhuo Chen felt relieved. In fact, this was normal. He was a transmigrator, and this world was more focused on martial arts. He just didn't know if there was a literary path. If there was no literary path, then if one day he couldn't continue on the martial path, becoming a literary copyist could also lead to wealth. Junior brother, you're right. No matter what lies ahead, I must charge forward. I didn't expect you to have studied the literary path? Zhang Miaoxue's eyes flashed, and there was a hint of surprise in her gaze towards Zhuo Chen. There's nothing much, I was just talking nonsense. Zhuo Chen shook his head. Although he felt a bit curious inside, he temporarily suppressed all those curiosities. It seemed that this world was mostly flourishing in martial arts. As for the literary path, from Zhang Miaoxue's performance, Zhuo Chen understood that it was likely just that Zhang Miaoxue wasn't particularly skilled in it. If there were opportunities in the future, he could clarify these matters later. Junior brother, I have to say, our master is really good to you. Zhang Miaoxue sighed. Her gaze, however, looked around. Zhuo Chen also looked but didn't find anything particularly special. There are many experts around, quite a lot, Zhang Miaoxue said with a smile on her face. Ha! Zhuo Chen was stunned. This was the master's residence, a place where ordinary people found it hard to approach. Why would there be so many experts? Are you stupid? Our master must be busy with other matters and can't leave, but he's worried about your safety, which is why experts have come. Zhang Miaoxue's eyes twinkled with a hint of mysterious brilliance. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but smile. Yes. That's exactly the effect needed. As long as he demonstrated enough talent, issues regarding resources could be easily resolved. If one day he could step into the realm of a master, he would be the strongest master in the world, able to easily cut through the demon race and the monster race. Then I really have to thank the master. Zhuo Chen's emotions surged, although he didn't meet Master Chen Xingxuang often. He could feel her sincere efforts and knew that she was using some connections to protect him as her disciple. On the other side, Chen Xingxuang had already returned to the capital. She stopped in front of an ancient and elegant courtyard. The courtyard had red walls and green shade, but it was heavily guarded, with more guards than at Chen Xingxuang's residence. Chen Xingxuang stepped forward, her eyes filled with a smile. She hadn't removed her armor, the dark armor accentuated her graceful figure, while the aura of killing intent was unabashedly displayed. This was the martial god. As Chen Xingxuang entered the courtyard, all the guards nodded gently, and no one stopped her. Soon, she stood before several elderly men. A few gray-haired elders had been waiting there. Upon noticing Chen Xingxuang's arrival, their gazes all focused on her. Is there something special going on? Why would you think of us old fellows? After you young talents appeared, our lives have indeed become much easier. Yes, if there's anything, you can handle it. When the guards notified me just now, I thought the demon race was about to launch a major counterattack. I had already prepared my spear. The elders exchanged glances, but their gazes ultimately fell on Chen Xingxuang. They naturally understood that today's protagonist was Chen Xingxuang. Chen Xingxuang nodded gently. Indeed. There are some matters. My direct disciple is quite extraordinary, and I plan to elevate the standards of his training, but this level of decision is no longer something I can decide alone. Chen Xingxuang nodded lightly, her eyes sparkling with various colors. Is it that little kid? I know him. He was quite impressive during the simulation tests, and hasn't it only been a few days? Since the new semester started? One of the elders said with interest, his gaze filled with more admiration. At such a young age, possessing such talent and having delved into the abyss, training in Jubai city for 2 months. With such temperament, once he grows up, he would definitely become a nightmare for the demon race. Raising the treatment is absolutely no problem, let's finalize. To what extent we should raise it? Chen Qingshuang nodded gently. A few hours later, Chen Qingshuang finally left, but as she departed, there was already a hint of a faint smile in her eyes. This return was worth it. Since this kid had such talent as his master, she could indeed help him a bit. I just hope this kid can grow up quickly. If the great Xia can have one more martial god, then when facing the demon clan or the evil spirits, it would be much better. Even the entire world's landscape would change. At the residence of the female martial god, Zhuochen and Zhang Miaoxue naturally had no idea that within just a few hours, the female martial god had arranged so many things. Zhuochen used his identity token to open the villa's door and the two stepped inside. Zhuochen was momentarily stunned. He knew that his master had a cool temperament and usually dressed very simply, but he didn't expect a home to be basically the same. Moreover, it seemed that his master knew how to enjoy life. He didn't know what method she used, but she had actually brought lake water into the house, creating a large fish tank in the living room filled with many fish swimming lively. In the center of the large pond, there was clearly an artificial landscape. There was even a small island, adorned with flowers and plants, which looked quite charming from the entrance. Just one glance, and Zhuochen gently nodded. It was good for his master to be like this, although she was usually busy. As soon as she returned home, she could immediately get a very good rest. The decor and arrangement here were simply the best combination of man and nature. Just one look was enough to see that this place was full of vitality. The two had just entered the villa when a graceful figure stepped in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they both turned to look, and there was a hint of warmth in their gazes. Master! Master! They both spoke at the same time, while Chen Qingshuang merely nodded gently. She was still wearing the dark armor she had donned on the battlefield. She then tossed a new jade token to Zhuochen, just giving a slight nod. Wait a moment, I need to take off my armor. With just one sentence, Chen Qingshuang turned and went upstairs. Master, the junior brother might be able to break through 4 or 5 realms in a row. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath and voiced her speculation. For some reason, she always felt that Zhua Chen was still hiding something. Or rather, with her current strength, she could easily sense the vigorous blood energy within Zhua Chen's body. It was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Zhuochen was stunned. What? No way. He instinctively looked at Zhang Miaoxue, wondering if this woman had some special ability to know even this. It was simply unscientific. Okay, I understand, Chen Qingshuang nodded slightly in response and continued upstairs, not even pausing her steps. The current training standards for you in the Great Xia have reached the highest level, and all the benefits will be increased. The time in the training room has been extended to 6 hours, and during those 6 hours, both spiritual energy and soul power can be supplied without limits. Additionally, we will prepare heavenly level martial skills for you, and you can also be provided with 1 piece of heavenly level equipment. The merit points will be 30,000 per month, and the historical archives will also be fully open to you. You are currently at the 4th stage of martial arts, and at this stage, you will receive 10 top-grade blood energy pills and another 10 top-grade soul condensing pills each month. The token I just gave you, keep it well. If needed, you can directly take over a city, such as Jubicheng. By the way, most importantly, Qin Jubai once sent you 10 Jinglong guards. Although you can't use them now, you will be able to in the future. This quota will be increased to 100 people. If you have any questions now, you can ask immediately. Chen Qingshuang basically revealed all the contents discussed in the meeting. Zhuochen just blinked. There was more surprise in his eyes. It seemed this was the plan for next month. By the way, we suspect that your attributes should be quite extraordinary, right? So once you reach the 5th stage of martial arts, you can receive a golden inscription at each stage. Or other items equivalent in value to the golden inscription. Chen Qingshuang looked at Zhuochen's calm demeanor and spoke again. Wow! This time, Zhuochen was completely unsettled. Previously, he had always tried every means to make money in order to integrate more entries. Although the pressure would still be great after obtaining the golden entry arranged by the country. With this layer, as long as his strength was greater, wouldn't he be able to gain more? Zhuochen had always known that powerful strength was very important, but he never expected that strength could be important to this extent. As long as he had strength, he could basically have whatever he wanted. Isn't that great? It was simply exhilarating. Zhang Miaoxue, standing to the side, was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the kind of resources that the little junior brother can leverage after gaining talent? This is simply terrifying. No matter which of these items fell on her or any other martial artist, it would be enough to shake the world, even allowing her to have a huge improvement in strength in a short time. Yet, she never expected that this little junior brother, after hearing so much, actually showed no sign of fluctuation. Isn't this a bit abnormal? For a moment, Zhang Miaoxue felt that her brain was not quite enough. She took a deep breath, her breathing a bit hurried. As a young lady from a prominent family, she was very clear about what each of these promises meant. She, Zhang Miaoxue, was indeed not simple. She was the young lady of the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. However, the Zhang family was large and prosperous, with many members. Although the Zhang family could be said to have made great achievements in battle and has held a sufficient status in the Great Xia over the years, compared to Zhuo Chen, it indeed seemed a bit lacking. The Zhang family. That was a family with 100 years of heritage. Even though it had a great reputation and status, it had no qualification to take over a city. But Zhuo Chen could. Additionally, there was the Jinglong Guard, rumored to be composed of powerful martial artists. Moreover, they were absolutely loyal. As a member of a prominent family, Zhang Miaoxue had only a vague understanding of this so-called Jinglong Guard. Even her father, at that level, could only obey the Jinglong Guard. But Zhuo Chen, on the other hand, according to the master's words, could already command the Jinglong Guard before. And from now on, the number he could command had actually increased to 100? What does this mean? This already proved that although Zhuo Chen was still just a student, he had long since wielded immense power. This was simply terrifying. Although Zhang Miaoxue tried to remain calm, the content she heard had already begun to unsettle her. This is simply against the heavens. Chen Xingxuan had been paying no attention to Zhang Miaoxue but was looking at Zhuo Chen. By the way, you can give up those courses at school, they are basically of little use to you. I will personally teach you your martial arts learning in the future, and for other courses, I will find corresponding master-level experts to teach you. Yes. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly, his expression still calm. I will basically be in the imperial capital for a while. When you can advance to the 5th stage of martial arts, you can find me, and at that time, the formal teaching of your martial arts will begin, Chen Xingxuan added. A smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. This is quite good. The master is beautiful enough, and after becoming her direct disciple, she hasn't taught him anything yet. Now, after reaching the 5th stage of martial arts, he can be with the master, and the key is that learning itself is very tiring. But having a beautiful woman in the middle makes it different. Zhang Miaoxue also nodded in agreement. Zhuo Chen then cupped his hands towards Chen Xingxuan, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. With the master holding down the fort, in the future, he could basically focus on improving his strength without worry, right? But Zhang Miaoxue's face revealed a hint of doubt. Junior brother, why do I feel like something is off? Those experts before must have been arranged by our master. It seems she cares a lot about your safety. Then why not let us stay here, but instead let us leave? Zhang Miaoxue had been through quite a bit today, and for a moment, she felt her mind was a bit overwhelmed. Isn't that simple? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his face full of smiles. Our master is a martial god. Since she stayed in the imperial capital, it's to intimidate. With her here, what danger could there be? Zhuo Chen gently shook his head. In fact, these questions could be quickly clarified with a little thought. But Zhang Miaoxue was a bit reluctant to think after the shock she had experienced. That makes sense. Zhang Miaoxue nodded lightly. Even now, she still felt that everything she had gone through today was like a dream. Her mind felt like mush. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Anyway, my junior brother becoming powerful is only beneficial for me. Today has been quite rewarding. Since that's the case, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhuo Chen waved his hand, a relaxed smile in his eyes, clearly showing that revealing his talent had its advantages. Junior brother, I really didn't misjudge you. A smile appeared on Zhang Miaoxue's face. As she spoke, she patted Zhuo Chen on the shoulder, her eyes filled with more delight. Since you've gained so many benefits today, as your senior sister, I won't be polite, I plan to eat a lot today. Zhang Miaoxue laughed heartily, and Zhuo Chen could only nod in agreement. The two chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the dining place. Zhang Miaoxue didn't hold back. Since it was Zhuo Chen treating, she ate freely, and in the end, the only result was that she was stuffed. After the meal, Zhuo Chen didn't hesitate. He went straight to the resource department. He first collected the newly acquired resources. 10 top-grade chi blood pills along with 10 top-grade soul condensing pills. As for the other rewards, Zhuochen was still in school and had no use for them, so he didn't collect them directly. He had already calculated in his mind. Since the master had been in the imperial capital for a while and was still at the school, it basically meant that even if he caused any commotion within the academy, the master could handle it. Since that was the case, there was nothing to hide. Tomorrow, he would directly advance to the 5th stage of martial arts. However, Zhuochen was still clear in his mind that to advance to the 4th stage, he only needed to open the acupoints, and once the soul power within the acupoints was full, he could advance to the 5th stage. But for Zhuochen, this was nothing. He now had top-grade chi blood pills and top-grade soul condensing pills, enough to withstand the consumption. What are resources for? Aren't they just for enhancing strength? Since that's the case, there was no need to be polite. With the resources in hand, he would immediately enhance his strength, especially since he was now full of chi and blood, which could be said to be full of potential. After coming to this realization, Zhuochen felt that his thoughts had become much clearer. When the two returned to the villa, Zhuochen went straight back to his room. After picking up the communicator, Zhuochen re-entered the internal network. He checked his information. The data had changed slightly. However, compared to before, it was still largely the same. And the 30,000 merit points that the master had mentioned had, as expected, been credited. However, Zhuochen had to consume millions of merit points each time, so 30,000 merit points were just a drop in the bucket for him. Ding dong! Just as Zhuochen was about to put down the communicator to rest, a crisp sound came from it. It was a message from Master Chen Xingxuan. Zhuochen was slightly taken aback, not expecting his master to still be awake so late. At that moment, he opened the message box. There were only 2 messages in total, one of which was a document. Zhuochen glanced at it. It was essentially the same information his master had shared with him during the day. However, while his master had spoken it in a voice message, this was a text version. The content was largely the same. To put it simply, what had been discussed during the day had now become policy. The other message was an invitation from his master, granting him access to a new section of the internal network. This section was something Zhuochen had never encountered before. Night Watchman? Just seeing these 3 words made Zhuochen pause. He had long known that the war against the demon race was far more brutal than he had imagined, and the stability within the city was largely due to the efforts of the Demon Suppression Army and the Night Watchman. By bringing him into this section, his master was indicating that he was now a part of the Night Watchman. In other words, the higher-ups had recognized his identity and strength. Zhuochen was very curious about the Night Watchman and, without any hesitation, clicked to enter. Immediately, the facial recognition feature on the communicator activated. Identity verification successful. Congratulations on becoming a part of the Night Watchman. The cold system prompt echoed, but a smile appeared on Zhuochen's face. It seemed that all his previous efforts had paid off. In just a few short months, he had fully entered the core level. Congratulations on becoming a Night Watchman. Fight for the future of humanity. The cold voice now carried a hint of fervor. Zhuochen was momentarily stunned. He then clicked the screen again, and the situation on the screen changed once more. The Night Watchman, as a separate module, was not open to the public, which underscored the importance of this module. Although he had decent talent, it had taken him this long to access the core of the Night Watchman. Zhuochen quickly browsed through the content within the module. Guard task: the daughter of the Lord of Nanyuan City has been rescued and needs to be escorted back to Nanyuan City. Undercover task: disguise as a demon and carry out an undercover mission, strength limit, martial arts level 8 or above. Assassination task: a gathering place of shadow demons has been discovered, requiring a human strongman for a leader. Assassination task, strength limit, martial arts level 8 or above. Zhuochen rapidly scanned the content on the screen, his heart filled with shock. What more was there to say? It seemed that the strong among humanity had been working hard all along. However, these undercurrents had been well hidden, concealed beneath a beautiful facade. The current stable life was due to the continuous efforts of the strong for humanity. He was quite clear about the shadow demons. He had killed one when he first entered the abyss. These creatures were indeed powerful, and ordinary martial artists could not deal with them. Now that a gathering place for shadow demons had been discovered, if this mission could succeed, it would be of great significance to humanity. At the same time, within the Night Watchman's interface, Zhuochen learned that, in fact, whether it was talent, cities, or various resources, everything was categorized by levels. Seeing such news left Zhuochen in shock. After all, he came from an era of equality. But upon reflection, he understood humanity was in peril, and in such circumstances, only through reasonable allocation of resources could humanity stand undefeated. As long as the spark of civilization could continue, there was hope for humanity's future. If such news were to be known by ordinary martial artists and civilians, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. But Zhuo Chen was clear that this was reality. His gaze swept over the 3-pin tasks, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. He understood very well what kind of beings the demon race truly was. Unexpectedly, someone went undercover in the demon clan. This is the true heroism. To become a night watchman, one must at least meet 2 basic conditions, one of which is to have sufficient talent and growth potential, because naturally, one must possess enough strength. Anyone can be said to have limitless prospects. Yet, it was unthinkable that they could infiltrate the heart of the demon clan for the future of humanity. The level of danger goes without saying. Ha! After reading this, Zhuo Chen let out a gentle breath, his gaze revealing a hint of sharpness. It turns out that behind the stability of the Great Xia, there has always been a group of people guarding it. However, from now on, he, Zhuo Chen, has also become one of the night watchmen. It seems that he had previously known too little, thinking too optimistically about the task and the war against the demons. Now it appears that all of this is merely superficial. This world is still very dangerous. To survive better, he must quickly enhance his own strength. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhuo Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Zhuo Chen woke up. He did not linger too long. When he went downstairs with his identity card, his senior sister had not yet gotten up. Zhuo Chen did not disturb her, turning to leave and heading straight to the school's training room. However, Zhuo Chen did not expect that by choosing to come so early, he would run into an old acquaintance, Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao was also taken aback. Her gaze swept over Zhuo Chen, carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. Lin Jiao naturally knew that this guy not only had good talent but also an impressive background. Under such circumstances, he was surprisingly diligent. This was not going to let other students live, was it? Zhuo Qingchuan, you're working too hard, aren't you? Is there something happening today? You only have 2 hours of free time in the training room each day. You don't have to push yourself so hard, right? Lin Jiao smiled as she spoke. After a few days of interaction, the two had gradually become familiar, and Lin Jiao was much more casual in front of Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, however, did not say much. He simply presented his identity card. Lin Jiao was taken aback. She was too familiar with this action, as it was something that had to be done every day, but this guy was being too direct today, wasn't he? It was still so early, couldn't they chat for a while? But she was, after all, a teacher, and she had not forgotten her identity. She picked up the scanner beside her and scanned Zhuo Chen's identity card, but her gaze revealed a hint of strangeness. She hadn't noticed before, but now she realized that Zhuo Chen's identity card was somewhat different from before. In the next second, Lin Jiao was completely stunned. So that's how it is. How did your level? In the next moment, Lin Jiao's eyes widened, the astonishment in her gaze could no longer be concealed. What was going on? Just a day apart, Zhuo Chen's identity level had actually become classified? How could this be possible? After all, she was an 8th-tier martial artist. Even if Zhuo Chen's level had increased, it shouldn't be invisible to her, right? However, as the manager of the training room, she naturally understood that there was absolutely no possibility of an error with the identity card. For a moment, the shock in Lin Jiao's heart was like a tidal wave. Today's free usage time is 6 hours, I've already processed it for you. But her good professional demeanor kept her curiosity in check. Yet, the look in her eyes when she glanced at Zhuo Chen gradually became a bit heated. Incredible, this young man is truly remarkable. Let's go, I'll take you to the training room. As she spoke, Lin Jiao had already returned the identity card. Immediately, she led Zhuo Chen ahead. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. After all, Lin Jiao was the manager here and was very familiar with the situation, so having her lead the way would certainly be much more convenient. Sister Jiao, it's so convenient with you around. Zhuo Chen said a word of thanks as he reached the door, then closed the door to the training room. No need to be polite. If you need anything else, you can contact me anytime. Lin Jiao was taken aback. Previously, this kid at least called her teacher. What happened today? Even the way he addressed her changed? However, this form of address made Lin Jiao feel a bit younger, and although she just nodded without speaking, a hint of sweetness inexplicably arose in her heart. Although she had a good appearance and her strength was decent, she was already 30 and had never been in a relationship. Soon, Lin Jiao's expression changed slightly. Last time, when Zhuo Chen came over, if I hadn't discovered it in time, there might have been a problem. This time I have to let him see. After all, the training room he is using now is the best in the entire school, and if something goes wrong, it would be more serious than last time. As the manager, Lin Jiao naturally knew the situation of the school's training rooms very well. In fact, to put it simply, the training rooms were also graded. It's just that this grading wasn't openly stated. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Lin Jiao's face, and she quickly went to the office. Inside the office, she could observe Zhuo Chen's situation at any time through this data. However, if an ordinary student entered the training room, Lin Jiao would definitely not be so attentive. After all, she was at the director level, and there were many things that didn't require her to take action herself. Many colleagues were eager to help her with tasks. Usually, observing the situation in the training room wouldn't require her to do it. But today was different. After all, the one entering the training room was Zhuo Chen, a direct disciple of the martial god, and she also knew Zhuo Chen's currently classified identity level. This must mean he was receiving some special treatment. A talent like this had an extremely high probability of growing. She couldn't afford to be negligent. As she entered the office, Lin Jiao's gaze fixed on the various data. Sister Jiao, why are you here so early? It's enough for me to be here in the observation room, you don't need to worry about these things. On the other side, a male colleague wearing gold-rimmed glasses had a fleeting smile in his eyes. No, this student's situation is quite special, I need to observe him throughout. Lin Jiao shook her head slightly. As she spoke, a serious expression appeared on her beautiful face. Sister Jiao, you look good in this outfit today. The male colleague picked up a cup from the side, filled it with water from the water dispenser, and placed it on the desk in front of Lin Jiao, then smiled as he spoke. Lin Jiao was taken aback. Good looking? Thinking of Zhuo Chen's previous compliment, Lin Jiao's face turned slightly red. Forget it, I'm already old. Lin Jiao shook her head slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. Old? Not at all. Actually, young people nowadays also like this older sister style. I quite like it, it's really nice. The male colleague, named Zhao Yang, had a 7th-tier strength but hadn't been at the school for long. He looked quite ordinary. Lin Jiao had never paid attention to such a colleague before, but unexpectedly, his words were quite pleasant to hear. Lin Jiao just nodded, her gaze once again fixed on the screen in front of her. But what floated in her mind was Zhuo Chen. Although she hadn't interacted much with Zhuo Chen, she had a very good impression of him. If there was anything inappropriate between them, it was naturally her age. She was already 30, while Zhuo Chen had just entered his freshman year. However, she had already been enlightened by the words of her male colleague. To be honest, this younger brother was quite impressive. Zhuo Chen, on the other hand, was unaware that his previous small actions had stirred so many thoughts in the beautiful woman not far away. After entering the training room, he utilized the abundant spiritual energy within to begin cleansing his acupoints. He had previously worried about his soul power being insufficient, but the blood essence pill and soul condensation pill he had just received were enough to handle everything before him. Then, Zhuo Chen held the soul condensation pill in his hand, and as he operated his technique, the soul power within the pill quickly surged into his acupoints. After all, these acupoints had been cleansed before, so there shouldn't be any issues. He just needed to replenish a large amount of soul power, and he could basically stabilize his 4th stage. However, Zhuo Chen's goal today was not to stabilize any realm, he needed to break through again. Boom! As the massive soul power gathered and surged into his acupoints, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel invigorated. After all, previously, when Zhuo Chen mobilized his blood essence power, he could only use techniques to forcefully operate it. But now, with the addition of soul power, controlling the blood essence power became much simpler and easier, akin to the difference between a barbarian and someone who knows how to use tools. Even the operation of the blood essence became extremely smooth. At this moment, Zhuo Chen understood. His senior sister had already mentioned that there was an essential difference between the 3rd and 4th stages. Zhuo Chen had some understanding of this before, but now he completely grasped what that essential difference was. It could be said that although he had only broken through one realm, his strength had more than doubled compared to before. At the very least, the operation of his blood essence was now at its peak, and this feeling was simply exhilarating. 5th stage? Zhuo Chen chuckled, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. His blood essence power was already extremely robust, even without using soul power to mobilize it, he could open up a divine palace within his body, solely relying on his blood essence power. Not to mention the assistance of soul power. In an instant, Zhuo Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He felt the blood essence surging throughout his body, and his control over the blood essence power had increased by at least 10 times. In other words, if he were to engage in battle, wouldn't that mean his combat power had increased tenfold? Moreover, Zhuo Chen had some understanding of the 5th stage. To reach the 5th stage, one needed to used their blood essence power and soul power to break open a divine palace in the lower abdomen. This was where the essence was nurtured, and if the essence was pure enough, it could condense into a phantom at the 6th or 7th stage. Once the phantom took shape, it could enhance the body's qualities in all aspects. By that time, combat power would naturally be stronger. If one were to compare it to something, it would be similar to cultivating the primordial spirit in Taoist practices. However, in Zhuo Chen's view, the martial arts of this world were somewhat superficial. There were foundations and roots, but there were still many areas that needed improvement. Then let's get started. Zhuo Chen shouted, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The powerful blood essence, under the mobilization of soul power, gathered towards his lower abdomen. Boom! With just a loud bang, it was as if a tremendous force had been unleashed. However, Zhuo Chen's expression changed. Is this the divine palace? Zhuo Chen squinted, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. However, according to convention, breakthroughs shouldn't be this easy. Yet for Zhuo Chen, this breakthrough truly posed no difficulty. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the 5th level of martial arts. The 5th level of martial arts. It could be said to be a brand new beginning. It could also be seen as a complete manifestation of past accumulations. Zhuo Chen carefully sensed the changes. But he discovered that within his divine palace, there was a void. Just a glance, and Zhuo Chen was stunned. Logically speaking, the divine palace should not be this large, yet his divine palace was vast. Even having just entered the 5th level of martial arts, it was still incredibly spacious. In the center of the empty divine palace, there was a shadowy figure. The figure was enveloped in the power of blood and energy, with both forces intertwining and flowing over it. Although the appearance of this figure was unclear, Zhuo Chen knew that it was a smaller version of himself. What was wrong with this divine palace? Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, filled with suspicion. Before his breakthrough, he had actually reviewed the tutorial, which stated that the process of entering the 5th level of martial arts was exceptionally difficult, and many exceptionally talented geniuses were stuck at the 5th level. After several attempts and breakthroughs, they could finally succeed. But for him, this statement was completely invalid. Why was that? Zhuo Chen couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Since the divine palace had formed, there was no point in thinking about other things. He should first stabilize his realm. Fortunately, this time he was well prepared. His soul condensing pill and blood energy pill would come in handy now. Zhuo Chen's thoughts shifted. He activated his cultivation technique. The moment the technique began to operate, the spiritual energy and soul power in the entire training room were drawn in by an inexplicable force, rapidly converging into Zhuo Chen's body. Under this force, guided by the technique, they entered his body. Then, they flowed through his limbs and bones, eventually passing through the acupoints and, under the guidance of the technique, slowly flowed into the divine palace. Finally, they gathered on the still unclear small figure. After being nourished by the spiritual energy and soul power, the originally unclear small figure began to become clearer. And Zhuo Chen could also feel that from this moment on, his perception of the outside world was gradually becoming clearer. Previously, he could only have a simple perception of the surrounding environment through the operation of soul power, but now it was different. Even with his eyes closed, his perception of the surroundings was incredibly clear, as if he had gained an extra eye. No, that's not right. Even his eyes did not perceive the world as clearly as he did now. Feeling this change, Zhuo Chen sighed softly. Originally, he thought his senior sister had some special talent, being able to notice his progress and strength immediately. It wasn't until he entered the 5th level of martial arts that he clearly sensed how terrifying the gap in realms was. This was simply against the heavens. Zhuo Chen operated his technique, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and soul power. But outside the training room, chaos had already erupted. Sister Jiao, what's going on? Look, the spiritual energy and soul power in the training room are depleting too quickly. Is there a problem? In the office, the male teacher squinted his eyes, his face showing signs of anger. The soul power and spiritual energy in the training room were already incredibly precious. Although entering the training room required a fee, the school only charged the most basic amount. If every student wasted like this, it would lead to problems sooner or later. He must have some special means to steal soul power and spiritual energy in the training room, which is strictly prohibited by the school. I want to see which student is so bold. The male teacher glanced at the various data in the training room. However, he discovered that the consumption rate of soul power and spiritual energy was even faster than before, and his expression showed a hint of panic. Stop. It must be stopped. If not halted, the losses for the school This time could be significant. On the other side, Lin Jiao narrowed her eyes. As the manager of the training room, she had encountered various situations, but it was her first time seeing such a rapid consumption of spiritual energy and soul power. She specifically paid attention to the training room where the consumption was particularly fast. Upon looking, her pretty face also took on an unusual expression. Xianjia, make a decision quickly, or we might both get implicated by this kid. The male teacher beside Lin Jiao could no longer sit still. How could this happen? How could such a situation arise? Humph. What do you know? I've already calculated that his consumption of spiritual energy and soul power is just what is needed for normal cultivation. Don't move. You need to increase the supply to the maximum right now. Lin Jiao narrowed her eyes, her expression serious. Upon hearing this, the male teacher was stunned. He stared intently at the data and then looked at Lin Jiao. He could only grit his teeth and comply. After all, he was new and had little presence in the entire management office. Jiao Jia, this isn't a joke. You do have the authority to mobilize spiritual energy and soul power, but if something goes wrong. The male colleague stared at Lin Jiao, though he didn't understand what she was up to. But such matters should be clarified sooner rather than later. Problems? You'd better pray that the earlier delay didn't affect the student's cultivation, otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. Lin Jiao raised her eyebrows, a cold smile on her beautiful face. She truly didn't understand how this fool's mind worked. It was one thing that Zhuo Chen was a direct disciple of the martial god, but now the information on his identity card had been updated to top secret. Moreover, the commotion in the training room was not small. It might have already attracted the attention of many important figures. If something really went wrong, they would truly be implicated. The male colleague was stunned, a hint of panic in his eyes. What was going on? How could he know? Inside the training room, Zhuo Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance and vitality. Because the divine palace had already formed and was very solid, the little figure within the divine palace was also continuously solidifying. At first, Zhuo Chen didn't know what this little figure was, but at this moment, he understood. Since this was the divine palace, then this little figure was the divine soul. However, under normal circumstances, he was only at the 5th level of martial arts. How could a divine soul appear at this time? Wasn't a divine soul something that could only be possessed at the 7th level of martial arts? But since his realm had stabilized, a heavy stone in Zhuo Chen's heart was finally set down. He could clearly feel that his strength seemed to have greatly increased after this breakthrough. Although, on the attribute panel, values like vitality and strength had basically not changed much. But with the divine soul, Zhuo Chen's control and mastery over these powers had reached an extremely exquisite level. If purely based on combat power, his strength had already grown by more than 10 times. It should be noted that the divine soul is a power that can only be mastered after reaching the 7th stage of martial arts. Yet he had already grasped it. According to Zhuo Chen's estimation, after this breakthrough, he was basically invincible below the master level. Zhuo Chen was about to get up. After all, the purpose of his visit to the training room this time was to advance to the 5th stage of martial arts. At this moment, the goal had been achieved. Moreover, Zhuo Chen was relatively satisfied with the gains from this experience, especially since his master had previously said that when he reached the 5th stage of martial arts, he could seek her out, and she would personally teach him martial skills. Since that was the case, it was time. However, Zhuo Chen still felt a bit puzzled about why he had to wait until reaching the 5th stage of martial arts, but now he understood clearly that at the 5th stage, he would have complete control over his body and various powers, making learning at that time much more effective. Because of this, Zhuo Chen felt a bit anxious. But the next moment, Zhuo Chen was stunned. What was going on? The reason Zhuo Chen had opened his eyes and ended his training was that he sensed the spiritual energy and soul power in the training room had almost been depleted. As for the blood qi pill, Zhuo Chen's own blood qi was already very robust. Although he had made preparations, he hadn't used any. The consumption rate of the soul condensation pill was extremely fast, and he had basically used up all 10 of them. Zhuo Chen rubbed his chin, a hint of calmness in his gaze. Since that was the case, the spiritual energy and soul power in the training room could not be wasted like this. The 5th stage of martial arts was just the beginning for any martial artist, it was not the end. Although the breakthrough had been completed, there was no rule stating that he couldn't continue. Right? Since there was so much soul power and spiritual energy, he might as well continue. The tasks required at the 5th stage of martial arts were naturally quite simple. He needed to refine his soul through his understanding of martial arts. For others, this might be difficult. But for Zhuochen, it was not hard at all. After all, he came from a future era. In other words, Zhuochen had seen how many extraordinary talents had left behind a wealth of literature and insights on cultivation throughout the 5,000 years of Chinese history. He had previously felt that the martial arts in this world were relatively rudimentary. Anything he casually brought out would be heavyweight in this realm. Previously, his master had mentioned that when he reached the 5th stage of martial arts and sought her out, she likely had this aspect in mind. Thinking of this, Zhuochen furrowed his brows. He realized that he didn't have many memories about martial arts in his mind. Much of his understanding came from novels and television. Even if he knew the names of the techniques and was aware of those impressive phrases within the techniques, they were not complete content. A sentence or two might be useful, but if the content was incomplete, it would have little effect on him. Zhuochen shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. No, he indeed didn't remember those ordinary techniques, but there were many top-notch classics in the 5,000 years of Chinese history. In an instant, Zhuochen's eyes lit up. And the most suitable one was the Tao De Jing, which is said to be a cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Zhuochen's heart raced. In fact, he had always recognized the wisdom crystallized in the 5,000 years of Chinese history, but he had never had a good opportunity to verify it in his past life. This time was different. If he used the Tao De Jing to refine his soul, Zhuochen couldn't even imagine what the outcome would be. That was the culmination of 5,000 years of wisdom. Perhaps just a few words or sentences could lead to tremendous progress for his soul. Not to mention, Zhuochen had even more understanding of the Tao De Jing. During the low points of his past life, that book had accompanied him for many years. Zhuochen was well aware of the content above. It was not difficult for him to recite it effortlessly, let alone write it down. Then it's settled. Zhuochen's lips curled into a smile. Taking a deep breath, he began to write on the walls of the divine palace using his soul power as a pen and his vital energy as ink. This was precisely why refining the soul could only be done after acquiring soul power. Without soul power as a medium and guide, who, unless they were a master-level expert, could control the power of vital energy so exquisitely? Zhuochen closed his eyes and sat down again in the center of the training room. As he operated his cultivation technique, a vast amount of soul power and spiritual energy was stirred, and the soul within the divine palace began to move. This divine palace was just opened by Zhuochen today. Although it was vast, much of it remained shrouded in darkness and chaos. Zhuochen paid no mind to this. With a flash of his gaze, he summoned his soul. Tao De Jing. The 3 characters, under the influence of soul power and using vital energy as ink, were written out. Boom! But just those 3 characters had already stirred countless disturbances. Zhuochen could even clearly feel his divine palace gently vibrating. Crash! The rich spiritual energy in the entire training room was, in the blink of an eye, drained by more than half under the influence of these 3 characters. Zhuochen was slightly taken aback. Under the gaze of his soul, the 3 formed characters, as soon as they appeared, turned golden. 3 golden characters. They started off small, but as time passed, they grew larger and eventually floated upwards. Boom! With a muffled sound, these 3 characters were actually engraved on the ceiling of the divine palace, their golden light flickering, bringing a glimmer of brightness to the originally chaotic divine palace. Boom! The process of the 3 characters forming and flying to the ceiling of the divine palace happened in the blink of an eye. As the 3 characters were successfully engraved on the ceiling, Zhuochen was unaware that the outside world was still stirring with celestial phenomena. Although the sky was clear, suddenly, several muffled rumbles echoed from the sky outside the training room. Zhuochen was oblivious to the changes outside. He clearly understood that his imaginative thoughts had led him down a very correct path. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. In fact, it would have been impossible for the spiritual energy and soul power in the training room to be consumed so greatly. It was precisely because of this that Zhuochen's resolve grew stronger. Since this path was correct, he could not stop. Seeing that there was still plenty of spiritual energy and soul power in the training room, Zhuochen controlled the soul within the divine palace and continued to write. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. In just 9 short characters, Zhuochen took a long time to write. It seemed that each character carried immense power, causing him to write very slowly, but Zhuochen was Clear in his heart that once he completed the writing, both his strength and status would see a significant increase. He had to keep writing. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would continue. In the office area of the training room, the male teacher's expression turned completely grim. Jiao Jia, this might really be a problem. This kid doesn't know what he's doing inside. And he's actually consumed most of the soul power and spiritual energy. The male teacher was almost in tears. If it had been handled like before, they could have managed it internally. But now, this kid was about to use it all up, and this time it would be serious. No worries, you must report this immediately. Both the school and the Martial Alliance need to be informed. Lin Jiao raised her eyebrows. Encountering such a situation, she remained calm. Alright. The male teacher was taken aback. Right. Report it. It must be reported immediately. As long as it is reported, if something happens, it has nothing to do with them. The male colleague had a joyful expression on his face. He naturally knew that this matter was of great importance. If it wasn't reported and something went wrong, it would only be their responsibility. However, once the matter was reported, it would no longer have anything to do with them. As for the people in the training room, if he could handle it himself, he would naturally have to bear the corresponding consequences, and it wasn't a big deal at all. The man's name was Zhang Xian. He originally lacked talent in martial arts. It was only through some connections that he managed to enter the Martial God Academy, which was one of the top academies in the country. Being able to work here made him quite satisfied. But he couldn't afford to be fired due to problems at work. He had put in a lot of effort and spent a considerable amount of money to get this job, and he hadn't even earned back the money he had spent to get here. If he lost his job now, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, from the very beginning, Zhang Xian was worried. Zhang Xian stepped up to the computer. He quickly logged onto the official website of the Martial Alliance and used his internal network privileges to report the matter. Only then did Zhang Xian let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the woman inside wasn't the type with a big chest and no brains. It seemed that his reminder was still useful. This woman, knowing the seriousness of the matter, didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to handle. Buzz. But suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. Zhang Xian was taken aback. What was going on? This was a situation that only occurred when a large amount of spiritual energy and soul power was being infused. After all, the entire office began to tremble continuously. This kind of alert was mandatory, which meant that the current situation was extremely serious. Zhang Xian's expression changed completely. Lin Jiao. You crazy woman, what are you doing? How could you drain all the spiritual energy and soul power from the training rooms and give it to this guy? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xian was thoroughly enraged. He could no longer hold back. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying this situation was. This was no joke. Was this guy out of his mind? He had thought this woman was sensible, but now it seemed he was wrong. This woman was clearly setting herself up to do something even more terrifying. Moreover, Zhang Xian quickly discovered that Lin Jiao not only drained all the spiritual energy and soul power from the training rooms but also transferred all the reserved soul power and spiritual energy into Zhuo Chen's training room. This was simply reckless. The importance of reserved soul power and spiritual energy was self-evident. Even the dean didn't have the right to use them individually. These reserves could only be used in extremely special circumstances and required the Martial Alliance's approval. Although the Martial God Academy held a special status, it absolutely could not overstep this rule. Was it not seeking death? Lin Jiao, oh Lin Jiao, you really are crazy. Those things we did before might have only led to dismissal, but you actually dared to use the reserved soul power? This is simply seeking death. Do you even know what you're doing? Zhang Xian was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why this woman was doing this. Was she a spy from the demon race? Was that Zhuo Chen as well? Otherwise, how could they possibly join forces to do such a thing? Even if he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out why. What was the reason? Lin Jiao, oh Lin Jiao, I thought you had some sense, but now it seems you are truly insane. I will clarify this matter with the Martial Alliance. This was all your doing, and it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Xian had already seen the current situation clearly. Once the Martial Alliance people arrived, Lin Jiao would be completely finished. Lin Jiao furrowed her brows and looked in Zhang Xian's direction. Faced with Such a situation, she didn't want to respond at all, as it was inherently meaningless. As for when this matter would have a result? Soon. As long as the people from the Martial Alliance arrived. As long as the higher-ups from the academy were present, she would quickly clear her name. And why? A hint of a smile appeared on Lin Jiao's face. If the identity of the direct disciple of the martial god Zhuochen wasn't enough, then adding the top-secret identity level would certainly do the trick. On the other side, within the academy, at the residence of the female martial god Chen Xingxuang, dressed in training attire, Chen Xingxuang suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking towards the direction of the training room. Being a top-tier powerhouse, her sensitivity to spiritual energy and soul power was far greater than that of ordinary people. The fluctuations of fragrance coming from the training room made her heart race with a sense of alarm just from a glance. Chen Xingxuang frowned and stepped out. Meanwhile, in other training rooms, many people were in the midst of their training, but suddenly, these individuals opened their eyes almost simultaneously. What's going on? Wait, this is the training room, I paid for this. Why is the blood energy and spiritual energy here lower than outside? Damn it, what's happening? Is the supervising teacher in the office asleep? I was supposed to break into the fourth tier today. If there's no spiritual energy or soul power, what the hell am I supposed to do? What is going on? There must be someone in this school abusing their power. No way, this matter needs to be addressed, otherwise, starting today, I'm going to sleep in the training room. In an instant, the doors of various training rooms opened on their own, and many students gathered together. Their faces were filled with coldness as they rushed towards the teacher's office. They had all paid for this, and since things had turned out this way, they demanded an explanation. It couldn't just be brushed aside. Moreover, the time in the training room hadn't even arrived, and all the blood energy, spiritual energy, and soul power had completely vanished. This was simply unacceptable. Right, this school is neglecting its duties, almost treating our lives as a joke. I finally made it to the training room, and to encounter such a situation is just too unlucky. Our merit points were hard-earned, and now they're all wasted. The school must take responsibility. Yes, we must have our merit points refunded. Not only should they be refunded, but we also need appropriate compensation, otherwise, this matter absolutely cannot be settled just like that. More and more students in the crowd demanded the school refund their merit points. The commotion in the training room quickly attracted the attention of other students outside. All the students used their communicators to contact their friends. Soon, several hundred people gathered outside the training room. This was the Martial God Academy, and such an incident had never occurred since its establishment. Therefore, when the situation arose, it caused a huge uproar. Many people were merely there to watch the spectacle, as this matter had little to do with them. They were just there for the show. And watching the show was human nature. The hundreds of people outside quickly spread the news, and within half an hour, it had affected the entire martial arts academy. The number of people outside continued to grow. Even the school's leadership had not anticipated such a result and could only go to the scene to maintain order. However, the crowd was agitated, and even with the school leaders present, the situation could not be effectively controlled. In desperation, they had to call on the Martial Alliance for assistance. The Martial Alliance quickly made arrangements, mobilizing elite forces to control the scene. And finally, Chen Xingxuang arrived. Martial God Chen. Dean Chen. Female Martial God. Chen Xingxuang's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many high-ranking officials, who all rushed to greet her. Chen Xingxuang didn't say much, just nodded gently. She had already guessed some things, but since she hadn't seen Zhuochen yet, it was still hard to say anything. Valkyrie, the situation here is quite complicated. We only have a simple understanding of what happened, and it seems to be related to your disciple. A young man in armor from the Martial Alliance spoke, his eyes flickering. There was a hint of hesitation on his face, and he only spoke halfway. Not continuing. Chen Xingxuang's expression remained calm. She continued to nod lightly, her gaze becoming even colder. I understand. I will handle this matter personally. Noticing Chen Xingxuang's nod, the man was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say something more, but ultimately held back. Chen Xingxuang's status was too high, just one sentence from her was enough to decide everything. Yes. The man responded and then withdrew. Chen Xingxuang did not linger, stepping into the training room. Behind her were several principals and vice principals, and following them were a few directors, but these directors were directly stopped by the guards outside when they tried to enter. Since the Martial Alliance had already mobilized, it was a significant matter that not just anyone could enter. The group moved forward and soon arrived at the office area. Lin Jiao and Zhang Xian, although not detained, had already been placed under guard by the Martial Alliance's people after their arrival, meaning they had effectively lost their freedom. Zhang Xian tried to explain several times, but was ruthlessly interrupted by the guards. Since the matter had already involved so many people, it was no small issue, and these guards were not fools. They gave Zhang Xian no opportunity at all. Valkyrie Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. I was just following this woman's orders. She told me to do it, and I reported it to the Martial Alliance. Upon noticing Chen Qingxuan's appearance, a look of urgency crossed Zhang Xian's face. He was well aware of Chen Qingxuan's reputation at the Martial God Academy. As long as he could explain things clearly to her, he should be in the clear. It's all Lin Jiao's fault, it's all her. She's gone mad, and everything about soul power and spiritual energy was her doing. Zhang Xian's eyes reddened slightly. He was different from others, getting this job was already not easy for him. No matter what, he didn't want to lose this job. Although he knew a bit about the previous events, it was indeed all Lin Jiao's doing. Zhang Xian's face turned pale as he secretly observed Chen Qingxuan, hoping she would speak up, but throughout, Chen Qingxuan had not said a word. She only frowned slightly. Because when she entered the office, Chen Qingxuan had already sensed that something was off about the atmosphere inside. She simply waved her hand, signaling the surrounding guards to take Zhang Xian away. This guy, was he really scared to the point of wetting himself? A hint of disdain appeared on Chen Qingxuan's beautiful face. Such a person had no courage at all. Seeing the Martial Alliance's guards, he could be scared like this. He was not a qualified warrior, let alone a qualified teacher. Once Zhang Xian was taken away, Chen Qingxuan turned her attention to Lin Jiao. Now, tell me what happened. Chen Qingxuan had been observing Lin Jiao since she entered, and Lin Jiao had maintained a calm demeanor, clearly confident in her actions, which immediately caught Chen Qingxuan's attention. Lin Jiao nodded gently and explained everything that had happened in detail. Lin Jiao was not a fool, this was the martial god. And there were only 3 martial gods in the entire Great Xia. Chen Qingxuan stood at the pinnacle of power, and facing such a person, how could she dare to hide anything? Good. This time, I want to thank you on behalf of Zhuo Chen. After listening, Chen Qingxuan let out a light sigh. She had originally been worried about Zhuo Chen's situation. Now it seems that the lack of soul power and spiritual energy is not a big problem after all. Previously, Zhuo Chen's status had already been elevated. To put it simply, as long as Zhuo Chen needed these resources from the school, he could use them freely. Lin Jiao was stunned on the spot, her eyes filled with astonishment. This is. In the next moment, a smile appeared on Lin Jiao's face. This is the martial god. This is the epitome of women in the Great Xia. For an ordinary person, even meeting Chen Qingxuan once is extremely difficult, yet she never expected that Chen Qingxuan would actually say thank you to her? If that's the case, then Chen Qingxuan recognizes her actions, otherwise, why would she say thank you? In an instant, a smile appeared on Lin Jiao's face. The others who followed Chen Qingxuan into the room also showed strange expressions. Originally, Lin Jiao's status in the school would have been set, but the praise from the martial god had, in a way, affirmed her. This one sentence was enough for Lin Jiao to take several big steps forward. Shaolin, you did very well this time, write a report as soon as possible. Since handling the matter of the martial god's disciple is a merit, our school will reward and punish clearly. As for some people, it won't be as simple as just expulsion. A middle-aged vice principal's eyes flickered, carrying a hint of coldness. Some people's brains really make one wonder how they function. That is the personal disciple of the martial god. How could he dare to slander them in front of their face? Isn't that courting death? Chen Qingxuan didn't care about what happened afterward, she came here to enter the office just to better understand Zhuo Chen's situation. Realizing that Zhuo Chen only lacked soul power, these matters became easier to handle. But as she approached Zhuo Chen's training room, Chen Qingxuan's expression changed. What is this kid doing inside? Chen Qingxuan's face suddenly changed. She could naturally sense that there was a majestic power within the entire training room. She had wanted to see what was happening inside. However, without any warning, her powerful spiritual sense was directly repelled. How is this possible? This kid, isn't he just at the 5th stage of martial arts? Even a powerful master couldn't block her spiritual sense. In front of her. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Qingxuan took a sharp breath. It seems that her training of this disciple is not a problem. Perhaps Zhuo Chen's future achievements will surpass even her as a master. With this thought, the frown on Chen Qingxuan's face relaxed, and her eyes held more longing. If the Great Xia could have a few more top-tier powerhouses like herself, life would be much better. With a thought, Chen Xingxuang took out several top-grade soul condensing pills from her storage space and, without any hesitation, threw them into the training room. The training room blocked the probing of spiritual senses. It couldn't possibly block soul power, right? Although Chen Xingxuang didn't know what Zhuo Chen was doing inside, she was also clear that this kid was most likely lacking soul power right now. Since that was the case, as a master, it was only reasonable to lend him a hand. Chen Xingxuang squinted her eyes. Immediately, she threw out a large number of top-grade soul condensing pills. However, in the next moment, these soul condensing pills transformed into a powerful wedding and quickly disappeared from sight. What is this? Chen Xingxuang was taken aback again. What exactly was her disciple doing inside? The soul condensing pills she had thrown out earlier numbered at least 20, and the soul power generated from these pills was enough for an ordinary person to use for a year. But this kid actually absorbed them in an instant? In other words, the soul power contained in more than 20 soul condensing pills was already quite substantial, and even she would not be able to absorb it. All in a moment. Thinking of this, Chen Xingxuang shook her head. Forget it, actually consuming some soul condensing pills was not a big deal. As long as Zhuo Chen could successfully break through. I didn't expect the consumption to be so great. Fortunately, I was prepared beforehand, otherwise it would have been a real hassle. As for the marshal, I can only prepare again later. Chen Xingxuang ignored the people around her and took out all the top-grade soul condensing pills from her spatial storage. Roughly calculating, there were more than 100 of them. This number of soul condensing pills was already 10 times that of before. With this support of soul power, Zhuo Chen should not have any more problems. Boom! A large amount of soul power appeared in the training room, and Zhuo Chen, who had been anxious, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was at a critical juncture. He had not expected to be short on soul power. If that were the case, he would have to helplessly stop drawing the divine palace. However, every time the soul power was exhausted, new soul power would emerge, and even when the soul power was sufficient, Zhuo Chen suddenly discovered that it seemed his writing speed had increased significantly. The Tao De Jing only had over 5,000 words. However, Zhuo Chen had already been in the training room for more than 3 hours, and during these 3 hours, he had hardly stopped. Yet, he had only completed 1/3 of the over 5,000 words of the Tao De Jing. It was evident that his writing speed was not very fast. But with the replenishment of soul power, Zhuo Chen's writing speed suddenly accelerated significantly. The reverse is the movement of the Tao, the weak is the use of the Tao. Zhuo Chen wrote like the wind, and his speed continued to increase. Soon, he had completed half. Rumble. As these words were spoken, Zhuo Chen could even feel that there were new changes in his divine palace. After finishing the first part, these words first turned golden, but they were smaller than the 3 characters of the Tao De Jing before, and these words did not fly to the ceiling of the divine palace. Instead, they flew to the walls of the divine palace around. One by one, they embedded themselves within. Zhuo Chen could clearly feel that with the addition of each word, his divine palace became sturdier than before. Moreover, these words emitted a faint golden light, and with each circulation, they could actually generate soul power, nourishing the soul. For a moment, Zhuo Chen even felt that his perception of the outside world had become many times clearer than before. Zhuo Chen gently exhaled. He then began to observe the soul figure. Upon looking, he was immediately dumbfounded. Previously, the soul figure had a mixed color, and one could even see the intertwining of soul power and blood energy on it. But at this moment, the soul figure had actually turned golden. A pure golden color. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen was first startled. He naturally understood that this soul figure could help him with the operation of blood energy and soul power, allowing a subtle balance between the two. Now that this thing had turned golden, wouldn't it affect his control over blood energy? Ha! But soon Zhuo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He could clearly feel that the blood energy and soul power were circulating within his body, even controlling through the soul. The efficiency has increased countless times compared to before, and it only takes a single thought. Is this the powerful benefit of the soul? In the next moment, Zhuo Chen's eyes widened. His gaze was filled with surprise. This is simply like discovering a new continent. However, Zhuo Chen also understood that the martial arts of this world have developed for a relatively short time. Although many people have never stopped exploring, it still pales in comparison to the 5,000 years of history in Huaxia. Boom! After a brief rest, Zhuo Chen continued to write diligently. Previously, he was worried that his soul power and spiritual energy were insufficient, but now he had no such concerns at all. In fact, because Zhuo Chen kept writing, his understanding of such power through the soul was becoming sufficient, and his writing speed was increasing. While Zhuo Chen was wholeheartedly writing. He was unaware that the changes outside were enough to leave many people dumbfounded. When Zhuo Chen finished writing the first part of the Tao De Jing, a towering beam of light had already formed in the sky outside the training room. As time passed, this beam of light continued to rise. Moreover, its brightness was also increasing. At first, Chen Xingxuan did not pay too much attention to this change. As a strong person, she was well aware of the things that one would encounter on the path of martial arts. Moreover, Chen Xingxuan knew very well that every time a strong person made a breakthrough, there would be a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. When she advanced, there was also a phenomenon, but it was much smaller compared to the commotion caused by Zhuo Chen's breakthrough. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound spread out. The height and density of the beam were rapidly expanding. The big shots of the entire capital could see a beam of light soaring up. Even in the abyss, many powerful beings looked towards the direction of the capital. This beam of light was too conspicuous. Many people were immediately surrounded by the beam, and Chen Xingxuan was one of them. Originally, there was a hint of doubt on Chen Xingxuan's face, but the moment she was illuminated by the light, she was stunned. How is this possible? As a martial god-level powerhouse, how powerful is Chen Xingxuan's perception? She could naturally feel that at the moment she was illuminated by the light, the various powers within her body were slowly strengthening. Yes, that's right. It was strengthening. For a moment, Chen Xingxuan was completely unsettled. How is this possible? In an instant, Chen Xingxuan's eyes widened. She had been a martial god for 2 full years, and during this time, she had been trying every possible way to enhance her strength, using basically every method available. But the effect was not very significant. Therefore, Chen Xingxuan could only focus on life and death training, as that was the only way for her to continue progressing. But what is going on today? There is a new method? For a moment, Chen Xingxuan was completely unsettled. On the other side, abyss. Jubai city. Jubai squinted his eyes, looking towards the direction of the beam. Excitement flickered in his gaze. Could this be the commotion caused by Brother Chen? A few months ago, I already knew this kid was extraordinary, and now it seems my brother is truly remarkable. This is the abyss, and he caused a commotion that I can see from here? Jubai rubbed his chin. Further away, a tall woman looked up at the sky, her eyes reflecting a hint of brightness. What is going on? Even if there were some celestial phenomenon, it shouldn't be this intense, right? Standing outside the door, Chen Xingxuan squinted, her eyes showing a trace of astonishment. Has this disciple already defied the heavens to this extent? The impact caused by Zhuo Chen was far from over. In the capital, many people witnessed this scene. Naturally, those in the academy were the first to be affected. Many martial artists found that their cultivation seemed to have improved significantly. Those who had been stuck at a certain level without progress suddenly discovered that their blood and energy circulation had accelerated. Their application of soul power had also become much smoother. As long as they wished, it seemed they could break through at any moment. The most shocked were the nearby students. Although most of them had no idea what had happened in the training room, various rumors had already spread, and everyone knew that it had been taken over by the Martial Alliance. Even if they wanted to understand the situation, there was basically no opportunity. They could only wait quietly. Moreover, near the entire training room, only the school's higher-ups and Martial Alliance members could enter, which further piqued everyone's curiosity. Zhang Miaoxue, what's going on here? You came early, don't you? No? Is it related to your little junior brother? A graceful figure approached Zhang Miaoxue from behind. Zhang Miaoxue had been paying attention to the situation inside, but she had already noticed the strict security around. Those who had tried to gather information earlier had all been driven back by the guards. As for those further away, many could only watch, with no one daring to step forward to inquire. You? What does it have to do with you? If it's my little junior brother, it has nothing to do with you. Zhang Miaoxue gritted her teeth, her expression turning unfriendly. What more was there to say? Zhang Miaoxue had always felt that this woman, Yang Bing, was problematic. She could even clearly sense that this woman was intentionally getting close to Zhuo Chen. As Zhuo Chen's senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue believed it was her duty to help her little junior brother and keep this bad woman at bay. Zhang Miaoxue, I have one more thing. Yang Bing frowned slightly, looking over cautiously, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. Can you give me your junior brother's WeChat? Yang Bing chuckled. Ha? Are you sick or something? Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue was stunned, her eyes filled with more astonishment. If she remembered correctly, this woman had specifically targeted Zhuo Chen a few days ago to make things difficult for her. Just a few days later? She was actually being so proactive. And asking for WeChat? What's wrong? Hearing this, Yang Bing suddenly felt guilty, her eyes showing more helplessness. At first she hadn't realized that Zhuo Chen, this martial god's direct disciple, was anything special. However, as time passed, various news about Zhuo Chen spread, and Yang Bing keenly noticed that Zhuo Chen's growth rate was accelerating. There were even some rumors that the higher-ups were paying considerable attention to this matter. This was no joke. Once it was confirmed that Zhuo Chen had talent, he would soar to great heights. Moreover, Yang Bing had a bold idea in her heart: since Zhuo Chen was so outstanding and was her neighbor, why not take the opportunity to get close to him? Otherwise, if Zhang Miaoxue succeeded, wouldn't she be overshadowed in the future? Dream on, I would never give it to you. If you really have the ability, go ask for it yourself. Zhang Miaoxue let out a light hum, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Recently, she had fed her junior brother quite a bit of negative information about this woman, all to keep him at a distance from her. If she really could get close to him, that would be a surprise. Ah, fine, then if I get the chance, I'll ask him myself. Don't stop me. Yang Bing smiled, her eyes lighting up as she spoke. She had long known that Zhang Miaoxue wouldn't give her a call. Since that was the case, she would have to ask for it herself. She was confident that she was no worse than Zhang Miaoxue, so what was there to say? If she could flirt with her junior brother, then as a neighbor, shouldn't she also be able to get close to him first? Otherwise, wouldn't that just benefit someone else? Zhang Miaoxue, we can be considered friends, right? Don't you want to know what happened in there? After all, you're a registered disciple of the Valkyrie, right? Since that's the case, just reveal your identity and take me in. You have no idea, there are all sorts of rumors flying around outside. It would be better for us to go in and see what's really going on. Yang Bing's eyes sparkled. She was a woman who always took careful steps. Finding Zhang Miaoxue meant she had her own purpose. Whether the phone number was real or not, she had already achieved her goal. Since this woman was a disciple of the Valkyrie, her status was far more special than others. It would be better to go in with her, that way, no matter what happened, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Right. Hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue's eyes lit up. As a registered disciple of the Valkyrie, she might not seem like much in front of Zhuo Chen, but in front of ordinary people, this was a genuine identity. With this connection, getting in wouldn't be difficult at all. In an instant, Zhang Miaoxue's mind raced. She stepped forward confidently and revealed her identity badge. I am a disciple of the Valkyrie. My junior brother and my master are inside. I need to go in now. Zhang Miaoxue slightly raised her head, a hint of a smile on her face. Although her voice was not loud, it was full of authority. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. The leading guard hesitated slightly upon hearing this. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be allowed in at this time. But Chen Wuxian was inside. Moreover, from the previous information, this matter indeed involved Zhuo Chen. The guard hesitated for a moment and quickly reported the message through his communicator. Before long, the captain of the guard stepped forward and bowed to Zhang Miaoxue. Hello, you may enter. The other party showed no hesitation and directly chose to let her in. Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback. Was it really this effective? In fact, she was very clear about her master's status, but after Zhuo Chen arrived, it seemed that this status suddenly became less useful. However, today she had rediscovered how useful her identity could be. At that moment, Zhang Miaoxue no longer hesitated and strode inside. Yang Bing, who followed closely behind Zhang Miaoxue, was also slightly taken aback, but soon a look of joy appeared on her face. She knew that following Zhang Miaoxue was definitely the right choice. However, seeing Zhang Miaoxue walk away, Yang Bing hurriedly took a couple of steps forward. No entry for outsiders, please step back. But the guards at the entrance had completely turned cold. Their gazes towards her held more scrutiny. They had already noticed her sneaky behavior earlier, they just hadn't found it convenient to deal with her until now. But who would have thought she had such audacity? You, what are you doing? We're together. Why are you stopping me? Yang Bing raised her eyebrows, her expression still calm as she spoke. At this point, couldn't they see the situation clearly? The captain of the guard, who was leading, was also taken aback. They all came from the Martial Alliance. They knew very well what kind of status Chen Xingxuang had. If she had come with a disciple of Chen Wuxian, they really wouldn't be able to stop her. This situation was somewhat awkward. Don't listen to her nonsense, I came here on my own, I don't know her at all. Zhang Miaoxue had already passed the gate and was striding inside. But after just a couple of steps, she stopped, her gaze flashing with a hint of coldness. This person has been following me and asking questions. I suspect she has some ulterior motives, so you shouldn't let your guard down. I think we should investigate her properly. Zhang Miaoxue snorted lightly, her eyes filled with amusement. This woman was trying to target her little junior brother, wasn't she? Since that's the case, returning the favor didn't seem like too big of a problem, right? You are simply unreasonable, how can you do this? Yang Bing was frozen in place, her eyes filled with astonishment. But soon, Yang Bing found herself unable to say a word, as several guards were looking at her with predatory gazes. If she dared to say another word, she would probably be taken down immediately. Those who know how to read the situation are the wise. She didn't want to be pressed to the ground by several guards in public. If that happened, it would be too embarrassing. On the other side, Zhang Miaoxue walked in with great swagger. After all, with the identity of a Valkyrie disciple, it wasn't too difficult to get in. Meanwhile, Zhuochen squinted his eyes, examining the effects of his recent breakthrough. He had already completed the entire Tao De Jing. Originally, that golden light was only in the divine palace, but after finishing the complete Tao De Jing, his body instantly turned golden, as if it were cast in gold. Fortunately, after Zhuochen stopped the operation of his technique, his body returned to normal. Otherwise, he would have been quite worried. After all, once he activated his technique and his body turned golden, he would immediately become the most conspicuous target on the battlefield, and the demon race would probably kill him at the first opportunity. After finishing his cultivation, Zhuochen stabilized his realm before stepping out. However, just as he walked out of the training room, Zhuochen froze in place, his eyes filled with even more astonishment. Master? Senior sister? Zhuochen instinctively blinked. What was going on? A few days ago, his master had said that after his breakthrough, he could go find her. But now that he had just completed his breakthrough, why had his master come on her own? What surprised Zhuochen even more was that not only was his master here, but there were also quite a few people behind her. The looks they gave him were all filled with a hint of fervor. Some of these people he had seen before, but many more were unfamiliar to him. However, the fervor in their gazes was the same. Chen Xingxuan merely nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on her usually cold face. Little junior brother, you are truly impressive, constantly creating surprises for us. You have no idea how much commotion you caused before. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly, but her face was filled with a smile. Ah? Zhuochen was stunned again. He had only been focused on completing his breakthrough, he had no idea what had happened outside. Soon after, Zhang Miaoxue briefly explained the situation she had seen outside to Zhuochen. Zhuochen nodded thoughtfully. This also confirmed his thoughts. In fact, he had suspected from the very beginning that the martial arts in this world were not complete enough. When refining his soul, he chose to use the Tao De Jing, which was actually more to validate his thoughts. You are indeed very outstanding, in fact, we evaluated you last time. Chen Xingxuan's face also broke into a smile. We previously thought that it would take you at least 10 years to become a martial god, but now it seems that it won't take that long at all. We may need to reassess you. Chen Xingxuan laughed. The others around her also laughed along. After all, in the near future, the great Xia would gain another strong warrior, which was a good thing. I have already reported the situation here. Even if the higher-ups want to make adjustments, it will take some time. You should understand what I mean, we just need to wait for the results. Originally, Chen Xingxuan was not very talkative. She had been smiling the whole time. Moreover, this time, she spoke a lot. As for the other strong warriors, nearby, most of them were unfamiliar to Zhuochen. The way these people looked at Zhuochen was consistently fervent. However, with Chen Xingxuan here, these people naturally had no chance to speak. They could only nod gently. Some even smiled throughout, and in their gazes towards Zhuochen, there was a hint of respect. Previously, they had clearly heard what Chen Xingxuan said. The implication was unmistakable. In fact, the higher-ups had already assessed Zhuochen's strength. This guy had no threshold at the master level, which was why Chen Xingxuan said that Zhuochen could become a martial god within 10 years. In reality, this was already a very high praise. Anyone present who heard this would probably be so happy they could jump up. But Zhuochen remained calm as water. Additionally, the commotion you caused this time was indeed too great. Although we have intervened. Even so, the demons must have received the news. Chen Xingxuan shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhuochen frowned slightly. It seemed that there was indeed some trouble. Shua. Chen did not believe that he was strong enough to face the various tactics of the demons. Every genius needs time to grow. The more astonishing the talent one displays, the greater the threats faced, which is basically an irreconcilable fact. Zhuochen was aware of this, so he did not speak. He trusted his master. Since his master brought up this matter, there must be a solution. You don't need to worry about this. We already came up with a Plan. Before you left the training room, Chen Xingxuang had been observing Zhuo Chen and noticed that he only frowned, which instead added a hint of approval in her gaze. After all, Zhuo Chen already had the potential to become a strong warrior. Staying calm in a crisis was commendable. Talent is naturally very important, but even more important is the heart to become a strong warrior. We plan to form a special team with you as the leader. This team will consist of the most powerful individuals among your peers. You will become the captain of the team. Once the team is formed, you will act collectively, and after entering the abyss, you will only need to accept the highest leadership. The last two sentences were not directly spoken by the master but were conveyed through spiritual communication. Zhuo Chen was somewhat surprised, but he did not show a hint of it on his face. Moreover, you don't need to worry. At least on the surface, these beasts dare not do anything. Chen Xingxuang took a deep breath, and as she spoke, a hint of sharpness appeared on her beautiful face. Yes. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, a smile appearing on his face. He hadn't spent much time with his master. However, he had absolute trust in her. Since she had said so, there must be no problem. You may not be aware, but in our struggle against the demons, we have never been the weaker side. After all, in the Great Xia, we have three great martial gods. For the demons, these three martial gods represent absolute power, which is also the reason why the demons are willing to unite against humanity. Chen Xingxuang shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with more confidence as she spoke. Zhuo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Ah, so that's how it is. In fact, he wasn't very clear about the overall situation regarding the demons. He had investigated before, but there was basically no public information on this aspect. Essentially, all high-level information on this matter was rarely disclosed. Previously, no one had mentioned it, and Zhuo Chen hadn't actively inquired. But since his master had already said it, Zhuo Chen understood that his status had likely risen, or in the Supreme's perception, he had already qualified to know these things. Regardless, this was a good thing. Alright, that's basically it. Since you've just broken through, go back and rest. Chen Xingxuang briefly summarized the current situation and waved her hand, allowing Zhuo Chen and Zhang Miaoxue to leave together. Although the distance to the villa in Area A wasn't very far, for safety's sake, Chen Xingxuang still arranged for experts from the Martial Alliance to escort Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen naturally had no objections to such arrangements, knowing that the commotion he had caused this time was indeed too great. Since it was a big deal, it was better to be cautious. If any demon were to act recklessly, even if his master could come to his rescue at the first moment, it would still take time. Zhuo Chen indeed had strong abilities. However, before he had fully grown, he didn't want to take risks. On the way back, Zhang Miaoxue kept a smile on her face. Junior brother, I really didn't expect your growth speed to be so fast. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass your senior sister. Zhang Miaoxue smiled, now recognizing Zhuo Chen's strength. In fact, she wouldn't even compare herself to him. Ever since she witnessed Zhuo Chen's power last time, she suddenly understood. Although she, Zhang Miaoxue, was also a genius, there were distinctions even among geniuses. She acknowledged her own talent and knew she was a genius, otherwise, she would never have had the opportunity to become a named disciple of the female martial god. After all, there were only 3 martial gods in the entire Great Xia. And there was only one female martial god. Being able to become a disciple of the female martial god, even as a named disciple, was already a remarkable achievement. However, this still couldn't compare to Zhuo Chen. Senior sister, I might just be lucky, you can do it too. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, a hint of indifference on his face. This wasn't Zhuo Chen lying. Whether it was the appearance of the system or the Tao De Jing, it was mostly because he was a transmigrator. He knew very well that without this layer of identity based on his original talent, there would have been basically no possibility. Junior brother is just a junior brother, not only handsome but also speaks well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue immediately laughed, her eyes filled with more admiration. But the next second, Zhang Miaoxue's expression changed. By the way, little junior brother, that Yang Bing is not a good woman. You should keep your distance from her. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath, having hesitated before. As a member of the world, should she say such things? But in the end, Zhang Miaoxue made up her mind. She had to speak up. After all, her little junior brother was already quite outstanding, and in this situation, she had to protect him. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen was taken aback, his expression strange. She wants your WeChat and wants to get close to you. I'm telling you, this woman has ulterior motives, so you should stay away from her, Zhang Miaoxue said seriously, ignoring Zhuo Chen. Okay, senior sister, since you say so, I will be careful, Zhuo Chen nodded gently. The two only chatted briefly. After arriving at the villa, Zhuo Chen went into the bathroom. After a wash, he returned to his bedroom. He had originally planned to break through to the 5th stage of martial arts today and then rest, but after reaching the 5th stage, he immediately began refining his soul, which was quite exhausting. If it weren't for his current strength, he might have encountered problems on the way. After tidying up, Zhuo Chen lay on the bed and first checked his WeChat, where many people had sent messages. Many were reaching out because they knew Zhuo Chen was at the Martial God Academy. They were aware that something significant had happened at the academy but didn't know the specifics, so they inquired about it. Zhuo Chen simply ignored these messages. It wasn't that he didn't want to reply, it was just that there were too many messages. There were too many people asking about this news. He had been busy training lately and truly didn't have extra time to respond to such inquiries. Others were inquiries from girls who had participated in class before. These girls didn't connect the incident with Zhuo Chen. Although they were currently engaged in outdoor survival training, they had heard some news about what happened at the Martial God Academy and took the opportunity to chat with Zhuo Chen, but he temporarily set those messages aside. Later, Zhuo Chen noticed he had received several friend requests. Remembering what his senior sister had said, he couldn't help but feel curious. Yang Bing? He naturally had an impression of her. In his memory, this woman had a decent figure, and she actually wanted his WeChat? Zhuo Chen opened the request list and took a look. He quickly noticed Yang Bing's profile picture among them. To be honest, because of the incident in the cafeteria last time, Zhuo Chen didn't have a very good impression of her. He wanted to see more, purely because of her good figure. Zhuo Chen glanced at her moments, where there were quite a few photos showcasing her nice physique. After that, he chose to accept the request. However, the consumption of energy throughout the day had indeed been significant for Zhuo Chen. He put down his phone. And not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. Ding! 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 However, after Zhuo Chen set down his communicator, the WeChat notifications kept ringing. Helpless, Zhuo Chen could only temporarily turn off the communicator. On the other side, Yang Bing was restless in the neighboring villa. What was Zhuo Chen doing? He had clearly agreed to her request just now, but why wasn't he replying to her messages? Yang Bing furrowed her brows, looking through the window towards Zhuo Chen's villa number 36. There was a hint of suspicion in her gaze. This didn't seem right. The lights in the villa were still on. Could it be that he and his little senior sister were doing something? The next morning, Zhuo Chen woke up from his dreams, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. After the turmoil of yesterday, his spirit had completely stabilized, and he effortlessly mastered his soul power. The future could be described as a smooth path. Ding dong! Before Zhuo Chen could react, a crisp sound came from the communicator. He was slightly taken aback. Yesterday, in his dreams, he felt his communicator ringing continuously, thinking it was just a dream, but it turned out to be real? Zhuo Chen was momentarily stunned, grabbed the communicator to take a look, and then realized that it was already past noon. However, upon reflection, he understood that although he had achieved significant results yesterday, the consumption of mental energy was considerable as well. Soon after, Zhuo Chen began to check the messages on it. Many people were still inquiring about what happened at the Martial God Academy yesterday, which he naturally chose to ignore for the time being. After all, although the commotion he caused hadn't spread completely, it didn't matter. Given enough time, many would receive the news, and he wouldn't need to notify each person individually. Before long, Zhuo Chen saw a message from his master. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lakeside Villa. Upon seeing this message, Zhuo Chen immediately understood that according to their previous agreement, as long as he broke through to the 5th stage, his master would personally teach him. Then, Zhuo Chen simply replied to the message, tidied up a bit, and chose to head out. It was a bit of a distance to the lakeside, and although Zhuo Chen hurried over, he found that his master had already arrived when he got there. This time, his master was not wearing armor. However, she was still dressed in a black training outfit, which, while hiding her graceful figure, added a touch of elegance. Even though Zhuo Chen was prepared, seeing her figure still left him momentarily stunned. Under the tree, Chen Xingxuang stood with her hands behind her back, her graceful body standing tall. Her long hair, casually draped over her shoulders, gently swayed in the breeze, giving her a somewhat heroic demeanor. Master! Zhuo Chen stepped forward, a smile in his eyes. Chen Xingxuan's expression was neutral as she nodded lightly. The smile in her eyes quickly faded. I'll update you on the latest situation. I don't know what you inscribed in the Divine Palace yesterday, but this matter has a significant impact. Many martial artists in the Great Xia have benefited from your actions. The speed of our blood flow has increased by at least 10% compared to before. You might not have a concept of this, but the impact this time is profound. This means that in the coming years, the number of strong individuals in the Great Xia will increase significantly. Chen Xingxuan's expression remained calm. Although her words were delivered plainly, Zhuochen was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ah, Master, I only vaguely felt that the martial way wasn't very sound. What I inscribed was nothing more than a verse I obtained in a dream. Zhuochen was slightly taken aback. He had no idea that inscribing the Tao De Jing in the Divine Palace would have such a huge impact. No need to explain this. Every strong individual has their own opportunities for growth, whether it's you or others, it's the same. Chen Xingxuan gently shook her head, her expression still carrying a hint of indifference. Hearing this, Zhuochen was also momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his eyes. He had originally worried that if it were exposed, he might be taken for research, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Strong individuals all possess the demeanor of the strong. Understood. Zhuochen nodded lightly. Alright, come in with me. I've pushed everything else aside for the whole day today. Your progress in martial arts has been incredibly fast. The next time I leave, it might be for a while, so I need to talk to you about the overall situation in martial arts. Additionally, I need to lay a foundation for you in martial skills. As Chen Xingxuan spoke, she had already taken a step forward. There was a hint of anticipation in her gaze. After all, the master is a martial god-level expert, aren't there only 3 in the entire Great Xia? The master's understanding of martial arts must be deeper than her own. Moreover, the teachings from the master today will surely lay a solid foundation for her future path in martial arts. The two stepped into the room. Chen Xingxuan gestured for Zhuochen to sit across from her. Click. With a soft sound, Chen Xingxuan used a lighter to ignite a stick of sandalwood incense. Immediately, her gaze fell on Zhuochen. What I'm about to say is very important. And you need to remember it clearly. If you have any questions after listening, you can continue to ask me, but to ensure efficiency, I hope you won't interrupt me at any time. Chen Xingxuan's voice came through, still carrying a hint of coolness. Zhuochen nodded gently. Martial arts are divided into 9 stages. They are the 3 stages of the early martial arts, the 4 to 6 stages of the mid martial arts, and then the 7 to 9 stages of the late martial arts. With each advancement, combat power will increase. However, every step is extremely dangerous. As Chen Xingxuan's words came, Zhuochen nodded lightly. However, he was quite curious about what the master meant by the dangers of martial arts. After all, his journey so far had been quite smooth. But then Zhuochen understood that the reason for this was actually simple. After all, he was someone with a system, and the system could continuously merge attributes to strengthen himself, which could be said to have laid a very solid foundation. In such a situation, what was extremely dangerous for others was not much for Zhuochen. You are currently in the mid-martial arts stage. At this stage, you need to pay attention to the process of refining your soul, which requires a gradual approach. After this breakthrough, you can temporarily listen and focus your energy on finding advanced attributes. Chen Xingxuan spoke, and Zhuochen nodded in agreement. In fact, even if the master hadn't said it, Zhuochen had already thought about what to do next. After all, his current smooth progress was due to the effects of continuously merging attributes. Although entering the 6th stage of martial arts was not a problem for Zhuochen now, it was better to take it slow for stability. Actually, entering the master realm is both difficult and not difficult. After the 9th stage of martial arts, there is also a 10th stage, which is a special realm. Below this realm, the enhancement of attributes is basically not significant. You need to focus your main strength on shaping your soul. Your current soul should be in a void state, but there's no need to worry. As your strength increases, and your understanding of martial arts deepens, by the time you reach the 7th and 8th stages, your soul should become clearer. Chen Xingxuan continued. Zhuochen was stunned. A brief look of astonishment appeared on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered what Chen Xingxuan had said earlier and could only hold back for the moment. After the 10th stage, you naturally become a master, needing to gradually merge your soul and body. Once the fusion is successful, you will naturally become a master. And above the master, the martial god must transcend the physical body and possess special powers. Although Chen Xingxuan noticed that Zhuochen had something to say, she continued to speak. Listening to Chen Xingxuan's words, Zhuochen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. To put it bluntly, isn't this quite similar to cultivating immortality? Moreover, he already possessed a golden divine soul. If this were to be revealed, who knows what kind of sensation it would cause. However, Zhuochen chose to hold back for now. After all, his master was already a martial god. Since she said to focus on the entries for the time being, it must be the right choice. Perhaps the entries were the ultimate secret. Additionally, you may not have noticed, but next, you can inscribe characters on your divine soul. You can inscribe any characters, but these represent your understanding of martial arts. Each character corresponds to a skill, so you should be cautious about this. Chen Qingshuang continued. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Fortunately, it was inscribing on the divine soul. If it were in the divine palace, that would be a huge gain. The Tao De Jing has over 5,000 characters. If all those characters could become skills, Zhuo Chen could only think of 4 words, terrifying indeed. I originally thought that if you needed to inscribe characters later, I could handle it. However, it seems that your gains yesterday were significant, and you should be able to manage it easily. Chen Qingshuang shook her head slightly, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Although she knew her disciple must have secrets, she could not inquire about them. As a powerful being, she had seen too much. Of course, if one day Zhuo Chen felt that these could be shared, it would be fine. But the next stage of characters can be handled by the marshal. Chen Qingshuang thought for a moment, her eyes showing more anticipation. The marshal was the one who had long guarded the Great Wall. Now, he was at the pinnacle of martial gods. Although he had not yet explored the next realm, he remained the strongest presence. For Zhuo Chen to have this privilege was something others could only dream of. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen hesitated, his expression showing more helplessness. Master, actually, I think I can inscribe the characters on my divine soul myself. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath. Although he felt it was inappropriate to speak up at this moment, it was a matter of great importance. That had to be said. What did you say? Chen Qingshuang was taken aback. If she did not know her disciple well enough, she would have thought this guy was truly ungrateful. However, after all, this was someone who had broken through several realms in succession, and the commotion caused during those breakthroughs was significant. Since that was the case, it could not be taken lightly. If nothing unexpected happens, the commotion from my next breakthrough should not be smaller than this one. Zhuo Chen thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to hide it. You? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshuang's eyes widened in shock. This statement sounded a bit off, didn't it? But after all, it was Zhuo Chen who said it. If you can guarantee that it will be under such circumstances, then truly no one has that qualification. Chen Qingshuang shook her head slightly, her beautiful face showing more helplessness. However, you also know that for ordinary martial artists, advancing is already a very difficult task. If you cannot guarantee it, it would be better to be cautious. In the end, Chen Qingshuang could not help but advise. Master, don't worry, I am confident. How confident? Chen Qingshuang's gaze flickered, unable to help but ask. About 90%? Zhuo Chen thought for a moment. In fact, the classics he had inscribed were all verified things. Since the Tao De Jing was feasible, other classics should be fine too. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? Just continue inscribing. You? What did you say? This time, Chen Qingshuang's voice finally changed. This, a 90% certainty? Isn't this something that must succeed? Chen Fan was stunned, unable to suppress a sudden thump in his heart. Could it be that he had underestimated it? 90%? Since it's 90%, this matter needs to be reconsidered. I support you. Chen Qingshuang gently exhaled. After all, she had witnessed the terrifying phenomena that occurred when Zhuo Chen broke through. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. However, you should also be aware that each time, the difficulty increases geometrically. In such a situation, do you still have confidence? Chen Qingshuang's gaze flickered as she stared at Zhuo Chen. Yes. Zhuo Chen almost blurted it out without thinking. Good, since that's the case, you just go ahead and do it. Leave the rest to me. Chen Qingshuang nodded gently. Zhuo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his master had agreed. Since his master agreed, the following matters would be much easier to handle. Then, Chen Qingshuang once again focused on explaining martial arts to Zhuo Chen. Next, Zhuo Chen planned to quietly listen, his eyes revealing a hint of brightness. You always manage to surprise people. I think the next part should be fine too. Chen Qingshuang nodded, finally temporarily ending the lesson. Zhuo Chen felt a secret joy in his heart. After all, his master was now supporting him, and with that, the success rate would naturally be much higher. By the way, there's actually one last thing to pay attention to. After each breakthrough, I need to check the strength of your divine palace and your soul strength. Only after passing can you continue inscribing. Chen Qingshuang was very clear in her heart that inscribing on the divine palace and soul looked like simple writing. In reality, each character condensed her understanding of martial arts. It sounded simple, but in practice, it was not so easy. It was good that the disciple had confidence, but as a master, she naturally couldn't do nothing. By the way, I mentioned to you last time. I really want to create a special small team centered around you. The purpose of the team is, firstly, to protect your safety, and besides that, they will definitely need to hunt demons. Chen Xingxuan's gaze flashed, and her expression became more serious. That's a good thing. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In fact, he had gained a lot from his last trip to the abyss. Recently, Zhuo Chen had indeed been thinking about when he could enter the abyss again. However, with his current identity, entering the abyss was somewhat difficult. Once the team was formed, entering the abyss would naturally not be a problem. The Great Xia needed geniuses. However, these geniuses needed protection before they grew up. Once they matured, each genius could become a nightmare for demons. Otherwise, the Great Xia wouldn't invest so many resources in a genius who had yet to grow. The personnel are already being selected. Each of them is a genius, and among geniuses, they are the best. Once this matter has results, I will notify you. Chen Xingxuan nodded gently. Zhuo Chen naturally had no objections to such arrangements. After all, the strength of one person was ultimately limited. If a small team could work together, their destructive power would go without saying. What do you think of Zhang Miaoxue? Chen Xingxuan looked at Zhuo Chen and asked with a smile. Senior sister? Senior sister's strength is impressive, she should be able to settle an area soon. I've received a lot of help from senior sister in my cultivation, and I truly have no complaints. Zhuo Chen thought of something among the strong. And could only speak honestly. Yes, that's what I mean too. Chen Xingxuan nodded gently. Her gaze towards Zhuo Chen grew increasingly satisfied. After all, her disciple's talent was evident to all, and now it seemed his temperament was also quite good. Under such circumstances, his future achievements would definitely not be lower than hers as a master. Then, Chen Xingxuan chatted with Zhuo Chen about some other matters. During their conversation, Zhuo Chen made significant progress in his understanding of martial arts and spiritual matters. It was to be expected. After all, Chen Xingxuan's current status was extremely high. They, as martial artists, had all stepped forward one step at a time. Not only were they strong, but their insights also far surpassed those of ordinary people. Moreover, the master was now one of the three great martial gods of the Great Xia. Her position was already very high, so the perspective from which she viewed issues was incomparably elevated compared to ordinary people. In this context, the value of their conversation became even more apparent, and Zhuo Chen spent most of the time listening attentively. Only when he truly had doubts would he ask questions. Chen Xingxuan noticed all these behaviors and naturally grew even more satisfied with Zhuo Chen. By the way, there's one more thing. You need to keep the matter of your senior sister becoming a member of your team a secret. Chen Xingxuan's eyes flickered and she finally brought the topic back. Right now, the other team members are still being screened, and your senior sister still has the final part of her assessment to complete. Chen Xingxuan said calmly, revealing the reason. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, his expression showing more agreement. This small team was extremely important, it seemed to be for his assistance, but in reality, no one in this team was simple. Therefore, to ensure the stability of the team and the safety of each member, it was necessary to investigate everything thoroughly, in addition to assessing talent. Also, the purpose of forming this team is for you. Chen Xingxuan did not hide this. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Although the master had already expressed her stance before, he did not expect that the higher-ups would be so confident in him. The other members of the team had not yet been selected, but in reality, each one was a top-tier genius. It was already quite rare for such geniuses to become his teammates. After all, as long as they were geniuses, they would have their own pride. Since they had pride, they would not easily submit. However, once such matters were brought to light, there could only be one outcome. They would have to submit. Besides, they might originally be some distance away from joining the Night Watchers. But after becoming your teammates, they can successfully join the Night Watchers and enjoy various benefits. Chen Xingxuan thought for a moment and spoke truthfully. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. It seemed that this time, the higher-ups were truly determined. They wanted to ensure that his team had enough outstanding talents. This was indeed a significant investment. Additionally, as Chen Xingxuan spoke, she tossed a jade token to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen was stunned, his expression showing a hint of peculiarity. Recently, he had been collecting jade tokens a bit too much. The last one, that blood red token, had already elevated his identity information to a top secret level. What was this one? Seemingly sensing the doubt in Zhuo Chen's eyes, Chen Xingxuang revealed a slight smile. In fact, we have all already noticed. You are progressing very quickly, but your demand for soul power and spiritual energy is much higher than that of ordinary people. Chen Xingxuang stared at Zhuo Chen. This is a blessed cave in the back mountain of the school. Since no one is using it now, I will temporarily hand it over to you. Chen Xingxuang spoke casually, but Zhuo Chen was stunned. A blessed cave? Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Originally, when he was in Area A, that treatment had already become fixed, but he never expected that he would be given a blessed cave. Again. With this, Zhuo Chen could be bolder in the future. Master, what is this blessed cave? Although Zhuo Chen had already verified his guess in his heart, he was afraid that his thoughts might still be somewhat off, so he asked. This is something we all decided together, Chen Xingxuang said, shaking her head slightly, a smile on her face. In fact, the reason we three were able to grow is largely related to this place. This blessed cave is also an extremely precious existence. There are only a few blessed caves in the entire Great Xia. Chen Xingxuang was afraid Zhuo Chen would overthink it and continued to explain. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In the blessed cave, whether it is soul power, spiritual energy, or even the content of blood vitality, it is several times higher than in the training room. This is also why we are willing to use this place. Chen Xingxuan looked far into the distance and then slowly withdrew her gaze. Wow! Zhuo Chen was stunned again. The spiritual energy and soul power in the training room were already very rich. They had greatly benefited his cultivation and progress. If there was also this blessed cave, wouldn't the effect be even better? This is great, at least for a short time. I won't have to worry about soul power and spiritual energy, and my progress should be even faster. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, his eyes brightening. Zhuo Chen was very clear. With his rapid progress in strength, while the attributes were important, the previous few attribute integrations had already helped him accumulate a lot of foundation. Naturally, he would need other cultivation resources next, and soul power and spiritual energy were also cultivation resources. Although their importance was not as high as the attributes, they were definitely not inferior. This place is different from the training room. The soul power and spiritual energy here can continuously regenerate, so you can do things with confidence, Chen Xingxuang introduced a bit more, and Zhuo Chen couldn't help but nod gently. There was more anticipation on his face. He knew very well that after reaching the mid-stage of martial arts, the growth of the soul became even more important. With this blessed cave, his soul growth could be worry-free. From any angle, this was excellent. As a transmigrator, Zhuo Chen originally had no feelings for the Great Xia or the people around him, but since he could integrate attributes, starting from the test before the martial arts exam, many people had extended a helping hand along the way. It was also because of everyone's help that Zhuo Chen could step by step reach today. This made Zhuo Chen's desire to improve his strength even stronger. Only with powerful strength could he better slay demons. Although all of this was due to his rapid growth and strength, Zhuo Chen could clearly feel that everyone was truly doing it for his own good. Since that was the case, Zhuo Chen also felt that the burden on his shoulders had increased compared to before. If something had increased, in Zhuo Chen's view, it was responsibility. You should focus on your cultivation. Master can leave this sentence here, and we will wait for you in the martial god realm. Chen Xingxuang took a deep breath, her face bright with a smile. Master, I understand. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. A hint of sharpness appeared in his eyes. The martial god realm? If this pace continues, Zhuo Chen was very clear that he probably wouldn't need too long. In fact, according to the normal cultivation speed, a typical martial artist should experience a slower pace as they progress to the later stages. However, for Zhuo Chen, it was becoming faster and faster. Essentially, this was because the fusion of attributes had already laid a solid foundation for him, and the subsequent cultivation resources quickly followed. Even if Zhuo Chen wanted to slow down, that speed could not possibly decrease. Additionally, his master's affirmation of him added even more anticipation to Zhuo Chen, who was already extremely confident. After all, his master was a martial god, and having such a powerful figure affirm him naturally boosted Zhuo Chen's confidence. In fact, after refining his soul, Zhuo Chen did not feel any so-called shackles. If needed, he could advance to the 6th stage in the blink of an eye. However, Zhuo Chen was also clear that the fusion of attributes still needed to continue. After all, in other words, everything he had today was basically obtained after the fusion of attributes. If he wanted to cultivate faster in the future, he could not stop the fusion of attributes. Although most of the attributes mainly increased his basic stats, the more important part was the enhancement of cultivation speed. This was also one of the reasons Zhuo Chen could grow so rapidly. Next, Chen Xingxuang answered many of Zhuo Chen's questions, allowing him to temporarily resolve all his doubts. Additionally, you will be leaving Kyoto tomorrow. You know that there are many affairs on the Great Wall, and with only the general there, it might be overwhelming. After that, I will come back once a month. If you have any questions then, feel free to come find me. Chen Xingxuang nodded at Zhuo Chen. Yes, master, Zhuo Chen replied softly, nodding. However, he was increasingly astonished in his heart. The fact that the Supreme Master could say such things at least proved that she had completely recognized him. After all, someone of Chen Xingxuang's status was not someone an ordinary person could meet. Even if one wanted to see her, it was impossible. Even Zhuo Chen, having recently become her direct disciple, had only met her more frequently in this recent period. As for ordinary matters, it was only after Chen Xingxuang summoned him that he had the opportunity. But that would not be the case in the future. As long as his master was free, he could come any time. To Zhuo Chen, this was essentially the highest praise. Faced with this situation, Zhuo Chen was naturally happy. Before you reach the 9th stage of martial arts, you shouldn't have any problems. Once you achieve the title of master, you must inform me in advance, and I will escort you. Chen Xingxuang took a deep breath, her expression filled with more anticipation. If her disciple could quickly grow into a master, then the path of martial arts ahead would be much smoother. You can only attempt the breakthrough to the master realm when I am present. Chen Xingxuang took a deep breath. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Since his master had said so, he would naturally comply. As one of the top 3 in the Great Xia, there must be a reason for his master's instructions. After listening to Chen Xingxuang's explanations, Zhuo Chen felt a warm sensation in his heart. In fact, at the beginning, Zhuo Chen had no concept of what it meant to be a direct disciple. However, after these few days of interaction, he finally understood how wonderful it was to have such an impressive master. It was exhilarating. It was simply exhilarating. Moreover, he didn't even need to consider these matters himself. His master had already thought of all the possibilities for him and made arrangements in advance. Given this, as long as he didn't act recklessly, it was basically a guaranteed win, right? Let's go. Since we've talked about most of the matters, I will now take you to the Blessed Land Cave. Chen Xingxuang stood up. Zhuo Chen, however, wore a hint of doubt on his face. The Blessed Land and Cave Heaven are located in the back mountain. As for the back mountain, Zhuo Chen knows a bit about it. Isn't it just behind Area A? As long as the master mentioned the location, he could go there himself. So why would he need the master to lead the way? However, even though Zhuo Chen had some doubts in his heart, he did not immediately ask. The Blessed Land and Cave Heaven is not an ordinary place. It is guarded by the Dragon Guard, and not just anyone can go there. Without my guidance, you won't be able to reach it. Chen Xingxuang seemed to sense Zhuo Chen's skepticism and spoke up before he could ask. However, upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen was secretly astonished. It seemed that this Blessed Land and Cave Heaven was indeed extraordinary, having the Dragon Guard stationed there. At that moment, Zhuo Chen no longer spoke much and obediently followed Chen Xingxuang's footsteps. Speaking of the Dragon Guard, Zhuo Chen had already obtained it since completing his first simulation test. However, during this long period, he had not had the time to go out. Inside the academy, it was of no use, so until now, Zhuo Chen had yet to see what his own Dragon Guard actually looked like. Nevertheless, he was also clear in his heart that since one could become a Dragon Guard, it was bound to be impressive. The two of them left the villa and headed straight for the back mountain. Zhuo Chen had stayed with his master for a full day. When he arrived, it was still morning, but now the sun was setting in the west. In this situation, Zhuo Chen did not feel anything unusual, which showed that his master valued him enough. Since he was valued, Zhuo Chen naturally wanted to perform well. After leaving the villa, the two walked towards the back mountain, and since it was already dusk, the number of students around was decreasing. However, he could still see some couples holding hands. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but nod secretly. It seemed that no matter where one was, romance was always inevitable. Ding dong! As the two walked forward, Zhuo Chen's communicator suddenly rang. Hearing this sound, Zhuo Chen did not pay much attention, as his reputation in the academy had been growing recently. It had been a day since his last breakthrough, and some news had already spread. It was quite normal for someone to seek him out. Zhuo Chen originally did not plan to respond, especially since his master was still beside him, but the sound from the communicator kept coming. Zhuo Chen could only open the communicator to take a look. Junior brother, where are you? I know you need the soul condensing pill recently. I went home this morning and have already told my father about the situation. Come to my house tomorrow. My father has high-quality soul condensing pills. Zhuo Chen glanced at it and was stunned. It seemed that his senior sister was quite good to him. Usually, Zhang Miaoshui often sent him messages, asking about this and that. Even if there was nothing particular between them, they would still chat casually. After all, besides being senior and junior siblings, they were also roommates, and their relationship was much closer than that of ordinary people. However, today, his senior sister had not sent him any messages throughout the day. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. It turned out that his senior sister was using her connections to find him the soul condensing pill. After the awakening of the soul, the consumption of the soul condensing pill was indeed quite large. This was enough to prove that this senior sister was good. She really came through when it mattered. Okay. Zhuo Chen simply replied and put away the communicator. His master, however, turned to look at him. The Zhang family's strength is quite good, you can interact with them more. This statement was abrupt, and Zhuo Chen was taken aback. But since it was his master speaking, Zhuo Chen could only nod gently. Have you heard about the recent events? The authorities have discovered a group of shadow demons, so a war is currently underway, which means that items like the soul condensing pill are now strategic resources. Chen Qingshuang narrowed her eyes. If you can obtain some soul condensing pills through other channels, that would be great. Chen Qingshuang smiled lightly. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Although there are training rooms in the school and blessed lands and caves, even the villas in Area A are good places to restore soul power, still, nothing is as convenient as the soul condensing pill. In other words, this thing is like a portable charger, although its power is limited, it can be used in emergencies and is very convenient. Although low-grade soul condensing pills are not much and their effects are relatively poor, in reality, only the top-grade ones are considered strategic resources. And these are still quite difficult to obtain. Additionally, your understanding of the use of soul condensing pills should be quite superficial. In fact, soul condensing pills can also enhance the soul once on the battlefield. These are excellent means, so knowing this now is not a bad thing for you. Chen Qingshuang spoke again. Zhuo Chen listened very seriously. After all, this is the experience of a martial god. Under normal circumstances, where would he have such treatment? In fact, Zhuo Chen's self-positioning is quite clear. He can merge attributes, and if we only talk about attributes, he can crush many people, but, in terms of soul power, everyone starts at a similar level. This means that Zhuo Chen's demand for soul power will always be quite large. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. He must stock up on soul condensing pills, which are emergency supplies. As the saying goes, with food in hand, one is not anxious. Zhuo Chen also noticed that his master usually speaks very little, even being frugal with words. If a problem can be solved with one word, she would never use two. However, when it comes to teaching him about cultivation knowledge, she seems like a different person, able to express almost everything he can think of. This shows that his master is very dedicated. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Master, will too much contact with them have any negative effects? Zhuo Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't had time to think about these matters before, nor had he considered them, but he really didn't expect that. His master would encourage him to interact more with the Zhang family. This is truly from a perspective that is good for him, basically without any selfish motives. Effects? What effects? Chen Qingshuang raised an eyebrow. You must remember, strength is fundamental. As long as you have strength, other things are not a problem. Chen Qingshuang shook her head slightly. From her position, the scenery she sees is basically not in the same world as what Zhuo Chen sees. What she says is naturally a truth. By the way, your relationship with your senior sister is quite good, right? Chen Qingshuang asked, and Zhuo Chen was taken aback. It's not bad. Although he didn't know why his master asked this, since she did, he couldn't avoid answering. Soon, Chen Qingshuang fell silent, and neither of them spoke as they continued along the winding mountain path. Before long, they reached halfway up the mountain, and Zhuo Chen could clearly see that the surrounding environment, if not looked at carefully, indeed didn't seem much different from ordinary places. However, if one observes closely, they would find that the surrounding environment is vastly different from usual. The trees here are taller and more lush than in other places. Chen Qingshuang remained silent, leading the way ahead. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Then, Chen Qingshuang looked at Zhuo Chen. Use the jade token in your hand to open the door. Chen Qingshuang pointed with her hand. Soon, Zhuo Chen saw a hole on the stone door not far away that resembled the shape of the jade token in his hand. Without hesitation, Zhuo Chen placed the jade token on it. Boom! With a muffled sound, the stone door trembled slightly and then slowly opened. The moment the stone door opened, Zhuo Chen's eyes widened. Because he could already sense that the spiritual energy inside this cave was not only abundant, but the concentration of soul power was also far higher than that of the outside world. Chen Xingxuan, on the other hand, appeared calm. Clearly, she had been here many times before. Go in, the spiritual energy and soul power here are quite abundant. If your realm cannot be suppressed, then don't suppress it, just break through here directly. This place is much better than the environment of the training room. With Chen Xingxuan's words, Zhuo Chen naturally felt at ease. He nodded gently, and the two stepped inside. In fact, to be honest, Zhuo Chen was not fully prepared. However, since his master was present, he had no reason to hesitate. After entering the cave, Zhuo Chen simply took a look around the environment and was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that this cave was meant for the strong of the human race, and the environment for their cultivation should not be so harsh. Because although the spiritual energy and soul power in the cave were abundant, there was surprisingly no special arrangement. There were only simple tables and chairs, and apart from that, there was just a stone bed, with no extra items left. In fact, after breaking through so many times, it was the first time Zhuo Chen felt the benefits of having a strong person by his side. Not to mention anything else, at the very least, with his master present, Zhuo Chen's breakthrough this time would basically not encounter any problems. In other words, even if there were any issues with his master's abilities, they could be easily resolved. Because of this, Zhuo Chen did not make any preparations and dared to break through directly. Moreover, according to Zhuo Chen's knowledge, the academy actually had similar services. When students lacked confidence during a breakthrough, they could ask a strong person from the academy to guard them. However, Zhuo Chen's current status made him look down on the so-called strong people in the academy. Because one of the three strongest in the Great Xia stood right beside him. But for ordinary students, it was different. After all, the strong they could come into contact with were essentially the teachers in the academy. If a teacher could lend a hand, it would indeed be a significant form of protection. As for those martial artists who had not been able to join the academy, aside from a few exceptional talents, most martial artists' strength could not compare to those who were studying in the academy. Because from the very beginning, there was a significant gap in their progress. Moreover, as time passed, this gap would only grow larger. On the other side, Zhuo Chen had already regained his focus, a hint of a smile in his eyes, and sat cross-legged on the mat in the center of the cave. As a martial artist, one must be brave and diligent. With his master by his side, what was there to fear? Zhuo Chen sat cross-legged on the mat, and for a moment, his heart was as calm as still water. Focusing his mind, Zhuo Chen first checked the condition of his divine palace. Due to the surrounding soul power, which was denser compared to the outside world, Zhuo Chen also sensed the changes within his divine palace. He looked at the small figure that resembled himself, and now Zhuo Chen could confirm that this was his own soul. As the technique operated, a large amount of soul power, after being transformed by the technique, surged into the divine palace. Inside the divine palace, there was a bit more mist. The golden small figure quickly absorbed the soul power, gradually strengthening itself. As the technique operated, the massive soul power around Zhuo Chen formed a powerful suction like a vortex, drawing in a large amount of soul power into the divine palace, which was also undergoing changes. When the soul power was insufficient, Zhuo Chen found it difficult to notice these changes. But soon, Zhuo Chen discovered that the soul within the divine palace seemed to have gained autonomous breathing. With each breath, a large amount of soul power entered the body of the golden small figure. In the next moment, Zhuo Chen's thoughts stirred. The golden soul figure actually began to rise slowly, breaking free from the constraints of the divine palace without any warning, appearing in the cave filled with abundant soul power. Zhuo Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Perhaps it was because the soul power outside was too abundant? However, upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xingxuan instinctively widened her eyes, her expression filled with astonishment. What was going on? She was well aware that her disciple was very strong, but she had never imagined that Zhuo Chen's soul would actually be golden? A golden soul? For a moment, Chen Xingxuan felt her mind was somewhat overwhelmed. She herself was an extremely powerful being, having grown into one of the top 3 powerhouses of the Great Xia, with a wide range of knowledge, but even so, a golden soul was something she had never heard of or seen before. This was simply, could it be? For a moment, Chen Xingxuan's thoughts multiplied. Could it be that the martial path she had taken before was flawed? Could it be that only cultivating body techniques and focusing solely on strengthening the body was problematic? Could it be that all of Zhuo Chen's achievements were related to this golden soul? Ha! In the next second, Chen Xingxuan gently exhaled, her expression carrying a hint of peculiarity. Forget it. She didn't want to think about that for now. For the time being, as long as she could ensure Zhuo Chen's smooth breakthrough, the rest would basically not be a problem. However, Chen Xingxuan couldn't help but exclaim. Her gaze was filled with shock. As a martial god powerhouse, her insight was astonishing. Just one glance, and she realized that Zhuo Chen's soul was not only golden but also extremely solid, to the extent that it could almost take on a physical form and even leave the body. Moreover, Chen Xingxuang immediately made a judgment that the strength of Zhuo Chen's soul was already comparable to that of a master. However, even among martial god powerhouses, their souls were not golden. The soul figure left the body, but in the next second, it opened its eyes. A sharp glint flashed in its gaze. Immediately, a large amount of soul power, as if summoned by something, surged towards the soul figure. In just a few breaths, the vast blessed land was completely drained of soul power. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xingxuang, who was standing aside, was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had previously said that the soul power here was endless, yet she never expected that in just an instant, it would be completely absorbed by Zhuo Chen? Chen Xingxuang blinked hard. Her eyes were filled with more astonishment. How was this possible? How did this happen? As a martial god-level powerhouse, Chen Xingxuang was very clear in her heart that a place that could be called a blessed land must have an abundance of soul power. Even if she personally absorbed it, it would be impossible to take in all the soul power here in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. But this boy before her was merely at the 4th stage of martial arts. Although she knew very well that Zhuo Chen was exceptionally talented, such talent she had never seen before being able to absorb all the soul power in the blessed land in just a few breaths was still an extremely rare feat. Fortunately, this blessed land had its own special characteristics. The soul power that had just been completely consumed was quickly replenished in the blink of an eye. The vast blessed land was already filled with soul power. Zhuo Chen felt this change and let out a gentle sigh of relief, his gaze becoming more serene. Since it was like this, there was no need to be entangled in it. On the other side, Chen Xingxuang was continuously observing Zhuo Chen's changes while also keeping an eye on the golden little figure in the air. As the golden figure continuously absorbed soul power, it surprisingly grew larger than before. Then, with a light sound, crack, the golden figure expanded even more. Not only had it grown in size, but its previously unclear features also became distinct. Upon closer inspection, this golden figure had gained a certain charm. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingxuang was once again taken aback. In fact, the breakthrough from the 5th to the 6th level, while not a major realm breakthrough, was still extremely difficult. Even with talent, one might not be able to break through in a short time, but this breakthrough was happening too quickly, wasn't it? According to Chen Xingxuang's predictions, at the very least signs of a breakthrough would not appear until tomorrow morning. Yet unexpectedly, Zhuo Chen was about to break through in such a short time? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Chen Xingxuang's mind. Quick, seize the opportunity, breakthrough. Zhuo Chen had been quietly waiting, but upon hearing this voice, he immediately felt relieved. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. With a light sound, thud, the last bit of shackles was finally broken. As the shackles were released, spiritual energy, blood power, and soul power surged into Zhuo Chen's body at once, each in its own way, continuously strengthening his physique. Zhuo Chen could clearly feel that his abilities in all aspects were constantly enhancing. In the next moment, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and began to observe his divine palace. Inside the divine palace, there were originally inscriptions of the Tao De Jing, and the characters of the Tao De Jing had been somewhat dim. But at this moment, the more than 5,000 characters of the Tao De Jing shone like they were made of gold, sparkling brilliantly. Moreover, within that golden light, there was an inexplicably powerful force constantly flickering. So easy? Zhuo Chen's mind stirred. He had never felt such an abundance of soul power before. This was simply unimaginable. Since it was like this, then let's continue. Just a moment. Zhuo Chen made a decision. After all, the spiritual and soul energy in this place was extremely abundant. Under such circumstances, reaching the peak of the 5th level was basically not difficult for Zhuo Chen. He simply focused his mind and quickly operated his cultivation method. While absorbing soul energy to transform his soul, a large amount of spiritual energy also surged into his body, transforming it and unknowingly increasing the strength of his body little by little. Not knowing how long had passed, Zhuo Chen slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze was filled with a sense of exhilaration. This time, it was surprisingly smooth. For a moment, Zhuo Chen felt as light as a swallow, and his perception of the surroundings was incomparably clearer than before. He merely blinked and casually swung his fist to familiarize his body with the powerful strength. Seeing the scene, Chen Xingxuang, who stood behind Zhuo Chen, was stunned. The smile on her face gradually turned cold. Zhuo Chen, although you are a genius, the path of martial arts requires steady progress. You have just completed your breakthrough, and what you need to do now is to stabilize your realm. If your current realm is unstable, it could greatly affect your future cultivation. Chen Xingxuang frowned, looking very serious. Zhuo Chen was taken aback, his expression showing a hint of astonishment. Master, I have already completed the breakthrough, and my realm is stable. Zhuo Chen naturally did not understand why Chen Xingxuang suddenly changed her expression, but after all, she was his beautiful master, so he could only patiently explain. Chen Xingxuang raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with curiosity. How could this be possible? She had personally witnessed this kid's breakthrough, and it had been less than half a day since it started. Even with the abundant soul energy in this blessed land, it shouldn't be this fast, right? Wasn't this equivalent to taking an elevator? Then, Chen Xingxuang stepped forward, extending a hand to rest on Zhuo Chen's shoulder. However, after carefully sensing, her expression changed slightly. You have actually reached the peak of the 6th level? This. Even Chen Xingxuang, who had seen much, was left dumbfounded after noticing this scene. This kid was simply incomprehensible. How did he achieve this? Well, although your realm is stable, I can see that your soul is still quite different from others. The soul can still be continuously improved, you need to grasp this point. In normal cultivation, it is extremely difficult to enhance the soul, and it can only be achieved through long-term accumulation. Chen Xingxuang nodded seriously. With the abundant soul energy here, I think it would be beneficial for you to stay here today. Chen Xingxuang spoke patiently. Yes. Zhuo Chen nodded. The better you perform, the more beneficial it is for you, and this way, I can ask for more resources. I wanted to ask earlier, how many more golden entries do you need? Chen Xingxuang's eyes flashed with curiosity as she looked at Zhuo Chen. Her disciple being able to become this strong was definitely not a coincidence. The entries he possessed must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to display such a speed in cultivation. Master, I don't have any golden entries. Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered, but he did not lie. Although he was very strong now, the entries were not golden entries, they were just fused from white entries. Although the entries in Zhuo Chen's body were only one step away from blue entries, the attributes he possessed were already stronger than some golden entries. However, Zhuo Chen did not lie. What he had were all green entries. Chen Xingxuang was taken aback, then revealed a look of realization. Indeed. Zhuo Chen, after all, came from a small place, and these golden attributes are indeed very precious. Many martial artists can only replace their original attributes step by step after achieving the status of a master. It seems that recently, although Zhuo Chen has been making continuous progress and has gained a lot of resources, most of these resources have been used for improving his realm, so it is understandable that he does not have any golden attributes. You are currently at the peak of the 6th level, so you should be able to embed 6 golden attributes. I will help you apply for these, Chen Xingxuang said after thinking for a moment. Even though Zhuo Chen was prepared, he was momentarily stunned. Golden attributes? This thing is simply something that can be encountered but not sought after. Although he cannot use it at all, it does not matter to Zhuo Chen. As long as he can obtain these golden attributes, he can exchange them all for white attributes. 1 golden attribute. That is 500 million. 6 golden attributes would be 3 billion. Coupled with his recent accumulations, he could easily proceed with the next attribute fusion. Thank you, Master. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, his expression becoming more sincere. After all, these are golden attributes. Usually, even with money, one cannot buy them. He did not expect that the upper echelons could provide such things. Although golden attributes are precious, Zhuo Chen was not foolish enough to refuse. Master. In fact, golden attributes are not very useful to me. My physique is special, and I cannot use golden attributes at all, Zhuo Chen said, shaking his head slightly, his expression becoming more indifferent. Hearing this, Chen Xingxuang was taken aback. She knew that her disciple was very talented, but she did not expect that this so-called talent had nothing to do with attributes. It doesn't matter, the martial way has only flourished for 100 years. Even I have many things I do not understand on the path of martial arts. The combat power you have displayed is already enough for the upper echelons to focus on cultivating you, Chen Xingxuang said, shaking her head slightly. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them, Chen Xingxuang said seriously. Master, I need to exchange an equivalent amount of golden attributes for white attributes. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Chen decided to say this. After all, from now on, the number of attributes he needs to fuse will only increase. Since these golden attributes come as rewards, if he frequently exchanges a large number of attributes, it will likely attract the attention of others. Since that is the case, he might as well make it public himself. Oh? Chen Xingxuan was immediately surprised. Do you have some kind of talent for fusing attributes? Chen Xingxuan was even more astonished. Yes, if it weren't for my ability to fuse attributes, my progress would not be so fast. Since he had already said the previous things, Zhuo Chen had no intention of hiding anything. After all, the existence of the system was something he could never reveal. As for the talent for fusing attributes, this is indeed similar to fusion talent. You bring too many surprises to people, Chen Xingxuan said, a smile flashing across her delicate face. Your original performance is much better than we expected, so you should focus on your growth. You will soon become the backbone of the Great Xia. Since that is the case, I can take charge of this matter. How many white attributes do you need? Chen Xingxuan's eyes flashed, her expression filled with anticipation. Zhuo Chen was stunned. How many? He had never thought about this at all. As far as the current situation is concerned, the more white attributes, the better. 6 million. In the future, I will need more. But Zhuo Chen spoke directly without thinking. What? This, so many? Chen Xingxuan was taken aback. Then she quickly calmed down. 600,000 white tokens sounded like a lot, but with her energy, gathering these tokens was quite simple. Although 600,000 white tokens were indeed valuable, they were worth more than 5 golden tokens. However, the rarity of golden tokens goes without saying. In comparison, a few 100,000 white tokens were not a big deal. Yes, it is indeed a lot, and in the future, we might need even more. Zhuo Chen felt the pressure mounting. After all, as he continued to improve, the number of token slots increased, and with each additional slot, it naturally meant he needed more tokens. This was already becoming a bit strenuous for Zhuo Chen. Although he had received quite a few rewards and support recently, he was still far from a state of effortless token fusion, which was also the reason Zhuo Chen chose to speak about the matter of fusion tokens. After all, according to his own abilities, even if he could continuously fuse tokens, the speed of fusion would inevitably slow down. Since he had the ability to fuse tokens, he naturally hoped to keep growing. Zhuo Chen, I rarely talk to you about cultivation matters, and I seldom discuss your own self, but there is one principle I hope you always understand. Chen Xingxuan took a deep breath, her face regaining a hint of a smile. My human race is stronger than you can imagine. Our Huaxia is one of the top existences among neighboring countries. As long as you are strong enough, rest assured, we will never overshadow your brilliance, we will only provide you with a higher and larger stage. So I hope you do not hide your own brilliance. If you are excellent enough, you only need to do one thing, showcase your brilliance. Only then can we, the so-called strong, understand what methods and means we need to use to support you. Only in this way can you grow at the fastest speed. Chen Xingxuan's smile was exceptionally beautiful. Even though it was not the first time Zhuo Chen had seen it, he was still slightly taken aback. In fact, during this recent period, Zhuo Chen had developed his own thoughts. He could naturally feel his master's attitude towards him. It was genuinely for his own good. This was also the true reason Zhuo Chen revealed part of his cards. Yes, master. If I need anything, I will definitely say it at the first opportunity. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, a hint of fervor already appearing on his face. Since his master had said so, what else could he hold back? After hearing his master's words, Zhuo Chen's heart became increasingly stable, and such words could only be spoken by a truly great nation. Only a true strong person would dare to say them. Zhuo Chen understood a bit about the background of this world. He was very clear that although the Great Xia did not seem particularly powerful, in fact, it was the strongest among the surrounding countries. Moreover, martial arts had only emerged for a little over 100 years, but in the past century, even in battles against demons, the Great Xia had always maintained a leading position. Wars do not come without casualties, both sides were engaged in back and forth. However, in reality, the Great Xia had always held an absolute advantage in higher-level struggles. Zhuo Chen suddenly realized that it was precisely because the Great Xia had such a situation that it could afford to cultivate strong individuals and allocate many resources to talents like him. The reason for this was simple. In the past struggles, the Great Xia had always had the surplus to do so. After Chen Xingxuan finished explaining all this, she was about to step away. Previously, Chen Xingxuan had already explained that she would leave Kyoto tomorrow to head to the Great Wall. The Great Xia was indeed very powerful. However, there were only 3 martial gods, and many events required the handling of figures at their level. Zhuo Chen looked at Chen Xingxuan's departing figure, a smile appearing on his face. It seemed he had a powerful master. This was truly a good thing. Essentially, this master could help him solve anything. Thus, in terms of future cultivation and growth, it could be said that the path ahead would be smooth sailing. By the way, you can usually cultivate here, but cultivation also requires a balance of tension and relaxation, she said. Additionally, your teammates are not simple characters. If you only have the realm but lack sufficient combat experience, they may not fully submit to you. The purpose of the rankings is not just for display, it is also to encourage competition among you. Otherwise, these rankings lose their original significance. With that, Chen Xingxuan left, her expression showing a hint of anticipation. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. What his master said was indeed correct. Since returning from the Great Wall for nearly half a month, Zhuo Chen had been making rapid progress. It was precisely for this reason that he had temporarily set aside the matter of climbing the rankings. In fact, upon reflection, Zhuo Chen understood the reason. Ordinary martial artists often hit a bottleneck in their cultivation, forcing them to slow down their progress. However, Zhuo Chen was different, since he began cultivating. He had never encountered a bottleneck. In other words, as long as he had enough white attribute points, he could continue to grow stronger. This was why he had inadvertently given up on various rankings. Also, you must not take action against martial artists of the same stage. Chen Xingxuan had already exited the Blessed Land, standing outside and instructing Zhuo Chen. Because of the distance between them, her voice sounded somewhat ethereal. However, Zhuo Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. What was this situation? Not allowed to take action against those of the same realm? He shook his head helplessly, already understanding what his master meant. His current strength was not only based on strong foundational attributes, but also because the Tao De Jing existed within the Divine Palace, continuously nourishing his soul. Thus, the combat power he could unleash was far stronger than those of the same level. Even though he had just entered school. This year, he was already much stronger than many fourth-year students. If he were to take action, those people would definitely be unable to withstand it. Zhuo Chen could only shrug. It seemed he still couldn't be too strong. Being too strong could also lead to troubles. Moreover, this time, Master will be away for a longer period. If I'm not mistaken, you have already set a special reminder for your senior sister? Since that's the case, why not set one for Master as well? Chen Xingxuan's voice came again. Zhuo Chen was left stunned. What? Convenient contact? What? Special reminder? Oh. So Master was talking about a communicator. Since Master had already said so, what else could he say? He had to set one up. Zhuo Chen blinked helplessly and quickly opened his communicator, setting a special reminder for Master's account. However, Master's figure had long since disappeared, and Zhuo Chen could not inform her of this news in person. He retracted his communicator and began to seriously observe this blessed land. To put it simply, since entering, Zhuo Chen had not carefully examined this place. After all, the soul power and spiritual energy here were extremely abundant, and the moment he entered, he could hardly contain his realm. How could he have the mind to observe his surroundings? Now, with great interest, Zhuo Chen looked around, and he was immediately drawn to a certain spot within the cave dwelling. What is this? The special plants within the cave immediately caught Zhuo Chen's attention. After all, such things are basically unseen in the outside world. Zhuo Chen's gaze was fixed on a corner of the cave, where there was actually a spring. The spiritual energy and soul power surrounding the spring were incredibly rich. After a simple inspection, Zhuo Chen quickly discerned some clues. After all, he was now at the peak of the 6th level. It could be said that during his time at school, Zhuo Chen's progress had been astonishingly rapid. Without realizing it, he had already become stronger than his senior sister. Zhuo Chen's gaze was firmly locked on a plant that stood over a meter tall, but surprisingly, it had no leaves, only a few fruits that seemed to be unripe. Yet, Zhuo Chen could sense a faint flow of soul power emanating from these fruits. What is this? Since starting his cultivation, Zhuo Chen had indeed not paid much attention to this world. Now, seeing these fruits, he felt a surge of curiosity, especially since there was soul power flowing from them. Zhuo Chen took out his communicator and snapped a few clear photos of the fruits. Then, he began to search for information using the communicator. However, after a thorough search, he found absolutely nothing. There was no information about this type of plant anywhere on the entire network. Discovering this left Zhuo Chen completely stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, despite trying many different search methods. In the end, there was only one result. There wasn't even a trace of information. Snap. Snap. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen took a few more clear photos. He wanted to send them to his master for a look, but then he thought again. His master was about to leave Kyoto to head back to the Abyssal Great Wall, and there were likely other matters to attend to. In this case, his own issue wasn't particularly urgent. It was better not to ask for now. Then, Zhuo Chen sensed the surrounding environment. he quickly noticed that the soul power here was extremely rich. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. In such a place, what else could he do but cultivate? He was already at the peak of the 6th level, which could be considered a true backbone of strength. Although he couldn't compare to a master-level expert, he should still have the power to fight one. Even though he remained at the peak of the 6th level and had no intention of quickly advancing to the 7th, the soul power and spiritual energy here could not be wasted. The last time he wrote the Tao De Jing, he had witnessed how terrifying the consumption of soul power could be. However, since the soul power here was so abundant, what should he write next? Zhuo Chen stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. In fact, the essence of the 5,000-year civilization of the ancient Huaxia kingdom was still quite rich. Compared to the Tao De Jing, there were many other works of similar caliber. What Zhuo Chen was considering now was to write something of that nature, so as not to be too shocking. As for whether the soul power and spiritual energy were sufficient, that was not something to worry about for the time being. After all, this was a blessed land. And the abundance of soul power and spiritual energy here was not only higher than in Area A, but it was also many times greater than in the cultivation rooms. As long as he could produce a remarkable work, continue to refine his soul, and increase its strength, he would be able to reach new heights. Although he should be writing about his insights into martial arts, in reality, there were countless materials regarding martial arts and cultivation from the past 5,000 years. Since that was the case, he could easily pull out some material. As long as he carved it completely in the Divine Palace, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. With that, Zhuo Chen closed his eyes and focused his mind, seriously contemplating. There were indeed quite a few works similar to the Tao De Jing. For example, the Tao De Jing, also known as Laozi, the Taoist Canon, and the Taiping Jing, are all well-known texts in later generations. Although they expound on the natural way, there are rumors that these texts are also greatly beneficial for cultivation. In Zhuo Chen's view, martial arts is a form of cultivation, and doing other things is also cultivation. Essentially, they all belong to one principle. All principles are interconnected. Moreover, these classics have long been validated by later generations. Since that is the case, directly using these texts is much more effective than pondering the so-called insights of martial arts on one's own. In fact, regarding his soul transforming into gold, Zhuo Chen also has his own considerations. If he hadn't written a timeless classic like the Tao De Jing, how could his soul have transformed in such a way? At that moment, Zhuo Chen furrowed his brows. Logically speaking, the status of the Tao De Jing is unquestionable. So what should he choose next? Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes, various thoughts flashing through his mind. How about the Taiping Jing? Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. This era seems peaceful, but the struggle between humans, demons, and monsters has never ceased. For martial artists, protecting the home and country is an obligation, but if this continues, only ordinary people will suffer. Zhuo Chen does not have a savior complex. He knows very well that mere thoughts cannot subdue beings like demons. Without iron-blooded means and powerful strength, there is basically no other way. In an instant, a flash of brilliance crossed Zhuo Chen's mind. He began to use his blood and qi as ink and spiritual energy as a pen, slowly starting to write. Before the true person, the sun comes to learn the way. Although Zhuo Chen is not as familiar with the content of the Taiping Jing as he is with the Tao De Jing, he slowly began to write based on the memories in his mind. Fortunately, the soul power and spiritual energy here are extremely rich, so even though the content of the Taiping Jing is quite extensive, Zhuo Chen's writing speed is remarkably steady. Boom! However, just as he had not finished writing a single sentence, a loud bang echoed, immediately attracting the attention of many outside. However, this time, not many people acted rashly. Prominent figures understood that this was the back mountain, where outsiders were generally not allowed to enter casually, let alone at such a time. Who knows who might be breaking through in the back mountain? Perhaps soon, the great Xia would have another martial god. But Zhuo Chen was completely unaware of the changes outside. Without the limitations of soul power and spiritual energy, his writing process was extremely smooth. Inside the academy, at Chen Xingxuang's residence, as night deepened, Chen Xingxuang stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze sharp. Tonight is her last night in the capital. With the war intensifying, if she could return to the Great Wall quickly, it would be a significant help to the Great Xia. However, suddenly, Chen Xingxuang's gaze fixed. She looked towards the back mountain, where a golden light column was slowly rising. The light column had just appeared, dyeing half the sky in golden yellow. What is going on? Just a glance, and Chen Xingxuang's expression changed drastically. The last time, at least it was daytime. Even if there was movement, it wasn't very loud. What to do this time? This is nighttime. If it can't be handled, the demon race might launch a frenzied assassination against her disciple. Chen Qingxuang furrowed her brows, took out her communicator, and dialed a number. Marshal, I must mobilize the Jinglong Guard. Chapter 074, Completion of the Inscription, Farewell. The next morning, as dawn broke, Zhuochen slowly opened his eyes, completely unaware of the shocking events outside. He had used the entire night to write the complete Taiping Jing, and at the moment he opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passed through his gaze. However, the moment he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a captivating force within. Previously, when he was writing the Tao De Jing and refining his soul, it could be said that he faced numerous dangers, not because of anything else, but because the spiritual energy and soul power in the cultivation room were not particularly abundant. As a result, several times his writing nearly came to a halt. However, this time was different. Even though Zhuochen was not fully prepared, the spiritual energy in the Blessed Land was abundant, and the soul power was sufficient. In order to write the complete Taiping Jing, Zhuochen had exhausted the soul power in the Blessed Land several times last night. Fortunately, this was the Blessed Land. Even if he completely depleted it, he could use the soul condensing pill, and the consumption would be replenished at the fastest speed. It was no wonder Zhuochen consumed so much. After all, he was a traveler from another world, and the knowledge accumulated in his mind was the essence of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Once these things could shine in this world, it would not only bring immense benefits to him but could also be earth-shattering for the current era. Originally, Zhuochen was still worried that his progress would be slow in the later stages of martial arts. Although the entry is fundamental and of utmost importance in the later stages of martial arts, it primarily revolves around cultivating the soul. However, at this moment, Zhuochen is not worried about this at all. After all, when it comes to the soul, perhaps no one in this world has a more substantial accumulation than Zhuochen. Then, Zhuochen took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to observe his divine palace. Within the divine palace, at a glance, no changes could be seen. The three large characters of the Tao De Jing still hung at the top of the divine palace, seemingly glowing with golden light due to the abundant soul power and spiritual energy surrounding it. Next to the three characters of the Tao De Jing were the three characters of the Taiping Jing. Although they were also dazzling, they paled in comparison to the Tao De Jing. After a moment of thought, Zhuochen understood. No matter what, the first text he wrote was the Tao De Jing, and in front of it, anything he wrote later would only be at a junior level. However, Zhuochen stroked his chin. The golden soul was indeed powerful. But this was not Zhuochen's ultimate goal. If one day the soul transformed into flawless white jade, that would probably be the highest realm. Suddenly, Zhuochen frowned slightly. He had just polished his soul, and he hadn't noticed before, but now he felt a sense of fatigue in his body. After a moment of reflection, Zhuochen realized that he hadn't stopped for the entire night yesterday. Although his current body was strong, it might still be a bit weaker compared to the soul. Moreover, due to previous restrictions, he hadn't fused any entries for a while. To put it simply, Zhuochen could only be considered a half-6th-tier martial artist at this point. After all, he hadn't had the chance to fuse the 5th-tier and 6th-tier entries. In other words, the speed of his soul's growth was too fast, causing his body to lag behind. Thinking of this, Zhuochen opened his communicator, intending to ask his master when the white entries he wanted would arrive. As long as the white entries were in place, he could immediately start fusing them. After fusion, he would have powerful support. Only then could he fully showcase his combat power. Ding dong! Ding dong! Just as he opened the communicator, Zhuochen noticed a crisp sound coming from it. He raised an eyebrow. He was already accustomed to such situations. After all, recently, whenever there was any movement on his side, various messages would flood in. Fortunately, he had set special alerts for important people like his master and senior sister. The first message Zhuochen saw was from his master. It was a message sent last night. It contained only a few brief lines, but it conveyed the most important information. Seeing what his master had said, Zhuochen let out a gentle sigh of relief. No matter what, his master had put in effort. The white entries are ready, but they can only be delivered to the foot of the mountain. You need to go there yourself to pick them up by noon tomorrow. The first batch has prepared 6 million pieces. Your growth speed is too fast. We have received news that the demon clan may attempt to assassinate you, so I took the liberty of mobilizing the Jinglong Guard for you. The Jinglong Guard will protect you until you have fully grown. Besides that, it will not affect your life in any way. After reading his Master's message. Zhuo Chen let out a gentle breath and a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Master. Zhuo Chen hadn't expected his master to care so much about his affairs. Especially since he had only casually mentioned it last night. Today, he already had an answer. Ding-ling-ling. Zhuo Chen was about to check other messages when the communicator rang. He was taken aback, not expecting the caller to be his senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue. Just a glance at his chat box revealed numerous messages from her, but since he had been honing his spirit last night, he naturally hadn't noticed all the messages she had sent. Junior brother, where are you? I've arrived at Area A, but I haven't found you here, Zhang. Miaoshue's voice came through. Zhuo Chen was momentarily stunned. I'm on the back mountain. I wasn't in Area A last night. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Recently, he had been busy with his cultivation and had indeed neglected many other matters. The back mountain? Then come down. Zhang Miaoxue was slightly taken aback. As a second-year student, she was quite clear about some of the rules of the Martial God Academy. The back mountain was definitely a forbidden area for ordinary students. However, recalling that Zhuo Chen had been with their master yesterday, everything made sense. Okay. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for letting me stay in Area A recently. Since you've been breaking through consecutively, I probably shouldn't continue staying here, so let's consider this our farewell. Zhang. Miaoshue's voice conveyed a hint of complexity. But more than that, there was a sense of loss, which made Zhuo Chen slightly stunned. What's going on? The way she said it sounded like a parting of life and death. But after a moment's thought, Zhuo Chen understood that it was likely related to her joining a team, which had already been announced. Alright, I'll come right away. Zhuo Chen's lips curled up, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Recently, he had been breaking through one after another, and his physical condition was undoubtedly excellent. Seeing that the lunch delivery was just arriving, and since he had no other matters in the morning, it was just right to have a meal with his senior sister. A thought flashed through his mind, and Zhuo Chen leaped a few times, arriving at the foot of the mountain. His senior sister must have headed towards the back mountain only after hanging up the phone. By the time Zhuo Chen arrived, Zhang Miaoxue had not yet come. Before long, Zhuo Chen saw a car slowly approaching. Zhang Miaoxue had not yet gotten out of the car, but she waved in his direction, her eyes revealing a hint of a smile. Junior brother, you're quite fast. Let's go. Senior sister has been staying in Area A for a while, and it's caused you quite a bit of trouble. Let's go have a meal together. Zhang Miaoxue said with a grin, but Zhuo Chen could tell that something was off about her today for some reason. Zhuo Chen could only nod lightly. Forget it. He hadn't mentioned that the dormitory in Area A, while decent, he probably wouldn't be using it if nothing unexpected happened. Thanks to you, I should be able to advance to the 7th level in no time. Zhang Miaoxue smiled, standing in front of Zhuo Chen, and for a moment, he felt a fragrant breeze hit him, unable to help but feel a bit flustered. Don't just stand there, the car has arrived, let's go. Senior sister is treating you to something high-end today, you can't refuse. Zhang Miaoxue laughed, stepping forward, but Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Refuse what? Didn't senior sister often treat him to meals? During their time together, Zhuo Chen had gradually gotten used to having his senior sister by his side. To thank you, this time senior sister is really splurging. You've been in Kyoto for a while now, and you haven't had a proper outing. Senior sister has already arranged everything for today. You've killed quite a few demon beasts, but you probably haven't eaten much, right? Last time, in the school cafeteria, that was at most an appetizer. Zhang Miaoxue tilted her head slightly, her expression showing a bit of pride. That's great, I'll let you arrange everything today. Zhuo Chen thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. It seemed that senior sister really thought they were going to part ways, but in Zhuo Chen's view, this separation was somewhat dramatic. As the captain of the Dragon Slayers, Zhuo Chen knew very well that when the Dragon Slayers were established, they needed a period of secret training, after which they would infiltrate the abyss and take action against the demon and beast races, during which outsiders would basically be unable to contact them. Under normal circumstances, if senior sister participated in secret training, they would indeed have to part ways. However, it was unfortunate that senior sister definitely didn't know that the captain of the Dragon Slayers was him. He wondered what her expression would be when she found out he was the captain. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen chuckled inwardly. The two walked side by side and soon arrived in front of the business car. Zhuo Chen took a glance and was secretly astonished. The car looked ordinary, but in reality, Under such circumstances, it should belong to a custom model. Customization aside, it was basically a private custom job, with reinforcements and modifications. Just a single car like this was not something an ordinary person could own. Zhuo Chen now understood. That senior sister had an extraordinary background, but he also knew that even in large families, all cultivation resources were limited. Even core disciples, if they didn't have enough talent, could only be left far behind by others. At that time, let alone resource allocation, whether they could even obtain resources from the family was another matter. This might be the reason why senior sister, despite her good talent, had always worked extremely hard, right? With this in mind, Zhuo Chen shook his head. Forget it. There was no need to think about these things for now. Senior sister was able to join his small team thanks to her talent and their slight connection, which should be considered a satisfactory answer to the family. With this layer, senior sister's future days would also be much better. From this perspective, it was acceptable for senior sister to treat him to a meal and even thank him. But Zhang Miaoshua's heart was somewhat uneasy. This time she returned home. She originally intended to argue her case and fight for more resources for herself. After all, she was about to enter the 7th tier. Among the younger generation of the entire family, although she was not the most outstanding, she was definitely above average. However, before Zhang Miaoshua could speak, what should have been given and what should not have been given had already been settled. Moreover, the elders of the clan had learned about her relationship with Zhuo Chen and had clearly stated that since the two were already living together, they should clarify the matters that needed clarification. After all, given Zhuo Chen's identity and status, he would definitely not lack for girls in the future. Furthermore, she, Zhang Miaoshua, was still the disciple of their master, and Zhuo Chen was the master's direct disciple. If the two were together, it could be said that it would be a match made in heaven. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Miaoshua felt completely stunned. When she initially lived in Area A with her junior brother, she indeed had no extra thoughts. It was just to quickly improve her own strength, and at first, Zhang Miaoshua naturally thought that as the senior sister, she could help Zhuo Chen in many ways. However, as time passed, Zhuo Chen's progress was too rapid. He was even beginning to surpass her, the senior sister, and Zhang Miaoshua felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, she had never considered that the two could develop into another kind of relationship. Because of this time returning home, Zhang Miaoshua was filled with mixed feelings. At the same time, she seriously reconsidered the relationship between the two. To be honest, upon serious consideration, the two really did have a fate together. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Miaoshua became peculiar. This time when she found Zhuo Chen, one reason was to say goodbye, and the other was naturally to confess her feelings. Zhang Miaoshua shook her head, temporarily throwing all these thoughts out of her mind. Forget it. There was nothing much to say. This time returning home, she could say she had gained a lot. Her ability to have these gains was intricately related to the junior brother in front of her. No matter how far the two could develop in the future, she had to thank her junior brother. The two stepped into the car together. The driver, smiling, took a deep look at Zhuo Chen. This driver was an old man by the master's side. His ability to read the situation was naturally top-notch. And today's seemingly ordinary arrangement was actually him trying to help his young lady keep an eye on things. Shua, the master's direct disciple, my young lady usually has a lot of pressure, and I haven't seen her this relaxed in a long time, the driver said, shaking his head slightly, his face showing more smiles, but Zhuo Chen was stunned. What was going on? Why did he feel that the atmosphere was not quite right? However, never mind that, let it be. He had been busy all night last night, and now he was somewhat sleepy. Why not take a nap first? Zhuo Chen squinted his eyes. Moreover, you should also be able to guess that my young lady has been very proactive in her cultivation since childhood, so she has never been in a relationship from childhood to adulthood. As a result, she has no experience at all. In my opinion, you two are truly a match made in heaven. Isn't this the fate arranged by heaven, which has already arrived? The driver started the car while speaking to himself. Zhang Miaoshua was stunned. How could this be? She hadn't even decided whether to confess, and yet the driver had jumped the gun? Junior brother, you. Zhang Miaoshua was about to speak, but she found that Zhuo Chen, sitting beside her, had already leaned back against the seat and fallen asleep. She opened her mouth, but the remaining words still couldn't be spoken. That's all. The little junior brother is quite tired too. Since she met Zhuo Chen, she felt that he was like a spinning top, practicing day and night without rest, always wanting to break through. Doesn't this mean that in the little junior brother's heart, she, as his senior sister, still holds a significant position? When he answered her call, he must have just finished practicing, right? No wonder. No wonder Zhang Miaoshue's gaze kept flickering, she had sensed a hint of fatigue in Zhuo Chen's voice. Before, and now it all made sense to her. In that case, there was no need to rush. Since the little junior brother was tired, she should let him rest well. For a moment, various thoughts flashed through Zhang Miaoshue's mind. Then, she glanced at the driver, who was still chattering away in the driver's seat. Uncle Don, stop talking. The little junior brother has already fallen asleep. Just drive quietly. Zhang Miaoshue's gaze flickered, carrying a hint of reproach. Immediately after, a sweet smile appeared on her face. The driver was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Look at this. This is what they call Zhuo's direct disciple. People outside who don't know the truth always think that these so-called geniuses rely on talent. But in reality, even without so-called talent, being able to reach this level must mean they are not lacking in anything, right? A thought flashed through her mind. The car had already started. Soon, under smooth driving, the car moved out and stopped again after more than half an hour. Zhang Miaoshue had been quietly observing Zhuo Chen. Noticing that he had not woken up, she was cautious about everything along the way. Even when her phone received 2 calls midway, she hung up directly. However, in the end, Zhang Miaoshue still felt uneasy and unhesitatingly switched her phone to silent mode. Her little junior brother had finally managed to rest for a while. She couldn't let irrelevant people disturb him. As for the calls, she would set them aside for now and deal with them when she had time. In Zhang Miaoshue's eyes, the most important thing right now was this little junior brother. Nothing could compare to him. Even in terms of strength and realm, Zhang Miaoshue could put that aside for now. The car stopped steadily in the underground parking lot. Zhang Miaoshue then looked at Zhuo Chen, her gaze still filled with a smile. Little junior brother, how did you sleep on the way? Not bad. Zhuo Chen replied, looking confused. Usually, his senior sister was nice to him, but she wouldn't care this much, right? But then again, thinking about it, they were indeed senior and junior siblings, so being a bit closer didn't seem like a big deal. Hearing this, Zhang Miaoshue smiled brightly, her eyes revealing a bit more joy. She didn't know why, but when she was with Zhuo Chen before, she didn't feel anything special, yet ever since she returned home and came back, she found him more and more pleasing to the eye. This made Zhang Miaoshue feel her heart racing. Oh no! It was the feeling of being smitten. Zhang Miaoshue hurriedly averted her gaze. Fortunately, after the car stopped, a waiter stepped forward and respectfully opened the car door. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. This? Zhang Miaoshue was clearly very familiar with the situation here. She glanced at Zhuo Chen and then smiled. This is a high-end place. From the moment we entered the parking lot, there will be someone to serve us continuously. Little junior brother, you can come here more often when you have time, you'll get used to it after a few visits. So that's how it is, Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. He was secretly pondering. Since he became the direct disciple of the martial god, not only had he received quite a few rewards, but he had also gained a lot of support, so he could be considered wealthy. However, compared to these big families, Zhuo Chen quickly understood that although he had money, most of it had already been spent on cultivation, specifically for purchasing entries. If he really had spare money, he didn't have any. Sir? Miss, please follow me, I'll take you to dine first. The waiter opened the car door, bowing with a smile at the two, then softly spoke. Zhuo Chen was drawn in by this voice and turned to look, but was stunned. Although she was a waiter, her appearance and demeanor were absolutely top-notch. While she couldn't compare to his senior sister, she was still quite impressive. Such a beauty, yet she could only be a waiter? For a moment, Zhuo Chen gained a new understanding of the high-end dining venue. No wonder. They said rich people had their fun. In such upscale places, every detail was likely taken care of. Since that was the case, it was worth experiencing. Excuse me, sir, may I ask what your current strength is? One of the waiters slightly bent forward towards Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. What was going on? Was it necessary to show strength to eat? If one lacked strength, did that mean they weren't qualified to dine? The waiter bent again. Clearly, they had encountered such situations before and were used to customers' reactions, so they smiled at Zhuo Chen. Sir, it's like this, our ingredients here are mostly made from the blood and flesh of demon beasts and magical beasts. So if your strength is insufficient and you can't consume high-level demon meat, we need to arrange corresponding ingredients based on your strength. After the waiter finished explaining, Zhuo Chen understood. He had nothing to hide about his strength. I just broke through today, I am now at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. Zhuo Chen's expression was calm. As soon as he spoke, everyone present was stunned. A look of astonishment also appeared on Zhang Miaoshue's beautiful face. Little junior brother, what did you say? Zhang Miaoshue's eyes widened in an instant, as she stared seriously at Zhuo Chen, looking him up and down. She had thought that before, she could tell his realm changes with just a glance. But recently it was different. Ever since Zhuo Chen came out of the training room, they hadn't met much. At that time, Zhuo Chen was only at the peak of the 5th stage of martial arts, but now, just a few days later, he had actually reached the peak of the 6th stage? This guy must be a monster. Zhang Miaoshue thought carefully and realized that for Zhuo Chen, it seemed there really were no bottlenecks in cultivation. It was as if he was either breaking through or on the path to breaking through. It was simply outrageous. It's just good luck. My master knows my great need for spiritual energy and soul power, so he sent me to the back mountain, where I just completed my breakthrough. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Although his strength was improving, he had no sense of pride. Little junior brother, how will you let your senior sister hold her head high in the future? Zhang Miaoshue shook her head slightly. But as she spoke, her face was filled with a smile. Zhuo Chen was her little junior brother, and his continuous growth naturally made her happy. Moreover, Zhang Miaoshue was not lacking either. Recently, her master had informed her that she would be joining a secret team and would undergo intensive training. Originally, Zhang Miaoshue had asked if her junior brother could join as well. However, her master did not give an answer. That meant her junior brother would not be in the team. After a brief moment of disappointment, Zhang Miaoshue instantly perked up. Once she joined the team and completed the training, wouldn't she be able to soar? And at that time, Zhuo Chen would still be her little junior brother. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two went upstairs towards a private room. Little junior brother, you really should have told your senior sister after your breakthrough. Zhang Miaoshue smiled. Zhuo Chen, however, shook his head slightly. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I haven't had the chance to do so. However, on the way to the private room, Zhang Miaoshue suddenly stopped, her gaze turning towards another direction. There, a graceful figure was approaching. Zhang Miaoshue, why are you with your junior brother every day? This junior brother has quite a reputation. Isn't Zhang Miaoshue annoyed by men? Yang Bing squinted her eyes, her beautiful gaze constantly wandering over Zhuo Chen, who was left stunned. How could this woman be like this? Is the scale of conversation between girls always this large? However, even with these thoughts in mind, she didn't show it. Although they were neighbors, they weren't very familiar. Zhang Miaoshue was in a good mood at first, but upon hearing this, her expression immediately darkened. A hint of mockery quickly flashed in her eyes. Some people can only say sour grapes when they can't have them. Zhang Miaoshue raised her eyebrows, her face showing a strange expression. I forgot to tell you, you won't have much time to be arrogant. I'll soon reach the peak of the 6th level, and the first challenge will be you, so be prepared. Don't end up under my foot, calling yourself trash. Zhang Miaoshue was quite unreserved. She wasn't joking. From her master's words, Zhang Miaoshue knew that many small teams were about to be formed. At that time, not only would there be intensive training, but also resource allocation, and Yang Bing would just be a clown. Humph. Zhang Miaoshue snorted lightly, her pretty face full of pride. I forgot to tell you, my junior brother is much stronger than you trash. You better figure it out, or you'll be hiding and crying later. Zhang Miaoshue raised her eyebrows. Although her own strength wasn't strong enough now, her junior brother was already at the peak of the 6th level. This was solid proof. Hearing this, Yang Bing gritted her teeth, her face alternating between green and white. She thought Zhang Miaoshue would be a bit restrained in front of Zhuo Chen, but recently she hadn't gained any advantage over Zhang Miaoshue, yet unexpectedly, this woman didn't play by the rules and actually suppressed her. Zhang Miaoshue, don't be arrogant. Don't forget, my strength is currently greater than yours. When you break through, I won't wait for you to challenge me, I will challenge you first. Yang Bing shook her head, her eyes filled with more mockery. But Zhang Miaoshue completely ignored this. Instead, she gave Yang Bing the middle finger and then pulled Zhuo Chen into the private room. Bing, who was that before? Why was she so arrogant? Yang Bing watched the two leave, a strange look in her eyes. Who? Yang Bing raised her eyebrows, gritting her teeth. It's that woman I often tell you about. The one next to her is Zhuo Chen, a top-notch genius, personally taught by the martial god, the one living next to me. Yang Bing shook her head slightly, her face full of indifference. The girl standing next to Yang Bing was stunned. She looked at Yang Bing with a hint of envy, shaking her head slightly. Whether it was Yang Bing or Zhang Miaoshue, both came from prominent families. They seemed to be arguing, but To put it bluntly, it was all for the family's face, especially in public, where they could never back down. As for her, she came from a small family, and next to Yang Bing, she was just a little follower. This level of matter was something she couldn't participate in at all. Zhuo Chen, no wonder he's so handsome. Her best friend's eyes sparkled, filled with curiosity. Why? Yang Bing immediately sensed something was off. Her best friend, usually just a little follower, had no voice at all, and often didn't even have the chance to speak while following her. Yet unexpectedly, today she was so talkative. Could it be that she had taken a liking to Zhuo Chen? You wouldn't have a crush on him, would you? Yang Bing stared intently at her best friend, her expression becoming more peculiar. A crush? Her best friend was stunned on the spot. What is my status? I could never fall for someone like that. The best friend's gaze dimmed slightly as she shook her head. As long as you understand. Yang Bing, however, shook her head, her eyes on her friend carrying a hint of warning. After all, Zhuo Chen was a man she had her eyes on. She hadn't even had the chance to make a move yet, so how could her friend suddenly butt in? In front of Zhang Miaoxue, Yang Bing seemed to have little presence. But still, she was a young lady from a prominent family. In front of ordinary people, her intimidation factor was quite high. But, Bing, that Zhuo Chen is really something. Have you added him on WeChat yet? Her friend's eyes sparkled. There was a hint of envy in her gaze as she looked at Yang Bing. To put it bluntly, such a man was someone she could only look up to. And this time, she was closer to such an outstanding man than ever before. If there was even the slightest chance, she would be willing to fight for it. What do you mean? Yang Bing's expression darkened completely. She had only been joking, but she didn't expect this woman to be serious. Did she not understand that Zhuo Chen could only be hers? On the other side, Zhuo Chen was unaware that two women had almost come to blows over him in the corridor. After breaking through last night, he had been refining his soul with the Typing Sutra. Although his strength had improved significantly, it also took a toll on his body. Now that he had entered the private room, the waiter had already prepared the menu. After all, it was his senior sister treating, so Zhuo Chen didn't hold back. The two enjoyed a hearty meal together. Originally, Zhang Miaoxue had arranged some activities for later and planned to watch a movie with Zhuo Chen, but his communicator suddenly rang. Zhuo Chen picked it up, and after a brief inquiry, he discovered it was about delivering items for him. It was then that he remembered his master had said he had prepared 6 million white items for him. That was 6 million. At that moment, Zhuo Chen had to bid farewell to his senior sister. He had initially planned to take a taxi back, but Zhang Miaoxue called the driver to have him take Zhuo Chen home. Half an hour later, Zhuo Chen finally returned to the foot of the mountain. Waving goodbye to the driver, he headed up the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he found that the people from the Martial Alliance were already waiting there. Besides the Martial Alliance members, he also noticed several members of the Jinglong Guard all stationed around. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen felt a sense of security wash over him. He had long heard rumors about the strength of the Jinglong Guard, and with his master not in Kyoto, his safety relied heavily on them. With the Jinglong Guard present, there was no issue with safety. Zhuo Chen used his spatial belt to store all the items and then returned to the Blessed Land. He initially planned to start the fusion right away, but upon reflection, he realized that this fusion would take some time. Zhuo Chen took out his communicator. First, he informed his master that he had received the items. Then, he sent a WeChat message to his senior sister, letting her know that he might be in seclusion for a while and would contact her after he finished. Ding dong! Soon, Zhuo Chen received a reply from his senior sister. Little junior brother, when you come out of seclusion, I'll have a surprise for you. Seeing Zhang Miaoxue's reply, Zhuo Chen's lips curled up, his expression taking on a more peculiar look. A surprise? In fact, Zhuo Chen had already guessed most of what his senior sister's surprise might be. After that, Zhuo Chen put away his communicator, and with a wave of his hand, the entire Blessed Land was filled with items. Although they were all white items, this time, the quantity prepared was the largest ever. A large number of items appeared, causing the spiritual energy in the entire Blessed Land to surge. Ding! Detected a large number of items for fusion. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Fusion! Hearing the long-lost system prompt sound, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately issued the fusion command. A total of 6 million white entries were piled up in the Blessed Land cave, and under the agitation of spiritual energy, they surprisingly formed a vortex of spiritual energy. The energy gathered around the entries, initially a light golden color, but as time passed, this light gold deepened. Zhuo Chen squinted slightly. It seemed that there was still much about the entries that martial artists did not know. Ordinary people might possess a few entries and would quickly fuse them after acquiring them. No one would be bored enough to pile a large number of white entries together, and it was precisely because Zhuo Chen had the fusion system that he could stack so many entries together and witness such a miraculous phenomenon. Having made all the preparations, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and first dismantled the 5 entries he had left on him. Last time, Zhuo Chen had already possessed 7 green plus 9 entries, and through this fusion, the entries could advance to blue. In the last fusion, Zhuo Chen had deeply felt how terrifying the enhancement of the entries was after fusion. Currently, Zhuo Chen already had 7 green plus 9 entries, which were Giant Bloodline plus 9, Strength Enhancement, 157,280%, Vitality Enhancement 157,280%, Golden Bell Shield plus 9, Defense Enhancement 160,000%, Speedster plus 9, Attack Speed Enhancement 160,000%, Peerless Monster plus 9, Cultivation Speed Enhancement 160,000%, Cutter plus 8, Armor Penetration plus 2000%, Bleeding plus 4000%, Leap plus 9, Movement Speed plus 160,000%, Certain Chance to Enter Stealth. Fortune plus 8, Luck plus 20%. After equipping, Fusion of Entries has a chance to increase the entry level by plus 1. As for Fortune and Cutter, the last time they did not complete the fusion because Zhuo Chen did not find enough white entries for Fortune. Even if he fused them, it would not be possible to achieve an upgrade effect. Then, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and began the fusion of new entries. As Zhuo Chen issued the fusion command, the original 6 million entries quickly began to fuse automatically. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and Zhuo Chen chose to wait quietly. Although the process of fusing entries was relatively lengthy, it was much better than many martial artists who could only achieve results after hard training. Finally, after the 10th fusion, all the entries in Zhuo Chen's hands had turned green. Looking at the nearly 6,000 green entries in his hands, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but have his eyes shine. Ding! Detected that the host has a large number of green entries available for fusion. Would you like to continue? The crisp system prompt sounded. Shua. Chen squinted slightly. Did it even need to be asked? He had prepared for so long just for this moment. Continue fusion. Zhuo Chen's gaze was fixed on these green entries radiating a luminous green light. Thousands of green entries piled together gathered far more spiritual energy than the previous millions of white entries. And it seemed that to supplement more energy, the vortex of spiritual energy formed. Above after the entries completed fusion was actually larger than before. Zhuo Chen took a glance and began to continue the fusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and Zhuo Chen's eyes widened. Finally, after a full 9 merges, Zhuo Chen was left with only 11 green plus 9 attributes. These 11 attributes now had the same effect as the 7 attributes Zhuo Chen previously possessed. Then, Zhuo Chen fixed the attributes of the attributes he had before. After all, the previous 7 attributes were quite extraordinary, and since he was going to merge, he still wanted to retain the properties of the previous attributes. Moreover, Zhuo Chen had been using these attributes for such a long time that he was thoroughly familiar with the power they possessed. Currently, Zhuo Chen had a total of 18 green plus 9 attributes. Continue merging. Zhuo Chen commanded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, merge successful. The crisp system prompt sounded. Zhuo Chen looked at the 9 green attributes he had left. However, he felt a bit disappointed. This time, he had prepared a full 6 million attributes, and after the merge, he still hadn't advanced to blue. If this continued, the next time he merged attributes, he would need to prepare at least 12 million. However, Zhuo Chen wasn't particularly worried about this, now that his master knew he needed a large number of attributes. With his master's help, gathering enough white attributes would just take some time. After all, just 1 day prior, his master had already helped him prepare 6 million attributes. Such speed was truly remarkable. Then, Zhuo Chen looked at the attributes he possessed. Upon inspection, he immediately felt satisfied. Although these attributes hadn't yet become blue in terms of attributes alone, they were no worse than many colorful attributes. Giant Bloodline plus 10, Strength increase, 314,560%, Vitality increase 314,560%. Golden Bell Shield plus 10, Defense increase, 320,000%. Speed plus 10, Attack Speed increase 320,000%. Peerless Monster plus 10, Cultivation Speed increase 320,000%. Cutter plus 9, armor penetration plus 4000%, bleeding plus 8000%, leap plus 10, movement speed plus 320,000%, high chance to enter stealth. Juchen looked at the completed attributes and felt completely satisfied. With such extraordinary attributes, what more could he want? In addition, there were 2 new attributes. Moreover, these 2 new attributes were both green attributes that had merged 10 times. Just right, Juchen was now at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts, and he had exactly 2 new attribute slots available. It could be said that this time, although the attributes hadn't fully grown into blue, in reality, the increase in Juchen's strength was extremely formidable. Not only were the attributes doubled, but he also gained 2 new attributes who could withstand that. Before leaving, his master had told him not to seek out classmates of the same year for sparring, to avoid accidentally hurting them. But with these attributes, even 3rd or 4th year students might not be able to withstand it, right? A thought flashed through his mind, and Juchen's gaze turned to the 2 newly appeared attributes. The 2 new entries added, the previous attributes had never appeared before. Juchen just took a glance and instantly widened his eyes. Frenzy plus 10, against high-tier opponents, there is a possibility of a one-hit kill, currently at a 30% chance. Taunt plus 10, against high-tier opponents, it can reduce the opponent's combat power, currently at a 20% ratio. Seeing these 2 entries, Juchen couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? There are actually such magical entries? He was about to push for the rankings. After all, according to his master, it wouldn't be long before his remaining teammates arrived, and these teammates were basically all like Zhang Miaoxue, extraordinary existences. Although these people knew their own reputation, they were even more aware that Juchen was the direct disciple of the martial god. However, these titles might be useful in front of ordinary people, but they might not hold any weight in front of these true geniuses. What do geniuses look at? Naturally, they look at practical combat ability. Juchen couldn't just stare at a vase with cultivation but no combat power, especially without these 2 entries. When Juchen encountered a powerful opponent, he could only clash head-on, using his strong attributes to suppress the other party, but now it was different. As long as there was an existence of a higher tier standing opposite him, without even making a move, he would already lose half the battle. Juchen carefully looked at the frenzy entry and quickly realized that if he equipped such an entry and entered the abyss, it would be a nightmare for both the demon and monster races. What a change! A 30% chance of a direct kill. No matter how many powerful existences were on the other side, as long as Juchen appeared, those demons and monsters would only have one way to die. This skill, to put it simply, was equivalent to a slaughter, right? It was simply terrifyingly strong. Soon, it was the familiar embedding entry phase for Juchen. He looked at the entries he currently possessed and chose to embed them all. This time, the attributes of these entries had directly doubled compared to the last time, which at least indicated that Juchen's strength had grown significantly compared to before. With one entry after another embedded, Juchen felt an unprecedented powerful force rapidly surging into his body. Feeling this scene, Juchen couldn't help but smile slightly. He was now at the peak of the 6th tier, although still in the mid-stage of martial arts. But in reality, he already had the ability to compete with top-tier powerhouses. Immediately, he looked at his attribute panel. At a glance, Juchen was also stunned. Recently, due to a shortage of entries, he hadn't fused any for a while. The last time he fused entries, Juchen was only at the 3rd tier. But now, in the blink of an eye, he was already at the 6th tier. The so-called emergence was not far off. Soon, his independent small team would be established. At that time, it would be the nightmare of the demons and monsters. A thought flashed by, and Juchen's gaze was like a torch as he looked at his attribute panel. Name, Jua. Chen tier, 6th tier entries, white infinite age, 21 years soul, golden vitality, 317000 strength, 317000 defense, 325000 speed, 260,000 high probability of stealth attack speed, 230000. Just a glance at his attribute panel made Juchen's eyes widen. This he had long known. Recently, although he hadn't fused any entries, his strength had skyrocketed. Previously, regarding this issue, Juchen had asked the system, and the system's response was that Juchen had not fully mastered the power of the entries. To put it simply, Juchen's own strength was not strong enough to unleash the original power of the entries. It was precisely for this reason Juchen began to focus on his own breakthroughs, but no matter what, he never expected that his attributes could increase so dramatically. If he had to describe it in 2 words, it could only be said to be frightening. If he had to use 3 words, it would be terrifying. It was too horrifying. Basically, all of his attributes had increased exponentially, and some attributes had even tripled in strength. Tripled. That was 3 times. Even though Zhuo Chen was already prepared, upon realizing the terrifying enhancement of his attributes, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. With such attributes, once he had an independent team and charged into the abyss, it would indeed be a nightmare for both the demon and monster races. After Zhuo Chen finished merging the entries, he first stabilized his state. Then he felt the powerful force surging within his body. Only then did he look at his communicator. There were quite a few new messages in the communicator, but most of them were completely ignored by Zhuo Chen. After all, he had been busy with his training recently and had no time to participate in many other matters, while his classmates were still undergoing wilderness survival training. Ding dong! Ding dong! As soon as he opened the communicator, a crisp notification sound rang out. Zhuo Chen instinctively looked over, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He checked the time, it was already evening. It seemed that this time he had spent a whole afternoon merging the entries. Among the messages in the communicator, there were ones from his master, Chen Xingxuan, and from his senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue. Besides that, there were some messages from the female classmates he had added before going into wilderness survival. Regarding those female classmates' messages, Zhuo Chen didn't hesitate to ignore them. It wasn't that he didn't like beautiful women, but because his energy was limited at the moment, he simply couldn't afford to pay attention to those. Junior brother, I mentioned before that my father wants to meet you and has prepared some top-quality soul condensing pills. It was originally set for tonight, so if you have time, be sure to remember to come. But don't feel pressured, if you're still in training, just focus on your own matters. After receiving these 2 messages from his senior sister, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but smile. He chose not to reply for the time being. After all, he had also seen the message from his master. Recently, Zhuo Chen had been in frequent contact with his master, which was enough to show that she cared about him. No matter what, Zhuo Chen would always prioritize his master. The second batch of entries is already in preparation. Previously, we used the stock, so the speed was quick. But this time it may take longer, about 3 days. If you have any special requests, you can mention them. Chen Xingxuan was very straightforward. There were no extra words, just a complete explanation of the matter. Seeing this, Zhuo Chen felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed that his master was truly taking his needs seriously. He had only mentioned that he needed entries, yet he never expected that his master would prepare 6 million white entries in a single day. What surprised Zhuo Chen even more was that his master actually had a second batch? If that was the case, then wouldn't there be a third batch? If that were true, Zhuo Chen's growth speed would further accelerate. Thank you, master. I may need more entries in the future, and still in large quantities. If needed, I can exchange with merit points. Zhuo Chen was in a great mood, but then he thought about it. His master was so good to him, and even though he was prepared, he still felt a bit embarrassed. He added, merit points? No need, these are all free, counted as part of the new benefits. Chen Xingxuan replied quickly. However, Zhuo Chen was left stunned. Senior sister, please give me the address. I just finished my training. Ah? Junior brother, have you finished your training? Where are you? I'll have the driver pick you up. As soon as Zhuo Chen replied, Zhang Miaoxue continued to send messages. I'm still on the mountain, just wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Zhuo Chen thought for a moment and decided to say it. After all, his senior sister was not a stranger, there was no need to hide such things. Okay, I'll be there in a few minutes. After Zhang Miaoxue replied, Zhuo Chen began to walk down the mountain. Since the martial arts exam, Zhuo Chen's life had been busy, with little leisure time, so he hadn't had the chance to observe the world properly. However, since awakening his soul, he found that his insight had improved significantly. Upon careful observation, he discovered that this blessed land was not an independent existence. In fact, Zhuo Chen could clearly feel that the spiritual energy beneath the mountain was even more abundant. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhuo Chen's mind. This is the imperial capital. What lies beneath could very well be a dragon vein, possibly even related to the nation's fortune. Realizing this, Zhuo Chen suddenly understood why this blessed land was so precious. No wonder even the spiritual energy in the school's training room couldn't compare to this place. Moreover, Zhuo Chen often cultivated in this blessed land, so he could naturally feel the immense benefits of training here. Not only was there spiritual energy, but also soul power. The key was that the spiritual energy here could regenerate infinitely, from any perspective. This was truly a top-tier blessed land. As for the top-tier soul-condensing pills, if he remained in this blessed land, he wouldn't need them at all. But this thing was like the difference between household electricity and a power bank. When going out, if he needed to replenish his soul power, it would be quite troublesome without the soul-condensing pills. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen shook his head. It seemed that going to his senior sister this time was indeed the right choice. Soon, Zhuo Chen reached the foot of the mountain. He got into the car arranged by Zhang Miaoshui. Before long, the car drove off. During the ride, Zhuo Chen didn't say much. Instead, the driver, fearing he might neglect Zhuo Chen, kept talking non-stop. Zhuo Chen simply responded a couple of times and then began to rest his eyes. The driver quickly noticed Zhuo Chen's change and stopped talking altogether. After all, this was Zhuo Chen, a direct disciple of Zhua. It was said that many recent changes in the capital were related to him. Since that was the case, the driver knew to be respectful. Soon, the car arrived at a manor. Clearly, Zhuo Chen's arrival had been arranged in advance. The car moved smoothly and quickly reached the interior. Then, two young and beautiful girls who had been waiting at the door opened the car door. Zhuo Chen got out. He took a quick look around and couldn't help but nod to himself. A great family was indeed impressive. After all, to own such a large manor in a place as valuable as the capital spoke volumes. However, Zhuo Chen was well aware that these external things, while seemingly enticing, were actually supported by powerful strength. Otherwise, no matter how much one possessed, it would be useless. For these powerful families, it seemed glamorous, but in reality, they had to bear many responsibilities and obligations. In other words, everything they had today was earned through their strength and contributions. Junior brother. Before Zhuo Chen could come to his senses, Zhang Miashua's voice came from the other side. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Junior brother, my father and the elders in the family think highly of you. We have plenty of soul-condensing pills at home, so you don't need to be polite with them. Zhang Miaoshua smiled, her beautiful face slightly flushed. You are my senior sister, how could I possibly let you down? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, a smile on his face. Although he needed to fuse entries now, and each fusion consumed a lot, it wasn't very important to him. After all, in the future, the supply of entries would basically be handled by his master. Although Zhuo Chen didn't have much money in hand, he certainly wouldn't take advantage of anyone. Why are you always so distant? Zhang Miaoshua was taken aback, then shot Zhuo Chen a reproachful glance. The two chatted and laughed, quickly arriving at the hall of the villa. A well-proportioned middle-aged man with deep-set eyes noticed Zhuo Chen stepping in, and a flash of brilliance passed through his gaze. This must be Zhuo's direct disciple, right? To be honest, ever since I learned you were coming to Kyoto, I've wanted to meet you. But you young people are all busy with your cultivation, and I really didn't want to disturb you. Here, this is 100 soul-condensing pills. I heard you need them, so take them for now. Zhang Shiji squinted his eyes, the smile on his face not hiding at all. This. Zhuo Chen was stunned, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. But in an instant, he understood. It wasn't that the other party was giving too much, it was mainly because his own growth had been too rapid recently. If he continued at this pace, his future would be limitless. Zhang Shiji had already seen his potential and was taking these items out as an early investment. Uncle Zhang, I do need the soul-condensing pills, but I can't just take them for free. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. If you trust me, I will organize my cultivation insights and give them to my senior sister later. That way, it would be like helping my senior sister a bit. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. This. Zhang Shiji was slightly taken aback, then his eyes widened in surprise. Cultivation insights? The insights of an ordinary peak 6th tier warrior could be considered worthless. However, Zhuo Chen was different. Not only was he the direct disciple of the martial god, but after becoming the martial god's disciple, he had made rapid progress. From any angle, these cultivation insights were invaluable. Zhuo's direct disciple, I heard from Shuer that your soul's growth speed is extremely fast. Is it related to these insights? Zhang Shiji became serious immediately. He was very clear about Zhuo Chen's current status. A person in this position had no need to be polite to him for the sake of face. In fact, as long as Zhuo Chen was willing, he could disregard any courtesy. Although the Zhang family was a large family, Zhuo Chen was after all the martial god's direct disciple. In other words, if someone at Chen Xingxuan's level wanted to cultivate a force even without putting in much effort, what they cultivated would definitely be top-notch. This was the gap between the two sides. Of course. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In theory, the Tao De Jing, as a top-tier existence, would be a loss to give to anyone. However, the 100 soul-condensing pills from the other party were already enough to show sincerity. In this situation, Zhuo Chen felt it was inappropriate to hide anything, especially since his master had also said that he needed to build a good relationship with them. Since that was the case, there should be no problem. Good. Zhuo's direct disciple is indeed different, willing to share such things. It's simply a blessing for our great Xia. Zhang Shiji laughed heartily, his gaze towards Zhuochen becoming increasingly satisfied. In fact, as the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Shiji had heard quite a few rumors recently, all about his daughter and Zhuochen. If his daughter were involved with an ordinary poor boy, Zhang Shiji would have wanted to break the boy's legs directly. But facing Zhuochen, he didn't even dare to have such thoughts. At this moment, his gaze towards Zhuochen was filled with even more satisfaction. Uncle Zhang, you're overpraising me. Zhuochen shook his head slightly. In fact, Zhuochen had another thought in his mind. He had long felt that the martial arts of this world were somewhat rudimentary. Since they were rudimentary, there were naturally many areas that needed improvement, and today he would bring this matter up. If the Zhang family took it seriously enough, it wouldn't take long to see results. He had already achieved remarkable effects by using the classics of the sages to carve his own divine palace. If it worked for others as well, then it would be much easier. At worst, he could produce more of such things in the future. If they were truly useful, then there might not only be martial arts but also the path of inquiry? When that time came, what would some demons and monsters amount to? Daughter, your cohabiting boyfriend is not bad, you should seize the opportunity. Zhang Shiji lowered his voice, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. Zhuochen was taken aback. Uncle, we are all martial artists. Are you afraid I can't hear you? On the other side, Zhang Miaoshue's eyes showed a trace of helplessness. What era is this? Moreover, they really were just cohabiting and they lived together to cultivate. Aside from that, it seemed there was nothing else. If this were to be misinterpreted, how would they explain it in the future? But the next second, Zhang Miaoshue's pretty face flushed slightly. She thought, if it really couldn't be explained clearly, then why not just not explain it? Being with her junior brother didn't seem inappropriate, right? Besides, her junior brother was already so outstanding. Even if she wanted to be with him, he might not necessarily be willing. No, wait. After all, they were currently in a cohabiting relationship. To put it bluntly, she should take the initiative since she was closer to him. She knew her junior brother well enough to at least know that he had been busy cultivating lately and didn't have a girlfriend. Since they lived together, shouldn't she, as his senior sister, be a bit braver? Zhuoqin Chuan, originally, I thought the soul consolidating pills I prepared were a bit insufficient. However, you know the situation at the front line, my Zhang family can only provide this much for now. If there's more needed, I'll find a way to get some from other sources. Zhang Shiji shook his head slightly. For now, this is it. Actually, the front line needs soul consolidating pills even more. I prepared these for emergencies. Zhuochen nodded gently. To put it plainly, these high-grade soul consolidating pills, even the top-quality ones, had become a strategic reserve at this time. Having provisions meant peace of mind. Zhuochen didn't need to prepare a large quantity for himself. After all, he knew in his heart that these things should be in the hands of those who needed them. Only then could these soul consolidating pills exert their maximum effect. I also know that these soul consolidating pills are very precious. Uncle was able to prepare 1,000 of them in such a short time. That shows your effort. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Zhuochen said without hesitation. The other party had prepared so many soul consolidating pills, even his master might not have that many, but his senior sister's father had actually prepared so many. From any angle, he should thank him. You're too polite. After all, we will become family sooner or later. Why are you being so formal with me? Zhang Shiji laughed and shook his head. Zhuochen was slightly taken aback. It seemed there was some misunderstanding here. But in the current situation, he couldn't explain. What could he say? He couldn't just say that he and his senior sister were merely cohabiting, and to put it bluntly, there was no other relationship. That would probably solidify his reputation as a scumbag from now on. Although there really was no other relationship between them, in fact, he hadn't even been living in area recently. But others wouldn't believe that, would they? By the way, Zhuoqinchuan. Actually, I called you here today for two reasons. One is for this soul condensing pill, and the other is about Xiaoxue. Zhang Shiji smiled, and this time he didn't speak but transmitted his voice secretly. Zhuochen was taken aback. He immediately understood. Although the formation of the team was supposed to be confidential, the Zhang family was one of the 4 great families in the capital, so they must have received the news. This meant that the information was currently only kept secret from Zhang Miaoxue. You should be aware of the dangers in this abyss. I know better what kind of personality this girl has. Although Zhang Shiji was transmitting his voice, Zhuochen could still sense a hint of bitterness in his tone. Uncle, don't worry, she is my senior sister. Zhuochen smiled. Although Zhang Shiji's concern was somewhat excessive, as a father, such worry was naturally not unwarranted. Zhang Shiji was a smart man. Zhuochen could say this because he recognized Zhang Miaoxue. If he continued, it would lose its meaning. Alright, Zhuo Qinjuan is indeed different. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. Zhang Shiji laughed heartily, and the atmosphere during the meal was very harmonious. Everyone wore smiles. Finally, the main topic had been discussed. Zhuo Chen's gaze fell on Zhang Miaoxue again. Senior sister, are you going back today? Although Zhuo Chen didn't directly mention school, it was clear what he meant. Zhang Miaoxue was slightly taken aback, then smiled. What does this little junior brother mean? Isn't this an invitation? Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say, she must go back. In fact, Zhang Miaoxue had been looking for opportunities to confess to Zhuo Chen in the past few days, but Zhuo Chen had been too busy, and even when Zhang Miaoxue deliberately sought opportunities, she couldn't find the right moment. Unexpectedly, her junior brother took the initiative to invite her. Then it would be easy. After returning to the villa area of the school, it would be their world, basically free from interruptions. Moreover, Zhang Miaoxue understood that the spiritual energy and soul power in the school's district were abundant, and in such a place, she would not only feel more at ease but also progress faster. This time, staying at home for a few days had been quite rewarding. From any perspective, going back today was the most suitable. Let's go together. Zhang Miaoxue smiled brightly. Then she looked at her father beside her and noticed that Zhang Shiji's face still wore a smile, which made her feel relieved. In fact, years ago, her father had said that if one day she dared to stay out overnight, he would definitely break her legs. After noticing Zhang Miaoxue's gaze, Zhang Shiji was also slightly taken aback. Daughter, this is different, this is Zhuo Qinjuan, your little junior brother, not an outsider. Besides, you two have been together for quite some time, there's no need to be polite. Zhang Shiji shook his head slightly, but Zhang Miaoxue was stunned. What is this about? However, given the awkwardness of the situation, she naturally didn't want to say much and instead directly pulled Zhuo Chen out the door. Behind them, Zhang Shiji kept smiling as he saw them off at the door. The two got into the car. Zhang Miaoxue was secretly observing Zhuo Chen, and seeing that he had no particularly special expression, she breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Zhuo Chen had seen the previous exchange of glances between the father and daughter, but that was their little secret, and he naturally wouldn't say anything. As for his relationship with his senior sister, Zhuo Chen had his own considerations. Little junior brother, after you return to school today, are you still going up the mountain? Zhang Miaoxue asked casually. Yes, I still need to go up the mountain, Zhuo Chen nodded. The spiritual energy and soul power in the blessed land of the mountain were much richer than those below. Although there are few people around, it is quite convenient for Zhuo Chen to cultivate. Moreover, his progress is relatively fast, so there's no reason not to stay there. Zhuo Chen chuckled lightly. Ah? Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had already thought it through. After returning to the villa with her junior brother, she was going to confess. But unexpectedly, her junior brother had no intention of returning to the villa at all. For a moment, Zhang Miaoxue felt a sense of loss in her heart. Could it be that her junior brother didn't think highly of her at all? If that were the case, why did he come back to school with her? Various thoughts began to swirl in her mind. In the end, Zhang Miaoxue could only take a deep breath, suppressing all the emotions within her. Her junior brother had already gone up the mountain and was living in the blessed land, although she was also living in Area A now. To put it bluntly, it was all thanks to Zhuo Chen. Unknowingly, the gap between them had grown larger and larger. Previously, Zhuo Chen was at least at a much lower level than her. But now it was different. Her junior brother had unknowingly reached the peak of the 6th level. This guy was always abnormal, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed her. Then Zhang Miaoxue bit her lip, secretly making up her mind that after returning, she must use every moment to cultivate. Although her junior brother was outstanding, at the very least, she couldn't fall too far behind him, otherwise, as his senior sister, wouldn't she lose face in front of him? Senior sister, there's something I want to tell you. Zhuo Chen smiled slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining brightly. What? Her junior brother actually had something to say to her? Could it be that her junior brother wanted to confess to her? What is this situation? This happiness seems a bit sudden. However, Zhuo Chen didn't look at Zhang Miaoxue. In fact, he had thought about it for a long time. In a few days, his senior sister would become his teammate, and at that time, they would have to be together day and night. Since that was the case, he often stayed in the blessed land. Besides cultivating, his life there was naturally quite similar. After all, the spiritual energy in that place was extremely rich, and over time, Zhuo Chen didn't plan to change places casually. Moreover, according to his master, this blessed land was something he would possess long term. Since that was the case, living there was naturally very beneficial. Besides being beneficial, Zhuo Chen also felt it was only right. At worst, once he grew stronger, he would kill more demons. As long as he killed enough, he would naturally be worthy of his master's training. Junior brother, what do you want to say? On the other side, Zhang Miaoxue couldn't help but feel her heart racing. Senior sister, I need to stay in the blessed land for a long time. So the villa in Area A has been empty, why don't you move? This would also be very helpful for your cultivation. Zhuo Chen smiled as he looked at Zhang Miaoxue. Her face turned slightly red, and under the car's light, her fair skin seemed to glow, looking extremely beautiful. Ah! Zhang Miaoxue was stunned. Zhuo Chen's sudden turn of events was so unexpected that she couldn't react for a moment. However, this was quite a surprise for Zhang Miaoxue. Ah! Junior brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate? It seems okay for me to stay where you are, but now that you've moved out, if I stay there. Zhang Miaoxue blinked, her eyes filled with astonishment. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I haven't moved out, it's just that I really don't need it for the time being. If you move out from there, wouldn't that waste the resources? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Actually, Zhuo Chen had already made his decision. After all, this time he obtained 1,000 top-grade soul condensing pills from his senior sister's house. Soul condensing pills are extremely precious even in ordinary times, and now, with the ongoing battles at the front, their value has naturally skyrocketed. In such circumstances, being able to allocate 1,000 for himself is no small sacrifice. Since that's the case, it would be better to inform his senior sister sooner. Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback, her eyes revealing astonishment. Although it wasn't a confession from her junior brother, it was still good news for Zhang Miaoxue. Well, how should I thank you? Zhang Miaoxue gently nodded, her tone softening considerably. Initially, her interactions with Zhuo Chen were merely because their master had instructed her to do so. Moreover, he was a direct disciple of their master, and she was just fulfilling her task. However, Zhang Miaoxue had never expected that this junior brother of hers could offer her such a generous reward. No need to thank me, you are my senior sister. I'm just doing what I can, Zhuo Chen said, shaking his head slightly, his expression calm. Zhang Miaoxue originally intended to suggest that she could contribute more merit each month. For a martial artist, wealth is considered external, but merit is different. As long as one has enough merit, there's nothing that can't be accomplished. However, upon reflection, her junior brother was no longer the same as before. This amount of merit was merely trivial for Zhuo Chen. The car soon stopped outside the villa area. Zhang Miaoxue glanced outside, feeling a bit reluctant, but then thought that she hadn't participated in the assessment yet, so that matter might have to wait. In the recent period, the two of them would have plenty of opportunities to meet, so she didn't pay it much mind. Thank you, junior brother. Let's both work hard in our cultivation. I hope that one day, we can fight side by side, Zhang Miaoxue said, looking deeply at Zhuo Chen. Her junior brother was already quite outstanding, and since that was the case, she, as his senior sister, also needed to become excellent as soon as possible. Zhuo Chen felt a stir in his heart, finding it amusing but not showing it. The special team he was part of was a top secret, and he couldn't reveal it until the last moment. Zhuo Chen turned to leave, and Zhang Miaoxue returned to the villa. On the other side, Yang Bing, who had already returned to the villa, had a strange look in her eyes. Something was off. What was the situation between these two? During the day, she had seen them acting intimately, as if they were in love, so why did only Zhang Miaoxue return at night? Could it be that Zhuo Chen had already grown tired of her? This thought flashed through Yang Bing's mind, and she couldn't help but laugh. Since Zhang Miaoxue was so uncompetitive, if she did something, wouldn't it be because of her? Moreover, which woman wouldn't like such an outstanding man like Zhuo Chen? Looking at Zhuo Chen's departing figure, a fleeting smile crossed Yang Bing's face. If it came to looks and figure, she was no less than Zhang Miaoxue. Since Zhang Miaoxue had a chance, she certainly had a chance too. In an instant, a thought surged rapidly in Yang Bing's mind. Although she didn't quite understand what this emotion was, she had to admit that she was starting to be curious about Zhuo Chen. Soon after, Yang Bing took out her phone and sent a message to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, I see you just came back, why are you leaving again? Yang Bing smiled. A hint of expectation shone in her eyes. She was quite confident in herself. In fact, over the years, Yang Bing had never taken the initiative with any man. But now it was different, Zhuo Chen was the first. If Zhuo Chen replied to her message tonight, then this man would be unable to escape her grasp. Thinking of this, Yang Bing's gaze flickered again, and her expression showed even more anticipation. Zhuo Chen Reply to my message. As long as you respond, our story will officially begin. Yang Bing smiled, looking out the window, but Zhuo Chen quickly disappeared into the night, and her phone lay quietly in her hand. On the other side, Zhuo Chen looked around. It was already night, and the sky was completely dark, with only a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. The silver moonlight spilled onto the ground, giving the surrounding scenery a touch of chill. Ding dong. Soon, a light sound came from his phone. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback but did not check it immediately. After all, for him, only the people he had set to be particularly concerned about would matter. If the message was important enough, his communicator would vibrate gently. Since it didn't, it meant it wasn't important, even serving as a reminder that he didn't need to look. Soon, Zhuo Chen had reached the foot of the mountain. After a few leaps, he entered the Blessed Land Cave. Upon arriving at the door, Zhuo Chen used his identity card to open it and walked in. However, Zhuo Chen did not notice that after he entered the Blessed Land Cave, several figures stepped out not far away. After exchanging glances, they discerned a faint message from each other's eyes. They were all members of the Dragon Guard. Recently, there had been only one task: to protect Zhuo Chen's safety. Upon noticing Zhuo Chen's return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as his status was too high, and the level of protection required was also very high, even ordered personally by the martial god. There could be no issues whatsoever with this individual. As members of the Dragon Guard, they often executed various tasks. However, tasks that reached the level of top secret were actually quite rare. Zhuo Chen stepped into the Blessed Land Cave but did not choose to cultivate immediately. His growth rate in recent times had been so fast that Zhuo Chen felt that this approach was not stable enough. After a simple adjustment, Zhuo Chen could feel that his state seemed to have reached its peak. He then let out a gentle breath. Previously, Zhuo Chen had spent several days in his divine palace, engraving his cultivation insights. Who would have thought that classics like the Tao De Jing and the Taiping Jing were so powerful? Even though his foundational attributes were incredibly strong. To put it bluntly, he still couldn't fully bear the power of the divine soul. But now it was different. He had already reached the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts, and having just integrated the attributes, his physical strength had greatly increased without him even realizing it. Now, he could finally continue to engrave his insights with peace of mind, strengthening his divine soul. As long as his divine soul continued to grow, Zhuo Chen even felt that there would be no obstacles when he entered the Master Realm. After all, not only were his foundational attributes powerful, but his divine soul strength was also not weak at all. Entering the Master Realm should not pose any difficulty. Subsequently, Zhuo Chen did not continue to cultivate. He was already at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. Taking some time to settle down before making the next breakthrough would basically be no problem. Then, Zhuo Chen recalled the classic Yang Ming heart learning. Although it had nothing to do with martial arts, it involved a deeper theory, which was the cultivation of the heart. Powerful martial artists should be clear about this. The state of mind has an impact on strength. However, after a moment of simple contemplation, Zhuo Chen frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't understand this concept now, but rather that there seemed to be some unseen force preventing him from exploring it. Many thoughts would just appear and then quickly be forgotten in the following moments. He sighed lightly and temporarily set all of this aside. Speaking of which, Zhuo Chen was well aware of his current problem. To put it bluntly, his strength was still insufficient. He couldn't explore higher-level concepts yet. Perhaps once he stepped into the realm of a master, everything would become clear. With this thought, Zhuo Chen felt more open-minded. Although he was about to enter the abyss after forming a small team, it was better to progress step by step. After all, the path of martial arts was long and arduous. Although the progress in strength after consecutive breakthroughs was immense, it also meant that there could be instability in the foundation. Zhuo Chen simply lay down on the stone bed for a short period of cultivation. For him, most of the time was spent in training, and being able to comfortably sleep at this moment was a great enjoyment. After a good sleep, it was already the next morning. Zhuo Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body. Although he had been sleeping last night, he knew in his heart that in this blessed land, the spiritual energy was abundant. Even while sleeping, the effects might be better than training outside. Ding dong! Ding dong! The moment he opened his eyes, Zhuo Chen noticed that his communicator was continuously ringing with crisp sounds. He was taken aback. Usually, when he was training, he rarely paid attention to these things, but at this moment, he realized that he had unknowingly become a hot figure? Otherwise, why would his communicator be ringing non-stop so early in the morning? Immediately, Zhuo Chen grabbed the communicator and began to check the messages. Upon seeing them, he was instantly stunned. The first few messages were from his master. His master simply informed him that there was progress on the new entries, and he needed to wait for a day for the new entries to be in place. Seeing this, Juochen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wasn't his master's speed a bit too fast? Wasn't this just discussed yesterday? Moreover, what he needed this time was not 600,000 entries, but 1,200,000 white entries. Juochen had already calculated clearly. As long as he could fuse the entries again, this time all of them would upgrade to blue. What did blue entries mean? For a moment, Juochen didn't dare to think too much. After all his current entries were green plus 10, already powerful to this extent. If they all turned into blue entries, wouldn't that be even more extraordinary? Juochen didn't have time to be happy. Instead, he first sent a message to his master to express his gratitude. After that, he continued to scroll down and soon saw a new friend request. Moreover, there was only one friend request. Seeing this, Juochen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't done anything earth-shattering recently. Why was there a friend request at this time? However, just glancing at it, Juochen instantly understood. Because of the 3 words in the note, Zhang Shiji? Wasn't this the father of his senior sister? The head of the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families in the capital. What did this important figure want with him at this moment? Although there was some doubt in his heart, Juochen still added the friend. After all, the other party was his senior sister's father, who had given him quite a few benefits just yesterday. Soon, the friend request was accepted. Seeing the other person's profile picture, Juochen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Zhang Shiji was originally the head of the Zhang family and already over 40 years old. When they met yesterday, Juochen had already sensed something. This man, with a square face, exuded an aura of authority just by sitting in the head's position, and when interacting with him, he seemed to deliberately lower his stance. But at this moment, seeing the profile picture, even though Juochen was prepared, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The picture was actually of a 5 or 6-year-old child, with clear eyes and a bright smile. Thinking of Zhang Shiji's serious demeanor, Juochen couldn't help but laugh out loud. What was going on? Was this contrast already reaching the middle-aged circle? Indeed, children always wish to grow up, but adults forever hold a dream in their hearts, hoping they never grow up. Ding dong! After the friend request was approved, a crisp voice soon rang out from the communicator. Juochen looked at the communicator and, as expected, the message came from Zhang Shiji. Juoqinchuan, do you have time today? The situation is this, regarding the matter of carving the Divine Palace. We discussed yesterday, I have already prepared the personnel on my side. The first batch is 20 people, all direct descendants of the Zhang family, absolutely reliable. Previously, we used the cultivation insights of our family ancestors to carve the Divine Palace, but yesterday we used the Tao De Jing you provided. Although Zhang Shiji communicated with words, Juochen could sense the joy in his voice. After all, he was already the head of the Zhang family. The person involved hadn't even spoken yet, and he had already begun to output such a long message. As a result, among these 20 people, 17 have successfully advanced yesterday. The other 3 completed their advancement today, and we have conducted a preliminary assessment. The Tao De Jing you provided seems to have a powerful force, which should continuously nourish the soul over time. Zhang Shiji finally revealed the results. Juochen smiled slightly. This situation was expected. Moreover, Juochen knew that the effect was best when applied to himself, for others it would only be slightly less effective. However, Juochen didn't expect the Zhang family to act so quickly. Moreover, they had prepared 20 martial artists at once. No wonder the Zhang family could become one of the 4 great families, and no wonder they had remained prosperous over the years. Simply put, this showed that the Zhang family had enough courage. I understand. Does Uncle need any other insights? Juochen was a smart person. The other party had said so much without speaking up, likely out of embarrassment, but Juochen had no such concerns and asked directly. Yes. However, Juoqinchuan, you can rest assured. Although we are now a family, these insights are yours after all. So the copyright belongs to you. Every time we use it, we will provide the corresponding copyright fee. How about 100,000 merit points each time? If you have new insights, we would also be very willing to buy them outright. As soon as Zhang Shiji said this, Juochen was stunned. He blinked hard, fearing he had misread. This thing could be exchanged for merit points? If it really was 100,000 merit points each time, then those 20 people yesterday actually meant he would receive 2 million merit points? 2 million merit points seemed not much, but in reality, it was a highly profitable deal. 2 million merit points. For Juochen, that was 2 million white entries, plus the support from his master. It's hard to even think about taking off. Zhuo Qingchuan, please consider this matter. If possible, we can start a large-scale cooperation in the future. Zhang Shiji noticed that Zhuo Chen hadn't replied and sent another message. I think it's fine. I also have some other insights here that can indeed be bought out, and I haven't used them myself. Since you are the father of my senior sister, you can name your price. Zhuo Chen smiled and then shared his thoughts. Alright, no problem, Zhuo Qingchuan. You are truly a hero of our great Xia. With your insights, the martial artists of our great Xia can increase significantly in a short time, especially the mid-level martial artists. The pattern of our struggle against the demons and monsters is likely to change. Zhang Shiji achieved his goal. Naturally, Zhuo Chen was extremely satisfied. However, Zhuo Chen could only smile helplessly. In fact, he had similar thoughts before, just never expected things to progress so quickly. Looking at it this way, even as he entered the abyss, he could still make a huge profit. Perhaps he could even merge a few more entries with this, and by that time, his entries might even be purple. If blue entries had already reached such a level, wouldn't having purple entries mean he could take off right away? Just as Zhuo Chen was about to put down the communicator, he was surprised to see another message from his senior sister. After glancing at it, he realized Zhang Miaoxue was thanking him. To Zhuo Chen, this was merely a small effort. But to others, it was a selfless contribution. After all, Zhuo Chen was a direct disciple of the martial god, and his rapid progress made his cultivation insights extremely valuable. Moreover, the Zhang family had already conducted experiments, and the results were excellent. Zhuo Chen was actually willing to cooperate directly with the Zhang family? Shouldn't they express their gratitude? Zhuo Chen simply replied with a couple of sentences, then put down the communicator and prepared to cultivate. He didn't lack entries, and his spirit was exceptionally strong, so he indeed needed a lot of practice. Only in this way could he maintain his pace of progress. Ding dong! But the next second, the phone rang again. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. What was going on today? Was it some special day? Why were so many people looking for him? Zhuo Chen, where are you? The Grand Marshal wants to see you. These two messages were sent by his master, Chen Xingxuang. Zhuo Chen was stunned. What was going on? He hadn't done anything earth-shattering recently, had he? The Grand Marshal wanted to see him? He naturally knew who the Grand Marshal was. He was one of the three martial gods of Great Xia, undoubtedly the strongest in Great Xia, and the first to step into the martial god realm. There were many rumors that this Grand Marshal was a founding figure in martial arts. It was because of his explorations that Great Xia could rise rapidly in times of crisis. There were even rumors that his master, Chen Xingxuang, was able to step into the martial god realm thanks to the guidance of this Grand Marshal. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Even though Zhuo Chen was used to many grand occasions, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After all, this was the Grand Marshal, the undisputed number one, and the matters in his hands were probably not fewer than those of his master. He wanted to see him? The method you developed for the Divine Palace and your unique cultivation insights are of vital importance to our Great Xia. We are coming to find you now, so please prepare. Chen Xingxuang sent another message. Okay. Zhuo Chen was taken aback and could only agree. Moreover, you must take this matter seriously. You might not imagine how important this is. The Grand Marshal asserted that these things of yours could enhance his chances of entering the sacred realm. Chen Xingxuang seemed to be uneasy and deliberately emphasized a few more points. Zhuo Chen was stunned. His breath quickened. What? Entering the sacred realm? Originally, Zhuo Chen thought that the martial god realm was the pinnacle of martial arts. After all, the strongest in this world is the martial god. He never expected that there was a realm above the martial god. However, upon reflection, Zhuo Chen understood. What kind of person was this Grand Marshal? He was the one who established the path of martial arts, the first to become a martial god, plunging into the abyss and instilling fear in demons. Back then, demons ran rampant, but now both sides mostly fought with the Great Wall as a boundary. All of this was the Grand Marshal's achievement, and such a figure actually held him in such high regard. In an instant, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, terms and titles became unimportant, as long as he needed it, as long as the Grand Marshal could step into the sacred realm in his own way. What did he lack? For a moment, just thinking about it made Zhuo Chen unable to contain his excitement. Although he had a system, as a transmigrator, the civilization of 5,000 years of Huaxia in his mind was his greatest reliance. Master, I understand. Zhuo Chen replied to the message and quietly waited. He didn't expect that his master had just left Kyoto yesterday and was now returning for his sake. This was simply against the heavens. Moreover, if the Grand Marshal entered the sacred realm, there would be no danger, whether in the abyss or at the Great Wall. This was a matter of merit in the present and benefit for generations to come. It seemed that Zhang Shiji was absolutely right. This would completely change the dynamics between humans and demons. Before long, Zhuo Chen heard the sound of synchronized footsteps outside the cave. At first, he thought it was the Grand Marshal arriving, but after a glance, he realized it was not the Grand Marshal, but an increase in the number of Jinglong guards stationed outside his cave. These Jinglong guards were clad in blood-red armor. Their figures were upright, and their steps were steady, each exuding a fierce aura. Each pair of eyes seemed to carry a murderous intent, and just one glance made Zhuo Chen's heart tremble. With so many powerful protectors, even if a major figure from the demon race came to kill him, he could remain safe, right? Moreover, Zhuo Chen thought that his master was overthinking. It had been a long time since any demon had attempted to assassinate a human genius within the Great Xia. It wasn't that the demons couldn't think of it. It was just that as long as they dared to act, they would have to pay a greater price. Such a price was not something the demons could bear. Just like when Zhuo Chen was at the Great Wall, although the demon race attacked the new recruits entering the abyss, they ultimately paid a heavy price for it. When dealing with demons, one must not be soft-hearted. Thunderous means must be employed. Half an hour later, Zhuo Chen stood outside the cave, gazing into the distance. In his line of sight, two figures came from the horizon at great speed. In the blink of an eye, they were before him. At this moment, Zhuo Chen could see clearly that the newcomers were a man and a woman. The woman wore dark armor that perfectly outlined her graceful figure, while the man wore white armor and held a long spear with an extraordinary aura. Zhuo Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he noticed that both of their armors were stained with blood. However, this blood was not the usual crimson red, but rather a dark green and black. Just a glance was enough for Zhuo Chen to understand that this blood belonged to the demon and monster clans, indicating that the two had come directly from the battlefield. Good disciple, this is the Grand Marshal. The two quickly approached Zhuo Chen, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. First, he bowed to Chen Xingxuang, saying, "Master." Only then did he turn to the middle-aged man beside her, who stood just over 6 feet tall. His robust figure was clad in white armor, making him appear exceptionally heroic. The most striking feature was the man's pair of eyes, which seemed calm yet profoundly deep, like black holes with the sun and moon swirling within. Just one look left Zhuo Chen secretly astonished. This is the strongest of the Great Xia? However, Zhuo Chen had often interacted with his master, Chen Xingxuang, and although he was awed by the aura emanating from the man, he took a deep breath to steady himself. "Marshal." He then slightly bowed. "Ha ha ha, good lad. I've heard your master mention you every day, saying she took in a good disciple, but I never expected you to be this outstanding. Well done. If all the younger generation of our Great Xia were like you, the demons and monsters would eventually be wiped out. I, Wang Yan, favor disciples like you, but I have some questions to ask you next. Is that all right?" Wang Yan laughed heartily, his gaze towards Zhuo Chen filled with more delight. "Marshal, of course, no problem. If there's anything you need, just command me." Zhuo Chen bowed again, his eyes showing more of a smile. It seemed that strong individuals were indeed strong, although he was the most powerful, interacting with him was quite comfortable. Faced with such a strong figure, Zhuo Chen naturally wanted to show some respect, and his attitude became a bit more familiar. Chen Xingxuang noticed this scene and couldn't help but nod secretly. She had long known that her disciple was extraordinary. Yet she didn't expect his temperament to be so steady. Chen Xingxuang still remembered the first time she met the Grand Marshal and how she felt. At that time, although she was already a peak 9th-tier warrior, she was still weak in the presence of the Grand Marshal, who had already become a master, her legs trembling and unable to stand firm. But Zhuo Chen was different. He only lost focus for a moment before regaining his composure. His temperament was far stronger than her own back then. Chen Xingxuang took a deep breath, secretly astonished. Her gaze towards Zhuo Chen held more admiration. It seemed she had indeed taken in a good disciple. "Disciple, no need to be polite. The Grand Marshal and I are both teacher and friend. The situation at the front lines is urgent. If you can assist the Grand Marshal this time, you will be a hero of this battle. We can't stay too long, you all hurry." Chen Xingxuang nodded at Zhuo Chen and walked towards the cave. Zhuo Chen hurried to follow. Wang Yan, however, was not in a rush. He instructed the few people behind him before following. The three entered the cave. With just a wave of his hand, Wang Yan used his powerful blood energy to create a barrier. This seemingly simple action could easily isolate the inside from the outside, ensuring that no one outside could hear a word of their conversation. "Young friend Zhuo Chen, may I take a look at your divine soul?" Wang Yan smiled, his gaze towards Zhuo Chen revealing a hint of curiosity. Zhuo Chen remained silent, looking at Chen Xingxuan, who nodded without hesitation. Then Zhuo Chen slightly squinted his eyes, projecting the divine soul from within the divine palace. In an instant, the entire cave was bathed in a golden light. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yan was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. This person is currently only at the peak of the 6th stage, and their soul has already turned golden. What on earth is going on? Little brother, your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. From now on, the war between this demon and our great Xia will likely change the landscape. Wang Yan squinted his eyes. The brilliance in his gaze flickered continuously. This is simply shocking. In fact, a normal soul should be blue, but at this moment, Zhuo Chen's soul has already turned golden. Coupled with the insights into martial arts he carved in the Deep Palace, it has been validated. It seems that the path of martial arts he took before was indeed misguided. Can you share the insights you carved in the Divine Palace with me? Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I heard you need entries, you can withdraw all the entries you need from the Martial Alliance headquarters in the future. Wang Yan is the foremost figure of Great Xia. To say such words means he will surely be secure in the future. Ha! Zhuo Chen was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. He originally thought that the most fundamental and important aspect of martial arts was the entries, but it seems that, for top-tier powerhouses, the importance of the soul is even more prominent. So, it seems that I am currently on a rather correct path. Marshal, there's no need to be polite. If you need anything, I can provide it at any time. As Zhuo Chen spoke, he took out a copy of the Tao De Jing that he had prepared earlier from his spatial belt. After all, he had already prepared a copy when the Zhang family needed it. To make it convenient, Zhuo Chen had even made several copies and placed them in his spatial belt. He didn't expect to use it so soon. The Tao De Jing written on the paper has no special power. 5,000 words, even if copied, require a thick stack of paper. When Wang Yan saw the paper appearing out of thin air, he was first taken aback, then a gleam of brilliance shone in his eyes, and without saying a word, he reached out to take it. Ha ha ha! Wang Yan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with delight. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Wang Yan murmured, his gaze becoming even brighter. Then Wang Yan quickly looked back, and in just a few breaths, he had read all the content. Zhuo Chen blinked at this scene. Then, regardless of the people around him, he closed his eyes, seemingly absorbing the content within. Ha ha ha, my considerations were indeed correct. If I carve such content into the Divine Palace, I will surely become a saint. By that time, I will definitely enter the abyss, killing demons from both realms, blood flowing like rivers. At this point, boundless killing intent spread out, cold and fierce. It even carried a certain grandiosity. Even though Zhuo Chen was already prepared, facing such a scene, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Under Wang Yan's powerful aura, Zhuo Chen felt his vision darken, nearly fainting. Great Marshal Chen Xingxuan, standing to the side, hurriedly spoke. She was very clear about Wang Yan's strength. If he did not suppress his aura, it would definitely lead to a big problem. Moreover, Zhuo Chen was already the most outstanding genius of the human race. If anything happened to him, it would be a huge loss. After a cry of alarm, Chen Xingxuan released her aura to protect Zhuo Chen. In an instant, Zhuo Chen felt the immense pressure on his body vanish, as if a clear spring had flowed through him, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort, and all previous discomfort quickly disappeared. Zhuo Chen's gaze trembled, and his expression showed more shock. Wang Yan, this person is truly a living king of hell. Now, Zhuo Chen finally realized just how powerful a martial god is. Even the released aura is something he cannot bear. I'm sorry. Wang Yan also reacted. After all, he had been in the martial god realm for a full 10 years. During these 10 years, Wang Yan had tried various methods. Although he had been making progress, he was still a bit short of ultimately entering the saint realm. In fact, 3 years ago, Wang Yan had already realized the importance of the divine soul. However, despite trying so many methods, he had not been able to strengthen his divine soul to the extreme. Unexpectedly, just by glancing at the Tao De Jing that Zhuo Chen had given him, his divine soul experienced a slight growth. It was like a person who had been walking in the desert for a long time suddenly encountering a sweet spring. How could he not be excited? He had a strong premonition that as long as he inscribed these things in the Divine Palace, he would surely enter the saint realm. Notify the abyss, hold on for another hour. Wang Yan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming serious. Yes. Chen Xingxuan was also taken aback, then stepped outside. Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Chen, a hint of a smile on his face. Young friend Zhuochen, you should also be aware of the situation at the front line. For someone at our level, every moment is extremely precious. However, as long as I can enter the Saint Realm, the situation over at the Abyss will naturally not be a problem. I plan to enter the Saint Realm first. Wang Yan's gaze sharpened. Although his voice was not loud, Zhuochen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Moreover, this was the Blessed Land Cave. Not only was the soul power abundant, but the spiritual energy was also extremely rich. To be able to enter the Saint Realm within an hour showed tremendous determination and confidence. Even though Zhuochen had anticipated this, he was still shocked. Wang Yan said no more. He directly sat cross-legged on the mat, and soon his aura began to gradually converge. Before long, Wang Yan appeared like an ordinary middle-aged man, all his aura completely vanishing. Zhuochen was also taken aback. He had never seen such a situation before. Watch closely, the marshal is entering the Saint Realm. If you observe this carefully, it will surely benefit you greatly in the future. On the other side, Master Chen Xingxuang's words spread, and Zhuochen said nothing more, just nodded gently. This also indicated that both the master and the marshal had a great deal of trust in him. After all, this was entering the Saint Realm, and they were willing to openly let him observe? For a moment, warmth flowed in Zhuochen's heart. Whoosh! But, with a soft sound, Zhuochen noticed that all the spiritual energy and soul power in the Blessed Land Cave instantly disappeared. Above Wang Yan's head, there was a golden vortex that absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy and soul power. However, fortunately, this was the Blessed Land Cave. Even if it could be completely absorbed in a short time, it would regenerate instantly. Zhuochen was taken aback. This is the power of a martial god? One must know that the spiritual energy and soul power in the entire Blessed Land Cave were vast. He had rarely encountered such a situation, but here with the marshal, the spiritual energy and soul power disappeared extremely quickly. In less than the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy in the Blessed Land Cave disappeared and then surged back up. Zhuochen's gaze sharpened as he continued to watch. Chun. Xingxuang's eyes also lit up. She was now a powerful martial god, but she had not been in the martial god realm for long and had not yet reached the peak of the martial god realm. Even if she could enter the Saint Realm, it would still take her a few years to accumulate. However, at her level, she could naturally see some things that Zhuochen could not. Whoosh! After a full dozen cycles, Wang Yan suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Boom! With a sound like an oven, a golden figure soared from above Wang Yan's head. Standing in the void, his entire body seemed to be infused with gold, shining brightly, illuminating the entire cave. Is this the saint? Zhuochen's gaze was fixed on that golden figure. Kill! The golden figure appeared in an instant, already holding a long spear of the same golden hue. This is... Zhuochen was no longer calm. His own soul was also golden, but although his soul was golden, it had no weapon. He truly did not expect that the marshal's soul would actually wield a weapon. This is simply too strong. Immediately, Wang Yan's aura grew stronger and stronger, even causing the entire blessed land to tremble slightly. Zhuochen's heart tightened, and he instinctively looked at his master, Chen Xingxuang, who shook her head slightly. Sensing this scene, Zhuochen let out a sigh of relief. He was clear about his master's strength. Since his master felt there was no problem, he naturally did not need to worry. After a few breaths, this powerful force seemed to reach a critical point and then quickly dissipated. Wang Yan once again returned to that seemingly useless middle-aged man. Zhuochen was stunned again. This entering the sage realm is truly remarkable. He never expected that a sage could control their power to such an extent. To take it in and to release it at will. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Wang Yan suddenly stood up, a look of exhilaration flashing in his eyes. For the sake of entering the sage realm, he had worked hard for 10 years. He had been unable to comprehend it before, but now everything seemed to connect. If he had found the method to enter the sage realm 10 years ago, wouldn't the demon and monster realms have ceased to exist by now? Congratulations, Marshal. Congratulations, Marshal. The two people standing beside him trembled slightly in their eyes and hurriedly congratulated him. The Marshal entering the sage realm was an extraordinary event for the entire human race. If this were to be known, the demon and monster realms would probably collapse in an instant. I have entered the sage realm, the crisis within the source of life is naturally nothing. Even if I charge into the demon clan's royal city, I can still retreat unscathed. Wang Yan squinted his eyes, a murderous intent flashing once again. As soon as he spoke, there was a change in his eyes. A yin-yang taiji diagram appeared. Although it was not very obvious, Zhuochen recognized it at a glance. However, Chen Xingxuan, standing on the other side, frowned. Although she had never seen this thing, she could still sense that it seemed very mysterious. Just one glance revealed that there seemed to be endless changes within it. At that moment, Zhuo Chen also had a moment of enlightenment. If the previous martial path was a pursuit of ultimate power, then after incorporating the Tao De Jing, it seemed to have a hint of pursuing the Tao. No wonder Wang Yan could achieve growth in a very short time that others could not reach. It was because he grasped the power of the Tao. I still don't know how strong I am. Wang Yan shook his head slightly. The murderous intent flickering in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Then, Wang Yan took a step forward, and Zhuo Chen was stunned. He found that the Grand Marshal, who had just been standing in front of him, had actually disappeared. Chen Xingxuan was also slightly taken aback. She soon understood. If the martial god was the strongest among humans, then entering the sage realm had completely transcended the human category. Therefore, even if the martial had some special means, it was understandable. Moreover, after becoming a martial god, long-distance teleportation was no longer a difficult task, let alone the Grand Marshal, who had taken another step forward. Perhaps the marshal had entered a whole new realm. Even more so, he had a deeper understanding of the martial path. Zhuo Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that the marshal had gained quite a bit this time. Chen Xingxuan wanted to speak, but suddenly looked towards the west, where a blinding blood light flashed. Immediately, the blood light was suppressed by a massive golden light. The golden light was even more immense than the influence that Zhuo Chen had caused in the training room that day. Even from a distance, it still illuminated the sky, as if suddenly there was a sun larger than the sun itself in the sky. Even though it was already late afternoon and the sun was setting in the west, the blinding golden light in the sky was exceptionally dazzling, even brighter than the midday sun. Zhuo Chen was momentarily taken aback. In that instant of golden light shining down, he could clearly feel that both his vital energy and soul power were circulating much faster within him. If he could be influenced by this golden light for a long time, his progress would likely be even more rapid. However, Zhuo Chen shook his head. He had already completed the engraving of the Tao De Jing within the Divine Palace and had become the ultimate beneficiary. It was probably because the Grand Marshal was too strong that his influence during the engraving of the Tao De Jing was significant for him. If others could also influence him, he should have felt it yesterday. After all, the group of martial artists from the Zhang family, although they had gained many benefits after completing the engraving, were of no use to Zhuo Chen. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the direction where the golden light had emanated. Everyone's gaze was drawn to that direction. Chen Xingxuan also came back to her senses due to the loud noise, a hint of longing in her eyes. Zhuo Chen could naturally understand this. Chen Xingxuan was also a martial artist, and a very powerful one at that. At this moment, seeing the Grand Marshal successfully advance, it was inevitable for her to feel a bit envious. However, Zhuo Chen was clear that the Grand Marshal's successful advancement was of great significance for the entire Great Xia. It wouldn't be long before his master could also advance. After all, for Zhuo Chen, engraving the so-called insights within the Divine Palace was extremely simple. He had an abundance of insights in his mind. Even if the Tao De Jing was not suitable for his master, he could find something similar or even more suitable. That direction is the abyss. The Grand Marshal must have already engaged the demon and monster clans, Chen Xingxuan said with a smile on her face. The previous commotion was not small. Perhaps the Grand Marshal's earlier actions had stunned many of the powerful beings from the demon clan. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He had been to the abyss and knew very well that the capital was not close to it. He never expected the Grand Marshal to have such abilities, arriving in the blink of an eye. However, thinking about it, it made sense. The Grand Marshal had already entered the Saint Realm. Once one entered the Saint Realm, they had surpassed the realm of understanding of ordinary people. Ha ha ha. Just then, before the person even appeared, a hearty laugh had already spread. In the next moment, before the two could react, Wang Yan had reappeared in the Blessed Land. Refreshing. So refreshing. Boom. With a muffled sound, Wang Yan threw two demon kings onto the ground. Kid, you helped me a lot this time. The promise I made you will take some time, but it's also a good thing. Wang Yan pointed to the two demon kings' corpses lying on the ground. Demon kings? Zhuo Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Demon kings were actually equivalent to human martial gods, representing the pinnacle of the demon clan's combat power. Although there were rumors of demon saints, he had never encountered one over the years. These two demon kings were so easily slaughtered? They were blind and actually tried to ambush me while I was away. I had no choice but to take them down. Wang Yan shook his head, his expression calm. Zhuo Chen originally wanted to praise a bit, but then thought better of it. This matter was indeed hard to describe. In the end, he could only take a deep breath. Awesome. The moment the words left his mouth, both people present were taken aback. Their gazes instantly focused on Zhuo Chen. However, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel his face flush. Although he was younger in front of them, he had lived 2 lives, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say he had an old face. The look in their eyes showed a hint of doubt. But then, there was a flicker of confusion. After all, he was a direct disciple of a martial god, and the insights he had written were so remarkable. How could he say something so lacking in substance? But Zhuo Chen didn't care about that. He just took another deep breath and exhaled. Meeting their gazes, he said, "It really is awesome." Chen Xingxuan was stunned. She shot Zhuo Chen a roll of her eyes and simply chose not to dwell on it. Wang Yan, however, laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with more satisfaction. "I knew it long ago, little brother is no ordinary person, otherwise he wouldn't be able to write such astonishing things." Wang Yan then looked at Zhuo Chen. "You are the key to my entry into the Sate realm, tell me how many entries you need anytime." Moreover, Wang Yan turned to Chen Xingxuan. 2 Demon King corpses, plus 20 million white entries. Chen Xingxuan suddenly spoke up. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. "What the heck? What's going on? Is this a reward for me?" But in the next second, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. This is too much. He knew very well that beings of the Demon King level were not only valuable for their internal entries, but their corpses were worth a fortune. How could they just give them to him? "All of this is for you, what you did this time is of great significance to us. Don't think it's too much, it's all worth it." Chen Xingxuan shook her head slightly. Noticing the serious expressions on both of their faces, which clearly showed they weren't joking, Zhuo Chen could only nod gently. Fine. Even if there was some element of personal favor involved, he didn't want to quibble at this moment. At worst, when he became stronger, he would contribute more to the Great Xia, enter the abyss a few more times, and kill a few more Demon Kings. However, the Demon King still felt a bit distant from him. Zhuo Chen simply chose not to dwell on it and instead focused on Chen Xingxuan. "Master, does the Demon King's corpse have any special uses?" Zhuo Chen quickly thought of the key point. After all, most of his expenses were currently covered by the academy and the higher-ups. In other words, money held little meaning for him. Special uses? Chen Xingxuan shook her head slightly. I can't tell you for now. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to use it." Chen Xingxuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook her head again. "But you don't need to worry, once you achieve the position of a master, you will naturally know. By then, these things will be useful." Chen Xingxuan smiled lightly, afraid that Zhuo Chen might misunderstand something. "However, since these 2 beasts have already been brought here, just throw them in the Blessed Land Cave." Chen Xingxuan shook her head slightly, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. "What's going on? This thing is in the Blessed Land Cave?" To be clear, the area inside the Blessed Land Cave isn't very large, and he still needs to sleep here at night. Wouldn't it cause some problems to have this thing in the cave? Moreover, this is a high martial world. What if these 2 beasts resurrect in the middle of the night? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Keeping this here has its benefits. At the very least, it can significantly speed up your soul power recovery. Besides, it might have some other effects. Chen Xingxuan seemed to have seen through Zhuo Chen's concerns, which was why she spoke up. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. "Fine. In fact, some things that Master chose not to say now were likely of no benefit even if he knew. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't understand the ways of the world. Since the Master has already said so, he naturally wouldn't continue to ask further. Additionally, there are 20 million white tokens. Besides these 20 million, the Master should have prepared another batch for himself. All of these combined amount to several tens of millions of tokens, and Zhuo Chen could hardly imagine how much his strength would grow with these tokens. Moreover, this time you contributed the martial arts insights you carved out in your divine palace. This is incredibly important for the entire Great Xia. In fact, it could really change the current era, but this involves a lot, and we need to slowly assess what kind of influence it can have. Later, all of this will be exchanged for merit." Chen Xingxuan smiled. Clearly, recent events had put the Master in a good mood. Otherwise, not long ago, Zhuo Chen couldn't see any smile on the Master's face. "Let's go. Now that this matter is settled, shouldn't we return to the Great Wall and properly deal with those beasts in the abyss?" Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, and a killing intent surged in his gaze as he spoke. Chen Xingxuan was taken aback. Her eyes also turned cold. Noticing that both of their expressions had become serious, Zhuo Chen also put away his playful thoughts. For Zhuo Chen, although he didn't know much about the demon and monster races, he understood their feelings very well. It was like the attitude of Huaxia on Blue Star towards the Japanese pirates. Just mentioning it made one wish to tear them apart. This was a blood feud. There was no room for any easing. I'll see you off. Having gained such great benefits this time, Zhuo Chen was in a good mood and spoke up. The two exchanged glances, both with a hint of a smile in their eyes. Otherwise, how could one say that Zhuo Chen was likable? It wasn't just his remarkable talent. His way of dealing with people was also quite proper. If there were more individuals like him among the younger generation of Great Xia, the nation would surely rise to a new level. By that time, what would the so-called demons and monsters amount to? The three walked out together. Upon exiting the Blessed Land, Zhuo Chen was stunned on the spot. In the open space in front of the cave, there were quite a few dragon guards and night watchers. They looked at the three with eyes full of respect. Although Zhuo Chen's strength wasn't very strong yet, the fact that two martial gods had come out together showed Zhuo Chen's importance. Thank you, two martial gods, thank you, Zhuo's direct disciple. Thank you, two martial gods, thank you, Zhuo's direct disciple. In the open space, hundreds of people stood tall, each face carrying a hint of reverence. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. At first, he didn't understand what was happening, but upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized. It turned out that when the marshal ascended to sainthood, the commotion was so great that even he felt the speed of his soul power's operation had increased significantly, let alone these people outside. Many of them were the elite among the elite of Great Xia. They might have already reached a bottleneck. Any slight opportunity for a breakthrough could be a chance for them. Among the hundreds, surprisingly, 1/3 had already broken through their realms. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen was stunned. His expression showed more astonishment, and then he finally realized. He finally understood how significant his written martial arts insights were. In the short term, the increase for Great Xia might not be very strong. At most, it would accelerate the growth speed of martial artists and make Great Xia's foundation even more solid. However, the real effect was to provide those martial artists stuck at the same realm with an upward possibility. And over decades, how many strong individuals like the Dragon Guards and Night Watchers had accumulated in Great Xia? Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and finally understood why his master valued him so much. To put it simply, his master's vision was undoubtedly far superior to his own, and he probably had anticipated this long ago. Zhuo Chen looked at Chen Xingxuang. At this moment, the sky outside had completely darkened, and the silver moonlight poured down from the sky, illuminating Chen Xingxuang's fair face. From Zhuo Chen's perspective, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Xingxuang, however, did not pay attention to Zhuo Chen's gaze but instead revealed a radiant smile. Could it be that his master already knew his talent was about to? Having these Jinglong guards protect him was one purpose, and having them stay by his side to observe and learn was another? Zhuo Chen was aware that recently, the number of Jinglong guards protecting him had been steadily increasing. Moreover, it was a continuous increase. One reason was that his importance was growing. The other was that once he matured, these Jinglong guards would undoubtedly become his loyal followers. After all, there were already so many people breaking through on the spot. Although these individuals were geniuses among geniuses, breaking through realms was not as easy for them as it was for Zhuo Chen, unlike his senior sister Zhang Miaoshui. Despite their hard work over the past 2 years, they had only reached the peak of the 6th stage. For his senior sister to enter the 7th stage, she would need to put in a tremendous amount of effort, and more likely, she would have to wait for her soul power to gradually accumulate. Only when her soul power was sufficient could she seek the opportunity for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, these Jinglong guards were merely responsible for ensuring his safety. Their ability to break through on the spot was enough to make them completely devoted. The current high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, including Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan, had also come from the ranks of Jinglong guards and Night Watchers. Did that not mean that as long as Zhuo Chen grew, he could directly become a high-ranking official of the Great Xia? Become the true number one of the Great Xia? Thoughts whirled in his mind as Zhuo Chen's gaze swept over the crowd ahead. For the first time, he felt that the responsibility on his shoulders had unknowingly multiplied many times over. Originally, Zhuo Chen was alone in this world, without parents, just a solitary individual. But now, with the help of his senior sister and the unconditional support of his master, Zhuo Chen had formed deeper connections with more and more people. This was all a path laid out for him by his master. He was now at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. In fact, his basic attributes were nearly on par with some at the 9th stage of martial arts. He could even fight against a master. In truth, Zhuo Chen had previously envied those powerful beings who could soar through the air. Ever since he fused the white attribute last time, his speed had reached a terrifying level. In this situation, even if he couldn't fly, having such speed was still incredibly formidable. Short distance. Low-altitude flight should be no problem. Even if he jumped and landed, covering a distance of 1,000 meters in such a short time was not an issue. Reflecting on the events that had transpired recently, Zhuochen felt a bit dazed. Just a few months ago, he was still a waste who could only fuse white attributes, and in just 2 months, he had grown to this extent. This was simply terrifying. Chen Xingxuan took a deep look at Zhuochen, signaling him to walk forward with horror. Zhuochen was taken aback but quickly realized that this was likely because his master had something to convey, so he did not ask and silently followed. Chen Xingxuan walked into the distance, going quite far. She only stopped when they were near the foot of the mountain, and Zhuochen quietly followed behind. Suddenly, Chen Xingxuan turned around. Your strength has surged forward, and the resources you occupy are increasing. You know the situation in our Great Xia, basically. With us around, no one dares to say anything, but this is not a long-term solution, so you should show some performance. Chen Xingxuan smiled, her gaze towards Zhuochen filled with admiration. Show performance? I have no problem. If needed, I can enter the abyss at any time. Zhuochen smiled. He had gained significant growth recently, since leaving the abyss last time. Although not long had passed, his strength had made great progress. In this situation, Zhuochen was naturally unafraid. No. To his surprise, Chen Xingxuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Her eyes showed more helplessness. Your importance is self-evident now. You cannot enter the abyss without absolute certainty. You must understand that once you grow, your role for Great Xia will be even greater. Chen Xingxuan's expression was serious. The smile on her pretty face had vanished. I understand, so master means. Zhuochen was taken aback. You are no longer comparable to your peers, but you can still try for a few rankings at school. You just need to remember, don't be too ruthless. Chen Xingxuan shook her head. Zhuochen felt helpless. What was she asking him to do? Additionally, there are some leagues you don't know about. To put it simply, these are competitions held by various countries before, mainly to compete for some controversial resource points. For our Great Xia, the importance is naturally self-evident. In these competitions, you represent the face of our Great Xia, so there is no need to hold back at all. Chen Xingxuan shook her head. Zhuochen finally understood. So, master was assigning him a task? The competitors in the leagues between countries are actually in a similar situation to you. They are all likely to achieve the status of a master, so you cannot be careless. Chen Xingxuan shook her head again. Understood. Zhuochen nodded lightly. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He had been improving his strength recently, and besides enhancing his power, he had also been training. It was time to test his recent results. In the end, actually showing your strength will help you manage your team well. I can only say it won't do you any harm. Chen Xingxuan looked deeply at Zhuochen. She had actually brought this up several times. Even though Zhuochen was very patient, after hearing it a few times, he couldn't help but want to ask. Understood. Zhuochen nodded again. In fact, he was quite curious about his exclusive team. He only knew that one of the team members was his senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue. As for the others, he knew nothing. However, this wasn't too big of a deal. After all, it was arranged by master, so it shouldn't be too bad. Alright, that's all for now. The Great Wall needs people, and we should return quickly. Master glanced at Zhuochen again, said no more, and after a few flashes, disappeared from Zhuochen's sight. Watching master leave, Zhuochen couldn't help but exclaim how impressive she was. Although he also had some small skills for traveling now, compared to master, it was nothing. With master gone, Zhuochen had to return to the Blessed Land Cave. It was hard to come by some time to relax. Zhuochen became interested. Although he had been in the Blessed Land Cave for a while, he hadn't really observed it closely. Turning his gaze to the side, he noticed a spiritual spring. He had noticed this spring before. It was usually full, but now it had dropped significantly. Seeing this scene, Zhuochen was stunned. No wonder it was entering the saint level. Was the consumption of spiritual energy this great? Immediately, Zhuochen only felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He didn't care about anything else and lay down to sleep. To be honest, he had experienced quite a lot today, but his spirit had been in a state of excitement, so he hadn't felt anything. But once everything had passed, Zhuochen realized that even just witnessing some things he had never seen before made him feel somewhat tired. This fatigue, although not comparable to the exhaustion brought on by cultivation, still left his mind feeling a bit hazy. Lying on the bed, Zhuochen opened his phone and took a glance. He found some new messages. However, his senior sister was very quiet. Since their separation, she hadn't contacted him at all. Zhuo Chen thought for a moment and understood that it was likely because his senior sister had already received a notification to join a mysterious team and was now probably busy preparing. Soon after, Zhuo Chen gradually fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he felt refreshed, as if his strength had increased a bit. After all, this was a blessed land, and there was also the corpse of a demon king here. The speed of soul power and spiritual energy circulation was indeed much faster compared to before. Zhuo Chen nodded to himself, realizing that his master's arrangements were indeed without issue. However, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but be curious about what use the demon king's corpse would have after he became a grandmaster. But then he thought again, his speed of breakthrough was very fast. While others might need several years to reach the master level, he did not. Soon after, Zhuo Chen sprang up from the stone bed. After tightening his fists, he found that his strength had indeed increased significantly compared to yesterday, and he nodded lightly again. Although he was currently at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts and could enter the 7th stage at any time, Zhuo Chen was not in a hurry. He understood that his speed of breakthrough was truly too fast. If he continued to break through, his achievements would be even more dazzling than they were now. However, Zhuo Chen was even clearer that those external things were actually superficial. What he needed was to solidify his foundation. Only in this way could he reach a higher level. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult. Although advancing to the master level was not hard, even advancing to the martial god level was just a matter of time for Zhuo Chen. However, he had seen today that someone as talented as Wang Yan had been stuck at the master level for a full 10 years. If it weren't for him, this time might have been extended even further. Since that was the case, Zhuo Chen reflected on himself and set a new goal. Although entering the saint level was difficult, Zhuo Chen had already decided that he needed to solidify his foundation and also enter the saint level. Only in that way could he see a new world and protect this realm? In fact, at the beginning, Zhuo Chen didn't have much of a sense of belonging to this world, but as his strength continued to improve, his perspective also kept rising. He had witnessed too much. Even things that his previous self could not see. His inner thoughts were once again shaken. Moreover, his master had already sacrificed a lot for him. Even for the people around him, Zhuo Chen would continue to improve. "Young friend, are you there?" A heavy voice came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Zhuo Chen was stunned because he was too familiar with it. It was the voice of the marshal. But they had only seen each other yesterday, and the marshal was busy with official duties. Having just entered the saint level, he should be busy hunting demons. Why would he have time to come to see him so early in the morning? "Marshal, what brings you here?" Hearing this voice, Zhuo Chen was a bit dazed but hurried to welcome him. After all, this was the most important person in the current Great Xia, and he couldn't afford to be careless. "Ha ha ha! Look at what this is." The next second, a hearty laugh rang out, but Zhuo Chen's gaze was fixed on Wang Yan's hands. It was indeed something to behold. At this moment, he was holding something in his hand. This is. In the next second, Zhuo Chen was stunned, his face filled with astonishment. What was going on? Was the corpse of the demon king a cabbage by the roadside? Hadn't two been delivered just yesterday? How could there be two more? As the thought flashed through his mind, Zhuo Chen's gaze fixed on the two demon king corpses. Just one glance, and he could see the difference. Although these were also demon king corpses, they were quite different from yesterday's. The previous two had already been drained of blood. Although powerful, their aura could not compare to these two. These two, although dead now, were intact. Zhuo Chen immediately understood that the two from yesterday were likely just random kills, but these two were probably carefully selected. Take them away. Wang Yan didn't waste words. With just one sentence, he tossed the two intact Demon King corpses to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen's expression changed drastically. These two Demon Kings should be very strong. Although their bodies were intact, the moment they flew towards him, there was an overwhelming stench of blood. Just catching a whiff made Zhuo Chen feel his vision darken. This was simply outrageous. This couldn't be the aura of a top-tier Demon King, could it? In the next second, Zhuo Chen was stunned again. He didn't expect that after the two Demon King corpses got closer, the previous foul smell had vanished, replaced only by a faint fragrance. This was simply marvelous. And there's more, don't panic. Wang Yan chuckled and turned to walk back. This time, Zhuo Chen was completely at a loss. What was going on? Logically, these things were extremely precious, but here with the marshal, they seemed like cabbages by the roadside? Moreover, at a glance, it was clear these were freshly killed. How could an ordinary person get their hands on such things? That was just a demon king, but this is a demon emperor. Wang Yan chuckled. Zhuo Chen's expression changed again. Looking at the corpse Wang Yan tossed to him, Zhuo Chen was frozen in place. The demon king's corpse was already close to his limit. How could he handle a demon emperor? Zhuo Chen knew a bit about demon emperors. They were a realm above demon kings. A demon king was equivalent to a master among humans. A demon emperor was different. That was akin to a martial god among humans. However, beyond that, the realms were quite similar. The strongest among humans was the martial sage, while the strongest among demons was the demon sage. Not to mention the demon race, whose strongest was the demon sage. Although Zhuo Chen was quite strong now, he was still very clear about his own limitations. He couldn't handle this. Not at all. A thought flashed through his mind, and Zhuo Chen quickly dodged. Wang Yan was slightly taken aback. Then he slapped his forehead, looking at Zhuo Chen with a hint of apology. No. I'm sorry, I forgot, you're only at the 6th level. Wang Yan's gaze flickered, and his expression showed more curiosity. This kid was not simple. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. It seemed this kid's future achievements would definitely not be lower than his own. A thought flashed by, and Wang Yan's gaze towards Zhuo Chen held more appreciation. If before, Wang Yan's thoughts were more about repaying a favor, at this moment, he genuinely believed that Zhuo Chen could be his equal. After all, although this kid's strength wasn't enough, his character was truly not something an ordinary person could possess. Boom! With a muffled sound, the corpse of the demon emperor fell to the ground. Although the ground in this blessed land was hard, it cracked under the weight of the demon emperor's body. Just a glance made Zhuo Chen gasped in shock. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had dodged it. Otherwise, if that thing had fallen on him, it would have been quite troublesome. Seeing that the demon emperor's body had already landed, Zhuo Chen let out a gentle sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had been cautious and avoided causing any trouble, otherwise, it would have been a real mess. He took 2 steps forward, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. To put it simply, Zhuo Chen was very curious about experts at the level of a martial god, but previously he could only see them alive. Even if he was curious, he couldn't observe them so closely. Otherwise, people around would definitely think he was a pervert. But now it was different. This was the corpse of the demon emperor, and it was remarkably well preserved. Moreover, Wang Yan must have put in a lot of effort when killing the demon emperor, as not a single drop of blood had been spilled. If he hadn't been careful, it would have been nearly impossible. The corpse now lay at an angle on the ground, and since there were no visible wounds on the body, it looked more like it was asleep. However, Zhuo Chen quickly blinked. This was indeed strange. From a distance, it could be said to be reeking, but when he got a little closer, it surprisingly smelled fragrant. And this fragrance, how should he put it? Quite special. Then, Wang Yan strode forward, throwing the corpses of the demon king and demon emperor by the spring. Next, something miraculous happened. The part of the spring water that had been consumed began to recover at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, it completely restored itself. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! How much energy was contained within the bodies of the Demon King and Demon Emperor? Just placing them nearby could produce such an effect, it was simply against the heavens." Then, even more miraculous things occurred. Under Zhuo Chen's gaze, a light blue liquid began to seep from the uninjured bodies of the Demon King and Demon Saint, quickly merging with the spring water. This is. Zhuo Chen's eyes widened in an instant. He had asked his master about this yesterday, but his master hadn't given a clear answer. Now, seeing this, it was indeed not simple. That's blood. Wang Yan slightly shook his head, looking at Zhuo Chen with a half-smile. As if he had seen through Zhuo Chen's thoughts, he spoke up to remind him. Zhuo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Otherwise, why would the corpses of these powerful beings be considered treasures? This was absolutely true. It turned out that the blood of the Demon King and Demon Emperor, after being transformed by the spring water, formed soul power and spiritual energy. Zhuo Chen felt that his understanding of this world had increased compared to before. However, he still felt that there was something he couldn't see through. He simply shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, these matters would be gradually understood once he became stronger. If he couldn't comprehend it now, there must be a reason for that, and there was no need to get tangled up in it. After realizing this, Zhuo Chen felt that his thoughts had become much clearer than before. Then, after the spring water had recovered, it began to spread throughout the entire cave. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy and soul power in the cave had become many times denser than before. Even though Zhuo Chen had been in the cave all along, he could still feel that it was different from before. This is a term On the other side, Wang Yan spoke. 12 million pieces, you can use them first. The rest will be given to you. Once I gather enough. Wang Yan spoke as he tossed a spatial ring to Zhuo Chen, who was momentarily stunned. A person of such caliber, indeed. In fact, the two had discussed the corpse of the Demon King yesterday. With an additional 20 million white tokens, Zhuo Chen had never really considered when to cash in. After all, such a prominent figure was usually very busy. He never expected that the other party would make a special trip for his matter. As for the Demon King's corpse, the two I dealt with yesterday were just causing trouble after I returned to the Great Wall, so I killed them offhandedly. So, today, I prepared again. Wang Yan did not look at Zhuo Chen but spoke while walking into the cave. Zhuo Chen followed behind, looking at the spatial ring in his hand. He had always used a spatial belt before. But now he realized that using a ring wasn't bad either. The power concerning the divine soul had been completely erased, and after releasing the power of his divine soul, Zhuo Chen easily grasped the ring. In the next moment, Zhuo Chen was stunned. The spatial ring seemed small, but the internal space was actually much larger than his spatial belt, geometrically so. Marshal, I won't say any words of thanks. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, Zhuo Chen chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Now, he had the tokens. Plus, he had gained so many good things out of nowhere. After he digested all the gains from this time, he truly wondered how powerful he would become. You really don't need to be polite with me, Wang Yan slightly shook his head. Do you know? I've been looking for the opportunity to enter the sacred realm for a long time, even before I became a master. I've been planning and exploring. After all, one cannot become a strong warrior without the desire to be strong. Wang Yan shook his head slightly. Zhuo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. As a warrior himself, he could deeply understand this feeling. This was no joke. It was very real. Since he had found the opportunity to break through and succeeded in one go, the significance was immense. Even if the gratitude given to Zhuo Chen was 10 times more than now, it would still not be too much. Well, these corpses of the Demon Kings and Demon Emperors will still be quite useful to you in the future. Keeping them in this blessed land is also very safe, and it will be even more beneficial for you. You need to work hard to grow. Once you grow up, there will be many things we can accomplish together. Wang Yan's eyes flickered. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. Accomplish together? Could it be that this great marshal had other schemes? Marshal, I will definitely contribute to the future. Zhuo Chen chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The Demon Emperor is somewhat lacking. If I get the chance, I'll find a demon saint or a monster saint for you. Once you become a grandmaster, it will definitely be of great use. Wang Yan squinted, a mysterious light flickering in his gaze. Zhuo Chen grinned. A hint of peculiarity showed on his face. A demon saint? If I really managed to get one, it would indeed be very beneficial. By the way, actually, these monster kings and demon kings are treasures all over. You should know this, but many things on the bodies of monster kings and demon kings are even more valuable. For example, the heart's blood of a monster king. Wang Yan chuckled, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Heart's blood? Zhuo Chen was taken aback, his gaze filled with strangeness. This was the first time he had heard such a term, but since it was Wang Yan who said it, it must be useful. However, don't rush, these things aren't important for now. Once you become a grandmaster, they will be of great use. At that time, whether it's your master or me, we can help you. Wang Yan laughed heartily. Why do I have to wait until I become a grandmaster? Zhuo Chen felt helpless all of a sudden. Don't worry, once you become a grandmaster, you will definitely find them useful. Wang Yan shook his head again. He actually understood Zhuo Chen's feelings quite well, but understanding is one thing, saying it is another. After all, although Zhuo Chen is very strong now, he is only at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. In the future, there is still a long way to go. Since that's the case, as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. If there's no rush, then just wait a little longer. Little brother, you probably don't know yet, but in our great Xia, or rather, among the entire human race, we have never cultivated a genius like this before. There are many monster kings and demon kings in this world, but to put it bluntly, there are even more humans and more martial artists. These resources are simply not enough to go around, and we have no intention of using such means to cultivate more geniuses. To be honest, you are the first. Wang Yan gently shook his head, and Zhuo Chen was stunned. He took a deep breath. He believed what Wang Yan said. I understand. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly, his heart suddenly ablaze. Zhuo Chen originally didn't care much about breakthroughs. After all, he still had plenty of time to achieve his own. I must reach Grandmaster as soon as possible. Zhuo Chen secretly made up his mind. After Wang Yan left, he would continue to merge the entries, only by doing so could his strength continuously improve and reach Grandmaster quickly. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen's gaze swept over the corpses of several monster kings, his eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. Fortunately, these things are now in my blessed land. Even if I haven't broken through to become a Grandmaster yet, these things are still in my blessed land. After the breakthrough, I can use them directly. Compared to other martial artists, this is already very fortunate. Zhuo Chen chuckled, feeling more relaxed. After all, he now has strong allies behind him. If he needs help, it might just take a word. How should I put it? This feeling is truly delightful. Wang Yan, on the other hand, looked around, his eyes showing a hint of daze. To be honest, many years ago, I also cultivated in this cave. About 10 years ago, when demons and monsters were rampant, I had no choice but to enter the abyss to guard the Great Wall for the survival of our Great Xia, and this place was directly sealed off by me. In the past decade or so, the spiritual energy and soul power here have been continuously recovering. I didn't expect that our Great Xia would produce someone like you. Since there are existences more outstanding than me, I think it's fine for you to use this cave. In fact, it can bring out the maximum effect of this cave in your hands. Wang Yan chuckled. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. This, truly is fate. But, upon a second thought, Zhuo Chen understood that the so-called blessed land and cave heavens are extremely rare. There are only 3 in the entire Great Xia, and there are quite a few strong individuals in Great Xia. So, it's normal for both Master Chen Xingxuang and Grand Marshal Wang Yan to have used this place. I just realized that this place was actually prepared for you. So, there's no need to feel burdened. Just work hard. You are different from us back then. In our time, a single misstep could lead to death, but you are different. You can completely hide behind us and grow slowly. Wang Yan shook his head again. His expression when looking at Zhuo Chen had changed slightly. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In fact, during this recent period, he could naturally feel the effort and attention everyone was pouring into him. No matter the reason, he had to grow quickly. Although Great Xia is very powerful now, there are only 3 martial gods in the entire Great Xia. Of course, now there is also a martial saint, but to live a comfortable life in the future, such power is still somewhat insufficient. Originally, Zhuo Chen thought that this so-called blessed land and cave heavens could continuously produce soul power and spiritual energy. However, it seems that is not the case. The spiritual energy and soul power here have accumulated over the past decade. In fact, after yesterday, Zhuo Chen could feel that the soul power here was slowly being consumed, and even its richness was no longer as strong as before. Fortunately, the Grand Marshal acted promptly with the corpses of these demon kings and demon lords. Here, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy and soul power has significantly accelerated, even surpassing the previous levels. With this ample replenishment, his future cultivation would naturally be much easier. By the way, the special team formed for you is almost ready. You will soon start executing missions. Your master has told you about it, right? Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Chen, his face showing a hint of expectation. In fact, as strong individuals, they all understood that although Zhuo Chen is a top-tier genius now, if he doesn't undergo enough tempering, even with continuous improvement in cultivation, his future combat power would still be quite limited, which wouldn't be very beneficial for Great Xia. Therefore, even geniuses need to be tempered within a reasonable range. Wang Yan was not being formal. He casually dropped a sentence and, without caring about Zhuo Chen, comfortably lay down on the stone bed. This seemed like relaxation. But Zhuo Chen knew in his heart that it felt more like nostalgia. It was a reminiscence of his youth, a remembrance of those green years. Zhuo Chen silently stood aside. The Grand Marshal's demeanor seemed to indicate that all matters had been settled, and only then did he begin to relax. For top-tier strong individuals, such opportunities are still rare. You mentioned it, but I'm not very clear on who exactly is in it. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his face showing more anticipation. He also understood that the members of his team were all top-tier geniuses, and growing alongside these talents was a good choice for him. It was much more comfortable than cultivating alone. Originally, at this time, Zhuo Chen should have been participating in outdoor survival with his classmates. But that level of training had already lost its meaning for Zhuo Chen. No rush, you'll know soon enough, Wang Yan chuckled, a hint of calmness appearing on his face. We all know that your progress is quite fast. In any case, quick progress is a good thing. Wang Yan squinted his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Zhuo Chen. However, you should understand that stability is the most important. As long as you are stable enough, it doesn't matter if you are a bit slow, we can wait. You are still young, and how far you can go in the future is also very important for you. Wang Yan's tone became serious. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. His master had said similar things to him. It was precisely because of this that Zhuo Chen cherished the present time even more. He understood that the stable moments he had now did not come from nowhere. It was because there were still people in front of him. People who were working hard for him, for the countless citizens of the Great Xia, for those who were more than ordinary. They had only one goal, to eliminate all the demons and restore a clear and bright world. In fact, Zhuo Chen had long known that, a long time ago, even the abyss was the territory of humanity. It was only because the demons suddenly appeared that the abyss came into being, leading to the suffering of humankind. Don't worry, even though these people are geniuses, they also have their own specialties, and at the very least, they can cooperate with you. Wang Yan smiled as the small team was originally prepared for Zhuo Chen, naturally placing him in a position of respect. Aside from stability, there is another requirement: combat power. You should also understand that rank and combat power are basically two different concepts. However, in this world, there will be some literary and martial experts. After all, we martial artists can utilize the power of blood and energy, while literary and martial experts are different, they can use the power of words. Wang Yan spoke slowly. Zhuo Chen was stunned. He had originally thought that the martial arts in this world were not complete. He did not expect that it had developed to this extent, even producing literary martial arts. However, this was a good thing, it was just that Zhuo Chen's previous rank was indeed too low. In this situation, even if there were many messages appearing, Zhuo Chen could not know them immediately. It was precisely because he had held the Grand Marshal this time that his status had invisibly risen quite a bit, allowing some information to be made public. I understand. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In fact, everyone was clear about his entry into the abyss a month ago. It could be said that they knew it like the back of their hands. However, such actions, in the eyes of a strong person like Wang Yan, were akin to child's play. For Wang Yan, a powerful figure, the Demon King could be killed at will. It was no longer on the level Zhuo Chen understood. Well, there's no rush. Take your time. For you, there will actually be plenty of time to grow. Wang Yan shook his head slightly. He naturally understood that perhaps their expectations of Zhuo Chen were a bit high. However, this was unavoidable. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. In this situation, since Zhuo Chen had the ability, he naturally needed to bear more. Otherwise, Wang Yan would still have concerns. Although the Great Xia was currently the strongest, to put it bluntly, the number of strong individuals was still limited. This time, many people were influenced by Zhuo Chen, and their growth speed was faster, which was a very good phenomenon. However, these people also needed a certain amount of time to grow. When you enter the Great Wall in the future, you will understand what so-called experience means for you. You want to become strong? Becoming strong is not a problem, but that process will definitely be arduous and extraordinary. Wang Yan chuckled, but upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen was stunned. In fact, Zhuo Chen had already noticed that Wang Yan no longer had the aura of the Grand Marshal. When I first met him, there might have still been some halo around him. But after several encounters, Zhuo Chen understood that these strong individuals had already given him no face, not for any other reason, but simply because he was a direct disciple of the martial god. Recently, the Tao De Jing he had inscribed in the Divine Palace had proven useful to many. If someone else had said such words, Zhuo Chen might have thought that person was unqualified to educate him. However, this person was different. He was the number one in the Great Xia. Compared to his own master, he was significantly stronger. With such a powerful figure willing to speak more with him, Zhuo Chen wished he could memorize every word he said. After all, no matter when, these words were a treasure for Zhuo Chen. However, Zhuo Chen suddenly remembered something. Marshal, I actually have some thoughts about the literary path. I don't know how to start with it. Zhuo Chen chuckled, his eyes shining with bright light. He wasn't just talking nonsense. In fact, he was very clear that anything he casually took out from his mind could basically astonish the world and move the spirits. Since these things were quite useful in martial arts, they surely wouldn't be too bad in the literary path either. It was precisely because of this thought that Zhuo Chen intended to learn more about the literary path. Even if he couldn't walk the literary path, wouldn't it still serve as a verification for his martial arts cultivation? Ultimately, they could complement each other? This Wang Yan's expression slightly cooled. Actually, our understanding of the literary path is still not very deep, but it can be confirmed that you, kid, have such a bright future in martial arts. If you pursue the literary path, it shouldn't be a big problem. Wang Yan nodded slightly. I even think your achievements in the literary path won't be lower than in martial arts, you just need to make a choice. The literary path or the martial path. If you want to pursue the literary path, you have to appropriately give up some things in martial arts. Wang Yan's gaze flickered. Although he didn't say it outright, he had already made it very clear. I understand. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. He naturally understood that this world seemed quite fair. If he only pursued martial arts, he would have a lot of energy. But if he pursued both the literary and martial paths, he would naturally have to divide his existing energy. Even if this time wasn't much, it would still distract Zhuo Chen's attention. So, it's better to think it through. Don't be fooled by your current rapid progress in martial arts. If you walk both paths, it means your progress in martial arts will slow down, and your achievements in the literary path are hard to say at this moment. Wang Yan shook his head. Zhuo Chen nodded gently but soon realized something was off. Such matters usually corresponded to others. But for him, Zhuo Chen, it had not even been a month since the simulation test. Even if this time were doubled, half a year? In half a year, no one could reach the peak of the 6th stage in martial arts, right? Marshal, I still think I can give it a try. After all, I have only been cultivating for less than 3 months. What do you think? Zhuo Chen chuckled, his gaze revealing a hint of peculiarity. This? Wang Yan was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yes. It was indeed true. This kid absolutely couldn't be measured by common sense. He had only been cultivating for less than 3 months and had already progressed to this level. For an ordinary person, making progress to the 3rd stage in martial arts in 3 months was already quite difficult, right? Immediately, Wang Yan shook his head. Fortunately, he had witnessed it with his own eyes, otherwise, if someone else had told him, he would have definitely thought it was just bragging. After all, who is Wang Yan? In the Great Xia, he is undoubtedly the foremost figure of the human race, and now he has already stepped into the realm of martial saints, his combat power multiplied many times over compared to before, not to mention that he is a living king of hell among the demon and monster races. Wang Yan, when you turn that around, it really is the king of hell. He has now become a martial saint, which can be said to be the first step of the entire human race. He is not only the first to enter the saint realm in Great Xia, but even among the surrounding nations, he is undoubtedly the number one. However, Wang Yan suddenly realized that even though he had become a martial saint, he still had to look up to this kid. Not to mention anything else, after all, the opportunity for him to enter the saint realm was given by this kid. Hiss. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The light in his eyes flickered. This kid is indeed not simple. Since that's the case, then I have nothing more to say, it has to be you. Wang Yan blinked and could only ultimately choose to change his words. This is not a trivial matter, after all, this Zhuo Chen is truly extraordinary. Just 3 months, and he has already reached the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. Such an existence is already against the heavens. Even looking at the whole world, he is truly one of a kind. This guy wants to cultivate literary arts, and he really has no right to stop him. At Wang Yan's level, not only has he experienced more, but he also sees further than others? If it were an ordinary martial artist, he would naturally not recommend combining literary and martial arts. After all, every martial artist's energy is limited. Very few people can accomplish several things at once. But Zhuo Chen is not an ordinary martial artist. He can reach the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts in 3 months. Who knows what kind of myth he might create in literary arts? After all, the martial arts insights he carved in his divine palace have given him such great inspiration, and not only are they useful to him, but they also have considerable significance for the entire human race. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? He can only choose to trust him. If there is anything needed, as long as Zhuo Chen speaks up, he will definitely choose to support him. I find that what you have carved in the divine palace can be described as grand and magnificent. This is truly not something an ordinary person can achieve. Moreover, if you savor it carefully, there is a sense of weightiness. You know, if you pursue the path of literary arts, you might really succeed. Wang Yan smiled and then murmured to himself. This statement seemed to be directed at himself, as if he were using various reasons to persuade himself. Zhuo Chen, however, blinked and secretly laughed. To put it bluntly, it's fortunate that Marshal Wang Yan is already a martial saint now, otherwise, what he has accomplished in these few months would have been enough to make him feel inferior. But Zhuo Chen is a smart person. Even if he saw this layer, he would not show it. By the way, if you want to learn literary arts, you probably don't have a good teacher right now, so there's no rush. I have a few friends. If you need, they would be very willing to connect with you. Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Very willing to connect with him? Previously, Zhuo Chen had the title of being the direct disciple of the martial god. But that was on the path of martial arts. It seems these people are willing to connect with him not for any other reason, but simply because of the astonishing things he has carved in the divine palace. Thank you, Marshal. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In fact, it's not that Zhuo Chen is interested in literary arts. Although he has a system that can merge the power of entries, he is still a traveler. As a traveler, he has so many brilliant achievements of the Blue Star civilization in his mind, it would be a real pity not to make use of them. TSK, you kid are quite lucky. To be honest, if you want to pursue the path of literature, there are indeed people who can teach you, Wang Yan said, shaking his head slightly, excitement evident in his gaze, while Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel curious. In fact, from their previous conversation, Zhuo Chen could sense that although there is a path of literature in this world, its development is likely not as prosperous as that of martial arts. After all, while the path of literature is powerful and can even allow one to fight beyond their level, its growth rate is not fast enough. To put it bluntly, the situation faced by humanity is quite complex, and under such complicated and severe circumstances, there is probably not much time for a scholar specializing in the path of literature to grow. So, Zhuo Chen was curious and asked, could it be that there are quite a few literary geniuses in this world? These guys, could they also be travelers? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression becoming a bit strange. No. This thought of his was somewhat absurd. You don't know this, do you? Wang Yan chuckled slightly, raising his chin. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. It seemed that this martial saint was trying to regain his face in front of him. However, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, letting it go. After all, this person was an elder, and even considering the Grand Marshal's face, Zhuo Chen was quite curious about how, as the strongest of the great Xia, he still had a childlike side. Then, Zhuo Chen smiled. Marshal, you have a wide network in this regard. Given our relationship, you shouldn't keep me in suspense, right? There's nothing much to it. That person isn't from our great Xia, but from the neighboring country. The great Yan has a female emperor who indeed has this kind of talent. However, our great Xia has vast territory, and there are many borders with the demon and monster races. So, our great Xia thrives in martial arts for better survival, but the great Yan is different. Compared to great Xia, the great Yan can only be considered a rear area. Because we passively help a great Yan, we bear a lot of pressure, so the great Yan still has a chance to breathe, which is why there are more scholars pursuing the path of literature. Wang Yan chuckled and began to explain. Zhuo Chen was also taken aback. It seemed that this Grand Marshal truly had a different perspective on issues compared to ordinary people. This perspective was something he had never thought of before. Listening to him, the questions that had previously left him confused suddenly seemed to loosen up. Many things that he couldn't understand before became clear at this moment. However, as for that person, I don't know much either. A lot of the information comes from hearsay. But one thing can be confirmed, that person has a title, the #1 talented woman in the world. Wang Yan smiled, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Although this change was not very obvious, Zhuo Chen caught it immediately. No. Zhuo Chen chuckled. The Grand Marshal's demeanor seemed to carry a hint of unrequited love sorrow? Could it be that he was misreading the situation? In fact, after becoming a martial artist, Zhuo Chen was quite willing to trust his instincts. He found it rather absurd to feel that he was wrong. What are you talking about? I'm discussing serious matters with you. If you're interested, when I have time, I can introduce you, Wang Yan said, his expression turning serious, leaving Zhuo Chen stunned again. This guy might be hiding something. Then I must trouble the Grand Marshal. Actually, I'm just a bit curious about the story behind the two of you. Zhuo Chen chuckled lightly. He then looked at Wang Yan. As soon as he spoke, Wang Yan was taken aback and an incredulous expression on his face actually turned slightly red. At this moment, Zhuo Chen understood. This wasn't unrequited love, it should be a failed crush. If Wang Yan hadn't shown it himself, who would have thought that this esteemed #1 in the martial world actually admired the #1 in the literary world of a neighboring country? So, love is something that most people find hard to understand. Fortunately, although Zhuo Chen was young, he had lived 2 lives and had quite a bit of experience in such matters. Stop talking nonsense. You are a genius of our great Xia. My past with her is just that past. I don't care about it, why do you? Wang Yan shook his head, his expression serious. To put it bluntly, you are a genius of our great Xia. Ordinary people really don't have the qualifications to be your teacher. Wang Yan shook his head again. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Grand Marshal, you flatter me. I'm just interested in literature. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. He knew that this group of people standing in front of him had already helped him a lot in ways he couldn't see, so he didn't want to trouble them with unnecessary matters. Alright, enough said. This matter is settled. If after the introduction you find it unsatisfactory, we can think of other ways. Wang Yan shook his head slightly, his eyes full of mirth. Zhuo Chen opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him a bit more, but in the end, he could only choose to give up. After all, although he hadn't spent much time with Wang Yan, he had come to understand his character somewhat. Since the Grand Marshal had already spoken, if he continued to persuade, it would seem a bit pretentious. Zhuo Chen naturally remembered everything that everyone had done for him. And if one day others needed help, he would also choose to act without hesitation. These matters didn't really require much explanation. There's also one more thing we need to discuss with you. Wang Yan's gaze flickered as he fixed his eyes on Zhuo Chen. Grand Marshal, if there's anything you need, just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Zhuo Chen became serious. Wang Yan was now a martial saint level powerhouse, and for him to say this meant the matter was significant. Zhuo Chen could naturally sense some hints. Actually, it's nothing much. I'm planning to publicly share the Tao De Jing that you inscribed in your divine palace on a larger scale. Wang Yan chuckled, looking at Zhuo Chen. After all, this was something Zhuo Chen had proposed in the first place. Since that was the case, it required Zhuo Chen's consent. Rest assured, after it's made public, it will not only benefit our great Xia greatly, but it will also be very beneficial for you personally. Moreover, you can be assured that after it's public, each use will require a fee, as I heard from your master that you have a considerable demand for entries. Wang Yan grinned, his eyes filled with more anticipation. No problem. Zhuo Chen agreed. Without a second thought. After all, Zhuo Chen had already begun collaborating with the Zhang family. Part of this was naturally due to his senior sister's influence. After entering the Martial God Academy, his senior sister had taken great care of him. In all aspects, which could be seen as keeping the good things within the family. Ha! You really surprised me, you agreed so readily? Wang Yan was taken aback. The significance of the Tao De Jing didn't need to be elaborated on, and since it was inscribed in Zhuo Chen's divine palace, making it public would mean Zhuo Chen had leaked part of his trump card. Anyone without sufficient confidence wouldn't agree so readily. It's fine, I can inscribe other things. Zhuo Chen shook his head. Slightly. What? This time, Wang Yan was stunned. Inscribing other things? This kid is actually so extraordinary? Are you saying that your divine palace can withstand others? You don't have any better insights, do you? Wang Yan blinked hard. If he hadn't heard it himself, he would have thought he was too excited and misheard. After all, everyone knows that when the divine palace first appeared, it was relatively fragile, to the extent that most martial artists, when they first had a divine palace, didn't have any divine souls because the divine palace was too weak, and it indeed took a longer time to nurture a divine soul. But this kid not only has a divine soul, but the divine soul has also turned golden. Previously, Wang Yan only thought that this confirmed the kid's talent. After all, a quick step leads to faster progress. Moreover, this kid has already experienced quite a few miraculous events, so even if there were one or two more, they could accept it. But now it seems that it's not the case. The kid in front of him is hiding quite deep. For an ordinary martial artist, carving out insights in their own divine palace is already a remarkable achievement, considering that not only is the blood value limited, but the soul power and spiritual energy are also extremely limited. But this kid actually has the energy to write something else? I'm not sure of the specific reason. It might be because my foundation is relatively good, and my divine palace should be sturdier than others. I should still be able to carve out other insights. I just don't know what special changes the divine palace will undergo after I finish carving. Zhuo Chen was also taken aback. Then, he casually found a reason to brush it off. After all, it was his first time cultivating, his first time carving the divine palace. Although the process was relatively smooth, it led Zhuo Chen to instinctively think that everyone was like this. In reality, Zhuo Chen's divine palace not only contained the Tao De Jing but also the Taiping Jing. Recently, he planned to strengthen his body after merging the entries and then continue to carve other classic works in the divine palace. Only in this way could his foundation be absolutely solid. This way, his advancement to a master would basically be stable. Who would have thought that others were not like this? I should have realized long ago that you're not simple. I didn't expect, you're the one hiding the deepest. I previously thought that as long as you were given enough time, achieving the position of a martial saint shouldn't be a problem. Now it seems you're going further than I anticipated. Kid, keep it up. If your speed is fast enough, I should be able to see it in my lifetime. I want to know what realms exist beyond the martial saint. Wang Yan chuckled, looking at Zhuo Chen with more anticipation. In just a short half-day, Wang Yan's attitude towards Zhuo Chen had changed several times. This wasn't Wang Yan's problem, it was just that the secrets on this kid were simply too many. In fact, they had become overwhelming. The marshal is overpraising me. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. He suddenly felt that he indeed had quite a few Secrets, first of all, there was the system, which was already his biggest secret. Besides that, there were the Divine Palace and the entries, all of which were countless times stronger than ordinary martial artists. Zhuo Chen suddenly began to understand why both his master and the marshal had high hopes for him and were willing to invest a lot of resources in him. It seems there's some reason behind this. By the way, let me confirm one last thing with you. Don't rush about your duel. Cultivation of literature and martial arts, I will truthfully convey your thoughts to the higher-ups and wait for the news. After a long time, Wang Yan finally came back to his senses from the previous shock, looking at Zhuo Chen with more appreciation. Thank you, Marshal, but what I mean is that there's no need to rush this matter. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression taking on a more peculiar look. In fact, there were still quite a few things he needed to do recently. First, he had to integrate the entries, and then he needed to carve new martial arts insights within the Divine Palace. Once these two tasks were completed, he estimated that his cultivation would see significant progress. There were also matters concerning his team, and one thing after another, Zhuo Chen was already feeling a bit of pressure. However, upon reflection, this could actually be seen as a good thing. After all, his life had been rather monotonous. For a while, aside from cultivation, it was just cultivation. In such circumstances, he truly had no time to engage with other things, but now it was different. Once these tasks got busy, Zhuo Chen would passively come into contact with many things, allowing him to gain a better understanding of this world. In any case, it wouldn't be long before Zhuo Chen would enter the abyss to slay demons. The more he engaged and understood, the more quickly he could apply it all. However, the marshal mentioned that this matter needed to be reported to the higher-ups, but frankly, from Zhuo Chen's perspective, this matter was already a done deal. After all, among the strongest in the Great Xia, aside from the one he had never met, the marshal was clearly on his side, and the other was his master. What was there to discuss? Wasn't this already set in stone? But Zhuo Chen, I must remind you that no matter how powerful a person's Divine Palace is, its capacity is still limited, Wang Yan said, his expression becoming serious. You should understand that for an ordinary person's Divine Palace, merely carving a segment of insight is already quite remarkable. Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Chen again, his gaze filled with unprecedented seriousness. Marshal, I understand. Zhuo Chen nodded. In truth, he could sense that everyone was saying this for his own good, even from the perspective of those who had walked this path before, not wanting him to take any detours. However, for Zhuo Chen, he was well aware that he had his own path to walk. There were things he needed to bear. And deep down, Zhuo Chen felt an inexplicable confidence. After all, the Tao De Jing he had written was not only gaining some status in this world but had also been a treasured legacy for thousands of years back on Blue Star. Perhaps, carving this text within the Divine Palace would enhance it? Moreover, due to the accumulation of entries, Zhuo Chen was already fundamentally different from other martial artists. After all, writing and carving within the Divine Palace required the use of vital energy. In simple terms, the more robust the vital energy, the more one could write. Furthermore, he had not yet conducted the next round of entry carving. Now, with tens of millions of entries in place, he could soon possess blue entries. At that time, he couldn't even be sure how powerful his attributes would become. With such powerful attributes, he would definitely be able to support multiple, even continuous carvings within the Divine Palace. Although no one had walked this path before, Zhuo Chen didn't care. Others might not walk it because they couldn't see the future. Just because others didn't walk it didn't mean the path was wrong. You should know that in these years of martial arts flourishing, no one has been able to achieve this step. You are the future of our human race. No matter what you do, we can be your supporters, but you must also understand that the risks involved are quite significant. Wang Yan's expression unconsciously took on a heavier tone. Marshal, I understand. But I want to give it a try, and Master has already known about this matter. She said that if my physical strength is sufficient, I can attempt it. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. His eyes filled with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was taken aback. If that's the case, he really had nothing to say. After all, Chen Qingxuan was Zhuo Chen's master. Zhuo Chen was also her direct disciple, and he trusted Chen Qingxuan's judgment. Since Chen Qingxuan had already spoken, there naturally shouldn't be any major issues. At this point, Wang Yan fell silent. In fact, there had been successful precedents for inscribing multiple insights within the Divine Palace before. Indeed, some had gained tremendous benefits after doing so. However, there were also many who, in their ambition, paid a heavy price after attempting it. After all, if the inscription failed and the Divine Palace couldn't withstand such powerful forces, causing it to crack or leaving hidden dangers within, it would greatly affect future breakthroughs. Wang Yan furrowed his brows, but soon relaxed again. For an ordinary warrior, This was indeed very risky, but for Zhuochen, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, every time before, it was Zhuochen who made the decisions first. Even entering the sacred realm was closely related to Zhuochen. Not to mention Zhuochen's astonishing talent, being able to reach this point at the very least indicated that he was blessed with great fortune. This world has always been balanced. It is precisely because of this balance that it can continue to develop. If Zhuochen is strong enough, then there must be a strong enough reason behind it. Wang Yan smiled broadly. He understood that perhaps he wanted to protect this young man more, which limited his own thinking. Marshal, I understand your concerns, but I believe the reason humanity can endure and thrive, standing firm against the repeated attacks of demons and monsters, is not because we have enough strong warriors. Zhuochen smiled. But because we humans have an instinct called to think of danger in times of peace. I know that with strong warriors like you as my support, I don't need to grow that fast. The problems I can't solve, you can, but that's different. I also hope to grow quickly. Zhuochen smiled. Wang Yan was momentarily stunned. As a warrior, Wang Yan naturally understood that to become strong, one must first possess a heart capable of becoming strong. If one chooses to retreat in the face of the unknown and difficulties, there would certainly be no achievements today. In fact, the reason Wang Yan was able to carve out a path back then was not for any other reason, but because he was braver than other warriors. It was precisely because of this that he could endure until today. You little brat, though young, you see much further and clearer than I do. This is my problem, and it's because of you that I can realize it. I must say, you really are my benefactor. Wang Yan, being the strongest, saw the fundamental issue with just a few words. Marshal, there's no problem, it's just that our positions are different. If I were in your position, I would definitely prioritize stability. Zhuochen shook his head. In fact, this exchange was not only shocking for Wang Yan. Zhuochen himself also gained quite a bit from it. Marshal, rest assured, if my physical condition isn't suitable, I won't joke with my own life. Zhuochen took a deep breath before making his guarantee. Good. Good, good. With your words, I can rest easy. Ha ha ha. Wang Yan laughed heartily. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Only then did he realize that this kid not only had talent but also a decent character. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do anything out of line. It's normal for you to have this awareness. Our great Xia needs strong individuals, but we all hope you can grow safely. You should understand that, right? Wang Yan fixed his gaze on Zhuochen, his eyes showing more appreciation. Rest assured, Marshal, I understand. Zhuochen nodded lightly. Fortunately, the strong individuals around him were quite reasonable. If he had to deal with some unreasonable ones, it would be a real headache. Wang Yan looked around the cave and suddenly turned his gaze toward the spirit spring. Not far away. Noticing this scene, Zhuochen was also taken aback. How could he not know that Wang Yan had always been relatively relaxed? But just at that moment, Zhuochen clearly sensed a change in the aura emanating from him. Marshal. What's wrong? Zhuochen blinked, momentarily putting aside his playful thoughts. There's something in that spirit spring. Wang Yan looked deeply at the spirit spring, choosing not to hide what he saw. After all, this cave was currently being used by Zhuochen. The right of use belonged to him, and perhaps with Zhuochen's continuous growth, even ownership could become his. There's something? Zhuochen was stunned. He blinked. He could understand every word Wang Yan said. But when put together, why was it so difficult to comprehend? Wang Yan didn't explain, quickly stepping forward, and Zhuochen followed. The marshal had already entered the sacred realm, and his perspective was not something ordinary people could possess. The fact that there was something in the spirit spring that could make the marshal so serious was certainly not trivial. As they approached, Zhuochen finally saw that there was something moving in the spirit spring. However, he had been too far away before, and the light in the cave was somewhat dim, so he hadn't seen it clearly at first. After getting closer, everything became clear. Roar! A low growl echoed. Zhuochen was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that demon kings and demon emperors he had thrown in before had come back to life? This spring water was not actually spring water but a spirit spring. The so-called spirit spring was merely a form of spiritual energy that had condensed into liquid. After reaching a certain density, in simple terms, it was a different form of spiritual energy. Zhuochen had previously observed this spirit spring, and aside from the abundant spiritual energy around it, there was nothing particularly special about it. How could there be living creatures in it after just a few days? But on the other hand, Wang Yan had experience dealing with such matters. He simply chuckled, then used his soul power to beckon toward the spirit spring, and a small creature quickly darted out from within. Moreover, it was incredibly fast. Even Zhuo Chen couldn't see what it was. When Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and looked again, he found that the small creature had already landed in Wang Yan's palm. However, this creature clearly hadn't been born long. It was only the size of a palm. In simple terms, it looked like a snake, but Zhuo Chen instinctively thought that such a creature would never appear in a spirit spring. Upon closer inspection, Zhuo Chen realized that this thing couldn't be a dragon, could it? Because this fellow had horns resembling deer antlers on its head. Moreover, there were several dragon claws beneath its abdomen. Wasn't it the Azure Dragon? I really don't know what to say. Your luck is simply against the heavens. Wang Yan stared at the small creature in his palm, a strange expression on his face. What kind of luck was this? He had used this cave for a long time, but in the past decade of practice, no creatures had been born from this spiritual spring. He never expected that when it came to Zhuo Chen, there would be such a change. This thing is a soul beast. Soul beasts are already extremely precious, let alone this one is a soul beast. Azure Dragon. You might not know much about soul beasts, but they are actually divided into levels, a total of 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Wang Yan stared at the little Azure Dragon in his hand, looking at Zhuo Chen as if he were a monster. This kid is simply too against the heavens. Wang Yan had already said before that this kid, Zhuo Chen, could be said to have incredible luck. He never expected it to be to this extent. Even the lowest level yellow soul beast is not something everyone can have. Wang Yan shook his head slightly, a hint of envy in his eyes. And the highest level heaven soul beast has great significance in both combat and cultivation, so ordinary warriors are extremely fond of soul beasts. The price of soul beasts has long surpassed that of items, Wang Yan said. Zhuo Chen, however, widened his eyes. But after a moment's thought, he understood. Indeed, there was nothing much to say. After all, while items are precious, they are still numerous. Even golden items, as long as there is enough wealth and some patience to wait, one can eventually possess them. But soul beasts are different. After all, there are only these 3 blessed lands in the entire Great Xia, and what Zhuo Chen possesses is just one of them. Moreover, Wang Yan had already mentioned that he had not encountered any soul beasts in the past years, which indicates what? It is enough to show that soul beasts are extremely precious existences. Although the value surpassing that of items seems outrageous, Zhuo Chen could still accept it. The functions of soul beasts are many, but they also need to be nurtured. Many things can serve as food for soul beasts. Powerful soul beasts can not only accelerate cultivation but also serve as top-notch helpers in battle. After all, soul beasts are in sync with their masters. If they possess strong combat power, their role on the battlefield will, to some extent, surpass that of the warriors themselves. Wang Yan's gaze swept over the little Azure Dragon. Ultimately, he looked at Zhuo Chen. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but be surprised. His expression showed more joy. His cultivation speed was already not slow, and if he added this soul beast's assistance, wouldn't it be even faster? On a daily basis, you can let it stay in your divine palace, nurturing it slowly with the power of your soul. Your soul is already extremely strong, so I believe this little guy's growth speed will not disappoint you. Wang Yan placed the soul beast in Zhuo Chen's palm. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, unable to contain his joy. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be long before Zhuo Chen would enter the abyss. At this time, obtaining a soul beast would quickly turn it into a significant combat force for him. If nurtured well, it might become a major strength after entering the abyss. When the little Azure Dragon lay in Zhuo Chen's palm, it rubbed its small dragon head against Zhuo Chen's thumb, showing a close demeanor. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel envious. It seems that this little guy has been born for quite some time. The little Azure Dragon had already become familiar with Zhuo Chen's aura from often cultivating in the cave, otherwise, it shouldn't be showing such intimacy. On the other hand, Zhuo Chen smiled slightly. Since this little thing has a connection with him, it should enter the Divine Palace first. Staying in the Divine Palace is quite good. At the very least, it can help him recover his soul power and accelerate the circulation of his vital energy, which has already invisibly enhanced his combat power. From any angle, this is a good thing. Immediately following Wang Yan's guidance, the young dragon was brought directly into the Divine Palace. Ordinary soul beasts are extremely precious, let alone the so-called soul beasts, which are even more valuable than entries. Entries can be obtained with sufficient financial resources or strength. It is highly probable that one can acquire them. However, soul beasts are different. Even with wealth and status, one may not necessarily obtain them. Soul beasts are not like ordinary things, they cannot simply be had at will. Even if one meets the soul power requirements, it still depends on luck, and it truly is not something that anyone can just have. Therefore, the rarity of soul beasts is self-evident. Roar! The little dragon let out a low growl, its eyes shining with excitement. Zhuo Chen also detected the excitement in that sound, grinning widely, with a smile evident in his eyes. He naturally understood the situation of contracting a soul beast. He originally thought this process would be quite difficult, but he did not expect that this little dragon showed no resistance at all. As soon as Zhuo Chen had a thought, the little dragon successfully contracted. Then, without waiting for Zhuo Chen to react, the little dragon leaped into the air under their gaze. Without any warning, it dove into Zhuo Chen's divine palace, which was vastly different from that of an ordinary person. For an ordinary martial artist at the 6th level, the divine palace is extremely cramped. However, Zhuo Chen was different. His divine palace was not only spacious but also very sturdy. When the little dragon entered, it was like a dragon entering the sea, displaying great ease, as if it had found its home. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen finally felt at ease. After all, this little dragon was originally a heavenly level soul beast. Zhuo Chen had thought it would be quite difficult to tame it, but he did not expect that this little creature had shown no resistance from the beginning. Originally, Zhuo Chen believed that since this little dragon was a heavenly level soul beast, he would need to put in some effort to tame it, but he did not expect it to be so simple. At the moment the soul beast entered his body, Zhuo Chen clearly felt that the speed of his soul power circulation had already accelerated. Moreover, the presence of the little dragon in the divine palace was causing continuous changes. Noticing this, Zhuo Chen let out a gentle breath. He had thought that contracting a soul beast would not be so easy, but it turned out to be as simple as drinking cool water. Wang Yan had been quietly observing Zhuo Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? It is normal for a soul beast to not resist in one's hands. After all, he was the former master of this cave. But why was this kid able to do it? Isn't he just at the peak of the 6th level of martial arts? To easily contract a soul beast at the 6th level, if this news were to spread, it would leave countless people dumbfounded. However, upon further thought, this situation was actually normal, as this kid had been able to achieve the unexpected from the very beginning. It is only natural for him to have some extraordinary abilities. I knew you were not simple, I just didn't expect that you could do something we couldn't do so easily. Wang Yan, standing aside, was completely stunned. One could only say that this is what it means to be outshone by others. Besides that, there was no other way. It wasn't easy. I secretly used quite a few methods. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. Regardless, his foundational attributes and system could not be casually revealed, even if the person opposite him was a martial kid. Actually, I still believe in my instincts. I've always felt that you are the future of the human race. You must not let me down. Wang Yan's gaze flickered, and there was more appreciation in his look at Zhuo Chen. One must admit that this young man before him was indeed outstanding. And, moreover, the extent has exceeded his imagination. The process of contracting a soul beast was quick for Wang Yan, but for Zhuo Chen, it was actually a very long process. After the little green dragon entered Zhuo Chen's divine palace, he discovered that his divine palace had undergone various changes without him noticing. Although these changes, in Zhuo Chen's view, would not be noticed without careful observation, he was already at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts and could utilize the power of his soul. Thus, Zhuo Chen's insight was no longer something an ordinary person could compare to. With careful observation, he had already noticed that his divine palace had undergone significant changes. For example, his divine palace was now more solid than before. For instance, the moment the soul beast entered the divine palace, he felt that his soul power had been enhanced, and even his perception was much sharper than before. After a long time, Zhuo Chen felt that entering the 7th stage of martial arts was no longer a problem. After contracting the soul beast, Zhuo Chen's control over his own power had unknowingly improved. Therefore, advancing to the 8th stage of martial arts was just a matter of thought for Zhuo Chen. However, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and suppressed all the thoughts in his mind. He turned to look at Wang Yan, who was the strongest in the current great Xia. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but be curious about what kind of soul beast Wang Yan had. For such a top-tier powerhouse, understanding the other party's attributes no longer held much significance. After all, attributes were just a tool for Zhuo Chen to detach from the physical realm. As time went on, Zhuo Chen could clearly feel that attributes had little effect on true powerhouses. Initially, Zhuo Chen did not understand this very well, but after some simple contemplation he realized. If attributes were merely the foundation, then martial arts cultivation was like a tall building. Attributes indeed had a significant impact on martial artists, but it was not so great that they could be ignored entirely. Attributes were just the basics, just the foundation. After meeting the standards, there were still many important things. Kid, with this soul beast, your future is limitless. Don't you want to pursue the literary path? I promise. Wang Yan's voice suddenly came and Zhuo Chen was stunned. Ha, kid, cherish this well. With this soul beast, you already have a future and a foundation on the path of slaughter. Wang Yan laughed heartily. Zhuo Chen nodded. Since the marshal had said so, it was a confirmation of himself. With this affirmation, Zhuo Chen would be much more resolute in the future. After all, this soul beast was the divine beast Qinglong. Even though it was still weak now, once it grew, its potential would definitely be very high. Moreover, Zhuo Chen had gained a certain understanding of soul beasts. As the soul beast entered the divine palace, his soul power was continuously increasing. Feeling this scene, Zhuo Chen finally realized why soul beasts were precious. The attributes were indeed valuable, but they only enhanced basic attributes. However, soul beasts were different. They could not only enhance soul power but even strengthen the divine soul. This was not something that could be amplified by attributes. You kid definitely have extraordinary luck. I do have a soul beast, but that was from when I was training on the Great Wall, having killed countless monsters. That soul beast came from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and it was precisely because I had a soul beast that my growth rate, my vitality, and my divine soul all saw tremendous increases. Under such circumstances, I gradually stood out, and this is what you see now. I have gradually become the number one in the great Xia. Wang Yan chuckled. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That's why I said your luck must be very strong. This is not something that ordinary people can obtain. To be able to obtain it, it must be because you have great luck. Yourself. Wang Yan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with more excitement. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen's mind became active. It could be said that this soul beast was previously non-existent. But why did it suddenly appear now? Was it because he had inscribed the Tao De Jing and the Taiping Jing? For a moment, Zhuo Chen's heart raced. By inscribing these things in the divine palace on the surface, it enhanced the divine palace and strengthened the divine soul, but in reality, it was very likely increasing his own luck. If that were the case, did his inscriptions increase his luck to some extent? Ah, I really look forward to it. When you grow up, we can fight side by side in the abyss. Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Chen, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. This was not nonsense. Zhuo Chen not only had a fast growth rate but so far had shown no weaknesses at all. No weaknesses? What level of existence would he reach when he grew up? It was simply terrifying. However, Wang Yan then shook his head. The importance of Zhuo Chen to the great Xia was already self-evident. Until he was truly ready, no one would let Zhuo Chen take risks. After all, from the moment he was discovered until now, he had been growing rapidly. Therefore, it wouldn't take long for him to truly become a strong person. Rest assured, Marshal, I believe the day is not far off. Zhuo Chen tightened his fists, unable to contain his anticipation. Well, soul beasts are not many in the entire Great Xia. As far as I know, there should be no more than 10 people besides you and me who have soul beasts. Even your master does not have a soul beast. Wang Yan shook his head slightly, a strange glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils. This was simply outrageous. He finally understood what the marshal meant by saying this. His master, Chen Xingxuan, was also a top-tier powerhouse, yet he never expected that his master did not have a soul beast? It seemed that soul beasts were indeed very important existences. Otherwise, with his master's strength, if he wanted a soul beast, he should be able to obtain one even using some special means, right? I'll send you this. Wang Yan shook the communicator in his hand. Zhuo Chen also looked at his communicator and upon seeing it, he was immediately delighted. A new document had appeared on his phone. Soul beasts are quite rare. And currently, none of the textbooks or public materials include information on how to cultivate them. However, I have had soul beasts for a while and have compiled some insights. These should be useful to you, Wang Yan explained to Zhuo Chen. Alright, that's about it for today. Wang Yan noticed Zhuo Chen was lost in thought and had no intention of disturbing him. He dropped a line and stepped away. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Zhuo Chen followed him out, seeing Wang Yan off. The marshal's visit seemed like casual conversation, but Zhuo Chen knew that his gains today were significant. Marshal, take care. Zhuo Chen chuckled, standing at the entrance of the cave and cupping his hands towards Wang Yan. I'm off, there are important matters at the Great Wall. Wang Yan waved his hand and stepped out. He had already disappeared from Zhuo Chen's sight. Zhuo Chen was momentarily stunned. The marshal's words were simple, but Zhuo Chen could easily sense the imposing aura emanating from him. Sharp, fierce, In fact, the reason for this was obvious. It was not for any other reason but because the martial had now become a martial saint. Previously, as a martial god, he was a disaster for demons and monsters, let alone now. In truth, the human race had come this far thanks to countless individuals like the marshal, who had silently contributed to this progress. At this moment, the human race could engage with demons and even establish a great wall in the abyss to counter them, which was the result of the efforts of countless ancestors. The marshal was the most powerful among the previous generation. Moreover, under the marshal's leadership, the human race had reached unprecedented heights. From here on, it might truly be a matter of offense and defense switching. In this situation, if Zhuo Chen were to enter the abyss, he would have great prospects. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen no longer lingered and turned back into the cave. Strength. Strength was the most important thing for him now. As long as he possessed powerful strength, killing demons would not be a difficult task. He was currently at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. He planned to merge the attributes, and once they turned blue, he would directly begin advancing to the 7th stage of martial arts, getting closer to becoming a master. In fact, Zhuo Chen had some understanding of the path of cultivation. To become a master, one must thoroughly integrate body and soul. This is both difficult and simple as putting an elephant in a refrigerator, which only requires 3 steps. However, there is a prerequisite for achieving this. That is, the refrigerator must be large enough to hold the elephant. Zhuo Chen's understanding of martial arts is similar. As long as the body and spiritual energy are integrated, the prerequisite is that the soul must be strong enough, and one's attributes must be powerful enough. He currently had extremely strong foundational attributes. His soul power was also very strong. Therefore, becoming a master was not difficult for Zhuo Chen. For others, it was challenging, simply because their foundational attributes were not as strong. After all, he still had capital. Besides the attributes, he also had many classic texts on cultivation, one to strengthen his body and another to enhance his soul. This was not something ordinary people could possess. Additionally, he now had more confidence. After all, he had soul beasts, right? With these, becoming a master was one thing, but becoming a martial god would just take some time, wouldn't it? Zhuo Chen also took this opportunity to simply organize the things he had. Immediately, Zhuo Chen took out the 20 million white entries given by the marshal. No matter what, becoming a master was a matter for later. But right now, he needed to fuse the entries and reinforce his basic attributes again. With powerful basic attributes, it would be much easier for him to break through later. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen first completely sealed his cave dwelling. Then he operated his cultivation method, adjusting his state to the best. Fortunately, Zhuo Chen was currently in a blessed cave, where not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but even the soul power was extremely rich. In this situation, even if he took down his entries, he wouldn't feel too uncomfortable. After all, Zhuo Chen had experienced it before. The feeling of having entries removed was like a person with great power being completely drained in an instant. Although it wasn't particularly painful, it was still very uncomfortable. However, this time, after Zhuo Chen took down all his green plus 10 entries, his body showed no unusual reactions. Zhuo Chen chuckled, a look of anticipation growing on his face. He had worked hard for so long. Since obtaining the system, he had started fusing entries. After acquiring green entries in multiple fusions, he still hadn't become a blue entry. It was evident that upgrading entries was extremely difficult. But entering was different. This time, Zhuo Chen was well prepared, with a full 20 million white entries. After the fusion was completed, he would basically succeed in breaking through to become a blue entry. Moreover, becoming a blue entry would not only result in a significant increase in attributes, but blue entries could also continue to grow. If one day the blue entry became a purple entry, or even a golden entry, there would be even greater progress. Once Zhuo Chen had a blue entry, breaking through to become a master would also become much easier. With just a thought, a large number of entries appeared in the blessed cave. His cave dwelling was completely sealed. Unless Zhuo Chen agreed, no one else could possibly enter. Furthermore, there were many dragon guards surrounding him, ensuring absolute safety. Looking at the 20 million white entries before him, Zhuo Chen felt that the richness of the spiritual energy and soul power in the cave had increased several times without him even noticing. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered together, gently rippling due to the influence of these entries. Zhuo Chen just took a glance and became excited. 20 million. A full 20 million entries. As long as he completed the fusion, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. Then, Zhuo Chen looked at the entries in his hand, his heart racing at what he possessed. Giant bloodline plus 10, strength increase 314,560%, vitality increase 314560%. Golden Bell Shield plus 10, defense increase 320000%. Speedster plus 10, attack speed increase 320000%. Peerless Monster plus 10, cultivation speed increase 320000%. Cotter plus 9, armor penetration plus 4000%, bleeding plus 8000%, leap plus 10, movement speed plus 320,000%, high chance to enter stealth. Fortune plus 8, luck plus 20%. After equipping, fusing entries has a chance to increase fusion by plus 1. A total of 7 entries, 5 of which were already fused to the peak green level. The remaining Cutter and Fortune were obtained later, and because these 2 entries had particularly special attributes, Zhuo Chen had not continued to fuse them. However, this time was different. He had a full 20 million entries in hand. Even after fusion, there might still be some surplus. Since that was the case, he had to fuse all the entries he had. If nothing unexpected happened, the fusion is complete this time. All the entries will turn blue. The strength can increase several times upon completion of the fusion. Ding! A large number of fusion entries detected. Would the host like to proceed with the fusion? A crisp system prompt sounded. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. With 20 million entries piled together, it was fortunate that his cave was large enough, otherwise it would have been difficult to accommodate so many entries. Fusion! Zhuo Chen shouted, and the entries quickly began to merge in pairs. In the blink of an eye, the number of entries in front of Zhuo Chen had already halved compared to before. Continue the fusion. As Zhuo Chen commanded, the entries in front of him continued to dwindle. With each fusion, the number of entries was reduced by half. Even though the number of entries was decreasing, the spiritual energy contained within them did not diminish at all. A large number of entries gathered together seemed to have drawn upon all the spiritual energy in the cave, emitting a faint white glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. Finally, after the 10th fusion, all the entries in front of Zhuo Chen had turned green. After becoming green entries, the original white glow on them had transformed into green, and the entire cave was illuminated by the glow of these entries, appearing vibrant and full of life. Noticing this change, Zhuo Chen's eyes brightened again. They have all become green entries, but this time Zhuo Chen had prepared enough entries. After all the entries turned green, he still had over 19,000 green entries in hand. Ding! A large number of green entries available for fusion detected. Would the host like to fuse? The crisp system prompt sounded again. Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered, and his expression grew more expectant. Continue the fusion. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and issued the command. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion successful. Continue the fusion. The fusion had reached a critical moment, and Zhuo Chen naturally could not stop at this time. As the fusion continued, the number of entries decreased further. As time passed, the smile on Zhuo Chen's face grew more pronounced. Finally, once again, the fusion was complete. Ha! Zhuo Chen couldn't help but exhale lightly. 10 fusions. After 10 fusions, Zhuo Chen still had 19 newly fused entries in hand, but these entries were all green plus 10. Adding the 5 remaining ones, Zhuo Chen now possessed 24 green plus 10 entries. As long as he performed one last fusion, these 24 green entries could become blue entries. Continue the fusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuo Chen spoke again. A flash of light appeared before him. A light blue glow instantly filled the entire cave. Seeing the blue light flashing, Zhuo Chen immediately became excited. It had been several months since he obtained the system, and finally, all the white entries had been fused into blue. Although the process was arduous, Zhuo Chen felt immensely joyful. After all, he had finally reached this point. Looking at the items in his hand, Zhuo Chen smiled. This had cost him several million white entries. After countless fusions, he had managed to turn all the white entries into blue. Holy Light Giant Bloodline plus 1, strength increase 1,258,240%, health value increase 1,258,240%. Damage to demons increased by 10%, bleeding effect increased by 10%. Reflective Golden Bell plus 1, defense increase 1,280,000%. Damage taken reflects 10%. Shadow speed plus 1, attack speed increase 1,280,000%. In the dark, in shadow environments, speed increase 10%. Peerless Demon God plus 1, cultivation speed increase 1,280,000%. For each level of improvement, cultivation speed increase 10%. Cutter plus 10, armor penetration plus 8,000%, bleeding plus 16,000%. Leap Wind plus 1, movement speed plus 1,280,000%, high chance to enter stealth. Fortune plus 10, luck plus 80% after equipping. Fusion entries have a chance to increase by plus 1. Just a glance at the attributes after fusion made Zhuo Chen's heart race. After the entries were upgraded to blue, there was a tremendous increase. Moreover, this increase was not merely a single attribute boost, even the original names of the entries had undergone significant changes. Zhuo Chen was aware that once the entries were upgraded to blue, all attributes would see a substantial increase. However, he never expected the extent of this increase to be so terrifying. Take the Holy Light Giant Bloodline, for instance. Not only were its base attributes already 4 times that of a green entry, but it also added a special attribute that increased damage to demons. While a 10% increase in damage might seem negligible, Zhuo Chen's base attributes were already extraordinary. With such a powerful base attribute increase, even a 1% increase in damage could determine the outcome of a battle, let alone a direct 10% increase. Furthermore, these entries were merely blue plus 1. The growth attributes could be infinitely raised. Once the next fusion succeeded, the base attributes of the entries would double again, which would be nothing short of miraculous. Zhuo Chen glanced at the attributes of these entries and found that not only had the Holy Light Giant Bloodline seen a significant increase, but the attributes of the other entries were also not weak at all. Basically, all the entries had seen exponential growth. And that's not all. Ordinary entries like Speed and Golden Bell had also undergone tremendous changes this time. The Golden Bell had evolved into the Reflective Golden Bell. Every time damage was taken, 10% of that damage would be reflected. Speed had directly transformed into Shadow Speed. While others might not understand the value of such changes, Zhuo Chen was very clear about it. After all, in the Abyss, especially in the darkness of the Abyss, it was essentially the demons' home ground. Not only would the combat power of the demons be enhanced, but more importantly, their perception in the darkness would also become formidable. However, with Shadow Speed, the previous so-called enhancements the demons had would become utterly laughable when facing Zhuo Chen. After all, Zhuo Chen already had an advantage in speed, and with the addition of the Shadow enhancement, his speed had reached a terrifying level. In other words, the entries in Zhuo Chen's hands could essentially be said to have been born specifically for killing demons. Demons. From now on, when facing Zhuo Chen, there is no longer any advantage to speak of. Aside from the entries mentioned earlier, Zhuo Chen's other entries such as Leap, Great Fortune, and Cutter have also seen significant increases. Although Great Fortune and Cutter are currently only top-tier green entries, their attribute boosts are still quite terrifying. After this fusion, Zhuo Chen's strength has increased by an unknown number of times compared to before. He tightened his fists, and the smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Then, Zhuo Chen remembered that he still had 2 new entries from the last fusion in his hands. Arrogance plus 10, against high-tier opponents. There is a possibility of a one-hit kill, currently with a 30% increased probability. Taunt plus 10, against high-tier opponents, can reduce the opponent's combat power, currently at a 20% ratio. These 2 entries are inherently very powerful, and this time, Zhuo Chen did not find suitable entries for fusion, so he temporarily set these 2 aside. Aside from these 2 entries, all of Zhuo Chen's main combat entries have already grown to blue. Moreover, both his combat power and various attributes have seen terrifying growth. No matter how you look at it, this fusion was worth it. Immediately, Zhuo Chen brought up the system panel to check his attribute increases. Name, Zhuo Chen. Rank, peak of 6th stage entries, white, infinite, age, 21 soul, gold plus vitality, 1,268,000 plus 50,000 strength, 1,268,000 plus 50,000 defense, 1,300,000 speed, 1,040,000 attack speed, 920,000 hiss. After browsing through his attribute panel, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This isn't a joke, right? Normally, a typical master wouldn't have such overwhelming strength. Of course, Zhuo Chen also understood that a master-level warrior would have more means compared to ordinary warriors. The sheer crushing of attributes isn't very significant. After all, once one becomes a master, the soul power that can be mobilized could be an extremely terrifying value. Moreover, in front of truly powerful masters, Zhuo Chen wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. When strong people face off, there isn't much room for fancy tricks. It could be a matter of life and death in an instant. However, this attribute alone, to put it bluntly, is truly against the heavens. And this time, compared to the last fusion, the increase is indeed terrifying. A full 4-fold increase. This means that on the surface, Zhuo Chen's strength has increased 4 times compared to before. If it was said that Zhuo Chen already had the ability to spar with masters, this time, he actually has the possibility of a one-hit kill. Additionally, Zhuo Chen also noticed that behind his vitality and strength, there is a separate increase of 50,000 attributes. Initially, Zhuo Chen thought this was some alternative calculation method, but after confirming with the system, he understood. This is because there is a soul beast in Zhuo Chen's divine palace. It is precisely because of the existence of the soul beast that his vitality value increased by 50,000. In front of Zhuo Chen's already fused blue entries, this 50,000 attribute value can be considered insignificant. However, even a 5,000 vitality increase can easily determine the outcome of a battle. After understanding the various increases in his body, Zhuo Chen began to feel restless. Previously, he was also at the peak of the 6th stage, but compared to now, it was like heaven and earth. With such strength, if he were to enter the abyss now, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to achieve great deeds? Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen's heart surged with excitement. In fact, he also wanted to enter the abyss quickly to slay demons. Although his strength was decent before, he couldn't influence the demons on a larger scale, but now it was different. The previous Zhuo Chen could only be considered invincible among his peers, but now even facing a master, he was equivalent to being invincible. With so many combat techniques, once he entered the abyss, Zhuo Chen would become a nightmare for the demons. Since he had fused the entries and significantly enhanced his strength, Zhuo Chen also wanted to take a good rest. After all, for a long time, he had been busy improving his cultivation, and this was for no other reason. It was just to quickly unleash the power he had gained from the entries. Moreover, after this fusion of entries, Zhuo Chen's various aspects had greatly increased, and under such circumstances, it was indeed a good time to rest. Next, it depended on when his master would arrange for him to enter the abyss. As long as he entered the abyss and officially began the team's training, he would be able to gain another significant boost. In that situation, Zhuo Chen could then consider when to enter the 7th level of martial arts. After all, in recent times, Zhuo Chen's strength had improved tremendously. If he continued to ascend like a rocket, it might indeed lead to an unstable foundation. Furthermore, in these past few months, Zhuo Chen had realized that combining appropriate relaxation with cultivation might be more beneficial for his progress. Otherwise, it was hard to say that solely focusing on cultivation would lead to a significant improvement in strength. Zhuo Chen stepped outside, but a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He had forgotten that when he fused the entries earlier, he had completely sealed the cave. Now, wanting to go out required him to break the barrier first. Zhuo Chen chuckled lightly and casually embedded the token to open the cave. Boom! With a muffled sound, the door of the cave opened, and a smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. Stepping outside, the door of the cave closed behind him. Zhuo Chen didn't mind, he strode out, taking a deep breath. Perhaps due to his recent rapid improvement in strength, Zhuo Chen's vitality had also increased significantly compared to before. He could distinctly feel that the air around him was much fresher than it had been. Moreover, because his speed had also increased, with just a thought, he took a step forward. The area of the back mountain was not small, and the path down was quite long. Zhuo Chen took just a few steps and was already at the foot of the mountain. Once at the bottom, Zhuo Chen thought for a moment. He had recently become quite popular in school. Noticing many people ahead, he simply vanished in place and chose a less crowded path to continue on. Without further ado, Zhuo Chen stood in front of the villa gate. He chuckled lightly and used his identity card to open the door. During his month at school, Zhuo Chen's identity card had been replaced several times, but each time it was upgraded to a higher level. Fortunately, all the information at the school was interconnected, otherwise, Zhuo Chen wouldn't know how many identity cards he would have. Entering the villa, a strange expression appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. His perception was quite strong now, and after a simple glance, he confirmed that his senior sister was actually not cultivating? No way! According to his senior sister's competitive nature, she had been quite diligent in her cultivation while living with him recently. And at the moment he saw his senior sister, Zhuo Chen was stunned on the spot. A hint of astonishment followed in his gaze. Under normal circumstances, although senior sister was not the kind of girl who neglected her appearance, she at least wouldn't spend her precious time on things other than cultivation, like makeup. But today, senior sister was dressed very formally. Moreover, her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. Even Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. It must be said that makeup has a significant effect. Originally, senior sister gave off a gentle presence. She was beautiful before, but the feeling she exuded now was completely different. The current senior sister had a more mature aura about her. It must also be said that Zhuo Chen quite liked this version of senior sister. Junior brother, how could you bear to come back? On the other side, Zhang Miaoshui also noticed Zhuo Chen, her face lighting up with surprise. After returning to school this time, their contact had decreased significantly. Zhuo Chen was busy with his cultivation, and Zhang Miaoshui was not having an easy time either. I just finished my cultivation and came back to see you, Zhuchen said with a smile. Ah? So junior brother still remembers me, your senior sister? I thought you, this cultivation fanatic, would have forgotten about me. Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback, and her smile now carried a hint of sweetness. But junior brother, don't mind this. Look at me, senior sister, I'm now at the 6th stage of martial arts. After reaching this stage, progress won't be as rapid as before. This is what they call a bottleneck. You just need to try again when you feel the time is right. But Zhang Miaoxue clearly misunderstood Zhuo Chen's meaning, thinking that they were about the same and that he had just encountered a hurdle in his cultivation. It's fine, even though we're both at the 6th stage of martial arts, but... As she spoke, Zhang Miaoxue reached out, placing a hand on Zhuo Chen's shoulder. Zhuo Chen was also slightly taken aback. He originally wanted to explain, but then he thought about it. There really was no way to explain. After all, the last time he went out with senior sister, he was still at the peak of the 5th stage of martial arts. After breaking through again, he was now at the peak of the 6th stage. Although Zhang Miaoxue knew, she didn't fully understand that there was already quite a gap between them. Zhang Miaoxue narrowed her eyes slightly, carefully sensing Zhuo Chen's state, but the next second, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. This junior brother, you. Zhang Miaoxue's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Zhuo Chen. She naturally sensed that both his vital energy and soul power were far beyond hers. How could this be the 6th stage of martial arts? You're actually this powerful? Zhang Miaoxue was stunned for a moment before finally speaking. Then, Zhang Miaoxue's gaze flickered and she quickly calmed down. In fact, she should have thought of this long ago. After all, for Zhuo Chen, it seemed that the realm didn't hold any special significance for him. The only difference was whether Zhuo Chen wanted to break through or not. It should be noted that Zhuo Chen had only been at school for less than a month, right? At most, it was just a month's time. After all, the new students' wilderness survival training hadn't even ended yet, right? Moreover, it seemed that they had only had less contact over the past couple of days? How on earth did this guy manage to achieve this in such a short time? Zhuo Chen's vital energy and soul power had already reached a terrifying level. Facing this overwhelming vital energy and soul power, Zhang Miaoxue could only feel a strong sense of oppression, and she could no longer sense Zhuo Chen's realm at all. Terrifying. It was truly too terrifying. If this were her enemy, they would probably be done for by now. Senior sister, it's nothing, I just met the Grand Marshal, and he gave me some guidance. I'm still at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts, but in other aspects I might be a bit stronger. Seeing that these matters couldn't be hidden any longer, Zhuo Chen could only sigh helplessly. Ha! Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback. Every word that came out of Zhuo Chen's mouth was clear to her, but when put together, she couldn't understand it at all. The Grand Marshal? The one who is the number one in Huaxia? Originally, it was already an extraordinary thing for the two of them to have contact with their master, which was something many martial artists could only dream of. But unexpectedly, the junior brother had now completely reached another level? He could actually meet the Grand Marshal? Moreover, what did it mean to be stronger in other aspects? This was a bit strange, wasn't it? She knew that Zhuo Chen's foundational attributes had always been strong. And besides that, his spirit was also not weak. Could it be that Zhuo Chen had become powerful enough to master other special powers? Thinking of this, Zhang Miaoxue felt as if her brain was not enough to process it all. Besides, Zhuo Chen had his own plans in saying these things. Whether it was their master or the Grand Marshal, both had already told him to aim for the rankings in school. Since this was something to be done, it had to be done well. Fortunately, he had his senior sister by his side. She had been in school longer than he had and was more familiar with the processes. So, telling his senior sister about his strength could help her assist him in strategizing. Junior brother, you are truly extraordinary. When our realms were the same, I thought to myself that your speed of progress was so fast that you must not be as strong as I am, but today I realized how ridiculous I was, Zhang Miaoxue said, shaking her head slightly, her expression becoming more complex. Sigh, if only. If I continue like this, I feel like I don't deserve to be your senior sister. Zhang Miaoxue sighed lightly. This thought, however, was only in her heart. After all, facing such an outstanding Zhuo Chen, she didn't have the courage to speak up. Wasn't this a bit too cowardly? By the way, senior sister, I actually came back this time because I have something that needs your help. Seemingly sensing that Zhang Miaoxue was a bit lost, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly and didn't dwell on the previous topic. Ha! Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue suddenly came to her senses. Right. No matter how strong Zhuo Chen's abilities had become, he still recognized her as his senior sister. Moreover, although her strength couldn't compare to his, she was quite familiar with the matters of the school. As long as her junior brother needed help, she could assist him. This meant there was still a chance for them. With these thoughts flashing through her mind, Zhang Miaoshua's mood improved significantly. That's right. At this moment, she absolutely couldn't get stuck in her own thoughts. If her junior brother discovered her little worries, he might look down on her. No problem, junior brother, you can come to me for anything you need. By the way, junior brother, master has been looking for me these past few days, as if there's some special mission. Don't worry, as long as I join that special team, I will definitely catch up in strength, and then, senior sister can still protect you. Zhang Miaoshua smiled, her face brightening even more. By the way, I have to go out now. You wait for good news from senior sister. If you have anything, we can talk about it when I come back tonight. Zhang Miaoshua waved her hand, putting on a confident look. With her long legs striding out the door, Zhuochen blinked. A special team? It seems. This time, the integration of the entry was just right. The recruitment of the team should be nearing its end. I just wonder what my senior sister will think when she finds out that I am the captain of the special team. Zhuochen chuckled to himself. Originally, he had planned to reveal it. However, noticing that his senior sister had already endured some setbacks, Zhuochen decided to hold back. Forget it. When the time is right, she will naturally find out. It's still better to be young like my senior sister. Zhuochen smiled, his face showing more longing. After all, Zhuochen was a traveler. Before crossing over, he had already lived half a life. Many times, seeing his senior sister's reactions was indeed quite interesting. Moreover, there was something even more important. After coming into contact with his senior sister's soul power, Zhuochen surprisingly discovered that his own soul power had a very powerful characteristic, which was that it could actually devour soul power. What? What is this situation? Could it be? Could it be because of the soul beasts? Zhuochen originally thought that soul beasts could only enhance soul power, but if they could devour soul power, wouldn't that be against the heavens? Thinking of this, Zhuochen chuckled. Quite good, originally just enhancing soul power and increasing the circulation of vital energy, but unexpectedly it was strong to this extent? Devouring soul power? Wouldn't that mean that the speed of cultivation would be even faster in the future? Turning his thoughts, Zhuochen stepped out the door, his eyes filled with more smiles. No matter what, today could be considered an unexpected gain. As Zhuochen stepped out, his vision suddenly blurred. This is Zhuochen's gaze was drawn to that stunning figure. Yang Bing was wearing a white dress, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Zhuochen, little junior brother, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for several days. Yang Bing waved at Zhuochen, her eyes shining even brighter. Zhuochen was stunned. Something was off. Why did these young girls become so gentle when they were alone with him? However, Zhuochen quickly understood. After all, he had lived 2 lives, he could see through these things at a glance. It was clear that Yang Bing had some little thoughts, but on second thought, it was actually because he himself was quite charming. Therefore, this was what attracted these young girls to him. I'm a bit hungry. Let's go eat. Although he saw through her thoughts, Zhuochen still nodded gently, not in a hurry to expose her. Eat? What a coincidence, I'm actually going to eat too. How about we go together? Yang Bing's eyes sparkled even more. I have to say, this was a good opportunity for him. Finally, with Zhang Miaoshua, that little vixen, not around, didn't that mean that today, little junior brother Zhuochen was hers? No problem. Zhuochen nodded lightly. This young girl was indeed quite pretty, and she was coming to him. Just having a meal together, how could that not work? Great. Then wait for me a moment, I'll treat you later? Yang Bing immediately became excited. Her eyes sparkled with more joy. She just knew that little junior brother Zhuochen was interested in her, otherwise, how could he so easily agree to her request? By the way, little junior brother Zhuochen, didn't we add each other on WeChat? I have something I want to ask you. If that's okay? Yang Bing smiled, looking at Zhuochen with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Ha! Zhuochen was stunned. This little girl really knew how to play it? Just casually asking a question and she could make it so formal? Little junior brother, didn't we add each other on WeChat before? I just want to know, I've sent you so many messages, why haven't you replied to me? Yang Bing looked at Zhuochen, subtly closing the distance between them a little more. Mainly busy with cultivation, I usually don't look at my phone. Zhuochen was slightly taken aback. Then he made an excuse. But in reality, when Zhuochen was cultivating, he really didn't look at his phone, the only difference was that he did check his phone during breaks. The only things he saw were those marked with special reminders. Junior brother, you are really diligent. Your talent is already great, and yet you work so hard. How can we ordinary students keep up? Yang Bing's face showed a bit more smile, and to be honest, it was true. Generally, how could an ordinary girl have the chance to get close to Zhuo Chen? But she was different. Not only did she come from a prominent family, but she also believed she was not any worse than Zhang Miaoxue. What Zhang Miaoxue didn't have, she had. What Zhang Miaoxue had, she was not lacking at all. Now that she had established a connection with Zhuo Chen, naturally, she felt a bit more competitive. Zhuo Chen just chuckled and shook his head. The two didn't speak on the way, but Yang Bing's gaze was always fixed on Zhuo Chen's tall figure. She didn't know how to express it, but the more she looked, the more she liked him. Yang Bing always lagged half a step behind Zhuo Chen. However, in the eyes of others, the two walked side by side. Zhuo Chen didn't mind, but the surrounding crowd, noticing this scene, suddenly erupted in excitement. This was big news. After all, Zhuo Chen was already quite famous in school, and news about him popped up every few days. Countless pairs of eyes were already focused on Zhuo Chen. As Yang Bing noticed this scene, her gaze gradually filled with more smiles. She felt she had hit the jackpot. If this news spread, wouldn't that woman Zhang Miaoxue be furious? Yang Bing was just using this opportunity to get closer to Zhuo Chen. Around them, more and more students began to gather, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Some people simply posted the photos online, although Zhuo Chen had already seen everyone's little actions. But he didn't say much. He had just finished merging the entries. The consumption was still quite large, and right now he didn't want to deal with other matters, he just wanted to eat quickly. Meanwhile, Yang Bing was observing the crowd around them, noticing that more and more people were gathering, and her smile became sweeter. This was the effect she wanted. It seemed that choosing Zhuo Chen was definitely the right decision. They had only gone out together, yet it attracted such high attention. She felt a bit fortunate that her timing to approach Zhuo Chen was just right. Wasn't it perfect? The two walked on and soon arrived at the small cafeteria. This small cafeteria was quite different from the large one outside. After all, they sold monster meat and beast meat here, aside from merit points. Other things were not useful. A casual meal would cost several hundred merit points, and if one were an ordinary student, they really couldn't afford the expenses here. But Zhuo Chen didn't care. In other words, he was already wealthy. With the improvement of his cultivation, the school's treatment of him had become better and better, and the merit points he had on hand, for the time being, didn't need to be exchanged for entries, which meant he could spend them freely. Since that was the case, he instantly transformed into a tycoon. That seems to be Zhuo Chen? The person next to Zhuo Chen is Yang Bing, right? If I'm not mistaken, the two are together now. The combination of a handsome guy and a beautiful girl is really nice. Oh no, my idol has been snatched away by someone else. Wait, isn't Zhuo Chen supposed to have a senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue? I think I encountered Zhang Miaoxue before. She didn't seem very happy. So that's what happened. I get it now. Various discussions arose from the crowd. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelid. What is this? So this is the original version of the story? Has it already become this absurd without even leaving my own sight? Yet, Yang Bing's lips curled into a smile. This woman is not weak either. What Zhuo Chen can hear, she can naturally hear as well. However, Yang Bing has always maintained a smile on her face and has been very close to Zhuo Chen, as if the surrounding voices had nothing to do with her. She didn't care, so why should she care about anything else? Junior brother, what do you want to eat? As promised, today it's my treat. Yang Bing smiled, her expression revealing a hint of indifference. Just some monster meat will do, I like this stuff. Zhuo Chen thought about how every time he came here with his senior sister, they ate this, it tasted good and could replenish energy and blood. After all, it was top-notch. Moreover, although he had a bit of wealth now, today was different, someone was treating. Hey! Zhuo, you're here with your senior sister again? What are you eating today? The boss's enthusiastic inquiry came from the kitchen. Yang Bing was momentarily stunned, a brief look of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. When the boss came out and saw the situation, he hurriedly smiled. You two, please take a seat, your food will be ready soon. The boss smiled and turned back into the kitchen. Immediately, in a place where no one could see, he took out his phone and quickly edited a message. He sent it out. Xiao Zhang, let me tell you something, your boyfriend has been taken away by another woman. After sending this message, a hint of relief appeared on the boss's face. As a boss, he was also quite a conscientious one. Xiao Zhang often took care of his business and was considered a big client. How could he abandon his conscience just for money? Zhuo Chen and Yang Bing naturally had no idea that the boss had already leaked the news. After the two ordered their meals and just turned around. Zhuo Chen, what is this? Not 2 steps later, a familiar voice came from not far away. Zhuo Chen was also stunned, while Yang Bing looked over with a smile. I get it, bro, awesome. Xin Yang gave Zhuo Chen a thumbs up. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen understood. He wanted to explain, but Yang Bing had already raised her eyebrows. Xin Yang, now you know, right? If you challenge me, the consequences are on you. Leaving this remark, Yang Bing's expression revealed a hint of playfulness. Xin Yang was stunned. He looked at Zhuo Chen, then at Yang Bing, and the smile on his face suddenly grew more intense. You two enjoy your meal, today's treat is on me. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Becoming famous is great, no matter where you go, someone treats you? After Xin Yang said this, he walked towards Zhuo Chen. They had already met, so he still needed to greet him. But just after taking 2 steps, Xin Yang froze in place, a look of astonishment in his eyes. In fact, once he got closer, he could feel that Zhuo Chen's energy and soul power had become extremely rich. The last time they met, Zhuo Chen was only relatively outstanding among the freshmen. But this time, Xin Yang had already noticed that even among the juniors and seniors, Zhuo Chen was not weak at all. You, how are you so strong now? Xin Yang's expression changed slightly. This Zhuo Chen truly deserved to be the direct disciple of the martial god. It had only been a few days since they last met, and he had already grown to this extent. To put it another way, this was simply incredible. Ha! Zhuo Chen was also stunned. Aside from senior sister Zhang Miaoxue, this was the second person who could see his cultivation. Yang Bing raised her eyebrows, her expression growing colder. You know I'm stronger, so it seems you're not a fool. Next time you see me, keep your distance. Yang Bing sneered, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. It seemed that being with Zhuo Chen had its advantages. They had just started seeing each other, and someone was already backing down? It seemed her choice was indeed the right one. On the other side, Zhuo Chen frowned slightly, his expression becoming more peculiar. This guy shouldn't be weak either. The senior sister had to touch him to discover his abilities, but this guy noticed something just by getting close. It seemed he really couldn't underestimate these upperclassmen. After all, Xin Yang was also someone who had been on the heavenly ranking for a long time. To stay on the heavenly ranking for so long meant he was certainly skilled. Don't be surprised, I just have a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm just glad that when I first met you, Yang Bing asked me to challenge you. At that time, I did have some thoughts, but now I'm just relieved I didn't listen to her, otherwise, I might not even know how I died. Xin Yang was a smart person. A smile in his eyes. Zhuo Chen was taken aback, quickly realizing that this was a kind reminder from the other party. Meanwhile, Yang Bing's expression changed. What was going on? She had been with Zhuo Chen all this time, how come? She felt nothing? What were these two doing? Were they playing a guessing game in front of her? She couldn't understand and could only regard Xin Yang as a fool. However, to be honest, being a fool in front of Zhuo Chen didn't seem shameful. After all, Zhuo Chen was a direct disciple of a master and had continuously broken through several realms. Even the survival training that new students had to participate in, Zhuo Chen could be exempted from. This was a testament to his strength. As the saying goes, those who know the times are the heroes. Xin Yang was indeed quite clever, but Yang Bing looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. There was no need to think highly of him. These thoughts flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but glance deeply at Zhuo Chen, wondering if it was her good judgment or good luck that she could actually be with him. To be honest, if things continued like this, after a couple more meals together, Zhang Miaoxue would be out of the picture, right? Yang Bing took a deep breath, her gaze towards Zhuo Chen softening. Not to mention anything else, just Zhuo Chen's identity and status. If she could truly be with him, it would completely change her fate. In other words, looking around the entire capital, apart from Zhuo Chen, no one else could give her what she wanted. Just thinking about it made Yang Bing feel incredibly pleased. After all, she had always been overshadowed by Zhang Miaoxue. If she could be with Zhuo Chen, not to mention Zhang Miaoxue, even looking at the entire Martial God Academy, there wasn't a woman who could compare to her. Since that's the case, what else was there to say? On the other side, Zhuo Chen frowned slightly. He suddenly began to doubt his choice. Was this woman in front of him a bit abnormal? You hugging my arm is one thing, but why are you holding on so tightly? And what's with that silly smile? Xin Yang stood to the side, observing all their little actions. However, being a smart person, even though he understood everything, he didn't show any emotions. Instead, he looked at Zhuo Chen. I really didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. I can't even imagine what kind of performance you'll have once you enter the abyss. Xin Yang smiled, his expression becoming more sincere. You're not bad either. Facing Xin Yang, Zhuo Chen had to admit. Zhuo Chen's impression was quite good. Moreover, Zhuo Chen was speaking the truth. Xin Yang had previously been in Area A, which proved that he was at least one of the 36 strongest individuals in the Martial God Academy. Furthermore, Zhuo Chen, having lived 2 lives, had a clear perspective on certain matters. How should he put it? Xin Yang was only in his early 20s, at the peak of his youthful vigor, yet he could remain calm and indifferent in this situation. Completely unconcerned about Yang Bing standing beside him. This was already quite rare. Don't try to snatch this from me this time. Xin Yang smiled. Last time I wanted to treat you to a meal, but you didn't give me the chance. This time, you have no reason to refuse, right? Besides, I'm about to leave school. I've joined the Dragon Guard, and the basic review has already passed. I really don't know if I'll be able to see you all again in the future. Xin Yang shook his head. A strange expression flickered across his face as he spoke. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He could actually become a member of the Dragon Guard? Zhuo Chen glanced at Xin Yang in surprise. It seemed his assumptions were indeed correct. This guy was really strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to become a member of the Dragon Guard. There was also a prerequisite for joining the Dragon Guard: absolute innocence and no incidents of betrayal. Knowing this, Zhuo Chen's impression of Xin Yang improved a bit more. However, that said, Zhuo Chen had quite a few members of the Dragon Guard around him, and they were all people he could directly command. Therefore, Zhuo Chen's awareness was much higher than that of an average person. This wasn't because Zhuo Chen wanted to put on airs, it was just that the people around him were mostly high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, and he could understand some of their thoughts. You'd better not say too much, these are confidential matters, Zhuo Chen gently shook his head and reminded him. But Xin Yang merely smiled slightly, clearly already confident about such matters. Zhuo Chen was stunned when Xin Yang smiled at him. It was as if he understood a lot more. At the very least, it indicated that Xin Yang knew more than he had initially thought. Xin Yang pondered for a moment, and a brighter glint appeared in his eyes. Actually, I was present when that person advanced. Just that one sentence left Zhuo Chen speechless. Wang Yan became a saint. Very few people in the entire Great Xia knew about this, but now that Xin Yang was also a member of the Dragon Guard, it was no surprise that he could be there. What surprised Zhuo Chen was that this guy actually said it in front of him. You. For a moment, Zhuo Chen was at a loss for words. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a member of the Dragon Guard, he would have thought that the previous words were a provocation. But then, upon reflection, Zhuo Chen completely understood. The reason the other party said this was likely just to draw closer to him. Moreover, the review process for the Dragon Guard was extremely strict, akin to preparing a small team for oneself. To put it bluntly, this matter had been in preparation for a long time, and it hadn't officially started yet. The only reason for this was that the authorities placed great importance on it. Thus, the review process was longer than usual. So Xin Yang was actually a member of the Dragon Guard? Then why was it so easy to say? Wang Yan becoming a marshal saint was a significant event, and being able to be present at that moment at least proved that this person was reliable. The Dragon Guard was always ready to sacrifice for the Great Xia. In an instant, Zhuo Chen felt a bit more respect for the person before him. I think I understand, but as long as we live well, we can all become stronger. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, his gaze brightening even more. Is that even a question? Xin Yang was slightly taken aback. Then revealed a radiant smile, as if entering the abyss before had indeed posed considerable danger. But now it's different. The marshal has already become a martial saint, and his combat power is unknown how much stronger than before. Under such circumstances, entering the abyss, even if they wanted to encounter danger, would basically be extremely difficult. Immediately, the two nodded in tacit agreement and did not continue to dwell on this matter. They both understood that the marshal had already been conferred as a saint, which had a significant impact on the entire Great Xia. At this time, the demons were no longer to be feared, entering the abyss was merely for training and improvement. Kill. Now the demons could only flee for their lives. Yang Bing, standing aside, looked bewildered. She understood what the two were talking about, but for some reason, she had no idea what they meant. What a joke. What is the Dragon Guard? What is the marshal? What happened last night? What is all this? But then, Yang Bing's expression returned to normal. She didn't care about other matters, she just clearly knew that Zhuo Chen was standing right beside her. As long as she held on to Zhuo Chen, this little junior brother would be hers in the future. As for the rest? Let's get together first. Although she also came from a prominent family, her status within the family was not high. If she could be with Zhuo Chen, her status would instantly rise several times. It didn't matter what Zhuo Chen's current strength was. Just the fact that this person was a direct disciple of a martial god, being with Zhuo Chen would definitely mean her future life would be extraordinary. There was hardly any suspense about it. Xin Yang did not linger too long. After greeting the two, he stepped away. Yang Bing, however, couldn't understand why this man seemed a bit off. He didn't dare to get angry when he met Zhuo Chen, but he actually left with a smile? That was simply absurd. The two had not been seated long when the dishes they ordered were brought up. However, unlike before, when the waiter delivered the food, this time it was the boss himself. Yang Bing, coming from a prominent family, had some knowledge of this boss. He seemed unremarkable in appearance, but it was said he was a relative of a leader in the Martial Alliance. In this day and age, the Martial Alliance could be considered a powerful organization. Even when encountering disciples from so-called prominent families, the other party wouldn't necessarily be very polite. But today was different. Not only was the other party very courteous, but he also glanced at her, which was clearly because she came with Zhuo Chen. However, the boss did not linger and quickly left. What the two didn't know was that after the boss left, he sent the news to Zhang Miaoxue. On the other side, Xin Yang ate relatively quickly. After finishing his meal, he settled the bill and nodded at Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen also politely nodded back. In fact, their previous exchange was equivalent to saying nothing at all. It was also equivalent to saying everything. In the bustling restaurant, hardly anyone would pay attention to the scene. Zhuo Chen didn't say much. He kept his head down eating. He had been too busy in recent days and hadn't had a chance to eat properly. Finally getting to eat such delicious monster meat, he was not polite at all. Yang Bing, on the other hand, actively sat across from Zhuo Chen. After just a few bites, she looked at Zhuo Chen seriously. Throughout the meal, Zhuo Chen didn't raise his head or pay attention to Yang Bing's gaze. Zhuo Chen was now somewhat of a celebrity. When walking down the street, even those who didn't know him would take a second glance. He had long since become indifferent to such situations. Finally, Zhuo Chen finished most of the food on the table, feeling satisfied. The sense of satisfaction in her heart was simply indescribable. Immediately, she raised her eyes, and the two locked gazes. Zhuo Chen, there's something I want to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should, Yang Bing said seriously, looking at Zhuo Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Why did he suddenly feel an ominous premonition? He had just come out to have a meal together. Could it be that he was getting himself into trouble? If you feel it's inappropriate, then you don't have to say it, Zhuo Chen chuckled, speaking half-jokingly. As he spoke, he grabbed a napkin from the table and wiped his mouth. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but on the other side, Yang Bing was stunned. What was going on? She had been preparing for this for a long time and felt her emotions were in place. Would she not even get the chance to speak? Zhuo Chen, I like you. Yang Bing took a deep breath, and in her gaze towards Zhuo Chen, there was a hint of deep affection. Ha! Zhuo Chen was frozen in place. This script was wrong, right? Are college students really this straightforward now? They had just had a meal together, and she was already confessing? Moreover, to Zhuo Chen, it seemed a bit too intense. He couldn't handle it. I don't believe it. Zhuo Chen decisively shook his head, his expression showing more helplessness. How could this be? This situation was basically ringing alarm bells for him, right? He had just gone out to eat with a girl, and he was being confessed to directly? This was unacceptable. It seemed that what the seniors said was absolutely right. Boys should still protect themselves out there. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Even if he rejected her, he wouldn't be in any danger. Zhuo Chen's hesitant response almost broke Yang Bing's defenses, but fortunately, she had been mentally prepared and had thought through various possibilities. For a moment, although her pretty face looked a bit pale, she took a deep breath and returned to normal. Junior brother, what I said is true. I haven't had time to date in these years, and I haven't had the mindset for it, but after meeting you, I really felt my heart move, Yang Bing said, her eyes bright. She stared intently at Zhuo Chen, filled with smiles. She had thought it through. Even if she was rejected today, she had to maintain her composure. As long as she kept her demeanor, she would still have a chance tomorrow. She couldn't ruin her impression in Zhuo Chen's heart. If that happened, she would have no chance at all. Alright, I believe you. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. Great. Then, since I confessed to you so seriously, let's be together? In an instant, Yang Bing was overjoyed. She hadn't expected her confession to go so smoothly. She had prepared a bunch of things to say afterward, but hadn't even gotten to them yet. No. The smile on Zhuo Chen's face completely vanished. This is my first time confessing to a boy. I'm sorry, but my answer is still no. Zhuo Chen said expressionlessly, leaving behind those words as he stood up. Yang Bing, who was left behind, was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The rejection was so straightforward? After all, her family background and combat skills were not lacking, and besides, she was so beautiful, how could she be ruthlessly rejected without even a chance to negotiate? Yang Bing squinted her eyes, her complexion alternating between pale and flushed. There was a hint of coldness in her gaze. How could this be? She had already thought through every detail of her life with Shuo Chen after they got together. Yet, he had actually rejected her without hesitation? How could there be such a logic in the world? Then, a smile appeared on Yang Bing's face. No way. She could still fight for it. If she was just rejected like this, wouldn't that mean she had completely fallen behind Zhang Miaoxue? She didn't even want to think about how Zhang Miaoxue would mock her. Shuo Chen, you're still young, you might not know, but your sister actually knows quite a lot. Yang Bing gritted her teeth, a hint of a smile in her eyes. In fact, her words were quite straightforward. But Shuo Chen was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? What? Does it mean to know a lot? Is knowing a lot impressive? Get lost, do you still have any shame? Who is your little junior brother? What you know has nothing to do with my little junior brother. A cold voice came from the other side. Shuo Chen was stunned. He hadn't moved yet, but he found his arm was already embraced, and for a moment, a faint tingling sensation spread through his arm. He turned his head and saw Zhang Miaoxue's pretty face showing a hint of anger, but her eyes held even more amusement. What? What was going on? Wasn't his senior sister supposed to be at the special team interview today? How did she suddenly appear here? Moreover, Zhang Miaoxue today was clearly well-dressed, giving her an edge in presence. Earlier, Zhang Miaoxue had heard some rumors, but there had been no evidence. Even if she wanted to take action, there was no way. Today, she had finally caught a opportunity. How could she let it go? With such a fierce demeanor, Yang Bing was instantly thrown off. Yang Bing was also stunned. She opened her mouth, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. She had already thought about how to express herself to have a better chance, but unexpectedly, a sudden interruption had come out of nowhere? How could this be allowed? Yang Bing, you really are something. I heard you change boyfriends pretty quickly. How can a woman like you have the nerve to target my little junior brother? My little junior brother only knows how to cultivate. Every day, he's so innocent. What do you want to do? Zhang Miaoxue snorted lightly, her gaze towards Yang Bing filled with mockery. Was this a joke? Luckily, she discovered it early. Otherwise, her little junior brother would have become this person's prey. Zhang Miaoxue was really furious. What kind of person was this? How could she find a way in? Besides, Shuo Chen was her little junior brother, not Yang Bing's. What was Yang Bing thinking? How could she even call him little junior brother? Zhang Miaoxue glared at Yang Bing, but Yang Bing was momentarily frozen. She took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing all the anger in her heart. She was a smart person and naturally understood that she couldn't show even a hint of weakness at this moment. If she truly got suppressed, it would be much harder to fight back in the future. Zhang Miaoxue, what do you mean? We just went out for a meal together, is it that serious? Yang Bing snorted lightly, her gaze turning even colder. Oof. If it weren't for Zhang Miaoxue suddenly appearing, no matter what, she would have easily won over Shuo Chen today. At that time, her status would rise accordingly, and what would Zhang Miaoxue be then? You really have the nerve, don't you? Do you think my hearing is bad? Zhang Miaoxue narrowed her eyes, a cold smile on her face. As Zhang Miaoxue looked around, she was suddenly stunned. She knew her junior brother was now considered a semi-celebrity, but she didn't expect that the commotion here could attract so many people in such a short time. This is a bit terrifying, right? Yang Bing, today I'm just warning you, you'd better stay away from my junior brother. Zhang Miaoxue snorted lightly, her gaze filled with more mockery. She had some understanding of this woman, Yang Bing. To achieve her goals, she often resorted to unscrupulous means. Arguing with someone like her would not be good for herself, and even worse for her junior brother. Moreover, she was no longer the same as before. Her application to join the special team had been approved today. No matter how one looked at it, this was a good thing, something to be happy about. Let's go. Zhang Miaoxue looked at Shuo Chen, and without saying a word, she took his hand and quickly left. Behind them was Yang Bing's nearly collapsing voice. Zhang Miaoxue, what are you pretending to be so noble for? If you have the ability, stand there. What right do you have to talk about me, as if you are so great? Yang Bing's face changed colors, her breathing becoming a bit rapid, but Zhang Miaoxue had no intention of stopping. The two moved forward, while Shuo Chen wore a smile on his face. Junior brother, you should know that In today's universities, there are all kinds of people. That Yang Bing is not a good person. You should stay away from her. Zhang Miaoxue snorted, her eyes filled with coldness. Shua. Chen shook his head helplessly. In fact, he really wanted to say that it was Yang Bing who came to him. Moreover, he didn't even spend money on lunch today. Besides, after being scolded, Yang Bing would probably be too scared to make any moves for a long time. It's nothing, don't worry. Your senior sister is very capable. Basically, anything you can't handle, I can take care of for you. Zhang Miaoxue slightly raised her chin, a smile on her face. This feeling was really good. After all, her junior brother was already very outstanding. If she didn't have any aura around her, it would be a bit embarrassing to stand next to Zhuo Chen in the future. But now, everything was great. Senior sister, did you pass the test today? Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. That's great. His special team had been in preparation, and now it seemed that his senior sister had successfully joined. That means his team was not far from fully entering the abyss. Just right. He was at his peak strength. Once they entered the abyss, it would be a nightmare for the demons. Junior brother, for a while, your senior sister might not be able to stay by your side. Zhang Miaoxue's expression turned strange. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen's heart stirred. Your senior sister has joined the special team, and the standards of this team are very high. I might not be able to stay in Kyoto for a long time. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head helplessly. Zhuo Chen was stunned again. Junior brother, I should have helped you more with your cultivation as per our master's instructions, but I didn't expect that after just over a month of knowing each other, we would have to part. Zhang Miaoxue frowned, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable expression. Zhuo Chen secretly laughed in his heart but showed no sign of it on the surface. After all, only Zhuo Chen knew that what his senior sister was saying was about joining the special team. Unfortunately, every member who joins the special team must first keep it a secret. Everything that could be said had already been said, and his senior sister must be feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Junior brother, I tell you, that Yang Bing is really not a good person. You must not fall in love with her. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath and spoke the words that had been weighing on her heart. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was stunned. What on earth was this about? This was completely off topic, they hadn't been discussing this before. But then, he realized that the root of all this was simply that his senior sister thought the two of them were about to part ways. Well, it's because this woman isn't really very feminine, and she's not suitable for you at all. Zhang Miaoxue said seriously, taking a deep breath before speaking. Moreover, your main task right now is to cultivate. If you meet a good girl, that's fine, you can support each other. But Yang Bing is not a good girl, and being with her will definitely influence you. At that time, it might even affect your cultivation. Zhang Miaoxue gritted her teeth. This Yang Bing was truly shameless. Why was she suddenly trying to make a move on her junior brother? No, that wasn't right, it wasn't sudden. It was because this woman must have had feelings for her junior brother from the start. But since she had been by his side every day, this woman hadn't had the chance to act. You should also understand that many geniuses are not truly geniuses until they grow up. If this woman hurts you and you lose your focus on cultivation, just think about how terrifying that would be. Zhang Miaoxue thought for a moment and decided to emphasize her tone. Yes, what you said is right. I definitely won't be with Yang Bing. Zhuo Chen nodded firmly. Yet, he found it amusing. It seemed that his senior sister was really quite good. She considered everything for him, and since that was the case, there was no problem. By the way, don't let this stop you from dating. Only those with poor character will affect you. Zhang Miaoxue felt that she had gone a bit too far with her words, so she reconsidered and changed her tone. That woman, Yang Bing, indeed shouldn't date her junior brother. But she, Zhang Miaoxue, was different. If she were with her junior brother, she definitely wouldn't influence him. All considerations should start from her junior brother's perspective. This way, it would only benefit him. Zhang Miaoxue put on a demeanor of someone with experience, wanting to take care of Zhuo Chen, but unfortunately Zhuo Chen was a time traveler, having lived two lives, and found his senior sister somewhat amusing at this moment. Zhang Miaoxue came back to her senses, noticing that Zhuo Chen was silent, thinking that he had absorbed everything she had said, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, her junior brother could avoid some detours and suffer less. By the way, junior brother, just remember what your senior sister has done. And you definitely won't suffer at that woman's hands. Just keep your distance from her. Zhang Miaoxue smiled brightly, clearly having put all the previous unhappy matters behind her. Junior brother, you probably don't know yet, the Grand Marshal. He's the number one person in our great Xia, on par with our master, and he has already attained sainthood. He is the first martial saint of the entire human race. Zhang Miaoxue lowered her voice. Moreover, it is said that because the martial has attained sainthood, our great Xia and the demon race have long since changed their positions, so a full-scale war has begun. It might not be long before this world undergoes earth-shattering changes. Zhang Miaoxue smiled, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. With the Grand Marshal holding down the fort, we can basically walk sideways in the abyss from now on. But there are also rumors that the Marshal thinks this isn't enough. He even has the idea of leading the army to drive the demons back 1,000 miles. If they can reach the foot of Wolfjushu Mountain, he plans to emulate that person from back then and seal Wolfjushu. Zhang Miaoxue continued. Hearing this, Zhua Chen couldn't help but feel invigorated. Although there were many messages, Zhua Chen had already known about them before, but what Zhang Miaoxue said was still very important. According to the historical process of this world, it was only a little over 100 years ago that demons appeared in this world. When the demons first emerged, humanity did not possess the power of the entries, and that period was incredibly dark. Even now, many people, when mentioning that history, grit their teeth, not for any other reason, but simply because the time of oppression for humanity was too long. So long that the people of that era were almost losing their power to resist. Now, the news of the Grand Marshal entering the sacred realm had gradually spread. In any case, this was top-notch good news for humanity. Not only could they suppress the demons, but it also greatly intimidated them. Perhaps they could even drive the demons out and reclaim all the lost territories. It was only in the last 100 years that humanity had mastered the power of the entries, and as time passed, the number of strong individuals among them had increased. It was precisely because of this that humanity had gained a chance to breathe. Because of Wang Yan and the Great Xia, their attitude towards the demons had always been very tough. Moreover, that was in the past, let alone now. Now, with the Grand Marshal having entered the sacred realm, he was likely to wipe out the demons completely. After all, if we talk about the time before the demons descended, the land in the abyss and the location of the Great Wall all belonged to humanity. Although not all of it belonged to the Great Xia, these places absolutely could not be easily given to the demons. Zhua Chen thought for a moment. If he were the Grand Marshal, he would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack on the demons, reclaiming all the lands that had been taken while these beasts were still unresponsive. Zhang Miaoxue was equally excited. Although she came from a prominent family, the so-called prominent families had all contributed to the Great Xia. Many ancestors of these families had perished at the hands of the demons. Moreover, her current status had risen significantly, allowing her to know more internal news, and naturally, she had no good feelings towards the demons. All of this was very normal. Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhua Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of joy. After all, she knew that her junior brother was now very high up and knew many things she did not. However, since she joined the special team, her identity had long been different. Furthermore, the specifications for her joining the special team this time were extremely high, and it was personally led by their master. Today, she had also met many important figures that even her father could not meet. Because of this, the excitement in Zhang Miaoxue's heart became difficult to contain. I know, but these matters are still a bit far from me. Zhua Chen shook his head, his expression somewhat strange. In fact, he was not lying. After all, even though his special team was about to be established, there would still be a period of adjustment. If the Grand Marshal personally led the team, the war might end at any time. However, Zhua Chen was not worried about not having demons to kill. After all, the demons in the abyss could be said to be endless, and even if the Grand Marshal were to fully engage, it would still be as the vanguard of humanity. The struggle between humanity and the demons would definitely not end so quickly. In fact, my master has instructed me that if I have time, I can start competing for rankings. Zhua Chen slightly shook his head. Competing for rankings? This was something he had not done before. It should be quite interesting, right? Zhua Chen was calculating how to climb the rankings tomorrow to maximize his own benefits. On the other side, Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhua Chen. After hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative to speak first. Junior brother, there's something I need to tell you. I might be leaving tomorrow, Zhang Miaoxue said in a very low voice. Ha! In the next second, Zhua Chen was stunned. Tomorrow? That can't be right. If it were tomorrow, he should have received news by now, right? This special team was established for him, and the members were supposed to gather together. Was he really not involved as the captain? This shouldn't be the case. Yes, it is indeed tomorrow, because we are starting training tomorrow. And you probably Can't imagine that this special team is prepared for a certain big shot, whose status is very high, at least comparable to a marshal, Zhang Miaoxue said, putting on a mysterious expression. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. What the heck? Where did this rumor come from? It shouldn't be. He was indeed a celebrity, but had his status risen so high? If that were the case, how come he didn't know? Junior brother, actually, you have a lot of potential, and your strength is not bad now. This kind of team probably wants to protect you. Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhuo Chen, noticing that he didn't seem very interested, and added a comment. She probably thought Zhuo Chen felt a bit unbalanced, right? However, Zhuo Chen just smiled. Since the higher-ups had already made it clear to him that he shouldn't take the initiative to mention this, it was indeed difficult for him to speak up. Moreover, Zhuo Chen was quite looking forward to seeing how his senior sister would react when she stood beside him, and he was the captain. Senior sister, since that's the case, let's go out and have some fun today. Zhuo Chen chuckled, temporarily putting all these matters aside. He could still guess his senior sister's thoughts. Since she was leaving tomorrow, she probably wanted to spend more time with him today. Zhuo Chen had previously wondered why his senior sister was so furious when facing Yang Bing, but now he understood. After all, she felt that her time with him was limited, and she would have to share some of it with Yang Bing. Naturally, it was uncomfortable for her. The two rushed out of the school gate together, and as a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, they easily became the focus of the crowd. Zhuo Chen even noticed that many people were taking pictures with their phones. Zhuo Chen didn't mind such things. He was already a celebrity, and in the capital, very few people didn't know him. However, perhaps more people had only heard his name and had never seen him in person. But Zhang Miaoxue was different. She was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and a disciple of the martial god. Although she was only a nominal disciple, her status was already something many people could only look up to. Moreover, Zhang Miaoxue had many opportunities to appear in public. She frowned slightly but directly ignored these details. She was leaving tomorrow, and there wouldn't be much time left to spend with her junior brother, so she wanted to cherish the moments they had now. As for the people around them, let them be. The two spent the afternoon eating, watching movies, and casually shopping. Since Zhang Miaoxue was leaving tomorrow, Zhuo Chen had already made a judgment. Since it was training, they would most likely have to enter the abyss. Even though the Grand Marshal was stationed there and had fully opened the battle against the demon race, Zhuo Chen knew that no matter how safe it was in the abyss, it was still not as safe as in the city. The two of them had been shopping for half a day, and Zhang Miaoxue had also bought some things that could be useful in the abyss. Additionally, there were all sorts of snacks and soul consolidating pills. Zhuo Chen quietly accompanied her, although they were still in the same small team afterward. Zhang Miaoxue was unaware of this. After all, Zhuo Chen needed to maximize the emotional value. The two of them felt a bit reluctant to part even until evening. However, after checking the time, Zhuo Chen still collected his thoughts. It was fine. He and his senior sister were not truly parting ways. Tomorrow, after the team members gathered, Zhuo Chen would also appear, and by then, the truth would basically be revealed. When they returned to school, the sun had already set. Zhuo Chen was not in a hurry to go back to the mountain. After all, this time, his attributes had almost merged completely. In this situation, a bit of relaxation was a good thing. Relaxation was not for laziness, but to better invest in cultivation next time. Moreover, the special team was about to gather, and it wasn't good for Zhuo Chen to cultivate all day. Before the team gathered, he still needed to push for rankings. Regardless of whether it was from his master or the marshal, he had already been instructed to complete the ranking push before the team assembled. As for the results of the ranking push, Zhuo Chen naturally had no worries. At his current level, even facing those seniors in their third and fourth years, he felt no pressure. Not to mention the additional attributes of his skills, just in terms of basic attributes, he was basically invincible below the Grandmaster level. Coupled with his powerful divine soul, he appeared invincible in every way, with no weaknesses to exploit. Truly terrifying. Let alone how to win against others. As long as Zhuo Chen stood on the field, it was practically impossible for the opponent to win. That night, Zhuo Chen had finished washing up and was ready to sleep comfortably. Tomorrow, he would officially start pushing for rankings. But then, the next second. Dawn! 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 The muffled sound spread out, and upon hearing it, Zhuo Chen froze, his expression filled with strangeness. If he guessed correctly, this sound was the long ringing of the bell. How should he put it? He had only heard it once during his first test at the Martial Alliance. It had been a long time since he had heard this sound. Dawn! 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 To his surprise, the muffled sound spread again, and Zhuo Chen had already stood up. It seemed that something significant was happening to the entire human race. Otherwise, how could there be such a sound? Moreover, as Zhuo Chen listened intently, he quickly confirmed it. This time, not more, not less, exactly 9 sounds. If he guessed correctly, it should be the marshal who had completed the deployment, most likely preparing to take action against the demon and monster races. Martial Alliance notification. Important notification from the Martial Alliance. Next, the martial artists led by the Great Xia, the Demon Suppression Army, will fully launch a war against the demon and monster races. Next, we will use our martial power to reclaim the lands lost over the years and avenge our deceased loved ones. Revenge! Revenge! The notification from the Martial Alliance echoed repeatedly in Zhuo Chen's mind, but he squinted his eyes. Although he had known the news for a long time, when it came to this moment, he couldn't help but feel excited. The martial sealing of the saint was basically a done deal for the expedition against the demon race. However, even Zhuo Chen did not expect that this time it would happen so quickly. Almost simultaneously, throughout the Great Xia territory, or rather, among all human races, any device capable of making sound, televisions, radios, even communication devices, had only one voice. That was the Great Xia leading the charge against the entire demon and monster races. In the past few hundred years, such an event had never occurred. Even with Zhuo Chen's 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but be moved. Among the various electronic devices, only one sound remained for a moment. That was the sound of war. It was a declaration of war against both the demon and monster clans simultaneously. In truth, all the warriors understood that the demon clan and the monster clan were 2 different entities. However, in the past few decades, the strength of the human race had been continuously growing, so the demon and monster clans had unwittingly begun to engage in joint warfare, reaching a point where they could stand on equal footing with the human race. Over the past 10 years, the human race had been making slow progress. Even the demon and monster clans were aware that the rise of the human race was merely a matter of time, but the matter of the martial being conferred as a saint was only made public within a limited scope. Most people were completely unaware of this. Now, the news of a full-scale operation spread widely. It immediately caused a huge uproar among the entire human race and even within the demon and monster clans. This was akin to throwing a deep water bomb into a calm lake. The impact was far beyond just the surface. Zhuo Chen frowned slightly. This news could not be said to be indirect. However, with the operation made public, there would surely be many obstacles along the way. This also, to some extent, demonstrated that the marshal was absolutely confident. Even if the demon and monster clans had other means, these matters likely did not concern the marshal much, otherwise he would not have made the news public. Moreover, Zhuo Chen quickly thought of another layer. Full-scale war? Even if a full-scale war was necessary, it could be done quietly. So why was the marshal doing this? With this thought, Zhuo Chen's gaze sharpened, and his expression became more composed. Perhaps it was to take this opportunity to deal with some internal matters of the human race, or perhaps to address some issues within the Great Xia. In any case, at the level of the martial actions were usually well thought out. It was impossible to engage in an unprepared battle. After realizing this, a relaxed smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a great feat for the Great Xia and for the entire human race. In fact, this was something that had never happened in over 100 years. What is going on? This is the Qin Kingdom, not the Great Xia. What the Great Xia is doing is equivalent to tearing up the treaty. We in the Qin Kingdom have no knowledge of this matter. At this moment, in the Qin Kingdom's administrative hall, a middle-aged man had a gloomy expression. There was a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The Qin Kingdom was indeed not the strongest among the human nations, but they placed great importance on national security. The Great Xia was indeed powerful, but they actually made this matter public so forcefully? Wasn't this tantamount to provocation? On the other side, the people of the Wei Kingdom were also shocked. In the administrative hall, many high-ranking officials of the Wei Kingdom exchanged silent glances. They could see a trace of astonishment in each other's eyes. How could the Great Xia be so excessive? They indeed shared a consensus that the Great Xia was strong, and their Grand Marshal was also formidable, but wasn't that the martial god? The martial god. Some smaller nations did not have one, but the Wei Kingdom did. It just didn't have as many as the Great Xia. Such actions by the Great Xia were equivalent to provocation, weren't they? Did they really think the Great Wei had no one? Similar situations had already spread across the world, and many people felt complicated emotions. Only a few remained silent. The Great Xia was not a reckless nation. Since they dared to do this, there must be a reason behind it. How could they possibly engage in such an unwise act without cause? Could it be? Could it be that the foremost figure of the Great Xia had already taken that step? Could it be that Wang Yan has been conferred as a saint? Many people almost simultaneously had this thought arise in their minds. If this is really the case, then their attitude towards the Great Xia will have to change in the future. This Wang Yan, he is already the number one among all humanity, and if he truly takes another step forward, perhaps the internal structure of humanity will change as well. Quick! Contact the Great Xia immediately. We can bow down and submit to the Great Xia. Yes, we need to increase our trade volume with the Great Xia this year. As long as it's something the Great Xia needs and we will supply it wholeheartedly in the future. In an instant, various voices spread across the world. The impact of this matter is too great. It may not calm down for a while. On the contrary, Zhuo Chen has already opened the communicator and started browsing various opinions online. Although the internet is virtual, many of the viewpoints expressed there are still somewhat referential. After a brief look, Zhuo Chen has already confirmed that the voices online are basically divided into two factions, those in support and those denouncing it. However, the denouncements are just a small portion of the voices. As soon as they appeared, they were quickly reported and taken down by excited netizens. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Chen immediately felt relieved. It seems that the direction of public opinion is not a problem at all, and the entire Great Xia is more patriotic. On the other side, in the Great Yin Kingdom, which is adjacent to the Great Xia, they are also quite clear about the various movements of the Great Xia. In fact, this Empress of Great Yin was not too surprised by Wang Yan's actions. She had even anticipated them. After all, in recent months, the Great Xia has been quite active. Aside from the commotion in the capital last time, when Wang Yan was conferred as a saint, Great Yin had already sensed some things. However, that commotion was quickly suppressed. As the Empress of Great Zhou, her strength is not weak, and she is a pioneer in both literature and martial arts. Although she may be slightly lacking in realm, her strength is not inferior at all, and being able to become an Empress means she excels in vision and other aspects. Wang Yan being conferred as a saint is undoubtedly a great thing for all humanity, but for my Great Yin, it is not a good thing at all. The Empress narrowed her eyes, her gaze revealing a hint of coldness. Regardless, before Wang Yan has the chance to deal with Great Yin, they must be prepared with their means. Otherwise, there could be trouble later on. After the news was made public, the entire world was filled with mixed feelings. With the presence of demons and monsters as both internal and external troubles, even if there are conflicts within humanity on the surface, it still appears harmonious. But now, with Wang Yan being conferred as a saint, the existence of demons and monsters may not last long for other countries. Therefore, they may need to consider their own situations more. Those weaker countries are quite straightforward. For the Great Xia, these small nations pose no threat. If they are obedient, they can stay. If they are not obedient, then there is nothing more to say. Those who do not listen can completely become a province of the Great Xia. At this moment, within the Great Yin Palace, the Empress slightly narrowed her eyes. She extended her hand and gently tapped on the dragon chair behind her. In fact, the Great Xia seems very powerful now, but in reality, this is also the weakest time for the Great Xia. If I use some means to undermine the Great Xia from within at this time, I wonder if it would be feasible? The Empress murmured to herself. In the blink of an eye, her gaze brightened. Wang Yan is indeed a top-tier powerhouse, but this person is extremely loyal to the Great Xia. However, that Zhuo Chen is not weak. Why not start with Zhuo Chen? Your Majesty. Below, a woman frowned slightly, her expression peculiar. The Empress raised her hand to support her chin, her cold gaze falling upon the woman, yet her eyes showed no sign of fluctuation. What is it? Speak plainly. The Empress narrowed her eyes, a faint smile on her face, but the lady-in-waiting below was momentarily taken aback, taking a deep breath before revealing a hesitant expression. What is it? The Empress raised an eyebrow. The lady-in-waiting bit her lip and finally spoke. According to what we have learned, this Zhuo Chen is highly regarded in the Great Xia. Even if we have the intention, we are afraid we lack the power. The lady-in-waiting sighed softly. In fact, the official court of the Great Yin had been paying attention to Zhuo Chen for quite some time, even collecting intelligence on him bit by bit, but the results had not been very good. Regarding Zhuo Chen, they first learned of him when he completed his first test, causing the bell to ring long and loud. After that, it was as if Zhuo Chen had disappeared from the Great Xia. Despite their many efforts, they received no news of him, and by the time news of him returned, he had already entered the Martial God Academy. After that, he once again sank into the sea of silence. Zhuo Chen was even more mysterious than Wang Yan. At the very least, they could often receive news about Wang Yan, and due to his higher status, it was relatively easy for the Great Yin to Inquire about him. Useless. The Empress snorted lightly. You need to use some tactics with men, such as catering to their preferences. Give him what he likes. What the Great Xia can provide, we can provide too. Even what the Great Xia cannot provide, we can still offer. Do you understand? The Empress raised her eyebrows, her expression showing more confidence. In fact, to put it plainly, the Empress understood men quite well. If she did not understand them enough, how could she have ascended to the throne so easily? Back when she ascended, there were still many who opposed her. But even so, what of it? Had she not achieved her goals step by step? Thinking of this, the Empress's expression grew even more confident. You must understand that the competition for Zhuochen is our top priority moving forward. There can be no mistakes. The Empress snorted lightly, her expression filled with anticipation. Although this Wang Yan was strong, the Empress had other thoughts in her heart. Strong? So what? She had a premonition that Zhuochen might be the future. Since they had already lost in the struggles of this generation, there was no need to rush. Based on the talent Zhuochen had displayed, the young man's growth rate and potential were extremely high. Moreover, information obtained from various channels had already proven that Zhuochen's status in the Great Xia was gradually being elevated. In this situation, if they did not take action soon, by the time Zhuochen truly grew up, it might be too late. Chan Kingdom. At the border wall. A middle-aged man stood tall, his gaze sharp as he looked out beyond the wall. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had clearly heard the Great Xia's announcement to the entire human race, which meant that soon the human race would launch a major offensive against the demon race. No, it was not an offensive, but a counterattack. The situation in Chen Kingdom was different from that of other countries. There was only one martial god in the entire Chen Kingdom. Therefore, the defense of the wall was somewhat strenuous, and as the strongest in Chen Kingdom, he had not left the wall for 3 years for the sake of his country. Behind him. Finally, he had waited for this day. In fact, during these 3 years on the wall, he had seen many of his comrades fall in battle. But he himself had a more important task. In order to guard the Great Wall, there were many times when he simply could not provide assistance. After all, the demon and monster clans were always watching, and once he left, the Great Wall he was defending would be breached immediately. Now, with this major counterattack, not only was the pressure on him reduced, but all the hatred and resentment accumulated over the past 3 years could be vented on the demons and monsters. Even more so, he could charge out of the Great Wall to fight, something he had longed for 3 years. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity. General. News from the capital. We need to mobilize the demon suppression army back to the capital. Suddenly, a sound came from beside him. The general was stunned, his expression one of disbelief. He blinked hard, fearing he had misheard. What? Mobilization, back to the capital? How could this be possible? General, this. His subordinate seemed to notice the general's grim expression and frowned as he continued to ask. Yes. But the general, will not leave the Great Wall. The general furrowed his brows, an inexplicable look flashing in his eyes. The communicator was still broadcasting news of the upcoming counterattack by the Great Xia, but this was somewhat strange. Were they actually preparing for internal strife? However, he was a soldier, and his duty was singular. That was to protect his home and country. Other matters had nothing to do with him. If possible, I would be willing to be a citizen of Great Xia, at least it would be straightforward. The general snorted lightly, his eyes filled with a bit more helplessness. In truth, to put it bluntly, everyone had their own selfish motives. If it were truly like Great Xia, even if their country was weak, it could certainly become strong. But since ancient times, human hearts are hard to fathom. Who can truly understand the human heart? Who can manipulate the human heart? Such situations were playing out almost everywhere in the world at the same time. Though the reactions were different, most were actually considering the future of their own countries. But Great Xia was different. After receiving the news, it almost instantly fell into a frenzy. After waiting so many years, can we finally see it? It's not easy at all. Luckily we have the Grand Marshal. In our lifetime, we can still witness this scene. This is simply like a dream. Yes, Great Xia is mighty. Whoever offends Great Xia will be punished, no matter how far. The Grand Marshal is amazing. If we can achieve this step, wouldn't we be able to unify the world? Within Great Xia, almost everyone stopped their actions. Everyone was expressing their excitement in their own way. Indeed, Great Xia had been strong over the years and was continuously developing, but this also meant that Great Xia had suffered the most losses at the hands of the demon and monster clans. However, the people of Great Xia had backbone. Although the casualties were enormous and the price paid was also great, it didn't matter. Finally, they had waited for this day. Zhuo Chen was also closely monitoring the new developments. After all, based on his understanding of the Grand Marshal, if there wasn't enough preparation, the Grand Marshal would never take such actions. Was he preparing to give the demons a big surprise? Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. It must be said, since he became a martial artist, the Grand Marshal truly was a model figure. After being conferred as a saint, he pointed his sword at the demons. This was what a true man should be. This was what a good man of great Xia should be. Soon, many outdoor large screens began to change. Even on everyone's communicators, the images started to broadcast in real time. Just one glance, and Zhuo Chen's eyes widened. Wow! Amazing! It was actually real-time footage of the battle outside the Great Wall. This was a grand spectacle. From the perspective of the broadcast, just a glance, it makes one's blood boil. Incredible! Simply incredible! The demon suppression army of the Great Xia stands in neat formation, and besides the warriors, there are even more soldiers. The warriors are at the forefront, charging into battle. Each of these warriors stands tall, their robes billowing. Many have a fierce glint in their eyes. Millions of soldiers are arrayed together, forming a formidable presence on the vast land. And here, it is no longer within the Great Wall. It is beyond the Great Wall. Under the blood-red sky, one after another, the soldiers of the demon suppression army stand tall, their gazes like torches. The murderous aura created by the hundreds of thousands gathered spreads rapidly outward, frightening the weaker demons nearby. What is going on here? How many years has it been? How many years have they not seen humans daring to step beyond the Great Wall? Moreover, it is millions of humans. Have these humans gone mad? Everyone, charge! Immediately, standing at the front of the army, Wang Yan raised his spear. Clad in white armor, his gaze sharp, his already tall figure appeared even more heroic under the blood-red sunlight. Just one sentence made everyone's blood boil. The human race, or rather, the Great Xia, has waited far too long for this day. Indeed. Far too long. The entire army began to advance step by step. If they encountered large-scale demons, they would use their formations to deal with them. If there were slightly stronger demons among them, the shock dragon guard would be dispatched. If they encountered a demon king, the masters would step forward to battle. Every step was exceptionally steady. Although there were many demons and the space outside the Great Wall was extraordinarily vast, the demons they encountered were not a match for them. As long as there were enemies, wherever the army passed, all obstacles were cleared away in the first instance. In fact, at the beginning, these demon clans still had some resistance, but as time passed, they could only scatter. After all, the number of the army was simply too great. The number of strong individuals dispatched by the Great Xia was also far too many. Even if these demons wanted to resist, they simply lacked the strength to do so. Moreover, aside from the shock of the demons, the countries that had their own agendas finally realized that the Great Xia had become this powerful. No wonder. No wonder the Great Xia dared to do this. Facing demons that were stronger than humans, the Great Xia faced no obstacles at all. Against powerful demon kings, even the demon emperor, they could only be killed in an instant. In fact, a few demon kings, upon seeing the army approach, showed no resistance at all and scattered immediately. As time passed, the strength of this army once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Ahead, there were as many as 30 demon kings and 3 demon emperors. Behind the demon kings, there were countless 8th and 9th-tier demons. It seemed that after being given some time, these demons had reacted and begun to organize effective resistance. The demon suppression army, which had not paused for a moment since stepping out of the Great Wall, finally came to a halt. The 3 demon emperors stood before the armies of both sides, their gazes sweeping over Wang Yan at the front. You are Wang Yan? I know you are strong, but this is our demon's place to survive. If you retreat back to the Great Wall now, if you are willing to leave the abyss, I will treat the previous events as if they never happened. The voice of the demon emperor came like thunder from the heavens, and many soldiers standing in the front row felt a weight in their hearts. More people felt that after hearing these words, their thoughts became heavy. Even those watching the live broadcast felt a sense of trepidation upon hearing this. Is this the power of the demon emperor? However, everyone was clear in their hearts that the so-called demon emperor was merely the strength of a human martial god. The two sides had some inherent differences in physical quality, making ordinary martial gods no match for the demon emperor. But this time, Wang Yan was well prepared. Sensing the unusual movements of the army behind him, a cold smile appeared on Wang Yan's face, and with a light snort, his gaze turned somewhat mocking. With that snort, everyone instantly felt much more relaxed, and the previous discomfort vanished in an instant. Many people seemed to awaken from a dream. Damn it, let's kill these beasts. Kill, wipe out the demon race. We finally stepped out of the Great Wall. This time we came to kill demons. If we don't kill enough, how could we possibly leave? Yeah, 3 years ago, my captain died during a mission. At that time, I vowed to avenge him. One day, I will step out of the Great Wall and take revenge for him. I waited 3 years for this opportunity. How could I give up so easily? Wang Yan did not speak. However, the demon suppression army behind him suddenly had red eyes. The demon emperors, on the other hand, had never even glanced at the nearby humans. In their eyes, these humans were simply too weak enough that they didn't even need to look. If necessary, a single breath could wipe out all these humans. The 3 demon emperors' gazes turned in unison towards Wang Yan, their eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. From beginning to end, they believed that this man before them was the strongest. Human Wang Yan, the 3 of us demon emperors coming out together is already giving you face. You should know when to stop. If you really cause a big mess and we completely tear our faces apart, can you and your people withstand our wrath? Noticing that Wang Yan remained silent, the demon emperor standing in the middle narrowed his eyes. Behind the 3 demon emperors, many demons let out angry roars. They hadn't tasted fresh human flesh in a long time. If this human did not know how to appreciate the situation, they wouldn't mind rushing in and killing all these humans. Wang Yan, this is your last chance. If you do not withdraw your troops, the war between our 3 races will start today, and it will be a fight to the death. The 3 demon emperors exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. They truly hadn't realized that this human was quite tough. They just didn't know how long this guy could hold out. What a joke, I have already been sanctified, you shall die. Wang Yan frowned, dropping a line, and his whole being resembled a sharp sword, fierce and unmatched. This. What? Sanctified? The 3 demon emperors were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? It had been decades since the human race had produced any strong figures. How could someone suddenly be sanctified? Humph. Die. Wang Yan, however, did not care, dropping another line, and his whole being descended like a god of slaughter. The dark red aura of blood surged up, like a sea of clouds, covering dozens of miles around. This is actually the domain of the god of slaughter? How could this be? What is this? Bang! 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 In an instant, screams and muffled sounds spread out. The demons enveloped by the domain of the god of slaughter burst apart like balloons being blown up. Poof! Poof! One demon after another was enveloped in a blood mist. Then, without any warning, they exploded. All the demons were stunned. Even the demon kings were dumbfounded. In the face of such powerful blood energy, even they could feel an unprecedented pressure. This kind of power seemed weak at first glance, but it directly affected the flow of their blood energy. In fact, it slowed down the blood energy circulation of all the demon kings significantly compared to before. What is happening? No, this guy is too strong, but he's just a mere human. How could he be this powerful? The demons were thrown into chaos. Several demon emperors were also taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. This was not right. They knew Wang Yan was very powerful and had many tricks up his sleeve, but even so, against the 3 of them, he shouldn't have had a chance. A year ago, they had fought against Wang Yan, but even then, he hadn't been this absurdly strong. For a moment, the 3 demon emperors exchanged glances, a bad premonition quickly surfacing in their minds. Could it be that this guy has become a martial saint? This was absolutely impossible. A martial saint was a being that had never appeared before. Even the powerful demon and devil races hadn't seen a demon saint in decades. How could a weak human race achieve that? How could they? I, the commander, have already become a saint. Today, I will use the blood of 1,000,000 demons to honor the souls of my human race. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, and his voice, which was already like a great bell, resonated under the agitation of the blood energy, as if it came from the heavens above. Just one sentence. Countless demons were instantly terrified. Many weak demons, upon hearing this, were so frightened that they couldn't even stand. The expressions of the 3 demon emperors changed drastically. Become a saint? How are we supposed to fight now? Run, quickly run. Yes, the human race has already become saints. Even if we attack, it would be like sending ourselves to death. Retreat, retreat. Almost instantly, the 3 demon emperors made their decision. The strength of the human race had long exceeded their imagination. Faced with such a powerful opponent, 1,000,000 demons had no thought of resistance at all. They fled in an instant. Many demons didn't even have the courage to Run, but at the moment the voices of the three demon emperors rang out, many demons regained their senses. Those who reacted slowly were trampled to death by their fleeing companions. In an instant, piercing screams spread throughout the demon ranks. And this scream further spread in invisible fear, causing many demons to show a hint of dread in their eyes. Wang Yan, however, narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing colder. Kill. This voice wasn't very loud, but under the surge of blood energy, it seemed amplified countless times. After hearing this voice, the demon's eyes filled with even more apprehension. How could they fight now? Even the killing intent carried in the voice made many demons tremble. The entire demon camp seemed to recede like a receding tide. The battle, which seemed about to erupt, quickly came to an end, leaving the demons completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, this scene was fully broadcasted to the entire human race. Wow, amazing! Our human race's combat power is so strong. If this is the case, won't the demon race be finished? Not necessarily, the strong ones from the demon and devil races haven't appeared yet. If they do show up, our human race might be in danger. In the live broadcast room, many people were excitedly discussing. Zhuo Chen also watched the broadcast. However, his thoughts were somewhat different from those of others. What he cared about was the powerful combat strength he would possess after becoming a saint. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield, as broadcasted, was changing rapidly. Wang Yan seized the opportunity and charged forward. He didn't care if the ordinary demon clan fled. After all, there were so many demon suppression troops, and these troops were now full of momentum, easily slaughtering the ordinary demons without any problem. His target had always been the three great demon emperors. In this battle, he did not seek to kill all the demons. However, the three great demon emperors that had finally appeared could not be let go so easily. Not to mention how strong these demon emperors were, the miraculous abilities of their bodies were priceless treasures. Kill! Wang Yan growled. His spear had already thrust out, but the three great demon emperors seemed to have anticipated Wang Yan's strength, and without any hesitation, they fled in three different directions. Under normal circumstances, Wang Yan would have to give up on two of them. But now, having become a martial saint, dealing with a few demon emperors was not a difficult task. He roared, his speed exploding to its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside one of the demon emperors. Before the demon emperor could react, Wang Yan easily pierced through its chest with his spear. The other two demon emperors, upon witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. Without a word, they quickened their escape. However, suddenly, a figure clad in dark armor appeared on the fleeing path ahead. The figure was graceful, but its gaze was icy, and it also held a spear tightly in its hand. The moment the figure appeared, it launched an attack without any hesitation, and the broadcast camera instantly switched to this scene. The person in the frame was Chen Xingxuang. With a cold gaze, Chen Xingxuang wielded her spear with a fierce wind, and in the blink of an eye, she was already engaged in battle with the fleeing demon emperor. Boom! A fierce aura erupted from the spear, making it difficult for the demon emperor to defend. Under normal circumstances, a demon emperor and a martial god were equals, and a direct confrontation would not be so easy. But because Wang Yan had released his killing god domain, the combat power of all humans within the domain received a certain boost, while the demon's combat power decreased within this domain. Originally, the demon emperor noticed that the one blocking its path was just a martial god, and a cruel glint appeared in its eyes. This time, the losses for the demon clan were undeniably heavy. Even if it managed to escape, it might still face punishment, but if it killed a human martial god, that would be different. Even if it escaped, it would not be punished. Chen Xingxuang, however, was unaware of the thoughts in the demon emperor's mind. As time passed, her spear became increasingly fierce. Before long, the demon emperor was clearly at a disadvantage. In the end, it was pierced through the throat by Chen Xingxuang's spear. Immediately, the life force of the demon emperor rapidly drained away. In the live broadcast, Zhuo Chen had been observing his master's battle, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He truly did not expect his master to be this powerful. He knew that the Grand Marshal was indeed strong. However, he did not expect that his master, who had not yet become a saint, was also this strong. For the first time, Zhuo Chen recognized the importance of practical combat ability. They were all strong, and their combat skills were top-notch. Thus, they could instill fear in the demon clan. This battle, led by Wang Yan, saw the entire demon clan having no resistance whatsoever, and the fight lasted for 8 hours. The human forces advanced 200 miles. A great victory. An unprecedented great victory. In the live broadcast room of the relay. Naturally, everyone saw the result at the first moment. The entire human race was in jubilation. Many people were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves, and the ancestors of the human race all felt a sense of hope. Our human race is mighty, we will surely win. Yes, with such strong warriors among us, what can the demon race do? Indeed, I can't hold back anymore, I want to join the demon suppression army and slay demons. In an instant, various discussions erupted in the live broadcast room. And the morale of the human race soared to unprecedented heights after this battle, with many young people applying to join the demon suppression army in an instant. Previously, the strength of the human race's upper echelons was on par with that of the demon race. But now, it was different. The strength of the upper echelons had basically completely crushed the demons, which ignited the fighting spirit of the lower-level warriors. This was a great thing for the entire human race, at least in terms of morale, it had completely turned around. The final result of this battle was that Wang Yan single-handedly killed 5 demon emperors and hundreds of demon kings, exterminating hundreds of thousands of ordinary demons. Master Chen Qingxuan also killed 2 demon emperors and dozens of demon kings. Without Wang Yan's god of slaughter domain, it would have been very difficult to single-handedly kill a demon emperor. But with the god of slaughter domain, the combat power of the demon emperors was greatly weakened, allowing Chen Qingxuan to become a new star of the human race. Countless people witnessed this. Even Chen Qingxuan's disciple, Zhuo Chen, received a lot of attention. After watching the battle, Zhuo Chen directly left the live broadcast room. Zhuo Chen himself had good talent, and after watching the Battle of the Strong, he had some insights in his heart. Originally, he planned to return to the Blessed Land Cave once. Because of his newfound understanding, returning to the Blessed Land Cave at this time would surely lead to a breakthrough. However, in the end, Zhuo Chen still held back. After all, he was about to start climbing the rankings, and climbing the rankings was extremely simple for Zhuo Chen at this moment. If he finished climbing the rankings, he would miss out on a reward. This was not something Zhuo Chen wanted to see. Therefore, even though he felt signs of a breakthrough again, Zhuo Chen ultimately held back. No, absolutely not, he definitely could not break through at this time, otherwise, wouldn't that be a loss? How could he miss out on a reward? Right now, although he did not lack resources, if the resources in hand were not taken, wouldn't that be like letting a cooked duck fly away? How could he tolerate that? After feeling Wang Yan's strength, Zhuo Chen had a new understanding of how to elevate his own realm. After all, according to his previous understanding, the martial path from the 1st to the 10th rank, although each breakthrough greatly enhanced strength, even doubling it each time, the impact of the realm on strength was immense. However, Zhuo Chen did not expect the difference between a martial god and entering the Sate realm to be so great. Wang Yan's strength had likely increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Previously, Zhuo Chen was somewhat surprised why Wang Yan suddenly declared war on the demon and monster races. Even though his strength had improved, it still posed some risks for the entire Great Xia. But now Zhuo Chen understood. Because his strength had increased so much that Wang Yan had made a completely new assessment of the current situation. Therefore, the demon race was not to be feared. Moreover, the entire battle process was almost presented in real-time live broadcast scenes showcasing Wang Yan's strength in vivid detail. Under such circumstances, unless someone was not using their brain, they would absolutely not dare to trouble Wang Yan. It should be known that demon emperors were extremely powerful. Usually, 3 martial gods combined could deal with 1 demon emperor. But today, the combat power displayed by Wang Yan is extremely terrifying. Just one person. He has slain 5 demon emperors. Is this really the kind of combat power a human can possess? Isn't that equivalent to one person being worth 30 martial gods? What does this even mean? All the human powerhouses who witnessed this scene were momentarily stunned. Becoming a martial saint is actually this powerful? They also wanted to become saints. They also wanted to grow stronger. But they could only think about it in their hearts. There was simply no path to achieve it, and they could only sigh in despair, no, sigh in awe of the saints. After all, the combat power of those 5 demon emperors is at least as strong as 10 human powerhouses, and looking around, no human nation could possibly possess such formidable strength. If Wang Yan felt displeased, one person could face an entire nation. This is simply terrifying. In an instant, the human powerhouses who had some small schemes in their hearts fell completely silent, as if they had come to a mutual understanding. Faced with such a powerful martial saint, they could not muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Moreover, everyone noticed that Wang Yan was extremely relaxed when facing those demon emperors, and he didn't even use his full strength. Or rather, he was afraid that if he used his full strength, he would scare away the prey he had in hand. After watching the live broadcast, all the nations were completely dumbfounded. And in the Great Yin Kingdom, in the palace, many people were staring intently at this scene. A female official squinted her eyes, fixated on the screen, afraid of missing any details. Your Majesty, the Great Xia is so powerful, If we take any action, wouldn't that give Great Xia an excuse? Are we really going to try to win over Zhuo Chen? The female official frowned, her expression showing more helplessness. If they try to win over Zhuo Chen at this time, wouldn't that be courting death? Do they really think Wang Yan has no temper? The Empress, however, squinted her eyes, a faint smile on her face. Wang Yan is very strong, and precisely because he is strong, they cannot stop trying to win over Zhuo Chen. After all, Wang Yan is already very strong, and if they don't try to win over Zhuo Chen, it won't be long before Great Xia has two powerful figures. By that time, they would just be neighbors to Great Xia, and perhaps Great Xia would strike first against Great Yan. By then, it would all be too late. We must win him over, and at all costs. In fact, the sooner the better. The Empress squinted her eyes, a glimmer of anticipation shining in her beautiful eyes. However, you must understand this time it cannot be a rebellion, nor can it be a mere win-over. I have only one requirement, to leave a good impression on the other party, do you understand? The Empress took a deep breath and finally exhaled slowly. There was more caution in her gaze. Wang Yan is too strong, they simply cannot afford to offend him. Nor dare they offend him. But building a good relationship with Zhuo Chen is not a problem. Even if Wang Yan finds out, what can he say? You must understand that someone like Zhuo Chen not only has great talent, but also considerable strength. If we can leave a good impression on him, what will he leave for us once he rises to power? The Empress smiled, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. She also wanted Great Yan to grow stronger. However, the current external environment simply does not allow it. What can she do? Besides that, the attitudes of various nations towards this matter, although not entirely the same, have actually led to no one daring to have any extra thoughts. Even if there are, faced with such a powerful Great Xia, they do not dare to show it in the slightest. Everyone understands. To speak out at this time would be courting death. Even though everyone watching the live broadcast was shocked by Wang Yan's astonishing domain, Zhuo Chen remained unfazed. It was true that his heart was stirred, but he still needed to grow slowly in the blessed land. However, even if he went up the mountain today, it was of no concern. He would just stay in the district villa. Unknowingly, he fell asleep while watching. When Zhuo Chen woke up, the sky was already bright. He stretched lazily and began to wash up. Once everything was in order, he grabbed his communicator and took a glance. Ding dong, ding dong. The communicator rang incessantly. The first thing he saw was a message from Chen Xingxuan. It seemed their battle had temporarily ended, and they should be resting. His master had gone with Wang Yan to the Great Wall to exterminate demons, still thinking of him, and a warm current flowed through Zhuo Chen's heart. How's the ranking progress? No slacking off. Though the words were simple, they felt as if Chen Xingxuan was right there beside him, teaching him. Following that were some scattered reminders. In short, there were 5 words: ranking is very important. Zhuo Chen was already clear in his heart, he had to get the rewards, there was no way around it. The internal ranking wasn't that just within reach? Finally, he saw the last line, directly to the sky ranking. These matters had already been instructed by his master beforehand, and Zhuo Chen smiled gently, preparing to put away the communicator. However, he wasn't very clear about the internal rankings yet. So he needed to take a look. He decided to pick 2 dishes to practice, which would also help him train his ability to let go. Seeing his master tirelessly sending so many messages, Zhuo Chen was deeply grateful and replied with a simple okay. After that, it was his senior sister Zhang Niaoxue who sent the most messages. We have already set off, remember to have breakfast. By the way, after our training, I still have some things to discuss with you. We've talked about the ranking matters, but remember to stay away from that woman Yang Bing. Exiting building 36 in Area A, Zhuo Chen looked around. What a coincidence. A warm voice with a hint of laughter came from nearby, and Zhuo Chen turned towards the sound. Yang Bing walked over. Little junior brother, what are you doing? Making me wait so long? She had changed into a new outfit. A gentle fragrance wafting from her, drawing the attention of other students around her. Damn it, I've been fawning over this senior sister for so long. Did you hear? It seems Zhuo Chen rejected senior sister Yang. No way? Do we still have a chance? She's been waiting here for so long just for Zhuo Chen. What are you thinking? Students passing by whispered, all of it reaching Zhuo Chen's ears. His face showed No emotion, but he couldn't understand the world of fawning dogs. Goodness, they even camp out? Hadn't he already been rejected once? Why was she back? Forget it. Anyway, he had important business to attend to today. A master's orders are hard to disobey. Zhuo Chen shook his head and laughed. His gaze, however, was bright. I need to rank, otherwise when the master returns, I won't know how to explain. Zhuo Chen walked away with a calm expression. Yang Bing was taken aback but quickly followed. Ranking? This was something she was familiar with. She was determined to win over Zhuo Chen, the woman favored by Zhua. How could she give up after one failure? Perhaps Zhuo Chen had tasted sweetness this time and would suddenly speak up? She knew. Although she came from one of the four great families, she was different from the direct descendants. Like Zhang Miaoshui, she was just a collateral descendant. To change her fate, she had to win over Zhuo Chen. The thought flashed through her mind, and she quickened her pace, reaching out to wrap her arm around Zhuo Chen's. Aren't you afraid my senior sister will eat you? Shua. Chen chuckled, feeling the faint warmth on his arm, teasing without reservation. Isn't she not here? Even if she were, so what? I'm not afraid of her. If I met that crazy woman outside, I could knock her out with one punch. Yang Bing waved her fist. She spoke with fierce momentum, but her gaze was evasive. Clearly, she was feeling guilty. Waiting for oneself. Now that I've gotten the hang of it, it's obvious. There's some insider information. The matter of senior sister Zhang Miaoshua entering the secret training team was supposed to be top secret. She couldn't possibly know. But as long as I wait, I would definitely know that senior sister has already left, which isn't surprising at all. Having lived two lives, Zhuo Chen saw through this point in an instant. My hand is a bit numb. I still have to challenge the leaderboard later. Don't worry, I'll give you a massage. Yang Bing laughed lightly. But she showed no intention of letting go. You're a freshman, so you don't know the norm. Every year, outstanding students in their third and fourth years are recruited to leave the school. Yang Bing chuckled softly. Zhuo Chen nodded absent-mindedly. As a transmigrator, how could he not know? Isn't this just the college student with clear eyes transforming into a corporate slave? Seeing Zhuo Chen nod, Yang Bing immediately perked up. She slightly tilted her head back, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Humph. The one closest to the water gets the moon first. Soon you'll know how good your sister is. Then, as if explaining, she continued. Actually, this is quite common. By the third and fourth years, many outstanding students are recruited by the Martial Alliance, the Demon Suppression Army, and others. If not, various major corporations will also take people for internships. You're already in your fifth year. Why? Are you still in school? Zhuo Chen seemed indifferent. Yet, a smile had already crept onto his lips. Ha! Yang Bing was taken aback. What? So straightforward? This little junior brother is giving no face at all. This left Yang Bing at a loss. Is this kid really impervious to reason? Luckily, I have patience. TCH, the Demon Suppression Army is too exhausting. The Martial Alliance is just so. As for other corporations, I still have to ask my family. She casually tossed her hair, both nonchalant and proud. The reason, of course, was made up on the spot. The real reason? That's a girl's secret. Actually, I have another skill I'm quite good at. As she said this, she leaned closer to Zhuo Chen's ear. At that moment, Yang Bing's breath and a hint of fragrance wafted over. I'm quite good at raising a husband and teaching children. Like someone like you, our children would definitely be excellent. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen had no thoughts of romance. The corner of his mouth twitched. Oh my. Senior sister said this woman is a bad woman. If he really took this woman in, wouldn't senior sister be upset? Besides, he dislikes bad women but likes beautiful ones. With Yang Bing, the know-it-all, around, today's leaderboard challenge would definitely go smoothly. Talk about romance? With whom? How to date? A head full of questions. Good people, who the hell is dating? A wave of complaints surged in his heart. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor. I just want to challenge the leaderboard. Seeing those names on the list without me makes me feel awful. After throwing out a few words, Zhuo Chen had already walked quite far. This left Yang Bing at a loss again. Hey, wait a minute, I just happen to want to check the leaderboard too. How about I take you there? Yang Bing quickly caught up. I'm familiar with this school. It'll be more convenient if you follow me. Alright, I appreciate it, senior sister. Zhuo Chen appeared quite polite, but inwardly he sighed. How is this woman like a sticky plaster? Anyway, having someone to guide him isn't a bad thing. He was going there anyway. He deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind Yang Bing. The few classmates who were following Yang Bing were gritting their teeth in frustration. Yang, senior sister's favoring you is a blessing. What level is this ungrateful little junior brother? But they could only watch helplessly as the indifferent Zhuo Chen disdained Yang Bing. Exiting the A district, the two headed straight for the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground and reaching the leaderboard area, Zhuo Chen saw a lively scene. Some students were looking at the names on the leaderboard, while many others were watching the duels in the trial arena. Zhuo Chen was not interested in this, he just wanted to see the names on the list. Since his master said to aim for the sky ranking, then it would be the sky ranking. Just as he was about to squeeze over to see the situation on the list, he was stopped by Yang Bing. You probably haven't been here before, right? She deliberately stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhuo Chen, pointing to the list ahead. This is the school's ranking list, and most of those on it are seniors in their 3rd and 4th years. Zhuo Chen followed Yang Bing's and looked in the direction she pointed. Following Yang Bing's introduction, Zhuo Chen began to understand. The rankings are divided into 3 main categories: the human ranking, the earth ranking, and the heaven ranking. Each ranking only announces the top 10. Among them, the heaven ranking is the highest of the 3. With the success of the Great Xiaotown Demon Subduing Army, the enthusiasm of the students has been ignited. The competition for the rankings has gradually intensified. Listening to the explanation, Zhuo Chen nodded absent-mindedly, while his gaze surveyed the surroundings of the martial arts arena. There are a total of 60 trial platforms. Whether it's a competition to challenge the rankings or sparring between students, there are many students watching. At this moment, hearing Yang Bing's introduction, several male students gathered around. Sister Yang, you're here too? Sister Yang, which ranking are you challenging today? Sister Yang, have you eaten? I heard there's a new restaurant outside, we can try it, my treat. Yang Bing pretended not to hear and continued to introduce to Zhuo Chen. I recommend you try the earth ranking first. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. Saying this, she pulled Zhuo Chen forward a couple of steps. I think I'll just look at the heaven ranking. Zhuo Chen scratched his head. Anyway, he would be the top of the rankings sooner or later. His master said to challenge the heaven ranking, so that's what he would do. Upon hearing this, the group of male students became excited. The lowest on the heaven ranking is already at the peak of the 7th stage. What level are you? The heaven ranking is something you can challenge? Just wait to embarrass yourself. I'll challenge the 10th place for now. Zhuo Chen paid no attention to the surrounding sycophants and casually noticed that the 10th place was a senior named Chen Shu. Let's go through the motions first. Once he got familiar, he would take care of the remaining 9 on the list. This way, I'll take you to register. Yang Bing gently tugged at Zhuo Chen's arm and walked towards the registration area. She felt a bit speechless. Challenging the heaven ranking, isn't that just asking for punishment? Even if he is the direct disciple of a martial god, there's a huge gap between the 6th and 7th stages. Thinking about it, after Zhuo Chen loses the match, she could go comfort him. What a beautiful rescue of a hero. Isn't this just tightening Zhuo Chen's heartstrings? Suddenly, she felt quite pleased. Accompanying the two were a group of sycophants. You little brat, just wait for your embarrassment. Not only can I get closer to Sister Yang, but if she sees you're all talk and no skill, she might just abandon you. Isn't that the Zhuo direct disciple from before? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the gazes of Yang Bing's male classmates suddenly focused on Zhuo Chen. However, most of them still thought Zhuo Chen was being overly arrogant. Even if the future is promising, he is not a match for the peak of the 7th stage right now. Arriving at the registration area, the teacher was focused on replying to messages. The trial arena was full, but challengers were few. Those on the rankings are all tempered through countless trials. How could there be so many who dared to challenge? So he casually chatted with the female teacher to build rapport. We're here to register for the rankings. I want to challenge the 10th place. On the heaven ranking, Chen Shu. Upon hearing this, the teacher suddenly looked up and scrutinized Zhuo Chen. With some whispers from nearby classmates, she recognized the Zhuo direct disciple. Shuo, the heaven ranking might not be suitable for you. Why not try the earth ranking? The teacher's kind voice carried a hint of amusement. Even the direct disciple of a martial god shouldn't challenge beyond their level, right? No need, just the 10th place on the heaven ranking. Seeing Zhuo Chen's insistence, the teacher could only fill out the form and then contact Chen Shu. I have to see the first battle of the Zhuo direct disciple. What's there to see? Can a 6th stage even win against a 7th stage? Exactly, it's more likely to see the Zhuo direct disciple embarrass himself. You're not allowed to slander my male god. The boys and girls behind Zhuo Chen were arguing incessantly. Moments later, the 30-second trial arena where Zhuo Chen was located was ready. A large number of students surged in, eager to see how Zhuo would fight beyond his level. Why not just forget it? There are so many people watching. Yang Bing whispered, leaning her head on Zhuo Chen's shoulder, the opponent is your senior from the 4th year, peak 7th level. Her words were filled with concern, but in her heart, she imagined the scene of comforting Zhuo Chen after his defeat. Don't be cowardly. You must go up and fight. Otherwise, how can I comfort you? I must take down Zhuo Chen today. Zhuo Chen felt the fragrance of Yang Bing's hair and replied lightly, it's fine. Should I just take them all down tomorrow? Wouldn't that be too arrogant? Forget it, let's deal with one today, then talk about the rankings. A few minutes later, Chen Shu received a notification and arrived at the trial arena. Seeing Zhuo Chen's cultivation, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Unaware of his own mortality. It would be better to persuade him to withdraw first. With that thought, he walked to the center. Zhuo Chen, right? I advise you to withdraw. As Zhuo Chen approached, he spoke coldly, I'm already part of the martial alliance, and I'll graduate soon. You really don't need to rush into a challenge. Chen Shu sized up Zhuo Chen. With cultivation. Not even at the 7th level, how could he fight against someone at the peak of the 7th level? Be careful. Just don't get hurt later. Zhuo Chen's words stunned Chen Shu. Ha? Me be careful? Crazy junior? Wait, how did he even get into the school if he was crazy? If you want to embarrass yourself, don't blame me. He sneered, drawing his sword, planning to defeat him in one strike. But he saw Zhuo Chen wielding a strange blade, his whole body erupting with waves of energy. Millions of vitality instantly exploded within him, filling his entire being. Before Chen Shu could take a step, he felt his neck become slightly damp. Zhuo Chen was already 2 steps away, the strange blade pressed against his neck. The edge rested against Chen Shu's skin, leaving a small scratch. So fast, what just happened? All the watching students fell silent. They had no idea what had just occurred. They only saw Zhuo Chen's energy erupt, and in the blink of an eye, the blade was at Chen Shu's neck. Ha! Is this over? Even the teacher officiating on the side didn't realize. He thought the fight would last a while, so he was playing with his communicator, chatting with a female teacher. By the time he replied to a message, the battle was over. And it was Chen Shu who lost. I told you to be careful. Zhuo Chen said as he sheathed the strange blade, feeling a bit of a thrill. I let him off too lightly. I almost struck his neck with the blade. I lost. Chen Shu, no matter how unwilling, could only admit this result. He could feel that if Zhuo Chen had swung that blade, he would have undoubtedly died. Chen Shu, defeated, the new 10th place on the sky ranking is Zhuo Chen. The teacher was completely stunned, mechanically announcing this result. He had never anticipated. Hearing this result, Yang Bing was dumbfounded. This result was wrong. Wasn't she supposed to go up and comfort Zhuo Chen after he lost? This is simply too terrifying. No wonder he is the direct disciple of the martial god, no wonder he lives with Zhang Niaxue. Strong. Terrifyingly strong. The entire arena was silent, a pin drop could be heard. Only Yang Bing's gaze flickered uncertainly. How could such a strong man belong to someone else? He must be hers. The entire trial arena fell silent in an instant. Even though they had already heard the sound of Zhuo Chen's victory, no one reacted. Except for Yang Bing. She had already gotten up and excitedly run to Zhuo Chen's side. You were amazing. Senior sister. Has to reward you well. A hint of joy mixed with her gentle voice, and her pretty face gained a touch of allure. Winning, shouldn't there be a celebration? Later, they could have a meal alone, drink a bit, and if they got drunk, wouldn't anything be possible? Not to mention that it would be easy to take advantage of the situation, they could even turn raw rice into cooked rice. So, where do you want to eat? Today, senior sister is treating. With this statement, the male classmates in the audience, who had been eagerly waiting to see Zhuo Chen humiliated, suddenly woke up. They had come to see him being brutally defeated, yet this was the outcome? They gritted their teeth, listening to Yang Bing's mention of a reward, and the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. And she was even putting on a show. Didn't they know there were greater powers out there? Once the top experts from the heavenly rankings arrived, they would surely deal with him. Filled with resentment, their gazes were all fixed on Zhuo Chen. However, this resentment was diluted by the frenzied cheers. After a brief silence, Zhuo Chen's female fans erupted into enthusiastic applause. He truly is my ideal man. Shua, you're so handsome. Shua, you're amazing. If Yang Bing hadn't been present, they would have shouted even more explicitly. But Zhuochen still wore a calm expression, not showing any reaction. Let's talk about dinner later. I'm not hungry yet. I still want to climb the rankings. Upon hearing this, Yang Bing was taken aback. Ha? He still wants to climb? Isn't making it to the heavenly rankings enough for one day? Moreover, not everyone on the heavenly rankings is easy to deal with. However, she thought again. Zhuochen had just easily resolved the battle in 10 seconds. A little arrogance isn't bad. Winning should be celebrated properly, and if they got drunk, they could turn raw rice into cooked rice. If he lost, she could comfort him and get him drunk to take care of things. Today, she had to win over Zhuochen. With this thought, she revealed a warm smile and nodded slightly. Not long after, the teacher came over with a lot of things. Congratulations, Zhuochen. The statement has been signed, and you need to sign it as well. The teacher approached with a beaming smile. In addition to the fixed monthly allocation, these are your rewards for climbing the rankings. Zhuochen nodded slightly and immediately opened the box to take a look. All the students outside also curiously stretched their necks. 10 top-grade soul condensing pills, 10 top-grade blood chi pills, and 1 golden inscription. At that moment, whether it was the angry male classmates or the cheering female fans, they all wore the same expression. NV. Top-grade soul condensing pills and top-grade blood chi pills. 10 of each. And a golden inscription. Which one wouldn't allow them to soar? In fact, the teacher was still in a daze, all his actions mechanical and procedural. Fighting against a 7th-tier opponent. At the 6th tier, could he win? He had never seen that before. This was truly eye-opening. Zhuochen, it seems this is your first time participating in the rankings competition, right? Let me explain a bit. The teacher, having regained his composure, explained some basic information about the rankings. Those on the heavenly rankings receive additional resources every month. However, the resource distribution is different. Starting from the 10th place, the resources gained become vastly different. With each rank, I still want to continue climbing the rankings. After signing, Zhuochen received the rewards and spoke. The teacher, just having regained his composure, was stunned again upon hearing this. He wants to continue? Isn't making it to the 10th place enough? He needs to know when to hold back. These are all seniors in their 3rd and 4th years, don't they care about face? I want to challenge the top 3. With Zhuochen's words, the classmates below went wild. The disciple of the martial god had come and crushed the 10th place. Now he wants to directly challenge the top 3? Zhuochen, oh Zhuochen, you have truly become arrogant. Yes, you can easily defeat the 10th place, but can it compare to beating the top 3? You can't challenge so many at once. Zhuochen, you must be tired too, why don't you go back and rest for a bit? The teacher swallowed, hinting at a bit of discouragement. Bring them all here, I'll challenge them one by one. Zhuochen insisted. Since he was already here, it was better to strike while the iron was hot. He wanted to settle everything today and go back to inform his master. It would save him from being urged every day to climb the leaderboard. Then, please wait a moment. I'll go get the form. After you fill it out, I'll notify them. The teacher felt a bit helpless, but this wasn't something that was prohibited. In the past, there had never been such an arrogant challenger. As Zhuochen filled out the form and the teacher notified others, the student groups from various universities erupted in excitement. Have you heard? Zhuo's direct disciple is challenging 3 at once. What do you mean 3 at once? It's a challenge to the top 3 on the leaderboard. He wants to challenge them one by one, not 3 at once. Even with the misinformation, the news spread rapidly throughout the school. More and more students rushed to the number 32 trial arena. Even though there were hardly any seats left inside, some were willing to stand just to get a glimpse. This was a historic moment. On one side were the top 3 experts on the school's leaderboard. On the other side was the direct disciple of the martial god. Whether the top 3 won or Zhuo's disciple won, it would undoubtedly be explosive. How could one miss witnessing history? As more and more students entered, the sounds in the number 32 trial arena shifted from quiet cheers to frenzied shouts. They couldn't wait to witness this legendary battle on campus. Yang Bing, watching her classmates around her, was also excited. She rushed into Zhuochen's embrace. She wanted to confess again, but suddenly halted that thought. Confessing was good, but Zhuochen hadn't fully grasped it yet. If she got rejected again in front of so many people, she'd be seen as a desperate girl. Thinking this, she quickly changed her words. If you win this time, you have to treat me to a meal. I refuse. Zhuo said bluntly, you can go down now, I'm about to start the competition. Just as he was speaking, the teacher arrived with a few other teachers. Zhuo, since you are challenging the top 3, we need multiple teachers to witness. The top 3 have already been contacted, they are on their way. By the way, the third place is too busy and plans to forfeit the match. The teacher who was responsible for the announcement explained, you only need to compete with the second and first place. Zhuo's disciple indeed has courage. No one has ever challenged the top 3 at once since the school was established. Several teachers nodded frequently, praising, this is what a strong person looks like. They had no idea how many times they had heard about Zhuo, the martial god's disciple. Seeing him today was indeed extraordinary. Challenging the top 3 at once was also a display of remarkable courage. Before long, the second place appeared first. Zhuo vaguely remembered that her name was Li Qi. Just by the name, one might think she was a tall and charming senior. But as she walked up, she had a baby face. With a petite figure resembling a little girl, it was hard to call her a senior. Zhuo's disciple, I've heard a lot about you. Her voice was less mature than Yang Bing's, with a hint of childishness. Seeing Li Qi greet him, Zhuo also cupped his fists in return. Hello, Senior Li. I am here on the master's orders to challenge the heavenly ranking. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward. How about we add some extra flair to the match? But Li Qi directly pulled out a high-quality soul condensing pill. It's our first meeting and I didn't prepare any gifts. This isn't anything rare. Just consider it a meeting gift. Upon hearing this, Zhuo was somewhat surprised. Although the high-quality soul condensing pill wasn't as good as the top-grade one, it wasn't something one could just casually take out. This little lowly is not simple. Thank you, Senior. Zhuo accepted the high-quality soul condensing pill, raising his eyebrows slightly, but I won't hold back in the match. In fact, he had already planned to go easy on her. After all, she was so polite, he would let her off a bit. Are you all ready? Hearing the eager voices of the surrounding classmates, the teacher asked. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They then stepped back 3 paces from each other. Li Qi pulled out a red tassel hook spear that was almost half her height, positioning it in front of her. Her entire body was filled with energy, emitting a slight wave. This wave even made the students watching from the sidelines feel as if their bodies were shaken. Before they even started, her aura had already frightened everyone. Many gasped in surprise. The petite lowly senior was unexpectedly terrifying. Truly worthy of being second in the heavenly ranking. Everyone took a closer look. Her martial arts level was indeed impressive. The previous 7 segments were truly subpar. Yang Bing's admirers were getting excited. There are always stronger opponents. You can handle that subpar peak of the 7th level, but this 8th level is not something you can deal with. Finally going to see Zhuo make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, Zhuo's female fans were gripping their hands tightly, palms sweaty. They were already imagining the scene of Zhuo being beaten up. Yang Bing, on the other hand, was much calmer. She was mentally prepared, so she wasn't flustered at all. Win, go up to celebrate, lose, go up to comfort, either way, it had to be handled. Before Zhuo could even move, he saw Li Qi's spear strike like a dragon. With a surge of energy, she lunged forward, and before the audience could react, her second thrust was already unleashed. In an instant, it seemed as if there were 3 or 4 Li Qis rushing back and forth to attack Zhuo. Yet, Zhuo remained unharmed, with only a couple of small holes slightly staining his clothes. Not even a drop of blood. The several Li Qi phantoms dashed around, while the real Li Qi had already leaped with her spear. Using the momentum from her fall, she aimed for Zhuo's shoulder. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhuo had already tightened his grip on the unfamiliar knife. At this moment, he stood tall and steady as a mountain. Ha! The unfamiliar knife began to dance. The next moment, he used the side of the knife to directly block this swift yet powerful thrust. Even with Zhuo as the center, the ground within a 3-meter radius sank slightly. No way? Some students exclaimed in surprise. They had seen Li Qi leap with her spear, but they couldn't see the descending attack clearly. Upon closer inspection, the tip of Li Qi's spear was still spinning like a drill. Yet, despite the strength of this attack, Zhuo's unfamiliar knife, like others, was completely unaffected. Zhuo did feel that his energy during the battle had weakened a bit, but with such abundant energy, a little less didn't matter. At this point, not exploding with power could be considered giving face, right? Then, let's go. Senior, it's my turn. he said, sweeping his unfamiliar knife, forcing Li Qi to create some distance. In that moment of separation, she saw the energy erupting from Zhuo Chen. This was definitely not the 6th level. Even her own 8th level couldn't unleash such fierce energy. Could it be that The rising blood energy enveloped Zhuo Chen, allowing him to leap effortlessly into the sky, and then he struck down with a knife. Li Qi could no longer see the blade descending from the heavens and could only instinctively block it with her spear. Boom! Zhuo Chen's strike was like a meteor falling from the sky. With the force of thunder, smoke billowed, and all the students stood up, stretching their necks to see. But the smoke was too thick, and they had no idea what was happening in the middle. That strike probably means our senior Li is done for. I think the 30-second trial ground will take a long time to repair. I thought Zhuo's direct disciple was going to die, but it turns out he's still hiding. The students, unable to see the situation clearly, began to discuss among themselves. I lost. As the smoke cleared, accompanied by a youthful female voice, Zhuo Chen's knife was stopped above Li Qi's head. Several strands of hair that the blade touched had already fallen to the ground. Li Qi's spear was easily cut in two by a single strike. Zhuo Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. This was harder than not holding back at all. It was almost there. Against demons and monsters, he could go all out, one strike for each, but these classmates, really? At that moment, Zhuo Chen seemed to understand something. His master's intention was not to teach him to control his strength. The entire venue fell silent again. No one expected that it was originally Li Qi who might take Zhuo Chen's life. How could it turn around, and Zhuo Chen almost took Li Qi's life instead? The sycophants were greatly disappointed and filled with resentment. The second place, which had been highly anticipated, was actually defeated by Zhuo Chen. In contrast, cheers erupted from Zhuo Chen's fans. Zhuo Chen wins, advancing to second place on the heavenly rankings. The teacher announced immediately. Putting away her weapon, Li Qi walked up to Zhuo Chen. This is the exquisite soul condensing pill you won. Li Qi smiled and took out another one, feeling a bit anxious inside. If she hadn't given something in advance, this match might have been a question of survival. Thank you, senior. Zhuo Chen respectfully accepted it. By the way, can you also give me a copy of that Tao De Jing? Li Qi hurriedly took the opportunity to ask, just name your price. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen became even more certain that this junior sister was definitely not simple. We can discuss that later. Zhuo Chen replied, just as a teacher came over with the rewards. Congratulations, Zhuo Chen. The teacher handed the reward box to Zhuo Chen and was about to leave when Zhuo Chen asked, Teacher, what about the first place? The first place is a bit busy and might not be back for a couple of days. We'll prepare it for you as soon as he returns. The teacher said, hurriedly finishing the process and leaving. He was the only one among the several notarizing teachers who hadn't looked confused. He had thought this would at most be an evenly matched battle. Who knew Zhuo Chen, this direct disciple, had hidden such formidable strength? Yang Bing watched the teacher leave and immediately rushed onto the stage. It's my turn. The rice is already cooked, hee hee. Yang Bing, how have you been lately? Not bad, everything's going smoothly. Facing Li Qi, she still wore an excited smile, but her eyes revealed a hint of hostility. Women understand women best. With such closeness, what good intentions could there be? Zhuo Chen is mine. While greeting, Zhuo Chen also learned that Li Qi was actually the young lady of the Li family, one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. Are you two a couple? Li Qi asked deliberately, looking at Yang Bing's arm around Zhuo Chen. Yes. No. The two gave different answers simultaneously. Upon hearing Zhuo Chen's no, Li Qi's eyes immediately lit up. She thought you were bound together. Turns out you haven't become one yet? Your young family can't accommodate such a great deity. Let's not talk about that for now. To celebrate your advancement to second place, I'm treating. Let's go out to eat. Yang Bing immediately changed the subject, pulling Zhuo Chen to celebrate. Wait, I'm going too. Li Qi was taken aback when she saw Yang Bing about to take Zhuo Chen away. This woman is quite familiar, isn't she? Clearly, Zhuo Chen hasn't even confirmed a relationship with you. Why should you have him all to yourself? No way. I have to win him over too. Besides, you may be bigger where it counts, and you may have a better figure, but what gives you the confidence? I should thank Shuo for being lenient, she said softly, putting on a demure facade. Then let's have dinner together. The more, the merrier, Yang Bing chuckled, raising an eyebrow as she locked eyes with Li Qi. The surroundings were quiet, but Zhuo Chen Felt something was off. Why was there a hint of tension in the air? He glanced between the two women. Ultimately, he shook his head. Forget it. Is this a competition for affection? Is it worth it? I'm not interested in either of you. He sighed lightly and took out his communicator to check the trending topics. Trending topics are much more interesting than women. Li Qi also lifted her chin and glanced at her own chest. In an instant, her confidence grew a bit more. Want to compete for a man with me? What do you have to offer? Men all prefer my graceful figure. Finally, Li Qi took the initiative. You can't even tell the front from the back. What are you doing here? Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer to Yang Bing's ear, pretending to share a secret like good friends. You. Yang Bing couldn't even manage a complete sentence. Instead, she huffed and turned away. These girls each so simple, and in this round, she was completely defeated. In the somewhat damaged trial ground number 32, the tension of rivals meeting suddenly intensified. Caught in the middle. Zhuo Chen had no interest in watching these two women pull each other's hair, so he walked up to the teachers. From the teachers' words and actions during the award ceremony, Zhuo Chen had already seen through it. The first place wasn't absent, they simply hadn't notified him. Perhaps these teachers didn't think they could win at all. Now they could only make excuses. Teacher, is the first place really not coming today? I still want to challenge the top of the leaderboard. Zhuo Chen's words, combined with his earlier display of strength, made the teachers break into a sweat. Li Qi beside him was also displeased. Zhua, isn't it enough that you beat me? We should at least have dinner together. In an instant, she had already moved closer. Her words were soft, but her gaze could spit fire. It was as if she was saying, if you don't take me to dinner today, I'll make you regret it. Zhuo Chen simply waved his hand, asking her to hold off on causing trouble for now, and instead looked at the teachers in front of him. Teachers, I'm serious, I want to challenge the top of the leaderboard. The teachers, who had just regained their composure to congratulate him, were stunned the next second. How long is this going to go on? Isn't second place enough? You need to know when to stop. Zhuo Chen, achieving second place on the leaderboard is already impressive. How about next time? A middle-aged teacher pushed up his glasses, looking troubled. Yes, the first place is already a half-step master. In martial arts, one must not be overly ambitious. The other teachers echoed, trying to persuade Zhuo Chen to know when to stop. What a joke! This is the direct disciple of the martial god. If they win, they are naturally happy. But if they lose? If Chen Xingxuan says something to ruin my disciple's resolve, can they still get by? But upon hearing half-step master, Zhuo Chen instantly became excited. These teachers really weren't enough to challenge him. They almost let him win. This half-step master is somewhat challenging. Teachers, I aim for a defeat. This is my master's arrangement. Zhuo Chen raised his voice so that the entire trial ground could hear. His voice carried a hint of soul power. It wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the training ground. Suddenly, all the students watching erupted in excitement. What the heck? Aiming for a defeat? Shen the martial god has a grand vision. Indeed, no wonder I am one of the three great martial gods of the Great Xia. This scale is truly extraordinary. Various discussions spread. Immediately, those quick to act began calling their friends. What a joke! A martial god's direct disciple challenging the number one on the heavenly ranking, a once-in-a-century event. They quickly contacted their friends, and even those who had half-stepped away from the 30-second trial arena turned back immediately. Zhuo's direct disciple just won second place, and now he is challenging the first. I heard the first place is a half-step master. Isn't he just asking for trouble since he isn't even at the 7th level? These students spread the news from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Soon, all the teachers and students in the school knew about it. They all surged into the martial arts arena surrounding the 30-second trial arena so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. Even students from outside the school rushed into the martial god academy, wanting to witness Zhuo's direct disciple battle the number one on the heavenly ranking. The gathering of students grew larger and larger, directly alarming the school's leaders, who quickly contacted each other via communication devices to discuss countermeasures. The martial god's direct disciple must not suffer any harm. How could we dare not listen to the arrangements of martial god Chen? He has already spoken, the news has spread, we must fight. This is of great importance. Please have the Martial Alliance oversee the event, and the venue needs to be changed. As the news spread, many teachers and school administrators became busy. Soon, all the details were laid out. Security was also in place at the first opportunity. With a single word from Zhuo Chen, all administrative forces of the Martial God Academy were mobilized. His challenge stirred the Martial Alliance to personally oversee the event. This is the influence of a martial god's direct disciple. On Zhuo Chen's side, the teachers present received the notification and went to convey it. Zhuo Chen, there are too many students here to watch your match. So we need to move to the larger first trial arena, please follow me. Saying this, the teacher led the way, and Zhuo Chen followed behind. Students who received the news about the venue change rushed in. Like a tide, they filled the audience seats of the first trial arena. All the teachers and students of the school gathered, and even students from other schools were present. This scene was no less than some major competitions. Within the Great Xia, while resting and waiting for the number one on the heavenly ranking, a few nearby students secretly jumped down. They kept informing Zhuo Chen about the background of the number one. This number one on the heavenly ranking is a great beauty. Definitely more beautiful than Sister Yang. What are you saying that for? I mean in terms of strength. A few students spoke eagerly, leaving Zhuo Chen feeling confused. At this moment, Li Qi slowly began to introduce. This number one on the heavenly ranking is called Zhao Xian, and she is my cousin. She is a big star in our Li family. Moreover, she is already a half-step master and often enters the demon abyss for trials. As she spoke, a hint of envy appeared on her face. I heard she seems to have been selected by the demon suppression army to guard the Great Wall. Saying this, Li Qi's eyes sparkled with hope. If I could bring you into the Li family, I could fight alongside my sister. Being in the 4th year, I could at least gain experience, while my sister is already stationed at the Great Wall. I must win you over. Thinking this, she took out a high-quality blood essence pill. Take this and recover well. Not long after, outside the martial arts arena, another figure appeared. She was the current pride of the Martial God Academy, Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian walked into the first trial arena. She approached step by step. In her gaze, there was an air of superiority that spread out. It was as if one person could dominate the entire scene. In an instant, everyone stood up, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the mysterious beauty of the number one on the heavenly ranking. She's here. The aura of a half-step master is indeed different. I think Shua's direct disciple is going to be humiliated. Isn't a half-step master going to crush Shua's direct disciple? Instantly, all attention in the arena focused on Zhao Xian. Many students on stage greeted her. However, she remained indifferent. It seemed that in this world, no one could catch her eye. Shut up, those who aren't watching, get out. She snapped, and the room fell silent. Zhuo Chen raised his head slightly, curiosity flickering across his face. TSK, this beauty, this presence, not simple at all. With a doll-like face like Li Qi's and a figure that surpasses Yang Bing's. The classmates nearby who were discussing the science were right, she is indeed a great beauty. Then he saw Zhao Xian walking towards Zhuo Chen. Closer now. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He hadn't noticed her advantages from afar. Now, wow, those legs that seem to stretch for eternity. So beautiful, so beautiful. Are you challenging me? The teachings of the martial god are nothing like this. Zhao Xian scoffed with a smile, hands on her hips, just a reminder. My time is precious, come on, I'll take it. However, seeing Li Qi beside her, she greeted her gently. Upon learning that Li Qi had been easily defeated, Zhao Xian revealed a hint of a playful smile. Her attitude towards Zhuo Chen also shifted slightly. Interesting, no wonder you were so eager to call me back. Kid, for this duel, you must let me enjoy myself. Sister won't bully you, I'll give you 10 minutes to warm up. Zhao Xian said, sitting next to Li Qi. Zhuo Chen wanted to explode in anger. In the end, he took a deep breath and held it in for now. Fine. You are the most pretentious woman I have ever seen. Humph. Woman, there will be a time for you to cry later. Shaking off the thought, Zhuo Chen carefully examined Zhao Xian. Not only was she beautiful, but her height was also impressive. Especially those legs, they were practically longer than his life. If it weren't for the need to focus on cultivation right now, he could have gotten to know her better. He shook his head slightly to calm himself down. She is a half-step master, I can't let my guard down too much. Beside him, Yang Bing clung to Zhuo Chen's arm, but her gaze was fixed on the happily chatting Zhao Xian and Li Qi. A sense of inferiority surged within her. Even though Li Qi had a body like a plank, her face was not inferior to mine. Zhao Xian was not only stunningly beautiful but also tall and curvy. In comparison, I couldn't match them at all, from strength to figure, and their direct lineage from the Li family, compared to my side branch of the Yang family. Yang Bing lowered her head slightly, her eyes reddening. If I can't win Zhuo Chen today, once those two make their move, I will have no chance at all. Luckily, I have good judgment and discovered this early. Thinking of this, she raised her head, and her gaze at Zhuo Chen held a bit more desire. Zhuo Chen, Zhao Xian, are you ready? Several impartial teachers had gathered. If you are ready, please come up to the stage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian walked up without looking back. The slender sword at her waist was drawn, always ready. Soon, the two had already leaped onto the stage. One, graceful and ethereal. The other, proud and unmatched. Zhuo Chen, you must win. Yang Bing blurted out unexpectedly. Zhuo Chen nodded and walked toward the center of the stage. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena had gradually heated up. Many eager eyes were fixed on the stage. One was a direct disciple of a martial god, having already defeated the second on the heavenly rankings, with strength not to be underestimated. The other was the absolute number one on the heavenly rankings, a half-step master, possessing absolute power. Do you think Shua, the direct disciple, can win? Dream on. If he can fight at the 6th level against the 7th or 8th, that's one thing, but this is a half-step master. No matter how high the talent, it still requires training. His strength is far inferior to our seniorly. You said the same thing during the previous battle for second place. The students were discussing animatedly, and even a large group of students from other schools joined in the conversation. Begin. With the teacher's command, the match officially started. The entire venue fell silent in an instant, all eyes focused on Zhao Xian and Zhuo Chen on the stage. The unfamiliar knife in Zhuo Chen's hand carried immense power. Zhao Xian's slender sword, however, seemed to have the ability to deflect great force with just a light touch. Zhuo Chen was enveloped in blood energy, which coursed through his meridians, causing his momentum to soar instantly. He leaped forward, bringing with him a thunderous wave. Clang! A loud sound echoed as his unfamiliar knife was easily blocked by Zhao Xian's sword, raised with one hand. Her sword seemed alive, not only neutralizing the force but even softly rebounding some of it. If this is your strength, I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill you. Zhao Xian merely held her head high, a hint of displeasure on her face. How could you, with such poor skills, defeat my cousin? This little bit of strength could secure second place? However, this move is indeed fierce. My arm is a bit numb. If another one comes, I might not be able to handle it. She did not attack immediately but watched as Zhuo Chen leaped up, creating some distance. At this moment, Zhuo Chen took another look at Zhao Xian. A half-step master is indeed impressive. To be able to easily block with only 60% of her strength? Finally, I can stop holding back. Seeing this move, the audience was shocked by Zhuo Chen's strike, even more astonished that Zhao Xian could easily block it. The same move had nearly cost Li Qi her life. I told you our senior sister Li is amazing. Exactly, Zhuo Qinchuan is just someone with good potential. I think Zhuo Qinchuan only has that one move, who can't do a few basic techniques? The atmosphere in the arena suddenly shifted, with the majority starting to support Zhao Xian. This kid with no boundaries needs to be taught a lesson. He must not be allowed to get inflated. The shouts continued, which made Zhao Xian quite annoyed. Shut up. Be quiet. After his shout, the entire venue fell silent. They recalled how this hot-tempered senior sister had once taken the top spot on the leaderboard. Senior sister, be careful. I will give it my all. Zhuo Chen also became serious. He needed to see just how much of a gap there was between him and a half-step master. Then, his vital energy surged again. This time, the energy released from his explosive vital force made the nearby students break into a cold sweat. The knife he wielded, a foreign blade, was surrounded by a strong vortex of energy. The air around him was easily stirred up. This is the true strength of Zhuo Qinchuan. Exactly, how can my boy lose? That was just a test. Now it really begins. Seeing Zhuo Chen exert his strength, the fans in the audience also began to exert themselves. Zhuo Chen's body was enveloped in a dark red glow of vital energy, each step accompanied by gusts of wind. His speed was now beyond the grasp of the surrounding spectators. Only Zhao Xian could see it clearly. This speed was definitely not inferior to the 8th rank. A 6th rank kid does have some skills. Let me see what kind of strength you really have. After a moment of thought, Zhao Xian's vital energy also erupted. As he wielded his agile sword, multiple phantoms began to appear. Not only could the audience outside not tell which Zhao Xian was real, but even Zhuo Chen found it hard to discern Zhao Xian's position. Kill. Zhuo Chen didn't care which one was real. With sheer force, he would take them all down. After all, a half-step master shouldn't be able to be killed by him, right? As the attributes on him slowly began to glow, Zhuo Chen's speed increased even more. The audience outside had no idea how the battle was going, they could only hear the clashing sounds of swords and knives. So strong. Is this what a strong person's battle looks like? It's impossible to see clearly. It should be recorded and played back for support. A few teachers who hadn't reached the master level were already stunned. Is this what it means for the new generation to push the old? Two top students able to generate such momentum. The battle in the arena was extremely intense. Relying on his advantage in vital energy, Zhuo Chen continuously suppressed Zhao Xian with his wildly dancing foreign blade. And Zhao Xian, not to be outdone, relied on his mobility to maneuver back and forth. With the clash of swords and knives, he felt as if he had to endure stronger attacks each time. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each of Zhuo Chen's strikes was not only powerful but also precisely found Zhao Xian. Clang! In the final clash of swords, although Zhao Xian, exhausted, managed to block Zhuo Chen's strike, the additional force was already beyond his defense. Boom! Zhao Xian was directly knocked off the stage and crashed into the wall. Everyone stood up, their eyes wide open. They focused on Zhao Xian, who had crashed into the wall. The first place, defeated? Many rubbed their eyes, confirming they weren't seeing things. I lost. Zhao Xian slowly got up, sheathed his sword, and walked back to the stage. The entire venue was silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhao Xian's eyes were red at the corners, with a hint of tears, evoking a sense of pity. After a few leaps, she flipped over and left the arena. Sitting on the sidelines, her gaze intentionally and unintentionally drifted towards Zhuo Chen. Then she quickly withdrew it, as if avoiding the eyes around her. The previous air of superiority was gone. The entire audience had yet to recover from the earlier battle. Whether it was the officiating teachers, the large crowd of students from both the school and others, or the security personnel maintaining order, even the professional martial artists from the Martial Alliance had never witnessed a fight like this. It was exhilarating, akin to battling a demon king, where not only was power pushed to its limits, but the violence displayed was both brutal and profound. The thrill and beauty of the fight were fully revealed at that moment, elevating it to a philosophical level. Those who had experienced the Tao De Jing fell into deep contemplation. The collision of existence and non-existence, the grasp of advance and retreat, seemed to be perfectly controlled by Zhuo Chen. Truly, he was a genius. They were all stunned. What had just happened in that battle? It was too explosive. It was hard to imagine that this was a match between two students. No, at the 6th level, he had combat power rivaling that of a half-step master, so his future was limitless. In their days, they were still savoring the fragments of what they had just witnessed. Immersed in it, they couldn't pull themselves away. Yang Bing felt numb all over, as if she were dreaming. She had thought that defeating Li Qi was Zhuo Chen's limit, but now even the top of the heavenly rankings, Zhao Xian, had fought and lost. The opponent was a half-step master. Zhuo Chen had actually managed to defeat a master? What would happen when Zhuo Chen became a master himself? Absolutely. Today, she had to secure Zhuo Chen. She couldn't let Li Qi have any chance. She glanced at the still-dazed Li Qi beside her, who also felt the hostile gaze. Humph. Zhuo Chen, I'm going to claim you. You think you, Yang Bing, can compete with me? I'll just invite him to dinner alone later. Right, I must call my sister. United, we sisters can cut through gold. Unconsciously, her body trembled. Excitement, fear, and confusion. She stared intently at the traces of the battle in the arena, recalling her own fight, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Sure enough, Zhuo Chen, you still showed mercy to me? In that case, you must have feelings for me. With that alone, you can't compete with me. After a long while, the discussion in the arena was still fervent. Helplessly, the teachers who had regained their senses finally reached out to maintain order. But it was of no use. The impact of this battle was simply too great. After a full quarter of an hour, the teachers finally remembered to announce the results. They hurriedly ran up to the stage to declare, Zhuo Chen wins and advances to the first place on the heavenly rankings. The entire venue went wild, cheers drowning out the entire first trial arena. Even the Martial Alliance members responsible for security couldn't help but shout in excitement. Zhuo Chen is just too strong. Truly worthy of being my idol. Able to single-handedly defeat a half-step master. Did you see that? This is the power of our Zhuo Chen. Truly worthy of being the direct disciple of the martial god Chen. Zhuo Chen's fans immediately entered a mocking mode, provoking many envious onlookers to retaliate. Damn it! Is there really no one who can handle Zhuo Chen? Didn't you see? Just now he was with senior sister Yang and senior sister Li. Zhuo Chen is a scumbag. But these voices were ultimately drowned out by the cheers. This battle was indeed thrilling, and Zhuo Chen was first, truly deserving of it. The students still in the arena immediately made videos of the news. Within half an hour, posts, videos, and countless live explanations spread throughout the Martial God Academy, quickly expanding to the Martial Alliance, and even half of Kyoto knew about it. As long as there is someone with a bit of status, they all start bringing gifts to the Martial God Academy. The teachings of the Martial God Chen are terrifying. With a 6th level martial arts skill, one can defeat a half-step master. When he reaches the master level, won't he be able to compete with Wang Yan, who has entered the sacred realm? How could such a top genius be missed? The trending news is filled with reports of Zhuo Chen becoming the top of the Martial God Academy's heavenly ranking. Videos of Zhuo Chen fighting Zhao Xian are circulating everywhere. These videos are not in slow motion, so they can only be enjoyed for fun. After slowing them down, one can savor every move in the moment of explosive energy. Some media even play the match between Zhuo Chen and Zhao Xian frame by frame, providing detailed commentary. Under the frame-by-frame playback, anyone who sees the video gasps in amazement. Is this the combat power of a 6th-level martial artist? Strong. Incredibly strong. The first to reverse the ranks and defy the heavens since the beginning of martial arts, Zhuo Chen is the first. Far away in the abyss outside the great wall, Chen Xingxuan, clad in dark armor, tosses her spear aside. Standing on the corpse of a demon king, she opens her communicator. Humph. This kid. The corners of her mouth curl up slightly, a knowing smile appearing. Finally, it wasn't in vain to teach him. He does have a bit of my style, quite impressive. Chen Xingxuan chuckles lightly. In her gaze, there is a hint of charm amidst the coldness. Then, she gently shakes her head, secretly pondering, let's see how far you can float under such commotion, kid. In fact, Chen Xingxuan had long anticipated this outcome. The real trial she set for Zhuo Chen has just begun. With Zhuo Chen's strength, it was only a matter of time before he became famous. The real challenge is maintaining oneself after gaining fame and fortune. In the path of martial arts, being strong and being a genius might not be enough. Although her direct disciple's temperament far exceeds that of his peers, it is through this trial of character that he can truly become a strong warrior. Chen Xingxuan puts down the communicator, her spear whirling as she charges out again. In the training ground, amidst the cheers, Yang Bing, recovering from the excitement, immediately picks up the communicator to order food, her thoughts racing. No. This won't do. That won't do either. I must find one with a room. This one will do. Let's get some high-concentration white liquor. Convenient for getting him drunk. But beer and cola can't be lacking either. Today, I must take you down. Absolutely. Let you see the power of childhood. Friends. On the other side, Zhuo Chen walks towards Zhao Xian with a smile. Step by step. His face carries a smile along with an apology. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I was too heavy-handed just now. You should be fine, right? Zhuo Chen chuckles lightly. Zhao Xian's frustration lessens a bit. No joke, this is her first complete defeat. Moreover, it was a thorough loss. However, since this kid has apologized, it's not a big deal. Who hasn't lost a few times? Zhao Xian lifts her head. But she freezes. A complex expression flashes across her pretty face. Facing her is actually a phone camera. This. How can this be? This guy is indeed smiling, but why does that smile look so much like a bad person? Click. Click. The crisp sound spreads. Zhuo Chen steps forward, the camera function of the communicator never stopping. Multiple angles, no blind spots. Above, below, left, right. And he even threw up a peace sign? Hey! What are you doing? Am I someone you can take pictures of? Zhao Xian, unable to hide her sadness, stands up angrily. Are you crazy? I just lost, and instead of comforting me, you're taking pictures? Too much. Just wait until I kill you. She picks up the slender sword that fell to the side and is about to swing it. TSK, such a beautiful girl. You look quite good even when crying. Zhuo Chen was taking pictures while exclaiming, we need to keep a memento. Keep your big head. Delete it for me right now. Zhao Xian's face was filled with frustration as she reached out to snatch the phone, but after the earlier competition, she was completely exhausted and couldn't compete with Zhuo Chen. Zhao Xian was drained, while Zhuo Chen had barely broken a sweat. The two of them on the field looked more like a young couple teasing each other. Even the teachers on the sidelines could only wait with smiles on their faces. What a joke! This was the direct disciple of the martial god, a future rising star who could sweep the rankings with his own strength. What could they do? Even if the principal came, they would have to give him face, right? Finally, as the farce came to an end, the teachers spoke up. Congratulations, Zhuochen, we've received word that several bosses and celebrities want to meet with you. I wonder if you would be available later? A few teachers glanced at their communicators and immediately stepped forward to congratulate him, as several people holding gift boxes waited behind them. But Zhuochen put away his communicator and his playful demeanor. Let's talk about it next time. I'm hungry, I've already made plans to eat, he said casually, turning to walk towards Yang Bing. Seeing this, the teachers, sweating profusely, explained to the big shots behind them, Zhuochen must be a bit tired, there should be opportunities to meet later. He knows your intentions. With their joint explanations and persuasion, the big shots could only shake their heads and sigh as they left. After all, there would always be chances to interact with the martial god's disciple. Zhao Xian followed closely behind Zhuochen, her face full of bad temper. Did you hear that? Delete it now. She gritted her teeth, lowering her voice to warn him, or I'll make you regret it. Delete it or not? Zhao Xian shouted. Angrily, her fists clenched. Not deleting. Zhuochen replied indifferently, walking over to Yang Bing and Li Qi. Hurry up and delete it for me. Otherwise, I won't let you off today. Zhao Xian was genuinely angry. You took a sneak shot and still have the nerve? You scoundrel. Bullying people. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Sister, don't be angry. Li Qi immediately came over to comfort her. He will definitely delete it. After all, Zhuochen would be your brother-in-law, right? Is it worth getting this angry? Just find a way to get him drunk at dinner later. Zhuochen, you really are something. I can give you my photos too. You can have as many as you want, however you want to take them. Yang Bing, having heard the commotion, probably understood the situation and immediately leaned closer to Zhuochen's ear. Her cheeks flushed slightly, even showing a bit of shyness. It's just about the photos, right? My figure might not be as good as Zhao Xian's, but isn't my face just as good? Not deleting. To her surprise, Zhuochen was stubborn and refused to delete them no matter what. Unless you beg me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment. What the heck? Taking pictures and threatening me? Does he really think I'm a soft persimmon? After all, I was number 1 on the rankings, okay, but not anymore. In Zhao Xian's heart, it seemed like two little people were fighting. One thought of becoming a Buddha, the other thought of becoming a demon. In the end, Zhao Xian had to change her strategy. If hard tactics didn't work, then she'd go soft. Zhuochen, I've already lost to you. Isn't that enough? I'm begging you, Zhuochen, you're the best. She changed her previous toughness, adding a hint of shy charm to her face. Just delete the photos, and I can go eat with you or something. If it weren't for you winning, I would have killed you. How dare you take a sneak shot of me? I'm so mad. Hearing this, Zhuochen was taken aback. Oh? Zhao Xian has this side to her? Everyone has their hidden sides. I have to record this. I need to listen to it later. Zhao Xian observed Zhuochen's reaction and repeated herself, her tone even softer and her movements somewhat enchanting. Ding. Alright, it's all recorded. I didn't expect this hidden side of yours to be quite interesting. Zhuochen's lips curled slightly. Put. Finally, a few people around couldn't help but laugh out loud. This dignified Zhua family disciple has such a side? If it weren't for the close contact, they really wouldn't have known. Hearing the laughter around her, Zhao Xian gritted her teeth. Then, in an instant, she was filled with rage. You, Zhuochen. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Zhao Xian. She drew her sword, using the last bit of her energy. Come at me. Unexpectedly, this scene was witnessed by a few classmates nearby. TSK, I didn't expect Senior Zhao to be this kind of person. Losing and still bullying others. They wore expressions of amusement, whispering among themselves. Zhao Xian finally couldn't hold back, sitting on the ground with tears streaming down her face. Who could endure such humiliation? There was no one to share her grievances. It was suffocating. Too suffocating. Tears fell her face, resembling a pear blossom in the rain, truly evoking a sense of pity. But then, Zhuochen immediately took out his communicator, the camera, already aimed at Zhao Xian. This was too precious, he had to take a few more shots. Instantly, Zhao Xian wiped away her tears. Can't even cry? Fine. I accept it. I will endure. Her gaze sharpened, glaring at Zhuo with the ferocity of a hunter eyeing its prey. Once these photos and recordings are deleted, I will definitely kill you. The results are out. The heavenly rankings have been updated. With this announcement, everyone's gaze turned to the nearby heavenly rankings board. Zhuo Chen's name was already in first place. How about we go eat first? I've already made a reservation. Yang Bing immediately spoke up. It wasn't a good idea to linger here, they had to take down Zhuo Chen quickly. The liquor was already prepared, and soon they would pour it down his throat. Then, take him to bed and turn raw rice into cooked rice. It's settled. I'll join too. Cousin, are you coming as well? Li Qi quickly followed. Trying to create a moment alone? No way. Zhuo Chen is mine. You won't get him today. I'll keep a close watch on you. First, I'll get you drunk, then take Zhuo Chen away. Zhao Xian bit her lip, feeling somewhat hesitant. Eating with such an unlucky person was frustrating. But with the photos and recordings in his hands, what should she do? Right, order a few more bottles of liquor at dinner and get him drunk. Then snatch the communicator and delete everything. I'll come too. Let's go together. Zhao Xian wiped her tears and stood up. The group left the trial ground and arrived at the hotel. The private room is ready. This way please. The hotel staff had just been watching the news about Zhuo Chen defeating a half-step master in a reverse rank battle. Wow! It's actually Zhuo Chen himself. She was so excited she almost fainted. If it weren't for her professional demeanor, she might have forgotten herself in excitement. With a trembling voice, she carefully led the way. Upon reaching the private room after Zhuo Chen sat down, Yang Bing took the seat to his right, while Zhao Xian proactively sat on his left. Helpless, Li Qi could only sit on the other side. The three women each had their own thoughts. Yang Bing wore a smile, occasionally touching Zhuo Chen's arm to assert her claim. I am the childhood sweetheart. I was here first. First come, first served, you know? I have to get you all drunk later, and then I'll take Zhuo Chen away. Li Qi also smiled. But her eyes held a murderous intent towards her rival. Can your looks and figure compare to mine? I will definitely get you drunk later. Let's see how much you can drink. Then I will take Zhuo Chen away with my sister. Zhao Xian was much simpler. She had no smile, her eyes full of ferocity, staring intently at the communicator in Zhuo Chen's hand. This young lady can hold her liquor in the demon suppression army. I'll make sure to get you drunk later. By the way, that Yang Bing can't be a nuisance either, she needs to be drunk too. Zhuo Chen had already sensed the thoughts of the three women. However, he was indeed hungry and needed a good meal. When the food and drinks arrived, Zhuo Chen kept eating, leaving the three women with no chance to intervene. They all thought that before getting Zhuo Chen drunk, they should first get rid of the troublesome one. Then, Zhuo Chen hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, while the three women were completely intoxicated. Zhuo. Mr. Zhuo, would you like to order more dishes? The waiter looked at the three women who were utterly wasted and then glanced at Zhuo Chen. No need, just the bill. Zhuo Chen looked at the plates. This meal wasn't cheap. You three wouldn't have deliberately gotten drunk to make me pay, would you? TSK. The heart of a woman is as deep as the ocean. Intentionally picking the most expensive dishes and ordering so much alcohol? Then, getting drunk on purpose to make me foot the bill? Forget it, I'll take you back first. With that thought, he sighed. Fortunately, he had a decent amount of savings. When the hotel owner heard it was Zhuo Qinchuan, he waived the bill. Before leaving, he even gave a business card and flattered him several times. Zhuo Chen helplessly supported one and carried the other as he returned to the villa in the A district. After tossing the three women onto the bed, he finally sat down in the hall and sighed deeply. Although it was late, many classmates had seen him along the way. They were all stunned. Zhuo Qinchuan, could he really be a scumbag? Not only living with Zhang Miaoxue from the Zhang family, but now even involved with the young ladies of the Yang, Zhao, and Li families? Overnight, the news of scumbag Zhuo Qinchuan shot up to trending topics. At night, Zhuo Chen had no mood to care about trending topics, not even able to glance at his communicator. He was carrying three women and simply couldn't spare a hand. To say they were heavy would be an exaggeration, they weren't heavy at all. But two hands just weren't enough. It was like carrying packages when picking up a delivery, light yet bulky. Especially the things that Yang Bing and Zhao Xian had swelling in front, which had become the biggest burden. After finally entering Villa 36 in Area A, Zhuo Chen couldn't spare a hand to get the key. In desperation, he had to leave the unconscious Zhao Xian and Li Qi by the door first. Carrying Yang Bing to Villa 35, Zhuo Chen rummaged through her for the key for a long time. Ha! Didn't she bring a key when going out? What a waste of trip. Forget it, I have plenty of rooms here. One more doesn't matter. He shook his head and had to carry Yang Bing back. Entering Villa 36 in Area A, Zhuo Chen held one in each hand, like carrying two burlap sacks, tossing Yang Bing onto a bed in one guest room and Li Qi into another. When he turned back to deal with Zhao Xian, he discovered the stains on her clothes. He thought she could drink well. Why were they all showing off? I'm the one paying the bill, and now I have to clean up after you. TSK. Forget it, I won't argue with you women. I really didn't expect you all to look slim but be so solid. Zhuo Chen's face showed some annoyance as he took off Zhao Xian's dirty outerwear and tossed it into the washing machine, then carried her into another room. Ha! After finishing everything, he leaned back on the sofa and let out a long breath. Finally done. Anyway, the spiritual energy in the villas in Area A isn't great. Besides, today I've already made it to the top of the leaderboard, no need to cultivate. Those teachers were right, it's important to balance work and rest. Let me see what new messages there are today. Ding dong, ding dong. After cancelling the mute on the communicator, various messages kept popping up, with 99 plus visible at a glance. There were even quite a few friend requests. Most likely from those teachers like Boss Zhang from the liquor business and Boss Chen from the restaurant. At a glance, their avatars looked just like those of the previous few who intended to send gifts. Zhuo Chen clicked his tongue. Such messages would all be read and ignored. After clearing those read and ignored messages, the first one that caught his eye was from his master, Chen Xingxuang. Well done, keep it up. These 8 brief words left Zhuo Chen somewhat stunned. Wait a minute, didn't the master usually send a lot of messages? Why was it different today? Just 8 words? Could it be that he had been too indifferent before? Reflecting on his own single Zhuo Chen indeed felt that he had taken the joke a bit too far. When the master returns, he needs to explain properly. Following that, Zhang Miaxue's messages quickly filled up to over 50. Did you have a good breakfast today? We have training later, I'll send more messages then. Have you rested? What did you do today? By the way, make sure not to get involved with Yang Bing. That bad woman has ulterior motives towards you. Zhuo Chen felt a bit of a headache. These messages, like a live broadcast, made it seem as if Zhang Miaxue had never left. Perhaps this was the sense of crisis brought by distance. Zhuo Chen smiled. Now there was not just one bad woman, Li Qi was also playing the bad woman role. As for Zhao Xian, she probably couldn't be a bad woman. Zhuo Chen continued to scroll down, and after a noticeable gap, the next messages were congratulating him on becoming number 1 on the leaderboard. You have to hold yourself together, Li. She and Zhao Xian are not good women either. Make sure to wait for me to come back. In the end, it was clear she had noticed the other 2 bad women beside him, and Zhang Miaxue added those 2 sentences. Zhuo Chen scanned the other messages with some disinterest. Similar but not quite the same, they all came to celebrate their achievement of being first on the heavenly rankings. It was the few gossiping girls in the class group who, even while training in the wild, were quite well informed and were already discussing the many beauties around them. Did you see those girls next to Zhuo Qinchuan at the trial site? I saw them, they're all so beautiful. I really don't know which one Zhuo Qinchuan would like. I think it's that senior Yang, they've been together for a long time. No way, it's that senior Li, so cute. Zhuo Qinchuan must prefer someone younger. Then why not say that all men like senior Zhao's long legs? Sigh, forget it, we have no chance with our looks anyway. What if Zhuo Qinchuan wants them all? He wouldn't be a big playboy, would he? Stop, you'll get attacked by fans online. Zhuo Chen smiled silently, watching them gossip about him. I have to say, sometimes having a god's perspective on others gossiping about you is quite amusing. The next morning. 3 screams rang out simultaneously from different rooms. The noise startled Zhuo Chen awake. Yang Bing threw off her blanket, finding nothing. Instantly, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Oh no! She didn't manage to win over Zhuo Chen today. Could it be that Zhuo Chen went to Li Qi's place? From the screams, it seemed like Zhao Xian also called out? Could it be that Zhuo Chen was with those 2 sisters? Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. Sigh, childhood sweethearts can never compare to a heavenly beauty. Li Qi was also dazed in bed. Oh no, Yang Bing got her way. Zhuo Chen wasn't in her bed, he must be with Yang Bing. Wait, there's still a chance, Yang Bing has been with quite a few men. Next time, she must attack fiercely. The 2 rushed out the door, looking at each other, and froze again. Ha! Zhuo Qin wouldn't be in Zhao Xian's room, would he? Yesterday, he couldn't take his eyes off Zhao Xian's legs. As Zhao Xian slowly opened her door, the two women stared at her, but Zhuo Qin did not appear behind her. You guys are awake? Zhuo Qin said lightly from downstairs, stretching on the sofa. Yang Bing and Li Qi both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At least the other side didn't succeed. But not winning over Zhuo Qin today still left them a bit disappointed. Hey! You should delete my photos, right? And the recordings. Zhao Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, still recovering from yesterday's drunkenness. Her murderous gaze was still the same as yesterday. Let's eat. First. Zhuo Chen directly ignored her and said coldly. The three women sat at the table. Yang Bing and Li Qi stared at each other, giving no chance for the other to interact with Zhuo Chen. The exchange of glances had already turned into a quarrel. Zhuo Chen likes me, Yang Bing. No way, he likes me, Li Qi more. How can your thick arms and legs compare to mine? Where are your two brothers? What are you comparing with me? Zhao Xian's fierce gaze was fixed on Zhuo Chen. Hey, did you hear me? Get out your communicator. She angrily spoke, reaching out to snatch it, but felt weak again. She had exhausted too much energy yesterday, and the hangover hadn't worn off. If you don't delete it today, I won't leave. She changed her tone. I can't beat you, so I'll just stay here. Annoying you. I have to force you to delete the photos and recordings. Brr. A full Zhuo Chen completely ignored her and went back to his room. Back in the room, Zhuo Chen immediately began to write the Tao De Jing. The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, the named is the mother of all things. After finishing, he recorded it with the communicator. Later, if someone wanted to get the text directly, it would be done. Truly a no-cost, high-profit venture. By then, he could earn another few billion with free entries, and mass integration would be so comfortable. He held the Tao Te Ching and opened the door, only to see three women eavesdropping against the wall tumble in. We are curious about what you're doing. Li Qi scratched her head and chuckled. What's that in your hand? This is the Tao Te Ching I promised to give you. Zhuo Chen said as he handed the completed Tao Te Ching to Li Qi. Li Qi, receiving the Tao Te Ching, was overjoyed. She looked at Yang Bing, her eyes full of pride. See? Zhuo Chen loves me. He came into the room just to prepare the Tao Te Ching for me. Only I have it. How could someone like you, with no face and no figure, be liked by Zhuo Chen? This is yours. Zhuo Chen handed another copy to Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Li Qi was not the least bit flustered. We sisters each have one. You don't have one. You can just cool off by yourself. Zhao Xian felt a bit surprised, but her face still showed defiance and anger. Do you know? To beg for mercy now? Trying to trade this for my photo? No way. But our family does need the Tao Te Ching. This could be considered. No. The photo must be deleted. I've already sent the Tao Te Ching to the family. Your photo should be deleted, right? And the recording. Not a single one can be left. Zhao Xian remained relentless, while Zhuo Chen completely ignored them and walked straight out. Having wasted a day yesterday, he needed to hurry back to the blessed land and cave heaven to cultivate properly. He should be able to break through to the 7th level. Hey, where are you going? Come back here, miss. Zhao Xian watched Zhuo Chen leave and hurriedly chased after him. Today, I must show you my skills. She followed Zhuo Chen to the back mountain. As Zhuo Chen was about to leave, Zhao Xian quickly followed. Sorry, you can't enter. This is a restricted area of the back mountain. A tall man blocked Zhao Xian's path. What about Zhuo Chen? He can go in, but I can't? Why only stop me? Zhao Xian said, her face full of indignation, but upon taking a closer look at the man and the few others behind him, a wave of pressure surged towards her, as if warning her. She immediately furrowed her brows. This aura, definitely not ordinary people. The few behind him also had remarkable skills, and they all carried a battlefield aura, likely having guarded the Great Wall before. But why would they be at the back mountain of the school? Unintentionally, she caught sight of the badge hanging from the man's waist, the Shock Dragon Guard? Why would the Shock Dragon Guard be here? Moreover, the person in front of her was a dragon-level expert, a master. This Zhuo Chen must not just be a direct disciple of Chen Wuxian, he definitely has some mysterious identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a powerful Shock Dragon Guard to be guarding him again. No, I must see what Zhuo Chen is up to. No comment, miss, please go back. The man spoke coldly, blocking her with one hand. His overwhelming aura directly stopped Zhao Xian, as if a city wall was preventing her from getting close. At this moment, Zhuo Chen had already returned to the blessed land and cave heaven. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. It was time, martial arts 7th level. He sat cross-legged in the center, took a few more deep breaths, feeling the rich soul power gathering around him. In fact, while watching Wang Yan's livestream, he had already felt the sensation of breaking through to the 7th level. He just had been holding back. But now, with the rich soul powers teasing, his breakthrough aura had completely surged out. Zhuo Chen was surrounded by a flow of vital energy merging with the soul power as if he had become one with the environment, feeling incredibly light. He felt an immense relaxation, with every pore in his body opening up to absorb the essence of the world around him. Nearby, some demon kings and emperors continuously emitted a blood-red aura. The entire blessed land had already evaporated all its essence. The vital energy, soul power, spiritual energy, and even the air he breathed were infused with a rising, wondrous force. Zhuo Chen explored this feeling in his heart. It was time. The cultivation technique began to operate. And everything around him slowly started to rotate. It surrounded Zhuo Chen, constantly wearing down and merging, ultimately becoming a part of his body. At this moment, he had reached the 7th level of martial arts. However, the feeling of breaking free from shackles was not yet over. His body continued to greedily absorb all the soul power and spiritual energy around him. Suddenly, he felt a heat all over, as if he were a furnace, merging everything around him. Gritting his teeth for a moment, his entire aura exploded, causing a slight tremor throughout the blessed land. Opening his eyes, Zhuo Chen sensed the changes in his body. Not only was he incredibly light, but the power within him was also more solid than before. With a casual wave, he could unleash a small burst of energy, even shattering a small stone from a distance. Unexpectedly, this time he not only broke through to the 7th level of martial arts but directly reached the peak. He felt the soul power within him, no longer ethereal and elusive, but something he could manipulate in his palm, molding it as he wished. Releasing a bit of soul power, he could change its shape according to his preferences, even making it swim. Zhuo Chen continuously released soul power, crafting various tools, cups, tables, chairs, finding it as simple as playing with clay. While playing, he sensed a strange force moving within him. This force lingered between his dantian, seemingly within reach. But the moment he tried to grasp it, it suddenly shattered. The shattered power coursed through his body, leaving Zhuo Chen astonished. Is this soul technique? It seems that using soul power to create things is even more stable. No, the soul power can also be released in greater amounts. No way, this is too fun. I need to play with it more. With this thought, Zhuo Chen began to toy with his soul power in the blessed land. Zhao Xian did not force her way in but left the back mountain. Retreating is a vast sky. At worst, this young lady won't go in. I'll wait for Zhuo Chen to come out. When the time comes, I'll catch him and make sure he deletes all the photos and recordings. Wait, will I say something ridiculous when I'm drunk? Not good, he might have taken pictures when I was drunk too. Damn it! With this thought, she picked up her communicator. Instantly, she took a step back, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Zhuo Chen's social media was filled with her photos. Zhao Xian gritted her teeth, her anger rising. You Zhuo Chen, how dare you post my photos on social media? This is infuriating. No way, I have to go up the mountain. Just wait until I catch you. She turned to rush up the back mountain to vent her anger on Zhuo Chen. But from a distance, she could see those few Jinglong guards. Instantly, she hesitated again. Seeing Zhao Xian from the Jinglong guard, she calmed down a bit. I am not his match, I can't act impulsively. I should go back and wait until he comes down the mountain to clarify things. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. On the way back, Zhao Xian kept checking messages and her social media. To her surprise, in just a few steps, she saw that other friends had also shared her shameful photos. All of them were forwarded from Zhuo Chen's social media. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, other platforms began to flood with photos and messages. There were even some marketing accounts, creating countless captions for a single image. Lost girl crying by the roadside? After being bullied by thugs, she could only weep. Helpless girl by the roadside, ridiculed by a crowd, the truth is. Crying girl, how many unspeakable things happened behind her? In these captions, Zhao Xian was sometimes portrayed as a rural orphan, sometimes as a victim of human trafficking. She was also depicted as a delivery girl or a student selling herself. You marketing people, do you have no shame? You love to attract attention, right? I'll dig out your dog eyes. Zhuo Chen is already infuriating enough, do you have to join in the fun? Zhao Xian immediately called her family and reached her father, Zhao Liren. Can't I handle these shameless people? Dad, there are photos of my daughter all over the streets. Those shameless people are writing nonsense. Zhao Xian roared, it's all Zhuo Chen's fault. He took those photos randomly, you have to make him delete them. Just wait, Dad will punish you all severely. And that culprit, Zhuo Chen. This. On the other end of the line, Zhao Liren, who was busy with official duties, was stunned. Hearing Zhuo Chen's name made his scalp tingle. However, judging by his daughter's angry tone, it seemed she wasn't blaming Zhuo Chen, but clearly wanted him to take action against those marketing accounts. Yes, they are too despicable. How dare they target Zhao Liren's daughter? Those marketing accounts are easy to deal with. Dad will take care of it right away. Zhao Liren replied gently. And Zhuo Chen, make him delete those photos. My social media is filled with those shameful pictures. Zhao Xian's anxious voice was filled with rage. The photos posted by Zhuo Chen can't just be deleted on a whim. Zhao Liren paused for a moment before slowly speaking. You should get along well with Zhuo Chen. Dad, why are you helping an outsider? Zhao Xian immediately became unhappy. He's just a direct disciple of a martial god. Can he be more important than the Zhao family? Oh dear, my daughter. You need to let go of your mindset. Zhao Liren continued to gently advise. Zhuo Chen secretly took photos of my daughter. What does that mean? It means he has an interest in her. If I can pull him in, I, as Zhuo Chen's father-in-law, will also benefit in the future. You two are quite suitable. He said with a hint of laughter. And those photos of you drinking and eating, isn't that something you willingly did? If you didn't want to, Dad couldn't force you. Besides, if Zhuo Chen is taking photos of you like that, he must be interested in you. The more Zhao Liren spoke, the more absurd it became, and Zhao Xian fell silent. Interested in me? What a joke. I wish I could kill him. That annoying guy. Listen to Dad, be good, and have a good chat with Zhuo Chen. Maybe Zhuo Chen isn't what you think. Zhao Xian couldn't take it anymore. Before Zhao Liren could finish, she hung up the phone. You all just know how to bully me. Today, I must charge up that broken back mountain. Not only will I make you delete the photos, but I will also humiliate you properly. Zhuo Chen, just wait. In a fit of rage, Zhao Xian gritted her teeth and charged towards the back mountain, one hand already resting on the slender sword at her waist. Today, this young lady is going to kill her way in. Blocking her path was still that dragon guard. Miss, the back mountain is a forbidden area, you cannot enter. This time, without saying a word, Zhao Xian felt her blood surge and a powerful shockwave erupted. Drawing her slender sword, she rushed forward with the momentum of someone who would kill anyone in her way. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhao Xian felt the world spin around her. She hadn't even touched the person with her sword before she fell to the ground. In the next second, she was pinned down by the knee of the dragon guard in front of her, unable to move. Let me go. Otherwise, I'll have my father deal with you. You won't have a good outcome over there at the Great Wall either. Zhao Xian struggled, tears almost bursting out. Get away. Why does Zhuo Chen have such outrageous guards? Why can he go to the back mountain? Why can't she take revenge when bullied? It's so frustrating. Too frustrating. Please leave, the dragon guard said coldly, considering Zhao Xian's actions as the greatest leniency. Or do you want to lay hands on your captain? You won't have a good outcome. You are a reserve of the 8th team, am I wrong? Hearing this, Zhao Xian was taken aback, looking up to realize that this dragon guard was actually her captain. Originally, she had only met this captain a few times, and now without armor, combined with her earlier anger, Zhao Xian truly hadn't recognized him. She fell silent, calming down. What exactly is Zhuo Chen's identity? My captain has been sent to guard the back mountain? How strong is he? Swallowing her saliva, Zhao Xian nodded slightly, leaving in a daze. Zhuo Chen was completely unaware of this matter, still playing with clay in the blessed land. Suddenly, he remembered that after seeing the first place last night, he found the congratulations from those bosses annoying, and went out to eat. He hadn't even claimed the first place reward yet. He needed to go get the stuff first. They were all good things, he couldn't waste them. On his way down the mountain, Zhuo Chen passed by the training room, which reminded him of his past experiences there. It hadn't been long, but he wondered how teacher Lin Jiao was doing. So many students come and go every day, and he hadn't gone to see her in so long, he didn't know if she still remembered him. Sister Jiao. Zhuo Chen knocked on the door, only to see Lin Jiao sleeping with her head on the table. Ha! Lin Jiao rubbed her eyes, which were filled with dark circles. Shuo classmate, what rings? You here? She perked up immediately. Last night, she had spent the whole night looking at social media. All were photos posted by Zhuo Chen, filling her heart with both fear and worry. Compared to someone like Zhao Xian, who was young, beautiful, and had a powerful family backing her, her own disadvantage was too obvious. In her worry and fear, she had stared at those photos all night without sleeping a minute. Sister Jiao, what's wrong with your eyes? Zhuo Chen's voice carried a hint of concern. I didn't sleep well yesterday, so. You got first place on the heavenly rankings. Sister Jiao is happy for you. Lin Jiao smiled. I couldn't sleep all night. Jiao Jia, you need to take care of your health. Zhuo Chen's concern instantly warmed Lin Jiao's heart. With so many beautiful women around you, you still care about me. Ah, if only my blind date was someone like Zhuo Qingchuan. I'll help. You arrange the training room first. You're currently first on the heavenly ranking, so you can get extra time. It's 5 hours now. Lin Jiao rubbed her eyes and began recording on the machine. Well, okay. Thank you, Jiao Jia. Zhuo Chen initially wanted to claim his reward directly, but then thought, why not practice while he's at it and see if there are any changes in the training room. Although it wasn't as good as a blessed land, it was still a good place for cultivation. He couldn't let her work for nothing. After practicing for a while in the training room, Zhuo Chen stepped out. You're done so soon today? Lin Jiao, who had been sitting and waking up for a while, looked a bit surprised. In such a short time, he had already reached the 7th level of martial arts. No, he was at the peak. Wait, isn't the first place on the heavenly ranking a half-step master? Zhuo Chen could win against a half-step master at the 7th level? Is this really the disciple of Chen Wuxian? So strong. Jiao Jia, I want to ask you something. Zhuo Chen pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. This training room wasn't as good as a blessed land. Cultivation couldn't be done here. TSK. Since it's just sitting there, why not make some profit? Go ahead. Lin Jiao immediately became more enthusiastic. Jiao Jia, can I rent out my training room time? You can exchange it for merit points. I can rent my time to others. Zhuo Chen spoke with some confusion. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll just sell it to Yang Bing. No, she doesn't have merit points. Wait, Zhao Xian seems to have merit points. I'll sell it to her and make a good profit. Sure, you'll need to fill out some paperwork. Wait a moment, I'll handle it for you right away. How much time do you want to rent out? Lin Jiao took out a form and pointed for Zhuo Chen to fill it out. Rent out all 5 hours. Zhuo Chen said without hesitation. As for the price, Jiao Jia, you decide. After all, it's free merit points, any amount is fine. Ever since breaking through to the peak of the 7th level of martial arts, Zhuo Chen felt an endless supply of power within him. His soul power was on the verge of bursting forth, impossible to contain. Seeing how helpful Lin Jiao was, Zhuo Chen remembered that he hadn't invited her to dinner yesterday. Jiao Jia, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Zhuo Chen signed his name and immediately asked, I'll treat. Sure. Lin Jiao agreed without a second thought, her mind in a daze, her heart racing. Ha? Zhuo Chen is treating me to dinner? Does he have feelings for me? That's great. Blind dates have been so annoying lately. Then let's eat at that place later. Zhuo Chen thought the restaurant they went to yesterday was pretty good and sent her the address. The two agreed to meet at that restaurant. After receiving yesterday's reward at the training ground, Zhuo Chen thought it was quite inconvenient to go out with his senior sister yesterday. He needed a luxury vehicle. If not, at least a means of transportation. He directly called Chen Qingxuan. Outside the Great Wall, in the abyss, Chen Qingxuan pierced through a shadow demon with a single shot, demon blood splattering everywhere. Scanning the surroundings, this demon lair had been mostly cleared. Ding dong ding dong. The communicator rang, and seeing it was Zhuo Chen calling, a slight smile appeared on her lips. What's up, remembering your master, she said casually. This kid calling must mean trouble. Hee, master. You've worked hard. Zhuo Chen's soft voice further confirmed Chen Qingxuan's suspicions. So, does the night watchman have a vehicle? I just want to get a car. Hearing this, Chen Qingxuan fell silent. Why did this kid suddenly want a car? Is he going out to show off? Well, he's young, it's only natural to have his moments of pride. Not before, but I can add you now. After a moment of thought, Chen Qingxuan replied. She didn't even look, casually thrusting her gun sideways, and a little demon trying to sneak attack was blown to pieces. What model do you want? Whatever my master gives me, I'll take. Zhuo Chen answered immediately, since he could have a car, why be picky? After all, his master's taste would definitely be right. Just wait, someone will contact you later. I have a few things to take care of. With that, Chen Qingxuan hung up the phone. After briefly handling Zhuo Chen's vehicle arrangement, she continued. Searching for the remaining demons. Less than 5 minutes after the call ended, Zhuo Chen received a call from an unknown number. Is this Mr. Zhuo Chen? Your car is ready, I am your driver. The car is at the school gate, you can come whenever you like. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was filled with excitement. His master's efficiency was impressive. A car in just 5 minutes. He immediately headed to the school gate. On the way, the driver also sent a photo of the car for Zhuchen to confirm. At the school gate, a brand new Bentley Mulsanne was parked prominently. The driver inside the car was very dedicated, ignoring the many students who came to gawk. Whose is this? So impressive. Isn't this the custom Bentley Mulsanne? I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Hurry and take a picture. We have to wait and see whose car this is. Even the students who had seen plenty of luxury cars took out their communicators to snap photos of the custom Bentley Mulsanne, whispering among themselves as they waited for the owner to arrive. Zhuchen arrived at the gate and looked around for a long time without finding the car. Finally, he spotted his ride among the crowd. Excuse me, I need to get in the car, Zhuchen said calmly as he made his way through the crowd. The driver saw him, immediately got out, and opened the back door. Mr. Zhua, please. Facing the envious gazes of the students, Zhuchen got into the car and sped away. Truly worthy of being Zhua's direct disciple, even the car is custom-made. Of course, he just topped the heavenly rankings yesterday, he must have some boss buttering him up. Watching the car disappear, the students gathered at the gate finally dispersed. Arriving at the hotel, Zhuchen directly requested a private room. The waiter from yesterday saw it was Zhuchen and immediately called the boss over. Zhua's direct disciple, is it the same dishes as yesterday? The boss rubbed his hands together, beaming. Yesterday had been effective. If they could become Zhua's exclusive restaurant, business would be booming. I want to see the menu. Someone named Lin Zhao will be coming soon. As soon as Zhuchen finished speaking, the boss handed him the menu. It was shocking to see Zhuchen felt yesterday's meal hadn't been satisfying enough. So much demon beast meat and demon general dishes, women. Are they vegetarian for the sake of their figures? Today, I'll take charge. He then ordered a lot of meat. Once everything was ready, Zhuchen picked up his communicator and sent a message to Lin Zhao. Before long, with the sound of high heels clicking, Lin Zhao walked in. She had light makeup on and was wearing a red dress, looking a bit more mature and beautiful. She sat down and hadn't eaten much when the waiter walked in. Miss Lin Zhao, someone outside is looking for you. Seeing this scene, Zhuchen's face showed a moment of surprise. However, he quickly reacted. Lin Zhao was originally from the capital. She must have some connections, it was likely someone was trying to help her. Well, that was normal. Sorry, I need to step out for a moment. Lin Zhao's face carried a hint of apology as she wiped her hands with a wet tissue, stood up, and went out with the waiter. However, the door was not closed tightly, and Zhuchen could catch a glimpse of some movement outside. A burly man was talking to Lin Zhao. Through the crack of the door, he could tell this man was also a martial artist. However, his voice was quite rough and explosive. Every sentence was accompanied by a heavy roar, and the blame was obvious. Do you have no shame? Are you raising a gigolo behind my back? How can you be so shameless? What do you take me for? With the angry voice, Zhuchen could see the man gesturing wildly, and he knew things were not looking good. Even a few hotel staff members came over to try to persuade him, but to no avail. Zhuchen smiled and stood up, slowly opening the door. Just in time, he saw the man making a move on Lin Zhao. Without saying a word, he kicked out. Thud. A muffled sound, and the man fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. His insides were churning, almost making him vomit. Who are you? Dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? The man, enduring the pain, struggled to get up, lunging at Zhuchen. Instantly, Lin Zhao's face turned pale, filled with fear. Zhuchen, it's better not to cause trouble. I'll handle this. You should go back. First. She tugged at Zhuchen's shirt, leaning close to whisper. Zhuchen could offend others, but she couldn't afford to offend anyone. It's fine. Zhuchen waved his hand, took a step forward, and threw a punch. The man was just about to retaliate when he saw Zhuchen raise an elbow. Get lost. After a good beating, Zhuchen spoke lightly. The man's eyes were still fierce, but his body obediently turned and left. Damn it, a good man doesn't suffer. Immediate losses, let's see how long this gigolo can be arrogant. After the man left, the two returned to the private room to continue eating. However, Lin Zhao became restless afterward. Zhao Jia, who is he? Zhuchen asked. Curiously. How could Lin Zhao, a teacher at the Martial God Academy, have any connection with such a thug? Besides, shouldn't a local from the capital be refined and cultured? Could he be a lone shark? That shouldn't be the case. His name is Zhou Yang, and he is a blind date arranged by my family. You know, the teacher isn't young anymore. The family is anxious about marriage. Lin Jiao slightly covered her mouth, as if she had not yet recovered from the shocking scene just now. Zhuo Chen actually helped me. He cares about me. Is it because I wore the right clothes? No, those young ladies have better figures and faces. But what if he provoked Zhou Yang by doing this? Your blind date is a bit wild. Zhuo Chen was still somewhat puzzled. Are blind dates no longer picky? Can someone like this even come for a blind date? Although Lin Jiao was a bit older, she was still good-looking and had a decent job. How could her blind date be this kind of person? To put it another way, even if they didn't match in status, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Could it be that Lin Jiao's family was really anxious? Desperate? He's just a rich young master. He usually likes to hang out on the streets with his little brothers. Just a playboy, full of thoughts about bullying others. Lin Jiao explained, her face filled with disgust for Zhou Yang. If you hit him like that, he will definitely not let it go. Suddenly, Lin Jiao became scared again, her eyes filled with worry for Zhuo Chen. Having defeated the number 1 on the heavenly rankings, the half-step master, it was still on the arena. And Zhou Yang's subordinates would not follow the rules of the arena. No, I can't let Zhuo Chen get hurt. I am his teacher in the training room, and I must take responsibility. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao immediately spoke up. Zhuo Chen, you should leave first, let the teacher handle this. You can't afford to provoke him. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen's expression became somewhat strange. According to what should be, with my current energy, there shouldn't be many in the imperial capital who can provoke me, right? Even if they can't, they should at least consider my master's face, right? Could it be that this guy has some powerful backing? TSK, having someone come to my door is not bad, it's just right to test what kind of combat power the peak of the 7th stage has. At worst, I can just bring my master out. Jiao Jia, it's fine. Let's continue eating. Zhuo Chen shrugged, indicating to continue eating. Just as he was saying this, there was a loud bang. The door was kicked open. Zhou Yang returned with a few little brothers. The ones behind him were also martial artists, but their ranks were a bit touching. Pretty boy. Is my woman someone you can touch? You dare to hit me. With his little brothers backing him up, Zhou Yang became arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who the boss is. Zhuo Chen ignored him and calmly picked up his food. He didn't take Zhou Yang seriously at all. Hey! Did you hear me? Get up! Seeing Zhuo Chen like this, Zhou Yang was instantly furious. Kneel down and bow to me 3 times, and today this matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family unable to eat. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, instantly creating a small dent on the surface. Brr! I'm full. Zhuo Chen calmly put down his chopsticks and looked up at the terrified Lin Jiao. He then glanced at Zhou Yang and his little brothers with the corner of his eye. Just you guys? You can't touch me. Zhuo Chen said lightly, standing up and stretching. If you don't believe it, just try. It's welcome. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang rolled up his sleeves and glared fiercely at Zhuo Chen. How dare he act so arrogantly while being a pretty boy here? He deserves a lesson. Just watch me send you flying today. You little pretty boy still want to act tough? Taking advantage of Zhuo Chen stretching, Zhou Yang threw a punch. The energy surged from his dantian and the power gathered in his fist. This was his strongest punch. An eye for an eye. You didn't follow the martial ethics and hit me first. This time I'll let you experience what it means to strike first. In the next second, Zhuo Chen's outstretched hand instantly turned into an elbow. With a poof, the sound of bones cracking mixed in. Zhou Yang's punch missed, and he was knocked down to the ground. The floor instantly had a small human-shaped dent. What are you all standing there for? Hit him. Zhou Yang, not believing in evil, covered his arm, gritting his teeth and shouting. Damn it, I can't move alone, but today there are many people. Let's see if I can't beat you into a pig's head. But seeing their boss knocked down in one hit, Zhou Yang's little brothers all shrank back. If the boss, a 7th stage martial artist, was knocked down in one hit, how could we handle this? Our families are still calling us back for dinner. The little brothers took steps back, showing fear on their faces. Everyone, come on. What are you standing there for? Zhou Yang stood up, taking a few steps back, staring at the man in front of him, Zhuo Chen. This pretty boy actually had some skills. But a good man can't take on too many. With so many people behind me, can't I take you down? However, none of his underlings moved. The commotion in the private room attracted quite a few onlookers. The more lively, the better, as long as it doesn't involve them. Watching the drama is endlessly entertaining. That person looks familiar, isn't he Zhuo Qinchuan? No way? Hey! He does look quite like him. A few bystanders recognized Zhuo Chen. Hearing the whispers, Zhou Yang's underlings became even more anxious. One of the closer Underlings whispered, "Boss, could it really be Zhuo Qinchuan? There are so many people talking about it. Why don't we just let it go today?" Another underling spoke with a panicked expression. "Nonsense. What Zhuo Qinchuan? Zhuo Qinchuan can seduce my woman? Just because he looks like him, he's Zhuo Qinchuan?" Zhou Yang scoffed, "Keep hitting." He then turned his gaze to Zhuo Chen. "Pretty boy, I give you two choices. Either kneel down and give me 3 loud bows right now, or you won't be able to walk out of this door today." He looked furious, seemingly forgetting the lesson of being knocked down moments ago. Zhuo Chen, seeing Zhou Yang's relentless attitude, felt a bit annoyed. He hadn't wanted to call anyone, but you guys are blocking the way and not letting me out? Forget it. He sighed, picked up his communicator, and dialed a number. "Come over." After hanging up, he sat back in his chair and leisurely sipped some tea. Outside the foodie, Dong Tian, the captain of the Jinglong Guard, was on duty. He stood tall, his eyes showing no signs of slack. Not even a fly could slip past his watchful gaze. When the phone rang and he saw it was Zhuo Chen, he immediately answered. Hearing the words "come over," his expression turned serious. "The 2 from Team 2, come with me, the remaining spots will be filled by Team 3. He immediately ordered. Zhuo Chen couldn't handle those people alone. If he called me, there must be something special going on. Anyway, an order is an order. In the blink of an eye, the personnel were in place, and the captain of the Jinglong Guard set off immediately. They usually only guarded the area around Fudi Tongtian, ensuring Zhuo Chen's safety and secrecy during his training. However, besides that, they would also send some personnel to secretly protect Zhuo Chen. Within the school grounds, they would follow him directly. Outside the school, they would have informants relay messages. Therefore, before Zhuo Chen made the call, the captain already knew what was happening in the restaurant's private room. He was just waiting for Zhuo Chen's command. Now that the order had come, they could move. The Jinglong Guard usually kept a low profile, and even within the Great Xia, not many had truly seen them. They had no obligation to appear in public view. Within just a few minutes, the 3 arrived at the scene. The onlookers saw that the captain of the Jinglong Guard and his men exuded an extraordinary aura. These people are not ordinary. They must be the garrison troops from the Great Wall. Let's keep our distance, otherwise it won't be good if we get hurt. It looks like a big fight is about to break out. I didn't expect Zhuo Qinchuan could call such powerful people. Look at the one leading, he looks like a master at first glance. What will happen if they start fighting? To avoid getting involved, they either went back to eat or actively stepped aside to let them pass. What's going on? Do you want to fight? Noticing the Jinglong Guard's arrival, Zhou Yang sneered. So you called for help? Do you think you have enough people to fight? I don't know where you got these wild cards. 3 people aren't even enough to fill the gaps. Boss, they seem to be quite formidable. The little brother beside him, seeing the 3 members of the Dragon Guard, each with exceptional strength, became even more flustered. What a joke. What good can a pretty boy like him summon? Even if it's from the Martial Alliance, they still have to give my father face. Who can touch me? Zhou Yang scoffed, just listen to this pathetic pretty boy trying to act tough, right? Meanwhile, Lin Zhao, who was terrified beside them, was no longer afraid. More than that, she was astonished. How could the Dragon Guard be here? Weren't they in the back mountain? She had already thought that Zhuo Chen's status was not low. But if even the Dragon Guard could be commanded, what level had Zhuo Chen reached? It couldn't possibly just be because he was the martial god's direct disciple. No wonder even Zhou Yang wasn't afraid. Step aside. The captain of the Dragon Guard spoke slowly, unhurriedly. What are you? Which part of the Martial Alliance are you from? Or are you just some wildcard? Zhou Yang remained arrogant and domineering. Dare to tell me to step aside? Even high-ranking officials of the Martial Alliance have to call my father grandfather. What level are you? Do you have the qualifications? I'll block you. Brothers, block him for me. No one gets in today. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 of his little brothers had already crashed into the wall. Seeing this, Zhou Yang was furious. His whole body filled with energy and blood, ready to teach these 3 unknown guys a lesson. The energy in his dantian exploded throughout his body in an instant, and with a full-powered punch, he charged forward with a fierce wind. Now this will be interesting. What's interesting about it? These 3 are not on the same level as them. Isn't it better to watch a fight? Bystanders, seeing the fight break out, naturally wore expressions of excitement, even taking out their phones to record. Fights in such high-end places were rare. The onlookers were still enthusiastic, but just as they took out their communication devices, Zhou Yang was knocked down to the ground in one blow. Blood gushed from his nose. Ha! That was too fast. The faces of the onlookers showed disappointment, but they were also astonished by the Dragon Guard's formidable strength. Could this be the person summoned by Zhuo's direct disciple? TSK, such strength, really using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Those few really don't know how to live, daring to provoke Zhuo's direct disciple. To make the trip worthwhile, the onlookers still picked up their communication devices to film. In the room, Zhou Yang, lying on the ground, felt dizzy and disoriented. Before he could regain his senses, one of them pressed him down. Who exactly were these three? Strong, too. Strong. In the martial alliance, he had seen a couple of strong ones, but he had never seen anyone like them. While shocked, Zhou Yang saw the captain of the Dragon Guard slightly open his coat. The Dragon Guard's token was fully visible. You? Zhou Yang immediately gasped. Fear spread from his face throughout his body. The Dragon Guard was real? Why hadn't my father mentioned that the Dragon Guard would come to the capital? The Dragon Guard was really summoned by that pretty boy. Even though he was dizzy, his gaze still turned to Zhuo Chen, who was sitting not far away. Please cooperate in the future. The captain of the Dragon Guard pulled his coat back together and approached Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, we have arrived. With his voice, the captain of the Dragon Guard knelt before Zhuo Chen with two subordinates, cupping their fists in salute. Such strength, and yet they had to kneel before him? Who exactly was this person? Could it really be Zhuo Chen? Zhuo Chen slowly stood up and walked with a smile to Zhou Yang's front. The warriors of the Great Xia should guard the Great Xia. They are not meant to be your capital for arrogance. As he spoke, Zhuo Chen squatted down and helped Zhou Yang up. Zhou Yang, with a face full of terror, was momentarily stunned. Ha! What is he doing? Shouldn't he take the opportunity to beat me up and trample me underfoot? Why? Could there be some kind of conspiracy? This smile, could it be hiding a knife? This time, I'll let it go. If there's a next time. Zhuo Chen's face suddenly became serious. I won't spare you. Zhou Yang was completely taken aback. He didn't understand at all Zhuo Chen was actually such a magnanimous person. I was judging a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person. Clearly, with the Jinglong Guard nearby, he could still be so forgiving. This is the Zhuo family's teaching. No wonder he could become the direct disciple of Chen Wuxian. His character is as strong as his martial arts. So terrifying. Big brother. From now on, you are my big brother. With Zhuo Chen's gentle approach, Zhou Yang's attitude made a complete turnaround. There's no such thing as big brother or not. You just need to remember my words. Zhuo Chen waved his hand slightly, signaling him to leave. Zhou Yang was filled with gratitude, his eyes slightly reddened. I have never met such a forgiving person in my life. And he is someone with absolute overwhelming strength. I also want to contribute well to the Great Xia. All of this was unintentional on Zhuo Chen's part, but the onlookers were keen. The incident of Zhuo Chen enlightening the bully was captured by many people. It instantly went viral online, sparking endless discussions. Have you heard? Zhuo's direct disciple actually educated a spoiled rich kid. No way? Let me see. Wow, it really is. I've never liked Zhou Yang, he bullies people every day. What a relief. With various comments and chats online, the news of Zhuo Chen educating the spoiled rich kid Zhou Yang exploded. The heat from Zhuo Chen winning first place on the heavenly rankings had not yet faded, and another trending topic appeared. Now, 3 out of the top 5 trending topics were related to Zhuo Chen. However, Zhuo Chen himself was completely unconcerned. After finishing a meal with Lin Jiao, he went straight back to the foodie cave. Ding dong! Ding dong! Zhuo Chen, who was having a great time playing with soul power, heard the sound of the communicator and hurriedly answered the call. On the other end was Chen Xingxuang. What are you busy with? Did you forget about your master while having dinner with the teacher in the training room? Chen Xingxuang asked slowly. Only then did Zhuo Chen realize that he had been so engrossed in playing with soul power that he hadn't even replied to his master's messages. I finished eating a long time ago. I'm cultivating in the foodie cave, he replied confidently. Playing with soul power should count as part of cultivation, right? Master, what instructions do you have? Thinking about not replying to the messages. His voice softened a bit. If the master is looking for me, it must be something important. Is she going to take me to the abyss? Or is there something good? It should be that my secret team has some news, right? I'm about to return to the imperial capital. I'll also check on your cultivation progress. Chen Xingxuang said as she glanced out the window, where the appearance of the imperial capital was already visible below. Wait for me. After hanging up the phone, an hour Later, Zhuo Chen saw his master, dressed in ordinary clothes, walking over. Even in ordinary attire, she could not hide her graceful figure. Take out your Mo Dao. Chen Xingxuang spoke directly without any small talk. Zhuo Chen was a bit puzzled. What does the master want with my Mo Dao? Is she going to give me a more powerful one? With doubts in his heart, he still complied. Pulling out the Mo Dao from his spatial belt, Zhuo Chen noticed the spots of wear on his blade. It seemed to be left over from the competition with Zhao Xian. There were even some small nicks on the blade. Suddenly, Chen Xingxuang threw out a bloody arm. It was a full 3 meters long, constantly emitting some purple and blue aura. It even looked alive. Zhuo Chen was genuinely startled. Wow, it's rare to see an arm this big. It must be from a demon emperor of the abyss, right? This lively thing is still fresh. It should be a trophy, right? This meat should taste pretty good. Is master planning to make hot pot? Slicing meat with the Mo Dao wouldn't be a bad idea. This is the arm of a demon emperor, more powerful than a demon king, Chen Xingxuang explained while observing Zhuo Chen's Mo Dao. Just right for you. To enhance the Mo Dao. It was only after her reminder that Zhuo Chen realized. Yes. It can be used for enhancement. The knife had been battered after the previous competition with Zhao Xian. Now that he had reached the 7th stage of martial arts, this knife might not keep up with my cultivation strength. It definitely needs enhancement. Master is in the abyss, still thinking of me, his disciple. I'm really touched. Thinking of this, a warm current surged in Zhuo Chen's heart. He smiled as he inserted the knife into the 3-meter-long demon emperor's arm. Once it's done, come to the lakeside villa. Before leaving, Chen Xingxuang mentioned the arrangements. I have other things to discuss with you. I won't oversee the refining of these minor matters. This time, the harvest from the abyss was quite substantial. I found a lot of good things. All right. Master, take care. I'll be there soon. Zhuo Chen greeted her and fully immersed himself in enhancing the Mo Dao. Coupled with the earlier play with soul power, he discovered that he could actually use soul power to shape the knife. The soul power enveloped the powerful aura of the demon emperor, slowly seeping into the Mo Dao. The visible gaps on the Mo Dao began to disappear. As the aura from the demon emperor's arm completely entered the Mo Dao, Zhuo Chen felt that his Mo Dao had become much lighter. It wasn't the actual weight, but the feeling of wielding it. Suddenly, he felt a one-way channel between him and the Mo Dao. The vital energy could be infused directly into the knife without the need for a bodily explosion. Even if he didn't deliberately infuse it, a portion of the vital energy would still remain on the knife. These vital energies could even be used to repair the wear on the knife. In the blink of an eye, the worn Mo Dao looked as if it had just come out of the factory. Zhuo Chen stared in shock at his masterpiece. This knife. Even I find it terrifying. So strong. This is what can keep up with my future strength. Putting away the knife, he hurried to the lakeside villa. Inside, Chen Xingxuang had been waiting for a long time. This time in the abyss, I found some things suitable for you, she said, placing 3 martial arts books on the table. One on knife techniques, one on body techniques, and one on fist techniques. Each martial arts book carried a substantial amount of spiritual power. Absolutely top-notch. Zhuo Chen looked over and was immediately excited. These are exactly what I lack. Here, it's hard to find good knife techniques, let alone any at all. The body technique is just right to enhance practical combat. The fist technique, as a last resort, might even complement the knife technique. Aren't you lacking knife techniques? I happened to see some after clearing out a demon lair, Chen Xingxuang said, waving her hand. Take a look, they should all be useful. Zhuo Chen looked down, and the sword technique named Breaking the Demon was right before his eyes. What remained were the movement technique named Returning to Origin and the fist technique named Opening the Heavens. These names were too ordinary. Could it be that this was the legendary saying, a heavy sword without an edge is the greatest skill? The profound spiritual energy of these 3 martial arts told Zhuo Chen that they were definitely not simple. Filled with excitement, Zhuo Chen opened the book and glanced at it. What is this? He hadn't even looked carefully, just opened it to take a quick peek. The spiritual energy from the book seemed to have found its master, seeping into Zhuo Chen's hand. In an instant, a powerful force surged into his mind. Without even mentioning practicing in detail, some of the movements of the sword techniques had already been transmitted into his brain. Interesting, so interesting. Following that were some movements from the movement and fist techniques. They seemed to have a life of their own, and the moment Zhuo Chen touched them, he gained quite a bit of insight. Only legendary heavenly tier martial arts could have such an effect, right? goodness, his master casually found what was basically heavenly tier martial arts in the abyss. If he practiced carefully, it would be incredible. Thank you, master. I will start practicing right away. Zhuo Chen couldn't wait to put away, returning to origin and opening the heavens, grabbing the breaking the demon's sword technique and preparing to return to the blessed land cave to begin practicing. Wait. Chen Xingxuan slightly waved her hand, her expression becoming a bit serious. This kid really swallows everything whole. He must have done the same during his previous training, right? Glancing at the 7th tier. His foundation was probably not solid enough. He needed to practice well before going to the abyss. Otherwise, it would be too late. What a good seedling. If there was time, she had to keep an eye on him. You can't practice these martial arts right now. You need to fully understand the contents inside before you can start. She explained, if you just take a cursory look without thinking, you could easily go astray. You wouldn't want a great demon to emerge in the imperial capital, forcing me to deal with it personally. Would you? Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was a bit confused. What does it mean to fully understand? Isn't it just something you can learn by looking? Forget it, master must have her reasons. What you say makes sense, master. Then can I look at it first? Shua. Chen said, starting to flip through the breaking the demon's sword technique page by page. He also knew that if he learned all 3 of these martial arts, it would lead to a qualitative leap in his combat power. Although he had reached the peak of the 7th tier in martial arts, that was merely the original strength. Without martial arts techniques, it was no different from just swinging a brick to smash something. Cultivation was like a lake, no matter how much water there was, you needed tools to bring it out. Martial arts techniques and attributes were such tools. The original cultivation was sufficient, but only with attributes and martial arts techniques could absolute strength be unleashed. He immediately recalled his earlier match with Zhao Xian. In fact, my combat movements had no particular style. I relied entirely on my strong vitality and a reckless spirit to fight. Therefore, even if Zhao Xian's sword was weak and thin, it wasn't broken. Instead, my unfamiliar sword was covered in scars. One force can overcome 10 skills. And dealing with someone whose vitality is weaker than mine is certainly effective. But in the future, I would have to face powerful demon kings and demon emperors. Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen became even more serious. Perhaps others' slow training speed was actually spent on this. Subsequently, Chen Xingxuan taught Zhuo Chen some key points through both testing and guidance. For example, methods of exerting force and releasing vitality. Zhuo Chen listened, entranced. His master was not only powerful in combat but also had such rich theoretical knowledge. It was easy to understand when she explained, and he could grasp it just by listening. It was still a heavenly tier sword technique. Which teacher has such ability? The remaining 2 techniques, the movement and fist techniques, were also clearly explained to Zhuo Chen by Chen Xingxuan. By the time he finished listening, it was already late at night. Shua. Chen had gained a comprehensive understanding of these 3 martial arts. In short, these 3 martial arts had only one core: the balance of offense and defense. No matter the sword technique, body technique, or fist technique, they all emphasize a seamless blend of offense and defense, allowing for a constant interchange. Flexibility and variability begin here. Let's go to the foodie cave, Chen Xingxuan said, noticing that Zhuo Chen had basically grasped the key points, nodding slightly. His comprehension ability is quite good, the rest is just to practice well. The time should be enough. Before leaving, he should be able to master it. With this in mind, she took Zhuo Chen back to the foodie cave. The training location here is not only due to the soul power but also the solid defenses within the cave. After years of being soaked in the bodies of demon kings and emperors, the foodie cave not only has powerful soul power support but also top-notch protective capabilities. Otherwise, with the sword techniques of the heavenly stage, Zhuo Chen could easily devastate everything outside. Try practicing and see how much you've understood, Chen Xingxuan said, watching Zhuo Chen draw the unfamiliar sword. As Zhuo Chen used his blood energy according to the key points of the sword technique, a faint protective layer appeared on the sword. Even before the sword struck the ground, shallow marks had already appeared on the surface. Excluding the enhancements from the Demon Emperor's arm, Zhuo Chen felt that using the unfamiliar sword was incredibly easy now. Each strike was a loop, every move followed the direction. Throwing it out was an attack, pulling it back along the direction was a defense. With the unity of offense and defense, without even using 30% of his strength, the entire foodie cave trembled. This surprised Chen Xingxuan a bit. This kid's blood energy really isn't based on rank. Can a peak 7th rank martial artist shake the foodie cave? If he continues to improve, surpassing me shouldn't be a problem. Change to another sword, Chen Xingxuang said, using her soul power to crush a nearby stone, creating a similar sword. Use this first, get this one right before using the unfamiliar sword. After that, when Zhuo Chen released his blood energy, it wasn't as intimidating. Chen Xingxuang could start giving precise guidance. In addition to the sword technique, body technique, and fist technique, they began to practice continuously until Zhuo Chen exhausted the last bit of strength in his body. At this point, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes and pants completely soaked. Even while standing, his legs felt a bit weak, not to mention his trembling arms. Goodness, this is what they call the legendary practice that pushes you to the brink. In just one day, Zhuo Chen's sword technique, body technique, and fist technique had already reached a small success. After several days of exhausting practice, Chen Xingxuang was finally satisfied. Your progress is much faster than I was back in the day. Especially the sword technique, it really suits you. Zhuo Chen had no strength to respond. Just sitting on the ground, panting heavily. He was astonished to find that his sword technique had actually reached the stage of great success. It truly suited him. So well suited. Indeed, practicing after understanding yields exceptional results. Ding dong. Ding dong. The communicator rang and Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, picking it up with trembling hands. It was a message from Zhang Miao Xue. Little junior brother, I'm coming back. Training is really hard. When I get back, I'll tell you secretly, but you mustn't tell anyone. By the way, let's have a meal together when I return. I just happen to have some things to discuss with you. Seeing the news, Zhuo Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Master, senior sister is coming back. She wants me to join for a meal. Shall we end today? He looked at Chen Xingxuan with eager eyes. Just let me off this time for all the hard work I've put in these days. I promise to practice well in the future. Alright, you should take a good rest these 2 days. Balance work and rest. Chen Xingxuan nodded slightly, temporarily letting Zhuo Chen off. There might be some things later, let's go eat. These past 2 days have been quite good, the general direction is set, at least I won't go off course. It's a decent improvement. After giving Zhuo Chen a holiday, Chen Xingxuan left first, seemingly with something to do. Zhuo Chen didn't care about that and rushed to area number 36 to take a good shower. These past few days have been exhausting. Sweating buckets every day, dry then wet, wet then dry. I can't even stand the salty smell on my clothes. He tossed his clothes into the washing machine and set it to wash several times. Zhuo Chen threw himself into the bathroom, scrubbing his entire body twice. Under the hot water, he felt that all the beauty of the world was right here. Although his hands were still shaking, under the healing of the hot water, he felt relaxed all over. Bang! The sound of the door closing came, and Zhang Miaoxue dragged her luggage into the living room. Hearing the continuous sound of running water from the bathroom, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Knowing I'm back, he even specially took a shower to welcome me. It seems like this time there's hope. Senior sister, you're back? Shua. Chen, changed into fresh clothes, came out with a smile to greet her. The timing of her return was just right. With Master's training method, I'll probably be an adult in just a few days. Let's go eat, you must be hungry. Zhang Miaoxue immediately got up and moved closer to Zhuo Chen. The scent of her body wafted over, and Zhuo Chen noticed that Zhang Miaoxue had dressed up on purpose. Zhuo Chen put down the towel and was led out by Zhang Miaoxue. At the school cafeteria, Zhuo Chen unusually ordered 5 pounds of monster meat. When the dishes arrived, he began to wolf them down. He hadn't realized that he hadn't had a proper meal in days. Today, he must eat a pound. Hey, eat a little slower. No one is competing with you. Zhang Miaoxue laughed, elegantly picking up food and putting it in her mouth. With me not around these days, Zhuo Chen must have been starving. How could he have an appetite eating with those women? However, when she took a closer look, she found that Zhuo Chen had actually broken through to the peak of the 7th level of martial arts. I was only gone for a few days, and Zhuo Chen has already reached the 7th level? He must have been very disciplined. Otherwise, how could he have broken through so quickly if he indulged? He must be thinking of me all the time. In just a few days, you've broken through to the 7th level? Something must have happened these days, right? Zhang Miaoxue immediately pressed for answers. Zhuo Chen continued to wolf down his food, ignoring her. After repeated questioning, she learned that Master Chen Xingxuang had been guiding him all these days. In fact, in just one day and night, his martial skills had already reached a minor success. And in the following days, his swordsmanship had reached great success. Suddenly, she was taken aback, her face filled with envy. Master has never spent a whole day teaching me. One day? You learned martial skills to minor success in one day? Great success in swordsmanship in just a few days? Envious Zhang Miaoxue was left speechless. What kind of genius is this? Quickly say, you must be from the demon race. How could a human have such incredible speed? Looking back, it seems Zhuo Chen has always been quite extraordinary. From the 3rd level to the current 7th level, he has been rising without pause. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Ahem. I have something important to say next. Zhang Miaoxue put down her chopsticks, becoming slightly serious. I have passed the training test. From now on, I can join the secret team. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen immediately congratulated her. Congratulations. His face was calm, without a hint of emotion, and apart from these 2 words, there was no sign of happiness or excitement. So, after coming back, you wanted to tell me this. Actually, I think with senior sister's strength, it should be a sure thing. Zhuo Chen managed to squeeze out a faint smile, feeling that he had been too indifferent just now. After all, she was senior sister, he should give her some face. Zhang Miaoxue slightly lowered her head, her cheeks turning a bit red. Actually, there are some other things. She bit her lip, as if there were some things she found hard to say. During the earlier training, it had been completely closed off at first. Later, she could see some news. Completely unaware of the outside world, Zhang Miaoxue finally saw those photos of Zhuo Chen. At that moment, a sense of crisis surged in her heart. Zhuo Chen was surrounded by beautiful women. Who could resist that? No, when I go back, I must seize the opportunity to confess. This led to the current situation. Zhuo Chen, I have another thing to tell you. It's very important. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath, gathering her courage. Zhuo Chen, I like you. Zhuo Chen was stunned. Ha? This is the important thing? Senior sister has indeed been good to me. This matter, it's hard to refuse. After all, she helped a lot at the beginning. The silent Zhuo Chen lowered his head, glancing at Zhang Miaoxue from time to time. Helping is helping, but no one stipulated that helping meant one had to reciprocate with love, right? He had to be more tactful with his words. He couldn't refuse her like he did with Yang Bing. Sitting across from him after confessing, Zhang Miaoxue instantly seemed to deflate, as if she had exhausted all her energy. Her eyes were fixed on Zhuo Chen, her entire face flushed. Oh my! What have I done? Zhuo Chen seems to still be thinking about it. What if he agrees? But what if he doesn't? Why am I suddenly thinking like this? But with those few beauties around, Zhuo Chen would eventually develop feelings over time. She was also conflicted inside. After a long silence, Zhuo Chen slowly raised his head. Senior sister, you are very good to me. I really thank you. But it's not to the point of liking yet. Zhuo Chen spoke slowly, also considering his wording. I will have to refuse. This was quite tactful. It should be enough, right? It wouldn't hurt her pride, and he wouldn't be kicked out of the room. Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback, trembling all over. She covered her mouth, her eyes slightly red, tears swirling in her eyes. The smile on her face was filled with embarrassment. It seemed that what had just happened left her at a loss. Indeed, I shouldn't have asked. I should have been more patient. Now it's all good, I've been completely rejected. No. I still have a chance. Living together for a long time might lead to feelings, and I can still hint at it later. Just like that. Zhang Miaoxue deliberately looked down at her communicator, seemingly trying to hide her embarrassment. Zhuo Chen, the team is gathering, there should be something important. I'll go first, he said, immediately getting up and hurriedly grabbing his bag to leave, as if escaping from the awkwardness of being rejected. Seeing Zhang Miaoxue leave in a hurry, Zhuo Chen was taken aback. This team was prepared for me by my master, and I, as the captain, haven't even received the notice yet. How could you possibly know to gather? Clearly just an excuse to leave. Sigh. My words were still too direct. Zhuo Chen sighed, looking at the half-eaten beast meat on Zhang Miaoxue's seat across from him. Hey, senior sister, it's not that I don't want to talk. The conditions just don't allow it, he muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. Right now, I can only focus on my martial arts training. Just the training from my master has exhausted my mind, not to mention the future. Where would I find the energy for romance? As the communicator chimed, a message from Zhang Miaoxue followed. Junior brother, that was just a prank on you. Don't take it to heart, okay? I'm still your good senior sister. How could Zhuo Chen not understand what this meant? A rejected confession always needs some words to save face. Starting over is not impossible. Once I reach perfection in martial arts, I can have a good talk with senior sister. After all, among these people, the one who treats me the best is her. Thinking about how his words were still too direct, Juochen simply replied with a good, indicating that he pretended not to hear. This is much better than reading and not replying or replying randomly, right? Back in the blessed land cave, Juochen sat in the middle and began to cultivate. Burp! A loud burp shook the heavens. The consumption over the past 2 days had indeed been great. But after a hearty meal just now, I should have recovered, right? During the cultivation process, Juochen was very puzzled. In his previous peak state, he felt invigorated, his whole body absorbing power, both spiritual energy and soul power. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully felt. As he entered a meditative state, his vital energy surged from his dantian, slowly rising. The pores on his body gradually opened, crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and soul power. The beast meat in his stomach was also being refined and absorbed internally. At this moment, Juochen felt his strength beginning to grow again, and the things he had consumed were slowly being replenished. Moreover, the speed was faster than during his previous cultivation. After a while, Juochen slowly opened his eyes. His hands were steady, and he felt no fatigue. His spirit was revitalized. So that's how it is, he exclaimed in surprise. It seems that only by exhausting all my vital energy, soul power, and spiritual energy to the limit can I absorb and replenish faster. Mastering this method will make future cultivation much quicker. Meanwhile, Zhang Miaoxue returned directly to room 36 in Area A. Hiding under the covers, she wiped her tears and took out her communicator. Looking at Juochen's social media filled with photos of Zhao Xian, tears began to fall. Why did Juochen take pictures of her? My figure isn't that bad, is it? Scrolling through the photos, Zhang Miaoxue received quite a few rumors. Only then did she realize that Juochen had become a trending topic. A bunch of marketing accounts were posting a picture with completely fabricated text. Some said Juochen had a crush on Zhao Xian, others claimed Juochen got Zhao Xian drunk. The stories were obviously fake, and Zhang Miaoxue didn't believe any of it. But the photos Juochen took left her feeling uneasy. Suddenly, Zhang Miaoxue understood. Finally found the reason. No wonder I was rejected. Juochen only took pictures of Zhao Xian. Because Zhao Xian is both powerful and hardworking. At such a young age, he is already half a master. So outstanding and willing to work hard, it makes Juochen interested in taking photos. Sigh. Ultimately, I should work harder. I got carried away just because I could join the team. This is Juochen reminding me. I can't be complacent, I need to be worthy of him. The direction is correct. As long as I continue to work hard, double my efforts. When I become even more outstanding, Juochen will definitely like me. This confession, he really took as a prank. This time, he must seize the opportunity and absolutely cannot let those few bad women have a chance. Thinking of this, Zhang Miaoxue perked up, her confidence returning. Ding dong ding dong. A message came in, the team was gathering. She didn't expect that the excuse she casually found was actually true. Looking at the communicator, emergency gathering, time half an hour, location has been marked. This simple sentence made Zhang Miaoxue even more excited. The heavens are still favoring me. Just as she thought about working hard, the order for the team to gather came. This time, she must take it more seriously. That night, Juochen was in the blessed cave, continuously absorbing the surrounding soul power, laying a solid foundation for future breakthroughs and a series of subsequent training. Fully immersed, he had reached a state of forgetting himself. After absorbing, he picked up the stone knife that Chen Xingxuan had easily shaped and began to practice. He pushed every move to the limit, just like when Chen Xingxuan was guiding him. After quickly exhausting himself, he sat cross-legged to adjust his breathing, absorbing all the surrounding soul power and spiritual energy. Repeating this, Juochen adapted to this high-intensity training. He even felt quite content. His master was right, one should thoroughly understand the martial arts to unleash such effects. Now, Juochen could wield the stone knife, which he didn't even know the weight of, with ease. He could even swing it with one hand without difficulty. Thinking the time was about right, Juochen adjusted his breathing again, planning to go back and rest. Ding dong ding dong. He turned off silent mode and heard a message. Come in. However, the message had no source. It stated that the team needed to gather urgently, with the location marked at a relatively secluded small playground outside the back mountain of the school. Although it wasn't a restricted area, no students would go there. The message was sent during Juochen's training, and calculating the time, half an hour had long passed. Then came a series of messages from Chen Xingxuan. Where is everyone? Where did they run off to? I told you to gather. Hurry up and come. One after another, while Zhuo Chen was training, Chen Xingxuang sent over 50 messages. Ah, we really have to gather? Looking at this secret message with no source, Zhuo Chen finally realized. Zhang Miaoxue really was going to gather? No way, the time has already passed. If I had known, I wouldn't have trained after eating today. Hiss, will my master blame me? I was indeed training today, working hard, that should be understandable, right? No, I need to hurry over and take a look. If my master blames me, so be it. Zhuo Chen quickly wiped his sweat to make himself look more energetic. Then, he immediately ran out of the blessed cave. Outside the small playground at the back mountain, many students were lined up neatly, waiting. Chen Xingxuang sat on the edge of a bench, constantly checking the time. Due to the long wait, she let the students rest a bit. At this moment, the students were sitting on the ground, waiting and discussing. Our little team is full of elites. Guess who the captain is? Hard to say, maybe it's personally led by Chen Wuxian. Then aren't we all disciples of Chen Wuxian? As they chatted, their faces were filled with anticipation. Zhang Miaoxue in the front row kept looking around, curious about who would be the captain of their team. After a while, Zhuo Chen hurriedly arrived. He glanced at the group of students on the right who had already arrived, while on the left was Chen Xingxuang, staring blankly. Zhuo Chen, why are you late? Chen Xingxuang said coldly, staring at Zhuo Chen. There was a hint of anger in her eyes. This is the team prepared for you, and you don't care at all. Is this acceptable? Seeing this, Zhuo Chen was still scratching his head, pondering how to respond, while Zhang Miaoxue in the team was stunned. Ha? Zhuo Chen is participating too? How come I've never heard him mention it? And he didn't attend the previous training session either. It must have been decided long ago, right? Great, I can be with my junior brother again. I must show him my efforts. But Zhuo Chen slowly spoke up. Master, wasn't I just seriously cultivating? He said, a somewhat shameless smile appearing on his face. If you wanted to gather, you should have said so earlier. It would have been better to notify us in advance. Half an hour earlier, who knew? I was so focused on my cultivation, of course, I had to keep it quiet. I realized a lot of things, that's why I forgot. Zhuo Chen scratched his head while looking at Chen Xingxuang's face. Cold as ice, yet with a hint of seriousness. Chen Xingxuang carefully observed Zhuo Chen. His vitality and soul power had both improved, and judging by the aura he was emitting, he must have just finished practicing not long ago. Alright, I'll let it go this time. In the future, pay attention to the news within the team. Her face remained serious, but it had softened considerably. The corners of her mouth even lifted slightly. It was indeed a misunderstanding, this kid is still quite dedicated to cultivation. With a reputation, he doesn't run around recklessly, and his temperament is acceptable. Let's forgive him this time. Alright, everyone stand straight. Your team is codenamed Demon Slayer. Chen Xingxuang cleared her throat and announced. Upon hearing this codename, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. From today onwards, we officially have a formal organization. Zhuo Chen, as the captain, you will be in charge of gathering the team from now on. Saying this, Chen Xingxuang glanced at the team. Your team is the highest ranked among the younger generation. However, you still need to cultivate, and for now, you won't be assigned any tasks. She explained slowly, only when all of you reach the master realm will the team assign tasks, and some corresponding benefits will be unlocked. Get familiar with each other first. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He scanned his team. The first to stand was Zhang Miaoxue, followed by Zhao Xian. The remaining three he hadn't seen before. But judging by the aura they exuded, they were definitely not ordinary strong individuals, they should be the kind filled with talent. If it weren't for my system protecting me, I probably wouldn't be able to reach this level at all. At this moment, Zhao Xian's murderous gaze was fixed on Zhuo Chen. Why? He's only at the 7th level, why is he the captain? Putting aside strength, taking photos and secretly recording, can such despicable behavior make him captain? I refuse to accept this. Just because he's the direct disciple of Chen Wuxian? Using connections to get here? She gritted her teeth, fire blazing in her eyes, holding back an indescribable anger. Hello everyone. Shua. Chen smiled and said, Sister, since we are familiar, I won't introduce myself. Then he walked up to Zhao Xian. Isn't this our second on the heavenly ranking? Miss Zhao is here too? Zhuo Chen's joke ignited Zhao Xian's anger. The fiercely competitive Zhao Xian chose to hold back her fury. The reason was simple, Chen Xingxuang. Being able to join this team was also thanks to Chen Xingxuang. Humph. For Chen Wuxian's sake, I'll let you off today. Photos and recordings, I will make you delete them all sooner or later. Junior brother, just speak properly. Don't provoke senior sister Zhao. Zhang Miaoxue suddenly spoke up, adding fuel to the fire. Instantly, Zhao Xian's murderous gaze turned towards her. Hold on, you must hold on, a small lapse can disrupt a grand plan. Chen Wuxian is present, so stay calm. Once it's over, I must report this. Let Chen Wuxian know. About Zhuo Chen's ugly face. May I ask how to address you three? Zhuo Chen said as he moved closer to the trio at the back. I am Li Xiangzhou, and this is my brother, Li Kaijun, the tallest of the three said, cupping his fists in greeting. I've heard of Zhuo's reputation, and indeed, one glance reveals extraordinary talent. How could that be seen with the eyes? It was just that after special training, he saw Zhuo Chen ranked first on the leaderboard. With a 6th level martial arts skill, he could suppress a half-step master and even win. Now at the peak of the 7th level, he could at least compare to the strength of a master. By this comparison, the three of us, as half-step masters, were completely outmatched. It's an honor to meet you, Zhuo, Li Kaijun said, also very humble and polite. I am from the Zhang family's collateral branch, Zhang Xingqi. I am somewhat related to that Zhang Miaoxue Jr. Zhang Xingqi also cupped his fists and slightly bowed. These three were all half-step masters, essentially hidden 10th level martial artists. Nice to meet you. We are all here by fate. Zhuo Chen smiled, appearing quite approachable. This surprised Li Xiangzhou and the others. They had always thought of Zhuo Chen as someone serious and unsmiling. But today, he showed no airs and was even so friendly. Once they had introduced themselves, Chen Xingxuang slowly stood up. You've all introduced yourselves well enough. Tomorrow, your team will begin training. All training will be centered around cooperating with Captain Zhuo Chen, she said, scanning the carefully selected team members. In her eyes, family background was of no use. Only strength and talent mattered. However, the Demon Slayer team is still missing some members. So I won't introduce you to the other teams for now. Chen Xingxuang explained, once everyone is present, I will introduce you to the other teams for joint training. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Ha! There are still absentees? So this is not mandatory? If I had known, I would have gone back to sleep. I could just come back once everyone is here, right? Thinking of this, he pouted, feeling a bit annoyed. However, hearing that there were other teams made Zhuo Chen a bit more expectant. Speaking of which, if the master said so, it meant there were other teams at the same level as him. Wait, didn't the master say our level is the highest? Oh, I forgot, our younger generation probably has top teams from previous generations. Perhaps, we could collaborate later. Wait. The Tao De Jing in my hands could have a market. I need to think quickly about what price to set. You all rest for a bit, I have some matters to discuss with Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, come here. Chen Xingxuang waved slightly, interrupting Zhuo Chen's thoughts. Master, what else is there? Chen Xingxuang led Zhuo Chen a few steps further away. Then, she spoke directly, Zhuo Chen, actually, there's someone who hasn't come today. Is it your deputy? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen immediately became a bit excited and asked, Deputy? Who is he? I have a deputy? Looking at my master's mysterious demeanor, he must be a super expert, right? And to be a deputy, he should be quite familiar with me. I don't have many people I know who are top-notch experts, do I? He is currently on a mission. Once the mission is over, he will naturally return to the team. You will know who he is then. Chen Xingxuang replied coldly, refusing to reveal any key information to Zhuo Chen. Alright, I have to get busy. You take care of the team and get familiar with it. With that, she turned and left. Zhuo Chen returned to the team. Immediately, Zhang Miaoxue became awkward, her cheeks slightly flushed, at a loss for words. Junior brother, good. No, from now on, I should call you Captain. She spoke hesitantly, filled with thoughts. Oh no. I just failed to confess, and now seeing him is really awkward. I can't even speak. What should I do? We'll have to see each other every day, won't it always be this awkward? What if he tells others about my failed confession? Please don't say it. Sister, let's work hard together from now on. Zhuo Chen smiled, not mentioning anything. Zhuo Chen, you should delete this lady's photo. And the recording. Zhao Xian's voice suddenly became assertive. Just now you had Chen Wuxian backing you up, but now it's different. I must force you to delete it. Otherwise, once you settle in as captain, you'll get too cocky. I won't delete it. I took it with my own ability. Why should I delete it? Zhuo Chen replied indifferently, completely disregarding Zhao Xian's anger. At most, if you make me cry, I'll let you take more. You don't bully me too much, Zhao Xian said as she was about to draw her sword and have a fierce battle with Zhuo Chen. Last time I accidentally lost to you, this time I won't let you have even a bit. I've heard that Zhao Xian has a bad temper. Seeing it today, it's indeed true. Li Xiangzhou smiled, since Zhuo Chen can be the captain, he must have that strength. Or are you planning to go against the captain on your first day in the team? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was stunned. She recalled a few days ago when she followed Zhuo Chen to the back mountain. At that time, the captain who pinned him down and warned him said the same thing. She took a deep breath to calm herself down a bit. Being in this small team is worse than being at the Great Wall. Knowing that I'm under your command, I'd rather be a reserve at the Great Wall. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Later, I'll report to Chen Wuxian and withdraw from the team. Wait. Being in the team, there will always be opportunities. When he's not paying attention, I can snatch the communicator, delete the photos and recordings. Wouldn't that be even better? I can also capture his ugly side, killing two birds with one stone. With this thought, Zhao Xian felt much more balanced. Hey, Li Xiangzhou, I see your aura is different from ours. Have you already graduated? Zhuo Chen noticed that among the three people nearby, Li Xiangzhou's aura was more robust and seasoned. It seemed he had experienced quite a few battles, and even his steps were filled with caution. This is definitely someone who has participated in battles. During the 2-month summer vacation, he also participated in battles, so he had developed a certain sensitivity to such steps and movements. Captain Zhuo, your observation skills are remarkable. Indeed, I'm already in the Demon Suppression Army. Li Xiangzhou slowly spoke, a smile on his face. I was admitted to the Martial God Academy as an exception in my junior year and have been fighting in the abyss for a while now. Zhuo Chen's insight was indeed impressive. He could tell at a glance my identity as a demon-suppressing soldier. Although I only appeared to be at the 7th level of martial arts, it was likely that I had put in a lot of effort in other areas, resulting in a slower cultivation progress. Looking at his robust vitality, it was likely that even a master-level expert might not possess such strength. Wait, I just remembered, you wouldn't be the one from before. Suddenly, Zhao Xian reacted. About 2 years ago, she was only ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking. The first place was indeed out of reach. One day, she suddenly found herself ranked 9th. It was said that the first place had graduated early. Zhao Xian originally wanted to go but found that the names on the ranking had already been changed. That's right, I was the first on the heavenly ranking before. For 3 years. Li Xiangzhou said, looking at Zhuo Chen, you were somewhat similar. You broke through to the first place on the heavenly ranking in your freshman year. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was somewhat shocked. Although Li Xiangzhou's overall strength might still be below mine, such strength and talent were indeed top-tier genius. With such a genius in my team, it seems my master truly chose wisely. As for Li Kaijun, he was naturally not an ordinary person either. Although he hadn't challenged the heavenly ranking, every summer vacation, he would follow his brother Li Xiangzhou to carry out some simple tasks. Additionally, the Li family had spent extra money and merit to create a training ground specifically for Li Kaijun. Therefore, he had already reached the 9th level of martial arts in his sophomore year. In comparison, Zhang Xingqi, a junior, was somewhat lacking. He had only recently broken through to the 8th level of martial arts. He was from the academy and had trained on his own. However, in his freshman year, he was only at the 2nd level of martial arts. It seemed that he had suddenly become enlightened over these 3 years, making rapid progress. Especially at the beginning of this junior year, he had suddenly surged from the 6th level to the 8th level. A late bloomer, but he had considerable strength. Zhuo Chen looked at them with some surprise. They were all heroes. Little did he know, the 3 of them were also looking at Zhuo Chen with great surprise. They never expected to be in the team personally led by Zhuo. What an honor! With Zhuo Chen's strength, once he reached the master level in the future, he would surely be entrusted with important responsibilities. Our small team could become the backbone of the entire Great Xia in the future. By the way, since our team's benefits haven't been activated yet, I can't let you all lose out. Zhuo Chen suddenly remembered something. Now this small team was all family. Since we are family, we can't let anyone be at a disadvantage. How could there be no meeting gift for a first encounter? Anyway, the Tao De Jing was just sitting idle, selling it to others, but for these good brothers, it should be free. How about this, you all can take the Tao De Jing and use it for free. Consider it a meeting gift. As soon as Zhuo Chen finished speaking, Li Xiangzhou and the other 3 were stunned. Ha? A meeting gift? Such a precious thing can be casually treated as a meeting gift? Isn't this like playing poker and throwing out the big joker first? Even the Tao De Jing can be casually handed out. We will definitely benefit greatly in the future. Zhuo's personal transmission truly has extraordinary generosity. Zhang Miaxue already had a copy of Zhuo Chen's Tao De Jing, and Zhao Xian had also taken One last time. Therefore, the copy of the Tao De Jing in hand was just for personal use. Li Xiangzhou and the other three received the electronic version of the Tao De Jing as if they had received a treasure. Their eyes even became a bit moist. Zhuo Chen confirmed their cultivation status and then sat down to consider the team's future plans. Besides me and my senior sister, the four of them actually had quite high cultivation levels. They were just a step away from becoming masters. I need to encourage my senior sister more. Should I throw her into the Blessed Land Cave as well? Let's do it this way, and I'll ask the master later if that's feasible. On the side, Li Xiangzhou and the other three looked at the Tao De Jing after receiving it. Every sentence inside carried immense wisdom, making them feel deeply moved. If only they had seen such a treasure earlier, perhaps their cultivation speed could have improved significantly. What kind of captain is this? Selfless. Not hiding anything from us, such a captain is worth following for a lifetime. I really don't know what Zhao Xian was thinking, daring to confront the captain? Was it just for taking a few photos? With such a bad temper, he really doesn't deserve it. Let's add each other as friends first and set up a group. That way, it will be easier to notify everyone about training. After finalizing the plan, Zhuo Chen looked up and said. Besides Zhang Miaoshui and Zhao Xian, who had already added him, the rest, including Li Xiangzhou, added Zhuo Chen as a friend. That's it for today. I'll think about the training location and content later. Zhuo Chen smiled. It's late, and you all should get some good rest. The captain is right. I'll head back with Kai Jun first. Li Xiangzhou said, cupping his fists in salute before leaving. Zhang Xingqi chatted briefly with Zhang Miaoshui before also going back to rest. Zhao Xian, however, wore an angry expression. After a moment's thought, she figured that over time, she wouldn't have to worry about finding an opportunity. I'll let you off the hook today. Poof. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zhuo Chen, about what was said today, you don't take it seriously. In solitude, Zhang Miaoshui's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Zhuo Chen with some trepidation. Regardless of whether he took it seriously or not, it was better to clarify. Shua. Chen nodded lightly. Senior sister, let's go back and rest. Sigh, having Zhang Miaoshui like this is somewhat troublesome. I need to keep her focused on cultivation. I can break through easily, but she can't. From the 8th level of martial arts to becoming a master, it's easy to say, but it's also difficult. However, since the master allowed her to join, her talent should be sufficient. Back in his room, Zhuo Chen immediately called his master. Master, are you busy? I want to ask a question. At that moment, Chen Xingxuan was busy with other matters and only responded with one word, speak. Can the Blessed Land Cave be used for their training? Otherwise, some people might find it a bit difficult to cultivate. Besides, our secret team should remain secret, right? Zhuo Chen's words were mostly lost on the busy Chen Xingxuan, who only understood that the team also needed to use the Blessed Land Cave. No, think of a way yourself. Chen Xingxuan said before hanging up. The Blessed Land Cave was prepared for you. If others want to go, they have to go through a lot of approvals. They aren't like you, who can stir the entire upper management. I don't want to deal with so many extraneous documents again. Phew, finally, it's done, the entries can go for approval. Now. Putting down the communicator, Zhuo Chen frowned. TSK, if the Blessed Land Cave can't be used, what should I do? There must be good places for cultivation, right? The training room? That's about it. If worse comes to worst, I won't rent it. I'm not short on this little merit. Early the next morning, Zhuo Chen woke up and knocked on Zhang Miaoshui's door. Senior sister, it's time to get up and cultivate. While saying this, Zhuo Chen also sent a message in the group, asking them to gather at the training room entrance. In fact, Zhang Miaoshui had already woken up. Hearing Zhuo Chen's knock, she felt delighted. Sure enough, Zhuo Chen wants me to work hard to become stronger. He still cares about me. Last night, I was too abrupt. Such matters must be approached slowly. Immediately, she was invigorated, changed her clothes, and opened the door. After dinner, they arrived at the entrance of the training room. Li Xiangzhou and a few others had been waiting early, while Zhao Xian still glared at Zhuo Chen with a face full of anger. Sister Jiao, I won't be renting my training room for the time being, is that okay? Zhuo Chen smiled and stepped forward. I need it for a while. Lin Jiao felt a bit more joy in her heart. She immediately processed the paperwork for Zhuo Chen and took the group to the highest specification training room. Let's practice here for a bit, then we'll go to the back mountain, Zhuo Chen arranged. Not using the Blessed Land and Cave. If we don't go, then we'll just play in the back mountain. That shouldn't be against the rules, right? Subsequently, they each meditated and practiced in the room. Zhuo Chen was beside Zhang Miaoshui, giving her pointers. Zhang Miaoshui's heart raced. But to not disappoint Zhuo Chen, she tried her best to suppress her excitement. Not even 2 hours had passed when Chen Xingxuan found them. Zhuo Chen, come out for a moment, there's something. Saying this, Zhuo Chen settled Zhang Miaoshui and then got up to follow. Your entries have been approved. Take a look. As she spoke, she handed the entries to Zhuo Chen. Besides a large number of green and white entries, there were even 2 blue entries. The attributes on them were theoretically what Zhuo Chen needed the most. If it weren't for the system fusion, these entries would truly be of great use. This is all for now, make do with it. Later, I'll pick out some good entries for you. After saying this, Chen Xingxuan left to get busy again. With the entries in hand, Zhuo Chen immediately headed to the Blessed Land Cave. Detecting a large number of entries. Do you want to fuse in bulk? Fuse. Ding. Congratulations, host, fusion successful. After continuously fusing a large number of green and white entries along with the blue entries he originally obtained, Zhuo Chen found that his blue entries changed rapidly. Holy Light Giant Bloodline +2, Strength increase 2,516,480%, Vitality increase 2,516,480%, Damage to Demons increased by 20%, Study Abroad. Effect increased by 20%, Reflective Golden Bell +2, Defense increase 2,560,000%, Damage taken rebounds by 20%, Shadow Speed +2, Attack speed increase 2,560,000%, Speed increase by 20% in night and shadow environments. Peerless Monster. God +2, Cultivation speed increase 2,560,000%, for each level of cultivation improvement, cultivation speed increases by 20% leap. Wind +2, Movement speed +2,560,000%, high chance to enter stealth. All blue entries became +2, and the effects doubled directly. Goodness, is it really that simple and violent to upgrade blue entries? I like it. Simple and violent is good. Looking at the entries above, Zhuo Chen felt it was time to elevate his martial arts rank. After all, isn't there a target to reach the Grandmaster level? Sitting cross-legged in the center of the Blessed Land Cave, his soul power, spiritual energy, and vitality surged along with him. After filling up, in less than a moment, he had already reached the peak of the 8th rank. Feeling he still had strength left, Zhuo Chen continued to break through. In just half an hour, he directly surged to the 9th rank. That's enough, I need to accumulate a bit more before reaching Grandmaster. Thinking this, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and left the Blessed Land Cave. Not long after stepping out, he saw Zhao Xian rushing over. Zhuo Chen, delete the photos and recordings right now. Zhao Xian's face was full of anger, her eyes never leaving Zhuo Chen's annoying face. Delete it. I'm the captain now, you have to listen to me. Zhuo Chen replied casually, looking relaxed, aren't I telling you all to train? Well, we all need to become masters. Gu was trying to change the subject, but couldn't divert Zhao Xian's attention at all. No way, you have to delete it right now. She was relentless, clinging to this matter. Even Li Xiangzhou and the others hurried over. Zhao Xian, you can't do this. Go back and train. Li Xiangzhou's tone was somewhat displeased. Captain Zhua has gone through a lot to get the highest specification training room for us. This Zhao family young lady's temper was too explosive. Having strong cultivation was one thing, but her character needed to keep up. Just for such a trivial matter, she was causing a scene with Zhuo Chen. Truly rude. Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi, arriving late, shared the same thought. Then how about this, you call me Dad. Then I'll delete it. Zhuo Chen said casually. This actually shocked Li Xiangzhou. It seemed this was Zhuo Chen's strategy. Compared to Zhua Chen, who already knew that the Zhao family's young lady had a fiery temper if she wasn't tamed, there would definitely be some mistakes in battle later on. Especially in the future, our team's battles would likely be extremely dangerous. Indeed, only the captain could think so thoroughly. With this thought, Li Xiangzhou smiled silently and nodded slightly. Suddenly, he noticed Zhuo Chen's cultivation level. Just a moment ago, he was at the peak of the 7th stage in the training room. In just a few hours, he had already reached the 9th stage? It turned out he had been suppressing his breakthrough. This step-by-step progress was quite solid. He truly deserved to be a direct disciple of the martial god Chen. With such abundant vitality, even an ordinary master would not be his opponent. This was talent. In comparison, I was still a bit anxious to break through. Li Xiangzhou took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Are you trying to fool me on purpose? Zhao Xian shouted angrily, HMPF, don't think this young lady doesn't know what you're up to. Calling you dad would just give you new leverage. The previous photos were deleted, the recordings were deleted, but this shameful evidence remains. Is this never ending? She was so angry that her whole body trembled, and not a single word came out of her mouth. Alright. Don't be like this. Li Xiangzhou spoke up, from now on, we're all in the same team. Having a few photos isn't a big deal. Captain Zhu's combat power, I fear even a master might not win against him. Li Kaijun also comforted her, it's not embarrassing to lose, most likely none of us here can win against Zhuo Chen. This is an honor, so don't get too hung up on it. Zhang Xingqi also joined in to persuade her. He had also noticed Zhuo Chen suddenly jumping 2 stages. If he hadn't suppressed his breakthrough and focused on accumulation, how could he have such abundant vitality? Compared to Zhuo Chen, we really can't be considered geniuses. Zhao Xian's face turned red with anger. Wanting to make a move, but she couldn't win. Even if she did, Li Xiangzhou and the others would stand on Zhuo Chen's side. Trembling with anger, Zhao Xian suddenly had a clever idea. Hey, since he has my photos and recordings, then I'll do the same to him. Then I should thank you, right? Zhao Xian slightly restrained herself, pretending to show a smile. No need to thank me. Zhuo Chen replied lightly, waving his hand slightly. But at that moment, Zhao Xian, holding the communicator, suddenly fell down, leaning directly into Zhuo Chen's arms. Zhuo Chen thought something was wrong with her and quickly stopped. Click. She took several pictures with the communicator. Humph. Now I have your photos too. If you don't delete it, I'll make these public. Zhao Xuanji was full of herself, her lips curling up. Ha, now I have your weakness too. When the time comes, I'll expose it and see how those marketing accounts spin it. I'll frame you with the crime of teasing the young lady of the Zhao family, making you lose your reputation. This time, you must be scared, right? You have to delete it, right? Let you know what it feels like to be secretly photographed. I really am clever to come up with such a brilliant plan. Zhuo Chen, however, showed no reaction, while Zhang Miaoxue beside him looked dumbfounded. Ha! Zhao Xian is going all out? And creating public opinion? I knew Zhao Xian had bad intentions. Pretending to be angry and clinging to Zhuo Chen, she actually just wants to be with him. But now Zhao Xian is in Zhuo Chen's arms, I can't just go up and pull her away, can I? Zhuo Chen, you must not be fooled. You must wait for me to be with you. But she saw Zhuo Chen, with an indifferent expression, helping Zhao Xian up. Go ahead and post it. He said casually, but in his heart he was concerned about his cultivation. He had just merged the entries and then broke through, his body still needed adjustment. He felt that his movements and strength hadn't adapted yet, and he needed to cultivate properly. Next time, he shouldn't jump so quickly, he needed to take it step by step. However, the target set by his master did make him anxious. Alright, let's go back to cultivating. The time over there isn't up yet. The master has given us a target. Seeing that Zhuo Chen was completely unconcerned about the photo, Zhao Xian gritted her teeth. You bastard, how shameless can you be? Can't I force you to delete the photo like this? Maybe you just haven't reacted yet. I'll threaten you again later and see if this wooden-headed idiot knows what fear is. The captain is right, we should go back to cultivating first. Only when we reach the master level can we carry out missions. Li Xiangzhou echoed. Mainly, he was saying this for Zhao Xian to hear. As a member of a big family, some things couldn't be said outright. Otherwise, he would have scolded her long ago. With such great talent, why not think about cultivating every day instead of getting caught up in this photo nonsense? Just looking at it is annoying. These words never came out. Li Xiangzhou still focused on advising. Back in the training room, everyone continued to cultivate in a state of abundant soul power. On one hand, Zhuo Chen adjusted his own state, and on the other, he constantly guided Zhang Miaoxue, striding to elevate her, who had the weakest cultivation. Zhuo Chen, don't take that matter to heart. Zhao Xian did it on purpose. Zhang Miaoxue was still brooding over the earlier scene. Senior sister, I know. Just focus on cultivating. Your efforts will make you stronger. Zhuo Chen sighed, wanting Zhang Miaoxue to concentrate on her cultivation. But to her ears, it meant something else. Zhuo Chen cares about me, he has feelings for me. He must secretly like me too. Otherwise, how could he be so attentive in guiding me? I was indeed too anxious before. I need to cultivate well and surpass Zhao Xian. Only then can I be worthy of you. Suddenly, a radiant smile appeared on her face, her heart warm and filled with endless joy as she continued to work hard in her cultivation. Zhuo Chen spent the full time in the training room. While giving pointers to Zhang Miaoxue, he did not forget to cultivate himself. During his training, he also continuously adjusted his physical condition. Alright, that's enough for today. He had intended to practice more with his team members afterward, but after adjusting his physical state, while the intensity of his vital energy was sufficient, his soul power was somewhat lacking. Even shaping his body had become a bit difficult. No, he needed to strengthen his soul power. He couldn't forget about himself while focusing on them. You all go back and rest for a bit. I have something urgent. Zhuo waved his hand slightly and hurriedly left. Strengthening his soul power was definitely a top priority. With that, he stood up and left the training room. Although Zhao Xian's face was stern, he secretly laughed inside. What urgent matter could you have? It's probably just the photos I took being sent out. Sneaking away to check social media, huh? I won't post them, and that will drive you crazy. Li Xiangzhou and the others had picked up on some clues. After Zhuo Chen's breakthrough, it was clear that his body had not fully adjusted. In this state, he was definitely going to improve himself. Indeed, Zhuo Chen was a serious and responsible person. As the captain, he truly deserved the title. Alright, let's go back and rest too. Don't forget to cultivate. We can't slack off on our master's goals, Li Xiangzhou said, getting up with Li Kaijun to leave. On the other side, Zhuo Chen returned to the blessed land cave and immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the surrounding soul power. But no matter how he absorbed it, he always felt that something was missing inside his body. What was missing? That's right. The Divine Palace. Immediately, he closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his soul within. Having already explored the Divine Palace, this time entering was very smooth. Looking at the three characters of the Tao De Jing above his head, Zhuo Chen felt the power within. Just the three characters and a part was still not enough. Now that he was already at the 9th level, it was time to solidify the Divine Palace and finish carving the entire Tao Te Ching. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and took out the silk scroll of the Tao Te Ching. Every character on it was powerful, even carrying a hint of spiritual energy, as if it were alive. This silk scroll of the Tao Te Ching, although the same characters as the electronic version, had a completely different power. Could the characters written with blood and energy, stroke by stroke, compare to the rigid and lifeless song typeface in the electronic version? Immediately, Zhuo Chen began to continue carving on it. Abandon wisdom and knowledge, and the people will benefit 100-fold. Abandon benevolence and righteousness, and the people will return to filial piety and kindness. He started to carve the characters stroke by stroke. Just as he wrote the character Ren, benevolence, he felt all his strength being drained away. It was as if a giant pump was sucking dry his internal organs. Fortunately, the soul power in the blessed land cave was sufficient. On one side was the pain of being drained, while on the other side was the comfort of constant replenishment. Indeed, it was truly difficult. However, today he had to finish carving the entire Tao Te Ching. Zhuo Chen sighed slightly, then gritted his teeth and persevered. As he carved characters in the Divine Palace, a force in the sky above the blessed land cave twisted the surrounding clouds into a spiral shape. Time passed, and the force grew stronger, as if the entire sky was about to be drawn into the blessed land cave by a powerful force. The vortex grew larger, covering the entire imperial capital. Everyone walking on the road or sitting in offices could catch a glimpse of it. In just an hour, all the citizens of the Great Xia, as long as they looked up, could vaguely see this enormous vortex. As the vortex continued to expand, the vital energy and spiritual power within it also grew. In the abyss, countless small and large demon clans were living as usual. When they looked up, they also saw a corner of this gigantic vortex. Hey, what is that? Could it be some demon emperor setting up a formation? Doesn't seem like it. One of the little demons discussing had not finished speaking when only its skeleton remained. Its flesh and blood were suddenly drawn out in an instant. Even the visible blood mist was taken away by this enormous vortex. 1, 2, 3. Natural disaster. This is a natural disaster. Everyone run. The demons close to the human territory began to flee in a frenzy. The little demons were sucked into this massive vortex in the sky, their flesh and blood being absorbed. Even some powerful demons were not spared. Except for those above the Demon King, a large number of demons, upon seeing the vortex, suffered from exploding heads and soul power being drained. At worst, their entire bodies were pulled into it. As the border demons fell into chaos, the demon race was also shocked. In this great calamity, millions of demons were sucked away by this ferocious vortex. Meanwhile, the elites among the human race felt their own blood and energy circulating faster. Both their soul power and spiritual energy had seen further enhancement. Chen Xingxuan, resting by the lakeside villa, felt the changes in her body as the vortex began. However, she did not expect the changes to be so drastic. She even sensed a hint of entering the Saint realm. Could it be Zhuo Chen carving inscriptions again? No, I must go take a look. With that thought, she immediately rushed to the foodie cave. Inside the foodie cave, Zhuo Chen had also sensed some changes in the outside world. After all, this version of the Silk Book was more powerful. It was just that carving inscriptions was much harder. He gritted his teeth and persisted, continuing to carve the characters. He had lost track of how many times his blood and energy had dried up, nor did he know how many times the foodie cave had replenished him, but Zhuo Chen remained resolute. As long as he finished carving, entering the master realm was definitely not a difficult task. The foundation of soul power and blood energy had to be solid. Even if it meant draining the foodie cave dry, he would not hesitate. Outside the foodie cave, the vortex in the sky had attracted countless people's attention. But with the Jinglong guards present, no one dared to approach. Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuang had already arrived at the scene. They looked up at the vortex in the sky, utterly shocked. The vortex was swirling with a massive amount of soul power, coupled with the soul power emanating from the foodie cave itself. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Is Zhuo Chen inside? Wang Yan asked Chen Xingxuang with some surprise. He didn't expect this kid's breakthrough to cause such a commotion, even bigger than mine. Who else could it be? Chen Xingxuang took a deep breath. Such an astonishing phenomenon can only be caused by this kid, right? Behind them were many night watchmen and Jinglong guards. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the foodie cave, all focused on the enormous vortex in the sky. For a whole day and night, the vortex showed no signs of dissipating. Zhuo Chen inside was sweating profusely, as if he were a medium, with the soul power being replenished instantly drawn away. Ha! Finally done! Zhuo Chen himself did not know how long had passed. When he finished carving the last character, he slumped down. Zhuo Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the completed divine palace where the Tao De Jing was engraved, revealing a smile. With the completion of the Tao De Jing engraving, he also felt a tremendous soul power gathering within him. I have been suppressing my breakthrough to solidify my foundation. Now, the foundation of my body and soul power has been established. It's time to break through. Zhuo Chen exited the divine palace and slowly opened his eyes. He no longer suppressed the feeling of breaking through. A hot sensation rose from his dantian, and he felt that every bit of his qi and blood was about to boil. The rising qi and blood around him was like a black hole, frantically sucking in the surrounding soul power. It seemed as if his body could contain this entire blessed land. In just 1 hour, Zhuo Chen surged to the peak of the 9th level. Continue. He took a deep breath and continued to push forward, breaking through. The next step is to become a master. Zhuo Chen, wait. Chen Xingxuan's voice came, don't break through yet. Zhuo Chen was quite puzzled. The foundation has been laid, shouldn't he rush to become a master? Forget it, the master must have his reasons, let's listen to him for now. With that thought, he took a breath and suppressed the feeling of breaking through within him. Swallowing, he slowly got up and walked straight towards the outside of the blessed land. Outside the blessed land, many people were standing. Most of them were unfamiliar to Zhuo Chen. A glance around, and Zhuo Chen was surprised to find that Zhang Miaoxue had actually broken through to the 9th level. However, in the front row, Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuang were waiting. Beside them lay a dozen large corpses. These are the demon emperors. Still whole. Ha! Wasn't Wang Yan supposed to be outside the Great Wall? He's here? Marshal, Master? What are you doing here? If you're going to break through to Master, how can I not be present? Facing Zhuo Chen's surprise, Wang Yan smiled lightly. You all put the corpses inside. Isn't it because we're afraid your soul power won't be enough? Chen Xingxuang explained from the side. Alright, go ahead. A dozen whole corpses of demon emperors were sent into the blessed land. Now, the entire blessed land was almost filled with the corpses of demon emperors. The soul power and qi within had also reached their peak. Zhuo Chen nodded slightly and immediately entered the cave. Sitting cross-legged, every breath he took flowed with rich qi and soul power. With the engraving in the divine palace completed, breaking through to master was already easy, and now with such immense soul power backing him, a burning sensation rose from his dantian, as if it were going to peel off a layer of skin. His internal organs felt as if they were about to burn completely. Zhuo Chen felt as if he were being reborn, and the only 4 words that could describe this feeling in his mind were rebirth. Outside the blessed land, an extraordinary phenomenon struck again. Everyone felt the earth shake and the mountains sway. The surrounding instruments did not detect an earthquake. Some people looked down at the cups in their hands. The water was still, without any ripples. At that moment, they finally understood. This was not an earthquake, but their hearts were shaken. Boom! 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 Rays of golden light spread out continuously from the center of the blessed land. Each ray of golden light left people in shock. If this kid becomes a master, There shouldn't be any master who can defeat him, right? Wang Yan looked at the golden light with joy, saying that such rich qi and soul power, combined with the heavenly phenomenon during the breakthrough, would not be an exaggeration to say he had entered the Saint Realm. The Great Xia was about to gain another top powerhouse, and the future would have 4 martial gods. Throughout the imperial capital, everyone felt the earth shake and the mountains sway. Their hearts were in chaos. Running into the streets, they discovered there was no earthquake. Did you all come out because you felt the earthquake? You too? But it seems like the buildings haven't changed. With such a strong tremor, our houses shouldn't be able to withstand it, right? The people on the street were abuzz with discussion, and at the intersection, traffic was paralyzed. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. It was as if they had suddenly fallen into an abyss, only to be lifted back up by an immense force. Many even felt a chill run down their spines, thinking that a demon clan was attacking from underground. Eventually, they all saw the golden light emanating from the Martial God Academy. With each beam of golden light, their hearts trembled in response. Not only in the imperial capital, but the golden light spread to surrounding cities, causing continuous disturbances. People across the entire state stopped in their tracks, halted their work, and looked towards the direction of the Martial God Academy where the golden light was coming from. Their gazes were intense, feeling the tremendous impact in their hearts. At this moment, within the Martial Alliance, beneath the bell, the guards were still chatting casually. They looked very relaxed. A massive golden light came from the direction of the imperial capital. The intense shock in their hearts arrived. In an instant, all the guards of the Martial Alliance became tense. Reports were made, scouts were sent out, each one as if facing a formidable enemy. Dawn! The bell was struck by the golden light, producing a loud sound. What's going on? Another strong one? No way, it just rang 10 times a little over 2 months ago. Report first. The guards were puzzled, initially thinking it was an enemy, but then they saw the bell ringing. Dawn. The second sound, the third sound. Dawn. By the 10th sound. The guards were deeply shocked. The last time, the Zhuchuan had only reached the 10th sound. Could it be that another new Zhuchuan had emerged? Dawn. The 11th sound. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? Could it be someone even more formidable than Zhuchuan? All the guards beneath the bell were stunned. Unknowingly, the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. Dawn. The 12th sound. The entire Martial Alliance erupted in excitement. What kind of extraordinary talent had been born? A full 12 sounds. But the bell continued to ring, and everyone in the Martial Alliance was already ecstatic. The higher-ups were constantly contacting relevant experts for joint discussions. The lower ranks were also sending messages to friends and family seeking the truth. Dawn. The bell continued to ring, and everyone was wondering what kind of monstrous person this was? How could the bell ring so many times? It rang a total of 30 times before it slowly came to a stop. There was even a crack appearing from where the golden light had struck. The entire Great Xia was in a frenzy. 30 times. Throughout history, the bell had never rung 30 times. Outside the Blessed Land, Wang Yan and Chen Qingshuang both learned of the news simultaneously. 30 rings. This kid has made quite a stir. Wang Yan had an uncontainable smile on his face, then he coughed lightly, becoming slightly more serious. We need to keep this under wraps. He and Chen Qingshuang were in agreement. The 30 rings of the bell were caused by Zhuo Chen, and it must not be disclosed. At least, it should be kept secret until Zhuo Chen and his team were fully formed and had sufficient combat power. Immediately, they instructed people to go down and start keeping the secret. What does the Martial Alliance say? Wang Yan looked at Chen Qingshuang. Some people can't be kept in the dark, right? Top secret, they can't either. Chen Qingshuang frowned. If the news leaked, Zhuo Chen's fame would grow too large, attracting the attention of the Demon Clan, and this secret team would become a public team. Then their future battles would start off in a disadvantageous position. While the entire Great Xia was still rejoicing over the 30 chimes of the bell, Wang Yan and Chen Qingshuang had already joined forces to seal off the relevant news. It actually rang 30 times. There must be another person entering the Saint Realm in Great Xia. It should be Chen Wuxian, right? I saw that he was close to entering the Saint Realm before. But last time when Marshal Wang conferred the Saint title, there wasn't such a commotion. Hard to say, maybe Chen Wuxian has comprehended something recently? Discussions among the common people were everywhere. Do you think it could be Zhuo Qingshuan? Just as a crowd was fervently discussing the 30 chimes, such a voice suddenly emerged. Immediately, this possibility was actively ignored by the public. Go away. Zhuo Qingshuan could barely manage 10 chimes. Exactly. No matter how talented he is, he can't be that quick. If Zhuo Qinchuan could ring 30 times, I might as well think about how to pursue a celebrity. Thus, the matter of Zhuo Chen stepping into the master realm leading to the 30 chimes quickly lost the name Zhuo Chen. Almost no one knew that this event was caused by Zhuo Chen. They only knew that the 30 chimes of the bell boosted the national fortune. Outside the blessed land in cave heaven, Chen Xingxuan had just completely sealed off the news with Wang Yan. Suddenly, she felt a fierce aura surging from her dantian. So soon? Chen Xingxuan murmured, a hint of surprise in her heart. The divine palace carved by Zhuo Chen could indeed change the current state of qi and blood ecology. How has it changed so much? Could it be that he has finished carving? The Tao De Jing? The current state of abundant qi and soul power was something she had never possessed even during battles at the Great Wall. The surging qi and soul power continued to rise. Marshal, please have them retreat. Just as Chen Xingxuan said this, she released a powerful golden shockwave. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. If it weren't for the distance, their hearts might have stopped beating immediately. At that moment, Wang Yan understood. Today, it wasn't just Zhuo Chen stepping into the master realm, Great Xiao was about to gain another person entering the Saint realm. Everyone, step back and form a protective formation. Wang Yan shouted, and the nearby Jinglong guards and night watchers hurriedly began to disperse. The entire back mountain, even the periphery, was filled with Jinglong guards and night watchers. Even the members of Zhuo Chen's small team were asked to leave. This is Chen Wuxian about to enter the Saint realm. As they left, Li Xiangzhou sensed the aura on Chen Wuxian and had a natural feeling. Let's not talk about it for now, you all go out first, the nearby Jinglong guards reminded. After they left, they each felt some surging within themselves. It was clear that they were about to break through, taking advantage of this momentum. Gather in the training room. With Zhuo Chen absent, Li Xiangzhou felt that as a member of the Demon Suppression Army he should take the lead. Since he felt a breakthrough coming, the others must feel the same. They had to be in a place rich in soul power, so the training room it was. Immediately, the few of them headed straight for the lounge. Lin Zhao did not stop them, and directly took them to the previous training room. With Zhuo Chen around, they could always get the green light. They then began to break through their cultivation in the training room. At this moment, outside the blessed land and cave heaven, Chen Xingxuan was on the verge of entering the Saint realm. Wang Yan was the only one present. Chen Xingxuan, take this. Stabilize the divine palace, this item is excellent. Saying this, he handed the scroll of the Tao De Jing to Chen Xingxuan. Chen Xingxuan nodded slightly, accepted the scroll, and began her breakthrough directly. The divine palace could wait a bit longer for a few more characters to be carved, but this momentum of entering the Saint realm must be seized. Immediately, the soul power and qi within the blessed land and cave heaven were drawn out by Chen Xingxuan. A warm current flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians, creating a soaring momentum that connected to the heavenly spirit. Chen Xingxuan felt light all over, with an inexhaustible power. Whether it is blood energy or soul power, it seems as if one could reach out and condense vast amounts. Chen Xingxuan exuded a terrifying aura, her eyes filled with boundless killing intent. She soared into the sky, a golden light streaking across the heavens. Like a shooting star, she plunged into the abyss. Boom! In that instant of impact, thousands of great demons were reduced to ashes. And even the demon kings could hardly retain a complete corpse. Within the abyss, tens of thousands of demons were instantly obliterated by Chen Xingxuan's spear that pierced through the stars. As she swung her spear, taking a few steps, she evaporated a swath of demons. In the slaughter, within a single day, 1 million demons perished, and the abyss ran red with blood. Immediately, the news of Chen Xingxuan entering sainthood drowned out all trending topics. No one cared any more about the 30 tolls of the bell that could not be traced back to its source. Or perhaps, they simply felt that the 30 tolls were caused by Chen Xingxuan. In an instant, all the human nations were shocked. In just a few months after Wang Yan entered sainthood, the Great Xia had produced another saint. The Qin, Wei, and Yan nations trembled under such terrifying martial power, scrambling to show goodwill. Even though they were still in disarray internally, they quickly issued diplomatic announcements to express their goodwill. Not to mention, some smaller nations. With 2 saints, the unification of the human race by the Great Xia was only a matter of time. They had to find ways to avoid military unification to prevent the suffering of the people. Inside the blessed land cave, Zhuo Chen opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had already stepped into the realm of a master, even surpassing ordinary masters by 1,000-fold. He slowly walked out of the blessed land cave and looked at Wang Yan. Marshal, where is the master? She has entered sainthood and slaughtered millions of demons, Wang Yan replied briefly, and Zhuo Chen swallowed hard. The master had entered sainthood? The great Xia now had 2 saints. The back mountain, which had already lifted its alert captain. Junior brother. Li Xiangzhou and the others rushed over, each wearing a joyful smile. Except for Zhao Xian, who, even though she had reached the master realm, did not give Zhuo Chen a good face. This young lady just came to take a look. Li Xiangzhou, Li Kaijun, and Zhang Xingqi had already entered the master realm. Even if they were not as good as Zhua Chen, they were still solid masters. Even Zhang Miaoxue had already reached half a step into the master realm. Senior sister, use this, Zhuo Chen said, immediately taking out a silk scroll of the Tao De Jing from his belt. Zhang Miaoxue understood and excitedly accepted the scroll. She sat cross-legged on the spot and began to carve the divine palace. Although she couldn't carve everything in, just inscribing a few characters made her feel a surge of soul power. Her divine soul solidified, immensely powerful. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Miaoxue stepped into the master realm. The entire team instantly became masters. I'm back. Chen Xingxuan landed, her face full of joy. After entering sainthood, her strength to crush everything at will was truly exhilarating. Zhuo Chen's carving of the divine palace was indeed remarkably effective. Zhuo Chen, do you need anything else? Feel free to speak, both the marshal and I can fulfill it. She immediately said. This item. Zhuo Chen replied without hesitation, no matter the color, no matter the attribute, I want billions of entries. Alright. Wang Yan agreed immediately. The two then directly used all their connections, whether through merit purchases or bulk sales on the market, buying everything. In just half a day, they gathered 300 million entries. At dusk, under the slanting sun, several members of the Jinglong Guard cautiously approached. Marshal Wang, Divine Warrior Qin. The entries have arrived. As the captain of the Jinglong Guard stepped forward to report, a spatial storage bag was delivered, a total of 300 million entries. Zhuo Chen, take these entries, Wang. Yan nodded slightly, maintaining a bit of authority in front of the Jinglong Guard. You can also use this spatial storage bag. But in his heart, he remained puzzled. 300 million entries. But how much power can these unselected entries have? Moreover, there are many with weak attributes, and some might even have adverse effects. If he were to merge them, merging them one by one, not to mention the upper limit, it would be quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. I really don't know what you're thinking. Beside him, Qin Xingxuan, though silent, also had some doubts in her heart. With so many entries, it was likely necessary to carefully filter them and then find useful ones to merge. Actually, you could just let us help find them. Any needed descriptions could be filtered out directly. Well, doing these things personally is also a serious display. Thank you, Marshal, Master. Zhuo Chen excitedly took the spatial storage bag, which was not heavy and could be lifted with one hand. Opening the bag, he saw a bottomless array of densely packed entries. Of course, there were many white ones. So many entries. Let's start merging now. Marshal, Master, I need to cultivate for a few more days. I'll see you both off here. As he spoke, a hint of respect appeared on his excited face. So many entries, what are they different from parents providing for one's livelihood? He would have to express his gratitude later. With this thought, he eagerly entered the blessed land cave. Now that he had reached the master level, he also had 2 more entry slots. Not only did he need to merge well, but he also had to see what powerful ones there were. Ding! Detected a large number of entries. Do you want to merge? Yes. Zhuo Chen couldn't wait. Congratulations, host, merge successful. Continue. Second merge, third merge. 300 million entries merged. In batches a total of 28 times. He immediately looked at his current entries. Holy Light Giant Bloodline +4, Strength increase 10,065,920%, Vitality increase 10,065,920%, Damage to demons increased by 40%, Bleeding effect increased by 40%, Reflective Golden Bell +4, Defense increase 10,240,000%, Damage taken rebounds 40%, Shadow Speed +4, Attack speed increase 10,240,000%, Speed increase 40% in night and shadow environments, Peerless Monster. God +4, Cultivation speed. Increase 10,240,000%, for every level of cultivation, speed increase 40%, Leap. Wind +4, movement speed plus 10,240,000%, high chance to enter stealth. The green entries had reached the +10 limit, but the blue entries had increased by +2. Naturally, the effects above had doubled twice. If the numbers were small and the effects poor, doubling them twice might not show any difference at all. But now, with these few entries doubled twice, it was a world of difference. Zhuo Chen swallowed hard and glanced at his current attributes. Name Zhuochen rank, master entries, white, infinite, age 21 soul, golden plus vitality, 507-2000 plus 50,000 strength, 507-2000 plus 50,000 defense, 520-0000 speed, 416-0000 attack speed, 368-0000. With the explosive increase in entries, his attributes had also doubled twice. Is this the power of infinite merging? Seeing these terrifying numbers, even Zhuochen felt a bit scared. Goodness, if this really went to the battlefield, how fierce would it be? But then again, those demon kings and emperors have considerable combat power. At this point, he could probably only take on a demon general. If he plays it well, he should be able to kill in one hit. No matter what. I already have the ability to protect myself. Zhuochen was excited for a while before realizing. I still have 2 slots. Just right, there are still over 40 million entries left. I'll use them as materials and see what I can fuse. As the batch fusion proceeded, Zhuochen became completely numb, his mind constantly ringing with, "Congratulations, host, fusion successful." He didn't even know how many times he had fused in bulk, but in the end, 2 plus 4 blue entries appeared. Zhuochen pushed aside the remaining unused entries and took out the first one. Blood Chi Station plus 4, under the protection of natural power, recover 8% of maximum blood Chi value per second, and gain a blood Chi shield of 12% of maximum blood Chi value. When blood Chi takes any damage, the shield is reduced first. Zhuochen was stunned. Ha! Is this it? This is a blue entry? What use is this recovery ability? Even if I have a lot of blood Chi, 8% can recover a lot. But, if they can't break through my defenses, will I lose blood Chi? At most, I might encounter a perverse demon emperor or monster emperor just to save my life? He sighed, thinking that this entry was worth buying. But when he saw the second entry, he was stunned again. Blood Fiend Power plus 4. Any method that consumes blood Chi to enhance oneself increases by 800%, and can consume up to 10% of maximum blood Chi to increase a single attack by 1200%. Ha! This. Zhuochen took a deep breath and thought carefully. These 2 entries, when looked at separately, are not strong. One is a recovery ability that strong people don't need, and the other is a desperate move that weak people can't use at all. But, when these 2 things are combined, it's outrageous. One side provides infinite recovery, while the other can use this massive amount of blood Chi as an attack method. One entry offers explosive output, while the other provides endless endurance. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Immediately, Zhuochen equipped these 2 entries. As his body felt a wave of heat, he sensed a thin blood Chi barrier surrounding him. Even if it's 12% of maximum blood Chi, that still amounts to several thousand blood Chi. Moreover, when using a foreign blade to consume his own blood Chi, it would prioritize consuming the barrier's blood Chi. Hiss, this is true invincibility. After the excitement, it was already late at night. Zhuochen completely calmed down. In the blessed land, he finally discovered that he had a new thing, domain. Blood Chi domain gain bonuses by slaying enemies, based on the enemy's blood Chi value, receive a random bonus of 0.001% 1% of their blood Chi, stacking infinitely. Zhuochen glanced at the notes below. The stronger the enemy killed, the greater the chance of receiving a high percentage. Can it stack? Although 1% seems small, if it's a powerful monster with tens of millions of blood Chi, that's at least hundreds of thousands stacking up. Zhuochen swallowed hard, trembling with excitement. Although it's slightly inferior to Wang Yan's domain, if he becomes a martial god, he will definitely be the strongest martial god in history. Zhuochen left the Fudi Cave Heaven. The night watchman and the Jinglong guards who had originally gathered had already departed, leaving only a few Jinglong guards stationed at the back mountain, still dutifully on watch. Ding dong ding dong. The communicator chimed with a message. Congratulations, the Demon Slayer team has all been promoted to master. Team benefits have officially opened. Please check, Captain, and collect during workdays. Abyss tasks will be arranged periodically in the future. Please prepare, Captain. The message had no source, just like the previous notification for assembly. A wave of drowsiness hit Zhuochen. Benefits. I'll go tomorrow. Today, I'll sleep well. I can't just not take it today and have it expire tomorrow, right? Shua. Chen remained calm, but the upper echelons of the Great Xia were already in a frenzy. In the Martial Alliance, Chen Qingxuan and Wang Yan were in a large conference room at the top level. Besides some high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance, even representatives from the Demon Suppression Army had traveled a long way to attend. So, this 30 chimes of the bell is due to Shua Chen stepping into master? After hearing Wang Yan and Chen Qingxuan's report, the faces of all the high-ranking officials were filled with disbelief. Chen Wuxian entering the sacred realm could warrant 30 chimes, but Zhuo Chen becoming a master was enough. For 30 chimes? That's right, even instantaneously a master. Wang Yan immediately spoke up, along with his entire team. They have all become masters. Upon hearing this report, the entire room was shocked. Stunned, their brains came to a halt. What? What kind of monster is this? Even the demon race wouldn't have such a powerful existence, right? One person becoming a master is one thing, but to elevate the entire team to masters in an instant? Ahem. I believe this matter should still warrant a commendation. For Zhuo Chen. Moreover, the current Demon Slayer team should be able to undertake some tasks now. Wang Yan cleared his throat and suggested. Not just that, he should be given more authority. In the future, he will be the backbone of the entire Great Xia. A high-ranking official and a representative from the Demon Suppression Army discussed this all night, but reached no conclusion. Perhaps we should hear Zhuo Chen's own opinion. Someone said this, and immediately, the entire room agreed. Looking out the window, the sky was already bright. By the time Zhuo Chen woke up, it was already noon. Ding dong ding dong. The communicator, now off silent mode, kept ringing. They're urging me to collect the team benefits? It seems they are quite serious about this. But it's a bit annoying. Picking up the communicator, it wasn't the secret team's exclusive information. Instead, it was urgent. Messages from Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan. Together, they had sent over 100 messages, all asking Zhuo Chen to go to the Martial Alliance. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Knock knock knock. Is Zhuo Qingxuan in? Looking through the door. Access, the Jinglong guards were already at the entrance. They were probably sent by the Marshal and the Master. Their urgency suggested something important was at hand. Thinking this, Zhuo Chen opened the door. Ah, Zhuo Qingxuan, you finally opened the door. The Jinglong guard sighed in relief, revealing relaxed smiles. The Martial Alliance requests your presence. What's the matter? Zhuo Chen asked, finally able to inquire. I need to find out. Oh, sorry, Zhuo Qingxuan, I was just ordered to invite you. As for the details, my rank isn't high enough. The Jinglong guard showed an awkward smile. This made Zhuo Chen a bit nervous. Even the Jinglong guard's rank isn't high enough? This matter seems quite significant. I should hurry. Before long, Zhuo Chen had arrived at the large conference room at the top of the Martial Alliance. Zhuo Chen, we called you here this time mainly because the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia want to hear what rewards you desire. Wang Yan took the lead in speaking. This was a decision from the higher-ups. He was familiar with Zhuo Chen and was also the highest-ranking military figure present. Is this how team rewards are collected? Zhuo Chen's face showed a bit more surprise. Oh, so the secret team can meet the higher-ups. Wait, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia? The meaning is, all the top figures of the Great Xia are here? It seems the treatment is indeed quite good. It's not about the team, it's about you, Chen Xingxuang reminded. You are now considered part of the upper echelons of the Great Xia, and your status has been elevated. That's right, Zhuo Chen, you are now part of the upper echelons of the Great Xia. According to your authority, even recruiting soldiers and building your own army is possible, one of the higher-ups explained. We must find a way to make Zhuo Chen feel the importance the Great Xia places on him. Well, forget it. I'm not really interested in building an army for myself. Zhuo Chen waved his hand directly. Can I keep this reward? Upon hearing this, not only the high-ranking officials present but even the most composed among them were left dumbfounded. Logically, being in a high position with immense power, shouldn't he be eager to make full use of it? Yet Zhuo Chen chose not to build his own army. A young man who can be so indifferent to fame and fortune. Chen Xingxuang took a deep breath and re-evaluated Zhuo Chen. This kid's temperament is exceptionally good. Perhaps it is this dedication to becoming stronger that has allowed him to come this far. I have seen many young people, but only Zhuo Chen has distanced himself from extravagance and indulgence, persisting tirelessly. Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Chen with admiration as well. What a good kid, focused solely on cultivation without distractions. Such a great temptation, yet he remains so calm. Indeed, indeed. The Great Xia is destined to have successors. Alright, Zhuo Chen. If you need anything in the future, just speak up. The entire Great Xia will give its all for you. This was the sentiment of the speaking high-ranking official, and also the sentiment of the entire upper echelon of the Great Xia. Thank you all, I still need to collect the team rewards. Zhuo Chen said, and was led by Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuang out of the top-level conference room. They made their way to the Night Watchers department. The reward list for the Demon Slayer team is here. Please confirm. And sign Captain Zhua, and we will distribute it within 3 working days. After searching for the information, the front desk handed the list and confirmation documents to Zhuo Chen. In the team, each person receives 80,000 merit points per month, 10 top-grade Qi blood pills, 3 top-grade soul condensing pills. In addition, there are a large number of high-level materials. Within the Great Xia, there are dedicated vehicles for transport, and all expenses can be charged, settled uniformly by the night watchers. Looking at these benefits, Zhuo Chen was somewhat surprised. Is this the welfare of a top-tier team? It can only be described as terrifying. Beyond the Great Wall, in the depths of the abyss, the incident of Zhuo Chen causing a phenomenon as a master was leaked by someone. The high-ranking officials of the demon and devil races gathered in one place, contemplating countermeasures. If this little thing becomes a martial god, we might be exterminated. Indeed, he must be killed in the cradle. What about Wang Yin? Everyone has a lifespan, we can just drag it out. As long as we cut off the future talents, what can they do? But now he is in the Great Xia, how do we get in? We can't get in, we wait for him to come out. I have arranged for an insider. Let's see if we can lure him out. After their discussion, they were determined to eliminate Zhuo Chen while he was still in his infancy. Lure him into the abyss and kill him directly. Kill him. He must be killed, a dragon-slaying plan must be executed, so that the genius of the Great Xia dies in its infancy, only then can there be hope for the future of the demon and devil races. The headquarters of the Night Watch Alliance. Zhuo Chen counted the rewards and sent the documents to his team members. Along the way, many people greeted him, although Zhuo Chen did not know them, he still nodded in acknowledgement. Many members of the Night Watch had intricate connections with the Dragon Guard. Zhuo Chen was well aware and naturally did not neglect them. As he turned to leave, he noticed Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuang still behind him, seemingly wanting to say something. Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan exchanged a glance and finally made up their minds. There are indeed some things we need you to do. In a couple of days, your team will be heading to the abyss for your first mission. Wang Yan spoke, though his expression was somewhat serious. Come with me. With that, Zhuo Chen followed the two into a relatively quiet small conference room. If he hadn't seen the furnishings inside, he wouldn't have known it was a conference room at all. He didn't even feel a hint of the aura he usually emitted. This was a small conference room with a very high confidentiality level. In about 2 days, your team will need to set off for the abyss. Details of the mission should come later. Wang Yan closed the door and spoke directly, still feeling a bit hesitant. Should he not tell him? What if he sensed something was off and refused to proceed? Forget it, he should explain it clearly. Let me say it. When executing the mission, remember one thing, keep pushing forward. Wang Yan made up his mind, he should know. Other teams will receive orders to stop advancing, but you must ignore those orders and continue pushing forward. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen's brows slightly furrowed. Keep pushing forward? What do the marshal and master want? Are they sending me to my death? It can't be. There must be some strategy behind it. I know you might be confused, but please trust us. Once you push forward, you will encounter many formidable demons. Wang Yan continued, do your best. Also, you cannot mention this to anyone, including your demon-slaying team. Do you remember? Chen Xingxuan reminded seriously. Yes, Marshal. Yes, Master. Zhuo Chen immediately replied. I am now considered a high-ranking member, a hope for the future, they can't possibly harm me. This information is so confidential, there must be other arrangements. Then I'll go prepare. After saying that, Zhuo Chen left under the guidance of the two. Riding in his special vehicle back to school, Zhuo Chen informed his team members about the potential combat mission they might execute. Of course, he didn't mention a word about the need to keep pushing forward. At that moment, they were all in the hall of Area A. No. 36. Finally, it's our turn. Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi were extremely excited. After becoming masters, they often imagined themselves slaughtering on the battlefield. We still need to be cautious. Kaijun, you've executed a few missions with me, you should know the situation, right? Li Xiangzhou nodded slightly, feeling a bit more nervous. We few masters must be careful, only super strong individuals like Marshal Wang and Saint Wuchen can relax a bit. Who cares? This young lady is now a master. Zhao Xian's attention shifted significantly upon hearing about the mission, at least she was no longer overly fixated on the photo issue. Anyway, this young lady has it too, if he doesn't delete it, she won't either. Junior brother, what do you think? Zhang Miaoxue shifted her position slightly, leaning closer to Zhuo Chen. She was quite excited inside. Finally, she would fight alongside her junior brother. I am also a master now. Let's execute the mission first. We'll see how the situation on the battlefield unfolds. Then, Zhuo Chen said lightly, what is meant to come will come. Just as he was speaking, his communicator began to chime, ding. Dong, ding dong. The mission is here. Zhuo Chen suddenly stopped speaking. Inside the communicator, there were not only orders but also an attached map. Demon Slaying Team Mission Number 0903001. Mission Content 1. Clear the remaining demon tribes between the Great Wall and the Northern Front. 2. Expand the western section of the front and establish a defense line. Note, based on the time of message delivery, depart from the western gate of the imperial capital in 1 hour, rest for a day after arriving at Jubai City. The mission had few words but significant matters. Even Zhuo Chen did not expect that the so-called advance to the northwest would actually be an expansion of the western front. Isn't this using us as the main force? Immediately, Li Xiangzhou could no longer contain himself. In the past, as a half-step master, I only executed some ordinary tasks in the demon suppression army. This time, I had directly become the main force. Have you all understood? Then let's disperse and prepare well. Zhuo Chen stood up and stretched his muscles. He could finally see how capable he was as a master. An hour later, the demon slaying team was fully equipped and gathered at the western gate of the imperial capital. After getting into what seemed like an ordinary vehicle, they headed north at high speed, ignoring speed limits. The classified license plates allowed them to travel without hindrance. Approaching evening at Jubai City, Qin Jubei and City Lord Zhang Tianqi were waiting outside with guards. I wonder what this demon slaying team is all about. Is it newly formed? Zhang Tianqi had a hint of confusion on his face. Never mind that, I heard they are the main force for this western section attack. Qin Jubei was also somewhat puzzled, but the orders from above were indisputable. A vehicle stopped in front of them, and the first person to get out was Zhuo Chen. Qin Jubei's gaze was sharp, fixated on Zhuo Chen. It had only been a few months. Had he already become a master? No, his strength was definitely beyond that of a master. Zhang Tianqi beside him was also dumbfounded. Was this still the kid who came to work during the summer? General Qin, City Lord Zhang. Long time no see. Upon seeing them, Zhuo Chen immediately approached. Indeed, it's been a long time. We have already prepared accommodations and a banquet for you. Zhang Tianqi shook his head slightly, finally regaining his composure from the surprise. Please follow me. The demon slaying team had come secretly. The so-called banquet was not lively. Zhuo Chen sat with his team members, drinking and chatting. After a meal, as the gathering dispersed, Qin Jubei sat in his seat, sighing, I didn't expect that so soon we would have another top-tier powerhouse. The high-ranking officials of Jubai City also echoed his sentiments. Early the next morning, the demon-slaying team hurriedly climbed into the armored vehicle. Quietly, they continued northward. Along the way, whenever they encountered demons or detected newly built nests, the demon-slaying team would stop and go. Zhuo Chen led the charge with his unfamiliar blade, and these minor demons had no chance to escape. As they cleared the way, they passed through the front line. Finally, large groups of demons blocked their path. Prepare to engage. Zhuo Chen reminded, already getting out of the vehicle. From here on, they had to walk for a while. He gripped the unfamiliar blade tightly, his energy surging rapidly from his dantian. With a horizontal swing of the blade, the light of the blade infused with his energy, accompanied by the flashing effects of the skill, such as armor breaking, bleeding, and damage increase, a series of effects were triggered in an instant. With just one strike, the horizontally flying blade light, wherever it went, whether it was grass, trees, flowers, birds, or demons of all sizes, would be cut in half at best, or turned to ashes at worst. As Zhuo Chen's energy continued to flow into the unfamiliar blade, Zhang Miaoxue behind him was already dumbfounded. Was this still the junior brother I knew? Li Xiangzhou was also shocked. As a master himself, Captain Zhuo's strength was definitely not beneath that of a martial god. After the shock, they also began their own attack. Under Zhuo Chen's leadership, within a day, they directly advanced 300 miles. Captain, the Demon Slayer team is advancing too quickly. We can't keep up at all. General, the Demon Slayer team is moving too fast. They've already pulled 200 miles ahead of us. Captain, I've done my best here. We can shorten the distance to 100 miles. Before dark. Can we let the Demon Slayer team withdraw to rest first? The command center at the western front of the abyss was in complete chaos. They had never anticipated that such a pace of advancement would lead to such disorder. Cough, cough. What's the situation? Wang Yan arrived at the Western Command Center upon hearing the news. Report, Marshal, the Demon Slayer team is advancing too. Quickly. They have already pushed 300 miles northwest this morning. The general at the command center immediately replied. This was somewhat beyond Wang Yan's expectations. This speed is indeed impressive. I thought it would take you 2 or 3 days to cover 300 miles. Cough, cough, all other teams, just do your best to keep up. I will order the Demon Slayer team to halt there. Advance. After saying this, Wang Yan immediately turned and returned to his camp. Chen Xingxuang, it's time to get to work. There. Advancing faster than I imagined. Chen Xingxuang nodded slightly upon hearing this and immediately began to prepare. 300 miles. Northwest at the abyss front. Zhuo Chen was faced with fleeing demon clans. Eat something and continue advancing. He sheathed his blade and commanded directly. Captain, we've pushed too deep. Li Xiangzhou said worriedly, if we go in alone, it could lead to big trouble. My brother is right, Captain, you need to consider this. Li Kaijun immediately echoed. Advancing 300 miles is already a tremendous achievement. We are just a few masters. If we really encounter something tricky, the reinforcements might not be able to catch up. Junior brother, just listen to your senior sister. We should fall back and wait for reinforcements. Zhang Miaoxue was also filled with concern. Junior brother, you can't be so reckless in battle. I just asked the master, and he also said to pause the advance. She sent a message to Chen Xingxuang and immediately relayed the reply. Continue advancing. We must pursue our victory. Make them tremble in fear. Zhuo Qin shook his head slightly. Rest for 10 minutes, then we continue advancing. Wang Yan can't let us get killed. Anyway, we just need to push forward. Besides, in this abyss, how many can truly be my opponents? Zhang Miaoxue fell silent. Junior brother has always been steady, and he thinks things through before acting. There must be a solid reason for this. Zhao Xian leaned against a tree with his arms crossed. Zhuo Chen, although you have a bit of a dark sense of humor, you can't be foolish enough to go in alone. There must be some justification. Anyway, I haven't had my fill of battle, you've cleared everything by yourself, so you must give me a chance to shine. Alright, I understand. Li Xiangzhou took a deep breath, calming himself a bit. Captain, whatever decision you make, I support it. Even the hot-tempered young lady from the Zhao family has her ways. Captain Zhuo must have his own thoughts. Since he is so resolute, why should I hesitate? As Li Xiangzhou spoke, Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi followed suit. The 6 rested for 10 minutes, replenished their water and rations, and continued to charge northwest. During the advance, Zhuo Chen released his vital energy along the way, leaving some small markers. The entire team was composed of masters, all young geniuses. How could they not notice these? Although Zhang Miaoxue didn't say anything, she felt a bit more at ease in her heart. Junior brother must have received some news. We should move forward. Zhao Xian's lips curled slightly. Humph, not stupid, at least he knows to point the way for the rescue. Li Xiangzhou felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the markers left along the way. There must be reinforcements behind us. No wonder the captain said to pursue the victory. In an instant, the entire team's confidence surged, and even their pace quickened significantly. After passing through a small grove, they had arrived at the grassland terrain. Here, it could already be considered the depths of the abyss. Boom! Boom! A dull sound came from afar. 2 gigantic figures, surrounded by a large number of demon and monster clans, were approaching. As the figures drew closer, 2 demon kings, wielding massive machetes, charged towards them. With every step, a terrifying aura erupted. And the bloody scent emanating from those gigantic machetes suggested that more than 10,000 experts had perished under them. With the support of these 2 demon kings, the nearby great demons exuded an even stronger aura. This is a demon king. Junior brother, we should retreat. We can't handle this. Seeing the 2 demon kings rushing towards them, Zhang Miaoxue felt a surge of fear. Even before his master attained sainthood, he might not have been able to fight them, let alone 2 demon kings. We are only masters here. Captain Zhuo, we can't advance any further. These demon kings are already at the level of half-step demon generals. I'm afraid even a martial god wouldn't be able to take on 2. Li Xiangzhou frowned deeply. We have a small grove behind us, we can buy some time. Even if there was a rescue, we need to buy time. These 2 demon kings are formidable, they are definitely not something we can handle. The remaining great demons around, with such a large number, wouldn't be easy to deal with either. Wait a moment. Zhuo Chen replied calmly, advancing instead of retreating. With the Mo knife in hand, the rising blood energy continuously infused into it. Leaping into the air, Zhuo Chen soared high, raising the Mo knife above his head, charging directly at the Demon King. The golden light of Zhuo Chen's divine palace radiated, the words shimmering brightly, and his speed in the frontal assault was even faster than the Demon King's charge. For a moment, it seemed as if there were countless Zhuo Chens attacking from the front. Swish! With a loud bang, Zhuo Chen directly passed through the first Demon King. The knife didn't even touch blood, and behind him lay the body of a Demon King, split in two. Even the massive machete in its hand, filled with demonic energy and evil power, had been severed by Zhuo Chen in one strike. The speed was too fast. The crowd could only infer from the result that Zhuo Chen must have taken down the Demon King while it was in a defensive stance with its knife. With this one strike, relying solely on the blade light released from his blood energy, he had cleaved a Demon King in two. Strong. Too strong. Zhuo Chen slowly raised his head, seizing the momentum, and glared fiercely at the Demon King behind him that intended to follow. The surviving Demon King immediately turned and fled. It even dropped the massive machete in its hand. The morale of the demon army plummeted, and they followed the fleeing Demon King, scattering deeper into the abyss. All the team members stood frozen at the sight. This is a Demon King. A Demon King at the half-step demon general level. The pinnacle existence of Demon Kings. Why could Captain Jubai take it down with one strike? What was that illusion just now? We are all masters. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for us to see something so fast that it appeared as an illusion, right? Zhuo Chen, as a direct disciple of the martial god, indeed possesses remarkable strength, but is this just remarkable strength? This is strength that defies the heavens. Continue the pursuit. Zhuo Chen shouted back, which finally snapped them out of their daze. They all took a deep breath, adjusted their states, and followed closely behind Zhuo Chen, continuing the chase. Zhuo Chen disregarded the other minor and major demons, relentlessly pursuing the Demon King. The team members followed closely behind him, running at full speed. Occasionally, small and large demons would attack from the surroundings, but without exception, they all fell in a pool of blood. Zhuo Chen wielded his unfamiliar blade, chasing for 50 miles. Then he saw, in the distance, a small hill shrouded in black mist. Unbeknownst to them, they had already chased deep into the heart of the demon territory. Not far ahead was the demon clan's stronghold. At this moment, the Demon King, who had been relentlessly pursued by Zhuo Chen, suddenly turned around. Zhuo Chen could clearly see the strength of the Demon King. Something was off. Although it was only half a step to becoming a demon general, this one was much stronger than the one I had just cut down. A Demon King of this caliber would never flee in a panic. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Chen. Do you really think we are afraid of you? The Demon King sneered repeatedly, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. You've been fooled. Look around you, you are already isolated and helpless. As the Demon King laughed, various demons began to surround them. The sounds of mockery rose and fell. Li Xiangzhou was immediately alarmed. This was bad. In the heat of battle earlier, he hadn't thought of this. All this way, Captain Jubai hadn't left any marks. It's over. Li Kaijun also looked tense. This is bad, I forgot to leave a mark too. Now we're trapped. We're doomed. Although Zhang Xingji felt flustered, he saw his cousin Zhang Miaoxue still looking determined, at least showing some calmness. There must be a way. Captain Jubai will definitely have a way. That Demon King was easily dealt with earlier. Zhang Miaoxue's gaze was resolute, but deep down, she still felt a bit worried. With Zhuo Chen here, he would surely lead them out. We must fight to the end. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, appeared very calm. Is it finally time for me to show my strength? The previous fight was not satisfying at all, but these demons in front of me can be interesting to observe. Junior brother, I will fight alongside you. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath and leaned closer to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, if you run out of strength, just tell me. Zhao Xian also spoke, drawing her slender sword from her waist. No need. Just protect yourselves. Zhuo Chen said nonchalantly, stepping forward. With the unfamiliar blade in hand, an air of arrogance radiated from him as if he owned the world. Death is imminent. Do you still plan to fight like a cornered beast? The Demon King sneered, feeling a bit of pity for this genius. Soon, you will die. And we demons will immediately counterattack. Oh. Zhuo Chen responded lightly, as if looking at a corpse. Then, he took a stance. His vital energy surged from his dantian, frantically pouring into the unfamiliar blade. At the same time, the remaining vital energy surrounded him, continuously rising. There was even a hint of blood color visible to the naked eye. The aura of an absolute powerhouse emanated, and none of the lesser demons dared to approach. They all felt an inexplicable fear, as if they were being devoured by the swirling vortex in the sky during the earlier celestial phenomenon. Break! Zhuo Chen didn't even jump. He swung his blade directly through the air. The blade light, carrying his vital energy and even mixed with his already shaped soul power, swept toward the Demon King. The ground cracked open in a neat fissure, and the grass and trees around the blade light were uprooted. A mere trick. Even if you can kill my brother, it's impossible. Before the words were finished, the blade light had already reached the Demon King. It used all its vital energy to resist, its face full of confidence. But it found that this blade light directly pierced through its defense. How is this possible? This was the last sentence the Demon King spoke while still alive. Before the words fell, the blade light pierced straight through it. As time passed, the blood and energy that Zhuo Chen infused exploded wildly within it. The shaping soul power pierced through its veins like nails. After one strike, the Demon King was gone. A thick mist of blood enveloped the area around the demon-slaying team. The stench of blood was everywhere. With the sudden death of this Demon King, the encirclement instantly collapsed. One strike, one Demon King. And it was a half-step demon general level. Demon King! Who could withstand that? Seeing the surrounding demons scatter in a panic, Zhang Miaoxue let out a slow breath. Great! Thankfully, Zhuo Chen is strong. Otherwise, we would be finished. Zhao Xian's lips curled slightly upward. Not bad, but what a pity, this young lady has to be a spectator today. The team members behind Zhuo Chen ran up, filled with joy. Captain Zhuo, if you had said you had this kind of strength earlier. What were we worried about? Li Xiangzhou laughed as he patted Zhuo Chen on the shoulder. Although he still wore a smile, he was already shocked. Not to mention that an ordinary master facing a Demon King would at best end in mutual destruction. Even in battle, it would consume a large amount of blood and soul power. But how was Captain Zhuo completely unscathed? There were no signs of any consumption at all? Was that strike just a casual move? It seems Captain Zhuo still had plenty of room to spare. We should be safe. Let's take a break, you must be tired after that. Zhang Miaoxue said, pulling out a water bottle from her pack. The others had already relaxed and planned to rest here for a while. But Zhuo Chen furrowed his brows and called out to everyone. Wait! He stared intently in front of him, unblinking. Something was off. There were still enemies. And they were watching. The surrounding blood mist couldn't hide it, it must be a top-tier powerhouse. Mo Dao had sensed it too. This Mo Dao had already been enhanced. It was infused with the blood and soul power of the Demon Emperor's corpse. Naturally, it would have enough sensitivity to demons. And after completing the inscription in the Divine Palace, Zhuo Chen's sensitivity to changes around him was much stronger than that of an ordinary master. Whether it was the knife or himself, there were still many threats hidden in the mist ahead. If they rested now, they would definitely be caught off guard. Everyone, step back. Saying this, Zhuo Chen extended Mo Dao, pointing straight ahead. Come out. How long do you plan to hide? With a roar, several figures slowly emerged from the place where the blood mist and black mist intertwined. At Zhuo Chen's shout, everyone became alert. They constantly sensed the changes and flow of energy. But beneath the blood mist, they felt no threats. Yet, the figures in front grew closer and clearer. The dozen or so demon kings revealed their ferocious faces. Behind them were several demon generals. And even a demon emperor. As they appeared, countless demon and devil races surrounded them once more. The encirclement closed in again. Moreover, compared to the previous encirclement, this one was like a small witch meeting a great witch. Faced with a large number of demons surrounding them, with demon kings and generals gathered, and even a demon emperor present, the entire demon-slaying team, except for Zhuo Chen, was truly panicking. Zhang Miaoxue's eyes were filled with fear as she leaned closer to Zhuo Chen, pressing against him from behind. So many demon kings. And a demon emperor. It's endless. We are isolated and helpless, what should we do? To avoid worrying Zhuo Chen, she remained silent, observing her surroundings. Zhao Xian was also panicking, swallowing hard and instinctively moving closer to Zhuo Chen. So many? No matter how capable I am, I can't possibly deal with this many. Li Xiangzhou, although still calm on the surface, was already scared. Inside. Captain Zhuo will definitely win. We will definitely survive. These two phrases were constantly murmured by him, like a comforting incantation. Even though I am a member of the Demon Suppression Army, I have never seen such a grand scene. Beside him, Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi were even more frantic, trembling all over, their faces showing an indescribable fear. Zhuo Chen. The demon emperor stepped out from the crowd of demons, his cold voice sending chills through every member of the demon-slaying team. Despair was not just in their hearts. The expressions on their faces were already twisted. Except for Zhuo Chen. Do you have any last words? The demon emperor's face, with 6 eyes, stared fixedly at Zhuo Chen. All the eyes were filled with mockery. This rising star of the human race was quite arrogant, setting a trap and then walking right into it. His arrogance was evident, but even with the strength of a mere master, no matter how arrogant, his power was still insufficient. What a pity, the genius of the human race, today, will die here. I wouldn't call it a last word. I just want to remind you not to celebrate too early. Have you never wondered why I dared to come in so boldly? Zhuo Chen spoke calmly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Prepare for battle. With a loud shout, he instantly swept away the fear in the eyes of his teammates behind him. Even if there was still some fear in their hearts at this moment, it all transformed into a strong fighting spirit. Zhuo Chen plunged his strange blade into the ground. A large portion of the blade sank into the earth, and a golden light radiated out. Blood Sea Domain activate. Today, I want to see just how far this Blood Sea Domain and my strength can kill. As the golden light spread, all the demons felt a hint of confusion. It was not Zhuo Chen who was confused, but themselves. After being pierced by the golden light, their own strength was actually weakened by a few points. The closer they were to Zhuo Chen, the more severely they were weakened. Only those above the Demon King level were barely unaffected. Kill. The Demon Emperor coldly commanded. Even with a domain, in the end, you are just a master. Do I need to take action? The various demons, demon kings, and generals instantly charged towards Zhuo Chen's position. Maintain formation. Although we haven't trained much, let's do our best. With that, Zhuo Chen was the first to charge out. His entire body erupted with blood energy, sending waves of crimson shockwaves within this blood-golden domain, creating intense vibrations. The strange blade was infused with a massive amount of blood energy, glowing red. Immediately, Zhuo Chen transformed into a red flash, weaving through the demons. In the flashes, the blade light accompanied by powerful blood energy shot out. Whether it was those with strong defenses or those with abundant blood energy, in just a moment, they were torn apart by the blade light. Not to mention those smaller demons that had rushed over, who were still insignificant. Only the demon generals could barely withstand it. Under the enhancement of the armor-piercing attribute, the demon generals could only rely on their strong blood energy to endure the attacks. Then, relying on the natural recovery ability of their demon bloodline, they managed to survive. Zhuo Chen moved through the blood mist, not even getting a drop of demon blood on him. Under the Blood Sea Domain, the demon-slaying team also fought fiercely. Li Xiangzhou's spear swept and thrust, blood light continuously flashing. The vitality, accompanied by the released soul power, relentlessly slaughtered the surrounding demons. Even though these demons were mere cannon fodder compared to the ranks of demon kings and generals, their sheer numbers made it difficult for ordinary masters to handle. Li Kaijun held a sword beside Li Xiangzhou, still maintaining the habit of assisting his brother in the demon suppression army. Zhang Xingqi wielded his twin swords, continuously slashing, and despite having some minor injuries, he was already in a frenzied, bloodthirsty state, easily treating the lowly demons as mere toys. Zhang Miaoxua held a sword, intending to follow Zhuo Chen. However, Zhuo Chen was simply too fast, forcing her to group with Li Xiangzhou and the others. Zhao Xian had numerous scratches on her arms and shoulders, but her steps were light, and almost no demon could truly harm her. The slender sword danced like a swimming dragon in her hand, combining offense and defense. With their signature skills unleashed, their battle was filled with momentum. What was originally a fight to encircle and annihilate the demon race had turned into a blossoming center under the desperate struggle of the demon-slaying team. Especially Zhuo Chen, the demon king and generals could not restrain him at all. Wherever the red light reached, only blood mist remained. The demon emperor could no longer watch. This kid has some ability. If he were to truly develop, what would happen? This group of useless fools, I must take action myself. Zhuo Chen, come and take your life. The demon emperor roared, his massive body transforming into lightning, instantly catching up to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen. Danger. As she saw the demon emperor's claws about to tear Zhuo Chen apart, Zhang Miaoxua's eyes widened in horror. The roar was heart-wrenching, but she couldn't break free to help. She could only watch helplessly as the demon emperor struck. Not good, quickly save the captain. Li Xiangzhou also wanted to rush to the rescue, but a demon general attacked him. He wouldn't die, but he couldn't break free to provide aid. Immediately, all members of the demon-slaying team realized that the remaining demon kings and generals were continuously closing in, completely blocking their space to rescue Zhuochen. Clang! With a loud crash, the demon emperor's attacking claw was severed. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhuochen instantly withdrew. He spun around, tearing apart the blockage created by the demon kings and generals like a storm. Zhuochen released a fierce shockwave, directly intimidating the demons that were still trying to attack. He then spoke, "Is everyone alright? As long as we're not dead." Li Xiangzhou forced out an awkward smile. He had originally thought of saving others, but unexpectedly, it was Captain Zhuo who turned back to provide assistance. Who? The demon emperor roared, new claws rapidly regenerating where the old ones had broken. Human genius, you demons are not in a position to threaten him. If you kill him, the countless members of the demon race will accompany him to the grave. With a furious roar, Wang Yan descended from the sky. Like a fiery meteor, he smashed directly to the ground. The earth shook, and the small demons all exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The large demons spat blood and were heavily injured, retreating with fearful expressions. Boom! The second meteor fell, and under the shockwave, only those above the demon king level could survive. Chen Xingxuan, holding a long spear, stood heroically in front of Zhuochen. Besides that, the deafening sounds of killing had already arrived. The demon suppression army, the shock dragon guard, and the night watchman surged in. Even though Zhuochen had advanced nearly 400 miles this time, they arrived at the scene without missing a beat. On the ground were countless armored vehicles of the demon suppression army, and as soon as they disembarked, they charged forward. The deafening sounds of slaughter announced their arrival. In the sky were numerous small meteors. The shock dragon guard and the night watchman descended rapidly from transport planes. Relying on newly developed cushioning equipment, they landed directly. After touching down, they quickly removed their gear and protected Zhuochen in front of him. This can't have been arranged beforehand, right? Li Xiangzhou sat on the ground, taking a deep breath. Most likely, Captain Zhuo should have known. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so reckless. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhuochen said nothing, only nodded. Soon, the medical team followed, and the other members of the demon extermination squad received proper treatment. At this moment, deep in the demon territory, the army led by Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan had already surrounded the area. Zhuochen then realized that every move he made was being captured by hidden cameras. Even the battlefield reporters who arrived later were carefully filming under the protection of the demon suppression army. The global live broadcast began. At this point, Zhuochen understood Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan's plan. I am both the core and the bait. As long as I charge forward boldly, the demon's focus will always be on me. Then the marshal and the master can complete their subsequent arrangements. Now is the time to launch a decisive battle against the demons. This is a live broadcast of an imminent victory. Demons, your good days are over. Wang Yan roared, and the domain unfolded. Chen Xingxuan also activated her domain simultaneously. Zhuochen stepped forward and unleashed his Blood Sea domain. The three domains unfolded, and under the overwhelming pressure, no demon king could even think of moving. Even demon kings, unless they were half-step demon generals, found it impossible to advance. The three led the charge, their blood energy continuously erupting waves of shock instantly annihilating most of the surrounding demons. Their speed was so fast that even the cameras showed ghosting, and some angles couldn't capture them at all. They could only film the scenes of demon casualties. Everyone present had only two words in their hearts: slaughter, kill. As Wang Yan, Chen Xingxuan, and Zhuochen led the way, the army behind them also began to move. They surged forward, following the fierce domains of the three. Along the way, they killed any demons they encountered. And amidst the blood mist, more blood splattered. Zhuochen moved among the demon horde, his blade flashing like lightning, cutting and slashing, as if a hungry wolf had pounced into a flock of sheep. Two demon kings approached, but before they could even pose a threat, Zhuochen had already struck. Not even needing to touch them with his blade, he instantly killed them with the mere release of his blood energy. This was one of the few moments that the cameras could capture the killing scenes. Within the Great Wall, every household sat in front of their screens watching this live broadcast. Seeing Zhuochen slay the demon king, along with the surrounding spurting blood and the pervasive blood mist, everyone's shocked faces were filled with excitement. The younger generation already had such peak-level powerhouses. This was a blessing for the Great Xia, a blessing for the human race. Zhuochen's former classmates from the Qingzhou martial arts school were dumbfounded as they watched him slay the demon king on screen. They knew Zhuo Chen was a direct disciple of the martial god, but they never expected that in just a few months, he could undergo such a transformation. So ridiculously strong. Within the martial arts school, Principal Chang Huaishan was also watching this demon-slaying live broadcast. Seeing Zhuo Chen's figure, he was filled with excitement. Indeed. I truly did not misjudge him. Zhuo Chen was never an ordinary person. Under the martial god's direct guidance, he could achieve such terrifying combat power in just a few months. Truly a glory for our school. At this moment, the Mang family. Meng Jubai originally thought that a few months had passed since Meng Yuntao's incident, and with a little plea, he should be able to sneak back to the Mang family. At worst, Meng Yuntao would just suffer a bit more family discipline, there would still be a chance. But while waiting, they saw the live broadcast, where Zhuo Chen's instant kill of 2 demon kings was even replayed as a highlight. Slap. Meng Jubai couldn't hold back any longer and directly slapped Meng Yuntao across the face. Why are you so shameless? Why did you provoke him in the first place? His face was filled with anger. One slap wasn't enough, and he followed up with several more, unable to dissipate the fury in his heart. Zhuo Chen was soaring to great heights, and he had no chance at all. Everything was to blame on this blind fool. Weren't we supposed to plead for mercy? Why are you hitting me? Meng Yuntao covered his face and argued, who knew he would be like this now? Still making excuses. Slap. Another slap. What are you two doing here? This is the Meng family, get out. The head of the Meng family saw the two and immediately waved his hand. Instantly, the security guards kicked Meng Jubai and Meng Yuntao out. Meanwhile, in front of the live broadcast of the demon slaughter, Zheng Jiao was in tears. Zheng Yuan also had a face full of anger. Last time I told you to apologize. And what happened? He was filled with resentment. If you had truly treated Zhuo Chen well, he would have long been our son-in-law. With his current achievements, our Zhang family should also be soaring to new heights. I apologized. Zhang Jiao cried while arguing, it's just that I couldn't see him at all. Who knew Zhuo Chen would be like this now? Who could have known? In just a few months, he had become someone who could instantly kill demon kings. Who could have predicted that? Did anyone think that any random person should be paying attention? These are all excuses. Get out now. If your apology doesn't earn Zhuo Qinchuan's forgiveness, don't come back. Zheng Yuan shouted in fury, I, Zheng Yuan, will not have a daughter like you. Meanwhile, in another nameless university, Xinjiang was all smiles. Zhuo Qinchuan, my brother. During the summer vacation, he told me to live stream eating shit, and I did. Seeing the current scene, the gloom in his heart had long disappeared. Eating shit, what was that? Live streaming it, what was that? We dare to take responsibility and dare to apologize. With this connection, what does it matter if I studied at this low-tier school? In Kyoto, at the Martial God Academy. Tu Hong looked at the screen, his heart filled with shock. As the vice president, he would never forget the moment he tried to recruit Zhuo Chen before the summer vacation. Nor would he forget the moment Zhuo Chen entered the Martial God Academy under Qin Qingshuan's recommendation. This was definitely the best decision I have made in my life. But speaking of which, even if he is a direct disciple of the martial god, not everyone has such speed. In just a few months, Zhuo Chen had already stepped into the realm of a master. He could even instantly kill demon kings. Who could achieve that? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He was already contemplating how to prepare a celebration banquet when Zhuo Chen returned. The other teachers were also staring at the screen. They could never have imagined that just a few months ago, Zhuo Chen, who had just entered the school and was only at the 3rd or 4th rank, had now stepped into the realm of a master. They couldn't even fathom that Zhuo Chen could already kill demon kings on his own. In the palace of the Yan Kingdom, the empress was reclining on her bed. Hearing about the Great Xia army's attack deep in the abyss and the live broadcast, she thought to take a look out of boredom. But when the live footage came through, she could no longer remain calm. The empress stood up straight, her eyes fixed on the live broadcast. She had thought that the Great Xia army breaking through the Great Wall was already the end of their strength. But now they could actually charge into the depths of the abyss? As she saw the demon clan stronghold flickering on the screen, she was utterly shocked. How could this be? Wasn't the Great Xia army only led by Wang Yan achieving sainthood? How could they be so powerful? Even if the martial god Qin Qingshuan had also entered sainthood, it shouldn't be so brutal in the depths. As Zhuo Chen single-handedly killed 2 demon kings, her shock deepened. Zhuo Chen, wasn't he just? She murmured, her eyes nearly popping out. Just a few months? It should be less than 3 months, right? Zhuo Chen had become a master? A master who could kill demon kings in an instant. No, action must be taken. The Empress of the Yin Kingdom immediately suppressed her shock and called for a female official by her side. How is the matter with Zhuo progressing? She took a deep breath to calm herself. Reporting to your majesty. The female official stammered, her face showing difficulty. There is simply no opportunity. Impossible. Zhuo was only at the second or third level at that time. There were plenty of ways to approach him. What have you all been doing? Under the Empress's thunderous anger, the female official had no choice but to kneel and plead for forgiveness. Your Majesty, I have confirmed that there has indeed been no progress. There are often the Jinglong guards secretly watching over Zhuo. Some of the spies placed in Great Xia had no chance at all. The female official looked helpless. If I could get close to Zhuo, I would have done it long ago. Even if it meant offering myself, I would have to lure him over. Jinglong guards? The Empress of the Yin Kingdom fell silent. He can have the Jinglong guards protect him? The upper echelons of Great Xia are indeed very protective of him. I understand. When Zhuo returns to Great Xia, find a way to continue contacting him. Just ask him one thing. Does he want to marry the Empress of the Yin Kingdom? Upon hearing this, the female official trembled all over. Her terrified gaze fixed on the Empress, as if repeatedly asking, did I hear that wrong? Go! Prepare right now. If we wait for Zhuo to return, it will be too late to prepare. I only ask you. The Empress took a deep breath before putting away her somewhat fierce expression. Great Xia, oh Great Xia, if I offer myself, how will you respond? Compared to being a mere tool in your Great Xia, becoming the ruler of the Yin Kingdom is such a huge temptation. Outside the imperial capital, in a heavily guarded courtyard, beneath the green waters and blue mountains, the Jinglong guards were hidden everywhere. Many of them were even above the master level. Ha ha ha. Laughter continuously came from within. Several elderly men with white hair and youthful faces watched the live broadcast on the screen while calmly sipping tea. The excitement and joy in their eyes could not be concealed. Great Xia has indeed not cultivated the wrong person. With such young talents, we probably won't need to intervene in the future. Isn't that right? Finally, we can enjoy life in peace. They were all astonished by Zhuo combat power. A hint of relief crossing their faces. At this moment, the battle in the depths of the abyss continued. With the fierce attacks from Wang Yan, Chen Xingxuan, and Zhua Chen, the demon clan suffered heavy losses, with many demon kings and generals dying on the spot. Even several demon emperors were easily slain. The entire battlefield was filled with fleeing demons visible everywhere. Even the terrifyingly powerful demon emperors, known for their exceptional recovery abilities, were now being besieged by humans. No matter how agile their towering bodies were, they found it difficult to escape. Facing Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan, the demon emperor had already exhausted all of its strength. The long spear and claws intertwined in the air, the surge of blood energy continuously washing away the blood mist, while the fallen demons only added to the new blood mist. With this little strength, you dare to attack the depths of the abyss? The demon emperor snorted coldly, and the shockwave formed by his soul power directly sent countless soldiers flying. Still being stubborn even when death is imminent, Wang Yan showed no mercy, swiftly thrusting his spear. The blood energy transformed into a blood dragon, biting upwards, followed by a continuous flash of cold light. No matter how the demon emperor dodged, he could hardly escape. Chen Xingxuang then attacked from the flank, the golden light flashing as the icy spear continuously struck, seemingly able to freeze the splattered blood in an instant. With a roar, the soul power and blood energy on the demon emperor suddenly doubled. Even Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan's domains could hardly suppress him. A terrifying purple aura intertwined within the blood mist. It was already able to stand toe-to-toe with Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan's domains. This was the true strength of the demon emperor. Even if he entered the Saint realm, he could only fight to a standstill. The demon emperor's movements became even faster than before. The soldiers still lingering on this central battlefield didn't even see a shadow before being severed, blood splattering everywhere. Only Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan could keep up with the speed. Relying on the mutual effects of their domains, they barely managed to fight. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the demon emperor's claw collided with a blade. Zhuo Chen's Mo Dao. After reaping a large number of demon kings and generals, Zhuo Chen's Blood Sea domain crazily stacked countless damages. The suppression power of the Blood Sea domain also rose rapidly. Swish! The demon emperor sidestepped, avoiding the combined strike of Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan. He intended to use his other claw to repel Zhuo Chen at that moment. However, unexpectedly, after his claw struck, the Mo Dao remained unmoved, and his claw shattered. Some soul power, like spikes, even pierced into his palm. Puff! The Demon Emperor immediately severed his wrist. From the gushing arm, a blood hand regrew. Instantly, he felt an immense pressure. Not only Zhuo Chen, but why had Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan's attacks also become significantly stronger? Could this be Zhuo Chen's true strength? No, impossible. Just a moment ago, the attributes on Zhuo Chen's body shone brightly. Armor breaking, bleeding, counter damage, relying on the power of the domain to crazily weaken. The Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, who could almost fight to a standstill with Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan, was now in a dire situation. All he could do was keep recovering. While dodging, the Demon Emperor fixed his gaze on Zhuo Chen. He could still fight to a standstill earlier. But now he couldn't resist, it must be Zhuo Chen. He had a buff effect. Thinking this, he used a teleportation technique and instantly appeared in front of Zhuo Chen. Both claws struck out, and a massive amount of blood energy continuously exploded between them. The special black-purple aura unique to the Demon Emperor obscured the sky. Yet, Zhuo Chen raised the Mo Dao, moving even faster. He hadn't expected the shadow to trigger so rapidly under such conditions. Although 40% seemed insignificant, under the massive attributes and other bonuses, 40% had allowed him to almost rival the martial god. Moreover, with the continuous stacking of the Blood Sea domain, his attacks were nearly indistinguishable from those of the Saint-level Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan. No, perhaps even stronger. You chose the wrong opponent. Zhuo Chen's gaze was like a torch, the Mo Dao trailing behind. The power and blood energy from his entire body gathered on the blade. He had consumed half of his own blood energy. And the blood energy on the Mo Dao had already condensed into a giant blade capable of splitting the heavens. Annihilate! With a furious shout, Zhuo Chen swung down the blade. The powerful blood energy emanating from him controlled the Demon Emperor. Faced with Zhuo Chen's strike, he couldn't move at all. Puff! He pierced straight through the gaping wound of the Demon King, the blade deeply embedded in the ground. A tremendous tremor flipped over the land within a 10-mile radius. The blood surged, and the fierce winds did not cease. Under the blood storm, the Demon Emperor's head shattered into two halves. All recovery abilities were exhausted, unable to withstand this devastation. A large amount of demon blood splattered out, boom! The storm erupted, sweeping away all demons within the area. Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan, who were nearby, felt a significant pressure. The two were taken aback. Zhuo Chen's future was limitless. Even now, he was undoubtedly a person capable of standing alone. They exchanged glances, shock written all over their faces. The surrounding soldiers stood frozen, watching as the storm annihilated a large number of demon clans. Is this something a human can do? Fortunately, we kept our distance, otherwise, we would have lost our lives. For the first time, they felt a lingering fear. It wasn't the fear of being killed by the Demon Emperor, but rather the fear of being instantly erased by Zhuo Chen's unimaginable strike. Even the Demon Emperor was killed in an instant. What about us? Although the Demon Emperor was equivalent to the strength of a human martial god, his physical attributes far exceeded that of a martial god. Perhaps three martial gods working together might not be able to take down a Demon Emperor. Zhuo Chen, did he really just take down the Demon Emperor with one strike? The demon-slaying team, resting behind, upon seeing Zhuo Chen kill the Demon Emperor, were also shocked. Especially Zhao Xian. This time, she could no longer contain herself, staring in disbelief. This is the Demon Emperor. Zhuo Chen isn't even a martial god. How is this possible? Such strength cannot be achieved overnight. Has he built a foundation strong enough to kill a Demon Emperor? Then, how much did he hold back in the previous matches? Even the reporters in the safe zone behind were stunned. They swallowed hard, letting their cameras capture the scene ahead. This could no longer be described as strength. Fierce? Overbearing? Countless words describing power flashed through their minds in an instant. But none could adequately describe the scene before them. Even the two martial gods struggled, yet Zhuo Chen entered and killed in one strike? Is this still a human? Can the human race really achieve this level? The footage they captured continued to be broadcast live worldwide. Everyone who saw Zhuo Chen kill the Demon Emperor was left dumbfounded. It was as if they doubted the authenticity of the live broadcast. How could a human kill a Demon Emperor with one strike? Silence fell, the great Xia was silent, the surrounding small nations were silent, the entire world fell silent. After a brief silence, cheers drowned the world. The demon race is a common enemy of the human race, regardless of Zhuochen being from Great Xia, he is one of us. No human has ever killed a demon emperor in an instant. Zhuochen's strike told everyone that it was possible. The cheers gradually turned into madness. No matter where, people from every country took to the streets, celebrating together. The world went wild because of Zhuochen's strike. In the center of the battlefield, Zhuochen slowly sheathed his sword, glancing at the 10-mile radius that had been cleansed. Wang Yan assessed Zhuochen. His blood was full, showing no signs of exhaustion. Indeed, there are successors. If he is already like this upon entering the master level, when he becomes a martial god, he will surely overturn the demon race's stronghold. Shall we continue deeper? Chen Xingxuan also noticed Zhuochen's full state. Ahead is the demon race's stronghold. If we can completely eliminate it, we could usher in a long period of peace. We need to see Zhuochen. Although he is at full blood, it's unclear how much energy he has left mentally. Wang Yan took a deep breath. Chen Xingxuan and I have already consumed more than half fighting the demon emperor. If we are to continue forward, it really depends on Zhuochen's condition. As the battle came to an end, the soldiers' main task was to clean up the battlefield. Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan called for Zhuochen. Zhuochen, I discussed it with Chen Xingxuan. Wang Yan began slowly, and we decided to ask you in the end. Do you want to continue pushing forward? Ahead is the demon clan stronghold. If we press on this time, it could be a one-time solution. Chen Xingxuan added, even if there are still demon clans deeper in, we can have a solid base. I also want to go deeper, Zhuochen replied without hesitation. The demon emperor is dead, the demon clan will surely be in chaos. Isn't this a chance to pursue victory? We can drive this group of demons away. However, doing this won't completely eliminate the demon clan. There are tougher demon clans deeper in. We can continue fighting later. Alright, it's settled with your words. Wang Yan nodded slightly at Zhuochen's high spirits. Once we finish cleaning the battlefield here, we'll take the demon clan stronghold. With that, the three began to help clean up the battlefield. In this battle, over 10 million demons perished. A large number of items, corpses, and materials were collected. White, green, and blue items were everywhere. There were also various sizes of demon corpses, including many demon kings and generals. The corpse of the demon emperor could also be seen. Zhuochen, who killed the demon emperor, directly dropped 2 golden items. Soon, these spoils of war were organized and placed at the back. The corpse of the demon emperor and its spoils were guarded by the Jinglong guards. How's the situation with the demon extermination squad? Wang Yan asked Zhuochen casually. The three of us attacking is definitely not a problem, it's just that the people behind need to keep up. If this credit goes to the demon extermination squad, it could promote them further. They could become the absolute benchmark for the younger generation. Nothing major, recovery is good, Zhuochen replied after finishing the cleanup and chatting with the squad members. They weren't hurt much, mainly because Zhuochen attracted enough attention. Alright, take a 10-minute break. The demon extermination squad will set off with me and Chen Xingxuan. We will completely take down the demon clan stronghold. After making arrangements, Wang Yan had the logistics and soldiers prepare to follow. Then, Chen Xingxuan led the demon extermination squad to continue advancing. The demon clan had been completely shattered in the previous battle. Now, they were only left to be harvested. Even though the demon clan stronghold was easy to defend but hard to attack, there weren't many demons left to resist at this point. Not to mention, with the 2 great saints, Chen Xingxuan and Wang Yan, leading the charge, Zhuochen, the extraordinary master who killed the demon emperor, quickly followed. Zhang Miaoshui and Zhao Xian followed behind, just clearing out the remaining demons. Half an hour later, the entire demon clan stronghold fell. An hour later, the follow-up troops arrived, bringing all the spoils and supplies into the demon clan stronghold. Wang Yan made defensive arrangements, and everyone gathered in the hall to begin distributing the spoils. Zhuochen killed the demon emperor and deserves the credit. So the demon emperor's corpse, along with the 2 golden tokens that were dropped, belonged to Zhuochen. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, everyone present felt it was fair. Shua Chen's strength and contributions warranted this reward. In addition, Zhuochen's other rewards will be announced shortly, just like yours. After saying this, Wang Yan handed the golden tokens to Zhuochen. Thank you, Marshal. Shua Chen stepped forward to receive the tokens without hesitation. The tokens still needed to be fused, and there would be more to come. Now that I have these 2 golden tokens, I can save a lot of white and green tokens. In a way, it's also saving money. The Demon Emperor's corpse will be sent to the Blessed Land later. Zhuochen, the demon clan you killed this time should be worth several hundred million merit points. You'll need to prepare for more merit points. When Wang Yan said this, a mysterious smile crossed his face. You should be breaking through to the martial god soon. Ha? Isn't several hundred million merit points enough? Zhuochen looked a bit puzzled. These merit points are what I used to exchange for tokens. Breaking through to martial god, absorbing the demon emperor should be enough, right? Do I need merit points to break through to martial god? You'll know when the time comes. Wang Yan still wore a mysterious smile. The merit points needed will only increase. Alright, you should go rest now. The logistics vehicle has already caught up. Chen Xingxuan patted Zhuochen's shoulder, looking very pleased. Go check out your rooms first. Indeed, with Zhuochen's current strength, he should be breaking through to martial god. It probably won't take long to reach the saint level. Being able to kill the demon emperor in one hit, he will be a key force against the demon clan in the future. Zhuochen, you have truly risen. With the logistics vehicle in place, a large amount of supplies was sent into the demon clan's headquarters. This place was also designated as the latest frontline command center for the Great Xia army. A large number of soldiers from the frontline began to advance. As for the land north of the Great Wall that had already been secured, various reserve soldiers were engaged in construction. Whether it was building roads, repairing cities, or other facilities, plans were already underway. Captain Zhua, please follow me. Your camp has been prepared. A soldier from the Demon Suppression Army in logistics uniform came to report. The other members of the Demon Extermination Squad followed Zhuochen out of the hall. They walked down the stairs, through a dim corridor, and arrived at an upper-level location. A huge room appeared before them. The electric lights and some wiring had been completed, with large display screens, tables and chairs, and even areas for training and relaxation. Especially facing the door, they could see the balcony and windows. Sunlight poured in, igniting a bright atmosphere in the entire dim fortress. This large room was also a suite, with each member of the Demon Extermination Squad having their own independent room, and even simple toilets and showers were prepared. Aside from the walls still bearing the remnants of the Demon Clan's occupation, the room could only be described in 2 words: luxurious. This is too luxurious, right? Li Xiangzhou exclaimed. We're here to fight, not to travel. They were used to the simplicity of the Demon Suppression Army's barracks, and this room was indeed a bit hard to adapt to. Especially the soft big bed in the individual room. The barracks of the Demon Suppression Army might not even have such conditions. Bro, if there's a nice place to stay, just enjoy it. Li Kaijun was experiencing long-term combat for the first time, staying in the barracks. In the past, he would only follow Li Xiangzhou for tasks, usually just for a day or so. It's not bad. This young lady is quite satisfied. Zhao Xian maintained a cold expression. However, she felt a bit uneasy inside. It's all thanks to Zhuochen's efforts. I haven't really killed any demons, but that demon emperor. Zhuochen, just how much have you secretly practiced? Who can jump from the 2nd or 3rd rank to a master in just 2 months? And the kitchen. Junior brother, sister will make you something delicious. Just right, we have so many materials from demon beasts. Zhang Miaoxue was thrilled to see the kitchen. Great. Zhuochen must be hungry. I have to interact with him properly this time. This is definitely the best opportunity. No, I need to be patient, take it step by step. Let's just forget about that. Zhuochen let out a small sigh. With Zhang Miaoxue cooking, I'd rather go check the cafeteria. Let's go in first. Zhang Xingqi was a bit impatient. Because this time the demon slaying team is the main force, the speed of advancement is fast. And in the subsequent battles, they performed exceptionally well. So this room is for everyone to use. The logistics soldier explained, this is the highest treatment room, considering you are a small team. That's why it's arranged here. There are still some resources left, all tilted towards the demon slaying team. The list will be sent by someone else later. Saying this, the logistics soldier left the keycard and departed. Everyone slowly walked into the room and sat on the sofa. Suddenly, the soul power in the room radiated out. The thick soul power made everyone relax both physically and mentally. The exhaustion of the past 2 days was restored in an instant. When the logistics soldiers came with the pills and food, upon inquiry, everyone realized this was the Demon Emperor's palace. This is the command of the marshal, we will rest here for a day, then continue our journey. The soldier said, handing over Wang Yan's order. Rest well. Adjust your state, this attack isn't over yet. Zhuo Chen received the order and slowly spoke. We really need to rest, this base camp has me all dizzy from going around in circles. Fighting. The Demon Emperor wasn't this exhausting. That night, the team members returned to their rooms to rest. Zhang Miaoxue tossed and turned in bed. Her mind was filled with images of Zhuo Chen slaying the Demon Emperor during the day. Excitement, affection, hesitation, various complex emotions mixed together, making it hard to feel sleepy even with her eyes closed. Should I go find Zhuo Chen? I'm a master now, I should be able to give it a try, right? No, what if he rejects me again? Wait, it's late at night now, just the two of us. If I get rejected, no one should know, right? But, if I get rejected, there won't be another chance. After much hesitation, Zhang Miaoxue found it increasingly difficult to sleep. Finally, she gathered her courage. After getting out of bed, she even found a more elegant outfit. She applied a light makeup in front of the mirror. This should be fine. Looking at herself in the mirror, Zhang Miaoxue murmured. After boosting her confidence, she quietly pushed open the door, thinking that it was late at night and everyone else was asleep. But she heard the sound of a door being pushed open. Zhang Miaoxue carefully observed through the crack of the door. She saw nothing and thought she was just scaring herself. As she pushed the door open, she sidestepped into the hallway. To her surprise, Zhao Xian had already arrived at Zhuo Chen's door and went straight in. Seeing Zhao Xian quietly enter, Zhang Miaoxue was startled and even a bit anxious. Not good. Zhao Xian must have secretly developed feelings for Zhuo Chen. I absolutely cannot let her succeed. Zhuo Chen, junior brother, must be mine. Must be. With this thought, she immediately stepped out, careful with each step, afraid of disturbing the other members. However, she was cautious and slow, taking deep breaths and listening intently to any sounds around Zhuo Chen's room. At this moment, Zhao Xian had already quietly opened Zhuo Chen's door. She felt a bit nervous inside. This young lady must, thank you. But I absolutely cannot let anyone else see this. In fact, Zhao Xian had also been unable to sleep all night, tossing and turning. Her mind was filled with the scene of Zhuo Chen defeating the Demon Emperor in an instant. Yet, her surprise and shock were predominant. Clearly, they were both cultivating the same way. Why could Zhuo Chen surpass me? Then she recalled the earlier scene where they had to retreat for their small team. No matter how unruly she was, she felt a hint of gratitude at that moment. As Zhao Xian pushed the door open, she caught a glimpse of Zhuo Chen through the crack. He wasn't asleep either. Seeing Zhuo Chen sitting cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by swirling energy, with soul power and spiritual energy radiating from him, he was cultivating. Zhao Xian's gaze followed the flow of soul power, and she was astonished to discover that the soul power around Zhuo Chen had formed a marvelous loop. The soul power above his head was continuously absorbed, replenishing his body. The emitted soul power then returned to the surroundings. This cycle repeated, and Zhuo Chen's vitality and spiritual energy grew even stronger. In just a glance or two, she felt that Zhuo Chen's vitality had thickened considerably. At this moment, Zhuo Chen had already sensed the commotion around him. Besides Zhao Xian peeking at the door, even Zhang Miaoxue, tiptoeing in the corridor, felt it. His own soul power was continuously circulating. With the surrounding soul power, Zhuo Chen felt that he could perceive everything around him through the soul power. What are those two doing? Not sleeping at this late hour, coming to spy? If I weren't in a hurry to comprehend today, I would definitely ask them clearly. But it's fine, if they could learn something and grow stronger, that would be a good thing. Forget them. After today's battle and the blood fight with the Demon Emperor, Zhuo Chen truly felt in excellent condition, even surprisingly so. It wasn't that the Demon Emperor was easy to fight, it was a vague feeling that was hard to describe. The Demon Emperor's recovery ability, including its every move, could only be completed after communicating with the surrounding soul power. Moreover, through this method, it could even allow the soul power to be replenished at any time. Sitting on the bed, Zhuo Chen kept reflecting on today's battle, thinking about how to communicate with the surrounding soul power. Now, my divine palace has been expanded, and I also have a complete copy of the Tao De Jing. I should be able to comprehend it. If I can grasp its mysteries, breaking through to the martial god level won't be difficult. With this thought, Zhuo Chen continuously released his vitality. Coupled with his soul-shaping ability, he repeatedly tried. Zhao Xian outside the door was stunned. What kind of cultivation method is this? Is this the secret to his rapid strength? No, I must take a closer look. She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and carefully observed Zhuo Chen's cultivation. In her heart, she silently tried to follow his method to use soul power. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Zhang Miaoxue had followed her. Zhang Miaoxue looked a bit angry, pouting as if she wanted to say something. Shoo! Zhao Xian spoke first, don't make a sound. Her voice was very soft, afraid of disturbing Zhuo Chen's training. Zhuo Chen is still training, wait a moment. Saying this, Zhao Xian actually sat down directly in the room and quietly closed the door, leaving Zhang Miaoxue at the entrance. Immediately, Zhang Miaoxue got angry. Humph. Zhao Xian. How could you leave me out here while you go flirt with Zhuo Chen? You say you dislike Zhuo Chen and call him a pervert, but you've been the one trying to seduce him all along. Now, I am also a master, my strength is not inferior to yours. What am I afraid of? Although she really wanted to burst in and deliberately interrupt Zhao Xian's flirting, Zhang Miaoxue ultimately did not do so. What if Zhuo Chen really was training? She couldn't disturb him. Zhuo Chen must be breaking through to the martial god level now. He truly is the man I have my eyes on. At night, rustling sounds came from outside the base. Then an alarm sounded. Demon Clan attack. All units, pay attention. Following the alarm, the troops stationed at the Demon Clan's base immediately began to take action. The scale of the Demon Clan's attack was very small. Zhuo Chen had just retracted his power to check when it was already over. He got up and turned around, only to see Zhao Xian sneaking by the door. He opened the door and saw Zhang Miaoxue pouting and looking angry. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound woke up all the members of the Demon Extermination Squad. Zhuo Chen changed his clothes and opened the door. What's the matter? He looked calmly at the person in front of him. We are the demon suppressing army that just came to support. This place was just attacked by the Demon Clan and we arrived on orders. The leader, frowning, slowly spoke, but we have already cleared away that small group of demons. Zhuo Chen looked at them calmly. What do you report this to me for? It's obvious you have something else in mind. So, what do you want? Zhuo Chen continued to ask. We just temporarily have no resting camp and want to borrow a room here to rest for a while. The leading officer slowly spoke. Even though he had a smile on his face, he seemed to be the type who was easy to talk to. But having lived 2 lives, Zhuo Chen had already seen through it. With so many rooms available, why use this one? It was clear they were eyeing the rich soul energy here. The arrangement of the rooms is not up to me, you should go talk to the marshal. Zhuo Chen slowly replied, firmly refusing. This is just a temporary stay. The leading officer continued to argue, then forcibly brought his soldiers in. On the sofa, resting, in the hallway. Several soldiers were already seated. Second brother, this room is nice. No one is here. 2 soldiers looked towards Zhang Miaoxue's room. They immediately walked over there. Zhang Miaoxue, who was already fuming, became even angrier upon seeing these 2 soldiers. This is our room, why do they come here? This room is mine. Zhang Miaoxue said, blocking their way. Miss, whether this room is yours or not is not up to you to decide. Besides, we are just staying for a bit. The soldiers, relying on the fact that they were here for rescue, insisted on resting here. Stop. Zhuo Chen's brows furrowed slightly, blocking the 2 soldiers at the door. This is a room arranged by the marshal, you all need to leave. Zhuo Chen, speak, as if no one dares to defy me. Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, his expression growing colder. With that one sentence, the temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. You are. The few people present were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Zhuo Chen. Wasn't this the one who appeared in the live broadcast before? Wasn't this the direct disciple of the martial god? The reason they came to provide support was that they had seen the passionate video of Zhuo Chen slaying demons and were inspired. Yet, they never expected to see the real person. Zhuo's direct disciple, One person's face was filled with shock. The 2 exchanged glances and instantly understood they were indeed the reinforcement team and hoped for better treatment, but the previous one had already become a master at such a young age. Could it be that the girl has some relationship with Zhuo's direct disciple? If so, they were probably done for this time. No need to explain, get out. I don't want to see you again. Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, his gaze icy. When they were rushing on the front lines, these people were nowhere to be seen. When they fought bravely, these people were also absent. Yet, unexpectedly, just after achieving some results, these guys jumped out? If it weren't for the need for internal unity, he would have already struck with the knife in his hand. Yes, we'll leave. Right away. Upon hearing this, the 2's expressions changed drastically. Zhuo Chen's words had essentially dashed their hopes of using this operation to boost their military achievements. After all, Zhuo Chen was already the number 1 among the younger generation, and every move he made had immense influence. For someone like him, not to mention a single word, even a frown was something they couldn't bear. Humph. Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, a hint of helplessness on his face. He was indeed growing, and at a rapid pace, but he hadn't provided good protection for those around him. Behind him, Zhang Miaxue's gaze held a strange look. Junior brother, you. Zhang Miaxue's eyes flickered. To be honest, she had been somewhat angry. Before, Zhuo Chen had rejected her, and she didn't know why at the time, but recently Zhuo Chen had been surrounded by various types of beautiful women. And that Zhao Xian was the most outstanding among them. She had seen Zhao Xian enter Zhuo Chen's tent, and in an instant Zhang Miaxue seemed to understand. This must be the reason Zhuo Chen had rejected her, right? It made sense. After all, Zhao Xian had been the number one on the heavenly ranking, her talent far surpassing her own. Although she was now a master, she knew all too well how she had become one. It was merely because she had benefited when Zhuo Chen became a master. Even though she was also a master, Zhang Miaxue couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. She had even decided that after this mission, she would leave the team, not for any other reason, but because she didn't want to stay by Zhuo Chen's side and be a hindrance. But then, what was going on? Why did Zhuo Chen come over himself? Did he still have feelings for her? In an instant, various thoughts raced through Zhang Miaxue's mind. Senior sister. If you need anything in the future, remember to find me. Zhuo Chen chuckled, a strange glint in his eyes. Junior brother, you are already very outstanding now. I also know why you rejected me. After this mission, I will leave the team. Zhang Miaxue frowned. Although these thoughts had been swirling in her mind before, this was the first time she had said them out loud. What? Why? Zhuo Chen was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. I don't have enough strength, and I always hold you back, Zhang Miaxue's words were left unfinished as she froze on the spot. Alright, no need to say more, you are my senior sister. When we were in school, you protected me, now I will protect you, Zhuo Chen said with a smile. You? Zhang Miaxue was taken aback, her eyes filled with astonishment. This? Could it be? But soon, Zhang Miaxue shook her head slightly. Never mind. Since the junior brother didn't think highly of her, there was no point in lingering on. Junior brother, no need to say anything, I understand, Zhuo Chen shook his head. In fact, he rejected Zhang Miaxue not because she was not excellent enough. All his thoughts had been on martial arts, and even if it were another girl to Zhuo Chen, it would still be the same. You? Zhang Miaxue was stunned, wanting to say more, but found that Zhuo Chen had already walked far away. Zhang Miaxue stood there in a daze. First, she frowned, then a smile appeared on her face. Never mind, no matter what, this guy will always be her junior brother. As for the other women around her junior brother, who knows when he would get tired of them, let them be. The thought flashed through her mind, and Zhang Miaxue let out a gentle sigh. Right. She was still thinking too small. The next day, in the morning, Zhuo Chen stepped out of his tent. In fact, the intensity of battles recently had been quite high, and every night before, Zhuo Chen had been diligently training, but last night he did nothing at all. Instead, he slept soundly until he woke up naturally. He stepped out of the tent and found that many people around had already begun to reorganize their supplies. Zhuo Chen also started to observe the demon suppression army around him. Logically speaking, with such a large-scale operation, the number of supply troops should be quite large. However, very soon, Zhuo Chen discovered that many of the soldiers responsible for supplies were also combat troops, but the strength of these demon suppression soldiers was somewhat weaker. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. After all, according to the current population of the Great Xia, there was no shortage of people. There was no need for such distribution. Otherwise, once the battle began, if the types of troops were unclear, it could lead to command issues. He nodded slightly, thinking to himself, if there was a chance, he would tell the higher-ups his suggestions, perhaps it would give the demon suppression army a new direction. But then, Zhuo Chen understood, secretly lamenting that the higher-ups' thoughts were still quite far-reaching. After all, the current era was fundamentally different from the Blue Star he had been in before. Although Blue Star had very developed transportation, in reality, it could not be compared to the world before him. After all, this world had spatial storage. This meant that the logistics supplies carried by a supply soldier could be enough for an army to use, and even someone like him in a mid-high position might not need any replenishment. Even after 10 years of external warfare. Captain, let's set off. Captain, good morning. A thought flashed through Zhuo Chen's mind, and then he heard many people greeting him. Zhuo Chen nodded gently and looked over. Zhao Xian, Zhang Miaxue, and several others were walking over. After a night of rest, many people looked a bit more relaxed. It seemed that stopping to rest last night was the right decision. Although everyone was a martial artist, fundamentally, marching and fighting still required a balance of work and rest. Let's go. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Today, we plan to advance another 50 miles. Zhang Miaoxua looked at Zhuo Chen. After what happened last night, Zhang Miaoxua had actually come to terms with it, a smile gracing her beautiful face. More than that, there was a hint of anticipation. Her own little junior brother was no ordinary person. She could hardly imagine what astonishing benefits this mission could bring to the great Xia. 50 miles, huh? Zhuo Chen squinted, a strange light in his eyes. 50 miles? That's a bit too little. Yes, not only is the terrain complex ahead, but we also have to face the demon race. I think 50 miles is already the limit, Zhang Miaoxua smiled, her eyes shining with wisdom. Zhuo Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that his senior sister was in good shape lately, much better than yesterday. I think we should push forward 100 kilometers. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Although his senior sister was not wrong, in Zhuo Chen's view, it wasn't entirely right either. While she considered the marching speed of the ordinary soldiers in war, the situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. The demon race had already suffered considerable losses at the hands of the Great Xia, and according to their nature, they would definitely not let it go so easily. The demon race might very well join forces with the demon clan, and once the demons and monsters acted together, the situation would become even more complicated. By that time, pushing forward would come at a greater cost. 100 kilometers? This. The others around were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Zhuo Chen. 100 kilometers? This speed wasn't much different from what they had done before. They were all among the top tier of the younger generation, and even if they doubled their speed, it wouldn't be too difficult for them. In the days since entering the abyss, the team members had not only made significant progress in coordination but had also built a lot of trust among each other. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have any objections to Zhuo Chen's decision. However, pushing forward a full 100 kilometers was indeed quite outrageous. Captain, isn't this a bit much? The Marshal and Chen Wuxian, no, Chen Sheng are here. Why don't we consult them? The people present exchanged glances, their eyes showing some concern. They recognized Zhuo Chen's combat power. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Chen's fighting ability was already the strongest among them. Even though everyone had made great progress recently, they were still not on the same level as Zhuo Chen. However, marching and fighting are basically unrelated to combat power. Even if Zhuo Chen was strong, it didn't mean he could make the right decisions during the march and battle. Let's push forward for now, Zhuo Chen nodded gently, not saying more. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Hearing that Zhuo Chen didn't insist any further, the others nodded lightly, gradually feeling relieved. They maintained their formation and continued to advance. The abyss was vast, with extremely complex terrain, and without normal sunlight, it would have been difficult to explore in such an environment if not for their strong physical fitness. However, since they were all powerful martial artists, this didn't have much impact on them. Their vision was excellent, and their hearing and perception were also very strong. Even the slightest movement hundreds of meters away could be detected immediately. The group first spread out to scout, and Zhuo Chen also extended his perception. As his soul power spread, Zhuo Chen gradually frowned. A battle was occurring several hundred meters ahead. A dozen soldiers were lined up to kill a 9th-tier demon beast. This beast was very powerful, with excellent physical attributes. Even with dozens of the demon suppression army attacking it, the damage inflicted was quite limited. Fortunately, the battle had been going on for a while. Even though the 9th-tier demon beast was strong, it couldn't hold out. Before long, the 9th-tier demon beast had fallen to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen only frowned slightly. The high-level combat power of the human race is increasing, but on the real battlefield, the demon race still holds an absolute advantage. After all, when they enter the abyss, they mostly encounter demons. The demon race seems to have vanished without a trace. If they were to join the battlefield, it's hard to say what price the human race would have to pay. Before long, a subtle change appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. In his perception, a large number of demons were rapidly approaching. Among them, although there were quite a few demon beasts, there were even more demons. Demons? Zhuo Chen's brows furrowed tighter. To put it simply, the demon race is just physically strong, like tanks in a game, thick-skinned and difficult to kill. But the demon race is different. Although both are monsters living in the abyss, there is a significant difference in essence. The demons, while relatively weak in body, possess very strange abilities. Against powerful warriors, demons may not have many good options. However, against ordinary soldiers, they are merely prey. After all, with their various bizarre abilities, even if one wants to be cautious, it can be quite difficult to guard against them. Originally, under Zhuo Chen's perception, the advance of the main force was not fast, but it was not slow either, at least maintaining a normal speed. But since the appearance of these demons, it seemed that everything had changed. It was as if a car that was originally speeding had suddenly sunk into a quagmire, coming to a halt. Demons have actually started to reinforce. Retreat, retreat. We need to retreat immediately, these beasts are strange, do not engage with them. It's the shadow demons, it's actually the shadow demons. Various shouts spread around, and a hint of coldness appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. There were still quite a few ordinary soldiers on the periphery of their team. Although these soldiers were part of the demon suppression army, their strength was not enough. Such people, when encountering shadow demons, could be said to be facing certain death. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Zhuo Chen's body, which was hardly surprising. Zhuo Chen completely unfolded his domain. The moment the domain expanded, it spread outwards from Zhuo Chen, quickly covering the entire area where all the members of the demon suppression army and the team were located. Although this domain was not as powerful as Wang Yan's, as long as one was within the domain, any member of the demon suppression army would receive a comprehensive enhancement. With such an enhancement, even if they couldn't kill these demons, it would greatly increase the soldiers' chances of survival. As the top genius of the human race, Zhuo Chen knew very well that his current status was not due to his own excellence, but because he was born in the Great Xia, supported by such a powerful nation, and every ordinary soldier around him was a member of the Great Xia. The domain spread out in an instant, like locusts passing through, and the effect was immediate. Although there were still soldiers suffering casualties, the surrounding weak demons seemed to have encountered their natural nemesis, exploding one after another. Boom! 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 One by one, demons fell, and the members of the demon suppression army, who had been gritting their teeth, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had long witnessed the power of this domain. Within it, their own strength would be enhanced. Now, facing the demons, it was no longer the same situation as before. Kill. Annihilate these beasts. Yes, wipe out these beasts. In an instant, one soldier after another turned red-eyed and charged towards the demons not far away. Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered as he looked further into the distance. In fact, he had noticed it long ago. The demon clan had subtly begun to stir, but he never expected that these beasts would move so quickly. On the other side, the other team members quickly gathered around Zhuo Chen. Captain, what should we do now? Yeah, Captain, there are too many demons. Although we are strong in combat, we can't control the situation with so many demons for the time being. Shouldn't we ask for help from the higher-ups? Captain, we believe in you. No matter the final outcome, we can face it together. Several team members' eyes flickered. Zhang Miaoxua, Zhao Xian, and others looked at Zhuo Chen, who was slightly taken aback. It seemed that in recent times, not only he had grown, but his subordinates had also rapidly matured after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire. Although things hadn't gone smoothly before, and they had achieved some victories facing so many demons, even Zhuo Chen had no good solutions at the moment. How about this, you all join the battle first. Since these beasts dare to come, I will make sure they come and never return today. Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, then took out the specially prepared communicator. After all, the abyss was the territory of demons. Communicating from a distance was inherently inconvenient for humans. However, many powerful humans had special communicators. Not to mention those at Zhuo Chen's level, passing messages might be difficult for others, but for Zhuo Chen it was quite convenient. Master, we are being attacked by demons, Zhuo Chen stated directly. What? This was not in our intelligence. You hold the situation steady, reinforcements will arrive soon. Chen Xingxuan's voice in the communicator carried some surprise, as humans had been achieving consecutive victories upon entering the abyss. Moreover, this war was significantly different from many previous ones, where demons appeared together. But this time, it was actually the demon clan that had just appeared. As for the demon clan, only a few scattered presences could be seen. Those powerful demons seemed to have received news in advance and all chose to withdraw. In this situation, the entire army of the Great Xia was still advancing quickly. The reasons for this were varied, one of which was naturally due to the significant strength improvement of the Great Xia this time, making it impossible for ordinary demons to withstand the attack. Additionally, the original coalition of demons lacked powerful demons. But now, the sudden appearance of the demon clan was, in any case, not a good thing. The moment he put down the communicator, Chen Xingxuan made arrangements, and the night watchman and the shock dragon guards closest to Zhuo Chen immediately headed towards him. On the other side, Zhuo Chen did not sit idly by but led all the team members to charge forward. Although there were many demons present, the strength of Zhuo Chen's team was formidable, and the ordinary demons had no intention of resisting. Upon seeing them, the demon suppression army scattered around also quickly gathered towards Zhuo Chen. Through the previous battle, the entire demon suppression army had greatly recognized Zhuo Chen's strength. In fact, there were already rumors within the demon suppression army that Zhuo Chen might become Wang Yan's successor. At first, Zhuo Chen didn't think much of this rumor, but as it spread, he realized that it might also be a form of recognition from those within the demon suppression army. Soldiers naturally revered the strong. This is a principle that applies everywhere and is eternally valid. However, as the demon suppressing army gathered around, Zhuo Chen's expression darkened to the extreme. These soldiers were the ones who would set out with him in the morning. In other words, they were from the main unit. In the morning, Zhuo Chen had seen many of them smiling. But now, he noticed that many of these soldiers were already injured. Some were even missing arms and legs. Although the logistical support was very well in place, Zhuo Chen could sense that in the previous skirmish, the demon-suppressing army had already lost a third of its numbers. If this continued, most of these people would likely be left in the abyss. Boom! Zhuo Chen drew his unfamiliar blade. Charging forward, all his anger transformed into power at that moment. Alone, he erupted with strength that was already formidable, like an army of thousands. The morale of those who had begun to lose heart was restored upon witnessing this scene. It was clear that Zhuo Chen's strength was beyond doubt. Fighting alongside Zhuo Chen, their safety was also the most assured. Everyone, retreat. Leave all the demons here to my team. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Once they are here, your safety will no longer be a problem. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and instructed many of the demon-suppressing soldiers beside him. For an army, losing a third of its numbers was already a significant loss. He could not allow these people to continue fighting. Immediately, many of the demon-suppressing soldiers behind him nodded gently. They basically accepted what Zhuo Chen said. At the very least, this ensured their safety. Only by fighting alongside someone like him would they feel that their sacrifices were acknowledged. The battle continued. Zhuo Chen felt that the unfamiliar blade in his hand was like a scythe for cutting grass. No matter how many demons charged at him, as long as they met his blade, there could only be one outcome: death. Moreover, Zhuo Chen noticed that as the battle progressed, the entries on the ground had increased. In fact, due to the sheer number of demons he had killed, the entries around him had gradually formed a small mountain. However, with the battle raging, Zhuo Chen had no interest in these entries. Besides, all the fusion entries he needed were provided by those above. Although there were many entries here, Zhuo Chen had already begun to look down on them. Boom! Finally, with a muffled sound, Zhuo Chen had killed off most of the surrounding demons. Behind him, the demon-suppressing soldiers who had originally suffered defeat still looked somewhat dispirited. But upon seeing this scene, their eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? They had thought they were going to die here. They had thought they would never see their families again. Yet unexpectedly, all the demons here had been so easily dealt with? Did this mean they had escaped from death? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they truly wouldn't have dared to believe that this was happening right beside them. Shuo Qinchuan, the reinforcements have arrived. Your team performed very well this time. Leave the next matters to us. A messenger behind Zhuo Chen looked at him, his eyes filled with astonishment. No. What was going on? Could it be that this person had exaggerated the military situation? So many demons had been effortlessly wiped out by him alone? It should be known that there is an essential difference between the demon race and the monster race. The monster race is physically strong and better at frontal combat. But the demon race is extremely adept at ambushes. Could it be that this person before them had become so powerful? Since the battle was already over, what was the point of the reinforcements coming here? Alright, since the reinforcements have arrived, there's nothing more for us to do. Zhuo Chen smiled broadly, his gaze reflecting a deeper calm. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. It seemed that the previous battle, which they viewed as quite brutal, might not have been so for Zhuo Chen. Chua, the battle was fierce earlier. You can leave this to us for now. You all should rest first. The arriving reinforcements were indeed Chen Qingxuan's trusted allies, many of whom were powerful Jinglong guards. Although the combat strength of the Jinglong guards couldn't match Zhuo Chen's, they were far stronger than the ordinary demon suppression army present. With such individuals around, Zhuo Chen could truly relax. No need, we have other tasks. The injured soldiers will be handed over to you, and these demon suppression army members will also be your responsibility. You must ensure their safety. Zhuo Chen smiled, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers from the main unit. In fact, given Zhuo Chen's current status, he could have elite members from the Demon Suppression Army accompany him on every mission. Moreover, Qin Jubai had originally gifted Zhuo Chen 10 Jinglong guards. However, despite Zhuo Chen's high status now, the current team was quite special. Bringing along the Jinglong guards would actually complicate matters, so he hadn't taken them with him. Zhuo Chen thought for a moment. In fact, the Jinglong guards who harmoniously followed him also had their own missions. If he didn't utilize them for a long time, it would be unfair to them. Speaking of which, his master was even stronger. If he acted alone in the abyss, it might be more convenient. With this thought, a hint of clarity appeared in Zhuo Chen's eyes. Since that's the case, there was nothing more to say. Zhuo Chen took out his communicator and first contacted his master to express his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in appreciation. It seemed that her disciple was indeed a promising talent. Not only was his strength commendable, but his talent was also top-notch. It appeared that his temperament was not a major issue either. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for her and the marshal's successor to smoothly take up their posts. Chen Xingxuan did not hesitate. She gently nodded, inquiring about Zhuo Chen's coordinates, and then indicated that she would have the Jinglong guards from the main unit come over as soon as possible. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since these people were his own, helping them grow was naturally something he should do. After communicating this matter, the members of the surrounding team quickly gathered around Zhuo Chen. During their time in the abyss, this group had developed a good habit. After a battle, they would immediately come together to check on each other's conditions. One reason was to confirm everyone's safety, and the other was to facilitate the deployment of the next actions. Captain! Junior brother, it seems your strength is growing. Facing so many beasts earlier, you handled it with ease. Impressive. The surrounding team members spoke up, and Zhang Miaxue's face also showed a hint of a smile. Senior sister, you're overpraising me. This is actually everyone's effort. Are you all alright? As he spoke, Zhuo Chen's gaze swept over several people. Many of their faces showed a hint of respect. In fact, all the people present were quite proud. At first, although they had all received considerable favors from Zhuo Chen, deep down, there were still many emotions. Wanting to prove themselves. However, after spending a long time with Zhuo Chen, their thoughts had changed. After all, this captain not only treated them well but was also extremely strong. Although they were top-tier geniuses, being able to follow such a captain was a tremendous blessing in itself. As I reflect on it, given the previous situation, any one of them would not have performed as outstandingly. Or rather, if it were them in command, I truly wonder what the final outcome would have been. By the way, next, we will be responsible for advancing forward. What are your thoughts? Zhuo Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of determination in it. Upon hearing this, the few people around exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, their eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. In fact, Zhuo Chen had mentioned this before. They all thought they knew better and believed Zhuo Chen's ideas were flawed. However, it now seemed that Zhuo Chen was not only powerful but also had a vision that surpassed everyone present. Since that was the case, what more was there to say? Naturally, they would follow the captain's lead. We not only need to advance quickly but also to thoroughly understand the situation ahead. The main force behind us is crucial. As long as we are in front, the damage to the rear will be much less. Zhuo Chen's face bore a smile. In truth, he hadn't considered these things before. But after experiencing what had just happened, there was nothing more to say. Traveling with the main force would indeed make things much easier, but the cost paid by these ordinary soldiers was simply too great. Captain, I think it's fine. I also think it's fine. Yes, we completely agree. The expressions of those present were all filled with smiles. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Since everyone had no objections, he would report to the master shortly and then they could set off directly. Moreover, this time, Zhuo Chen would directly mobilize his dragon guards. Unless something unexpected happened, this operation should go relatively smoothly. Just as Zhuo Chen was about to take out the communicator to contact the master, he suddenly felt something and looked in a certain direction. Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up. Master? Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, Chen Xingxuan, clad in dark armor, stood beside Zhuo Chen. The people present were all stunned, then quickly stood up and bowed to Chen Xingxuan. Saint Chen! Holy Chen! Master! The few people present also stood up and greeted Chen Xingxuan, while Zhang Miaxue cast a deep glance at Zhuo Chen. To put it plainly, Zhuo Chen's strength was indeed formidable now. After all, before the master appeared, Zhuo Chen had already sensed it. However, it was only when the master appeared that he realized the gap between them. Chen Xingxuan nodded gently, her eyes revealing a hint of calmness. I came here for no major reason, you may continue. Chen Xingxuan nodded lightly. There was a smile in her eyes, in fact, she was quite satisfied with her two disciples. With such disciples, the issue of her successor was already resolved. Not only that, but perhaps, as long as they performed well enough, she could even retire early. Upon hearing this, the people present were slightly taken aback. Even though they felt Chen Xingxuan's warmth, facing a martial saint, they did not dare to be disrespectful. After all, this was a martial saint. In the entire Great Xia, no, in the whole world, there were only 2 martial saints. Even though these people were all talented humans, the future backbone of humanity, they did not dare to show any disrespect in front of Chen Xingxuan. Chen Xingxuan withdrew her gaze from the others and looked at Zhuo Chen. In fact, ever since becoming a martial god, Chen Xingxuan had to face many such people every day. She had long since become accustomed to the attitudes of the crowd. Zhuo Chen, I came this time to deliver the dragon guards to you. Chen Xingxuan wore a smile. Thank you, master, it's time for me to use the dragon guards. Zhuo Chen's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. What? Chen Xingxuan was taken aback, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. But in an instant, she understood. Zhuo Chen had previously undertaken solo missions, yet the dangers he faced earlier had not prompted him to consider using the dragon guards. Could it be that he intends to delve deeper? With this thought, Chen Xingxuan's expression turned slightly cold. Zhuo Chen, some matters need to be approached step by step. You mean to take the dragon guards deeper? Chen Xingxuan, being who she was, understood the situation with just a glance at Zhuo Chen. Yes. Zhuo Chen met Chen Xingxuan's gaze directly. His eyes were calm, unwavering. Chen Xingxuan was momentarily stunned, then took a deep breath. Her icy demeanor softened again. To put it simply, for a man, achieving success is an inescapable topic. Zhuo Chen's current status is already quite high, but for a man chasing power, what does that really mean? Especially for a genius like Zhuo Chen, this is just the beginning, right? Even things that the predecessors of the Great Xia could not achieve hold great promise of becoming reality in Zhuo Chen's hands. Otherwise, if Zhuo Chen cannot accomplish these tasks, who knows how long it would take for future generations to do so? These thoughts rapidly spun in Chen Xingxuan's mind, and her expression softened once more. You can delve deeper, but safety comes first. Moreover, the timing of your deepening is also quite important. If you go deeper at this time, it will be very dangerous. Both the demon and monster races are watching you closely. Even if we have to pay a greater price, I believe it is worth it. After all, your significance to our human race is unparalleled. As long as you are here, there is hope for the younger generation. As long as you are here, the future of our entire human race is secure. Chen Xingxuan took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting more helplessness. Master, you overstate it. Zhuo Chen gently shook his head. He acknowledged the achievements he had made recently. He also recognized the contributions of everyone behind him. In truth, if he relied solely on his own strength, reaching this point would have required immense effort. Even more so, it would have taken a longer time to grow. Master, I originally intended to proceed steadily, but that previous battle left a deep impression on me. Most of these demons and monsters are targeting me. I cannot disregard the lives of these ordinary soldiers for my own safety. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath. That previous victory was crucial for the entire human race and for the Great Xia. However, war is always fair, to put it plainly. A victory here might require a return in the next battle. The war between both sides is essentially a comprehensive competition. It's just a matter of which side can hold out longer. Although Zhuo Chen appeared to be just over 20 years old, he had lived 2 lives and understood these matters very clearly. He certainly did not believe that the previous victory was solely his achievement. Such a view is quite unscientific. Even if those around him thought so, Zhuo Chen had a very clear understanding. Upon hearing this, those around fell silent, and Chen Xingxuan also became quiet. The struggle between the Great Xia and the demon race had lasted many years. How could those present not understand this principle? Yet, even so, Zhuo Chen's arrangements needed to be approached with caution. This is a talent of the Great Xia. This is the hope of the human race. Even if many ordinary soldiers have been sacrificed because of Zhuo Chen, everyone believes that one day, all these sacrifices will be worth it, and they can even reclaim everything from the hands of those demons. Or rather, they can reclaim it multiple times over. But, do we have such strength in the Great Xia? Do you understand? Chen Xingxuan's voice had already gained a hint of firmness. Master, I understand the reasoning, but since this is war, we should do some things that will instill fear in the enemy. Perhaps only then will the war come to a halt. Moreover, I am confident in my current strength. Zhuo Chen grinned. That is true. Based on his current vitality and the stacking of other fundamental attributes, he was undoubtedly a terrifying existence, not someone who could be easily killed by anyone. Alright, since that's the case, you all can set off. If there is any danger, we can arrive at the first moment. Chen Xingxuan nodded gently. In fact, as a top-tier powerhouse, Chen Xingxuan understood even more clearly. To become a strong person, one naturally needs to be tempered by blood and fire. Even if Zhuo Chen is powerful, without training, the future would only be a hollow realm, with combat power that is far from impressive. Understood. I agree, but I can only do my best with the marshal. Chen Xingxuan shook her head helplessly. Don't worry, master, the marshal will agree. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. In fact, Zhuo Chen had quite a bit of contact with the marshal privately. He naturally knew the marshal's character. After all, the marshal had grown stronger step by step from the corpses of demons. And Zhuo Chen now naturally possessed that strength as well. Master, don't worry, we are not far apart, and I also have the shock dragon guards with me. With my own extraordinary attributes, do you think anyone can harm me? Zhuo Chen spoke again, and helplessly, Chen Xingxuan could only nod gently. Besides, every member of our team is making progress. I don't believe those demons can withstand so many of us. As Zhuo Chen's words came out, the people around were momentarily stunned. Chen Xingxuan nodded in appreciation. In any case, Zhuo Chen had not forgotten the contributions of those around him. Only such strong individuals could go further. After all, in the history of the human race, many arrogant geniuses had paid a great price because of their hubris. The people present were not just geniuses, they were also wise individuals. How could they not understand the relationship involved? Alright, you can set off, but before you do, make sure to bring all these people along. As she spoke, Chen Xingxuan looked into the distance. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback, following the direction of Chen Xingxuan's finger. Upon looking, he was immediately stunned. He remembered that Qin Jubai had only prepared 10 shock dragon guards for him at that time. How could there be so many shock dragon guards after just a few months? Chen Xingxuan smiled broadly, her eyes carrying a hint of peculiarity. Her disciple had previously thought that his eloquence was quite good, but in reality, Chen Xingxuan's agreement was not because of the impressive things Zhuo Chen had said before. It was simply because she had prepared enough backup plans. Even if Zhuo Chen encountered any problems, having these people around would absolutely guarantee his safety. This can't be thousands of shock dragon guards, right? Zhuo Chen was stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. His expression was filled with helplessness. To put it bluntly, advancing forward was only suitable for a small group. If there were too many people, the target would be too large. Leading thousands of people to charge forward? Wouldn't that turn them into live targets for the demons? Actually, these are all the shock dragon guards you currently have. Chen Xingxuan shook her head helplessly. The gaze directed at Zhuo Chen held a hint of peculiarity. Originally, the soldiers following Zhuo Chen were just ordinary troops, but now they had been replaced by the elite Ginglong guards. No matter what Zhuo Chen was about to do next, his safety was absolutely guaranteed. After all, the Jinglong guards were all top-tier experts. 10 Jinglong guards standing together could hold their own even against master-level powerhouses, not to mention the sheer number of Jinglong guards present now. Even if Zhuo Chen were to lie on the ground from this moment on, his safety would still be assured. You have 1,000 Jinglong guards just by becoming a master. The previous 2 promotions also came with 1,000 Jinglong guards each. As for the rest, they are rewards that come with various achievements. Previously, you were still in a rapid growth phase, so I didn't help you tally these things. Additionally, after the last great battle, your reward should also include 1,000 Jinglong guards. It's just that the time was too short, and we haven't had the chance to prepare. Once we are ready, they will be incorporated into your current team, Chen Xingxuan explained to Zhuo Chen with a smile. Shua. Chen's lips twitched slightly, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Alright, I've brought you the people. They are absolutely loyal to you. If that's not enough, I can mobilize more from the Night Watchers, Chen Xingxuan said, shaking her head slightly. Zhuo Chen could only wave his hand. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Chen preferred to work alone. Originally, he had a small team of just a few people, and after getting to know each other, their combat effectiveness had greatly improved. However, with the addition of these Jinglong guards, Zhuo Chen felt somewhat bewildered. This was a force of thousands. How could he command thousands of people? Arranging troops in formations was a matter of great intricacy. To put it simply, this was not something that could be done however one wished. Zhuo Chen, you are already a master-level powerhouse. You need to forget about the so-called solo fighting. After all, it's not just me, there's also the marshal. We both have too many people to be responsible for behind us. You are no longer alone. You have never been alone. You should understand what I mean, Chen Xingxuang said, shaking her head slightly, a smile appearing on her face. This statement might be lost on others, but Zhuo Chen understood. It reflected the importance his master placed on him as a disciple. Everything that could be fought for from the very beginning had already been secured for him. All right, Jinglong guards, form up. Chen Xingxuang waved her hand, and the nearby troops sprang into action upon hearing her command. Despite their large numbers, the Jinglong guards moved swiftly at her order, many of their faces showing a hint of reverence. Among them, many had witnessed Zhuo Chen's combat prowess just days before. Moreover, many were eagerly anticipating the chance to fight alongside Zhuo Chen, not expecting that this moment would come so quickly. Shuo Qinchuan. Master Zhua. Master Zhua. Many faces were lit with smiles, and before Zhuo Chen could speak, several had already begun greeting him. Well, this is my first time facing so many Jinglong guards. You are all the elite of our human race, so for the upcoming actions you will take the lead. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over the thousands present. The crowd was momentarily stunned. After hearing this, many faces lit up with eagerness. Zhuo Chen continued, I am actually quite surprised that so many Jinglong guards are willing to serve me. My journey to this point is closely tied to every predecessor of our great Xia, and from now on, we will work together. Other matters I will not speak of. I only hope that from now on, we can share honor and disgrace together. Zhuo Chen spoke again, his face showing more smiles. Boom! As these words left his mouth, the originally quiet team erupted into chaos in an instant. However, this situation lasted only a moment before falling silent again. Originally, a few people standing not far from Zhuo Chen suddenly brightened their eyes. Could this be the disciplined dragon guards? Even in special circumstances, even when discussing certain matters, they could recover in an instant? Now is not wartime, so do not be too restrained. Zhuo Chen slightly shook his head. I only hope that when you are in battle, you can trust each other enough. I believe you should understand the feeling I am talking about. Zhuo Chen spoke again, but the dragon guards who had remained silent did not loosen up. In fact, they did not even look around. Alright, you can disperse now. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen shook his head again. The strength of the dragon guards was evident to all. And this strength had its reasons. What reasons? Was it not because of discipline? After all, if it were an ordinary army, once matters reached this point, they would have long since become lax. But the dragon guards before him did not. Thank you, Zhuo Qinchuan, we will do anything because of your orders. Yes, Zhuo Qinchuan, from now on, we will be your left and right arms. We will absolutely be responsible for your safety, no matter the situation. The dragon guards present looked at Zhuo Chen with eager eyes. All dragon guards divide into teams of 10, 100 into a squad. Then begin normal operations. Our goal is to advance 100 kilometers forward. Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, his gaze sharp. You are all dragon guards, the elite among warriors, completing such a task should not be difficult, right? Zhuo Chen smiled, his eyes sweeping over everyone, and the dragon guards present couldn't help but feel a jolt of spirit. Many faces showed a hint of excitement. They had long wanted to fight alongside Zhuo Chen, and unexpectedly, they could participate in such an important task for the first time. Kill! Kill! We guarantee to complete the mission. Many people present laughed. Moreover, the battle cries grew fervent. And feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd, Zhuo Chen let out a sigh of relief. These dragon guards were extremely loyal to him. As long as it was an order he issued, they would generally execute it unconditionally. If they coordinated with the members of his team, they would surely achieve remarkable results. Soon, all the dragon guards began to move. Many faces wore a solemn expression, with hardly any unnecessary actions, simply executing Zhuo Chen's orders thoroughly. Before long, all the dragon guards had completely dispersed, as if they had vanished into the vast abyss. This scene left a few people around slightly stunned, a few even blinked, thinking they had seen it wrong. How could this be? In just a few breaths, there were still thousands of dragon guards present, and in just a few breaths, these dragon guards had completely disappeared? Could it be that these guys had never appeared at all? Zhuo Chen also blinked, his face full of wonder. The dragon guards were indeed extraordinary. Their level of execution of orders was far superior to that of ordinary demon-suppressing troops. Since such powerful forces had joined, then let's begin. Fight! The team acted swiftly. Because the Jinglong guards were ahead, Zhuo Chen's original speed of action was not delayed. On the contrary, with Large number of powerful Jinglong guards joining in, their pace had actually increased significantly compared to before. After many Jinglong guards joined, they cleared away all the monsters on the original path. Zhuo Chen led the team forward for 10 kilometers and along the way, they encountered no monsters at all. For a moment, Zhuo Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed when the small team began to move. He actually had to take care of other matters, such as slaying other monsters that suddenly appeared. If they encountered a horde of monsters, and the numbers were too great, he would mark them and hand them over to the subsequent larger force. After all, the main purpose of the small team's advance was to increase their speed of movement and to gather first-hand intelligence. Only in this way could the speed of the subsequent team be guaranteed. In fact, there is a principle in warfare: it is not about rushing in as soon as you see the enemy, but rather about trying to eliminate the enemy when the disparity in strength is not too great. The battle with monsters is, to put it bluntly, not conventional warfare, but the reasoning is the same. After all, the teams led by Zhuo Chen are the elite among the elite. If they rush into fight as soon as they encounter monsters, they lose the meaning of the advance. Because of the absence of these monsters, the speed of the team led by Zhuo Chen was extremely fast, even more than doubling the expected pace. Soon, the team had advanced 20 kilometers. Moreover, with the assistance of the Jinglong guards, the monsters encountered along the way had basically been slain. Finally, Zhuo Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at a marker not far away. Just one glance, and Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, the speed of the advance was already very fast. If they encountered monsters now, they could engage in battle. Zhuo Chen saw clearly that ahead was a shadow demon. Upon seeing this shadow demon, a strange glint flashed in Zhuo Chen's eyes. He naturally remembered that when he had just entered the abyss, he had encountered monsters among the new recruits. At that time, he had come across a shadow monster. It should be noted that the shadow monster and the shadow demon had similarities, but the shadow demon's methods were more bizarre. Compared to the shadow monster, it had even more techniques. However, Zhuo Chen was no longer the same as before. Although the shadow demon was powerful, Zhuo Chen was not weak either. Even if he encountered a demon king or a monster king, it would not be a big deal for him now. The number of monster kings that had died at Zhuo Chen's hands was basically countless. Moreover, he had killed monster generals and monster emperors. A mere shadow demon was nothing to Zhuo Chen. According to Zhuo Chen's understanding, the shadow demon indeed had many methods, and from the aura it emitted, he could clearly feel that it was an 8th tier shadow demon. This shadow demon was not strong for Zhuo Chen, but for the Jinglong guards that had appeared here before, it was already an extremely powerful force. In fact, even if two teams of Jinglong guards joined forces, they would still need to pay a considerable price to successfully slay this shadow demon. Therefore, after the Jinglong guards understood the situation here, they only made a mark and quickly advanced forward. After figuring all this out, a sharp light flickered in Zhuo Chen's eyes. Captain, there are quite a few situations nearby. What should we do now? Just as Zhuo Chen was about to gather the team members, an excited voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He naturally knew that this voice belonged to his senior sister. However, Zhang Miaoxue had a good grasp of the situation. After all, they were currently on a mission. Zhang Miaoxue would not directly call Zhuo Chen little junior brother. Senior sister, there's no one else around now, so why be so polite with me? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. He had naturally noticed this. As he continued to grow and his strength increased, the people around him had become increasingly polite towards him. Zhuo Chen also understood that since entering the Martial God Academy, he had been spending time with his senior sister. Although there had been some unpleasant moments between them, her help to him had been immense, and under such circumstances, their relationship was quite good. For a moment, Zhang Miaoxue's change made Zhuo Chen feel a bit unaccustomed. But then he thought about it. He was now a young master of the Great Xia. Although he had not yet fully mobilized his power, he was no longer an ordinary person. And it was understandable that those around him held some awe towards him. We are currently on a mission. Junior brother, this is what senior sister has entrusted to you. You should understand that countless eyes are on you right now. Every step you take represents not just yourself, Zhang Miaoxue said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chen was taken aback, a look of astonishment in his eyes. In fact, he had thought about these matters. It was just that he was more aware that standing in such a position, he didn't need to care about those trivial things. As long as his strength was strong enough, why should he worry about what others thought? All right. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. After all, they were on the battlefield. Although the surrounding monsters had been completely cleared out and there was basically no danger, this was still a battlefield. Zhuo Chen, though unafraid, needed to show the most basic respect for it. By the way, we've discovered quite a few markers ahead. And other team members have reported that there are many troubles that the Friday Dragon Guard cannot resolve. Zhang Miaxue's eyes flickered as she laid out all the information she currently had, and Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Originally, Zhuo Chen thought that this shadow demon was already a powerful existence. How could there be more? Moreover, according to Zhang Miaxue, there should be quite a few such markers around. Captain. Before Zhuo Chen could react, Zhao Xian approached with another team member, both of their faces showing a hint of seriousness. What's wrong? Just a glance was enough for Zhuo Chen to realize something was off. These team members had followed him and had experienced quite a few battles. Under such circumstances, even when facing somewhat dire situations, their ability to withstand pressure was extremely strong. It was absolutely impossible for them to crumble under normal circumstances. There are too many markers around. We've already discovered 500 or 600 of them, and when we connected these markers, we made a shocking discovery. Zhao Xian raised her eyebrows slightly. In fact, she and Zhang Miaxue had been at odds recently, so there had been some struggles during their mission. Zhuo Chen seemed to have noticed this, but his expression showed no change. As the captain, he had to balance internal relationships, but as a junior brother, Zhuo Chen naturally stood unconditionally on senior sister Zhang Miaxue's side. There was no hesitation at all. Zhao Xian, what you mentioned, senior sister has already told me. Shua. Chen smiled lightly. Although his face was calm, his words were quite clear. The people present clearly did not expect Zhuo Chen to be so partial to Zhang Miaxue, but upon reflection, it was normal. After all, Zhang Miaxue was Zhuo Chen's senior sister, and their relationship was very good. Even before, everyone had heard some rumors. There were some romantic rumors between Zhang Miaxue and Zhuo Chen. Although these were just rumors and no one took them seriously, with things having developed to this point, it was hard for anyone not to believe. What the captain said is true, so what should we do now? Zhao Xian was taken aback. After glancing at Zhang Miaxue, a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Forget it. Since they had a good relationship, she would let them be. However, she, Zhao Xian, was originally the number one on the heavenly ranking with her own pride. How could she easily concede? Alright, let's deal with the trouble at hand first. As for the marking issue, we'll handle that later, Zhuo Chen said, shaking his head slightly, a strange look in his eyes. In fact, the shadow demons were indeed very powerful. Ordinary team members might not be able to deal with them, but to Zhuo Chen they were nothing more than entries lying on the ground. Clang! With a light sound, Zhuo Chen drew his unfamiliar blade, facing the shadow demon not far away. Boom! With a muffled sound, Zhuo Chen's unknown blade had not yet reached his eyes, but the powerful blood energy had already spread out in an instant. Under the immense pressure of this blood energy, the body of the 8th tier shadow demon trembled slightly. Although it remained standing, it seemed as if its body had sunk into a quagmire in that moment. Roar! The shadow demon let out a low growl and charged at Zhuo Chen, but the next second, its roar came again. Because it realized its speed was very slow, and its body felt heavy. Seeing this scene, a hint of helplessness appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. Originally, he thought this shadow demon should be quite powerful, and had even prepared to go all out, but who would have thought it was this weak? Clang! Clang! But the next second, the sound of metal clashing came again from not far away. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback because he could tell from the sound that the battle nearby was still quite intense. This shouldn't be the case, right? The people present were all members of his own team, and they were the strongest among the younger generation, aside from himself. Yet, they still needed to engage in such intense battles against the shadow demons? However, the next second, Zhuo Chen understood. It wasn't that these shadow demons were too weak, it was just that he knew Zhuo Chen was simply too strong under the stacking of various attributes. Immediately, Zhuo Chen looked towards a place where Feng Yuan was. Zhang Miaxue had long been fighting with a shadow demon. She held a spear in her hand, her attacks fierce, and among the masters, her combat power had greatly improved. Even so, when facing 8th or 9th tier beasts, it was still a back-and-forth struggle. This was not because Zhang Miaxue was weak, but because the beasts were inherently powerful, and now Zhang Miaxue was dealing with even more bizarre evil demons. Further away, Zhao Xian had also long joined the battle. Clearly, Zhao Xian's strength was even greater, which made his battle much easier. Although both had joined the fight, Zhao Xian obviously still had spare energy, often glancing towards Zhang Miaxue. In fact, at first, Zhang Miaoxua hadn't noticed this, but Zhao Xian's little actions were simply too numerous. This was something Zhang Miaoxua couldn't ignore. She could only grit her teeth slightly and focus more on the evil demon in front of her. Zhuo Chen watched this scene, shaking his head slightly. In fact, he hadn't initially noticed the competition between these two beauties, but it seemed everything was within a controllable range. Therefore, Zhuo Chen didn't find it appropriate to intervene. After all, the competition or internal strife between these two had some relation to him, and even if Zhuo Chen wanted to mediate, it couldn't be at this moment. Zhuo Chen shook his head and continued to observe the entire battlefield. Soon, he discovered that the team members were all performing their duties, and the battle on his side ended too quickly for everyone to react. Zhuo Chen didn't disturb the others, he took a deep breath and continued forward. He quickly found the next shadow demon. This shadow demon was the strongest among the group of shadow demons. Zhuo Chen took a glance and instantly charged forward. The surrounding shadow demons were all 8th tier. However, this one, in Zhuo Chen's perception, had extremely strong demonic power. If he didn't act now, it wouldn't be long before this shadow demon became a demon king. And while the demon king and the beast king were at the same level as the human masters, Zhuo Chen clearly knew that the most powerful among them was the demon king. The strength of evil demons was inherently bizarre. Once they became demon kings, their power would leap significantly. It seemed this creature had been preparing for a long time, and perhaps at any moment, it could become a demon king. A thought flashed through Zhuo Chen's mind, and he simply stopped thinking too much. Instead, he charged forward with the strange blade in hand. Clang! The strange blade was already quite long, so the attack range was sufficient. Moreover, with Zhuo Chen's current attack speed, it had reached an incredibly monstrous level. In the eyes of those around, although Zhuo Chen's speed of drawing the blade seemed slow, in reality, in an instant, the strange blade in his hand had already unleashed countless strikes under rapid acceleration. Originally, Zhuo Chen's attack speed could be considered absolutely monstrous. Even if a demon king stood before him, they would not dare to be careless in the face of such a strike. However, this time, Zhuo Chen was stunned. He blinked, thinking he must have seen it wrong. How could this be possible? With such a fast attack speed, this guy actually dodged? Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, suppressing all the emotions within him. Not simple. Others might not know the extent of his attack speed, but Zhuo Chen was very clear that tens of thousands of times the attack speed boost was no joke. Even a casual strike had reached an extraordinary level. Moreover, under Zhuo Chen's observation, this demon king should only be considered a half-step demon king, yet it managed to dodge? For a moment, even though Zhuo Chen had a good temperament, he felt his breathing becoming somewhat erratic. Fortunately, Zhuo Chen was no longer the rookie who had just entered the battlefield. He had participated in numerous battles recently, so even when faced with such a situation, he quickly calmed down. The battlefield was different from ordinary times. Even with powerful strength, one needed a clear mind when facing an opponent. Although Zhuo Chen was shocked at first, he did not show it too obviously. Fortunately, the shadow demon before him, while powerful, seemed to lack intelligence. Otherwise, the moment Zhuo Chen was stunned would have definitely caused problems. Humph. The next second, Zhuo Chen let out a light snort and fully unleashed his domain. In fact, he had been using his domain frequently lately, as it was indeed useful on large battlefields. Not only could it enhance his teammates, but it also had various weakening effects on enemies. Moreover, Zhuo Chen wanted to test how much his domain could suppress evil beings, especially since there were many markers nearby, and he had already guessed that there must be a gathering place for shadow demons in the vicinity. If the battle dragged on for too long, he could retreat safely, but the safety of his teammates around him could not be guaranteed. The blood-red domain quickly expanded around Zhuo Chen under his control. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped an area within a 10-mile radius. Recently, Zhuo Chen had been using his domain quite frequently, which was naturally due to some considerations. Because Zhuo Chen had seen Wang Yan's use of the domain, and although it seemed similar to his own, he felt that Wang Yan's control over the domain had reached an incredibly exquisite level compared to his own. Zhuo Chen's manipulation of the domain was more like a child who had not grown up, holding a divine artifact. How could he make his domain grow quickly? Zhuo Chen naturally had a way, which was to keep using it. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and this is an unchanging truth. As the domain expanded, the surrounding teammates suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhuo Chen. Although no one spoke, there was already a hint of gratitude in their eyes. After all, with this domain in place, their battles had become significantly easier compared to before. Kill! Zhuo Chen growled and charged forward again. Clang! This time, the strange blade in his hand unexpectedly struck the Demon King directly. But in the next second, Zhuo Chen was stunned again. Under his gaze, the Demon King actually split in two. What? Is this a splitting ability? In the next moment, Zhuo Chen reacted, looking at this half-step Demon King, which indeed had some tricks. If it were an ordinary Demon King, being attacked by his strange blade would cost it dearly, even if it didn't die. After all, his strange blade had attributes. Not only did it have armor penetration, but it also had a bleeding effect. Not dying? It could still be worn down. In the next second, Zhuo Chen swung his strange blade again, but although the Demon King couldn't dodge, it had already been cleaved into several pieces by Zhuo Chen's strange blade. Yet, even so, the Demon King still stood in place. In fact, in Zhuo Chen's view, a strange smile had appeared on the Demon King's face. Zhuo Chen suddenly realized and looked around. The scenery around him hadn't changed much compared to before, but after taking a closer look, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. No! This must be wrong, how could this be? Even if the opponent was a Demon King, it shouldn't remain unharmed after such an attack. But this one was clearly just a half-step Demon King facing someone below the master level. Zhuo Chen naturally had absolute confidence, but where exactly was the problem? For a moment, Zhuo Chen was stunned. Although this was just a half-step Demon King, it seemed to be the most dangerous encounter he had faced. Only this time, his powerful attributes seemed to lose their effect in an instant. And even with strong attributes, they couldn't resolve the trouble before him. Strange. It was inexplicably strange. Zhuo Chen looked at the half-step Demon King again, then glanced around. Had the surroundings changed? No. There must be something. But the change seemed very subtle, and even Zhuo Chen, despite observing carefully, couldn't find anything wrong. In the next second, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. He finally understood where the problem lay. Everything that had unfolded before him was too reasonable. Even using the power of his spirit to sense, there was no abnormality at all. Then, the problem wasn't elsewhere, it was in the perception of his spirit. But what was wrong with the perception of his spirit? For a moment, Zhuo Chen seemed to find direction, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Zhuo Chen gently exhaled, allowing himself to completely calm down. Silence. The surroundings were enveloped in an indescribable tranquility. Zhuo Chen remained unmoved, and soon after, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, now filled with more brightness. He had already understood. Previously, during the process of closing his eyes, he hadn't heard the sounds of his teammates fighting, which had clearly exceeded the normal range. That made everything make sense. This place must be an illusion. Now Zhuo Chen just wanted to figure out when he had started to be influenced by this illusion. To break the illusion, pure basic attributes no longer had any significant effect. Even after racking his brain, Zhuo Chen found no results. But soon, Zhuo Chen began to smile. How could he have forgotten this at this moment? The Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, 3 produces all things. In an instant, Zhuo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, softly reciting. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. The named is the beginning of heaven and earth, the unnamed is the mother of heaven and earth. As Zhuo Chen recited, the scenery around him began to change rapidly with the passage of time. Boom! Finally, Zhuo Chen discovered a faint sound emerging from the sea of his consciousness. The next second, Zhuo Chen opened his eyes. He blinked, his gaze filled with astonishment. His own domain had completely unfolded, but the battle around him had ceased. And several teammates stood beside Zhuo Chen. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen let out a sigh of relief. Captain, you finally woke up. Zhang Miaoshua's expression was somewhat grim, but upon realizing that Zhuo Chen was finally okay, she also breathed a sigh of relief. I was trapped in an illusion. Zhuo Chen was stunned, although he was somewhat reluctant to believe it. The events that had transpired felt too real. Even if Zhuo Chen was unwilling to accept it, it had most likely already happened. It seems so. Our battle has ended, but you were standing still. If you hadn't woken up, we might have contacted the master, Zhang Miaoshua said, a hint of helplessness on her face. In fact, she wasn't very clear about what had happened earlier either. However, seeing Zhuo Chen in danger, everyone was at a loss, and this was something Zhang Miaoshua absolutely could not tolerate. It's fine now. It should have been that half-step Demon King, I must have been dragged into an illusion by it. Fortunately, I have my own methods, otherwise, today would have been truly dangerous. In an instant, Zhuo Chen realized the seriousness of the problem. His foundational attributes were indeed very powerful. Moreover, as long as he remained alert, few could injure him. However, once his spirit was compromised, even the strongest body would not be able to withstand it, right? Zhuochen shook his head slightly. In fact, he felt quite fortunate that he had inscribed the Tao De Jing in the Divine Palace. Otherwise, he would have had no means to escape from this illusion in such a short time. This was basically a low-probability event. Furthermore, if there were many demons capable of illusions in the abyss where the master had been for so long, the master would definitely have reminded him at the first opportunity. But regarding this matter, the master hadn't mentioned a word, which basically spoke volumes. In fact, at the moment he exited the illusion, Zhuochen had already realized that this was most likely a special tactic employed by the demons in the abyss targeting him. The demons were well aware of Zhuochen's strengths. Ordinary methods were almost ineffective against him. That was why they resorted to such tactics. Actually, I sensed something was off while I was in the illusion and thought of many ways to escape, but none worked. Now, it's good that I managed to come out. Zhuochen shook his head slightly, and a new thought emerged in his mind. Originally, he believed his spirit was already quite powerful. However, after today, Zhuochen instantly became clear-headed. No, it was still not strong enough. He needed to continue inscribing in the Divine Palace. Otherwise, it was too unsafe. This evil is strange. From now on, everyone should be a bit more cautious. Zhuochen took a deep breath. After this battle, he had gained a deeper understanding of the strangeness of the evil, as the illusion, to put it simply, was silent and unnoticed when it was activated by the opponent. It was unreasonable to think that even a 9th-tier evil could affect a master-level expert like himself. Captain, should we retreat for now? After all, we don't have a good way to deal with illusions. If something goes wrong, we can't predict the consequences. Zhang Nyoshue took a deep breath. In fact, she hadn't thought much about it when she was competing with Zhao Xian earlier. Although it seemed she was at a disadvantage now and needed the upcoming battle to prove herself, the safety of her junior brother was at stake, so she naturally had to consider such issues. Zhuochen's importance to the entire human race was already self-evident. In that case, the safety of her junior brother had to come first. No need. Zhuochen shook his head slightly, his gaze calm. Illusions were indeed strange, but Zhuochen was very clear about his advantages. After continuously merging attributes, he realized that his basic attributes were already incredibly strong. In this situation, even if he fell into an illusion, the surrounding evils would not affect him at all. Even if they did, Zhuochen had already found a way to deal with it, thus, he could only move forward bravely. After all, these evils had their sights set on him from the beginning. If Zhuochen chose to retreat now, the larger force behind him would surely suffer. Since the evils were coming for him, they might as well come. But Zhang Miaoshue bit her lip, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She wanted to persuade him further, but after spending a long time with Zhuochen, she understood his character very well. In this situation, continuing to persuade him would be meaningless. Moreover, Zhang Miaoshue was well aware that her junior brother, though seemingly reckless, made all his decisions based on his own strength. This was all due to his confidence, and since that was the case, there shouldn't be any major problems. Captain, these illusions might not affect you much. But what if the opponent targets us? What do we do? Zhao Xian chuckled, a glint of cleverness in his eyes as he looked at Zhuochen. In fact, Zhao Xian was also trying to persuade Zhuochen, but his approach was different from Zhang Miaoshue's. The other team members, hearing this, exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly. During their recent time in the abyss, they had been with Zhuochen day and night and recognized him as their captain. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to him. At this moment, Zhao Xian's method of persuasion was clearly better. Captain, yes, you are very strong and shouldn't worry, but the brothers can't handle it. Exactly, we need at least 2 people to deal with one evil. Once we fall into an illusion, we won't be able to respond, which poses an invisible danger to the brothers. We are also afraid that if the evils start attacking, our team will suffer casualties. What will we do then? The other members began to persuade him. But a smile appeared on Zhuochen's face. In fact, he had understood the concerns of the team members from the very beginning. He didn't interrupt them rudely but let them finish saying what they needed to say. After all, they were brothers who depended on each other for life and death, so he naturally wanted to listen seriously. Well, Zhuochen stroked his chin, a smile growing in his eyes. Are you not curious about how I came out of the illusion? Zhuochen laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping over the few people present. Ha! Captain, do you have some hidden cards? The others around were stunned, their eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. Zhuochen's strength was acknowledged by everyone present, since It was recognized, it was clear that his power was formidable, due to both talent and diligent practice. In such a positive context, it would naturally lead to positive results. His strength would definitely be great. This also meant that Zhuo Chen had more hidden cards. You all have the Tao De Jing, right? Do you really think that carving it in the Divine Palace only strengthens one's own power? In my view, this thing is profound and unfathomable. Even though I wrote it myself, there are many powers within it that I haven't fully understood. You can try it too. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. The few people present were stunned. They exchanged glances and saw a hint of shock on each other's faces. What? What is this situation? Is the captain really this powerful? Moreover, they all knew that the Tao Te Ching Zhuo Chen mentioned actually had two versions now. The so-called new version of the Tao Te Ching was even more powerful, and since Zhuo Chen only mentioned the Tao Te Ching without specifying the new version, it meant that what everyone had in hand must have the effect of breaking illusions. Is it really that outrageous? The human race believed that the strength of the evil spirits was greater, but in essence, it was not because the evil spirits had strong combat power, it was simply because they had many strange abilities. Even if one was several levels above these evil spirits, one could only suppress them with overwhelming strength. However, after Zhuo Chen's move, it meant that humanity would naturally have new and more effective means against the evil spirits. As long as these methods were made public, the strength of the entire human race would see a significant increase in a short time. Those martial artists who had carved the Tao Te Ching in the Divine Palace would have greatly enhanced survival abilities when facing evil spirits in the future. This also meant that from now on, the struggle between humans and evil spirits would see a significant change in the overall war pattern. Captain, you are simply defying the heavens. Yeah. With you, it seems there's nothing we can't solve in the Great Xia. Captain, how did you do it? Zhang Miaoshui and Zhao Xian became excited, even temporarily forgetting that they were still in a competitive relationship. Because with this good news, the strength of humanity would see a tremendous leap, and what happened to the demon race would surely happen again with these evil spirits. No matter how one looked at it, this was a great thing. It's nothing much. I just didn't realize at first that I had fallen into the so-called illusion. After I became aware, I tried it out, and unexpectedly, the effect was excellent. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. In any case, I will only recognize one thing from now on. Yes, I will only recognize one thing too, and that is that the captain is amazing. From now on, I don't care who it is, anyone who dares to question the captain is against me. The eyes of several team members flickered. It was only now that they realized what kind of potential Zhuo Chen truly had. This guy had only practiced for a few months at the Kyoto Martial God Academy, right? After entering the abyss, he continuously created miracles. This was simply defying the heavens. So outrageous that the few people present had privately discussed how much merit value this captain had accumulated by now. Would it be long before he surpassed those top figures? You guys say, how much merit value will the captain have after this discovery? Not sure, I think he should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Marshal soon, right? Yeah, these are the most outstanding beings of our human race. Even if he can match the Grand Marshal in a short time, I think that's a good thing. Several people around chimed in. Zhang Miaoshui and Zhao Xian also lowered their voices to whisper. Both of them had a hint of a smile on their faces. Although they were competitors privately, they both understood that the man in front of them was truly exceptional. Even compared to the Grand Marshal, he was not lacking at all. Alright, what's the big deal? Don't forget what our mission is, Zhuo Chen smiled, looking ahead. Yes, we all listened to the captain. The expressions of the few people showed a hint of excitement, and upon hearing Zhuo Chen's words, they nodded in agreement. This was truly extraordinary. Okay, if there are no problems, let's continue to push forward. Zhuo Chen chuckled and took a lead. The others around nodded in agreement. After all, the people present were all top young geniuses. At first, they had their own pride, being geniuses, and they had their own thoughts about merit value. However, the longer they followed Zhuo Chen, their thoughts began to change more and more. After all, fighting alone was completely different from following Zhuo Chen. Merit value was hard currency for the entire human race. Although in this world each country governed itself, there was an overarching entity above all countries, the Martial Alliance. And merit value was top-tier hard currency in the Martial Alliance. Moreover, the last time they fought alongside Zhuo Chen, when the merit value was calculated, each of them received at least over 100,000 merits. That was over 100,000 merits. At this rate, once everyone completed the mission and exited the abyss, they could at least ensure that each person would have a golden entry. Furthermore, this golden entry could be directly taken from the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. Even if the golden entries were in short supply, those of them who exchanged merit value for entries would still be prioritized. After all, in this world, the power of entries was paramount. Everyone was now at the master realm, and whether they could become top-tier martial gods, or even martial gods, was closely related to the power provided by the entries. Otherwise, how could strong figures like Jubai from the Demon Suppression Army possibly buy entries? Jubai's combat power was already extremely strong, even ranking among the top 10 of the veteran masters. However, even such a seasoned powerhouse, guarding the Great Wall for many years, still did not have a decent golden entry. One could imagine the value of so-called over 100,000 merits. Only here, golden entries and so-called merit value were the least valuable things to Zhuo Chen. Kill. Set off. The team members simply thought for a moment and quickly grasped the key, one by one starting to feel motivated. This was incredible. Although everyone did not directly participate in Zhuo Chen's process of breaking the illusion, they were at least direct participants in this battle. When Zhuo Chen gained merit, these people present could share some of it to varying degrees. Moreover, considering the importance of Zhuo Chen's discovery in breaking the illusion, if this time merit value were to be calculated, it would definitely be a huge amount. Captain, we can continue to push forward without any problem, but such important news needs to be reported to the master. Right? Zhang Miaoshue's eyes flickered. After all, once the news was made public, the importance of the junior brother to the entire Great Xia, and even to the entire human race, would be infinitely elevated. By that time, everything would be fine. Alright, let's first deal with the troubles here. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, and upon reflection, it was indeed true. If conditions allowed, Zhuo Chen might even be able to start carving in his divine palace while his master was present to guard. Then, he could quickly make up for his shortcomings. Moreover, the team members could immediately exchange their merit points, allowing everyone's strength to improve a bit more in a very short time. After all, this was a good thing. Zhang Miaoshue nodded gently, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. Since her strength was no match for her junior brother, why not be a supportive partner? With a smile, Zhang Miaoshue felt a surge of anticipation. So what if she was weaker? She had a good relationship with her junior brother and could do many things he hadn't thought of, making her the most important woman in front of him. With this thought in mind, Zhang Miaoshue took out her specially made communicator and dialed Chen Qingshuan's number. The surrounding team members, seeing this scene, showed a hint of envy on their faces. Their small team was already the top configuration in the Great Xia, but when it came to background, there was really no one who could compare to Zhuo Chen. As for Zhang Miaoshue, although her background couldn't match Zhuo Chen's, it was still much better than the others present. The people here all came from prominent families. After all, without massive cultivation resources, it was basically impossible to stand out during university. It was precisely because of family support that they could grow quickly. Yet even so, compared to Zhuo Chen and Zhang Miaoshue, they still fell a bit short. After all, one was a direct disciple of a martial saint, and the other was a disciple of several martial saints. Previously, when Chen Qingshuan was still a martial god, both of them already held a very transcendent status in school, not to mention now that Chen Qingshuan had become a saint, what more could be said? Although this news was still only partially public, the people present were not foolish. They had seen videos of Chen Qingshuan in battle. That kind of combat power, that level of explosion, was no longer that of a martial god. As everyone looked at Zhang Miaoshue, their eyes held a hint of envy. Having a martial saint as a master was still acceptable. Most importantly, this little junior sister of Zhang Miaoshue was even more remarkable. How could they compare? However, among those present, compared to ordinary people, they were already immensely powerful. After all, Zhuo Chen was their captain, and because of this relationship, many of them could occasionally catch Chen Qingshuan's attention. Otherwise, they would never see someone of her caliber in ordinary times. Everyone had different thoughts. Gradually, they began to spread out, and with Zhuo Chen's method, they no longer feared the so-called illusions, starting to clear the surrounding shadow demons. As the cleaning continued, they also discovered that this place was likely a gathering spot for shadow demons. Upon realizing this, many people's eyes lit up. In fact, if it weren't for the numerous dragon guards joining the battle, their small team would have had no chance of encountering such a gathering of shadow demons. After all, thousands of dragon guards would have to go around a gathering of shadow demons. This was enough to demonstrate the strength of these shadow demons. What did thousands of dragon guards mean? That was the combat power of hundreds of masters. Such power, if placed within the human race, could easily annihilate a nation. Yet, facing a gathering of shadow demons, they could only go around? Master, During our advance, we made an important discovery, and it has a lot to do with the little junior brother. Can you come over? On the other side, Zhang Miaoshue's call had been connected. She spoke with great respect. Are you safe now? Chen Xingxuan was taken aback. Logically speaking, there were thousands of Ginglong guards in front of Zhuo Chen. Even if they encountered the Demon Emperor, it shouldn't be like this, right? Moreover, what kind of existence was the Demon Emperor? How could it be something one could easily encounter? Master, there is no problem with safety, but the discovery of the junior brother could almost affect the entire human race. Zhang Miaoshue was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingxuan on the other end of the communicator suddenly fell silent. What was going on? Her little disciple, although continuously creating various astonishing feats, even had a very positive impact on the entire Great Xia when he became a master last time, and how long has it been since then? Unexpectedly, such a thing happened again? Can you be sure? Chen Xingxuan took a deep breath. This was not a lack of trust in her disciple, but this matter was indeed too astonishing. It was not something an ordinary person could handle. Absolutely certain, the junior brother has already found a way to break the shadow demon illusion, and this method is extremely simple. Additionally, we have discovered a gathering place for the shadow demons nearby. If nothing goes wrong, this discovery by the junior brother will definitely change the final pattern of the human race's battle against the evil demons. Zhang Miaoshue took a deep breath, her face showing more of a smile. What? This time, Chen Xingxuan was truly shocked. This discovery was indeed too astonishing. Absolutely. If this were true, it would definitely impact the entire human race. Are you sure Zhuo Chen can directly break the shadow demon's illusion? Chen Xingxuan took a deep breath. In fact, what troubled the human race about the evil demons was not anything else but this silent illusion. It was fine for the strong, but for ordinary warriors and soldiers, the damage was simply too great. In the early days of spiritual energy recovery, the human race had also entered the abyss, and at that time, they were on par with the demons, but everything changed after encountering the shadow demons. The shadow demon's illusion was silent and without a sound. Moreover, its impact range was vast. By the time the human race realized the seriousness of the problem, countless ordinary soldiers and warriors had almost all perished in the abyss. At that time, if it weren't for a timely retreat, the human race's warriors would have almost faced extinction. It was precisely because of that incident that the human race fully understood the power of the evil demons. So over the years, although the human race had always been in a dominant position on the battlefield, they could only rely on the Great Wall to fight against the demons. It was also because of this that, after the human race's strength in the Great Xia had greatly improved, they could completely crush the demons, and the marshal dared to lead the troops deep into the abyss. Otherwise, if the human race had not made significant progress in strength, this stalemate would probably have continued. At that time, everything would be uncertain. However, now, not only had the human race made great progress in strength, but they had also grown significantly in various aspects. Chen Xingxuan had not expected this. At this moment, there was even the possibility of adding icing on the cake. If Zhuo Chen's discovery was used well, it could really completely change the war situation between the human race and the evil demons. At that time, it would not be impossible for the human race to drive all the demons out of the abyss. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Chen Xingxuan's face. She had known from the beginning that her disciple was extraordinary, but she never expected him to be this outstanding. Since that was the case, she should really let him go and do it. Alright, we basically understand the situation, but we need to prepare first. You all stay put and rest. No matter the situation. Everyone must stop fighting immediately and we will discuss it once we arrive. Chen Xingxuan took a deep breath. A sharper glint appeared in her eyes. After all, every time something significant happened, it was in Kyoto. Kyoto was extremely important for the Great Xia. On the surface it seemed prosperous, but in reality, countless troops were stationed there. Under such circumstances, Zhuo Chen needed protection, let alone in the abyss. Fortunately, the news from the ferry was still being spread in a limited manner. If the evil beings got wind of this, who knows what would happen? Master, this. Zhang Miaoshue was prepared, but upon hearing this, she was slightly taken aback. They had long known that Zhuo Chen was very important and had been protecting his safety both openly and secretly, but they never expected that even this level of security was not enough. Zhang Miaoshue blinked, thinking she must have misheard. What a joke! Zhuo Chen was already a grandmaster now. And their demon-slaying team was also extremely powerful. Not to mention, there were thousands of Jinglong guards by Zhuo Chen's side, the strongest force in the Great Xia. Even a grandmaster might not be able to stand up to the Jinglong guards outside, let alone with thousands of them present. No need to say more. This matter is of great importance, just do as I say. Chen Xingxuan took a deep breath. Zhang Miaoxue nodded and temporarily cut off the communication. Junior brother, Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath. A more serious look appeared in her eyes as she glanced at Zhuo Chen, adopting a hesitant demeanor. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He understood immediately with just one look, as this situation was all too familiar to him. After all, every time something significant happened, his senior sister would notify him. Senior sister, Zhuo Chen nodded lightly, but on the surface he showed no change. Only the two of them understood that when Zhang Miaoxue was in the team, she would always call him captain during missions, but now that the fairy had suddenly changed to calling him junior brother, it naturally indicated some changes. However, Zhuo Chen had lived 2 lives and had always been composed. Even upon noticing such a change, he remained unperturbed. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath. She had to admit that her junior brother was quite clever. She had only changed her form of address, yet he was so perceptive. If that were the case, did her junior brother have feelings for her? Zhang Miaoxue's thoughts raced. But in an instant, she shook her head, a blush flashing across her face. What was this? Even now, she had enough feelings for her junior brother, but the fairy was in the abyss, and accidents could happen at any moment. What was she thinking at this time? Junior brother, master said to stay put. She will be here soon. Zhang Miaoxue lowered her voice. The other team members around them were already accustomed to such situations. In fact, several were still fighting the evil beings. After all, this was the abyss. Survival was the top priority at all times. Only Zhao Xian, a bit further away, had a strange expression. She vaguely sensed that something was off between the two. However, Zhao Xian was no fool. She had been the top of the heavily ranking for a long time, not only possessing terrifying strength but also being extremely shrewd. Although she didn't know what Zhuo Chen's discovery meant, she understood that this was not the time to complicate matters. Everything could be discussed after the situation passed. As for that little vixen Zhang Miaoxue, aside from being Zhua Chen's senior sister, she didn't seem to have any particular advantages. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? Alright, no problem. Zhuo Chen nodded gently and then slowly raised his right hand. After that, his expression became serious. Everyone, gather around me. All the Jinglong guards, return immediately. Although Zhuo Chen's voice was not loud, it spread outwards under the influence of his soul power. Within a 10-mile radius, everyone received Zhuo Chen's message at the first moment. Zhuo Chen quietly looked at the crowd. The marshal and master have given orders. Everyone stop all actions now. Zhuo Chen smiled, his expression calm, but his words were extremely serious. The team members were momentarily taken aback. Then, without any hesitation, they moved closer to Zhuo Chen. The Jinglong guards in the distance naturally needed no further mention. They were absolutely loyal to Zhuo Chen. In other words, these Jinglong guards had essentially become Zhuo Chen's private soldiers. As for the other members of the Demon Slayer team, they had spent a long time with Zhuo Chen recently, and there was absolute trust among them. Soon everyone gathered as Zhuo Chen had instructed. Captain, what's the situation now? What should we do next? Zhao Xian looked at Zhuo Chen. Hold your position, master and the marshal will be here soon. If any unexpected events occur during this process, you can prioritize your own safety. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. However, upon hearing this, several people were stunned, and many reacted, their gazes towards Zhuo Chen filled with a hint of astonishment. On the surface, this statement seemed inconsequential. But in reality, it was of great significance. If that were the case, what more was there to say? If anything unexpected happened to the captain, any one of them present could step up first. This was the death ladder that followed a major incident. Captain, don't worry, even if the demons launch a large-scale attack, we can hold our ground. Even if the demon emperor comes out, it won't affect us. As long as we are here, we can wait for the main force's support. The few people present were full of fighting spirit, their eyes shining as they looked at Zhuo Chen. But you need to understand, safety first. Zhuo Chen also knew that the situation with the fairy was unusual, since the master had already said so. The current situation was very urgent. Boom! As Zhuo Chen spoke, a muffled sound came from the end of the sky. Immediately, several huge figures quickly approached in this direction. Just a glance, and Zhuo Chen was stunned, his face showing more astonishment. It seemed that what the master said was indeed correct. Zhuo Chen finally understood why the master was so cautious. Most likely, the moment he found a method, the demons had already received the news. Without any hesitation, the demons began preparing for an attack at the first moment, and the master and the marshal couldn't come over for a while, probably because of this. After all, most of the Dasha's military strength was in the abyss. If the master wanted to support him, it shouldn't be difficult. However, the master clearly stated that they couldn't come over for a while, indicating that the pressure on the master and the marshal was likely greater. Or rather, the front line should be where the master was. Otherwise, based on the master's concern for him, no matter what happened, the master would probably rush over at the first moment. Realizing all this, Zhuochen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Since these demons were oblivious to their own demise, and this time he could only rely on himself, there was nothing more to say. Just do it. Speaking of which, he also had a period where he hadn't fully unleashed his true combat power in battle, but none of that mattered. As long as these beasts dared to come, today Zhuochen would kill them mercilessly. Boom! Another muffled sound echoed, and those already towering figures quickly approached. Upon noticing this scene, Zhuochen was taken aback. It seemed that this time, the opponents sent by the demon and monster clans were certainly not simple. Moreover, these beasts were extremely fast and, to a certain extent, wielded the power of laws. As for the so-called power of laws, it was nothing other than the kind of power displayed in the entries. After all, these demons not only had powerful bodies but also possessed extremely bizarre abilities. Initially, Zhuochen had no idea what this power was. However, during the recent period, his battles with the demons had been ongoing. He gradually sensed that the strength of the demons lay in their ability to use a certain power, which was more accurately described as borrowing this power through some special means. In contrast, the human race could only temporarily strengthen themselves through the power of entries. There was a significant difference in this regard. In just a few breaths, those figures quickly closed in. Zhuochen finally saw clearly. These figures were nearly 10 meters tall. 10 meters? That was already a colossal existence, equivalent to about 3 stories high. After the appearance of these powerful evil beings, the ground around them trembled, and even when one of the demons stepped down, the ground began to crack. Kill. Annihilate the human race. The leading demon scanned the entire area, its blood-red eyes like lanterns, and when they landed on Zhuochen, the ferocity in them was unmistakable. Shua. Chen couldn't help but sneer. A murderous intent surged in his gaze. Clang. With a crisp sound, Zhuochen drew his mo knife. Since his master had used an arm of the demon emperor to enhance it last time, it had already become equivalent to a heavenly weapon. Coupled with the fusion of entries, Zhuochen was well aware of the power of this mo knife. It not only had armor-piercing effects but also caused bleeding. As long as he could make contact, no matter how strong the demon was, it would ultimately lead to death. Boom! In the next moment, Zhuochen's domain fully unfolded, enveloping many people around him within his domain. The surrounding demons were stunned. The 3 10-meter-tall demons at the forefront had a hint of surprise in their blood-red eyes. This human race, judging by his aura, was merely a master. To put it bluntly, his strength was similar to that of a demon king or a monster king. He never expected that such a being could actually master a domain? A domain? That was inherently a powerful existence. Anyone who could master a domain at this stage was undoubtedly a genius of the human race. Ha ha ha. It seems that this time, we made the right move. We dispatched so many strong individuals just to hold back those troublesome human powerhouses. Who would have thought that we would have an unexpected gain here? The tallest demon among them, entirely shrouded in black, had a massive body wrapped in layers of black mist, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes visible. On its shoulder rested a giant axe that was nearly as tall as it was. With a low growl, the demon swung the giant axe directly at Zhuochen. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it was already before him. Zhuochen slightly squinted his eyes, a playful glint in his gaze. It seemed that this time, these beasts were serious. In fact, from the very beginning, Zhuochen had already understood that entering the abyss was a gamble in itself, and it now seemed that he had bet right. These beasts were actually willing to go to any lengths to kill him. Well, even if he couldn't slaughter all these beasts, he would at least crush a few of their teeth. It was almost in an instant. Zhuochen's domain unfolded, but this time he did not immediately expand the range of his domain. Instead, he limited it to a 3-meter radius around himself. After all, the opponent was extremely powerful, and Zhuochen did not dare to be reckless. The demon wrapped its towering body entirely in black mist, making it impossible for Zhuochen to see clearly, no matter how hard he tried. Clang! Another sound of metal clashing echoed. Zhuochen's face turned slightly pale. This demon's strength was definitely not simple. Just getting close, that powerful aura was enough to knock down so many soldiers around him. Zhuochen observed this with his eyes, feeling anxious in his heart. However, there was still no way out. The people present were all top-tier existences in the demon suppression army, and only the strongest warriors could possibly become powerful members of the Shock Dragon Guard. Zhuo Chen was acutely aware of all this. In the next moment, that towering figure was right in front of him. In an instant, a foul odor spread outwards. "Beast, come on!" Zhuo Chen sneered, raising his strange knife. The knife seemed to have a spirit of its own, as if sensing Zhuo Chen's resolute determination deep within, it let out a crisp and clear blade cry. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He knew that his strange knife was now a heavenly-grade weapon. However, he did not expect it to have developed a hint of intelligence. But upon reflection, this all seemed normal, whether in the previous blessed land or elsewhere. Soul power and spiritual energy were generally abundant. After long-term nourishment, it was indeed possible for some special changes to occur. "You little brat, you are the reason my demon clan has suffered so much. Today, I am not afraid to bully the weak," the towering figure growled. As it spoke, it reached out a hand towards Zhuo Chen. Watching that hand grow larger in front of him, Zhuo Chen's expression remained calm. 10 meters. 5 meters. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, and Zhuo Chen raised his strange knife. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds rang out in succession, yet sparks flew from that palm, which was as large as a fan. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen was stunned. Could it be that the demon had invested heavily, and this was a demon emperor? Previously, he thought it was just fireworks. His strange knife not only had armor-piercing and bleeding effects but had also grown into a heavenly-grade weapon after the last forging. Coupled with his knife techniques, it surprisingly couldn't break through the defense? This was the first time he encountered such a situation since entering the abyss. But in the next second, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and his expression turned colder. He still did not believe how strong this beast truly was. Clang! Another strike landed. Finally, a wound appeared on that palm. Seeing this, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. He had thought the beast's flesh was as tough as iron. It was surprisingly difficult to break through its defense. It seemed that even celestial beings were not much different. However, the demon's figure was tall, and even with a wound on its palm, it was merely a minor injury for the demon. Zhuo Chen's continuous attacks only slowed the demon's movements slightly compared to before. In the next second, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath. It seemed this demon was even stronger than he had imagined. Although he had finally broken through its defense after fighting for so long, the effect was minimal. Moreover, his attributes also had the effect of weakening the opponent's strength. Even so, it was still so difficult to fight. This was unreasonable. However, Zhuo Chen still stood tall. As long as he could break through the defense, the outcome was almost predetermined for him. After all, the combined effects of all his attributes determined that Zhuo Chen belonged to the kind of existence that grew stronger the more he fought. As long as it can break through the defenses, regardless of the strength of this evil creature, it is almost destined that the opponent will die at my hands. The only uncertainty is when this evil will perish. Clang! Immediately, the unfamiliar blade struck out again. In an instant, under the enhancement of the entry, it seemed like just a moment, but in reality, Zhuo Chen had already struck countless blows. Puff! 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 Soon after, light sounds spread out, and the wounds on the evil creature's body increased with the passage of time. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Chen had no intention of stopping. As a martial artist, he understood that the struggle against demons was inherently brutal. Since it was brutal, it was a matter of life and death. Taking advantage of the opponent's injury, he naturally had to seize the time to attack, hoping to take this guy's life. Clang! The unfamiliar blade struck out again. Zhuo Chen felt a slight numbness in his palm, and looking again, the evil creature had raised its giant axe. This axe was dark red all over, flashing with an eerie light. Just a glance made it seem formidable. However, after experiencing a collision, without any warning, the weapon unexpectedly broke into 2 pieces. Seeing this, Zhuo Chen's attacks became even more ferocious. "You? How on earth did you do that?" The blood red in the evil creature's eyes flickered continuously, filled with horror as it looked at Zhuo Chen. During the battle with Zhuo Chen, it had already sensed that its power was gradually depleting. If this continued, the outcome was self-evident. Therefore, it used its weapon to defend. But unexpectedly, just one strike, and the weapon was rendered useless? How could this be possible? The evil creature was stunned. This weapon was at the peak of the Xian level, and one step further would be the Tian level. It never expected to be unable to withstand even a single blow from the opponent. No matter how one looked at it, this was somewhat unreasonable. Puff! Zhuo Chen, however, paid no attention to the horror. In the opponent's eyes, the unfamiliar blade had already swung out. Soon after, dark green blood of the evil creature gushed out. One of its arms was almost completely severed by Zhuo Chen. Only a thin strip of flesh remained connected, and just a glance made Zhuo Chen freeze. In fact, he hadn't expected this evil creature to be so hard to kill, but regardless, this was already a very good omen. As long as he could injure the opponent, he could easily finish it off. Zhuo Chen did not forget that his entry still carried a killing attribute, as long as the opponent continued to bleed. Perhaps in the next moment, he could directly take its life. The battle continued. The evil creature had long lost its previous arrogance. After facing Zhuo Chen's attacks, it could only try to dodge as much as possible. Even in its eyes, a hint of horror had appeared. Terrifying. This was truly terrifying. This kid had previously only been able to barely defend himself. How was it that over time, not only did he show no signs of wear, but he was becoming stronger? This was simply unreasonable. But Zhuo Chen ignored all of this. As time passed, his attacks became even more rapid. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, there were several tall figures, and the members of the demon-slaying team were becoming braver in battle, launching various attacks in groups of 4 or 5. Although they did not inflict any substantial damage on the evil creature, they managed to hold it back. On the other side, there was another powerful evil creature, which was not shrouded in black mist, allowing a clear view of its tall form, resembling the Grim Reaper seen on television, but its entire body was illusory. After the evil creature entered the battlefield, it was besieged by over 1,000 shock dragon guards. Although the siege appeared perilous and injuries were constant, it had successfully restrained the creature's offensive. Zhuo Chen watched the scene unfold and let out a slight sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, the situation had stabilized completely. As long as the master and the marshal arrived, the current danger would be eliminated. However, Zhuo Chen was even more aware that if he could quickly slay this evil creature, it would directly impact the entire battlefield's dynamics. No matter how one looked at it, this was a good thing. With this thought flashing through his mind, Zhuo Chen's attacks became even more fierce compared to before. The once arrogant evil creature now let out a wail. Upon closer inspection, it had lost an arm, and the flesh on its 2 legs had been mostly severed, leaving only stark white bones. Noticing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. At this point, the evil creature before him was already prepared to die. In an instant, all the power of Zhuo Chen's abilities surged forth. A tremendous force erupted from his body. Boom! With the final strike, the evil creature staggered and fell to the ground. With a muffled sound, the next moment felt as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. The towering evil creature fell, affecting many other surrounding evil beings, and some of the weaker ones nearby were crushed to death. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although he had exerted so much effort, he had finally managed to completely slay one of them. Zhuo Chen understood now. From this moment on, it could basically be said that the battle was completely over. Immediately, with just a thought, Zhuo Chen fully expanded his domain, and in an instant, the vast domain encompassed the entire battlefield, causing many of the Jinglong guards to feel that the pressure they faced was significantly less than before. However, at that moment, time on the battlefield seemed to come to a complete standstill. Everyone was stunned, with many even gaping in disbelief. How was this possible? How long had the battle even started? Such a powerful evil creature, how could it just be gone? Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, this creature should be the Demon Emperor. Everyone was frozen in place, including the other evil beings still fighting, and the entire battlefield seemed to quiet down for a moment. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. To put it simply, being able to slay this evil creature was greatly related to his own strength, but more so, it was because this creature was overly arrogant. If it had sensed something was wrong and retreated at the first moment, there would have been no good way for Zhuo Chen to deal with it. With various enhancements, Zhuo Chen's explosive power was not weak, and his greatest strength was his ability to sustain combat. But the others present were completely at a loss. Many Jinglong guards felt their minds go blank, as if they had suddenly lost the ability to think, and the situation of the demon-slaying team was not much better. Many began to blink slowly. How could this be? Could it be that the captain had become so powerful that he could easily slay the Demon Emperor? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, even if they were beaten to death, no one would have believed it. They all knew that Zhuo Chen was a top genius of the human race, but they never expected him to have reached such a level of genius. This was simply incomprehensible. That was the Demon Emperor. Even if a martial god were present, it would be Remarkable just to protect oneself. The power of the Demon Emperor was self-evident. Even if a martial saint were present, they might only be able to match the Demon Emperor in battle, yet unexpectedly, it had only been entangled with Zhuo Chen and then turned around to die. Alright, continue fighting. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. Was it really necessary? He had just performed normally, so how could it lead to such serious consequences? Boom! In an instant, the crowd, which had been stunned, erupted into a clamor. Although their eyes were still on the battle and they held their weapons, they momentarily forgot to continue fighting. It was simply shocking. Captain is amazing. The captain is invincible, long live the captain. In the next moment, cheers erupted across the battlefield. The sound spread like an infection and the entire battlefield boiled over in an instant. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. He never expected that the first person to shout this would be his senior sister, who held a spear high in the air, and the others beside her were also swept up in the atmosphere. In an instant, it was a frenzy. On the other side, the two powerful evil creatures were stunned in place. They naturally knew what had happened, but they were unwilling to believe that it was true. This evil creature was the strongest among the three of them, such a powerful being. The evil beings revered as kings. They actually died just like that? Moreover, they died in a one-on-one fight? This is simply unreasonable. In other words, such a powerful king is already dead. What good outcome can they expect? Retreat! Retreat! In an instant, the entire camp of evil beings was thrown into chaos. Among them, one evil being felt a twinge of fear. Their previous battle, without the participation of that human genius, could only be described as back and forth. If that human genius had been involved, even thinking about it with a toe would reveal what the final outcome would be. It's simply unscientific. In a moment, the entire camp of evil beings was completely in disarray. How could such a thing happen? But one sentence from the evil being completely awakened everyone. What? Such a powerful evil being is actually retreating. How is that possible? It should be known that this evil army, besides these evil beings, also has many other weaker ones, adding up to a total of over 1 million. With so many evil beings, once they stabilize and launch an attack, it won't be long before they can't hold on. Kill! Kill all these beasts! Finally, someone in the crowd reacted, and with a low roar, everyone instantly regained their courage. This evil being is powerful? Originally, in everyone's perception, the power of the evil beings was evident, but at this moment, it seems that such a powerful evil being is actually retreating? Zhuo Chen smiled slightly. It seems his thoughts were indeed spot on. The strongest evil being is dead, which means that the so-called belief system of the remaining evil beings has completely collapsed. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? They must seize the opportunity to kill all these beasts. In an instant, on the entire battlefield, all the human beings seemed to be invigorated, their eyes bloodshot. Each person's gaze revealing a hint of killing intent. Their hatred for the evil beings had been building up for too long. In the previous battle, many comrades beside them had already fallen on the battlefield. Revenge! Comrades, revenge! Countless dragon guards in the crowd roared, and the offensive became even more fierce. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen nodded slightly. At this point, it was basically over. At least the remaining evil beings, though numerous, could no longer stir up even a ripple. Kill! Kill! Kill all these beasts! In an instant, the crowd was stirred up, and Zhuo Chen suddenly stepped forward, heading towards the fleeing evil beings. In fact, the moment the first Demon Emperor fell, Zhuo Chen had already noticed the golden light flickering beneath the opponent's body. If he guessed correctly, it should be a golden entry. In other words, the other two Demon Emperor level existences were also two walking golden entries. How could Zhuo Chen let such beings go easily? Kill! Kill all these beasts! Beasts, don't run! You should pay the price for ambushing our human genius! Further away, Wang Yan's voice echoed like rolling thunder, spreading outwards. Soon, two figures quickly approached. Zhuo Chen, however, chuckled and shook his head. It seems he was a bit late to act. A booming voice like muffled thunder spread through the air, causing everyone present to perk up and look in the direction from which the sound came. A tall figure clad in white armor was rapidly approaching. Wrapped in the power of vitality, the figure appeared exceptionally heroic, with a large blade held across its chest, already prepared for battle. The situation on the battlefield was already changing in an instant, and with this voice echoing, the evil beings were filled with fear. Not good. The human race's strong have arrived. We must retreat quickly. This must be a top-tier expert from the human race. Run. It's over. Lord Demon Emperor, please hold them off. We will go first. The demons, who had lost all will to fight, hurriedly began to withdraw. Standing at the forefront of the army, Zhuochen squinted his eyes, his gaze cold and piercing. The remaining forces could have wiped out the demons. With the addition of this new strength, the human side's momentum surged like a rainbow. And that armored man was none other than Wang Yan, who had already entered the Saint realm. Wang Yan's eyes were blood red, his heart filled with uncontrollable rage. These demons were simply beasts. How dare they launch a sneak attack during the fierce battle ahead? It seemed these beasts had never suffered a loss. Since that was the case, he would unleash his fury. Today, blood would flow like rivers. Today, these beasts would tremble at the sight of the human race. Moreover, Wang Yan was well aware that Zhuochen was also in the ranks. Although Zhuochen had only grown for a few months, the talent he displayed was far beyond that of any genius from the human race throughout history. As long as he could grow, it could even be said that his future achievements would surpass his own. With this thought flashing through his mind, Wang Yan's speed increased even more. He knew all too well that every second he arrived earlier would be monumental news for the entire battlefield. Wang Yan's combat power was unparalleled. His might was boundless. His speed was also incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the battlefield. His large blade moved like an extension of his arm, and the moment it struck the ground, the power of vitality surged forth, and his domain was fully unleashed. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and the domain rapidly spread outwards. Anyone swept by the domain, all low-tier demons, were instantly killed. A full several million demons fell like grass cut by scissors, collapsing in large patches. Seeing this scene, the two demon emperors were completely dumbfounded. Could this be the top-tier combat power of the human race? Has the human race become this powerful? Seeing this, the two demon emperors had long lost the will to continue fighting. What a joke! The originally million-strong army had lost more than half in the blink of an eye. The demons had suffered heavy losses in this battle. They had even lost the possibility of turning the tide. If before, the greatest reliance of the demons and monsters combined was their sheer numbers, having an absolute advantage in low-tier combat power, at this moment, all low-tier combat power had been slaughtered. And in the competition of top-tier combat power, they had no advantage whatsoever. It's over. It's over, everything is over. This time, if they couldn't escape, all that awaited them was utter destruction. Beasts, how dare you lay a hand on the geniuses of my human race? This is the price. On the vast battlefield, the wind roared like drums. Standing tall on the battlefield, he had already become a god of slaughter. Run! We shouldn't have participated in this battle. This human race can already surpass the most outstanding demons. Yeah, this guy is simply inhumanly brutal. A group of demons were filled with terror, each demon's gaze revealing a hint of dread. Regret, endless regret surged in their hearts. Fear, boundless fear. In an instant, the surviving demons were like headless flies, rampaging across the battlefield. Originally, under the dual domains, the low-level evil spirits had already suffered heavy casualties. After landing, Wang Yan did not pause for a moment. The power of his blood surged, and once he entered the battlefield, he charged forward, sending the surrounding evil spirits flying. Boom! 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 Wang Yan was like a human tank. Without a care, he rushed toward the center of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he reached the center and looked around, but his heart sank at the sight. Where was Zhuochen? Zhuochen was the future of the entire Great Xia. Wang Yan had even thought that if Zhuochen continued to grow at this speed, it wouldn't be long before he became his successor. How could something happen to Zhuochen? For a moment, Wang Yan's heart was filled with complexity. As time passed, boundless rage surged in his chest. Where is my Great Xia's Zhuochen? As he spoke, Wang Yan had already spread his soul power outward, even using the power of his divine soul. He was already a martial saint, and all the powers within him had merged seamlessly. His divine sense rapidly expanded outward from his center, and in the next moment, Wang Yan was stunned. In the eastern part of the battlefield, a robust figure charged forward. That figure, wrapped in the power of blood, resembled a god of slaughter descending to the world, and the weapon in his hand, a strange knife, was like a divine weapon from the heavens. Each swing seemed chaotic, yet it carried an incredibly powerful force, capable of taking the lives of numerous evil spirits. Zhuochen? Wang Yan was taken aback, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. The scene before him was truly astonishing, and he couldn't even believe what he was seeing was real. Zhuochen was indeed very strong. Moreover, the talent he displayed after entering the abyss left everyone in awe. However, Wang Yan never expected that in just a few days, Zhuochen had grown to this extent. If he wasn't mistaken, the one Zhuochen was chasing and attacking seemed to be the demon emperor. The Demon Emperor? Even if he faced it himself, it would only be a back-and-forth exchange. What was going on with Zhuo Chen? How could he make the Demon Emperor flee? And not just flee, but chase and attack? Was he out of his mind? In an instant, all of Wang Yan's negative emotions vanished without a trace. In their place was endless shock. How could this mere master be so powerful? To know. This guy was just a master if he remembered correctly. He had only just become a master for half a month, right? If this guy became a martial god, what would happen then? Wouldn't this be the new generation pushing the old generation? For a moment, Wang Yan's heart was tumultuous. However, in the blink of an eye, a sense of grandeur surged within him. This was the genius favored by Great Xia. This was the future of humanity. With Zhuo Chen around, these demons would likely never stir up even the slightest wave again. Kill. For Great Xia, for humanity. Wang Yan's voice, buoyed by the power of blood, spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached all corners. Zhuo Chen also sensed this voice, and their gazes met through the crowd on the battlefield. Fight! Boundless fighting spirit surged forth, and the two of them regained their focus, charging toward the nearby evil spirits. On the other side, whether it was the members of the dragon-slaying team or the thousands of shocked dragon guards, under this powerful mental perception, their combat power unknowingly increased by several times. Further away, a striking figure stood in the air, her gaze filled with a smile and shock. Landing on the young man, my disciple Chen Xingxuang is indeed extraordinary. Chen Xingxuang smiled brightly, exuding an indescribable beauty and elegance. Then, she raised her spear and charged out as well. Originally, Zhuo Chen's solo defeat of the Demon Emperor had already changed the situation on the battlefield. The scales of victory had tipped towards the human race. The once despairing crowd regained their fighting spirit. The momentum was gradually rising. At this moment, powerful figures from the human race had arrived, all of them formidable existences from the Great Xia, and the demons were now utterly despondent. Kill! Kill! Exterminate the demons! Our human race will hold a victory banquet. From now on, peace and prosperity, our Great Xia will enjoy eternal tranquility. Chen Xingxuang entered, her gaze sharp and piercing. As she spoke, her entire body released a surge of blood and energy, swirling around her, causing her flowing hair to dance even more wildly. This enhanced her ethereal and refined aura. After the two powerful figures entered, they quickly moved towards the center of the battlefield, while the remaining two demon emperors, already terrified, were now completely at their wits' end. Damn it, what's wrong with the human race? Why are they suddenly so fierce? Yeah, at this rate, our future living space will be endlessly compressed. The future is going to be even harder. A group of demons ran while howling. They no longer had the previous momentum. However, the people of Great Xia did not care what the demons were thinking. The human race had never encountered such an easy situation on the Abyss battlefield. For the soldiers of Great Xia, these were all walking merit points. Normally, even the Jinglong guards would have to put in considerable effort to kill a demon. But at this moment, with the support of the two powerful figures, the demon's combat power had dropped to freezing point. And these Jinglong guards found it much easier to earn merits than ordinary soldiers, but they never expected it to be even easier today. This was simply like a festival. No, even during a festival, demons were not this easy to kill. The several powerful figures had no interest in ordinary demons and directly bypassed them, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. As for the demons on the periphery, they were left to the Jinglong guards and ordinary soldiers. In an instant, the remaining few demons, under the siege from all sides, fell to the ground. The entire battlefield was littered with demon corpses. Beneath the corpses were various loot drops, but the ongoing war was in full swing. Even though there were already many loot drops on the ground, no one cared to pick them up. Instead, everyone focused on the demons, striking them down one after another, with knife after knife, gun after gun. A large number of demons died, causing countless blood and energy to surge in the air above the battlefield. Soon, Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuang approached Zhuo Chen, one after the other. Zhuo kid. Wang Yan chuckled, a ripple of emotion in his eyes. Marshal. Shua. Chen smiled, without much more to say. But at this moment, everything was unspoken. All right. As long as we confirm your safety, let's finish off these beasts. Wang Yan smiled, saying no more, leaving the time for Chen Xingxuang. Chen. Xingxuang's gaze flickered as she gently nodded at Zhuo Chen. I already know the situation. We didn't expect you to have such a significant discovery. After receiving the news, we rushed over immediately. However, there were many obstacles on the way, but it seems we haven't arrived too late. Chen Xingxuang once again regained her cold demeanor. However, there was already a hint of warmth in her words. Zhuo Chen simply nodded lightly. Although he hadn't spent much time with Chen Xingxuang, he could clearly feel that his master truly cared for him. Moreover, this was the abyss, the territory of the demons, and also the domain of the monsters. Even though the strength of the human race is formidable, the number of demons is simply overwhelming. Even powerful figures like Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan face many restrictions in the abyss. However, comparatively speaking, after Wang Yan was sanctified, he re-entered the Great Wall and delved deep into the abyss, where he could slaughter millions of demons. The reasons for this are naturally varied. Firstly, it is because Wang Yan's sudden sanctification greatly increased his combat power. Wang Yan was already a top-tier powerhouse, and after becoming a war god, he accumulated decades of experience. His strength after sanctification is far greater than that of an ordinary demon emperor. Furthermore, the Great Xia has been at war with the demons for a long time, and both sides have a certain understanding of each other's combat capabilities. The combat power of the demons around the Great Wall is not very strong. Now, the Great Xia army has penetrated deep into the abyss, where the strength of the demon and evil forces is much stronger than that around the Great Wall. Additionally, the evil beings are deliberately targeting them, so even with two powerful figures working together, there are many restrictions in the abyss. But at this moment, the human race's momentum is like a rainbow. Once the strong ones joined the battlefield, they completely cut off the retreat of the two demon emperors. Zhuo Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. With the strong ones present, these evil beings could no longer escape. Yet, the blade in his hand did not stop. He had been chasing and hacking at a demon emperor. After his master arrived, Zhuo Chen directly withdrew from the battle. He had already fought fiercely against a demon emperor and killed one. That was already astonishing. If he were to kill another in front of the powerful figures, it would be somewhat inappropriate. Soon, with the two powerful figures joining forces, the battle was basically over. The entire battlefield could only be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Finally, several demon emperors had all perished. After the death of the demon emperors, the remaining battles lost their significance. With the Jinglong guards and numerous soldiers present, killing all the evil beings was just a matter of time. Zhuo Chen had already withdrawn from the battle, and not long after, Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuang also withdrew. The battlefield could only be described as tragic. The casualties among the human race were also significant. The Jinglong guards had suffered hundreds of casualties. Although hundreds may not sound like a lot, the training of each Jinglong guard is extremely difficult. To lose hundreds in a single battle. Even Zhuo Chen frowned upon hearing this loss. After all, the combat power of the Jinglong guards is exceptionally strong. 10 Jinglong guards working together can slay a master. Who would have thought that they would lose hundreds in this battle? Moreover, these Jinglong guards belong to Zhuo Chen's personal forces. Having already lost a portion, how could he not feel pained? Report! Report! Soon, sounds came from outside the big tent. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but feel a stir. In his heart, if he guessed correctly, it should be the battle report from the previous fight. Ha ha ha! Well done! With this battle, these demons will probably not be able to lift their heads for 10 years. The credit for this battle goes to Zhuo Chen. Outside the door, two voices came again. Before Zhuo Chen could react, Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan walked in together. Zhuo Chen wanted to stand up, but Wang Yan waved his hand, signaling him to sit down for now. No need to be polite, you've given us too many surprises. In this battle, we killed 7 million demons and 3 demon emperors. Besides that, this battle has showcased the might of our human race. Regardless, the gains are immense. As for the merits of this battle and others, the demon suppression army will coordinate. Next, let's talk about that big matter. Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Chen, his eyes filled with surprise. Just thinking about it, he knew Zhuo Chen's discovery must be extraordinary, otherwise, how could these evil beings have such a large movement? Is there still a need for us to talk? Zhuo Chen touched his nose, a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. The actions of the evil spirits had basically explained everything. Since that was the case, what more was there to say? After all, the actions of the evil spirits were the best explanation. You brat, why do I feel like you're a bit too high on yourself? Do you really think that your discovery this time is of no consequence to our human race? Wang Yan shook his head helplessly. In fact, he had already felt a sense of the new generation pushing the old in his heart, but he hadn't expected that feeling to be so obvious at this moment. Ha! Zhuo Chen was taken aback, his gaze filled with more helplessness. Actually, I know all of this, I just feel that everything that needed to be said has already been said. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. Although he hadn't stated these Matters explicitly, his senior sister had already covered most of it, so what more was there to discuss? No, it's different. Next, we may need to discuss how to promote these matters on a larger scale. How can we spread your discoveries throughout the Great Xia, and even across the entire human race? Wang Yan was extremely serious, even his voice carried a hint of solemnity, and his gaze held a touch of fervor. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was stunned, inwardly lamenting that. To put it plainly, such discoveries were indeed useful not only for Great Xia but also immeasurable for the entire human race. However, from the perspective of the citizens of Great Xia, any matter beneficial to the whole of Great Xia could not be overlooked by Zhuo Chen. Instead, he had to prioritize this for Great Xia. To put it bluntly, the current world situation was still not clear enough. If one day the demons no longer existed, the human race would inevitably fall into infighting. From Zhuo Chen's own perspective, he naturally had some thoughts. He would rather consume the strength of other countries first. Ideally, other countries would have little combat power left, that would be perfect. Yet, Wang Yan's words left Zhuo Chen stunned. Brat, do you know why I am a strong figure of the human race and not just a strong figure of Great Xia? Wang Yan squinted his eyes, looking at Zhuo Chen with a hint of playful interest. This time, Zhuo Chen simply closed his mouth. What more was there to say? It seemed Wang Yan had already guessed all his thoughts, and at this moment it was best not to express his own ideas. Just listening would suffice. Do you think that the countries currently existing in the world are useless to us? You must know that although the pressure on Great Xia is the greatest, other countries also share a considerable amount of that pressure. To put it bluntly, if we do not have enough strength and choose to unify at this time, it would not be a good thing for us. Wang Yan chuckled, clearly having anticipated that these matters were things Zhuo Chen had not considered before. It was precisely because of this that Wang Yan felt a sense of confidence. Other countries may seem to be balancing our development, but you should also understand that the so-called responsibilities and obligations are basically unified. Since they exist, there is naturally a reason for their existence. Even so, the pressure we bear in Great Xia is still the greatest. Wang Yan emphasized each word. Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback because the perspectives Wang Yan spoke from were indeed things he had not considered before, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seemed that Wang Yan's ability to become a strong figure of the human race was indeed justified. The angle from which Wang Yan stood was completely different from his own, and these were all things he had never thought of before. Wang Yan truly was the martial saint of Great Xia. To become a martial saint, naturally, none are simple, and what Wang Yan thought in his heart indeed gave Zhuo Chen quite a few new ideas. Alright. We can temporarily skip this topic. On the other side, Chen Xingxuan wore a faint smile. She then stepped forward, and Wang Yan just chuckled. He did not continue to dwell on the previous topic. To put it plainly, today's lesson was merely an introductory course for Zhuo Chen, and there was no need to elevate it to another level. Zhuo Chen, what you have discovered, we have actually already considered. No matter how valuable this thing is, first and foremost, we choose to believe you. Chen Xingxuan's gaze held a faint smile. Although this was said casually, it actually directly indicated her stance. To put it bluntly, the achievements Zhuo Chen has attained are already at a height that many people cannot reach in their entire lives, so some policies can be a bit lenient towards him. In other words, Zhuo Chen is already the foremost among the younger generation, and everyone needs to give him face, even though among those present are the two strongest in the Great Xia. Shua. Chen had already observed the actions of the two and knew what everyone needed. Therefore, he did not say much at the moment, just nodded lightly. So Zhuo Chen, your attitude towards what we are going to do next is still very important. Chen. Xingxuan took a deep breath, trying to keep her attitude calm. After all, the matters ahead could only be described as significant, even related to the future of the entire human race. Even though the two present were the strongest of the human race, there could be no carelessness regarding Zhuo Chen's attitude. After all, the two already understood Wang Yan's importance. In fact, they had already vaguely developed a feeling that Wang Yan and Chen Xingxuan had regarded Zhuo Chen as a powerful being on the same level as themselves. Only in this way could this matter become secure. Actually, this matter is not a big deal. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, but the two present were stunned. What? What is this situation? Previously, the human race had actually sought many methods to find a way to counter the illusions possessed by these evil beings. However, in reality, not only the Great Xia but also other countries had sought many methods, but these methods did not effectively counter these evil beings, and they even paid a considerable price because of it. In fact, in the past decade or so, there had been precedents of the martial gods of the Great Xia dying in the abyss. It was precisely Because of this that there was a precedent for the human race not entering the abyss, and all human powerhouses had a shared breath in their hearts, which was that one day, they would pierce through the entire abyss. Yet, up to now, no one in the entire human race has been able to achieve this step. Even Wang Yan has not found a suitable method until now. But Zhuo Chen has found it. How could this not be taken seriously? Master, Grand Marshal. Wang Yan spoke. In his eyes, there was more than a hint of helplessness. Although there were some things that Zhuo Chen had not considered, did these two really need to be so agitated? Actually, this is really not me being arrogant. The method I mentioned is actually very simple. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression more one of indifference. Didn't you all know this before? I had already inscribed the Tao De Jing into my divine palace, so Zhuo Chen basically recounted the situation of how he dealt with the evil beings in full. However, after hearing this, the two were left stunned in place. Is it really this simple? It can't be, right? To put it bluntly, the people present are basically the strongest of the human race. And the things that Zhuo Chen mentioned have long been done by them. They have even used more powerful literary and martial forces, but the restraint against the evil spirits is extremely limited. And saying it is limited is just a more decent way of putting it. In reality, the power of literature and martial arts is of no use against the illusions of the evil spirits. To put it plainly, it might just be a delay, and from beginning to end, it has not fundamentally resolved these issues. As for the reasons, the human race is strong have already speculated that it is simply because the power they possess is not strong enough. If they had more powerful forces, they could naturally restrain some problems from the root. Moreover, as long as this problem is solved, then all struggles between the human race and the evil spirits could gain the upper hand. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? This is also why Wang Yan only ventured into the abyss after being sealed as a saint. And even with Wang Yan being a saint, the human race did not have an absolute advantage in the war against the evil spirits, but now it is different. As long as Zhuo Chen's method is effective and can be quickly popularized throughout the human race, then by that time, it would basically solve all problems. Zhuo Chen, you may not realize how important your discovery is. According to what you said, the other members of your team have tried it, and after using your method, the evil spirits couldn't affect them at all. This is the reason why your battle went so smoothly this time. If the evil spirits use illusions and we have no way to restrain them, then what awaits us is basically predictable. Wang Yan shook his head slightly, his face showing excitement, but without any display. The method must be feasible. Through this experience, I also discovered that my divine soul is still not strong enough, so next, I may need to continue carving in the divine palace. As long as the carving is completed, the rest won't be a problem. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Originally, he knew that his basic attributes were already very strong. However, after the last incident, Zhuo Chen did not dare to be arrogant. It wasn't that he escaped the illusions of the evil spirits quickly enough. Who knows what he would face? Wang Yan was stunned upon hearing this. His eyes were filled with astonishment. If he didn't know this kid's character, he would definitely think he was showing off. Otherwise, how could he say such things in public? What was he thinking? After all, this kid is only at the master level now, and to defeat the demon emperor at the master level is basically impossible. Even though there have been many strong individuals in the history of the human race, and many with great talent, these people do not have Zhuo Chen's means. Zhuo Chen, in fact, the strength you currently possess is already not weak. What you need next is more accumulation. Not to mention, the future of the great Xia basically belongs to you. Chen Xingxuan, standing to the side, looked at Zhuo Chen with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. In fact, she knew in her heart that what her disciple said was certainly the truth. However, although it was the truth, it still felt a bit uncomfortable to hear. Master, I am confident about these matters, you can rest assured. Zhuo Chen gently nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Zhuo Chen, from now on, you must understand that you have too many secrets on you, and your importance to our great Xia has long surpassed your own understanding. So, from now on, you must not act impulsively. Chen Xingxuan shook her head slightly. Although Zhuo Chen had already done very well. But thinking about today's events, I can't help but feel a bit of fear. It really shouldn't have happened. These demons in the abyss must have special means of communication. Their speed in gathering information is truly too fast. If it weren't for your strength today, which far exceeded their expectations, there would have been serious problems. Wang Yan shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with helplessness. However, from now on, your position among our human race will be even more secure, and we will also increase our manpower to protect your safety, so you can rest assured about these matters. Chen Xingxuan nodded in agreement. No matter how much protection there is, it's still most important for me to be strong myself. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Ah, good lad, with such awareness, your future will surely be bright. Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had been wondering why he liked this kid so much, and now he realized that Zhuo Chen seemed to possess abilities that other warriors did not have. How should he put it? If an ordinary person faced such a problem, even if they weren't afraid, they would likely avoid the spotlight. But Zhuo Chen was different. This was not just about facing difficulties, it was more about a kind of determination. With this belief in place, there would basically be no major issues. Zhuo Chen, we have another matter to discuss with you. For the sake of our great Xia, for our human race, you may need to do something special. Wang Yan thought for a moment and then spoke, while Zhuo Chen was taken aback. In fact, he knew a bit about the plans between the two of them. In other words, Zhuo Chen had always had a clear understanding of his own position. It was precisely because of his existence that the recent actions of the demons had become so frequent, and these demons had naturally paid a sufficient price for their so-called actions. Therefore, in the recent battles against the demons, the human race had basically been winning continuously. Besides that, there was also a bit more confidence. Marshal, if there's any way I can be of use, don't hesitate to ask. If I can do something for Great Xia, I will do my best. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. To put it simply, the achievements he had today were inseparable from the support of the entire Great Xia. Since that was the case, when needed, he naturally could not shrink back. Good. 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 Wang Yan laughed heartily. Although he was not surprised by Zhuo Chen's words, he still felt happy. This young man, not only was his strength remarkable, but he could achieve this step solely by his own efforts. Wang Yan asked himself, when he was young, he certainly did not have such courage. In that case, I'll speak plainly. Since the demons are so interested in you, I need you to continue to delve deeper. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. A murderous intent surged in his gaze. Zhuo Chen understood Wang Yan relatively well. Or rather, these strong figures of the human race inherently possessed qualities that other warriors did not have. This time, since the demon race dared to take such actions, they naturally had to repay in kind. This was the most basic principle for the human race to stand firm. As long as the demons dared to act, what awaited them would naturally be even stronger retaliation. Only in this way could the balance be maintained. Continue to delve deeper? That suits me perfectly. Zhuo Chen smiled, his face revealing a hint of anticipation. Ah, you brat, we were all considering how to bring this up. So, are you saying you thought of this from the very beginning? Wang Yan was stunned, blinking hard. It was only now that Wang Yan realized that everything he had been thinking about, Zhuo Chen had already considered. The only difference was that Zhuo Chen had not shown much of it. As a result, the others around them had no possibility of knowing. I suppose so. The most direct way to become stronger is to fight against these beasts. Only by eliminating all these beasts can we live a good life in the future. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness on his face. In fact, when he first crossed into this world, Zhuo Chen had no concept of the evil spirits and these so-called great demons. However, after he learned about the history of the human race, some thoughts inexplicably emerged in Zhuo Chen's mind. In fact, the trajectory of development in this world had many similarities to the blue star where he had been before. It was precisely because of this that Zhuo Chen quickly regarded this place as his home. Moreover, these so-called demons were actually quite similar to certain beasts on Blue Star. After all, what they did was fundamentally the same: burning, killing, and looting, which were things that basically no human could do. Very well, Zhuo Chen, we didn't expect you to agree to this so readily. In that case, on behalf of the human race, on behalf of the Great Xia, and on behalf of all the people of Great Xia, I want to thank you. Wang Yan took a deep breath, and his voice became serious as he spoke. Zhuo Chen, however, shook his head slightly. In fact, even at this moment, Zhuo Chen felt that these things were what he should do. Only by completely eliminating these evil spirits could life possibly settle down in the future. Zhuo Chen, rest assured, during your deep exploration, although you will encounter dangers, one of us will always be there to protect you. Our only goal is to lure those demons out. On the other side, Chen Qingxuan's expression also became more serious. Master, Zhuo Chen shook his head. However, in the end, he still retracted the words he had not spoken. After all, the two present were both the strongest of the human race. Although Zhuo Chen believed that his current strength was not lacking at all, these two were still elders. It was always better to be a bit low-key. Master, actually I already have the strength to protect myself, so you don't need to worry about these things. After thinking for a moment, Zhuo Chen still chose a relatively gentler way to say it. Protect yourself? You brat, aren't you being modest? Wang Yan shook his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel emotional. To put it bluntly, this kid Zhuochen was truly remarkable. Even before becoming a master, he was already a thorn in the side of the demons, let alone now. Although he had made significant progress, this kind of progress had reached an astonishing level among both humans and demons. Was this called self-protection? This was clearly making the demons tremble in fear. Wang Yan believed that his current strength was already very strong. But he had not yet reached the point of casually chasing down a demon emperor to slash at. Although the demon emperor was the most powerful evil spirit encountered by the human race at present, the human race's strong ones had long speculated that there must be even more powerful demons deep in the abyss. After all, the human race had already seen the emergence of martial saints. Did the demon race not have demon saints? And the human race's martial saint facing these guys, although able to stand firm, is not as easy as it seems on the surface. If the demon and monster races also had saints, wouldn't that be troublesome? Martial, to be honest, the last victory was somewhat due to luck. I know this myself. Zhuochen gently shook his head. Kid, no need to be modest. Your method is indeed very effective. Although we can't guarantee it will work for everyone, even so, your contribution to our human race has been immense. Once we emerge from the abyss, you will certainly receive your reward. Wang Yan chuckled. Chen Xingxuan nodded in agreement. Watching Zhuochen's performance, Chen Xingxuan felt quite gratified. She didn't have many disciples, but there were still a few. Zhuochen was the one who had followed her for the shortest time, yet his achievements were the highest among all her disciples, so it was no surprise that he could reach this level. Chen Xingxuan's heart was filled with satisfaction. Since you have agreed, let's proceed according to our requirements. Chen Xingxuan smiled broadly, feeling a sense of relief. Although the human race had been on a winning streak recently, everyone had already noticed that despite the demons and monsters suffering consecutive defeats, their fundamental strength had not been significantly affected. Although countless demons and monsters had died or been injured, the impact was not substantial. In fact, it hadn't even caused any serious harm. Observing this situation, the strongest among the human race had been planning from the very beginning. Since that was the case, the upcoming battle could indeed be a protracted one. And if so, there was no reason to let Zhuochen fight alone at the front. It was better to let the dragon-slaying team rest as a whole. During this process, the two had other arrangements. Zhuochen, starting tomorrow, you can temporarily leave the abyss. Chen Xingxuan smiled. Zhuochen was taken aback. Leave the abyss? In fact, he had had this thought from the beginning. His strength had increased significantly recently, and he was already ready for the next fusion of entries. However, he had been staying in the abyss for a while now. Although the entries were ready, he couldn't perform the fusion among the personnel. Simply put, this was the abyss, the territory of the demons and monsters, and fusing entries was something that the demons would find intolerable. After all, entries were the source of power for the demons. The human race's entries also came from the demons, which was equivalent to saying that the demons were livestock raised by the human race. Moreover, fusing entries in the abyss would only make all the demons completely irritable. Additionally, Zhuochen's method of fusion was quite different from that of ordinary warriors. The commotion it caused was too great and had to be conducted with the highest level of protection. Furthermore, Zhuochen indeed felt that his spiritual power was not strong enough. Since that was the case, temporarily exiting the abyss would indeed be beneficial for him. Alright, no problem. I do need to exit the abyss to make some preparations. Once I'm ready, killing demons and exterminating monsters won't be too much of a problem, Zhuochen said with a slight shake of his head. Good, then I'll make arrangements for tomorrow. At that time, you can quietly exit the abyss. The demons might cause trouble. On your way out, Chen Xingxuan exhaled lightly. She hadn't expected Zhuochen to speak so lightly about it. No problem, Zhuochen smiled. It seemed that his master had truly developed a people-centered approach to the extreme. Moreover, after you leave the abyss, we will make a big deal out of what you did in the abyss. Is that all right? Chen Xingxuan smiled broadly, looking over at Wang Yan, who nodded slightly. Zhuochen, however, was taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. In fact, ever since the last time he killed the demon emperor, he knew he had already become quite famous. However, recently in the abyss, the communicator he originally had could not be used, so Zhuochen was unaware of the situation outside and how far it had progressed. With such publicity now, he would undoubtedly become a world-class celebrity once he stepped out. But then again, thinking it over, since his master arranged it this way, there Must be a reason for it, and the Great Xia had already provided him with comprehensive protection, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Master, you can arrange these matters as you see fit, I have no objections. Zhuo Chen shook his head. Slightly. Although he had achieved great things in the abyss, he was also acutely aware of his own shortcomings and strength, and he needed to address these weaknesses as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if his growth rate remained fast, over time, it could become a hidden danger. Well, for this battle, all your merit points and battle rewards will be calculated by the Demon Suppression Army and directly synchronized into your account. Additionally, after you exit the abyss, your main task is to cooperate with our performance, so take this opportunity to enhance your strength. If you need anything, you can directly exchange it in the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. With your current merit points, you should be able to access the final level. Chen Qingshuan chuckled lightly and then gave another instruction. Ah? Zhuo Chen was stunned, a strange look in his eyes. Recently, his need for weapons hadn't been that high. To be honest, he had already acquired quite a few good items. Right now, he wasn't lacking in terms of attributes. As for weaponry, he had just what he needed. Master, the treasury of the Demon Suppression Army should contain the most top-notch items of our human race, right? But, in the blink of an eye, Zhuo Chen smiled. Although his strength was sufficient now, he still needed some things. For instance, his current weakness was quite apparent. While his spiritual power was strong, it lacked protection. If he could find some items he needed in the treasury, that would be great. What's wrong? If you need anything, just say it. If it's in the treasury, I can have someone deliver it to Jubai City. Your entire team can go to Jubai City to rest. At that time, if you need anything, just bring it along. Wang Yan waved his hand. At their level, some things didn't need to be taken so seriously. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Chen had already reached the pinnacle of Great Xia. Some rules were indeed rules, but they were not ones that Zhuo Chen needed to abide by. Then thank you, Marshal. Zhuo Chen smiled lightly. No need to be polite with me. You kid, we need to consider whether we should let you enter the abyss less often in the future. Wang Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Ah? Zhuo Chen was taken aback, his face full of strangeness. In fact, this statement sounded very familiar to Zhuo Chen. About half a year ago, he was driven away by Qin Jubai in just this manner. What was going on? In just half a year, had the marshal already sensed a sense of crisis? This was somewhat unscientific. What's wrong? Are you pretending to be confused? Wang Yan shook his head again. This time, you should have killed quite a few demons, including a demon emperor and a demon sovereign, right? Creatures of this level should be our opponents, but I didn't expect you to get ahead of us. Wang Yan shook his head again, but his gaze was filled with brightness. Clearly, such teasing was a recognition of Zhuo Chen. Moreover, there are so many ordinary demons. In addition, you found a way to restrain the demons this time, so I estimate that the merit points you earned will be above 5 million, and for the Demon Emperor and the Demon King, at least a few million. In that case, you kid, your merit points have already exceeded 10 million during this recent time in the abyss. Wang Yan calculated carefully, counting Zhuo Chen's recent achievements. Zhuo Chen just listened quietly. In fact, he was also aware that these achievements were due to two reasons. First, his strength was strong enough, and second, he had decent luck. If there had been any mistakes in the many previous events, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. 10 million merit points? That's not bad. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. Wang Yan, however, was stunned and then blinked hard. His face was full of helplessness. 10 million merit points? And that's just considered not bad? What a joke. In other words, all of this was not that difficult. The hard part was that this kid had earned 10 million merit points in just half a month, which was astonishing no matter where you looked at. You kid, can't you consider the feelings of us old folks? Wang Yan shook his head helplessly. Zhuo Chen chuckled. The marshal is not old, the marshal is still in his prime. However, I do need a defensive treasure for the soul. If we have one in our treasury, I'll make a trip. Zhuo Chen grinned. Soul defense? Soul defense has always been a difficult problem. This matter is quite tricky. But I remember there is one in the treasury. It's just that this item is rather peculiar. You'd better take a look yourself to decide whether to exchange for it. Wang Yan's expression was serious, but Zhuo Chen was stunned. What level of existence was Wang Yan? He was already a man standing at the top of this world. Was there anything that Wang Yan couldn't see through? Zhuo Chen stroked his chin, a hint of curiosity appearing on his face. If Wang Yan said so, Zhuo Chen was indeed curious about this item. Marshal, can you tell me in detail what this item is? Zhuo Chen smiled. This item is worth 8 million merit points, but there are some hidden requirements. For example, regarding basic attributes in one's own domain. In fact, I was also quite envious of this item back then, but in the end, Wang Yan shook his head slightly. I was originally going to exchange for it, but during the perception process, it seemed to have no power at all. I basically tried all methods, and ultimately had no choice but to give up. Wang Yan shook his head slightly. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen also began to ponder. In fact, he was quite clear about Wang Yan's level. He hadn't expected that this item couldn't exert any effect in Wang Yan's hands, then in his own hands it would be extremely difficult to make it work. Since that was the case, why not give up? Zhuo Chen, actually we all know about this item. Back when we had 8 million merit points, we all thought of this item. You should know that in the Demon Suppression Army, there are very few items worth over 1 million. On the other side, Chen Xingxuang also spoke up. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was taken aback again. What did that mean? His master's words clearly indicated that he wanted him to give it a try. Well, you kid are still young, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This is a cloak that looks quite ordinary, but according to legend, this item is indeed not simple. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Well, thank you both. If I have the chance, I will definitely exchange for it to take a look. Zhuo Chen nodded lightly. In fact, according to Zhuo Chen's thoughts, his current battle armor could be replaced. As for the cloak, that is indeed necessary. How about this, I will set off for Jubiching tomorrow. Zhuo Chen nodded gently, a smile on his face. By the way, speaking of Jubiching, we actually have another idea. You, kid, are brave in battle in the abyss, and you really need your own strength. We already have a preliminary idea, why not let you take over Jubiching? Wang Yan laughed heartily, his gaze towards Zhuo Chen filled with more appreciation. Isn't it a bit sudden? Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He was still a college student. Just an undergraduate, and suddenly being asked to manage Jubiching, wasn't that a bit abrupt? Actually, it's not a big deal, and you're not the first case. Although we have increased our training efforts for you, what you're doing now is all according to the usual practice. Wang Yan shook his head slightly. I remember, Qin Jubai knew you the earliest? Wang Yan smiled, a hint of peculiarity in his eyes. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Actually, Qin Jubai is my student. Wang Yan smiled, his expression more serene. After that kid achieved the title of master, he took over Jubiching. Although he didn't want to be the city lord, he actually handles all the affairs, big and small, in Jubiching. Wang Yan laughed, and Zhuo Chen suddenly realized. Right. After all, even though he hadn't graduated from college yet. But at the very least, he was already a master-level powerhouse. And to become a master, one must be a dominant presence in a region. In simple terms, this is what is called a real power boss. To say he is a regional official is not an exaggeration. In an era where martial power is respected, martial strength can represent many things, and after so many years of development in the Great Xia, there are only a few hundred masters. In other words, becoming a master is already the pinnacle of power in the Great Xia. Moreover, Zhuo Chen has so many accolades. Not only is he a direct disciple of a martial saint, but he has also created many astonishing feats. Coupled with the fact that he already has military achievements, taking over Jubiching is a natural progression. Well, since that's the case, I won't decline. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In fact, some things are about taking responsibility. After all, he already has such strength, and if he continues to decline, it would seem unreasonable. Ha ha ha. Good, from now on, our Great Xia has gained another regional official. City Lord Zhua, the matters of Jubiching are entrusted to you. Wang Yan laughed heartily, clearly not expecting Zhuo Chen to agree so readily. Zhuo Chen, as a city lord, it's no longer just about your personal growth, you need to mediate in various aspects as the city lord. However, your strength is very strong, your talent is sufficient, and your growth potential is high, so basically, no one will make things difficult for you, Chen Xingxuang added. Zhuo Chen understood. Indeed, everything is based on strength. His ability to become the city lord is due to his strength and the merits he carries. Therefore, whether he can naturally take control of Jubiching is also linked to these factors. Alright, that's basically it, we won't disturb you any longer. Next is your own time, you can prepare and then take over Jubiching. Previously, our battlefield was the Abyss, in the future, our battlefield will mostly be Jubiching. Chen Xingxuang exchanged a glance with her companion, both of their eyes carrying a faint smile. They had watched Zhuo Chen grow step by step and naturally wished to witness this moment. Master, Marshal. Thank you both. Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered. His achievements today are largely related to the two people present. If it weren't for them, even if one has great talent, it is impossible to reach this point in such a short time. Are you Still being distant with us? Yeah, why are you being distant? From now on, we have only one goal, which is to quickly eliminate all these evil beings. The two looked at Zhuo Chen, their eyes filled with smiles. Zhuo Chen also nodded gently. Forget it. Great kindness does not need to be thanked. If he had a better stage, he could just kill more demons. As long as he killed enough demons, he would definitely be able to drive all these demons out of the abyss. Let's go. After this battle, there are still many things we need to do. Wang Yan nodded lightly and then looked at Chen Xingxuang. Chen Xingxuang said little, just nodded gently, and then stepped outside. Zhuo Chen stood up to see them off. Outside the military tent, he found many soldiers busy, with numerous white entries already piled up outside his military tent. By the way, there's one more thing I haven't told you. You need entries, so from now on, the white entries in the abyss will be prioritized for you. Wang Yan waved his hand. You kid, last time you consumed 300 million white entries, this time we prepared 600 million. For you. Wang Yan laughed. Zhuo Chen was stunned. Even though he was prepared, hearing this made his heart race. What kind of joke is this? 600 million white entries? If he were to fuse all these entries, how much would his strength grow? He was already fully equipped with blue entries. At this rate, having all purple entries should be just around the corner, right? However, with the strength he currently possessed and the resources he could mobilize, it didn't seem too difficult for him to fuse all his entries into gold in the future. Moreover, now that he only had blue entries, what would he become if he advanced further? Zhuo Chen couldn't even dare to imagine. Soon, Chen Xingxuang and Wang Yan left. Zhuo Chen looked at the mountain of entries outside the military tent. With a wave of his hand, he collected all these entries. No matter what, these things were already strategic resources for Zhuo Chen, and they had to be taken seriously at all times. Captain! Captain! Not long after, a few people came over with smiles. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen looked up and found that these were all members of his team, followed by a large troop, which was the Jinglong Guard that had explored ahead when the battle broke out. Under Zhuo Chen's command, all the Jinglong Guards returned at the first opportunity. After a battle, they had already lost hundreds, but these Jinglong Guards were still top-notch. Well, next, we will exit the abyss. It's time to rest a bit. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. In fact, this time entering the abyss and achieving such results was closely related to the team members present. It was because of them that everything went extremely smoothly. Exit the abyss? Zhang Miaoxue was stunned. On the other side, Zhao Xian also looked surprised. They had already achieved a great victory. Shouldn't they press the advantage now? Yes, first go to Jubiching, the next thing should become more exciting. Zhuo Chen laughed heartily. Ha! Hearing this, everyone was taken aback again. Captain, actually, we have always had a question. Zhao Xian on the other side couldn't help it. In fact, she had wanted to inquire about this matter for a long time but had never found the right opportunity. Just say what you want to say. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. He could naturally feel that he had become much closer to his teammates recently, but in reality, his rapid growth had inevitably created a sense of distance between them. Captain, you're just too strong, so powerful it's almost inhuman. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, his gaze towards Zhuo Chen sparkling with excitement. Can you speak properly? Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, his expression slightly strange. Captain, can you tell us how you became so strong? Zhao Xian chuckled, his face showing a hint of anticipation. Yeah, Captain, how did you do it? Please tell us. Right, we're really curious. Captain, you seem to just be a freshman this year, right? Junior brother, you can't keep it to yourself. We're all the same kind of college students. Shouldn't you tell us how you became so outstanding? On the other side, Zhang Miaoxue's face also showed a hint of curiosity. Can you all speak properly? Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, his face full of helplessness. To put it bluntly, they were all members of the same team. Although they had been through life and death together, in other aspects Zhuo Chen still needed some partners. If these teammates all turned into his die-hard fans, how would they get along in the future? Captain, we've been speaking properly all along. Let's put it this way, Captain, you will be my idol from now on. Yeah, Captain, you can't be modest. Do you know there's a possibility called of course not letting you? A group of teammates all wore smiles. However, Zhuo Chen's expression was slightly strange. Although everyone present was speaking very seriously, it still sounded a bit odd. Alright, let's skip this topic. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. In fact, if this topic continued, he felt he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly and could only raise his hand to interrupt the conversation among them. The few people present were stunned. Hearing Zhuo Chen's words, they all froze. Even if they had more to say, they fell silent. Captain, I heard before that our entire team is going to take a break? Yeah, we haven't been here long. Why take a break now? Captain, is it because you have too many merit points and that's why we get a break? The expressions of the people present were strange. To put it bluntly, they were still accustomed to the regular pattern. Being around Zhuo Chen, although the merit points and benefits were good, they still felt the gap between themselves and Zhuo Chen was too large. What are you talking about? Zhuo Chen's face darkened. The few people present were stunned by the scene. After exchanging glances, they all shut their mouths. Many of them had expressions of lingering desire, but upon sensing Zhuo Chen's command, they quieted down their gazes towards him, carrying a hint of apprehension. Although everyone was a master-level powerhouse, if Zhuo Chen turned hostile, they had to give him some face. Alright, let's take a break. We'll head to Jubei tomorrow. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. In fact, with the rise in his status, Zhuo Chen was also aware that there would be some barriers between him and his teammates. He just didn't expect that this barrier would come so quickly. Captain, are we going to Jubei for some task? Zhao Xian's expression was a bit strange. Although the group hadn't been in the abyss for long, they all knew that if they were to take a break and exit the abyss, there were closer routes. Exiting from Jubei would actually be farther away. There's no special task. You can all rest well tonight. Once we get to Jubei, if there's anything needed, I'll contact you. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Although he was already clear that he was going to take over Jubei, the news had not yet spread, so he did not publicly announce his intention to take over Jubei. The few team members no longer regarded him as one of their own. If there were any other matters, he really did not know what these team members would think. I can tell you plainly, once we arrive at Jubei, I have a surprise prepared for you. As for the rest, we will talk about it once we get to Jubei. Shua. Chen shook his head slightly. He already possessed several 100 million entries. He still needed to hurry and merge all these entries, but Zhuo Chen also knew in his heart that it was mostly inappropriate to merge entries in the abyss. So he could only wait until they arrived at Jubei to discuss it. However, it should be said that Jubei was also within the range of the abyss. Merging entries within Jubei was also likely not very suitable. Therefore, this trip to Jubei was mainly for Zhuo Chen to take over the military affairs of Jubei. As for other matters, there would be plenty of time in the future. These matters were not too concerning for Zhuo Chen, especially for a city within the abyss. Safety was always the top priority. As for other matters, there were others in charge anyway. Zhuo Chen didn't even plan to take over these matters himself. Yes. We all listen to the captain. Whatever the captain says, that's what we are. From now on, you are our boss. The faces of several team members showed a hint of excitement. To put it simply, the captain had already said there would be a surprise tomorrow. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? As long as they followed what the captain said and waited, that was enough. After a few team members left, Zhuo Chen returned to his own military tent, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his cultivation method. After just a brief period of practice, Zhuo Chen already felt that his condition had returned to its peak state. Moreover, Zhuo Chen's heart had already begun to nod. If he were not in the abyss, now would be the best time to merge entries. But in the end, Zhuo Chen still held back. A night quickly passed, and the next morning, the army had already set out. Zhuo Chen lay on his own bed in the latter half of the night, resting briefly. After all, he had been cultivating all night, and his mental state was already extremely full, until all the members of the dragon-slaying squad had gathered. Only then did Zhuo Chen arrive late. Captain, we heard that you made quite a stir today? Yeah, Captain, we've already heard that you can't hide it from us anymore. We heard that you have caught the attention of the higher-ups, and it seems like they are going to give you a position. Captain, we are brothers who have been through life and death together. You can't forget us when there are benefits. The faces of several team members were filled with smiles. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. This isn't right, the news spread pretty quickly, didn't it? He hadn't even prepared, how did they know? Actually, it's nothing much, we should set off first. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression calm. Alright. Captain, why do we feel more and more that you are so powerful, you don't seem like a human at all? Yeah, Captain, we haven't even graduated from university, how can you? The few people present exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. They had already realized that they were not in the same world as Zhuo Chen. If Zhuo Chen wanted to say something, it was no problem. If he didn't want to say anything, it was pointless to ask. Zhuo Chen didn't say much more and followed the team as they set out. After the team set off, Zhuo Chen walked in the middle of the group. In front of him were the team members, along with some members of the Jinglong Guard who were scouting ahead. The small groups of demons encountered along the way had all been dealt with by the Jinglong Guard and the team members, leaving Zhuo Chen with no opportunity to make a move. The place where the team was stationed was several hundred kilometers away from Jubai City. If it weren't for the demons' obstruction, with everyone's current master-level strength, their speed of travel would be very fast, covering several hundred kilometers in just half a day. However, being in the abyss, the entire team, despite their formidable strength, could not avoid frequent stops. That night, as the team continued to advance, they finally saw the massive outline of Jubai City. The enormous Jubai City lay sprawled across the land like a giant beast, and when everyone witnessed this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. After all, this was the abyss, the territory of demons. In the abyss, it was already extremely difficult to see traces of the human race, and upon seeing Jubai City, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For them, the demons were the true overlords of the abyss, even though the demons they had encountered along the way were not particularly strong. However, Zhuo Chen was the focal point of the demons' attention. As a result, everyone had been on edge throughout the journey, but upon seeing the outline of Jubai City, they all relaxed. Captain, Jubai City is right ahead. Should we speed up now? Yes, Captain, we've been marching for a whole day. We don't need to rest, but the Jinglong Guards are not masters, they need to rest. Should we stop? The team members all looked relaxed. Zhang Miaoxue glanced at Zhuo Chen, her eyes shining with brightness. Captain, we all thought before that this time would definitely not go so smoothly for us. But I didn't expect that my first time entering the abyss would be this smooth. I even have the illusion that we are not in the abyss at all. Zhang Miaoxue continued to marvel. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. In fact, he understood the feeling Zhang Miaoxue was describing. Logically speaking, within the human territory, safety should be the top priority for long-distance migrations. Even when Zhuo Chen first enrolled, he needed a master-level expert to lead the team, which was enough to show that the external environment was very dangerous. Yet, Zhuo Chen led his team through the abyss as if they were charging recklessly. As a result, the team members entering the abyss for the first time were somewhat unaccustomed. Alright, stop talking about useless things. Once we reach Jubai City, you will understand the whole story, Zhuo Chen said, shaking his head slightly. Everyone was taken aback and then nodded. In short, if it weren't for Zhuo Chen leading the team, they definitely would not have had such a smooth journey in the abyss. However, now that they had arrived at Jubai City, their feelings towards Zhuo Chen became more complex. In fact, at first, everyone felt that the gap between them and Zhuo Chen was not very large, but as time passed, they realized that the gap was not trivial at all. Zhang Miaoxue smiled, but there was a hint of indifference in her smile. The other team members also looked relaxed, but only Zhuo Chen wore a look of vigilance. After all, the demons had been targeting him all along, and Zhuo Chen had long since formed a thought in his mind, anticipating that this journey would not be so smooth. Yet, apart from the small groups of demons they encountered, there had been no other incidents. This situation had already caused a faint sense of unease in Zhuo Chen's heart. Zhuo Chen completely released his spiritual sense. Although Zhuo Chen was only a master-level expert, he was already many times more powerful than an ordinary master. Once his spiritual sense was fully expanded, it covered an area of several dozen miles around him. As long as there was any movement, Zhuo Chen would be able to sense it immediately. With just a thought, Zhuo Chen's spiritual sense quickly extended forward, enveloping the boundless wilderness around him. At a glance, he found that there seemed to be no danger nearby. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Could it be that he was overthinking? However, ever since he began his cultivation, Zhuo Chen had great confidence in his perception. As long as he sensed something was off, there would definitely be something wrong. In any situation, Zhuo Chen always chose to trust his perception first. Could it be? A thought flashed through Zhuo Chen's mind. Could it be that there was a problem in Jubei? In just a moment, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. After all, Jubei was a stronghold of the human race. Even if something went wrong, the human race would be able to detect it immediately. It was absolutely impossible that they wouldn't notice the problem by the time he arrived. However, even with this thought in mind, Zhuo Chen still completely released his spiritual sense. Even if Jubei was a major stronghold of the Great Xia, he could not be overly trusting in this situation. Immediately, under Zhuo Chen's control, the spiritual sense moved forward little by little. The next moment, Zhuo Chen's expression changed slightly. What is this situation? Could it be? Zhuo Chen clearly sensed that once his spiritual sense entered Jubei, it felt a slight delay. Although this feeling was not very strong, it was a huge difference compared to usual. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly and continued to control his spiritual sense to extend forward. But in the next instant, Zhuo Chen's expression changed drastically. In his spiritual sense, he actually observed that there were a large number of demons and monsters within Jubiching. Even Zhuo Chen himself found this thought to be quite absurd. How could this be possible? Even if there was a problem in Jubiching, Jubai would notify him immediately, right? After all, given their relationship, it was anything but ordinary. In other words, Jubai was already a relatively powerful existence among masters. If an accident of this level occurred, and Jubai didn't have time to send a message, what would that mean? In an instant, various thoughts surged in Zhuo Chen's mind. Everyone, stop! Finally, a hint of determination appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. No matter what, he had to figure out what was happening right now, otherwise, if he led the team forward and the enemy had any plans, he would not be responsible. Captain, what's wrong? Are you allowing us to rest? Zhao Xian was the first to jump out, his face showing a hint of excitement. After all, the team had been marching urgently for a whole day, and even though everyone was already masters, they were still struggling to endure this situation. Captain, shouldn't we just keep going? At this speed, we can enter the city in less than half an hour. Once we enter the city, can't we just rest then? Many people in the team looked at Zhuo Chen, who frowned. In fact, this was no longer just a matter of resting or not. No matter what, they needed to clarify things to proceed with peace of mind. No, I feel that something must have happened in Jubiching because the moment my spiritual sense entered, it felt like it was being obstructed by something. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his eyes showing more helplessness. Could it be that only he had noticed that something was wrong? Captain, you can't scare us like that. Yeah, Captain. We've been quite stable on this journey, and now that you say that, I can't help but feel a chill down my back. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly, she knew her little junior brother well. He wouldn't act recklessly, would he? Let's stop. For now. Since our spiritual sense isn't working, we might as well send the dragon guards to investigate, Zhuo Chen said, his gaze flickering, his expression calm. That works too, Zhang Miaoxue nodded gently. After all, this was for everyone's safety. Moreover, this was the abyss. In the abyss, anything could happen. The demon race was physically strong, but the devil race might have more tricks up their sleeves. Many devils were exceptionally skilled at disguise. For the top-tier experts who often mingled in the abyss, this had become second nature. Soon, Zhuo Chen raised his hand, summoning all the key personnel to his side. Then, he began to assign tasks. The dragon guards were absolutely loyal to Zhuo Chen. Even if they sensed something was off with his orders, they would execute them without hesitation. Therefore, assigning such a task to the dragon guards was the most appropriate choice. 3 teams, move out quickly and investigate the situation in Jubiching. I need the most detailed information. Zhuo Chen looked at the leaders of the teams. The few individuals wore blood-red armor and held long spears. Even their faces were covered by half-closed helmets, resembling ancient heavy cavalry from Blue Star, but their armor was specially made. Although it looked somewhat cumbersome, it was actually very lightweight. Moreover, due to the special materials, their defensive capabilities were quite impressive. Which was why the dragon guards could confront Demon Kings head-on. Yes. The 3 exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. They had long realized that Zhuo Chen must have sensed something was wrong. Furthermore, these thousands of dragon guards, while called dragon guards, had essentially become Zhuo Chen's personal guards as his status continued to rise. Even if Zhuo Chen ordered them to go to their deaths, hardly anyone would voice objections. Zhuo Chen nodded seriously. Remember my orders, this is just a reconnaissance mission. Safety first. Zhuo Chen exhaled lightly. After all, they had already lost hundreds of dragon guards in the previous battle. Training each dragon guard came at a significant cost. If these dragon guards died on the battlefield, it would be for glory, and there would be nothing to say against it. However, if they lost their lives for no reason, Zhuo Chen knew that it would be somewhat unjustifiable. Understood. The few nodded and quickly led their team members away. Each team of dragon guards had 10 members, and these individuals had trained together for a long time, making their coordination very smooth. This was why the dragon guards could stand firm against masters. Watching the dragon guards move forward, the members of the dragon slaying team showed a strange expression. To put it bluntly, it was still their lack of vigilance. But even so, upon seeing the dragon guards mobilize, everyone quickly sensed that something was off and hurriedly approached Zhuo Chen. Captain, what happened? Is there some news we don't know about? If the situation changes, you have to let us go first. Zhao Xian reacted the fastest, his gaze towards Zhuochen filled with anticipation. Ah, it's nothing. I'm just sending them to investigate first. If there's a problem, of course, we'll need you to take action. Zhuochen shook his head slightly. His spiritual sense was already quite powerful. Under normal circumstances, if there were issues in Jubicheng, he should be able to sense them. However, from his current observation, there was no sign of any problems in the vast Jubicheng. But it just feels off. As the leader of everyone, Zhuochen is also aware that he needs to be responsible for his words and actions. Therefore, without having clarified the situation, Zhuochen did not intend to reveal the actual circumstances. Zhao Xian and Zhang Niaoxue were both taken aback. The two of them were relatively familiar with Zhuochen. Previously, when they ventured into the abyss, Zhuochen showed no signs of retreat. He had always appeared brave and determined. So why, as they approached Jubicheng, did he become cautious instead? Both of them trusted Zhuochen immensely. Naturally, they would not think that there was something wrong with him. Thus, almost unconsciously, everyone chose to be on guard at the same time. Seeing this scene, Zhuochen let out a gentle sigh. There was nothing wrong with doing this. It saved him trouble. Meanwhile, the other team members were not idle either. As the Jinglong Guard set out to scout, many around them perked up. All team members, even without receiving orders from Zhuochen, immediately moved closer to him. Zhuochen narrowed his eyes. Seemingly indifferent, in reality, the divine consciousness within the divine palace was released at once, observing the surroundings in all directions. The 10 dispatched Jinglong Guards moved quickly. After they set out, they rushed towards Jubicheng. The soldiers on the high walls of Jubicheng could detect the changes outside at the first moment. And upon seeing soldiers approaching, they immediately went on alert. However, one of the deputy commanders on the wall narrowed his eyes. He looked at the 20-person team ahead and fell into silence. Who are you? Jubicheng is a crucial stronghold for our human race. Without orders, no one can approach. The deputy commander's expression was grim, but the Jinglong Guards, upon hearing this, acted as if they hadn't heard. They continued to stride forward, the 20 of them clad in armor and fully armed. Even without taking an offensive stance, they instantly put immense pressure on those on the wall. Until the 20 approached the wall, the leading Jinglong Guard took out a blood-red token. We are here on orders. Open the city gates immediately, or you will bear the responsibility for any serious consequences. Although the leading Jinglong Guard spoke plainly, everyone on the wall was taken aback. What is this? This is a blood-red token? The deputy commander at the front had clearly seen the world. Just a glance at the blood-red token softened his expression. After all, in the entire Great Xia, the color of tokens had certain requirements. Ordinary tokens were basically dark iron in color. Higher-level tokens were brass-colored. Above brass, there were platinum and gold. As for above gold, there was the blood-red token. Just a glance was enough for him to realize that the people downstairs were definitely not simple, otherwise, they would not be holding a blood-red token. Open the city gates, open the gates. The deputy commander took a deep breath. The moment he saw the blood-red token, all thoughts in his mind vanished. In the distance, Zhuochen looked on and noticed that the city gates had opened, and he let out a sigh of relief. If the gates could open, it meant that Jubicheng was not in too much trouble. Captain, should we go in? Yes, Captain, should we follow and see the situation? Before Zhuochen could speak, the two beside him began to laugh. Zhuochen, however, shook his head slightly. Without even looking, he knew that the ones speaking were Zhang Niaoxue and Zhao Xian. These two were originally top beauties who knew how to be reserved in school, but how had they turned into warlike figures after entering the abyss? No rush, let's continue to observe. Zhuochen's gaze flickered, and a strange expression crossed his face. Still need to observe? Aren't we all master-level powerhouses? Even if there are situations in Jubicheng, it shouldn't affect us much, right? Zhang Niaoxue shook her head. In fact, recently, both Zhang Niaoxue and Zhao Xian had found joy in battle. They also wanted to slay more demons. Although both held significant positions in their families, there were still many things in this world that money couldn't buy. They had heard that the treasure vault of the Demon Suppression Army contained many good things, all of which required merit points for exchange. In the Great Xia, to earn merit points, aside from completing tasks, one could only kill demons. Originally, everyone thought that killing demons in the abyss was a very arduous task, but unexpectedly, after following Zhuochen, killing demons wasn't difficult at all. It was better to participate more and earn merit points. Merit points were the primary condition for standing tall. You guys, let me tell you some good news. If nothing unexpected happens, I will take over Jubicheng. At that time, each of you will have specific responsibilities, and you will be able to receive a salary. Do you really lack that little bit of merit points? Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. Captain, that's easy for you to say. You have to understand, we are not like you. We need a lot of courage to survive in this dangerous world. Can you understand that? Zhao Xian shook his head helplessly. In fact, ordinary warriors, after growing to the master level, usually have a substantial family background. However, the people present were different. After all, they were the elite of the younger generation, having grown in a very short time, just a few years. Although they had been working hard to earn merit points, the consumption of merit points was simply too fast. After all, whether it was changing equipment, learning martial skills, or even the living and accommodation issues in the academy, all required merit points to resolve. Even though they were geniuses among geniuses, they had already experienced the so-called situation of income not meeting expenses in recent years. We might need several thousand merit points to survive each month. Although we earn some merit points from tasks, we still have to consider other aspects. Zhang Miaoxue also shook her head. Compared to Zhao Xian, Zhang Miaoxue's situation needed to be checked further. After all, Zhao Xian had long occupied the top of the heavenly ranking, and her monthly subsidies were quite substantial. But even so, before entering the abyss, Zhao Xian had a headache. Although after joining Zhuo Chen's team, they could receive subsidies in many aspects, that would at least have to wait until they got out of the abyss to settle. By then, they would naturally miss the treasure vault of the Demon Suppression Army. Since that was the case, it was better to fight hard now. Alright, I understand. Let's get ready for battle. Suddenly, Zhuo Chen's gaze sharpened, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. What's going on? The few people present were stunned, their faces showing more suspicion. Battle? Where is the battle? Who are they fighting against? However, even without discovering the enemy, at the first moment they heard Zhuo Chen's command, everyone sprang into action. Recently, they had been with Zhuo Chen for a long time, so they naturally understood his style of doing things. To put it simply, Zhuo Chen would never act recklessly. If the captain said there was an enemy, there definitely was. Seeing everyone spring into action, Zhuo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This at least proved that he had enough prestige in front of these people. As long as his team maintained this cohesion, once everyone became martial gods, their team would become the #1 team in the Great Xia. After all, previously, there were only 2 martial gods in the entire Great Xia. It is impossible to gather more than 5 martial gods to form a team, which is why Wang Yin and Chen Xingxuang need to cooperate for a long time. After all, they are the only top-tier experts. In other words, the 2 of them are the first team of the Great Xia. However, the number of people in the first team is still insufficient. Captain, what exactly is going on? We still don't know where the enemy is. Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhuo Chen, her eyes filled with helplessness. I have already ordered the Jinglong Guard to investigate. If there are no issues within Jubicheng, they should be out soon. But since they haven't come out for so long, there must be a problem in Jubicheng. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, and as he spoke, he had already drawn his strange blade. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Many had strange expressions on their faces. Although they hadn't thought of this before, upon hearing Zhuo Chen's words, they suddenly realized it was indeed the captain. The so-called younger generation among them were all older than Zhuo Chen, and some had even entered the abyss more than once. But now, compared to Zhuo Chen, just a few words had already revealed the gap between them. Captain, I admire you. Truly worthy of being the captain. In that case, what should we do now? Several team members had excitement in their eyes. They had been looking forward to the battle starting soon to earn merit, and they didn't expect to have the chance to earn merit points so quickly. What do you think our strength represents among the entire human race? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, a strange expression on his face. Then we must be the backbone of the force. No, you're talking about the human race. Captain, are you saying we have to fight against the human race? The few people present were stunned, clearly having never thought of such a scenario. It had been decades since there had been infighting among the human race. If infighting were to occur at this time, let alone the human race's meritorious officials, even Zhuo Chen would not be able to bear the blame from above. Not necessarily, if Jubicheng has already been controlled by the demons. If we don't take action, more humans will sacrifice. What do you think will happen? Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes, a colder glint in his gaze. Gas. The few people present couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This was a rather bold statement. Jubicheng is a stronghold of the Great Xia. Even in peacetime, there are usually masters stationed there. How could demons control it? However, after entering the abyss this time, everyone had seen various kinds of demons, and such a situation was not impossible. If a demon skilled in illusions infiltrated Jubei, it could certainly cause massive destruction. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the direction of Jubei, followed by a sky-high firelight erupting from within the city. Everyone was startled by this scene, and their gazes fell on Zhuo. Charge! Rush into the city! If anyone dares to attack us, kill without mercy. Zhuo took a deep breath, his mood becoming incredibly heavy. Qin Jubai was still in Jubei. Could something really have gone wrong? However, everything had to be rushed into the city to understand the detailed situation. The current situation was urgent, leaving no time for further thought. The sooner they entered, the more hope they would have. In an instant, everyone accelerated towards Jubei. Thousands of people charged forward together. The momentum they created slowly rose and gathered in the air above. Zhuo was the strongest among them, so his speed was also the fastest. Although Zhuo had been at the back of the line before, his speed allowed him to reach the front in the blink of an eye. Many people noticed a glimmer of light in their eyes as they saw Zhuo rushing ahead. Immediately, everyone's speed unconsciously quickened a bit. Zhuo glanced to his side. In fact, everyone present was working hard, but to Zhuo, the situation in Jubei was still unclear. If so many people charged forward together, it was uncertain what would happen. At that moment, Zhuo circulated his blood and energy, increasing his speed even more. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo had already surged forward like a blood-red spear. His entire aura became sharp in an instant. In the next moment, Zhuo's figure had vanished from the spot and reappeared outside the city gate. Standing beneath the tall city wall, Zhuo looked up and saw that there were no soldiers guarding the wall, and the situation was completely different from what he had seen outside the city. Zhuo squinted his eyes, unable to suppress his doubts. Looking at the situation in Jubei, the city wall was intact, and there were no signs of battle on it, which could only mean that the problem within the entire city stemmed from internal issues. But how could there be internal problems in Jubei? When he first entered the city, Zhuo had already sensed the tightness of the city's defenses, which ordinary demons could not breach. Even a demon king level existence would only be dreaming if they thought they could enter Jubei. Unless, this time, a particularly powerful demon king had entered Jubei. Moreover, this demon king might even have the ability to disguise themselves. Thinking of this, Zhuo did not directly walk through the city gate but, in the next moment, unleashed his powerful blood and energy, leaping high into the air like a soaring eagle, and reappeared standing on top of the city wall. Standing on the wall, Zhuo's perspective changed again. The entire Jubei was already in chaos, with many people affected by the turmoil. Furthermore, the 4 city gates, north, south, east, and west, were relatively quiet, with the city Lord's mansion at the center and the flames of war spreading outward. Jubei was divided into an inner city and an outer city. Zhuo deliberately observed that the fighting had started from the inner city and spread outward. With just one glance, Zhuo confirmed that there was a problem at the city Lord's mansion. However, on the surface, he did not see many demons. There were only a few scattered demons, all of which were relatively weak and not at the demon king level. Seeing this scene, Zhuo frowned again. This was somewhat abnormal. As someone who had fought in the abyss, he had some understanding of demons. How could there be no existence above the demon king level to break through Jubei? But since it was confirmed that the problem lay with the city lord's mansion, Zhuo quickly moved toward that direction. As for the outer city, it was mostly the camp of the demon suppression army. A large number of the demon suppression army had also sensed the unusual activity within the city, and they reacted quickly, moving toward the inner city at the first sign of trouble. However, the entire Jubei was a no-fly zone, so even if there were powerful beings among the demon suppression army, they had to walk to the city lord's mansion. But Zhuo was different. His identity was special, and given the current situation, he flew through the air, quickly approaching the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Zhuo saw shadow demons and some lower-level demons. Originally, Zhuo planned to head directly to the lord's mansion, but along the way, he encountered several demons, all of which he swiftly dispatched. In just a few blinks, Zhuo had already appeared outside the lord's mansion. However, the situation inside the mansion was far more brutal than outside. Before he even got close, he could smell the heavy scent of blood. Many demons lay dead within, alongside the bodies of some soldiers from the demon suppression army. Clang! Suddenly, Zhuo's attention was drawn to a sound not far away. Looking over, he saw 2 soldiers from the demon suppression army engaged in battle with a 7th-tier wolf demon. This wolf demon was robust, its entire body enveloped in a thick aura of blood, standing over 2 meters tall, with a strong physique. Although the 2 soldiers fought together, they were still struggling against the wolf demon. Zhuo, wielding his strange blade, strode forward. Once close enough, he raised his blade and, with a single strike, cleaved the wolf demon in half, blood splattering everywhere. Yet Zhuo Chen's expression remained unchanged. This. You. The two soldiers from the demon suppression army widened their eyes in shock. There was a hint of disbelief in their gaze. This was a 7th-tier wolf demon. How could it be so easily slain? In their astonishment, their looks toward Zhuo Chen held more respect. To be able to effortlessly slay a wolf demon, he must at least be a master-level expert. Could it be that a human expert had arrived? If so, the crisis in Jubai City might not be as severe as they thought. You. Are you Zhuo Qinchuan? One of the soldiers looked at Zhuo Chen with newfound brightness in his eyes. Zhuo Qinchuan. Zhuo Qinchuan has arrived. It seems we won't have any problems in Jubai City. Both soldiers showed a hint of excitement on their faces. However, Zhuo Chen raised his hand, interrupting their words. After all, the situation was urgent, and he had no time for pleasantries. The situation is critical. Do you know what has happened in the city? Zhuo Chen's expression turned serious, and the two suddenly realized the gravity of the matter. We don't know. We only discovered something was wrong at the Lord's mansion while on duty, and by the time we entered, the battle had already begun. The two exchanged glances and recounted the situation as it was. Zhuo Chen listened patiently. However, after hearing their account, his frown deepened. Because these two soldiers were not the personal guards of the Lord and knew nothing about what had transpired here. Now, the situation was somewhat troublesome. Do you know where the Lord is? Or is there any way to contact the Lord immediately? Zhuo Chen furrowed his brow. The two were taken aback again. Although they were members of the demon suppression army, their status and authority were insufficient. They had no means to contact the Lord. We cannot contact the Lord. In fact, our previous thought was to understand the situation after entering the Lord's mansion. But before we could get in, we were entangled by this wolf demon. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen sighed softly. It seemed that most of these ordinary soldiers were unaware of the situation. If he wanted to clarify things, he would have to investigate himself. Then, Zhuo Chen sensed the positions of several members of the Jinglong Guard and discovered that one of them had already died. Without waiting for the two beside him to react, Zhuo Chen dashed out again. These Jinglong Guards were extremely important forces for the entire Great Xia and for Zhuo Chen himself, yet he hadn't expected to lose one here. After a few swift movements, Zhuo Chen appeared not far away. Just one glance, and Zhuo Chen frowned, a strange expression crossing his face. The body of this shocked dragon guard bore few injuries, and there was a hint of terror on his face. His helmet had fallen to the side, and the other team members were nowhere to be seen. With just a simple look, Zhuo Chen could already tell. In fact, the incident here had occurred suddenly, and the other team members must have been preoccupied with something else. After all, the shocked dragon guards operated in teams of 10, and during missions, these individuals were essentially one unit. Unless there were special circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for them to be separated, yet now only one was left alone, and he was already dead. Zhuo Chen slowly approached, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Although the information he could gather at this moment was limited, Zhuo Chen understood clearly that, on the surface, the chaos in Jubiching seemed minor, but in reality, this was the biggest problem. After all, under normal circumstances, such issues should not occur in Jubiching. With just one glance, Zhuo Chen had already identified the problem. This team member seemed to have died of fright. That meant, these demons had used the tactics that were ineffective against themselves to attack the human city. Realizing this, Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening further. These damned beasts, if they truly had any ability, should come directly at him. Moreover, the demons should have a good understanding of their own situation, otherwise, they would never have chosen to strike at Jubiching at this time. However, the demons likely did not expect that Zhuo Chen would choose to exit the abyss. Even less could they have anticipated that he would appear in Jubiching at this moment. Good, very good. Now, you damned beasts should know what my wrath is like, Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, then raised his strange blade again. Weren't these beasts seeking revenge? If so, let them have their revenge. However, from this moment on, any demon Zhuo Chen encountered could no longer be alive. At this point, Zhuo Chen realized that these demons might have been engaged in multi-front warfare all along, meaning that when they targeted him before, they had already been prepared. If their attacks were ineffective, they would turn their sights on the surrounding cities. Clang! A light sound followed. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. Was there actually a demon king? With just a glance, a cold glint flashed in Zhuo Chen's eyes, and the killing intent erupted without any concealment. Die! With a low roar, Zhuo Chun charged forward, and in that instant he openly expanded his domain. Since he did not know what kind of demon was causing chaos in the city, he would take it step by step. One by one, he would kill them. From now on, he would fully display his combat power. Only by instilling fear in these beasts would they likely reveal themselves. Moreover, when Zhuo Chun had entered the abyss earlier, he had already lived in Jubei for a while. He was quite familiar with the situation there. Jubei was a massive city lying atop the Great Wall, and its importance to the entire Great Xia was self-evident. If something happened to Jubei, it was possible that problems would arise within Great Xia as well. Because beyond Jubei lay an endless plain. If these demons broke through Jubei, the entire Great Xia would be in jeopardy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sense of determination filled Zhuo Chun. No matter what, any demon that entered Jubei must be completely eradicated. No matter how many there were, they all had to die. In the city of Jubai, besides the stationed demon suppression army, there were also many civilians who relied on the army for their survival. These people had settled in Jubai for many years, thanks to such a structure. This is why the entire Great Xia could remain stable for a long time. But now, the demons had actually begun to attack Jubai, something that Zhuo Chun could not tolerate. No matter what, these beasts had to be exterminated. The Demon King had also noticed Zhuo Chun, but did not rush forward immediately. Instead, there was a hint of amusement in the Demon King's gaze as it looked at Zhuo Chun. The entire demon army had already gathered a rough understanding of the situation in Jubai before taking action. It was precisely because of this that they dared to act recklessly. Although there were still many strong individuals in the demon suppression army, they were insignificant in front of the entire demon army. Moreover, to ensure absolute success in this operation, they even employed a shadow demon of the Demon King level. A being of Demon King level could contend with human masters. Because of the shadow demon, the demon army had entered the city without expending any effort at all. In fact, their entry was completely silent from the very beginning, and the surrounding demon suppression army had no idea what was happening. However, to prevent any unexpected occurrences, the demons also used a treasure obtained from the secret realm. Once activated, it was similar to a protective mountain formation, isolating all divine senses from probing the area. After that, the Demon King level Shadow Demon took action, creating illusions and silently deceiving all human powerhouses. Now, it seemed that a human master had discovered this secret. For a moment, the Demon King became interested in Zhuo Chun. "Kid, you look familiar, you must have come from outside, right? This is the abyss, and I can clearly tell you that this is the abyss. It's easy to get in, but if you want to go out again, just wait to be carried out." The Demon King squinted, not even looking directly at Zhuo Chun while speaking. After all, under normal circumstances, only two human masters could engage in a back and forth with the Demon King. As for top masters like Qin Jubai, the entire human race could hardly find a few. This young man in front of him looked quite young, most likely having rushed here in a hurry after learning that Jubai was in danger. What could such a person possibly do? However, Zhuo Chun's gaze was icy, even carrying a hint of mockery. What a joke! He was someone who had already killed the Demon Emperor. Now, just a Demon King stood before him, completely unworthy of his attention. "You either make a move or you die right now," Zhuo Chun said, shaking his head slightly. "You seeking death." The Demon King was taken aback, then a cruel smile spread across his face. "Humph. Since this human kid was so ungrateful, then let's just kill him." Immediately, the Demon King thrust his spear towards Zhuo Chun, moving quickly, his entire body enveloped in blood power, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step he took forward. Zhuo Chun, however, paid no mind, not even raising his weapon. Such a being was not worthy of him drawing his blade right away. Instead, he stood tall and steady like a spear, even as the ground trembled lightly around him. Clang! The spear had already thrust out. Zhuo Chun merely raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the attack with his weapon. "Is that all? If this is your level, you might as well die," Zhuo Chun scoffed, his weapon slicing out like lightning. In an instant, Zhuo Chun's domain unfolded, and within the domain, all allied units received a boost at the first moment. On the other side, the demons also sensed that something was off. What? What is this situation? Why does it feel like the power within my body is being slowly extracted? Although this speed is quite slow, if it continues over time, this extraction is indeed terrifying. Zhuo Chun's lips curled slightly. In fact, for a long time in all the struggles against the demons, the human race had not had any advantage. The two soldiers he encountered when he rushed in were the best examples. The soldiers were indeed not weak. After all, there were no weaklings in the demon suppression army. If they were too weak, entering the abyss would be like delivering food to the demons. That would be a losing deal. Moreover, for a martial artist to grow is already an extremely difficult thing. Those who can enter the abyss and fight the demons are the backbone of the human race, and even such beings need two people to deal with an ordinary demon. However, from now on, it would be different. With his own domain, as he continued to grow stronger, this situation would change. Furthermore, Zhuo Chen also understood that, based on his strength, a grandmaster was merely a starting point for him. Once he achieved the status of a martial god, once he became a saint, how powerful would his domain become? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, and in his gaze towards the Demon King, there was a hint of pity. This guy probably really doesn't know how he will die, right? What have you done? The Demon King squinted, and in its gaze towards Zhuo Chen, there was already a hint of strangeness. Being able to become a Demon King, it was naturally different from ordinary demons. It had decent combat power and a bit of intelligence. It sensed from the beginning that this human was not quite right. However, it never expected that this human would possess such a bizarre ability. It seemed that it had to take this seriously, otherwise, it might not even know how it died. You little brat, no matter how abnormal you are, none of that will work on me. You watch closely, once I come down, this Demon King will make you die. The Demon King roared, and although it felt its own power continuously fading, it quickly calmed down. Having become a Demon King, it had experienced countless battles. How could it be easily threatened by a human? Boom! With a muffled sound, the powerful force within the Demon King erupted completely. The thick blood energy enveloped the Demon King, and its speed increased by an unknown number of times compared to before. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen raised his eyebrows, and a more peculiar expression appeared on his face. Humph! If he had encountered the Demon King a month ago, he might not have been its match. But now, looking around, he could no longer find a Demon King that could be his opponent in the entire abyss. After all, even the Demon Emperor and the Demon King could not withstand much time against him. What could a Demon King do? Zhuo Chen was not surprised that this Demon King could speak human language. After becoming a grandmaster, humans would naturally gain some special abilities. Even if this Demon King did not speak human language, he would still be able to understand it. Moreover, even if a Demon King spoke human language, it would not become human. As the Demon King charged, its speed continued to increase, and the blood energy around it became increasingly dense over time. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. This damn Demon King, as expected, had come out of the slaughter. Although it appeared to underestimate him on the surface, it was actually starting to burn its blood energy silently. Burning one's vital energy is a common tactic used by demons. As long as they burn their own life force, they can temporarily enhance their strength. However, the drawbacks of this method are quite evident. After burning their vital energy, although their power increases, it places a tremendous burden on their bodies. Even a powerful Demon King will briefly enter a state of weakness after burning their life force. In this way, it is almost no different from fighting desperately. After all, only Zhuo Chen and this Demon King are present, and if the opponent does not end the battle before their energy is exhausted, the only fate awaiting this beast is death. In an instant, Zhuo Chen's gaze turned cold, and his resolve deepened. This beast, capable of surviving in the abyss, was indeed not simple. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. It would be better to directly slay this beast. Clang! The unfamiliar blade in his hand was raised again, and without a hint of hesitation, he struck down. The Demon King did not expect that Zhuo Chen, seemingly young, would possess such insight. For a moment it was taken aback, but its powerful combat instincts kicked in. Seeing Zhuo Chen's blade about to fall, it instinctively began to dodge. But then, something strange happened. It thought it could evade, but unexpectedly, the blade had already descended ahead of time. Before it could react, it saw its body had been severed into two parts. No, not two parts, but many parts. It was as if carrots were being sliced on a cutting board, without any delay. It could only be described as silky smooth. Is that all you've got? Bring me 100 more, and it still wouldn't be enough for me to kill. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a strange expression on his face. He glanced at the Demon King, now lying on the ground, shattered into many pieces. Among the pile of flesh, a few glimmers of light flickered. Upon noticing this scene, Zhuo Chen's eyes brightened. Could it be a loot drop? Although killing a Demon King usually yields loot, it was still somewhat unexpected for Zhuo Chen. After slaying this Demon King, it surprisingly dropped 2 purple loot items. Although, given Zhuo Chen's current status, he no longer cared about 2 purple items, the cost of merging items was indeed quite high for him. Every little bit counted, and this was an unexpected gain from the battle. After collecting the 2 items, Zhuo Chen continued forward. Once he stepped into the territory of the city lords' residence, he heard the sounds of battle again. Following the noise, he quickly spotted a team of dragon guards. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed that the dragon guards he had dispatched were not all in trouble. With that, he could finally relax a bit. Shuo Qinchuan. Shuo Qinchuan. The dragon guards also noticed Zhuo Chen immediately, their faces showing a hint of helplessness. They had indeed come to gather information, but after entering Jubai city, they had not had the chance to investigate before being caught up in the fighting. My subordinates failed to gather information. The leader of the dragon guards slightly lowered his head, a look of shame on his face. Zhuo Chen raised his hand to interrupt him directly. It was not the time to discuss whether the dragon guards had made mistakes. Let's not talk about that for now. Have you found any useful information since you came in? Also, where are the city lord and Commander Qin right now? Zhuo Chen's tone was surprisingly calm, but he felt a bit anxious inside. The city lord of Jubai city and Qin Jubai had treated him well in the past. The 3 of them had even shared a meal together. If he could take over Jubai city, Qin Jubai could become his ally. If something happened here, it would be a real problem. After we entered, the entire Jubai city fell into chaos, but it seems there is still fighting near the North City Gate. A few of the shocked dragon guards exchanged glances and then spoke up. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. The North City Gate? The direction they had come from was the South City Gate. Wasn't the North City Gate leading into the Great Xia? Could it be that the battle had become this fierce? We are still clearing out the demons within the Lord's mansion. After all, there are quite a few family members inside. Another team has already gone to the North City Gate. Our Jinglong Guard is powerful, and with their support, it's like having an additional master guarding us. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. The Jinglong Guard, noticing that Zhuo Chen was listening intently, could only continue speaking. Alright, then this place is up to you. Zhuo Chen let out a light breath. It seemed that the situation here was not as dire as he had imagined. Since there was fighting over there, they could only rush to provide support, hoping that the 2 of them would not encounter any issues. Yes. Several Jinglong guards nodded and then charged towards the nearby demons. The chaos within the Lord's mansion had actually calmed down quite a bit, but due to the sheer number of demons, even with the Jinglong Guard present, it was somewhat unrealistic to clear them out in a short time. On the other hand, the situation at the North City Gate was more urgent. Zhuo Chen did not linger. With a single word, he soared into the air, heading straight for the North City Gate. The direction he had come from was the south. The Lord's mansion was located in the center of the North City, and the North City Gate required quite a bit of walking to reach. Zhuo Chen moved quickly, flying directly over the Lord's mansion. Upon learning that there was still fighting at the North City Gate, Zhuo Chen let out a sigh of relief. He did not seek anything else. As long as there was still resistance there, perhaps the Lord and Qin Jubai were also there. After all, both of them had been battling in the abyss for many years and were well aware of the nature of these demons. Even if the North City had to pay some price, the Great Xia behind them absolutely could not afford to have any issues. Perhaps for this reason, the 2 of them simply abandoned the defense of the Lord's mansion. Understanding this made Zhuo Chen's mood much better. Zhuo Chen soared into the air, and the battle within the Lord's mansion continued. As he made his way to the North City Gate, he also observed the surrounding situation. He noticed that there were actually not many demons in the direction of the North City Gate, which indicated that the situation there was basically under control. Otherwise, if the situation had not been contained, there would likely be demons all around. If that were the case, there might be unexpected events at the North City Gate as well. This was not the scene Zhuo Chen wanted to see. In just a few minutes, Zhuo Chen once again saw the outline of the North City Gate. The city walls were extremely tall, and upon seeing this scene, a hint of joy appeared in Zhuo Chen's eyes, proving that he was not far away. Immediately, Zhuo Chen fully expanded his spiritual sense to probe ahead. Kill all these humans. As long as we kill all these humans, we can easily enter the Great Xia. Once we enter the Great Xia, the vast territory will be ours. The roar spread, and a trace of killing intent appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. This was the battle between humans and demons. To put it simply, this was what the demons had always wanted to do. For decades, the humans had relied on the Great Wall to continuously resist the demons, merely to protect their last sanctuary for survival. Beasts, you want to enter the Great Xia? You have to step over my dead body first. A deep voice echoed around, wrapped in the power of blood and energy. Upon hearing this voice, Zhuo Chen finally let out a light breath. It seemed that Qin Jubai was safe. As someone who often fought on the battlefield, Zhuo Chen naturally understood that Qin Jubai's actions were not for show. By shouting like this, he could attract a large number of demon clans, thereby reducing the pressure on ordinary soldiers and his comrades. Zhuo Chen was already very close. Under the observation of his divine sense, the situation on and off the city wall was extremely clear. On the city wall, Qin Jubai held a long sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. Not far from Qin Jubai was another figure, and at first glance, a strange expression appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. After meeting the Lord of Jubai City for the first time, he had a feeling that the other party was really fat. He didn't expect that this time, the feeling remained the same. However, being fat was secondary. The combat power they unleashed together was truly extraordinary. It was precisely because the two of them were struggling to hold on that, despite the numerous demons present, they still posed no threat to the city wall. General Qin is truly impressive, worthy of being a model for our human race. Zhuo Chen was already standing on the city wall, but the two were still quite far apart. Soon, Zhuo Chen could only wrap his voice in the power of blood and energy, spreading it outwards. After all, the demons attacking Qin Jubai were indeed numerous, and they were all at the 8th and 9th levels. Moreover, behind these demons, there were 3 demon kings. The number of ordinary demons was vast, continuously pouring out from a spatial rift beside one of the demon kings. Seeing this scene, even Zhuo Chen was slightly taken aback. What is this? Have the demons already developed such means? Can they easily open spatial rifts? If that's the case, the future situation for the human race would be dire. The individual strength of the demons was already formidable, and if they could silently conduct a rapid advance, it would be a catastrophe for the entire human race. Zhuo Chen's arrival was clearly something the group of demons had not anticipated. Kill! Kill! Him! A demon king in the back had blood-red eyes, looking at Zhuo Chen with a hint of suspicion. It shouldn't be like this, right? This time, they had acted silently, and even arranged for a demon king in the direction of the Lord's mansion. This newcomer from the human race, seemingly not very old, at most a master in cultivation, how could he possibly break through from that direction? In an instant, countless demons received the order and charged towards Zhuo Chen. Upon seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen raised his eyebrows. Not bad. It seems these demons understand the rules, knowing that at this moment, he had a strong killing intent, so they sent themselves to him? Clang! This time, Zhuo Chen did not rush to unleash his domain. After all, he had already used his domain once before. If these demons were alert enough to be scared off by him, how would the subsequent battle unfold? It was hard to come across so many demons, no matter what, he had to kill enough to feel satisfied. If these walking merit points ran away, what would he do then? Kill. Get rid of this arrogant human. This is disrespectful to our demon race. Even children have gone to the battlefield? It seems these humans can't hold on much longer. In an instant, many demons became excited upon hearing this. Without regard, they charged towards Zhuo Chen. Because of this, the other soldiers around, who were originally under considerable pressure and struggling, found that all the demons they were fighting had rushed towards Zhuo Chen. As a result, these soldiers suddenly found themselves without opponents, only able to look in Zhuo Chen's direction. Zhuo Chen, however, was unhurried. After noticing this scene, he even took a couple of steps back. Since he was going to fish, as the fisherman, he naturally had to have the awareness of a fisherman. No, a demon fisher. Offering a flaw to these beasts was like baiting them. A group of demons, appearing as if mad, charged towards Zhuo Chen after receiving orders. Their blood-red eyes and surging energy gave them a fierce appearance. With tens of thousands of demons rushing forward, the momentum they created was nearly unbeatable, causing the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. They all had confidence in Zhuo Chen's strength, but they were also aware of the nature of these demons that were launching a surprise attack. These demons were not ordinary, at the very least, they were among the stronger ones. If they could not withstand such a group of demons, it would lead to serious problems. Although everyone had witnessed Zhuo Chen in battle before, that was under circumstances where the demons and the human race were evenly matched. However, the current situation was different. The numerical disparity was too great. Qin Jubai had a deep understanding of Zhuo Chen's strength. He knew that Zhuo Chen was not an ordinary master. If he were, he would not be able to match Zhuo Chen at all. But many ants can kill an elephant. Kid, you retreat first. Leave this to us. Qin Jubai shouted as he rushed towards Zhuo Chen. They were all master-level experts, and their judgment of the battlefield situation was far more accurate than that of ordinary soldiers. Qin Jubai had been observing the battlefield. The demons pouring out from the spatial rift were continuous. In such a situation, no matter how strong Zhuo Chen was, he could not hold them off. After all, the reason they could withstand before was that there were two of them. They were both seasoned masters who had fought in the abyss for many years, supported by a team of dragon guards, which allowed them to barely hold on. The gap between Zhuo Chen and them was still considerable. If they could not withstand the attack, the consequences would be beyond what everyone present could bear. Zhuo Chen's significance to the entire Great Xia was far too great. If something happened to him here, it would be equivalent to Great Xia losing a god-level warrior, especially since Zhuo Chen was now a direct disciple of the martial saint. If Zhuo Chen were to die here, the butterfly effect on the battlefield was almost unimaginable. Protect Zhuo's direct disciple. Qin Jubai's eyes widened, his face filled with anxiety. If something happened to Zhuo Chen here, they would all be doomed. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Zhuo Chen privately. From any angle, he did not want Zhuo Chen to encounter any problems. In an instant, the human army on the city wall also responded, moving towards Zhuo Chen's direction. Although both sides were moving quickly, the demons had been charging towards Zhuo Chen from the very beginning with all their might, making them faster. Qin Jubai shook his head slightly, his face full of helplessness. It was over. It was all over. The demon scheme had succeeded. Although, from the current situation, Jubai City would not be in immediate danger. If the loss of Jubai City could ensure Zhuo Chen's safety, Qin Jubai would not hesitate to abandon Jubai City. However, Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. It was not that he was afraid of seeing such a scene, but rather that the number of demons attracted was still a bit lacking. If he could attract more than when he unleashed his power, wouldn't that be a walking merit value? Moreover, from the spatial rift, more demons were continuously charging out. Everyone present saw this scene, their faces revealing a hint of despair. It was over. This time, it was truly over. In another direction, Zhang Miaoshuet and Zhao Xian quickly approached. They already knew the situation at the city lord's mansion. Under the combined efforts of thousands of dragon guards and the dragon slaying team, the situation around the city lord's mansion had stabilized completely. Everyone also knew that Zhuo Chen had arrived at the North City Gate, which was why they hurried over. On the city wall, many human beings noticed this situation. However, almost everyone wore a look of despair. Reinforcements. It was actually reinforcements. But they had come too late. If these reinforcements had arrived a little earlier, Zhuo Chen could have been safe. Hold on, they must hold on. If they couldn't hold on and something went wrong, it would be a loss for the entire Great Xia and all of humanity. At that time, if everyone wanted to make amends, it would basically be impossible. How many years had it been? Decades had passed, and humanity had finally produced such an extraordinary talent. Yet, unexpectedly, he was about to perish in this battle, and in that moment, everyone felt immense sorrow. No, absolutely not. They had to hold on. Even if they could hold on for 2 more minutes, the final outcome could still be changed. Zhuo Chen let out a soft sigh. This was troublesome. The reinforcements had arrived, and these beasts wouldn't hesitate to continue their charge, would they? If that were the case, it would be such a pity. Continue the charge, kill that human. That human is at least a master, and there aren't many decent masters in the entire Great Xia. Moreover, everyone is very concerned about that human master. This kid must be very important to the Great Xia. In the rear of the army, several demon kings narrowed their eyes, and their gazes towards Zhuo Chen held a hint of joy. It seemed that this time the demon clan's strategy had worked. They could kill a human master. A master so young at that, they could consider it a great achievement. Originally, the demons who had been attracted by the commotion below the city wall suddenly became excited. Since this kid was not simple, as long as they killed him, it would be a tremendous boon for both the demon and monster clans. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? Kill? Some demons in the rear had not taken Zhuo Chen seriously, but upon hearing this, they became excited, and one by one, the demons began to howl. Zhuo Chen let out a gentle breath. Although his face showed panic, he was actually observing the demons on the battlefield closely. In just this short time, there were already hundreds of thousands of demons on the battlefield. If he could kill all of them, wouldn't the demons be heartbroken? Previously on the battlefield, although many demons had died, those demons were not on the same level as these. Those who could sneak attack from the rear were certainly not simple. Since that was the case, what was there to say? Boom! In an instant, a smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. He completely unleashed his domain. In that moment, everyone present was stunned. What was happening? Everyone was frozen in place. This was actually a domain? How could this be? Wasn't this Shua's direct disciple a master-level powerhouse? When did master-level powerhouses start to have domains? This was simply too unbelievable. Jubai was stunned, and the others present were also taken aback. For a moment, everyone felt as if their brains weren't functioning properly. This shouldn't be happening, right? They were quite clear about Zhuo Chen's strength, but they never expected that after just a short time apart, Zhuo Chen had become this powerful. If this were true, then their previous worries were completely unnecessary, weren't they? Was there a possibility that Zhuo Chen had already planned everything beforehand? And all of this was just to trap these demons? In an instant, everyone present showed a slight change in their expressions. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then the fun to come would be truly immense. Jubai also let out a gentle breath, and in his gaze towards Zhuo Chen, there was a hint of admiration. It seemed that this kid had really grown a lot since he first entered the abyss. In fact, it was impossible to judge the current Zhuo Chen with the same standards as before. After all, this was a completely different matter. Whether Zhuo Chen had become a martial god or was a master with a domain, the level of power was something that the people present could hardly imagine. After all, the strongest in the Great Xia, Wang Yan, also mastered his own domain. However, he only acquired his domain after becoming a martial god. What does that mean? The strongest person only gained a domain after becoming a martial god, but this young boy had his own domain right after becoming a master? Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Jubai couldn't care less about his image and couldn't help but laugh heartily. His eyes revealed an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This was truly a great joy for the human race. With such a powerful being around, these demons probably wouldn't last much longer, right? Meanwhile, the reinforcements who had just arrived were unaware of the situation and were only worried that if they were too slow, the northern city wall might face problems. If something went wrong here, it would mean that the rear would be compromised. Therefore, everyone rushed north at great speed. However, when they saw the domain fully unfold on the city wall, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This is the captain's domain. Previously, they had enjoyed the benefits of this domain countless times. It was precisely because of the existence of the domain that everyone present, whether members of the dragon-slaying team or the thousands of shocked dragon guards, could achieve success without fail. On the other side, a group of demons was completely dumbfounded. What is happening? Originally, the demons were moving at great speed, seemingly able to rush towards Zhuo Chen in the blink of an eye, but the moment the domain unfolded, all the demons charging forward felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire, their speed slowing down. Additionally, all the demons felt as if their bodies were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. The domain not only affected the demons but also had an impact on the human side. The only difference was that, compared to the negative effects on the demons, the influence on the humans was very positive. Jubai stood within the domain, and he could feel that his own strength had increased. As a top master, he was already capable of confronting demon kings, and with the enhancement of this domain, he was even more unstoppable. In fact, Jubai felt that he now had the ability to easily kill a demon king. Meanwhile, Zhuo Chen was carefully observing the battlefield and noticed that the speed at which demons appeared at the spatial rifts had clearly slowed down. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. At this moment, the demons were intent on rushing up the city wall. However, the reinforcements had already arrived, with thousands of shocked dragon guards present, which could basically unleash the power of hundreds of masters. So, what else was there to say? No matter how many demons there are next, Zhuo Chen can easily kill them all. As long as he eliminates all these demons, not only will Beicheng be completely stabilized, but it will also be a huge blow to the entire demon clan. Kill! 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 The reinforcements behind him also reacted. They had arrived, and the domain had been spread out. Next, it was time for the slaughter of the demons. Thousands of shocked dragon guards had already formed a military formation. Their charge was swift, rushing straight towards the demons. Originally, these demons were focused on attacking Zhuo Chen, but now they found themselves caught in a pincer attack, momentarily becoming disorganized. The three great demon kings, who had been commanding from behind the demons, also began to feel fear. Is that actually the shocked dragon guards? According to intelligence, the human shocked dragon guards should all be on the front lines, right? Why? Why are these shocked dragon guards appearing here? Although the shocked dragon guards are not as strong as the masters, 10 shocked dragon guards can form a formation that can slay a master. While they may be slightly weaker against demon kings within the domain, they receive a significant boost. Thus, the gap in physical attributes has been nearly eliminated. Boom! The shocked dragon guards collided with the slower demons. Like two torrents, under normal circumstances, the human race would have no advantage at this moment. But now, it was not other forces that were erupting with full power, but the powerful shocked dragon guards. Some weaker demons were actually sent flying by this tremendous impact, crashing heavily into the demons behind. Under normal circumstances, the demons are strong, and even if they are knocked away, it usually has little effect. However, the area around the North City Gate is not large, and with hundreds of thousands of demons crowded together, their movements have already become somewhat inconvenient. At this moment, those demons that were knocked away were horrified to find themselves fallen among the demon horde. The demons charging forward could not stop even if they wanted to. Even if they noticed their fallen companions, they could only continue to push forward. Thus, just from this collision, there were massive casualties. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Chen nodded in satisfaction. After all, this was a good thing. Immediately, Zhuo Chen no longer waited. Seeing that his nest was almost ready, he could only draw out the strange knife he carried in charge into the demon horde, beginning to reap wildly. Hold on. We must hold on. Even if the human reinforcements have arrived, as long as we hold on, there is still a great chance to take the human city. At that time, we will be the heroes of the demon clans, and each of you will be a meritorious minister. The three great demon kings knew the situation was dire, but their voices, wrapped in blood and power, still spread in all directions. Many demons had already begun to retreat, but upon hearing this voice, they could only continue to charge forward. Boom! 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 The ground trembled. However, upon seeing Zhuo Chen's domain, the human race had already gained momentum. Even though the demons were fierce, it had no effect on the crowd. The members of the dragon-slaying squad had already led some shocked dragon guards to unleash a frenzied assault on the battlefield. Zhuo Chen, wielding the strange knife, began to reap demons as if he were chopping vegetables. These beasts deserved to die. Now they were even trying to ambush the human stronghold, so they could not be spared kill. In an instant, centered around Zhuo Chen and the human strong experts, demons fell one after another. The entire battlefield was filled with the stench of blood, and the three great demon kings could no longer sit still. Escape? The three demon kings exchanged glances, their faces filled with dread. But if they fled, this plan would be a complete failure. Escape? The three great demon kings gritted their teeth. A hint of unwillingness flickered in their eyes. In fact, this ambush had been planned by the demon and monster clans for a long time. To have come this far, on the verge of success, and then choose to flee? This was not what the demon and monster clans needed. Escape? If we run, what will happen to that one from the demon clan? Yes, once we flee, it means our mission is failed, but if we take that one with us, we definitely won't be able to leave. The three great demon kings exchanged glances, communicating frantically with their minds. Although they were still on the battlefield, the speed of their mental communication was extremely fast, in almost an instant. The three demon kings had exchanged all information, yet ultimately failed to reach a unified opinion. This was too complicated. In fact, if they fled, it might cause unnecessary trouble between the demon and monster clans. What to do? What to do? For a moment, the three great demon kings were also a bit bewildered. However, the others on the battlefield did not give the three great demon kings such a long time. Under the enhancement of the domain, the speed at which everyone killed demons had already reached a peak level. In just a few minutes, half of the demons on the battlefield had been killed or injured. Yet, the strange blade in Zhuo Chen's hand showed no signs of stopping. With the enhancement of the domain, Zhuo Chen's combat power had completely erupted. All demons before him could be defeated with a single strike, regardless of their level. They simply could not withstand this blow. Finally, all the demons were thrown into a panic. After all, the combat power that Zhuo Chen had unleashed was truly terrifying. No matter the level of the demon, it was just one strike. As a result, no matter how many demons charged forward, the only outcome was that they could only offer their heads. No. This was not merely offering heads. Rather, it was offering demon heads. The demons standing behind, witnessing this scene, were also dumbfounded. Even the demon kings could not help but break out in a cold sweat. This is not right? This is clearly not human. This is so strong it's almost inhuman. All the demons were stunned. After all, in the demons' perception, there were not many humans recognized by them, aside from the very top few. Other humans, in the eyes of the demons, were merely food. And the humans within the Great Wall, although the demons could not reach them, were considered forbidden prey, as they were all food. If it weren't for those few powerful humans supporting them, these humans would have already become the vassals of the demons. But now, another one had emerged. Moreover, this one was merely a master, yet had such strength at a young age. How could this be? If this fellow were to grow into a martial god, he would become a great enemy to the demon and monster clans. Recently, the human race had produced two more martial saints, leading to a serious imbalance in power between the demon and monster clans and the humans on the battlefield of the abyss. If this human continued to grow, it would be catastrophic for all demons. In an instant, all the demons reacted, each gritting their teeth fiercely, their eyes filled with determination. No, this human was simply too strong. If they could not deal with him now, once he grew stronger, he would definitely be a nemesis to the demons. No! We absolutely cannot retreat. We need to open the Great Formation and send the message out, then we can let the strong ones from the demon and monster clans come in. The several demon kings became excited at once. If they fled now, in the end, all the blame would fall on the three of them. After all, this war had cost the demons so many elite forces. If they fled, they would have to bear that responsibility. Even if they escaped, it would ultimately only lead to a dead end. It would be better to change our approach and find a way out for these demons present. Right. Yes, we must do this, otherwise, we will all be doomed. The remaining two demon kings became excited. This strategy seemed like a last resort, but as long as it was executed well, it could ultimately create miracles. Then, since that's the case, should we release the Great Formation? Release it, release it. If we don't, we will all die here. Then let's release it. You two, hold off this human for now, I'll handle the rest. Among the three demon kings, one bear demon king squinted his eyes, his gaze filled with coldness. This was no joke. If the opponent's top combat power was relatively low, this matter could be resolved easily, but the other side clearly had hundreds of masters. Although those dragon guards were not as strong as the masters, their numbers were overwhelming. If a fight broke out, even as demon kings, they would only be cannon fodder. However, at this point, someone had to withstand the pressure. If they couldn't hold up, what would happen? Even though the two demon kings were aware of the grave danger, this was already the best course of action. Even if they disagreed internally, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Alright, we can only hold for at most a quarter of an hour. After that, we can't guarantee how things will develop. Yes, I think a quarter of an hour will be very difficult. You release the Great Formation, it doesn't need to take long, just as soon as possible. If we can't hold on, all matters of our two races will have to be replanned, and we will only become sinners of our two races. The several demon kings continued to communicate. Soon, they established the most basic action plan. Alright, since we've decided, let's get moving. The three demon kings exchanged glances. Two of them had completely released their blood and energy. The remaining one looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, let out a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew from the battlefield. Released the Great Formation? It had to be released, after all, among the demons. Those skilled in creating illusions were few. The one who could lead them to ambush the North City had already demonstrated an extraordinary ability. A powerful being with such capabilities was of great significance to both races. As long as that individual was alive, no matter how the situation developed, there would always be a chance to turn the tide. The Bear Demon King and the Wolf Demon King had completely released their blood and energy and charged towards Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen, however, narrowed his eyes. Something was off. These two demon kings were definitely not right. He had recently fought with demons and clearly understood that so-called demon kings were still quite arrogant. However, this kind of arrogance only appeared when one had absolute strength. After all, arrogance does not equal foolishness. They had already witnessed their own powerful strength and still dared to charge at this moment, indicating that the situation had changed. Moreover, there were clearly three demon kings present, yet only two chose to charge forward. That further indicated that these guys had issues. Forget it. Since these beasts dare to charge, they can only be killed first. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his gaze growing colder. Clang! With a light sound, Zhuo Chen had already drawn his unknown blade and without hesitation swung it out. Seeking death? Since these beasts wanted to die, why should he hold back? Puff! Puff! Just two seemingly ordinary strikes, and the two demon kings had already fallen without warning. The Bear Demon King in the distance, witnessing this scene, was completely stunned. How could this be possible? Could it be that this human was a martial god? The Bear Demon King only felt a chill run down its spine. In fact, it felt that the decision it had made earlier was completely correct. However, in an instant, the situation on the battlefield had undergone a tremendous change. With no one standing in front, how could it possibly unravel the formation? This was essentially an impossible task. What to do? What else could it do? The two demon kings from before, their strength was undoubtedly above its own, and they were definitely stronger. Moreover, those two great demons had joined forces. If even two great demons working together could only be killed in an instant, how could it alone withstand the onslaught? Right now, the most pressing matter for it was to figure out how to escape easily, otherwise, once the human race set their sights on it, it would be a dead end. To put it bluntly, even if it didn't die, what waves could it possibly stir up? The Bear Demon King took a deep breath, suppressing all the turmoil within. Then, it looked towards the battlefield. Although not much time had passed compared to before, the situation had changed drastically. Many demons had already perished, and even those that remained were being decimated under the assault of numerous humans. Even if there were still some demons left, they could not form an effective resistance even if they banded together. Even if it wanted to resist, it would only be walking to its death. For a moment, the Bear Demon King's gaze flickered repeatedly, and a mad thought suddenly surged in its mind. What great formations, what glory of the demon race, these no longer had anything to do with it. To put it simply, it just wanted to live. As for how to explain itself to the demon race after escaping, that was not something it was considering right now. Even if it wanted to escape, it had no idea what the outcome would be after exhausting all its strength. But in an instant, the Bear Demon King became completely alert. It could not escape like this. Even if it had to flee, it should do something first. Otherwise, even if it left this place, it would still be a dead end. Right. That small world. In an instant, the Bear Demon King's eyes lit up again, looking towards the spatial rift not far away. In the eyes of the humans, it was merely a spatial rift, but in the Bear Demon King's heart, it was clear that this was the treasure of the demon race. The so-called treasure was left behind by a powerful figure of the demon race, rumored to be a space that the great demon had nurtured within itself. Subsequently, before the great demon passed away, it condensed all its power into the small world, forming an independent realm, where many elite demons were stationed. It could be said to be the secret weapon of the demon race for a long time. If this thing were left here, even if it had 10 heads, it would not be enough. However, the Bear Demon King thought for a moment. The world left behind by that powerful figure was already vast. What they could bring out as troops were naturally just the scraps of that world, but even scraps held immense value. The Bear Demon King continued to charge forward, but it had already changed direction, heading straight for the spatial rift. Zhuo Chen had been quietly observing this scene. Noticing that the Bear Demon King was moving, he became intrigued. In fact, Zhuo Chen had been very interested in that spatial rift before, and now that he saw the Demon King in action, he paid even closer attention. The Bear Demon King was very fast. Moreover, the events unfolding on the battlefield had left it terrified, and almost instinctively it had reached the rift. This rift was over 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide. It stood quietly, but because the edges were rough with many irregular protrusions and depressions, it looked like a spatial rift. In reality, it was merely a temporary entrance to the small world. As long as it used the demon race's secret method, it could close this place. Afterwards, leaving with the small world, only in this way, after returning to the main base, could it possibly avoid punishment. It's all because of those two fools, otherwise, how could we be in such a predicament? The Bear Demon King squinted its eyes. A hint of coldness flickered in its gaze. Although it complained, its hands did not stop moving, quickly trying to control the secret realm. In fact, if the 3 Demon Kings were still alive, the speed of controlling the secret realm would be much faster. But now, those 2 fools were already dead. Only it remained, and although it wanted to grasp the secret realm quickly, the speed would be much slower. Zhuo Chen narrowed his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the Bear Demon King. He had previously sensed that this creature had ulterior motives, but he never expected the situation on the battlefield to turn out like this. This Demon King actually did not escape? When did the demon race have such a courageous existence? This was simply unreasonable. However, Zhuo Chen suddenly had a thought. Could this Demon King be trying to escape through the spatial rift? Although Zhuo Chen had always known that this world was very different from the one he had previously inhabited, and that there were many magical things in this world, he had never seen a spatial rift before. Not to mention, he had no idea what its function was. However, Zhuo Chen then breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Bear Demon King charged towards the rift, it did not escape but merely stood by the rift, looking around, clearly on guard. Not trying to escape? For a moment, Zhuo Chen also narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! With a soft sound, something surprising happened to Zhuo Chen. The spatial rift that had been not far away actually disappeared. Zhuo Chen blinked hard, fearing he had seen it wrong. Immediately, he released his spiritual sense to observe carefully. After this observation, he confirmed that the rift had indeed vanished. However, using his spiritual sense, Zhuo Chen discovered a special fluctuation on the Demon King's body. This fluctuation felt familiar to Zhuo Chen, but he couldn't figure out what kind of fluctuation it was. Strange. It was as if a large number of entries had gathered together to produce it. But it was more pronounced than that kind of fluctuation. Could it be that this creature had some special treasure on it? Thinking of this, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. He had a vague feeling that if he dealt with this creature, he might obtain the greatest reward since entering the abyss. Clang! A thought flashed through, and Zhuo Chen once again revealed his strange blade. This blade was incredibly sharp, with the added effects of armor piercing and bleeding. Countless demons had already died under this blade. Zhuo Chen strode forward, but the Bear Demon King was also very alert, feeling as if it was enveloped by boundless killing intent. Instinctively, it began to search for the source of the killing intent. The moment it saw Zhuo Chen, the Bear Demon King was taken aback. To ensure its actions would succeed, it had deliberately suppressed its aura, making it nearly impossible to find itself based solely on perception. But how did this guy in front of him manage to do it? Or was it that this human had been paying attention to it from the very beginning? If that were the case, then it would be a big problem. Escape! In an instant, this thought was all that remained in the Bear Demon King's mind. The small world had already been put away. If it died here, that small world would fall into human hands, and if that happened, it would affect the demon race's plans for 100 years. Escape! It must escape! It must! The Bear Demon King fled. It had seen Zhuo Chen's power with its own eyes before. It clearly understood that if it did not escape, it would ultimately die at the hands of the human race before it. Moreover, the human in front of it had already become so strong. If it died and this human gained control of the small world in its hands, what would become of it? The Bear Demon King was very fast, almost without hesitation. In an instant, its tall figure was enveloped in a thick aura of blood and energy, transforming into a streak of bloodlight as it fled into the distance. Zhuo Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile slightly. He then shook his head gently. He looked in that direction, and only he knew that, for absolute certainty, he had made all preparations before entering the city. That direction was where everyone had intended to come from. He had already left a full 100 shock dragon guards at that position. 100 shock dragon guards might not seem like many, but in reality, it was a very powerful force. It seemed that the Bear Demon King had long been scared out of its wits. In such a state, how could it possibly escape from 100 shock dragon guards? It was simply a dream. Alright, close the net, Zhuo Chen murmured softly. Immediately, near the South City Gate, 100 shock dragon guards appeared in the blink of an eye. Although these shock dragon guards were composed of 8th and 9th tier warriors, the combat power they unleashed when united was astonishing. The Bear Demon King had originally begun to smile. It was still fortunate, thinking that if it weren't for the human race having reinforcements this time, their grand plan might have already succeeded. But now, it had successfully escaped with the treasure of the demon race. Although one of the demon race's leaders had been left in the city of Jubai, the demon race had also suffered heavy losses this time. Thinking of it this way, one could only say that both sides were even. Otherwise, what else was there to say? The demon race had only lost one demon king, but the demon race had not only lost 2 of the 3 great demon kings, but also many elite soldiers accompanying them to the grave. This loss could not be considered small. As long as it could escape, it would definitely be safe and sound. However, the grand dream in its mind had not yet been completed. The expression of the demon king changed slightly. What is this? You! In an instant, the Bear Demon King's expression changed drastically. What kind of enemy had appeared in this place, and so many at once? Was this a joke? Was it seeing things? Shouldn't the human elites be at the North City Gate? Could it be that the forces at the North City Gate were not the entirety of the human race? This was somewhat unscientific, wasn't it? Now, we give you 2 choices. The leading shock dragon guard's gaze was icy as he looked at the Demon King, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. In fact, they had envied those comrades who could go to the battlefield. Now it seemed they had overthought it. Zhuo Chen was indeed not deceiving them. Having them stay here on standby, they had unexpectedly caught a big fish? After all, the shock dragon guards were the elite among the elite, which meant that while they needed to cooperate, there was also significant competition among them. With such a merit value, it meant that their strength would be a notch above their surrounding comrades. Because of this, when the 100 saw the Demon King, they immediately became excited. The other choice is to surrender. You should know that, right? Our human race has tamed quite a few demons and monsters, after all. The leading shock dragon guard laughed. In fact, this was not just idle talk. The human race and the demon race had clashed for so many years, and for various reasons, masters could subdue some demons and monsters, but these demons and monsters were generally weak in combat, most likely just used as laborers. Upon hearing this, the demon in front of him suddenly whitened its eyes, its grotesque face shifting between shades of blue and white, looking increasingly hideous. It was simply a great humiliation. It was a dignified demon king, capable of dying in battle, but absolutely could not submit. Submit? The demon race could submit, but only to a more powerful existence. As for the weak human race, in their eyes, they were merely a source of food. When has the demon race ever submitted to their own food? This is not a joke, is it? You all are simply looking for death. The demon king's voice boomed like thunder. It then charged at the 100 dragon guards, but these dragon guards had long been prepared, sensing the demon king's return as if they had known it all along, and began to calmly defend according to the plan they had discussed earlier. Upon witnessing this scene, the demon king became excited. It seemed that the demons present were relatively weak. Thinking of this, the demon king immediately perked up. If that were the case, it still had a chance, as long as it killed all these humans in front of it. That would not affect its subsequent plans at all. However, it made sense. The previous battle on the human side was intense, and even if there were personnel, they had mostly gone to the front lines. How could they still be left here? Soon after, the battle between the two sides erupted completely. The demon king initially thought it still had a chance to escape, starting with a killing move. But soon, the demon king discovered that these dragon guards were not weak, they simply were unwilling to strike with lethal force. Although the dragon guard's attacks were not very strong, Fang Yu's methods were invincible, and the demon king's every move was fierce, yet it ultimately did not manage to harm a single dragon guard. Alright, your team is done. It's our turn now, right? The bear demon king grew increasingly anxious, and before it could make any extra moves, another 100 people had already lined up. Isn't it half an hour for each team? The dragon guards, who were in the midst of battle, suddenly turned grim. Yes, your previous hesitation to act has nothing to do with us. Opportunities to fight against a demon king on the battlefield are rare. Don't just sit there occupying the latrine without doing anything. Both sides were unyielding. Consequently, the group currently engaged in battle could only temporarily withdraw. However, this scene made the demon king feel utterly desperate. What is going on? Wasn't there only 100 people? It had some understanding of this type of human troop, which could basically be said to be the strongest below the master level. Having 100 was already quite difficult to deal with, how could another 100 suddenly appear? But the newly arrived 100 people did not have a good attitude towards the demon king. Hey, Big Bear, we still have the same words. We also give you two choices, either the demons submit or you die. The leader of the armored dragon guard squinted, looking at the bear demon king with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The bear demon king's heart sank. No. Why are these humans becoming increasingly strange? Previously, all the humans looked at the demons with hatred or fear. What is happening? These humans looked at it with eyes full of ridicule. Could it be that these guys no longer wanted to live? When exactly did the human race's attitude towards demons undergo such a drastic change? This is simply unscientific. The armored dragon guards, noticing that the demon king did not speak, were not surprised. They simply waved their hands, signaling their brothers to start attacking. Boom! 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 Powerful attacks fell one after another, and for a moment, the demon king was in utter agony. Moreover, this team, the battles of those people before were completely different. Those people seemed to focus on defense, but these guys in front of me seem to have changed their style in an instant. These shocked dragon guards have completely given up on defense, and every attack is extremely fierce. In just a few breaths, this demon king is starting to struggle. However, it soon became clear to the demon king that although these humans were ruthless in their attacks and extremely fierce, none of these attacks struck at the vital points. In an instant, the demon king suddenly understood, what is this? Are these humans using him to practice? At that moment, a surge of nameless anger erupted from the demon king's body. Too much. This is too much. These humans seem to have never taken him seriously from the very beginning. They intended to use him as practice from the start? As a powerful demon king, he had never imagined that he would have such a day. For a moment, he felt inexplicably loved, and even thought that his appearance in Jubai city was a huge mistake. If he had not appeared here, would all of this have never happened? In an instant, the demon king's thoughts began to become chaotic, and the fighting spirit, which was never very strong to begin with, was continuously worn down as the battle progressed. Finally, after he didn't know how many waves of opponents he had faced, this once proud bear demon king was completely unsteady on his feet. He staggered and fell to the ground. However, the demon king did not die, he merely looked at the surrounding humans with a hint of resentment. If it Weren't for encountering these shock dragon guards, he would never have dared to imagine that he could be drained of his blood and power by a group of weak humans, even to the point where the last bit of strength in his powerful body was completely consumed. As a powerful demon king, he now didn't even have the strength to stand up. Humans! Damn humans! On the other side, Zhuo Chen walked over slowly, his eyes revealing a hint of strangeness. In fact, the order to train the troops was given by Zhuo Chen himself. He knew very well that this demon beast harbored considerable secrets, and if he killed it, he wouldn't know how to proceed afterward. Demon King, I think you're not bad. Why not submit to me? Zhuo Chen chuckled, a strange expression on his face. In the early struggles between humans and demons, indeed, many humans were raised by demons in various ways, even turned into human pets. Zhuo Chen didn't expect that his growth would be so rapid that one day he could easily enslave a demon king? You're dreaming. Upon hearing this, the demon king shivered all over. Under normal circumstances, if it found itself treated this way by humans, it would have chosen to explode and die long ago. But now, it had already been worn down by these shock dragon guards, exhausting the last bit of strength in its body. Even if it wanted to commit suicide, it needed to recover some strength first. But Zhuo Chen did not give the demon king a chance. He stood tall, a mocking light flashing in his eyes, and then released all his soul power and blood energy. He even unleashed his domain. Within his domain, the power within the demon king's body was gradually flowing away. Even if it could recover, the degree of recovery could not keep up with the degree of consumption, thus maintaining a very delicate balance within the demon king's body without it realizing it. Want to die? Basically impossible. Want to recover some strength and continue to resist? That was even more impossible. I will give you time to consider. But you need to think clearly. Before you die, my patience is still there. I forgot to tell you, my domain is quite special. Within my domain, there is a power of restoration that can drain your strength. If there is no strength to draw from, then I can only. Zhuo Chen chuckled, a strange expression crossing his face. The demon king was stunned. What? What the hell is this? A master having a domain is already a rare occurrence. The demons have roamed this world for so many years without encountering such absurdity. How can this human be so powerful? Could it be that this human race has used some bizarre means to deliberately deceive me? But Zhuo Chen was not in a hurry at all. After all, the demon king had already been captured. What else was there to worry about? He just had to wait. He didn't believe that the other party, just a demon king, could hold out for long in his domain. Want to keep holding on? Wasn't that just a pipe dream? The other party was a powerful demon king. If he lost all his strength, he would fall into panic. Moreover, according to Zhuo Chen's understanding of his own domain, when there was power in the domain, it would indeed cause the other party to lose strength. If he lost both vitality and soul power, then the only thing left to draw from would be life force. This is what is meant by, if you have blue, draw blue, if you don't have blue, draw blood. The demon king, however, remained stubbornly silent. Zhuo Chen also knew it wasn't the right time to argue with this demon king, so he simply chose not to engage. Before long, the battles in various places had come to an end. The demon-suppressing army in Jubai was already quite formidable. With Zhuo Chen joining the fight, along with the strongest young team, the Dragon Slayers, and thousands of Jinglong guards present, the once crisis-ridden Jubai had completely quelled its internal strife. Meanwhile, the powerful beings stationed in Jubai had also begun to descend from the city walls. A large number of demon-suppressing soldiers started to orderly carry out their tasks, working to restore normal order in Jubai to the greatest extent possible. As the city lord, the other party was naturally very busy. He had already greeted Zhuo Chen from the city wall and was about to handle some affairs. Although Zhuo Chen knew that it wouldn't be long before he was responsible for Jubai, the other party was still the previous city lord. Moreover, the work within his purview had not yet been fully addressed, so Zhuo Chen naturally wasn't in a hurry. Zhuo Chen, you really surprised us this time. You scared us to death. Can you not play like this next time? A hearty laugh came from behind, and Zhuo Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Hearing this voice, Zhuo Chen knew that Qin Jubai had already taken care of his matters. At that moment, Zhuo Chen turned around. Qin Jubai looked at him with an appreciative gaze. He had witnessed Zhuo Chen's growth all along, back when Zhuo Chen was still in Ningzhou. He was just a kid selling word cards on the street, and now, in less than half a year, he had soared to great heights. He had even reached a position higher than his own. This rate of growth was truly astonishing. Commander! Zhuo Chen chuckled, but there was a hint of strangeness on his face. He really didn't know what expression Qin Jubai, a man who always wanted to be strong, would have if he knew he was about to become his superior. No need to be polite, who are we to each other? Jubai waved his hand, a slight blush on his face. It was a joke. What kind of task was Zhuo Chen on now? If he called him commander again, those around them would wonder what was going on. How is the situation in the city? Noticing Jubai's demeanor, Zhuo Chen chose not to say more. The two had a very good relationship, and if they continued with small talk, it would feel somewhat insincere. It was better to get straight to the point. Jubai was slightly taken aback. From Zhuo Chen's words, he had already sensed something, even feeling that Zhuo Chen had begun to exude a hint of an authoritative presence. And Jubai, having led troops in battle for many years, especially fighting against demons in the abyss, naturally had some presence himself. However, in front of this young junior, Jubai even felt a slight illusion that he no longer understood him as well as he once did. Nevertheless, Jubai suddenly burst into hearty laughter. After all, it was a great thing for a young person to become strong, both for the individual and for the nation. This at least proved that the great Xia had successors. Even if their generation could not completely eliminate the demon race, if the younger generation of great Xia were all as outstanding as Zhuo Chen, what problem could they not solve? The situation in the city is still somewhat complicated. Our people have already begun to investigate. I have a feeling that this matter won't be so simple, and there are still quite a few demons in the city, Jubai said, his gaze sharpening. When it came to demons, the aura around Jubai had already changed somewhat, even though he was suppressing his emotions. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. If I'm not mistaken, there must be some creatures skilled in illusions in the city, otherwise, how could they easily enter Jubai city? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression taking on a more peculiar look. No matter what, it's my failure to protect. After this matter, I will personally apologize to the Martial Alliance. Jubai's expression darkened. He then became serious. In fact, Jubai was very clear about what it would mean if reinforcements did not arrive this time. It would mean that these demons could easily emerge from the abyss and enter Great Xia, even beginning to wreak havoc in the world. Currently, the world order was such that each country was fighting its own battles. If it came to that, it would be troublesome. Old Qin, what are you thinking? Zhuo Chen knew that this strong-willed man would think too much. He quickly shook his head. Let me tell you, I actually came to Jubai city because my master arranged it. And I met with the marshal. Before I came, Zhuo Chen said with a grin, not hiding anything about these matters. Upon hearing this, Jubai's body shook in surprise. What? Whether it was the previous Valkyrie or the marshal, both were top-tier powerhouses. Already at the level of saints. Did such beings have knowledge of things that others did not? Had they already deduced these matters? Otherwise, how could they have sent Zhuo Chen over at this time? In fact, if these high-ranking figures were already aware, then this level of matter was no longer something a master like Jubai could manage. It wasn't that he was neglecting his duties. The main task of the demon suppression army was to suppress demons at the first sign of their emergence. In reality, they had been doing just that. However, Jubai couldn't understand where these damned demons had come from. Old Qin, we can talk about this later. I have thousands of dragon guards here, Zhuo Chen smiled. No matter what kind of monsters the demons have arranged, it won't affect us. Since there are still demons in the city, we just need to find them. It's not as serious as you say. Zhuo Chen shook his head again, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Although Jubai noticed that Zhuo Chen's way of addressing him had already changed. But he didn't take it to heart. After all, he was now a master, and Zhuo Chen was also a master. Moreover, Zhuo Chen was currently a direct disciple of the martial saint, able to converse with him as an equal, which was already quite impressive. Then let's do it this way. Jubai nodded. I heard that you are also a student of the martial? Zhuo Chen suddenly became curious. It seemed that some rumors were indeed true. Achieving the status of a master was not simple at all. If one relied solely on oneself, it would be impossible to reach this step. No wonder Jubai had already become a master at such a young age. This Jubai was taken aback. In fact, there was indeed this connection, but Jubai had never made it public from the beginning. How did Zhuo Chen find out? Moreover, someone like the marshal, while not exactly high and mighty, was busy with affairs all day long, and Jubai didn't want any rumors to affect the marshal. Don't worry, we are on the same side. Before I came here, the marshal told me personally. And what do you think I came to Jubai city for? Zhuo Chen chuckled. This left Jubai at a loss. What was going on? He knew a bit about Zhuo Chen's public identity, and as Zhuo Chen grew, his influence would surely expand, but Jubai couldn't figure out whether Zhuo Chen's growth speed was somewhat extraordinary. This meant that Zhuo Chen could now converse with the marshal? And the marshal could share such matters with Zhuo Chen? To some extent, this was a recognition of Zhuo Chen. For a moment, Qin Jubai's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Noticing that Qin Jubai was silent, Zhuo Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked on with great interest. Qin Jubai was also stunned, unable to figure out what exactly Zhuo Chen was up to. Actually, I came here on the marshal's and my master's orders. I have already become a master and they plan to have me take over Jubai city. Zhuo Chen shook his head helplessly. Qin Jubai was just a soldier. He was fine with fighting and killing, but in many matters he was a bit dull. Realizing that Qin Jubai was in this state, Zhuo Chen also found it uninteresting. Simply put, he decided to lay his cards on the table. What did you say? Qin Jubai instinctively responded, but the next second he suddenly widened his eyes. What? This news was simply too explosive. Zhuo Chen seemed to still be in college. A college student directly taking over a major stronghold? Brother Zhuo Chen, although I highly recognize your strength, we can't joke about this matter? Do you know what kind of status Jubai City holds in the Great Xia? This place is extremely important for the entire Great Xia and for the entire human race. If it were a city in the rear, what you said would be completely possible. But this is Jubai City. Qin Jubai was stunned for a long time before finally reacting. Yes. He had figured it out. Zhuo Chen was probably saying this for the sake of face. However, that was fine, as their relationship was quite good, and only he had heard these words. As long as he didn't speak, it would basically have no impact on brother Zhuo Chen. This time, Zhuo Chen was completely at a loss. What was going on? I wasn't joking. Why? Are you joking with me again? But, thinking it over, Zhuo Chen understood. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that this kid was too explosive. It indeed required time to adapt, and Zhuo Chen could understand that. Zhuo Chen blinked. His expression showed more helplessness. Do I look like I'm joking? Zhuo Chen felt helpless. He spread his hands, but his gaze fell on Qin Jubai, showing no signs of panic. Qin Jubai also reacted. That's right. The one speaking from across was Zhuo Chen. Who is Zhuo Chen? Zhuo Chen is a direct disciple of the martial saint, and at such a young age, he has already reached the master realm. According to the traditions of the Great Xia, it is quite normal for a master to take charge of a city, as long as one achieves the master level. As long as there is enough merit value accumulated, plus being a direct disciple of the martial saint. Just thinking about it made Qin Jubai feel a chill down his back. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. How did this kid manage to do it? He is still just a college student, yet he can easily take charge of a city, and it is a city of great importance to the Great Xia, the city of Jubai. However, Qin Jubai soon felt relieved. After all, if it weren't for Zhuo Chen's intervention today, the city of Jubai would have long fallen into the hands of demons. If it weren't for the adequate defense at the North City Gate, these demons might have already entered the territory of the Great Xia. At that point, even if one wanted to resolve the situation, it would be impossible. For a moment, Qin Jubai's eyes lit up. Since Zhuo Chen has already taken residence in the city of Jubai, then he himself would have it much easier from now on. In fact, he was already at the peak of ease. Previously, Qin Jubai had been stationed in the city of Jubai for a long time, and unless there were special circumstances, he rarely had the opportunity to return to the territory of the Great Xia. No matter what, this is a good thing. Let's go, we're heading to the Lord's mansion. I never expected that this Lord's mansion would belong to you, kid. Qin Jubai laughed heartily. Zhuo Chen was taken aback. Wow. Old Qin is a bit off here. This turnaround seems a bit too much. He didn't believe it before, so how did he suddenly believe it now? For a moment, Zhuo Chen felt that this was rather uninteresting. No rush. I just mentioned it. I don't plan to take charge of the Lord's mansion right now, and dealing with these matters is quite troublesome. You all can handle it for now. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his expression showing more helplessness. He didn't actually need this power. Speaking of which, Zhuo Chen had this level of identity. During the previous resource allocations, he could already take charge of a city under special circumstances. Such matters had long lost their appeal to Zhuo Chen. Then what do you mean? Qin Jubai was stunned. They were now considered the backbone of the Great Xia. Zhuo Chen naturally understood that as long as he, the immortal, wanted to do something, he could easily resolve it with a word. After all, although the immortal seemed to have no real power, he held extremely powerful strength. That was several thousand shock dragon guards. The combat power unleashed by several thousand shock dragon guards was equivalent to hundreds of masters. No matter where it was placed, this was already a force that could not be underestimated. The entire Great Xia had accumulated and settled for so many years, and the number of shock dragon guards was pitifully small. Moreover, most of the shock dragon guards had their own tasks, and some followed various powerful figures. Yet, there were already several thousand people around. Zhuo Chen. Old Qin, you've worked hard managing the city of Jubai for so many years. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. Hard work? What's hard about it? I don't feel it's hard. As martial artists, this might just be what we should always do, Qin. Jubai shook his head slightly, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. For martial artists, these matters had long been a part of their routine. Moreover, after the abyss descended and the demons invaded, many countries no longer exist, and the Great Xia can still be considered one of the more powerful entities among these nations, or rather, it can even be regarded as the strongest. To be able to live in the Great Xia is something that many people from other countries dream of. These martial artists stationed at the borders for years have indeed made many sacrifices. But it is precisely because of these sacrifices that they have protected their families behind them. They have provided safety for their families and for the people. What I mean is, you won't need to work so hard in the future, Zhuo Chen said, shaking his head slightly. Ha! This time, Qin Jubai was taken aback, his gaze towards Zhuo Chen filled with astonishment. In the next moment, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. How could this be? Does Zhuo Chen mean he should leave Jubai City? Leaving Jubai City is not impossible for Qin Jubai, but over the years, he has developed a deep attachment to it. If he were to leave Jubai City from now on, much of his efforts over the past half of his life would be in vain. However, Qin Jubai still took a deep breath. If Zhuo Chen were to take charge of Jubai City, the two would originally need to cooperate, but if Zhuo Chen doesn't need him, Qin Jubai naturally wouldn't insist. Alright, I understand. I will submit my resignation to the Demon Suppression Army tomorrow. Qin Jubai shook his head slightly, although he didn't understand why Zhuo Chen said this. Yet, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. Between the two of them, they had once fought side by side and shared a bond of life and death. Therefore, there was still a basic level of trust. Ha! Old Qin. Can you let me finish my sentence? Zhuo Chen shook his head, looking at Qin Jubai with a hint of astonishment. He had already noticed that Qin Jubai seemed a bit off. Could it be due to the exhaustion from the previous battle? What I mean is, you are working too hard, and you won't need to work so hard in the future. Zhuo Chen shook his head again. He then looked to his side and extended his finger. Snap! A crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed, and Qin Jubai was also taken aback. In fact, Qin Jubai had noticed someone not far away earlier, but since this was within Jubai City and they had just experienced a great battle, having someone around was normal. At least, safety was absolutely not an issue. However, under Qin Jubai's gaze, a full 100 shock dragon guards stepped forward. The more than 100 shock dragon guards approached, their eyes filled with respect as they looked at Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Qinchuan, the leading shock dragon guard, nodded gently and greeted Zhuo Chen, who did not speak, but merely nodded slightly. Old Qin, back in Ningzhou, you left 10 shock dragon guards for my safety. At that time, you said that the shock dragon guards are powerful, and if two of them work together, they can slay a master. I only thought they were precious back then, but I didn't know that the shock dragon guards were valuable to such an extent. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, a smile on his face as he spoke. Qin Jubai was taken aback. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. He only felt that after discovering the genius of the human race, there would be successors. So he left his only 10 shock dragon guards to Zhuo Chen. Moreover, those 10 shock dragon guards were one of his trump cards for guarding Jubai City. They were specifically left for him by his teacher, Wang Yan, after he took over Jubai City. Old Qin, here are 100 shock dragon guards. From now on, these shock dragon guards will be your attendants, they belong to you. Zhuo Chen laughed heartily, looking at Qin Jubai with even more appreciation. Although it seemed that he had never used the shock dragon guards that Qin Jubai had given him, Zhuo Chen was well aware that these shock dragon guards had been secretly protecting him all along. And since Jubai City was so important, it was only natural for him to leave the shock dragon guards to assist Qin Jubai. This, Qin Jubai was taken aback. What? Zhuo Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression carrying a hint of indifference. This is a bit too precious, I feel it's inappropriate. Qin Jubai shook his head, his face full of embarrassment. He was also a man of iron and bone. However, at this moment, his face turned red in an instant. How could he have such thoughts about Zhuo Chen? It shouldn't be, it really shouldn't. Qin Jubai lowered his head, hearing Zhuo Chen's words, but he couldn't utter A single word for a long time. After all, he initially wanted to help Zhuochen because he saw the talent of the human race and looked towards the future of humanity. He never intended to gain anything in return from Zhuochen. Now, with Zhuochen suddenly wanting to give something back, it made Qin Jubai feel a bit unaccustomed. If it were just a common thank you, it would be fine, but Zhuochen actually took out 100 dragon guards. What does 100 dragon guards mean? That is equivalent to the combat power of 10 masters. With 10 masters, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in Jubai City in the future? Old Qin, what are we even saying in this kind of relationship? If it weren't for you buying my entry back then, I definitely wouldn't be where I am today. Besides, you probably don't know, I now have thousands of dragon guards. You saw it on the battlefield before, for me, having 100. More or less makes no difference, but for you, it's different. Zhuochen shook his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Jubai blinked. What? During the battle, Qin Jubai had been worried about Zhuochen. He even thought that Zhuochen's safety was the top priority. Although he was observing the battlefield situation, he was also keeping an eye on the demons, controlling their movements. As for other matters, Qin Jubai hadn't thought much about them. But now it was different. After Zhuochen's words, Qin Jubai realized that Zhuochen was indeed very powerful and had a solid foundation. This was no joke. After all, Qin Jubai was already a master-level expert, and even if he hadn't observed carefully before, looking back now, it was indeed astonishing. Yes. On the battlefield before, it seemed like the dragon guards were everywhere. Previously, Qin Jubai thought that these were reinforcements sent by the human experts who knew that Jubai City was in danger, but now he understood. Why was it only Zhuochen who appeared here? There were no other human experts. It turned out that these dragon guards all belonged to Zhuochen. For a moment, Qin Jubai blinked, not knowing what to say. In fact, Qin Jubai had always recognized Zhuochen's abilities. After all, Zhuochen had accumulated several years' worth of merit points in just over a month in the abyss. At that time, the official statement was that as long as Zhuochen stayed, he would threaten his position. In reality, the higher-ups in Jubai City were very clear, that was just a joke over tea. The truth was that Zhuochen's performance in Jubai City was simply too outstanding. At that time, Zhuochen's strength was not strong, but the demons had already noticed him and would definitely find ways to kill him in the abyss. Now, however, it was completely different. Zhuochen's return this time seemed short, but he was already a top expert of the human race. Even if Zhuochen was still not among the very top few, the power he wielded was already very strong. If the demons were to target Zhuochen now, even if they succeeded, it would come at a great cost. These thoughts raced through Qin Jubai's mind, and for a moment, he felt a bit dazed. Is this still the kid he met in Ningzhou back then? Is this still the little guy I personally brought into the abyss back then? Even though everything was witnessed with my own eyes, Qin Jubai still felt that it was all too dreamlike. Old Qin, don't say too much. These Jinglong guards are in your hands. If you can exert a greater influence, that will be enough for me, Zhuochen said, shaking his head slightly, then looking at the more than 100 people in front of him. Just a glance. The more than 100 people instantly understood Zhuochen's meaning, lined up neatly, and stood beside Qin Jubai. Commander Qin, we will be responsible for your safety in the future and will carry out all the tasks you assign. Our immortal guards operate as a whole of 100 people. As long as we are together, even 3 to 5 demon kings are no match for us. Even if demon generals and demon emperors come out, we can ensure your safety within a certain range. The Jinglong guard's eyes brightened. Qin Jubai took a deep breath, his face filled with surprise. He was a commander in battle. He was a martial artist, and his pursuit of powerful strength had never really stopped. Although these were not his own powers, they could completely obey him. With these Jinglong guards around, he could indeed relax a lot in the future. Alright. Qin Jubai exhaled gently, a hint of ease appearing on his face. Since Zhuochen had already said this much, it would be inappropriate for him to continue to decline. So he accepted it. Moreover, he needed to make good use of this power, otherwise, he would truly be unworthy of Zhuochen's trust in him. Old Qin, from now on, we will be jointly responsible for Jubai City. Actually, I won't always stay in Jubai City, Zhuochen said, shaking his head slightly. So, strengthening your power is actually a way of strengthening myself. Shua. Chen shook his head slightly, his face showing more ease. Qin Jubai's heart stirred. Zhuochen was now a genius of the human race, and mastering Jubai City was only a short-term matter. Zhuochen's most important task was still to continuously improve his own strength. Alright, I understand. Your growth is the most important thing for our human race, Qin Jubai said, his expression becoming more serious. Zhuo Chen's act of gifting the Jinglong guards was essentially helping himself. It was just that according to Zhuo Chen's words, it sounded better. Moreover, Qin Jubai was already middle-aged and had basically experienced all kinds of things. Although he had already thought of it, he still chose to see through it without saying it. However, deep in Qin Jubai's heart, he always remembered Zhuo Chen's kindness. He had secretly made up his mind that if one day Zhuo Chen needed it, with just one word, he would be duty-bound to help. That's right, we are comrades. What is mine is yours. The power I can offer doesn't need to be calculated too much between you and me, Zhuo Chen said, shaking his head slightly, a smile appearing on his face. I understand. Qin Jubai nodded gently. After Zhuo Chen's words, the burden deep in his heart had indeed lessened quite a bit compared to before. Next, you take them and continue searching in the city. I know. There are still remnants of the demon race's power, and I just captured a demon king. If everything goes well, I should be able to obtain some information from it. The situation in Jubai City is already quite strange. Since we know about it, we cannot just watch these demons act recklessly. Qin Jubai nodded gently. Zhuo Chen also took a deep breath. Since these demons were so bold this time, they would give them no chance and eradicate them completely. Alright, I'll take care of these matters. Qin Jubai nodded lightly, a fierce look flashing across his face. In fact, over the years, Qin Jubai had been responsible for the military affairs in Jubai City, and such a serious incident had never occurred before. After all, this was equivalent to letting demons invade and run rampant in their own home. If it were other small countries, they might have long gotten used to such things. But the Great Xia was different. It was a powerful nation with zero tolerance for any actions by demons. Qin Jubai, a man of iron and bone, could not tolerate such matters at all. After Zhuo Chen mentioned it, Qin Jubai realized the gravity of the situation. This time, no matter what, he had to show these beasts a lesson, and once the situation here was handled, Qin Jubai planned to launch a thorough counterattack against these creatures. After all, the Great Xia had always held this attitude towards the demon race: blood for blood, tooth for tooth. The demons had already bullied their way to their doorstep. How could they just stand by and watch? In an instant, various thoughts surged in Qin Jubai's mind. Moreover, having been in charge of military affairs in Jubai City for many years, he was quite familiar with these matters. With the assistance of the Jinglong guards and the demon suppression army, no matter what kind of existence was hidden in Jubai City, Qin Jubai believed he could easily root them out. Furthermore, there were still many other matters to attend to. With such a major incident occurring in Jubai City, it was understandable that he had not paid attention before. Now that the battle was over, Zhuo Chen planned to briefly inform his master about the situation here. After all, the entire Great Xia was not just Jubai City. Once this situation was reported to his master, if necessary, his master could inform the higher-ups. At that time, if other cities faced similar situations, the human race could respond immediately. Qin Jubai turned to leave and quickly began to deploy. Zhuo Chen was not in a hurry. He directly took out the communicator and briefly informed Chen Xingxuang about the situation here. Soon after, Chen Xingxuang was furious, stating that there would be a crazy retaliation against the demon races for this action. Then, Chen Xingxuang inquired about Zhuo Chen's situation. Upon learning that Zhuo Chen was unharmed, she finally felt relieved. After putting down the communicator, Zhuo Chen remembered that he had captured a demon king alive. This beast should have many secrets hidden within it, so he decided to interrogate it. Zhuo Chen snorted lightly, looking at the Jinglong guards surrounding him. Although this demon king could not stir up any waves in his own territory and could not even recover a trace of power, for safety's sake, Zhuo Chen still assigned many Jinglong guards to keep watch. On the surface, Jubai City seemed to have no problems, but Zhuo Chen knew that this was only superficial. As for what was hidden beneath, no one knew until it was thoroughly investigated. Therefore, they could not afford to be careless in this situation. Then, Zhuo Chen looked at the demon king. I've told you before, my patience is limited, and you should also be aware that I've just made some deployments. This means that from now on, no matter what means the demons have, they cannot shake Jubai City in the slightest. A smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face. He did not even look at the demon king, instead using his spiritual sense to observe. The demon king's gaze towards Zhuo Chen still held a trace of resentment. Seeing this scene, a smile curled at the corners of Zhuo Chen's mouth. Logically speaking, the other party was already a demon king. Although the demon race was not particularly clever, they shouldn't be so obvious. Was this guy trying to mislead him? Or did it have something valuable hidden within? Just a thought, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but smile. In fact, he felt that the probability of this guy hiding something good was quite high. Otherwise, why would it be like this? I don't care what You're thinking, I can afford to wait. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. This demon king still had some backbone. But he also knew that this toughness was merely superficial, and as time passed, this beast wouldn't be able to hold out for long. After leaving a remark, Zhuo Chen turned and walked away, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement. Wait! The demon king, who had been silent, suddenly showed a flash of panic in his eyes, looking at Zhuo Chen with a bit more caution. This human appeared gentle on the surface. But in reality he was taciturn, and when he got serious, he was more cunning than many demon clans. Faced with such a character, the calmer the opponent was, the more fearful he felt. Could it be that this human had some means? What? If you don't have anything important to say, you might as well stay here for now, Zhuo Chen said, taking a step forward to leave. Wait a moment. In the next second, a hint of panic appeared in the demon king's eyes. This wouldn't do. Did it mean that for a long time to come, he would have to endure prolonged solitude? But Zhuo Chen didn't linger at all. He turned and left, quickly arriving at the Lord's mansion. Although the battle had ended, the Lord's mansion had just experienced a fierce conflict, with ruins everywhere. Many demon-suppressing soldiers were assisting the Lord's mansion in repair work. Jubai city had just gone through a major battle. If the Lord's mansion could return to normal sooner, it would serve as a great encouragement for the ordinary people and the common soldiers of the demon-suppressing army around. Zhuo Chen stepped inside. Shuo Qinchuan. Along the way, many soldiers greeted Zhuo Chen. He nodded gently. Standing in the Lord's mansion, Zhuo Chen completely released his spiritual sense, observing the surroundings. After this observation, a hint of suspicion gradually appeared in his eyes. He was examining the entire Lord's mansion. After all, the previous turmoil had started from the Lord's mansion. Logically, even if the demons were meticulous, they would surely leave traces behind. However, after searching, Zhuo Chen found nothing. Could it be that his previous judgment was wrong? Zhuo Chen shook his head gently and then began to change the direction of his investigation. The previous elite dragon guards had entered first, but after inspection no issues were found, which at least indicated that the opponent's methods were quite sophisticated. Ordinary soldiers, even the dragon guards, couldn't detect anything. So, where did the ultimate problem lie? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly, his gaze filled with more suspicion. There must be some element he had overlooked. Zhuo Chen retracted his spiritual sense and instead observed the passers-by. All the demon-suppressing soldiers and ordinary civilians were behaving quite normally. In fact, some were even quietly sobbing. Could the problem lie with the people? For a moment, a glimmer of realization shone in Zhuo Chen's eyes. Yes, it had to be this way. After all, the dragon guards were the elite among the elite. If it were just an ordinary issue, they would have discovered it immediately. However, he had sent 2 teams of dragon guards into Jubai city, and in the end, they found nothing. Yet, those dragon guards had provided some stability to Jubai city after entering. Even if they felt a bit guilty, Zhuo Chen treated those events as if they had never happened. Now, Zhuo Chen finally realized where the problem lay. It must be with the people around. The city of Jubai is quite prosperous. Aside from the demon suppression army in the outer city, there isn't much difference between the inner city and many cities within the Great Xia. It can be said to be a place bustling with people and eyes. And those demons wanting to cause chaos must have their methods, even secretly utilizing the people around them. Only in this way can these demons act quickly and covertly after an incident occurs. After realizing this, a glint of insight flashed in Zhuo Chen's eyes. He directly used his communicator to dial into the team's voice channel. This voice communication is different from ordinary calls, even the channel is encrypted. It can be said to be a dedicated communication method between the team members and Zhuo Chen, ensuring the highest level of security. Moreover, since this is Jubai city, even if the demons still retain some power here, that power may not be very strong. This is what Zhuo Chen thought. I am now at the city lord's mansion. You all drop everything you are doing and come to me immediately. Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered, but after the last time he had his senior sister and master communicate, the demons took action right away. To be safe, Zhuo Chen did not directly specify what the matter was. Okay, on my way. The first to respond was Zhang Miaoshui. Yes, Captain. Followed closely by Zhao Xian. Then, several other team members quickly responded as well. Zhuo Chen let out a light breath. He had only found the key issue, and there was still some distance to the final truth. However, Zhuo Chen was not worried about this at all. After all, he still had many people assisting him. Not to mention that all the members of the Dragon Slayer team are elites among elites. Additionally, he had thousands of Jinglong guards at his disposal. These forces are absolutely loyal to him, and even if there are any problems, Zhuochen can handle them immediately. Besides that, there is also the demon suppression army controlled by Qin Jubai. Even if many demons are still hiding among the crowd, this is not a problem for Zhuochen, who already possesses great power. Captain! Captain! Captain, we have regrouped. Soon, Zhang Mieshua's voice rang out, and right behind her was none other than Zhao Xian. After spending some time together recently, there has been a subtle change between Zhao Xian and Zhang Mieshua. They are no longer as confrontational as they were at the beginning, and Zhuochen has noticed that they even collaborate at times. It seems their cooperation is smoother than with others. Zhuochen couldn't understand what kind of feeling this was. Could it be that rivals have turned into close friends? However, noticing everyone rushing over, Zhuochen did not beat around the bush. We're going inside. Zhuochen pointed towards the city Lord's mansion. The people present were momentarily taken aback but quickly understood. No one asked questions at this time, instead, they all nodded lightly. Many faces showed a hint of caution. This is Jubai City. Although it is controlled by the Great Xia, it is still close to the abyss, so it is better to be cautious in such circumstances. Zhuochen stepped inside. The city lord's mansion is vast, and there are staff members inside. They are the core factor maintaining the operation of the entire Jubai city. Upon entering, Zhuochen saw several staff members approaching, but he slightly shook his head. We need a meeting room, just a quiet one will do. Yes, please follow me. The staff member nodded gently at Zhuochen, their expression showing more joy. In fact, ever since the last global live broadcast, Zhuochen's reputation has spread widely. Even ordinary people who have never been on the battlefield are very familiar with Zhuochen. Strictly speaking, the face that Zhuochen has now can already be considered a golden signboard, even more useful than a golden signboard. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, everyone arrived deep within the Lord's mansion. Apart from the few of them and the staff who led them, no one else could be seen. Observing the surroundings, Zhuochen nodded slightly. Although this staff member was meeting him for the first time, she was doing a decent job. When he took over the Lord's mansion, he could keep this young girl by his side as a secretary. Alright, thank you. Zhuochen, do you need anything else? The staff member was overjoyed upon hearing Zhuochen's thanks. If Zhuochen weren't present, she might have called out. However, after taking several deep breaths, the sweet-looking girl managed to hold it in. Not for now, we need to discuss some matters. You can leave for now. Zhuochen nodded again. The team members were not in a hurry but waited quietly. After the staff member left, Zhuochen looked around. The environment here was quiet, and there were very few people. This was basically the inner residence of the Lord's mansion. Given the recent events, the former Lord, the fairy, must be overwhelmed, and no one would appear here. Zhuochen nodded slightly and led a few people into the conference room. Leave one person outside to guard. What I am about to say is very important, Zhuochen said to a pair of Jinglong guards nearby. The leading Jinglong guards simply nodded. Without even asking why, they secured the entire conference room, and only when they sensed there were no oversights did Zhuochen nod lightly. He took the lead in sitting down and looked at the people around him. What are you all standing there for? Sit down. Zhuochen blinked helplessly. Captain, we all saw your battle today, can we say a few words? Yeah, Captain, you were so cool, you're simply my idol. And with so many Jinglong guards by our captain's side, won't we be able to walk through the abyss with ease in the future? Noticing that there were no other people around, the team members had completely returned to their true selves. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they even conducted a complete review of the battle that had just occurred. Whether male or female, the team members looked at Zhuochen with a glimmer in their eyes. Zhuochen could only shake his head helplessly. Recently, the most he had heard were similar words. However, there was nothing he could do. He had already made it clear several times that such comments could be avoided in the future. But soon, Zhuochen realized that while the team members agreed well, they still acted as they pleased next time. Zhuochen also understood that there was no malice in their hearts, so he simply let them be. It took a full 5 minutes for the noise in the conference room to gradually subside. Only then did Zhuochen slightly shake his head. You all. What I am about to say is very important. I feel that the demons are hiding among the military and civilians of Jubai City. Zhuochen narrowed his eyes, almost speaking each word deliberately. What? Boom. Only the members of the dragon-slaying squad were present, and there were no others, so Zhuochen did not hide his thoughts but spoke directly. In fact, such thoughts had crossed everyone's minds before. After all, the events that had occurred in Jubicheng were indeed too bizarre. It had been many years since anything like this had happened. Although the biggest trouble had been resolved, the evil lurking in Jubei had not yet been found. This meant that there was still a ticking time bomb hidden within Jubei. As long as it remained unfound, it would be very difficult for Jubei to maintain peace and stability in the future. Captain, there are still over 100,000 people in Jubei. If that's the case, this matter can't be resolved in just a day or two. Zhao Xin squinted slightly. Yes, and weren't we planning to take a break from the abyss? If we delay here for too long, will it cause us to lose our vacation? Zhang Miaoxue also shook her head. The other team members remained silent, but all of them were top talents from the Great Xia and understood what this meant. Even though they understood what Zhua Chen was trying to express, no one dared to draw a conclusion at that moment. However, only this method can solve the troubles of Jubei, otherwise, we can only watch. Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. In fact, Zhuo Chen had some concerns. After all, there were still quite a few military and civilian personnel in Jubei, and the number of people combined was quite large. So, how many hidden evils were there among the crowd? What should we do? Captain, I suggest we seek help from the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance already has ways to handle these matters, they can do it more easily than we can. Zhao Shen looked at Zhuo Chen, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. No matter the era, large-scale population screening is a difficult task to accomplish. It's not appropriate at the moment. Zhuo Chen frowned again. After all, what he needed to do next was to completely eliminate the evil, not to startle the snake. If the human experts arrived, the evil might receive news in advance and flee. This beast had done so many shameful things in Jubei, there was no need to capture it. It should be dealt with on the spot. Zhua Chen did not have that much patience for the demons. Then, what should we do? The team members present were stunned by this statement, their faces showing a hint of doubt. In fact, they had absolute trust in Zhuo Chen. They believed that Zhuo Chen had already devised a strategy before calling them. So, for a moment, everyone fell silent and looked at Zhuo Chen instead. Actually, it's very simple. I have already thought of a strategy, but it's not something I can accomplish alone. I need your cooperation. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Captain, since you already have a solution, why didn't you say it earlier? Yeah, Captain, we knew you had a way. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. A few team members laughed and let out a sigh of relief. Moreover, this matter was of great importance. Everyone present was a top talent nurtured by the Great Xia together. Only by properly handling the situation in Jubei could they feel at ease to do other things? Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. In fact, after spending time together recently, Zhuo Chen had already bonded with them. Since that was the case, there was nothing to hide. However, before revealing his plan, Zhuo Chen temporarily released his domain. In other words, this matter was of great importance, and absolutely no problems could arise. In such a situation, it was safest to be within his own domain. As for the Demon King on the other side, Zhuo Chen was not worried at all. After all, that Demon King had been in his own territory all along, being drained of its power every moment. Right now, even if it was temporarily not suppressed, it wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble for a while. Moreover, there were still quite a few Jinglong guards around that Demon King. Everyone noticed this change, and their expressions grew more serious. They naturally understood that what Zhuo Chen was about to say was of great importance. Soon, Zhuo Chen laid out his next plan. After listening, everyone's eyes flickered. Captain, are you sure about this method? Zhao Xian asked with a strange expression. In her impression, Zhuo Chen usually did things straightforwardly and rarely resorted to such tactics. Yes, Captain, we can do whatever, but we're worried that the demons won't take the bait. Zhang Miaoxue also shook her head. The other team members looked as if they wanted to say something but held back. However, Zhuo Chen shook his head slightly. The people present were all human geniuses, and Zhuo Chen recognized them quite well. However, compared to Zhuo Chen, these so-called geniuses lacked a bit of insight into human nature. Although Zhuo Chen was quite ordinary in his previous life, he had lived 2 lives. As for the so-called demons, to put it bluntly, they were just like the Japanese pirates. Zhuo Chen had no good impression of the Japanese pirates. In fact, he could say he hated them to the bone. The same went for the demons. After all, both the Japanese pirates and the demons were beasts. Dealing with beasts naturally didn't require any sophisticated means. I think it's fine. Besides, this matter is being carried out in secret, Zhuo Chen said with a slight shake of his head. Moreover, this is the fastest way to find these beasts. You can rest assured to follow this method. All the demons will reveal their true forms within 2 days. By that time, how to act will be up to us. Zhuo Chen took a deep breath and continued. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances again. Although they were somewhat confused, their trust in Zhuo Chen was unquestionable. In other words, when they were in the abyss before, they had also followed Zhuo Chen without any issues. Alright, if there are no problems, let's proceed with the deployment. I hope to see results soon. Zhuo Chen nodded gently. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. Hearing this, the team members all stood up. Their faces showed more determination. What had previously been a discussion was now equivalent to Zhuo Chen issuing an order. Since that was the case, as the most elite team of the Great Xia, their execution of orders was also the highest. There would definitely be no issues at such a time. The team members quickly left. That night, all the team members, along with the Jinglong guards, began to take action overnight. Anyone who opened the door after midnight was taken away, while those who did not open the door were marked for attention. However, Zhuo Chen was only capturing people. The next morning, no news had been transmitted. Even the city lord's mansion did not come forward to explain the matter. The following night, Zhuo Chen continued as before, instructing all team members to capture people by area and time. As for the reason for capturing people, what reason was needed? If you took 3 seconds too long to open the door, then you needed to come with us. For 3 consecutive days, not a single piece of news was released. It seemed as if a terrifying cloud of fear was slowly rising over the entire Jubai city. Until the morning of the 4th day, many doors were quietly opened, and one figure after another stepped out.